family members who understand. When I opened my eyes, I found myself at the scene of the robbers' division of spoils, originally an undercover police officer. I mistakenly believed myself to be a real robber due to not inheriting the original owner's memories. Not only did I steal the wife of the underworld boss, but I also swallowed a lone diamonds worth 50 million. It wasn't until 2 police officers found me, telling me that I was an undercover police officer and asking me to investigate who was behind the diamond robbery, that I was completely stunned. I've killed people, stolen diamonds, and now you're telling me I'm an undercover cop. Helpless, I can only go further down this undercover path. At this moment, a group of just successful robbers were greedily surrounding a table scattered with diamonds. Excited beyond measure. I pretended to be excited too, but my mind was in a fog. I was originally an international assassin settled on beautiful street, with excellent professional skills and rich work experience, never having failed since entering the business. Just after completing a job, I had planned to relax my tense mind with a blonde beauty, but before I could even start, I fainted and lost consciousness. Then my soul crossed over to this body. Unlike the usual soul crossing, I only took over this person's body, without inheriting his memories. Even his name was only confirmed through the ID card in his pocket. This person is named Su Luo, 23 years old this year, a recent graduate, and this fact greatly frustrates me. A former top assassin with financial freedom. Until the leader of the bandits asked me to pack up the diamonds, I stood foolishly in place without moving. This made the leader instantly furious, smashing the cigarette butt in his hand on my face with an angry expression. Bang! Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling you? Distracted, I came back to my senses and touched the spot on my face where the cigarette butt hit, showing a gentle smile. I hate it when someone insults my mother. As the words fell, I pulled out a gun from my waist and pulled the trigger at the big brother expressionlessly. Bang! 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 Several blood flowers bloomed on the chest of the leader. He looked at me in disbelief. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something, but blood gushed out, and then his body fell heavily to the ground, dead with his eyes open. He never dreamed that after going through all the ups and downs, he would end up in the hands of a lackey. The others were all dumbfounded because no one expected me to suddenly shoot the big brother. For a moment, everyone was shocked, fearful, and angry, but dared not act rashly because they were too busy admiring the diamonds and had left their guns on the table, so they were now empty-handed. Besides shouting a few times in place, what else could they do? I never wasted words with dead people, calmly emptied the magazine, and sent them all to heaven. What's wrong with killing the big brother? Even if the God of heaven blocks the way, I will kill without hesitation. Looking at the lifeless bodies on the ground, I spoke contemptuously. Since I was already a bandit, what else was there to worry about? Just eliminate these people and enjoy the spoils alone. Isn't that better? After descending the mountain, I found myself in the bustling city center, watching the lively streets filled with people. I took a deep breath and hailed a taxi to 7 Happiness Shipping Company. These diamonds in my hand needed to be fenced quickly. Without the original owner's memories and being unfamiliar with Hong Kong Island, the only way to sell these diamonds was through the intermediary person, Li Yunfei, from the movie. In the movie, when Li Yunfei was being chased and hunted down by the police, he had visited 7 Happiness Shipping Company to ask the boss, 7 Happiness, to arrange a boat for him to escape. They were obviously familiar with each other, so through 7 Happiness, I could find Li Yunfei. On the other side, in the Chishi Shipping Company, the boss Chishi was busy with accounts. Suddenly feeling a darkening of his vision, he looked up and saw a very handsome young man standing in front of him. Lei Ho, handsome guy, do you need a boat? Chishi smiled and asked warmly. I casually threw down a few bills. I heard you are a friend of Li Yunfei. Please tell me where I can find him. I have urgent business with him. Mary's Western Restaurant. He goes there every day. He will definitely be there at this time for a meal. Chishi, seeing the money, without hesitation, told me without asking why I was looking for Li Yunfei. From the movie where he arranged a boat for Li Yunfei to escape at an increased price, it was clear that he didn't consider Li Yunfei a friend, but rather someone who was money-minded. Thank you. I turned and left, getting into the taxi waiting for me on the side of the road. Shishi watched my back and rubbed his chin, saying, when did Afei have such a handsome friend? Luckily my wife doesn't know him. Not long after, I arrived at Mary's Western Restaurant. It was lunchtime and the place was packed with people. I quickly found Li Yunfei and sat down next to him. Fei Ge, nice to meet you. Who are you? Li Yunfei put down his knife and fork, discreetly grasping the glass ashtray on the table. Don't be so nervous, Fei Ge. You might hurt your hand if you grip it too tightly. You can call me a Luo. I want to talk business with you. I poured myself a drink without hesitation as I spoke. I need to practice my wrist. Li Yunfei chuckled and put down the ashtray. Go on. What business? I put down my glass and gestured. Li Yunfei's expression turned serious. He glanced around before leaning in. Speak. I lowered my voice and said, I have a batch of diamonds worth 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Fei Ge. Let's work together and get rich. Hearing this, Li Yunfei's pupils constricted. He pursed his lips and spoke in a low voice. Is it related to the case of 3 dead and 4 injured this morning? It's a hot potato. Brother, I don't know who sent you to me, but I can't handle it. Find someone else. Fei Ge. According to the rules of the trade, I should get 30%, but I'm only asking for 20%. I'm offering you a chance to make a fortune. I patted his shoulder. How could Li Yunfei refuse? He wasn't being asked to buy, just to be the middleman. He specialized in this line of work and definitely had high-quality clients. He probably just thought the risk was too high and wanted more. Sure enough, Li Yunfei only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Okay, we can make the deal tonight at the latest. How do I contact you? Something like selling stolen goods is either slow, wait 3 or 5 years for the police to give up the trail and then operate slowly, or else be quick and move the loot while it's fresh and the police haven't even sorted it out yet. Call this number. Su Luo handed him a slip of paper. He had bought a big brother on the way here. Li Yunfei tore up the note after reading it. Nah, see, this is called professionalism. Fei, I'll wait for your good news. Su Luo picked up his wineglass and drank it all in one go, revealing a bright smile before putting it down and leaving. He was also not worried that Li Yunfei would betray him, because Li Yunfei relies on reputation to eat, and Li Yunfei cannot feel his bottom. The face of doing a big case of their own absolutely not dare to move the wrong way. In the movie he's just a very disciplined guy. Li Yunfei looked at Su Luo's back and shook his head and sighed. I don't know where the group is from again. This Hong Kong island is really getting more and more chaotic. After bidding farewell to Li Yunfei, Su Luo returned to the address on his ID card, located in Saigon Street, a set of more than 30 square feet of building, took out the key in his pocket to open the door, and went in as a smell of sweat mixed with the stench of rot came. On the coffee table in the living room is a pile of leftover takeout boxes and beer cans, and when you go into the bedroom, there's a pile of dirty clothes and smelly socks and other things lying around in disarray. Su Luo couldn't care less about cleaning up, so he started rummaging through the boxes to see if he could find any weapons. After all, this kind of humongous bandit, it's impossible for him to not have guns and ammunition at home. It didn't disappoint him. Eventually a handful of large black stars wrapped in greaseproof paper and 2 pressed magazines were recovered from the closet. He took this new gun with him and put the pistol that he had brought down from the mountains in his locker. Then, still in no hurry to clean up his hygiene, he took his gun and went out to find a suitable place to trade. Since he did not know Hong Kong Island at all, and it was impossible for the other party to set the place for the transaction, he had to go out and step on the ground in order to be on the safe side. Being a bandit and being an assassin are pretty much the same. Just as he closed the door across from him opened, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, a wonderful woman of about 20 years old, with a shapely body and beautiful appearance, wearing tight short sleeves on her upper body and a short skirt on her lower body, with black silk and high heels, walked out. Her eyes lit up when she saw Su Luo, and her body directly pasted up, wrapping her arms around him and dragging him towards the house. Luo brother, when did you come back? Go in and play. Take care of my first order of business today, and give my sister an open door. Is this the legendary 1 floor 1 Phoenix? There's no problem letting me in, but you have to help me lead the way. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to find the door. Su Luo smiled playfully and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. This is a good girl who doesn't steal or rob, who earns all her money by her skill and strength, who gets work day and night to make a living. So what's wrong with him taking care of business? Can't go wrong with a good chicken. But he really did not expect Hong Kong Island at this time casually a Phoenix quality is so high. In the latter part of the world at least must be 5,000 a night, also packaged air tickets of the kind. It didn't look much worse than the blonde he'd spent $1,000 on before he crossed over and still hadn't gotten laid. The woman ranted in 1,000 colors. Luo brother, you are bad. The door of others, you are almost stepping on it, without me leading the way. You can go in with your eyes closed. Then go in. First in, then in. I've been mentally tense since I crossed over, and I do need to relax, and it won't take long anyway. Half an hour later, he walked out with a cigarette in his mouth. It's so refreshing to go through a process. Still more service-minded Phoenix these days. Sasha leaned against the door without an inch of clothing. Her pretty face flushed as she waved. Take care, Lo, come back again when you have time. Definitely come. Shulua exhaled a smoke ring. Sasha threw a wink, then closed the door. Su Luo had just gotten more than just happiness from Sasha. There was also a very important message. Based on questioning, Sasha learned that the Yellowstone Marina is in a remote location and is sparsely populated at night. Just in time to use it as a trading spot tonight. Chapter 3, Yellowstone Wharf, 1 against 5 blacks. At night, Su Luo was sitting on the pier blowing the sea breeze and chewing on dry food when the big brother beside him suddenly rang. Hello, he grabbed the connection. The buyer has been found. Where is the deal? Li Yunfei's voice came out from the big brother. Su Luo nibbled through the dry food in 3 or 2 bites. Yellowstone Pier. I'll wait for you over here. Come as soon as you can. An hour or so later, 2 beams of light swept by accompanied by the roar of engines from far away. Su Luo got up to meet him. A Mercedes stopped beside him. Then Li Yunfei walked down with a middle-aged fat man. Where are the diamonds? The fat man pushed up his glasses. Su Luo directly threw the diamonds over. Fatty couldn't wait to open it and read it. With an obsessed expression that he couldn't wait to kiss it. Su Luo snatched it back into her hand again, looking at him with a calm expression as she spat out 2 words. Where's the money? Fatty turned around and took out his cell phone to make a call. There's no problem with the goods, so you guys hurry up and send the money over. A few moments later another car drove up and a short man in a white suit carrying a suitcase swaggered out of the car, tugging at it like it was $2.5 million. The 4 minions behind him followed suit and got out of the car, each with a hand outstretched and a wary grip on the gun at their waist. Brother Chang, give him the money, Fatty said. The short man in the white suit didn't rush to give the money, but first looked around before revealing a threatening smile as he looked at Su Luo and said, Are you the only one who came? Just the 5 of you are coming? Su Luo didn't reply to his words, instead asking the same rhetorical question. The short man in the white suit tilted his head high, and with a cocky face, he reached out and nodded Su Luo's chest. Don't be too cocky, kid, the 5 of us are enough to do you in. Li Yunfei saw the atmosphere is not right, afraid of accidents, quickly said, well, we pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Goods and wealth, don't delay, if people see can be trouble. Humph, $15 million, take it. The short man in the white suit snorted coldly and threw the money over. Su Luo caught it and opened it with one hand to inspect it, confirming that there were no problems before smiling faintly. Happy cooperation. The short man in the white suit didn't even bother to answer him, still tugging away, leading the middle-aged fat man to stagger toward the car, and his 4 little brothers also loosened their grip on the gun, pulling open the door and preparing to get into the car. And just then, the gun went off. Hyper, with the sound of 2 gunshots, the short man in the white suit and the middle-aged fat man, who were walking side by side toward the car, fell to the ground with their heads exploding. Gone Lin Yang. Black on black. He killed Brother Chang. Avenge Brother Chang. The 4 boys who had just opened the car door exclaimed and screamed curses as they dodged with the help of the car door and drew their pistols to return fire. With a roll on the ground, Shulua ducked behind an unlaunched wooden boat while firing at the same time. Li Yunfei had already slumped to the ground in fear. Those 4 juniors were all just rabble, and the shooting was purely indiscriminate, not hitting anyone at all. And Su Luo's previous life as a killer, gun skills not to say the top, that is also absolutely considered invincible. So close to the distance, completely seized the opportunity to shoot one. Soon the gunfire on the dock stopped. All 6 of the buyers were lying on the ground. Su Luo took his gun and walked from behind the wooden boat to the body of the short man in the white suit, condescendingly and contemptuously smiling. Just the 5 of you, not enough for me to kill. When he had finished speaking, he stooped down and took the diamonds he had just sold back from the other man's arms. This time the black eating black is completely temporary, but where the other side a few more people he will honestly complete the transaction. Only the other side has to tempt him to commit a crime. On the other side, Li Yunfei had long been numbed by Su Luo's fierceness and quietly climbed up to try to sneak away. Hyper! A bullet hit in front of him. Li Yunfei's stepped foot froze in midair. Brother Fei, to leave without even giving a wave. It's very disrespectful to me, Su Luo said with a smile. Li Yunfei gulped his saliva and turned around with a sweaty head. Luo. No, Luo brother, you are so black eating black and bad rules. It makes it hard for me to be a human being. It's hard to be a human, so why don't you go be a ghost? Su Luo lifted his gun with a smirk and aimed it at him. Li Yunfei was so scared that he quickly raised his hand. Brother Luo, don't scare me. Big deal. I don't want my share. I definitely won't say anything. Brother Luo, if you can find me you should have heard of my reputation and credibility. Ha 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 ha. Brother Fei, just joking with you la. Su Luo laughed a few times and put away his gun, took out $5 million from the bag containing money and threw it at Li Yunfei's feet. This one is yours. I always do what I say. I don't want what should be yours. He also needs such a tool man. Li Yunfei looked at the money at his feet. He knew that if he didn't take it, he would be dead tonight. Take the money to get on the other side of the boat. He bent down and picked up the money and cradled it in his arms with a smile that was worse than tears. Thanks a lot. Lo. You're welcome. I'll look for you again when I sell diamonds next time. Su Luo revealed a kind smile. Li Yunfei cried out. Still coming? Don't you think it's easy to make money like this? Su Luo lifted the bag containing the money. No one will know if you don't tell me about this. You mustn't think of running away. Oh, you can run, but some people can't. He had come to love this era. Looking at Su Luo's disappearing back, Li Yunfei viciously cursed. I go to your mother. But after cursing, he sighed again and looked at the $5 million that sank in his arms. Feeling hot, Su Luo returned home with $10 million in cash, opening the bag and dumping all the money on the bed in one fell swoop. He couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he greedily sniffed the refreshing smell of ink. That's $10 million in 1986. Only just crossed over on the first day. He, Su Luo, realized the freedom of wealth with his own hands. Dare I ask which starting protagonist is more inspirational than him? Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Su Luo's face remained unchanged, calmly loading up the money and dropping it under the bed, closing the bedroom door, loading the gun, and pressing his feet as he slowly approached the entry door. Through the cat's eye, he couldn't calm down once he saw who was outside, because it was two policemen, and it is exactly the rain or shine movie in charge of investigating the diamond heist. Li Sir and Wu Sir. They're here to arrest themselves? Did Li Yunfei fall into the net? But it shouldn't have been able to bite him so quickly. Or maybe it was because he was carrying other cases on his back? Su Luo's thoughts spun rapidly. His eyes were icy cold. If these two guys broke into the house, they would have to be sent to heaven. But just then, the door suddenly opened. Li Sir still holding a key in his hand. He looked at Su Luo who was squatting at the door with a gun with a surprised face. Su Luo simply did not have time to think too much. Directly took Li Sir hostage, put the gun on his head, and rushed to Wu Sir shouted, "Do not move. Move, I will kill him." Wu Sir's entire body was confused at that time. Being shouted at by Su Luo, he only came back to his senses, pulling out his .38 and giving Su Luo permission. "Don't you mess around. Wu Sir, you put down your gun first. Luo is not recognize you before misunderstanding. They do undercover is inevitably more sensitive." Li Sir, who was held hostage by Su Luo, shouted. Chapter 4, just after the blackout. He learns that he is an undercover agent. What? I'm undercover? Su Luo was dumbfounded when he heard this. I robbed the ING diamonds. I killed the people. I hacked them. And now you're telling me I'm an undercover agent? Li Sir face are strangled by him red. Tone difficult to say, Luo. You let go of me. I have to transfer. This Wu Sir is your boss in the future. Su Luo's mind was a mess and let go of him. Cough cough cough. Li Sir breathed heavily. Wu Sir put away his gun while looking at Su Luo in disgust and questioned. What's wrong with you? Why don't you return the many calls calling you during the day? I lost my phone. How to return? Back to your mother. Su Luo guessed that his phone should have been boldly collected before the errand in order to keep it a secret. However, he was annoyed by Wu Sir's eyes that were filled with contempt and disgust, so there was no need to be polite. Wu Sir was furious. What's your attitude? Who do you think you are? You're just an undercover Yakuza. Okay, all calm down. Li Sir quickly rounded up. Luo. Wu Sir is also because the call cannot be worried about you well. No other meaning. Su Luo almost believed. See this guy in the movie to Zhang Lang, that contemptuous attitude. Is the heart of the mind look down on undercover agents? Obviously want to rely on undercover agents to solve the case of merit, but always feel that their own higher undercover agents one class. I don't know where he gets his superiority complex from. Su Luo wouldn't spoil him. Luo, this time to find you because of the diamond heist thing. This made a big fuss. Want you to inquire in the road to find out who did it, Li Sir said. The corners of Su Luo's mouth tugged, and he suddenly didn't know how to take this. The case was done by my big brother, but I ed my big brother over, and that batch of diamonds is in my hands. He can't answer that, can he? Life is so ed up. Had he known he was undercover, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to go dark. Seeing that Su Luo didn't say anything, Li Sir thought that he was angry because of Wu Sir's attitude, and hurriedly pacified. As long as the diamonds are retrieved, I'll transfer you back to the police force, and I'll give you a promotion. How's that? Su Luo's eyes lit up at once. This was a chance to mix into the police force to clear his name and be a good guy from now on. Soon he had a plan in mind. Now that you've said that, can I say no? He shrugged in mock helplessness. Li Sir laughed, patted his shoulder and said, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Then he added, by the way, Bold has been quiet lately. Hasn't he tried to take advantage of the chaos? Bold is missing, Su Luo replied, lying without even blinking. Or you couldn't tell him you killed your undercover subject, could you? Li Sir immediately changed his face. How could he suddenly disappear? Didn't you already have his trust? How come he didn't tell you where he went? Why didn't you report it in the first place for something that big? Wu Sir accused with a face full of anger. Su Luo glanced at him obliquely, then lightly spat out 4 words. None of your business. I'm your boss. Wu Sir was furious. Su Luo fluttered lightly. None of my business. You. Wu Sir's nose was crooked. He still encountered such an arrogant Yakuza undercover agent for the first time. Alright, what time is it? You guys just stop fighting. Li Sir chortled and looked at Su Luo with a grave expression. What the hell is going on? Daring is a big fish he's been eyeing for a long time. Li Sir, I don't know. I couldn't contact him in the morning. Perhaps he was killed by his enemies in some nook or cranny. Su Luo spread his hands. Li Sir frowned and paced in place. Only half a minute before he sighed. This you don't have to worry about at first. If Bold contact you, you tell me again. For the time being, first inquire about that batch of South African diamonds. This is more important. Good. Su Luo nodded. Li Sir looked at Wu Sir again. Next you two cooperate and exchange contact information. Humph. Li Sir, I'm not blessed with such a characterful undercover agent. So he's better off if you keep him for yourself. Wu Sir coldly snorted and headed out. Wu Sir. Li Sir shouted, turning his head to look helplessly at Su Luo. You. It's better to contact me in the future. Where's your new number? Su Luo reported his number. Then added, Li Sir, say your number again as well. Don't tell me you forgot. Li Sir said jokingly, still reporting the same. Then after patting Su Luo's shoulder, he ran out to catch up with Wu Sir. Wu Sir, I'll reintroduce you to an undercover agent. His name is Zhang Lang. His character is a bit softer than Luo's, so I'm sure he'll get along better with you. Li Sir, these undercover agents if really returned to the police force is simply pull down the overall quality of the police force well. Wu Sir, words can't be said like that. The two chatted while their figures drifted away. In the room, Su Luo picked up his big brother and called Li Yunfei, asking him to come out and meet him. In a Western restaurant, Shiro cut his steak and waited for someone. About 5 minutes later, Li Yunfei walked over and sat down. Luo Gu, what's the hurry? Immediately find the next fortune. Contact both families directly, and arrange to trade at the same time. Su Luo forked a piece of steak into his mouth and chewed slowly. Li Yunfei stared wide-eyed and lowered his voice in shock. That fast? And still 2 families? I thought about it. And even though the buyer who came to trade tonight is dead, there's no guarantee that he didn't say anything about it to anyone else before he came to trade. So let's pit a few more before the story spreads and your reputation goes bad. Su Luo buried his head in his meal while lying without changing his face and in a calm tone. The corner of Li Yunfei's mouth pulled. You really are addicted to hacking, and you are determined to get rich by this? But this time he thought wrong. Su Luo is not to eat black, just simply want to find a backstabber. What he did must not be known by Li Sir, or there is no chance of returning to the police force in this life. And in order to be able to write himself off and transfer back to the police force as a good guy from now on, someone has to take the fall for him. By the way, let him brush up on his credits again. Pitting these criminals, Su Luo didn't have any psychological pressure at all, not being a good person anyway. Well, neither is he. Okay, but not tonight, the earliest would be tomorrow night. Li Yunfei could only agree. Although it went against his principles, he could only follow Su Luo down one path now. After all, he couldn't turn himself in to the police, could he? Su Luo nodded. He had just finished eating and wiped his mouth with a napkin before getting up and striding away. Li Yunfei sat still in the same spot for a while. It took a good half hour before he sighed and got up to leave. The waiter smiled and walked over. Hello sir, that friend of yours just now said it was your bill. Li Yunfei. The mood was instantly more depressed. Chapter 5, he chooses to wear a hood for a temporary extra shift. Hong Kong Island is far more lively at night than during the day. And, of course, far more chaotic than during the day. Strolling through the streets, within just half an hour, Su Luo had already encountered 3 waves of kooky hackers. It's really tragic, and the kind master Su really can't bear to see it, so he is determined to go around. He found a couple of roadside stalls and purchased the 2 get-rich-quick kits, headgear and gloves, separately, because it will be used tomorrow night. Just as he finished his shopping and was about to go home, he was met around the corner by a scrawny youth stumbling toward him with his right hand covering his bleeding left arm. Behind the youth were 7 or 8 straggling kooks with katana knives and baseball bats screaming and cursing as they chased after them. Stand still! Don't run! Chop up Wu Xing's puffers! With the attitude that it was better to do more than less, Su Luo subconsciously tried to dodge, but he didn't expect the panicked fleeing youth to run headlong into his arms. Dude, watch where you're going. Su Luo obediently reached out to help him, but when he saw the youth's face under his long hair, he was stunned. Isn't this Principal Gu? It looked quite youthful. Thank you. The youthful version of the ancient principal casually dropped a sentence and was ready to continue to escape, but failed to take a step, and turned around only to see Su Luo tugging at his clothes and smiling faintly at him. A real man who encounters danger should bravely face it. How can he escape? Looking at this ancient principal's face, Coupled with those kooks shouting the words Wu Liansheng out of their mouths, Su Luo guessed that this was another character from a movie. It looks like this world is a fusion of multiple movies, so that's interesting. You're crazy, quickly let go of me Li Jiayuan was going numb when he heard this. Looking at the approaching pursuers, he hissed with red eyes. 7 or 8 people are chasing me with knives, and you want me to be brave? Is this a question of bravery? It's a matter of life and death. Big brother. Su Luo wrapped her arms around his neck and looked at the group of oncoming kooks. Don't be afraid. A real man has to face risks head on. Watch me in a while. Crazy. Look at you what? See how you die? Big brother, you wanna die, don't take me with you. Li Jiayuan struggled, but his body could not move as if it was stuck in an iron vice, and his heart was filled with despair. It wasn't known if it was a crossing over benefit, or if the original owner was originally born with godly strength. Su Luo realized that he now had a lot of power when he first crossed over, but exactly how big, he hadn't tried. Several chasing and chopping Li Jiayuan's perverts gradually slowed down after running close. The leader of the yellow-haired youth with a knife pointed at Su Luo and screamed, "Puff Street, you mixed that word. New record to do business. Get out of the way for me. Otherwise, believe it or not, even you together cut. In that case, then you're very brave." Su Luo decided to take a temporary extra shift, taking out the freshly purchased hood from his arms and putting it on, then pulling out the big black star to load his gun again. Pointing at the yellow-haired young man, "Everyone, take out anything of value on your body for me. Move fast." Fortunately, the surrounding passers-by ran away screaming the moment Yellow Hair and the others chased and cut down Li Jiayuan, or else when they saw this scene, they were afraid that their throats would be broken. And Li Jiayuan and Yellow Hair and the others were instantly confused by Su Luo's maneuver. Caught off guard. "Hurry up!" Su Luo chided. "Big brother, spare your life. Be careful to go off. My table new. Give you. I'll give you By this angry shout, Yellow Hair backed to God. Cold sweat brushed down. Hastily dropped the hand of the katana. Trembling fingers to pick the watch. But because too much fear, the more anxious instead of the more cannot be picked off. The 6 juniors behind him were also terrified at the sight, followed by dropping the guys in their hands and scrambling to pull out money for the money, and necklaces for the necklaces. "Go, bring everything over." Su Luo glanced at Li Jiayuan beside him to signal. Li Jiayuan pursed his lips before stepping forward to receive the belongings in Yellow Hair's in their hands one by one. Yellow Hair swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully asked, "Big brother, can you let us go now? I didn't realize that cutting someone up could actually get you robbed." Scram! Su Luo spat out a single word. "Thank you, big guy. Thank you, big guy." Yellow Hair and the others rolled and ran. "Here." Li Jiayuan handed over the large handful of banknotes in his hand and the loot such as the watch and the gold necklace. Su Luo waved his hand and said, "Consider it as the medical fee I got back for you. Take it to heal your injuries first. By the way, get acquainted. Su Luo." He held out a hand. "I am called Li Jiayuan. They all call me Jimmy." Li Jiayuan quickly shook it, then added, "I can't take this money. Luo, you've already saved me. How can I still take your money? Just take it if you're told to," Su Luo said while removing the headgear. "There will be a chance for you to repay the favor in the future. Just don't forget about me then." Jimmy is different from the usual gangsters. He has a talent for business and loves to learn. He will take his business to the mainland and become the new head of Wasing. So now that I've bumped into him, and it's a favor, I'll make a goodwill gesture to him first. Maybe we'll need him later? Brother Luo, don't worry. Jimmy, have always been the most grateful. Whether it's up the mountain of knives or down the sea of fire, I'll do whatever I want," Jimmy hurriedly stated. Looking at the still green future in Liansheng talker, Su Luo was dumbfounded. No need to be so exaggerated. "Well, you hurry to the hospital. Lo, the people around here ran out long ago and there's no CCTV in the neighborhood. So why did you just put on a hood?" Jimmy just couldn't hold back his curiosity. Even if someone might be peeking in the dark, they would have seen his face long ago. So what's the point of wearing a hood? Because life needs rituals. Su Luo smiled slightly, tucked the headgear into his arms, and without looking back, waved his hand as he strutted away. Jimmy looked at Su Luo's back and muttered to himself with some bewilderment. Life needs rituals? Rogo looks more like an artist than a robber. He then suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked Su Luo for his contact information, and when he looked again, the person had long since disappeared. At the same time, Li Yunfei had already put out the news that there were diamonds to be offered in his own small circle, just waiting for someone to reach out to him. On the rooftop of a building, with a fierce face, wearing sunglasses at night, tall and wearing a black coat, Fu Guang stood on the edge of the rooftop and looked down on the following minions. "Liquid bombs are in no hurry. I just got the news that there is a batch of diamonds worth $50 million on the road to go out. That batch of diamonds I want to, but I cannot afford to spend money. What do you think should be done? Give me a solution immediately. The following several juniors looked at each other. One or two of them kept their heads down, just like the elementary school students in the classroom, fearing that they would be named by the teacher to get up and answer the questions, because they all know that their boss is vicious and brutal. If you don't answer the question satisfactorily, you'll get a beating. Fu Guang swept through the crowd one by one with a very oppressive gaze, his eyes finally stopping on Gong Wei, who had just joined the group. Before pointing at him, "You speak first." Chapter 6, All Wanted Black, Goddess of Two Generations. Everyone turned their heads to look at Gong Wei, casting either sympathetic or gloating glances. Just got in and got questions from the boss. That's too bad. Gong Wei also didn't expect Fu Guang to ask himself, a newcomer, and froze for a moment before replying. "Boss, we can go dark and rob them during the deal." "Ha ha ha, black eating black is my favorite." Fu Guang threw his head back and laughed like a psychopath. Then with a leap, he lifted his leg and swept it towards Gong Wei while cursing. "Bastard! This batch of diamonds is definitely the batch of South African diamond emperors that were robbed in the morning. This group of people are also hardcore. Do you think they will be unguarded? Boss, you can go ahead and make the deal. Pay the money and leave with the goods. Then arrange for someone with a bomb strapped to their body to go and snatch the money back. They surely won't die together for the money." Gong Wei replied as he nimbly dodged Fu Guang's attacks. Fu Guang paused, a satisfied smile on his face. "Great. Perfect. Since this idea was yours, strap a bomb on you." "Yes, boss." Gong Wei did not hesitate. Fu Guang patted his shoulder and wrapped his arms around his neck to his ear. "I've started to like you a little bit. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly." Then he let go of Gong Wei and laughed loudly as he headed downstairs. "Prepare the guys. Work tomorrow night." Yao Ma Ti. Inside a rented house, a group of large circle of boys who have failed miserably in their daytime premeditation to rob a jewelry store are gathering for a meeting. Don't be discouraged. This place on Hong Kong Island is full of money. Today, although the plan has failed, but everyone can get out safely, is the most rare. He Yaodong, the leader of the team that pulled up this business venture, stepped on the stool with one foot and clamped a cigarette to cheer his brothers. Jingle bells. Before he could finish his sentence, the phone rang. He Yaodong held a cigarette in his mouth and casually copied the phone to his ear. "Hey, what? Good. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face, which then evolved into a laugh on his back. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The others were dumbfounded and looked at each other. He Yaodong quickly converged on the smile. His eyes burned swept through the four people in front of him and said, "I just received the wind. The road has a batch of diamonds worth $50 million to be out. If we can snatch it, each of us can share a few million. This is a batch of stolen goods. Rob the seller does not dare to call the police. It depends on whether you dare to do it." As soon as he spoke, the four men's eyes went red. "A few $1,000,000. You have to be a laborer for several lifetimes to earn that much money." "Dong, needless to say, we'll definitely do it," Raw Chicken said impatiently. "There's no rush. It depends on the others." He Yaodong had calmed down after his initial exuberance and looked towards a short and fat youth. "What do you say, fat ant? ****** him. If we do it, our children and grandchildren won't have to worry." The round-headed and round-brained looking fatty nun was also a bit grim-faced at the moment. Money moves people's hearts. At this time the mainland per capita salary is only a few dozen dollars. And now after the success of the matter each person can share a few $1,000,000. This temptation is really too big. Wu Fei Tao and Pat Chung followed suit. "Just take us on, Brother Tung. We came to Hong Kong Island to get rich with our lives. Since we're all fighting for our lives, why don't we gamble for a big one? That's tens of millions of dollars." They've been in the military and aren't afraid of death, but they're afraid of poverty. "Alright, since you're all fine with it, let's do it." He Yaodong smashed his cigarette on the ground. As one of the 10 most wanted criminals on Hong Kong Island, Ho Yu Tung was full of evil deeds, and such things as hacking were no different from eating and drinking for him. In the morning Su Luo was woken up by a phone call. Jingle bells, jingle bells. "Hello," he connected in a daze. Li Yunfei's voice rang out. "Luo brother, there are two people who have contacted me last night, but both of these two do not have a good reputation on the road." "It's just them," Su Luo interrupted. Li Yunfei spoke quickly. "But Luo, I suspect they want to go dark as well. Then we'll see who's darker. Contact them at 11 o'clock in the evening. Yellowstone Pier for the deal. Meet them at Mary's West restaurant later. We'll discuss the details of tonight." Su Luo hung up the phone after saying that. Then he called Li Sir. "There is news about that batch of diamonds. It will be traded tonight, but the specific trading place is not yet known. Get ready. I will give you a notification then, and you will come back to the scene to arrest people. Ah Luo, take care of yourself. Make sure you stay safe. Li Sir is a very humane boss." Although his excitement can be heard from his tone, he is also concerned about the safety of the undercover agent first. Su Luo was righteous. "Li sir, I am a Royal Hong Kong Island police officer. Maintaining Hong Kong Island's law and order is my duty, and it's a good death for me to die." He didn't believe it himself. "Don't worry, I will definitely transfer you back to the police force when this case is over," Li Sir seriously assured. He knew that the person he was looking at was absolutely not wrong. Look at this realization. How high, how rare. After ending the call, Li Sir immediately asked everyone to stop the investigation of the diamond heist and then meet. On the other side of the room, Su Luo rolled over and got up, retrieving the pistol from the closet that had been used in the diamond robbery again. "I really didn't expect to be able to use you again." After washing up, he took the 2 guns and the hood and gloves he had bought last night with him out the door. Just as he left the house, he bumped into a man and a woman pulling and tugging at the other end of the aisle. The woman is carrying a suitcase in her hand, and she is leaving with a cold face, while the man is begging beside her with a deadpan face. 2 more acquaintances, and one is a peer of his own. Another undercover agent under Li Sir, Zhang Lang, and his beautiful girlfriend Zhou Wenli, who exists in name only. Zhou Wenli was played by Vivian Zhou. This is a goddess for many fathers and sons of 2 generations. The Golden Toad family. "Wenli, you believe me. I really have bitter reasons for doing these things." Zhang Lang grabbed Zhou Wenli's suitcase, then turned his head and glared at Su Luo. "What are you looking at, little white boy? Never seen a couple fight before. Believe it or not, I'll blow your eyes out. I just haven't seen a man that's spineless and still so, actually whispering to a woman. So I'm curious." Su Luo leaned against the doorframe and shook his head with a mocking expression. Self-esteem burst and sensitive Zhang Lang instantly broke the defense. "What do you know, Ostreet? I love her, understand? Oh look, you have no girlfriend. Why should a man be without a wife? Look at the way you're begging and begging, while she's determined to go. Isn't this kind of love that's forced to stay down humble? I guess you haven't even admitted your faults to your parents like this, right?" Su Luo still pulled the mockery full circle. Zhang Lang sniffed. The face is very hanging, a few times to speak and then stop, and finally hardened and looked at Zhou Wenli to raise his voice. "Is not really want to go. I give you the last chance. Now regret." "Ah, humph." Zhou Wenli lifted a foot and stepped hard on his toes, descending the stairs without looking back. Zhang Lang was in so much pain that he lifted his foot in place and spun around, shouting, "This is you who want to leave. Do you really think that I, Zhang Lang, am so elegant that I don't have any women to chase after me? That's right, that's a real man. Women are just spoiled. Ignore her. Find one better than her and make her regret losing you." Su Luo walked over and patted Zhang Lang's shoulder with the same hatred. Zhang Lang nodded. "You're right. I don't believe that I can't really live without her." As the words fell from his lips, he turned with his head held high and went inside, then clanged the door shut and slid down to the floor with his back against it, whimpering and crying. He just looked handsome with his stiff upper lip, but the sneaky crying was a mess. Outside, after Su Luo saw the door close, he hurriedly ran towards the stairwell and said to Zhou Wenli, who was trudging down the stairs with her suitcase, "Miss, this suitcase of yours looks heavy. Let me help you carry it." He didn't mean anything by it. It's about being helpful. Chapter 7, I don't like you. I just want you. Humph. No need. Facing Su Luo, who offered to help, Zhou Wenli refused with an expressionless cold snort, gritting her silver teeth as she moved down step by step. But Su Luo directly reached out and gripped the luggage's tow bar, shook his head inside. "Your boyfriend is really something. He actually didn't even retain you." Zhou Wenli instantly stared at him with wide eyes. She had never seen anyone so brazen. This has just obviously deliberately provoked Zhang Lang to give up on retaining himself, and then he took the opportunity to run and hook up with himself, and now he can actually spit out Zhang Lang's failure to retain himself without changing his countenance. "Really, eh? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Su Luo asked with a surprised expression. Zhou Wenli, who originally didn't want to take care of him, really couldn't help herself and clenched her pink fist and retorted, "It was clearly you who arched the fire beside him before he gave up on retaining me." "Do I know you?" Su Luo asked. Zhou Wenli froze, then shook her head. "Do I know him?" Su Luo asked again. Zhou Wenli hesitated and shook her head again. Su Luo spread his hands and let out a light laugh. "That's not all. If he really wanted to retain you, would he still give up just because of a few words from a stranger? In the final analysis, the weight of you in his heart isn't that heavy." After saying this, he also revealed a playful look like watching a clown, seemingly mocking Zhou Wenli's self-centeredness. "You're talking nonsense. Zhang Lang is not this kind of person. He is just. Zhou Wenli subconsciously defended Zhang Lang, but she stammered and couldn't say anything. Su Luo propped up the fence with one hand and looked at her with a smirk. "Nah, you can't even find a reason for him yourself. I guess he must have let you down many times. Since you've made up your mind to leave him, it would be best if you don't make the same mistake again. What am I gonna do when you guys get back together? None of your business. I wouldn't have anything to do with you even if I left him. Go away, you. Joe Winley glared at him in annoyance, then puffed up and reached out to grab the luggage trolley. It was true that Zhang Lang had let her down time and time again, otherwise she wouldn't have broken up with him, but being told by Su Luo, she just always felt bad. Su Luo held the lever and didn't let go. This is on the 5th floor, so heavy you can't take it down. No need for you to care, Joe Winley stubbornly said. I'm happy to help. Su Luo fought with her, and then accidentally broke the lever, directly ripping a section of the lever out of the joint. The stairwell fell instantly silent. Joe Winley was angry and aggrieved. It's all your fault. Okay, it's my fault. I'll buy a new one to compensate you. Now I'll help you carry it down. Is that okay? Su Luo squatted down, and then strenuously carried the suitcase on his shoulder. Wow, what's in your suitcase? How come it's so heavy? None of your business. Who told you to break my suitcase? Seeing him so tired, Joe Winley was not so angry in her heart, but rather gloating, dropping a sentence and walking downstairs on her own. Su Luo gritted his teeth, carrying the suitcase with a hard face as he followed behind, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, looking tired, but in fact, he didn't feel anything at all. It's all just an act for Joe Winley. The sweat on his forehead was also from the heat. Downstairs there is a cab waiting. After seeing Joe Winley, the driver from the car window Wang Bao probed, a face of impatience. Pretty girl, you screw I have waited for you for 2/4 of an hour. It is very delayed my business. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I have something to do upstairs. Joe Winley apologized repeatedly. The driver interrupted her. Get in the car. Su Luo pulled open the car door and directly shoved the suitcase in. Then others followed and sat in. Hey, what are you still following me for? Joe Winley questioned as she stood next to the car door and looked at Su Luo. Su Luo asked rhetorically, Miss, don't you need someone to help you move up when you arrive? How do I know where you live if I don't follow you? Joe Winley's speech, then pursed lips without a word on the car, closed the door. The driver frowned and said, Hey, pretty boy, you put the luggage to the back. I just want to put it here, okay? Su Luo didn't wait for him to finish, so he just pulled out $500 and threw it over. The driver instantly smiled. Okay, of course it's okay. You can put it wherever you want. Put it on my lap. Big brother. Where to? You're crazy. Put in the back is not good. The fare is less than 100. Joe Winley said with a heartbroken face. That's $500, a lot of money. Su Luo slipped his wallet into his pocket and breezily said, At home. It's not bad. Joe Winley instantly lost the desire to talk. The driver asked again. Where to? You too. 158, Young UK Road. Suwon Wan. Joe Winley glanced at the sweaty Su Luo after she finished speaking, pursed her red lips, and pulled out a tissue from her bag and handed it to him. Su Luo reached out and took it. Thank you. You're welcome. After all, you're only that tired because you're also helping me move things. Joe Winley shook her head. After arriving at the place, Su Luo helped Joe Winley carry her things upstairs and memorized the specific door number. You live with your friends? Huh? Su Luo asked as he glanced around the living room. Joe Winley poured him a glass of water. This is my cousin's house. I'm moving in with him temporarily. Then you have to be careful. As far as I know, cousins and the like are usually not good things. Su Luo took the glass of water and said with a fervent look on his face. Joe Winley glared at him and spat without a good mood. Drink your water. No one takes you for a mute if you don't speak. Do you know that you are very old, She walked to the other side of the sofa and sat down, her white tender legs under the white dress leaning together. In the high-heeled sandals was a pair of plump jade feet. 10 small and cute toes were white and rounded, painted with red nail polish, which made her more charming in her innocence. With those legs, it would be a shame not to pedal 3 wheels. Hey, do you really like me? Joe Winley was made uncomfortable by Su Luo's look, quietly tucking her 2 feet in a bit and hugging her pillow as she asked. Su Luo shook her head when she heard this and said with a guffaw, Like? Just met and talk about liking and love. Too fake and superficial. I'm not the same as those men with flowery words. So what do you look like? Joe Winley's beautiful eyes blinked, her white chin pressed against the pillow. Su Luo stared at her delicate face and replied with a straight face. I just simply want to you. Don't talk to him about romantic love. He just purely wants to have sex with her. Only with different women to use different means, which can just meet and fall in love. Emotional foundation are not love a hairline, is to see the color. Bah! Stinking rascal. Dream on you. Joe Winley, who originally still had a curious look on her face, was instantly flushed, and smashed the pillow over in shame, her heavy granary rippling. No matter if you like me or want to me, I'm telling you it's impossible. I'm going to immigrate to Canada with my cousin soon. If it wasn't for Su Luo's good looks, she would have called the police. Click. The sound of the door opening rang out and a young man in a shirt and tie pushed his way in. His eyes lit up when he saw Zhou Wenli. Cousin, you've moved all your luggage over. Yeah, I helped her move it. Su Luo sat on the sofa and crossed his legs, grabbing an answer with a glass of water in his hand. Only then did his cousin see Su Luo, and the smile on his face instantly froze. Cousin, who is this guy? Chapter 8, Cousin is hurt. Chaotic Docs. Hello cousin, I'm your cousin's husband. Su Luo smiled as he held up his glass of water and gestured at his cousin. Cousin's eyes widened as he looked at Zhou Wenli incredulously. Isn't your boyfriend Zhang Lang? It's not. Zhou Wenli tried to explain. Su Luo grabbed the opportunity to speak. Cousin, Zhang Lang was your last cousin's husband. I'm the new one. You shut up. Zhou Wenli was annoyed. Cousin was struck by lightning. He was hurt and shivered with anger. He had been in love with his cousin for not a day or two, and it turned out that everyone was allowed. But not him? He couldn't even taste the brush water if he wanted to. Cousin, don't listen to him, he's just a rascal who pesters me. And besides, I promised to go to Canada with you. Zhou Wenli made a quick cut. Cousin was instantly energized. His entire being came back to life, and he aggressively walked up to Su Luo and pointed at him. Nah, I'm telling you pouncer, you better stay away from my cousin. Or else what will you do? Su Luo asked with a smirk on his face as he stood up and shoved the black and thick muzzle directly into his mouth. Ah! Zhou Wenli shrieked in fear. Her pretty face was white. What do you want to do? Don't be impulsive. Put the gun down. Killing is against the law. Cousin was also so frightened that his face turned white. His legs trembled, and he oozed out a head full of false sweat, subconsciously raising his hands in a French military salute and looking pleadingly at Su Luo. No taking her to Canada. I'll send my little brother to keep an eye on you. If you dare to take her away, just wait for your urn to be sent back to Canada. Su Luo slapped his face, his eyes cold and threatening. In fact, he has no minions at all, but just enough to scare the goon. Cousin nodded his head back and forth. Woo woo, humph. Su Luo drew his pistol and wiped it on his suit before sticking it into his back, twisting his head to give Zhou Wenli a faint smile. I'll see you again some other day. After that, he put one hand in his pocket and walked out the door. Only after he was sure that Su Luozhen was gone did his cousin, who was standing in place in a daze, rush over and close the door. Then with his back against the door, he slowly slid to the floor in relief, covering his chest and breathing heavily. Cousin, are you alright? Zhou Wenli had a look of concern on her face, and hurriedly was about to go over to help him up. Cousin was horrified. Stay away. Wenli, you must not make any physical contact with me. Cousin, he's terrorizing you. What if it isn't? But he even took out his gun. I've long heard that the Hong Kong Island black sharks are vicious, but I didn't expect it to be that vicious. Wenli, I'm going back to Canada first. You and I are destined to be together in this life. Let's renew our relationship in the next life. Cousin said and rolled into the bedroom to pack his luggage. Zhou Wenli asked, Cousin, what about me? I'm quite comfortable with you. Following him. You asshole. Zhou Wenli cursed, then flopped down on the sofa wailing and crying, her voice choking as she scolded. All men are no good. Mary's West. Li Yunfei has been waiting here for a long time, but Su Luo was late. Thinking of the ferocity of the other party, he gave up several times trying to call to urge. Damn. This asshole really has no sense of time. Li Yunfei cursed and in the next moment hurriedly stood up with a smile on his face. Luo Gu. It's been a long wait. Su Luo sat down. Li Yunfei took the initiative to pour water for him and said smilingly, No, I am and just arrived. Let's order something first. Su Luo said, pulling out a cigarette and containing it, waving at the waiter again. The waiter walked over, but instead of asking Su Luo, he looked at Li Yunfei. Brother Fei, what would you like to eat? Still serving the usual? Don't have any eyes? Asked Luo. Li Yunfei chided and took out a lighter to light Su Luo's cigarette. The waiter was a bit terrified and hurriedly turned to Su Luo to apologize. I'm sorry Brother Luo. It's all because I'm blind to the fact that I don't know what's going on. May I ask what Brother Luo needs to order? Su Luo and Li Yunfei casually ordered something and sent him away. Su Luo exhaled a smoke ring, propped his elbow diagonally on the desktop, and said to Li Yunfei, How's it going? Have those two guys replied yet? They promised to trade at 11 o'clock tonight at the Yellowstone Pier. Li Yunfei lowered his voice and replied. Su Luo nodded. At night, we first go to the pier and ambush it. Then this. Gets it? Understood. Understood. Li Yunfei nodded his head repeatedly and could only express that Su Luo could be really old and cunning. But this mess, their own and the circle management's so many years of reputation will be finished. This middleman, I'm afraid I can't continue to be. Hey, I can only blame myself for meeting the wrong person. The time soon came to evening. The sky was pattering with light rain, and the night appeared even darker. Behind a boulder at the edge of the Yellowstone Pier, Su Luo and Li Yunfei were squatting. Both were wearing hoods and gloves. Looking at his watch, it was almost time for the agreed-upon transaction. Su Luo said, "I'll go make a call." He took his big brother's cell phone and stepped aside to dial Li Sir's number, informing him of the trading place at the Yellowstone Pier, and then returned to ambush behind the boulder. Buzz. 10 minutes later, with the roar of an engine, a sedan drove up with its lights on. He Yaodong took Wu Fei head, Bajong, Fat Ant and Raw Chicken and got out of the car. Then with a wave of his hand, the four of them dispersed with their guns, each looking for a place to hide. Ho Yutong then stays behind to wait for the seller of the deal. As soon as he finished checking that the diamonds were okay, then he gave the signal, and the men hiding around them immediately opened fire. Raw Chicken, who was dry and thin, with a small flat head, and 2 mustaches, took a quick look at the boulder by the pier, and instantly trotted over with his gun. When he got behind the rock he saw 2 guys wearing hoods, but before he could say anything, Su Luo covered his mouth and nose and yanked him down. Li Yunfei, on the other hand, held down his legs and hands. After a while, the Raw Chicken struggled less and less, and was hardened and muffled by Su Luo. He Yaodong knew nothing about it. He smoked a cigarette while waiting for the seller, and in about 10 minutes or so, he saw a car wobbling and driving over. He hastily stubbed out his cigarette and prepared to do it. After the car stopped, Fu Guang, who was wearing sunglasses and a black coat, swaggered out of the car with a suitcase. He Yaodong froze. The seller was alone? Fu Guang was also stunned when he saw He Yaodong. The seller was alone? Or is there an ambush around? He was more inclined to the latter, so he didn't act rashly, and walked up with a smile. "I've brought the money. Where's the goods? Let me take a look." When He Yaodong sniffed, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Clearly my identity is the buyer." Before he could think about it in detail, the gun went off. Hyper! A bloody hole exploded in Fu Guang's shoulder. His body fell back and stumbled. He decisively dropped the money box and rolled to the back of the car to hide, and with the help of the cover, he drew his gun and angrily shot at He Yaodong. "Gon Lin Yang, how dare you take advantage of me?" Hyper! He Yaodong had no time to explain, but could only also first woefully hide behind his car. But when he wanted to explain it was already too late. The hidden fat nuns, 8 in the middle and the head of the crowflies have shot at Fu Guang. On the side of the highway not far from the pier, Kung Wei and a few of Fu Guang's men knew something had gone wrong when they heard the gunshots, and hurriedly drove to provide support. "Big brother, are you alright? Asterisk. These guys wanna go dark. Finish them off for me." Fu Guang roared in anger. He's never the only one who blackballs people. When did anyone dare to blackball him? Chapter 9, He Yaodong died. Su Luo won hemp. Hyper. Day. With Su Luo and Li Yunfei mixing in to help He Yaodong, both sides had about the same number of people, but the Fu Guang gang had more firepower because they had AKs. "Finish them off. Finish them for me." Fu Guang yelled like a psychopath, dropped the pistol in his hand, and casually grabbed his little brother's AK for a burst of strafing. "Bastard, come on. Ha. Day. The bullets hit the car and spattered a series of sparks, and the body of the car appeared densely packed with bullet holes. He Yaodong woefully hid behind the car, did not dare to risk his head at all, and could only hold the gun and return fire by feel. "Dong! It can't be topped!" Fatty Nun shouted. He Yaodong looked back, only to realize that Baka was dead. Wu Fitu was seriously injured and couldn't move, and only Fat Ant and Raw Chicken, who was hiding behind a boulder, were still shooting. Look at the firepower. The Raw Chicken is still using a double gun. When did this guy bring an extra gun? Withdraw. Jump into the sea. He Yaodong made an instant decision. The car has been scrapped, and the firepower is no match for the other side, so the only way to get a chance of survival is to jump into the sea. Fat Ku and Ho Yutong retreated as they fought. Su Luo behind the boulder took off his gloves and switched to a pistol to pull the trigger on the running He Yaodong. Hyper! Ho Yutong fell to the ground in response. "Raw Chicken! You're crazy!" A stunned look appeared on Fatty Nun's face as she looked in the direction of the boulder and yelled, but the response was bullets. Hyper! He was directly killed by the random gunfire. Looking down at the bleeding gun hole in his chest, a trace of incomprehension and unwillingness flashed in the eyes of the fat nun, spitting out blood and collapsing heavily on the ground. The people of the Fu Guang gang were also dumbfounded at the sight. How do they kill their own people? "Boss, what's going on?" the little brother asked. "Pa," Fu Guang backhanded him. "You ask me. Who do I ask? Take out the person behind the rock." Mighty. Just then, the shrill sound of sirens approached. "Boss, the errant man is here. Retreat," Gong Wei said as he grabbed Fu Guang's shoulder with his gun. He is an undercover agent sent by the mainland public security authorities to Fu Guang's gang for the purpose of investigating a mainland cultural relic smuggling case, and the case has not yet reached a conclusion. So Fu Guang must not be arrested now, or else his work will be wasted. Fu Guang glanced at the boulder with a face full of unwillingness, and then at He Yaodong's corpse, before squeezing out a single word almost through his teeth. "Withdraw." Those still alive quickly got into their cars and left. Only then did Su Luo step out from behind the boulder and run over to He Yaodong's body, shoving the same gun he had just used and had also used in the diamond heist into his hand, threw the hood and gloves into the sea again. Then he walked over to the severely injured and immobilized head of the crow fly. "Blame it on your bad luck." With blood bubbling out of his mouth, the head of the crow fly stared at Su Luo with eyes filled with unwillingness. Hyper. 2 shots rang out and he was completely cut off. "Luo brother, let's get going. The errant man will be here soon." Listening to the sirens getting closer in the distance, Li Yunfei urged with a face full of anxiety. Su Luo smiled bashfully. "Do you know why I'm not afraid? Because I'm also a poor man." Li Yunfei was filled with consternation, thinking of the phone call he had just made, and then raised his gun and aimed it at Su Luo. "Killing a police officer is to be squatted for a few years, ah?" Su Luo looked at him with a smile and asked without panicking. Li Yunfei's face was green and white, and finally disheveled and put down his gun. "I'm damned if I'm going to be killed by you. Don't worry. I'll tell my superiors that it was you who assisted me in killing the mastermind of the diamond heist and recovering the lost diamonds, and I'll return to the team with a merit-based promotion over and over again, while you'll be the good citizen who will assist the police in solving the case." Su Luo pulled out the bag of diamonds from his arms and smiled as he relieved Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei understood everything now. He felt cold behind his back. He had never seen such a black and ruthless errand boy. He was simply more like a bad guy than a bad guy. Soon, several police cars drove over. Then a group of loaded police officers rushed out of the car, pointing their guns at Gong Luo and Li Yunfei. "Put down your guns. I want to see Li Sir. Senior brothers, we are all on our own." Su Luo slowly raised his hand. Li Sir got out of the car. "All put down your guns." The crowd of police officers then put their guns down. "What's going on?" Li Sir and Wu Sir walked quickly to Su Luo. "How could so many people die?" "Report, sir. There was a firefight between the two sides of the transaction. I took advantage of the chaos and killed him and recovered the robbed South African diamonds from his body. This group should be the robbers who robbed the diamonds, while the other side is the buyers, who ran away after hearing the sirens." Su Luo saluted and pointed at He Yaodong's corpse without changing his face. Although He Yaodong was dead, his eyes were wide open. Wu Sir squatted down and saw the face of He Yaodong suddenly shocked. "It is the wanted criminal He Yaodong." Ho Yutum was listed as being one of the 10 most wanted criminals on Hong Kong Island, and basically every police officer was no stranger to him. Nicknamed Dedon's He Yaodong? Li Sir was also shocked, then added, "Diamonds are robbed by this guy with a big circle. No wonder he's so ferocious." Then he looked at Su Luo again. "Where are the diamonds?" "Sir." Su Luo handed over the diamonds. Li Sir took it and opened it to check it. His face showed a smile, patted Su Luo's shoulder and said several good words. "Good, good. Killing the mastermind of the diamond heist and retrieving the stolen goods. You've made a great achievement this time. I'll ask for credit from the higher-ups on your behalf." The impact of the diamond heist was extremely bad, causing 3 deaths and 4 serious injuries to the police and tens of millions of dollars in damages, and now he solved the case in 1 day, which is a big feat. He was about to be promoted and transferred, and now with this credit, he could quickly gain a firm foothold even if he was transferred to another police station, so how could he not rejoice? "Many thanks, sir." Su Luo once again stood at attention and saluted. Wu Sir's eyes are a little complicated. If he did not refuse to accept Su Luo last night, then now this big credit is not Li Sir's, but his. But now he could only be envious, and said sourly, "I'll go take everyone to process the scene." With those words, he turned and walked away, lest the happiness of the two of them should disturb their solitude alone. "Ha, brother Fei, why are you here too?" Li Sir collected the diamonds before he recognized Li Yunfei standing behind Su Luo. The two of them had dealt with each other a few times. Li Yunfei wanted to speak. Li Sir, thanks to brother Fei this time. It was all because he told me the news about the trading location before I informed you," Su Luo said for Li Yunfei. "Oh," Li Sir was a bit surprised, but felt it was very reasonable. No wonder. Fei is a famous informant on the road. TSK. It's just a pity that he is too righteous, and has never cooperated with our police. Li Sir, that's all in the past. Now I've come to my senses." Li Yunfei controlled his face, forcing himself to squeeze out a speechless smile. Li Sir patted his shoulder. "Rehabilitation is right. This time it helped us a lot. I will apply for a good citizen award for you. Just wait. Lee sir, this is not necessary. I still have to mix on the road. Lee Yunfei hastily refused. Although his reputation in the jungle was definitely going to suffer if tonight's incident got out, as long as there was no evidence of him cooperating with the police, it wouldn't be a complete disaster. At best, you're starting over. But if he receives the Good Citizen Award and then publishes it in the newspaper, then all of Hong Kong Island will know that he has colluded with the police. How else is he going to make it? Lee Sir flirted with a smile, not openly received the prize on the line. Is there a bonus you do not all want? Of course I want this, Li Yunfei said hurriedly. He had been pitted so miserably by Su Luo, and this bonus would more or less give him some psychological comfort. Chapter 10, Zhang Lang is dead. Su Luo has no sense of propriety. After identification by colleagues in the forensics section, some of the cartridges at the scene of the gunfight at the Yellowstone Pier and the bullets used by the bandits at the scene of the diamond heist are the same batch. And the gun that fired those bullets had the fingerprints of wanted criminal Ho Yutong on it, and the missing diamonds were recovered from Ho Yutong. So it's safe to assume that Ho Yutong's gang were the bandits in the diamond heist. So Li Sir's name is Li Ying. Su Luo lay on the sofa staring at the TV interview screen and frowned. It can't be the one in the Bloodshed Twins, right? The movie Bloodshed Twins is a classic. So he remembers the main characters in it. And there is a policeman named Li Ying in the movie who looks exactly like Li Sir. But he hadn't even thought about it before. Because Eagle Lee from Bloodshed was a straight shooter and had a low police rank and wasn't liked by his superiors. And Li Sir treats people well. The police rank is also a senior inspector, as the Sai Kung Police Station's Serious Crimes Unit leader, by the superiors of the heavy use. How to look at is a promising future. How can these two be the same? It doesn't make sense at all. Never mind. Can't figure it out. Don't think about it. His undercover assignment is over, and his presence is not revealed in the interview for his protection. But he has his police license in hand. After a few days of vacation, when the promotion report that Li Ying had handed him went through, he would be able to get a new ID and officially return to the police force to serve the Queen with all his heart. Click! Suddenly, the sound of the door opening rang out, and Zhou Wenli was startled when she walked in and saw Su Luo. Why are you here? How did you get in? Of course I walked in. Su Luo lay on the sofa and crossed his legs, looking at Zhou Wenli with interest. Was it a surprise to see me? Today, Zhou Wenli's upper body is a white shirt that has been propped up and bulging, and below it is a pair of tight jeans, outlining the peach buttocks, rounded side curves and slender legs, and the old colorful batch is ecstatic. I surprise you. I'll call the police if you don't leave. Su Luo's unbridled eyes made her feel as if she was naked and uncomfortable, subconsciously taking a step back, clutching her satchel to block her chest, squeezing the granary a little out of shape. Hearing this, Su Luo couldn't help but smile before sitting up and taking a step towards Zhou Wenli. Oppressive. You don't mess around. Strong, forced explosion, but it is against the law. Zhou Wenli was so scared that her petite body was taut, and she kept backing up, her mouth warning repeatedly. Soon she retreated to the root of the corner, Su Luo directly a wall, the other hand from his pocket to pull out the police officer's license. Miss, I heard that you want to call the police. I do not know how I can help you. Go ahead. Wen Li Zhou. How can you be a cop? How can you be a cop? It was really hard for her to accept that there was something about just what this guy was doing that made him look like a cop. Su Luo put away his documents and stared into her rippling, beautiful eyes and said, your cousin had already given this house to me when he just left, so you'll have to look at my face if you want to continue living here. I have to say that the cousin is really generous. He came to find Zhou Wenli just happened to run into his cousin who was preparing to go back to Canada. He was going to buy the house, but his cousin cried for money and had to give it to him. In the face of his cousin's sincere heart, he could not refuse, so he could only accept it reluctantly. Then in that case, can I not live here? Zhou Wenli was like a poor hamster. Her eyes dodged and she said weakly. Su Luo nodded. That's fine. Then you settle the rent for these 2 days. $5,000. 5,000? Zhou Wenli's almond eyes widened and she blurted out. You're crazy. Why don't you go and rob it? Nah, I'm grabbing it. Zhou Wenli is very annoyed. Angry grain silo chaotic trembling. Pink fists clenched and unclenched. You like me, can chase me? You use this kind of means, even if you get my body, but also cannot get my heart. Su Luo couldn't deny this. I'm not a human organ trafficker, so how could I be interested in your heart? I'm only interested in your body. I swear, I've never seen a man as much of an asshole as you. Zhou Wenli's pink face took on a fury, and the words were squeezed out word by word through clenched teeth. How in the world did this asshole manage to be so brazen as to say with a straight face that he wanted to himself? Thanks for the compliment. Su Luo didn't take it personally. Instead, he even smiled slightly. then at least I'm an honest asshole as well. Whereas everyone else would be hypocritical enough to put a shell of loving you on top of a kernel of wanting to you. Honesty is one of his strengths. Even if that's really the case, at least I'll be responsible after someone else asks me. But if I'm not wrong, you definitely won't marry me, Zhou Wenli said without a trace of anger. Su Luo looked at her in surprise. How could you have such a ridiculous idea? Is that because I don't want to be responsible? I clearly don't want to be as selfish as others who use the name of marriage to bind your freedom. Here, he paused for a moment, then changed his words. Of course, if you have to hold me responsible, we could not get married and just maintain a live-in relationship. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Marriage is impossible to get married. Never get married in this life. You're really shameless. Why don't you just directly say that not only do you want to me, but you want to me for a long time, and you still don't want to marry me? Zhou Wenli rolled her eyes, really wanting to stomp on his face a few times. Xu Luo blinked. Anan. Wenli Zhou. She was utterly powerless. Coo coo coo. A voice broke the silence between the two. Zhou Wenli's pretty face flushed with some shame. It was her indisputable stomach that protested against hunger. It's already dinner time. Why don't we go out for a meal together first? Su Luo guffawed and invited. He never used force with women. It was only interesting if the other person voluntarily cooperated. It was just like a class. It was necessary for the student to cooperate so that he, the teacher, could pour out all the more new positions. Mr. Su can't teach, but he's very good at educating people. Zhou Wenli originally wanted to refuse, but once she thought that going to a crowded place was always safer than sharing a room, she agreed obediently. Fine. She carefully got under Su Luo's arm and ran for the door. Hurry up. As she spoke, she opened the door smoothly. Then a bouquet of roses came into view. Wan Li, I inquired from your co-workers that you live here. Zhang Lang hugged the flowers, but before he finished his words he glanced at Su Luo, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. How did you get here? He had a premonition that his head seemed to be turning green. No way, big brother. You guys have already broken up, eh? And you still don't allow me to live with her? It was clear that nothing had happened between him and Zhou Wenli, but Su Luo deliberately revealed a yellowish smile. Zhang Lang was instantly struck by lightning. The flowers in his hand fell to the ground, his face full of incredulity. He still remembers how this person advised himself yesterday, and he didn't expect that he actually played the idea of taking advantage of the situation. Really angry. Of course, what made him even more angry and disappointed was the fact that Zhou Wenli actually took up with Su Luo just after she broke up with him. Zhang Lang, listen to my explanation. Zhou Wenli saw that Zhang Lang misunderstood, and subconsciously had to defend herself. Zhang Lang, who had just been infuriated at Wu Sir, could no longer listen and violently interrupted her. Shut up. Zhang Lang is dead. My name is Star Chow. He has successfully returned to the police force and Zhang Lang is just the identity he used when he was undercover. His real name is Star Chow. After restoring his identity he came to Zhou Wenli the first time, wanting to get back with her, but never expected to see this scene, so he completely died. Su Luo's eyes widened, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood, and his mind was filled with 3 words, Star of the Week. That's a name that rings a bell. What are you looking at, little white boy? You'll be sorry when you fall into my hands. I stare at you 24 hours a day. Zhang Lang. No. Star Chow pointed at Su Luo and let out a vicious sentence, then resolutely turned away. Chapter 11, Don't talk nonsense. I'm not dead yet. Zhang Lang. Looking at Zhang Lang's back, Zhou Wenli exclaimed in shock and subconsciously tried to chase after him. Su Luo, however, pulled her back. You were the one who broke up in the first place. You don't still have him in your heart, do you? We've already split up. Let's make a clean break. Zhou Wenli hard, of course. There is still Zhang Lang, but also do not want to get back with him, just because by Zhang Lang misunderstood, so want to explain. But just as she got halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized something, and then her words changed. Tilting her chin, she said, yeah, I still have him in my heart, and I want to get back together with him, so if you can accept that he's the one I'm thinking about when I'm being slept with by you, then I wouldn't mind. That way the guy will always give up on himself. She just couldn't believe that any man could take that. Of course I don't mind this. I'll be more excited instead. Playing with someone else's woman, that's more than a beautiful thing too. Su Luo also had the legacy of Wei Wu. I'm just looking for a date. I'm not marrying you. What do I care what you think? Even if you have him in your heart. But the other place is loaded just fine with me. Zhou Wenli was stunned. ******************************************** ing pervert. Don't you talk nonsense. I'm not dead yet. The two fought as they made their way out the door. Zhou Wenli is in a bad mood and she wants to drink. Xu Luo is in a good mood and wants a drink too. The two chose a Western restaurant. just went in a burst of ethereal and pleasant singing drifted into the ears. May that day when you come, gently give me your acceptance. Give me the person who knows the eyes. Good to hear. Joe Winley's eyes lit up. Su Luo looked at the songstress in a long dress on the small stage in the middle of the restaurant and commented, "The people are pretty too. Too bad it's not his type. Bro, Ms. Jenny is famous for being a beautiful singer and even more beautiful. Half of the customers who come here come for her," a customer said to Su Luo. Su Luo expressed his understanding. Understand. Looking at a beautiful woman is even more delicious. This is called a beautiful meal. Poof. Joe Winley had long experienced Su Luo's superficiality and lustfulness, and lazily ignored him. Finding herself a seat against the wall to sit down and started ordering food. Order wine. To be precise. She ordered the wine, and Su Luo was in charge of ordering the food. On the other hand, Star Chow, who was in a very bad mood, called and asked Li Ying out for a drink after he left. Two men are more casual. It's in Star Chow's filthy kennel. Wow. Xiao Zhang you at least clean up a bit. So sloppy. Which woman can stand you Li Ying entered the house and looked at the clothes and garbage scattered all over the place. He couldn't help but spit. Star Chow was already half drunk, and he sat on the floor, one hand propped up on the sofa, one hand holding a beer, while his feet were all covered with beer cans. "Li sir, you forgot again. Now my name is Star Chow." He giggled and pointed at Li Ying. Li Ying slapped his forehead. "Used to. Should call you Xing. Well, drink less. A man, why not have a wife? You find it better than her." Well. Star Chow suddenly twisted his head and stared straight at him. "Why are you looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face?" Li Ying strangely touched his face and sat down on the sofa. Star Chow hiccuped. "Li sir, don't know. The last guy who said that to me turned his head and took advantage of the situation to steal my horse. Asshole." He was holding back for a moment. The more he thought about it, the more he took a step back. The more he thought about it, the more he lost, and with a thud he pinched the beer can and popped it. Beer instantly spiked everywhere. Be careful. Get my face all over." Li sir disgustedly wiped, and then opened a can of wine for himself. "Some other day to introduce you to a new friend, so that you do not have to move and always call me to accompany you to drink. I'm very busy to catch thieves." New friends? Star Chow raised his eyebrows, but then shook his head. "Not interested. Let's talk about how my position will be organized after I return to the team." Since his love life was lost, he decided that he was going to put all his focus on the workplace and give it his all. Back to the SDU. You originally is the SDU out of this time, although the diamond heist did not have your share, but before also made some credit. Go back just to rise a leader. Li Ying and he clinked glasses. Star Chow is he from the SDU seconded out as an undercover agent. Star Chow instantly woke up half of the wine, shook his head, cannot go back to the SDU everyday training exhaustion, but also a little bit not bar closed, just in the serious crimes team how good. More way I also wanted 24 hours to stare at the bastard who robbed me of my horse. SDU is no place for a human being. Can't. Li Ying shrugged his shoulders. From the Flying Tigers borrowed people. And where is the reason to borrow and not return? Joe Star a good burst of sighing, shaking his head and pouring wine to himself. Then I knew earlier that it would be better not to return it. Into the SDU. Even the freedom is gone. How can I find a chance to teach that who robbed my horse? I have a hard time getting even. When he was undercover he wanted to return because it affected his relationship with his girlfriend. But now the girlfriends have flown the coop. What's the point of going back to the SDU? Alright, didn't I just say I'd introduce you to a new friend? You go to him then and let him help you teach that bastard a lesson. Li Ying was also a man of nature and didn't want to see his friend suffer. Star Chow, who was not interested in this just now, immediately said seriously, "I'll make this friend, on the rooftop of a building. Find that Li Yunfei fellow for me and shred him to pieces." Fu Guang crouched at the edge of the rooftop and growled through gritted teeth at a few juniors below. At this time in the hot midday sun, he is still wearing sunglasses and a coat. His forehead is hot and sweaty. He had already analyzed that last night's deal was a wind released by Li Yunfei, and he, the middleman, actually didn't show up at the scene. So this guy must have a ghost. Fu Guang had to kill him to vent his hatred. Beep 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 beep. Who's calling? Fu Guang burst into a rage. A little brother shivered and held the BB machine and said, "Big brother put." Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Guang leapt down and kicked him out to fall on the ground spitting blood. "Did I ever tell you to turn off your communication tools during meetings?" Fu Guang lifted one foot on his chest and bent down slightly, his eyes grim. The little brother looked terrified. "Big brother is you before let me 24 hours on the phone to wait for news from foreigners asshole. How dare you talk back?" Fu Guang kicked him out several meters again before slowly turning his back and asking, "What did those foreigners say?" Cough cough cough. The little brother coughed up blood while taking out his BB machine to read the message. They asked Big Brother do you still want that batch of goods? Fu Guang has always done things his own way. He previously ordered a batch of liquid bombs from an arms dealer, but because of the South African diamonds and then temporarily decided not to, but he did not notify the seller. It is so capricious. That's why the seller is now writing to ask about him. Fu Guang's eyes rolled under his sunglasses as he reached out and rubbed his head before looking at the little brother on the ground and commanding, reply to him, see him at the usual place in 3 days. After saying that he looked at Gong Wei again, when the time comes, you still use the idea you mentioned before. I'll go to the deal alone. When the deal is over you guys pretend to be robbers and rush in to snatch my money back from the hands of the foreigners. When did he ever pay for anything he bought? Black on black is his style. Yes, Big Brother, the crowd replied in unison. And that bastard Li Yunfei. You guys find him within 3 days, and Kong Wei will be responsible for finishing him off. With his words, Fu Guang turned around with a fling of his coat and walked away. The rooftop was too damn hot at noon. He's so hot he could explode. Chapter 12, Getting What You Want After Getting Drunk. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Let go of me. Yeah. You're not drunk. I am. In the middle of the day, under the blazing sun, Su Luo helped Zhou Wenli, who was scarlet in the face, full of alcohol, and so drunk that she was unconscious, to return home and threw her on the bed. This woman is vegetable and fun-loving. A few drinks and I'm dizzy. I'm going to drink more. Cheers. Cheers. Zhou Wenli spoke drunkenly, her body twisting around on the bed as if she was spilling. The white high heels on her feet were kicked off at some point, and a pair of slim jade feet wrapped in flesh-colored short silk stomped and bounced haphazardly in the air. Su Luo could only say that she was lucky to have met herself, but someone else would have pounced on her to do the fill-in-the-blank questions. He's still slightly ethical, so he doesn't actively mess around, and private territory is sacrosanct. Water. I want to drink water. I want to drink water. Zhou Wenli frowned her eyebrows and shouted with a hard face. Su Luo went to pour her another glass of water and helped her up to sit on the bed. The glass passed to her lips. When she'd had enough, Su Luo put the unfinished water on the nightstand and prepared to leave, lest you watch the torment and torture yourself. Zhou Wenli, however, grabbed his hand. Then her body fell over and hugged his waist, saying vaguely, don't go, don't leave me. Su Luo had just drank quite a bit of wine as well, and when she teased him like this, the fire in his heart that had been suppressed by his few moral senses flared up. That's an ow you initiated. Zhou Wenli opened her eyes in a daze. Awake! A calm voice reached his ears. As soon as Zhou Wenli turned her head, she saw Su Luo leaning against the bed, surveying herself with a satisfied expression. She then looks down at herself. Ah! Zhou Wenli let out a piercing scream, red-eyed and angry as she raised her hand and slapped Su Luo with a slap. Asshole! You actually took advantage of the situation. Su Luo reached out and held her wrist, retorting with a straight face. You're the asshole. You were the one who took the initiative just now. Look at the lip prints on my face and neck. Could it be that I imprinted them myself? It's accurate to say that he's the victim. Okay. It was spoiled by Zhou Wenli through the strength of alcohol. You? Zhou Wenli thought for a moment, vaguely remembering some images. Her face suddenly a burst of green and white questioned. You clearly know that I am mistaking you for Zhang Lang. Why do not you resist? The more she recalled the image the more mortified she became. No way. Is it a sin not to resist these days? Su Luo's expression was pompous as he spread his hands and said, what's more, I don't mind being a substitute. I don't mind. What do you mind? Not only did he not mind, he was even satisfied. Shameless. I want to kill you. Looking at this getting a bargain, Zhou Wenli was just a burst of anger, stomped his foot, and then pounced over to try to tickle his face, but it was completely self-inflicted. Plumber's second goal. Half an hour later, World War II was over. Zhou Wenli lay powerless on the bed. Su Luo turned his back to her as he dressed, saying without looking back, remember to call me next time you need me. With that, he grabbed his jacket and left, as subdued as a scumbag can be. As he walked to the door a pillow flew over and hit him on the head, accompanied by Zhou Wenli's soft voice, bastard, help me buy medicine and come back. She didn't want to get pregnant with a little asshole. Give me the money for the medicine. Su Luo turned around and said, he doesn't have a penny left on him, and the $10 million he made from selling the diamonds is still sitting in his old house. Zhou Wenli stared incredulously. A look of hell. I have to pay for my own medicine? You are truly the #1 scum of the earth. The wallet is in my satchel. Get your own ass out there and get it. I wish you 10 years of life to get hit by a car on your way out the door. Su Luo shrugged his shoulders. Help you buy medicine. So it makes sense to use your money. Right. What's the point of being so grumpy? He came to the living room, found his wallet from Zhou Wenli's satchel, took the money for the medicine, thought about it and took more, and took his dinner money. Having just exercised strenuously and expended so much energy on Zhou Wenli, it was only right for her to give some nourishment for herself to replenish her energy, right? Su Luo went out to find a place to eat a meal, after eating back to the old house to take the $10 million in cash, and went to the drugstore to help Zhou Wenli buy medicine. Before going home, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhou Wenli sitting on the sofa in a nightgown eating a boxed lunch. Remember to take your medicine. Su Luo threw a bag over and carried the box with the money into the bedroom. Zhou Wenli raised her middle finger at his back. Then he opened the bag and realized that there were not only morning after pills inside, but also a lot of small umbrellas. And then he was ashamed and angry. Go to hell. Do you think there will be a next time? Keep this much for yourself and blow up balloons. If you don't like little umbrellas, you'll be on your meds next time. And it just so happens that I don't want a pathetically thick barrier between us. Su Luo's deep voice floated out from the room. He's well versed in Mr. Lu Sun's writings. I'm the one who has a load of feelings for you. You're the one who took advantage of me and defiled me once. Just twice. She vowed never to drink again. It will never be cheaper for that bastard Su Luo again. What she didn't realize, though, was that everything in the world happens once and then absolutely twice. What has been done will be done again. And what has been done will be done again. The next 2 days in Su Luo a variety of shameless and nasty stalking tricks. Zhou Wenli and he had a third. Then the fourth. Fifth. Then again. She totally swung for the fences. Developed a bedmate relationship with Su Luo. After all, adults always have a need for this. This was the way Su Luo wanted it to be. No complicated bull love between the two. Just keeping the purest male-female relationship. Each getting what they wanted. As the saying goes, one day at a time. That morning, Su Luo was reviewing the teachings of the ancients with Zhou Wenli when the portable phone suddenly rang. Jingle bells, answer the phone. Zhou Wenli nudged him. Su Luo casually picked up his big brother. Hello, your promotion report has passed, and the job placement has come down. Come out for a morning tea to celebrate Su sir. And by the way, I'll introduce you to a new friend. Lee Eagle's voice came out of the phone. Location. Su Luo's simple words were appalling. Yunlai de tea house next to the police station. Be right there. Su Luo hung up the phone and then decisively got up and put on his clothes. I have to go beforehand, so you can sort it out yourself. People, you must rely on yourself. He couldn't wait to find out what his position was going to be. And where was a woman as important as a career? Wen Li Zhou. Is there anything in the world more infuriating? Every time she felt that Su Luo was already shameless enough, Su Luo was always able to constantly refresh her perceptions, and she simply couldn't see where his bottom line was. Chapter 13, A Surprise in Office. Meeting Son Zihao by chance. Yunlai Grand Tea House. He'll be right over. Lee Eagle put away his cell phone. Star Chow fiddled with a toothpick and came over with a gossipy face. I think I heard a woman screaming. What do you care? Men. The fire in the morning. Liang revealed an expression that all men understand. Star Chow shook his head. Alas. The same as an undercover agent. People get promoted and have chicks to sleep with. I still have to go back to SDU to be trained. This is really the same person with a different life. And his girl even got hooked up with someone else. You. Liang shook his head. Then got up and said, I'll go to the restroom to facilitate. Star Chow bit down on his toothpick. His eyes staring at the female customers in the tea house as they glanced left and right. Half an hour later, he saw Su Luo, who had just entered the door, and immediately sat up straight. It's really a narrow road. Damn you. While not yet back to the SDU, you have to seize the opportunity to properly straighten you. Su Luo was looking for Li Ying's figure when he entered the tea house, but he didn't see it. Instead, he saw Star Chow walking towards him with a bad smile on his face. I didn't expect such a coincidence. At least he was a fellow traveler. Su Luo took the initiative to open his mouth to greet him. Coincidence? Star Chow grunted and smiled, pulling out his officer's license. Police? I now suspect that you have a dangerous object on you. Turn around and lie on the wall to be inspected. You play my horse, then I'll play you. Hey, what are you two up to? Don't block others from crossing the road. Liang shook off the remaining water stains on his hands as he walked over and shouted at the two. Star Chow immediately blushed. Su Luo was also stunned and couldn't help but laugh. Li sir, the new friend you're going to introduce me to wouldn't be him, would it? Star Chow pointed at Su Luo. Liang looked at the two strangely. Yeah, what? You two know each other? That can be too recognizable. It's this who robbed my horse. Star Chow pointed at Su Luo and gritted his teeth. Thinking of the woman's screams that he just heard from the phone, he was filled with grief and indignation. No wonder he felt it sounded a bit familiar. Su Luo flicked his fingers away. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean I robbed you of your horse? Clearly you two had already broken up at the time. Okay, you still have the face to say, it's all because of you provoking. Not mentioning this is fine. Mentioning it, Star Chow got angry again and reached out to pinch Su Luo's neck. Calm down, calm down. Li Ying hurriedly hugged Star Chow. The sky is the limit. Sit down and talk about it. Don't let people look at you funny in the middle of the road. Star Chow looked around the week. See, all the people are all gossip. He gestured his fist. What to look at? What to see? Said you are the four-eyed boy. Look again, believe it or not, I'll burst your glasses. Li Eagle pulled the two men back to their seats. Li Sir, the hatred of taking his wife. I have nothing to chat with this guy. As soon as he was seated, Star Chow crossed his legs and held a toothpick to show his attitude. Su Luo looked indifferent. Li Sir, you see, it's not that I don't want to make friends with him, let alone not giving you face. It's that he's prejudiced against me. Oops, still biased. All shut up, Li Ying chided, then looked at Star Chow first. Xing, you and Ah Luo are my most favored subordinates. Why make such a mess over a woman? Besides, you've already broken up first. Then he looked at Su Luo again. His face sank as he lectured. And you too. You took action just after they broke up. It's so unbecoming. No matter what, you should apologize to Xing. Hurry up. Immediately. He can only make peace with this kind of thing. Zhou Sir. I'm sorry. Absolutely not next time. Su Luo didn't feel any pulling back and took the initiative to pour Star Chow a cup of tea. Because he's always been shameless. Asterisk. Still want to have a next time? Star Chow picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go. Then put down the teacup and wiped his mouth and said, Nah, I'm doing this all for the sake of Li Sir. Or else I'll K-bomb your dog's head. Okay, all is happy. What's past is past. Li Ying respectively put his arm around the two men's shoulders and patted them. Waiter, serve the food. Taking advantage of the waiter's efforts to serve the food, Li Ying took out a new police officer's license and handed it to Su Luo, promoted 3 times in a row. Police station sergeant, congratulations Su Sir. Thanks to Sir you take care of I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. Su Luo joyfully received the new documents, then asked, how is the position organized? Acting captain of Squad A of the Saigon Police Department's Serious Crimes Unit. You can take up your duties tomorrow. Li Ying finished his sentence and waited with a smirk on his face to see Su Luo's surprised expression. Su Luo was stunned. Doesn't a departmental squad leader have to be at least inspector level to serve? Constable, senior constable, sergeant, station sergeant, trainee inspector, inspector, senior inspector, chief inspector, superintendent of police, senior superintendent of police, chief superintendent of police, assistant commissioner, senior assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner, commissioner. This is the system of promotion within the police force. Police sergeant sounds quite powerful, but in fact, it is only the rank of sergeant. According to the normal, can only be a car captain, section chief, patrol team leader or something. Instead, he is now placed in a position that can only be held at the inspector level, which does not match his police rank. Because you made a great achievement this time and gave our police department a long face. The commissioner thinks highly of you. If not for the fact that you don't have enough years of service, he would have recommended you for promotion to trainee inspector. Li Ying further explained. Such things as rules can be flexibly changed within certain limits. For example, in the Saigon police station, this acreage, isn't it up to the commissioner to say what he wants? I'm afraid I can't do without you helping me put in a good word. Li Sir, Su Luo said with a grateful face. Li Ying smiled and waved his hand. Iron needs its own hardness. If not for the fact that you have made a merit, not to mention that I will help you to say good words, I will help you to kneel down is also useless. No matter what, I should be thanking you for this. By the way, what about you? Li Sir, are you sure where you've been transferred to? Su Luo asked with a curious face. At the mention of his new position, Li Ying couldn't help but add a few more smiles to his face. I was promoted to chief inspector and transferred to head of the Serious Crimes Unit of the Central District Police Station. Congratulations to Li Sir on his high promotion. I'll toast you again with tea instead of wine. Su Luo picked up the teacup and said, although Li Ying is still the head of the Serious Crimes Unit, but the Central Police Station belongs to the police district, while the Saikang Police Station is only a sub-district. Not to mention that the territory of Central is also much more prosperous than Saikang. All rely on you brother's support. Otherwise there is no me today. Li Ying mouthed modestly. Face is glowing. After all, only 30 years old on the promotion of the chief inspector. In the police force is considered a youthful ambition. The mentality of more or less also a little inflated. It's something a lot of people have a hard time avoiding. Star of the week sour, you two are double dating cackle. Leaving me alone to go to the SDU suffering. Li Sir, you are point to solve tolerance now? The SDU is an important force in maintaining law and order on Hong Kong Island. Star Chow, you should be proud to be a part of it. Su Luo then stood and talked. Star Chow rolled his eyes. You know, I don't know that SDU's training will be exhausting, which is not as leisurely as you guys wandering around all day and looking at pretty girls on the street. You want to be laid back, right? Then why don't I help you apply to the transportation team? You'll not only be able to look at beautiful women but also ride a motorcycle to chase after them. Li Ying flirted. Star Chow blushed. Sir, that's not necessary. I suddenly feel that the SDU is quite good. Going to the traffic group to eat tail gas. Might as well go back to the SDU to be trained. At least say it with face. Su Luo and Li Ying laughed at the same time. After the morning tea, the three of them dispersed. Su Luo stood on the side of the road waiting for a cab. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Suddenly, the portable phone rang. Before Su Luo could speak when he connected, Li Yunfei's panicked voice came from inside. Luo, save me. I'm being chased. Where are you? Su Luo's face changed. Marcy's. Hang on. I'll be right there. Seeing a cab coming, Su Luo quickly waved his hand to signal, but also took the initiative to walk over, while showing his documents and said, Police, immediately send me to Mary West Restaurant. Human life is at stake. How? When he got a good look at the driver's face, Su Luo blurted out the word how, because Song Zihao from Hero's Duty had left too deep an impression on him. Sir, I haven't been a big brother for a long time, so come up if you want to use the car, Song Zihao said calmly. It was only then that Su Luo hurriedly got into the car. Please hurry. I'm in a hurry to save someone. Chapter 14, Brother Long Hair? Long hair is a big deal. Sung Suho is a good driver. A wild ride of speed and passion. The classic movie Hero's Colors. I believe that those who have seen it will have a deep impression, especially the brotherhood between Xiaoma and Hao. Su Luo would like to talk to Song Zihao, but obviously now is not the time. Vin Lai Tea House is not too far away from Mary's West Restaurant, because Saigon belongs to the countryside place. There are just a few places that are more prosperous, so many restaurants and stores are open in a group. Plus Song Zihao's car skills are too good. 10 or so minutes to arrive. The outside of the Western restaurant was full of onlookers, and every now and then the sound of a fight came from inside. Shuluo rushed out of the car without bothering to pay the fare, and then dashed towards the Western restaurant surrounded by the crowd with his gun drawn. Song Zihao shook his head and drove off. Get out of the way. I'm a police officer. Get out of the way. By the time Su Luo rushed into the Western restaurant, it was already a mess. Li Yunfei was on the ground covered in blood, and Gong Wei was preparing to make up for it with his dagger. Su Luo was startled. Why did Jet Li want to kill Li Yunfei? What movie character is this? Due to the darkness of the night and the chaos of the scene when he was at the Yellowstone Pier 2 nights ago, Su Luo didn't get a good look at Gong Wei's face, which was why he didn't recognize him now. But at this point it was too late to think about it in detail, and without hesitation Su Luo directly pulled the trigger. Hyper! Clang! The dagger in Gong Wei's hand sparked and was directly knocked out as he himself looked up at Su Luo. Police! Freeze! Su Luo aimed his gun at Gong Wei and chortled. Gong Wei slowly raised his hand, his eyes calm, not flustered in the slightest, and a smile at the corner of his mouth. This gunplay, it made him feel a little interesting. Luo, you're finally here. Li Yunfei, who had survived the calamity, nearly cried tears of joy as he rolled and crawled to Su Luo. He's the person sent by Fu Guang. Your name is Kong Wei? Hearing this, Su Luo instantly remembered a character played by Jet Li. In the movie Letter to Dad, Jet Li plays an undercover public security agent named Kong Wei. The person he went undercover for was Fu Guang. Kong Wei, who was looking for a chance to kill back, froze, not realizing that this Hong Kong Island police officer knew him. He had only just come to Hong Kong Island for a short while and had never done any cases. The police shouldn't know about him. Could it be that he had been exposed at the Yellowstone Pier 2 nights ago? Comrade Gong Wei, you don't have to be too nervous. Let's talk? Su Luo said as he took the initiative to put away his gun. Hearing the word comrade, Gong Wei was sure that the other party knew his identity, and that the other party had no malicious intent. This is not the place to talk. He suspects that Su Luo is also one of his own people because before he came to Hong Kong Island, his boss told him that the mainland had sent a lot of undercover agents over in order to have a peaceful return in 1997. You go wait for me at the Yunlai Grand Tea House first. There were only a few places that Su Luo was more familiar with now. Kong Wei nodded and quickly turned away. Su Luo looked at Li Yunfei. When you make your statement, just say that you didn't see the murderer's face clearly. Got it? Understood. Understood. Although Li Yunfei, who had been beaten half to death, was furious, he could only nod his head obediently and repeatedly. Who let him and Su Luo bundle to death? Mighty. The police car arrived late, and then a group of policemen rushed in with guns. Don't move. Drop your guns. Senior brothers, one of our own. After identifying himself and then handing Li Yunfei over to the police officers at the scene, Su Luo went to meet Gong Wei. Su sir, you're here again. Did you just forget something? The owner of the tea house hurriedly came up enthusiastically to inquire after seeing Su Luo. No, I came to meet a friend. Su Luo pointed to Gong Wei, who was sitting not far from the window seat. The boss smiled and said, "Oh, then I won't bother you. Just call out to me if you need anything." Su Luo walked across to Gong Wei and sat down. "Who the hell are you?" Gong Wei opened the door. Su Luo didn't rush to answer, but tossed him a cigarette before containing one himself. Gong Wei took the cigarette and contained it, took out his lighter and casually rubbed it on the table. The flame came up, and after lighting it for himself, he reached over to help Su Luo light his cigarette. Su Luo exhaled a smoke ring before slowly saying, "I bear you no ill will, and I know what you're investigating. The case you're investigating has to do with a woman named Li Nan in China. She's been in contact with Fu Guang many times, and it won't be difficult for you to determine her identity. She should be preparing for an artifact auction in the near future, and the artifacts are all smuggled. So as long as you guys keep an eye on her, you'll be able to catch her in the act." Although he was on Hong Kong Island, he had a red heart toward the sun and would naturally help where he could help the country. What's more, he had already influenced the plot from the time when citing Fu Guang went to the Yellowstone Pier to grab the diamonds, and the original plot might not happen again. If he didn't tell Gong Wei about the line of Li Nan, then it might be even harder to rely on Gong Wei to try to find clues about the artifact smuggling case by himself. "How did you know?" Gong Wei was wary to the extreme in his heart, as he felt that he had been felt through. Yet he knew nothing about Su Luo. Is he higher in rank than himself internally? But why did he send himself to Hong Kong when a department in China had already got hold of the relevant clues? Su Luo shook his head. "That's something I'm sorry for not being able to comment on. Anyway, it's still the same thing. I have no malice towards you. I believe you can feel it. You can go back and turn in, and accompany your wife and child." According to the plot progress, his wife is going to be sick and die, and if he doesn't go back, he's going to be left with a lifetime of regrets. "Thanks." Hearing his wife and child, Gong Wei's face softened a lot. "Then I'll also tell you a news. Fu Guangming Day at 11 o'clock in the morning to trade a batch of liquid bombs with a group of arms dealers. He used Fu Guang's clue as payback." Su Luo was a bit taken aback by what he heard. He didn't think the original plot from the movie would actually happen again. However, on second thought, Fu Guang had been tricked by himself a few days ago, and not only did he get nothing at the Yellowstone Pier, but he also suffered a heavy loss. Having suffered such a big loss, with his nature, he would definitely want to make up for it from other places, so it's only natural to buy bombs to do a big job. "The credit for catching Li Nan goes to you, and the credit for Fu Guang goes to me." Su Luo had been used beyond his rank, and there were definitely a lot of people in the police station who were not convinced, so he wanted to catch a big thief as soon as he joined the force to establish his leadership position. Paquang has done a lot of cases in Hong Kong Island but has been at large. It is suitable for him to use it to establish his authority. Gong Wei shrugged and laughed. "Whatever. I'm not interested in credits or anything. A quick end to the case will allow me to go back and take care of my wife." He didn't want to be an undercover agent in the shadows anymore. "I just want my wife and son to have a hot bed. Then let's help each other out and get what we need." The two reached out and shook hands. After parting ways with Gong Wei, it was still early, so Su Luo didn't go home and call a car to let the driver pull him around as he wanted to familiarize himself with the roads of Hong Kong Island. Otherwise you'll be buying a car in the future with both eyes. There are no missing maps these days. It was not until the evening that Su Luo asked the driver to send him back to Tsuanwan. It was dark and the birds should have returned to their nests. "Stop the car!" Su Luo suddenly shouted, because he saw through the car window a couple of kooks bullying a weak girl, and as a dutiful Royal Hong Kong Island police officer, how could he turn a blind eye to it? "Wait for me here." After instructing the driver to wait for him where he was, Su Luo took a big step over the railing toward the opposite side of the street. "Stop. Let go of that girl." In an instant, all four people who were slurring around a tall but thinly clothed beauty turned back at the sound of their voices and looked toward Su Luo, who had walked over. "What's the matter? Little white boy learns from others to save the beauty of a hero? Do you have that ability?" The youth with a single ponytail snorted and reached out to push Su Luo. Su Luo grabbed his outstretched hand and twisted it with such force that with a click, two of his fingers changed shape. "Ah!" The single ponytailed youth's face twisted in pain, directly kneeling on the ground and screaming, "Brother Shaggy! Kid, let go of Brother Longhair!" A few of single ponytail's minions were screaming their heads off in place, but just none of them dared to rush up and make a move. "Long-haired brother? You're great just because you have long hair. Then if your old mother doesn't wear pants, wouldn't the governor of Hong Kong have to give her face?" Su Luo let go of Longhair's deformed hand and grabbed another handful of his long ponytail. Longhair's scalp was torn to the point of raw pain, and his face turned white as he let out a vicious statement. Kid, where do you hang out? My big brother is Tsuanwan's leading man. Big D, how dare you touch me? Chapter 15, Su Luo, my big brother is a first brother. Tsuanwan Big D? The Big D who fishes without a helmet? Su Luo let go of long hair and kicked him in the ass. Get lost. Go back and tell your boss to remember to wear a helmet when someone asks him to fish in the future. Several juniors rushed to assist Long Hair. Brother Long Hair, are you alright? Get the hell out of my way. Long Hair broke away from them and stared at Su Luo with angry eyes. Puffer, since you dare to come to Tsuanwan to show off, who's your big brother? If you're brave enough to leave a name, I'll definitely find you again. In the past 2 years, Big D's power has developed very quickly, and has already taken Tsuanwan completely, which is exactly the time of the day. And Long Hair, as Big D's top horse, has also risen in status, and is practically walking horizontally in Tsuanwan. Today, he was swept off his feet by a little white boy on his own turf, so of course he couldn't swallow this breath. My big brother is the first brother of the police force. Why don't you let your big brother condescend to talk to him and see if he can dismiss me? Su Luo took out his ID and shook it. Long Hair instantly blushed, then pursed his lips, didn't even let out a single fart, turned around and left. Su Luo smiled contemptuously. Lousy one. Then he put away his documents and looked at the molested girl and whispered softly. Miss, don't be afraid. The bad guys have already been chased away by me. Why don't I send you home? Thank you. The woman seemed a little nervous, stuttering and unable to say complete words. Then her eyes closed and she simply fainted. Careful. Seeing that she was going to fall to the ground, Su Luo hurriedly held her with a quick hand, and then realized that this woman was actually pretending to be dizzy? What does she mean? Is it a deliberate attempt to make me take advantage of it? It wasn't that Su Luo was narcissistic, it was really that he had a really handsome face, and his temperament was of the svelte kind. It's not unusual to have women throwing themselves at you. Ugly-looking people can never imagine how proactive a woman can really be when confronted with a handsome man. Fainting at this time? Then I'll have to take you to my house first. Oh, Su Luo said tentatively, and the woman in his arms still didn't react. Hey, apparently, that's a tacit admission. Then what's the point of being polite? You can't let a beautiful woman down. Su Luo carried him in a princess hug to the cab waiting for him at the curb. Go to 158, Younghouse Road. Brother, awesome. Such a pretty looking chick with such long legs. You're blessed tonight. Take care of your body. The driver cast an envious look. Su Luo kicked the seat back. Cut the crap and drive. I'm not as nasty as you. It's obvious that this woman is pretending to be dizzy and giving secret glances. So the nasty one is her. I, Mr. Su, am all righteous and clean. It's half-hearted at best. Su Luo hugged the woman. One of his hands unintentionally placed on her long white legs, and during this instant he could feel the woman's body trembling, yet she still didn't open her eyes. Nah, this is a secret. You know I'm trying to do something bad, and I know you're throwing yourself at me. In fact, it was his misunderstanding that the woman in his arms was named Hong Kong Shang, who had just been smuggled over from the mainland. She did not have an ID card, and after knowing that Su Luo is a police officer, she was afraid of being arrested and sent back, so in a hurry she could only pretend to faint first, and then slowly think of a way out. Since he was pretending to be dizzy, he couldn't be awake before he thought of a solution, so as long as Su Luo didn't go too far, Hong Kong Shang wasn't ready to wake up. But she still didn't know that Su Luo had long ago discovered that she had faked a faint, and instead mistakenly thought that she was deliberately seducing him. After arriving home, Su Luo casually threw the groceries he bought on the table and hugged Kong Shang straight to the bedroom. As he was about to undress, Kong Shang slowly opened his eyes. Hubby, what are you doing? In the nick of time she finally figured it out. That's faking amnesia. It could solve the problem of identity and have a place to stay for the time being, and Su Luo had just stepped forward to save her, and appeared to be someone with a strong sense of justice, so he wouldn't be so bad as to bully her. A poor amnesiac girl, right? What did you just call me? Su Luo, who was undressing, froze and blinked. Kong Shang looked innocent and pure. Husband ah. His Su Luo sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This woman's dress looked quite honest. I didn't expect that she would actually be so good at playing, and directly started role-playing. Has Joey Wong ever played a role like this? Out of respect for his bedmate, Su Luo also quickly got into the swing of things. Wife, it's getting late, let's take an early break and hurry up and give me a cub. After that he got into bed. Kong Shang was dumbfounded. How is this not what she expected? When Su Luo hugged her, she came back to her senses and tried to push Su Luo away with both hands. Ah, what are you doing? You're not my husband. Get up. Just finished role-playing couples, and you want to play a more exciting script again? Su Luo felt like a chess rival. We'll meet a good talent. Ah, he liked this kind of will play. Women who can play are fun to play with. Jo Winley was too disciplined in bed, and although she was pretty, she was always less fun to play with. Okay, if you want to play, I'll play along. Little beauty. You scream, even if it breaks your throat, it's useless. I'm not playing with you. Hong Shang even regretted her intestines. If she had known this was the case, she would not have been smart even if she had killed herself. The temperature in the room rose and tumbled. Half an hour later, the clouds stopped raining. Minato Sang hugged the quilt and wept silently. Su Luo, on the other hand, silently smoked a cigarette, because he also found something wrong. This girl seems to be more rusty in the process, not like a woman who is so good at playing unless she's acting too realistically. Fooled Shuluo alright. He didn't think that was ever going to happen. Though, isn't there a little misunderstanding between us? Su Luo opened his mouth to break the silence. Hong Kong Shang was furious and aggrieved, pointing at her battered petite body with red eyes. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Bastard! You call this a little misunderstanding? She had just smuggled over nearly defiled by the snakehead, stabbing the snakehead's face to escape, but never thought that only just out of the tiger's den, into the wolf's lair again. I thought. Su Luo told all the causes and consequences of his misunderstanding. Nah, I can only blame you for being okay with pretending to be dizzy, and pretending not to be. Isn't this purely a case of having nothing better to do? Hong Shang was in tears after hearing this. She didn't think that her bright idea would make such a big mess. The only thing that was still comforting was that Su Luo was handsome, and it wasn't like he couldn't take it himself. Better than that ugly snakehead. Everything is afraid of comparison. Face value is justice. Well, it's over. Tell me what I can make up to you. Su Luo extinguished his cigarette. The Hong Kong student wiped away her tears. I was smuggled here from the mainland. You have to help me stay on Hong Kong Island. You have to help me find a job. And you have to allow me to live in your house for the time being. A woman dares to smuggle over. It has already shown that her character is by no means weak. Just as Su Luo said, things have come to this point, she can only try to ask for more benefits. Crying is not much sense. No problem. Su Luo's heart relaxed a bit after he agreed and hugged her again. Just now you haven't enjoyed yourself yet. Let's do it again and review your homework. She's mediocre, but she's got long legs. Jo Winley came back from work, and when she entered the door, she heard the sound coming from the room, and she was furious. It's outrageous that this guy brings a woman back even if he's still screwing in her room. She slammed the door to her room in a huff. Clunk! Su Luo, you asshole! Open the door! Isn't your wife back? Hong Shang was so scared that her pretty face turned white, thinking that she was caught in adultery. No, you leave her alone. Su Luo shouted at the door. I bought vegetables on top of the table. You hurry up and cook. I just finished exercising. I'm a bit hungry. Hong Shang felt that Su Luo was so shameless. It's better to find you than a piece of barbecue pork. Jo Winley cursed and dropped her bag, then lifted the dishes sitting on the table to go to the kitchen to make dinner. Chapter 16, Big D, Serious people who fish wear helmets. Jo Winley's hair was pulled back, and she tied her apron in the kitchen as she kept greeting Su Luo while frying the vegetables, as if what was frying in the pot right now was Su Luo's meat. Asterisk 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 I'll fire you. What? Want to eat someone? Su Luo suddenly hugged her from behind, resting his chin against her shoulder. Jo Winley wearing a white floral halter dress, close to the waist kind. The hemline is very long, only a section of white calves exposed outside, tied on the apron after the stock of good wife and mother temperament more provocative. Jo Winley was startled by him. The frying spoon was nearly thrown out, and immediately spat in a bad mood. Are you a human being or a ghost? How can you walk without a sound? Let go of me. Don't bother me to cook. Of course it's people. Good people. Su Luo gave her a kiss on the cheek, wrapping his arms around her plump willow waist, the faint fragrance lingering on his nose refreshing his heart. Jo Winley's pretty face flushed scarlet as she struggled up in his arms. Go away. Who knows where you just kissed someone else and came to kiss my face again? Disgusting. She knew that Su Luo liked seafood. The dish is going to be mushy, Su Luo reminded. Jo Winley reacted, hastily turned down the fire and began to stir fry. It's all your fault. Hurry up and get out of here. Do you still want to eat tonight? Didn't you bring a horse back to wreak havoc on her? She was glad that she and this scumbag were just normal friends who slept together. If they were a couple, she would probably have to be pissed off at him for this kind of behavior and would lose her life. What horse? You misunderstand. That's just a confused little sister. I'm just helping her with her psychological counseling. Su Luo untied her pulled up hair, playing with the tips of her hair in a serious manner and explained. Jo Winley rolled her eyes and skimmed her mouth dismissively. You're channeling more than just the psyche, aren't you? Why don't we all just, together tonight? Get out. Seeing Jo Winley reach for the kitchen knife, Su Luo hurriedly let go of her and ran out of the kitchen as if fleeing for his life. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. Kong Shang, come out for dinner, Su Luo shouted at Kong Shang, who had been too embarrassed to show his face in the room. The Hong Kong student came from the mainland, which at this time was more conservative and pure. So although she accepted to have a spring fling with Su Luo, she was ashamed to see anyone, not to mention the fact that she was going to meet another woman who had had sex with Su Luo, and even have to eat at the same table. She felt ashamed just thinking about it, but she had been wandering the streets since she came to Hong Kong Island. She hadn't had a full meal all day, and she had just done strenuous exercise, so now her stomach was rumbling with hunger. So in the end, it was hunger that overcame her shame, and she walked out of the room with a red face and a lowered head. She had just taken a shower, her disheveled hair was wet, she was wearing Su Luo's white shirt, and those long legs made Zhou Wenli a little envious and jealous. Hello, my name is Hong Kong Shang. I came from the mainland. You are beautiful. Hong Kong Shang pursed her red lips and greeted Zhou Wenli in a formal manner, stretching her hand. Not to mention the fact that Hong Kong students were hard to hate, Zhou Wenli gave Su Luo a contemptuous look. Have a seat. Just coming to Hong Kong Island and being cheated out of your body by this guy. You're pretty miserable as well. She knew that at this time of year there would be a lot of mainlanders smuggling over, and that women who had just come over could easily be cheated. But I didn't expect Su Luo to do this kind of thing. Not at all necessary with his face and status, but when she thought about the guy's knuckleheads, which were inversely proportional to his face value, she felt that everything made sense again as well. Don't talk nonsense, talking is about evidence. Be careful, I'll sue you for slandering me. I didn't lie to her. We are two lovers. Su Luo handed Hong Kong Shing a set of bowls and chopsticks to defend himself. Zhou Wenli was undeniable. Is that so? What a good two loves. Then will you take her as your wife? A look of anticipation flowed from Hong Kong Shang's eyes. You're too narrow-minded. Just because two lovers are in love doesn't mean they have to get married. I won't bind any woman with marriage. That's too selfish. Su Luo dragged a chair away and sat down, saying righteously. Minato's eyes dimmed again. Zhou Wenli looked at Hong Kong Shang. Nah, you see, this guy is a beast, only interested in women's bodies, so don't hold too many illusions about him, and leave him early if you have the chance. It didn't matter to herself. She was already disappointed in men after seeing Zhang Lang's indolence, her cousin's timidity and cowardice, and Su Luo's flirtatious and promiscuous behavior. That's why he chose to completely swing for the fences. Before, he didn't mind being bedfellows with Su Luo to take care of each other's personal needs, but Hong Kong Shang was too simple at first glance, easily confused by Su Luo's surface, falling deep into it, unable to extricate herself, and when the time came, the only one who suffered would be herself. Thanks. A clean smile bloomed on Minato's face as she nodded with her red lips tightly bitten. Zhou Wenli shook her head. No need to thank me. Just remember that this guy is an asshole anyway. Su Luo hurriedly interrupted Zhou Wenli's defamatory behavior towards himself and chucked up a piece of braised sea cucumber. Alright, I'll stop talking. Hurry up and eat. Meanwhile, there was the Backbone restaurant. In the private room, Big D, the leader of Tsuan, is inviting a respected uncle of Wasing to a banquet. I want to come out for the last election. The uncles in the society said that I am not senior enough. Okay, all for the sake of the society. I admit, but this term can't be my turn, right? I need your support. Big D, smoking a cigar, two legs crossed on the table, said to string burst of support, behavior but no respect for him. Skewer exploded. Pick up a cup of tea, shallow, taste a mouthful, slowly and methodically said. There are still half a year from the vote. Engaged in what's so urgent? Blowing the chicken are not yet out of office. How can I not be in a hurry? If I, Big D, don't make preparations in advance, will you uncle say that I have no seniority again? Big D held a cigar in his mouth and leaned forward slightly, tapping his hand on the desktop and sneering. Skewer burst laughed and tried to lighten the atmosphere. Then it seems that the next speaker you are certain to sit down. That's right. Big D's eyes were fierce, and he said word for word, I say if the side makes me a failure as a talker, I'll make the side a failure as a human being. Stringburst blushed slightly, tactically sipping his tea and keeping his head down. A flash of contempt flashed in Big D's eyes. One just couldn't be polite to these old things who relied on their old age. Otherwise, the more you stomp your nose. He leaned his body back, his legs crossed on the table swaying. Of course, if Uncle Skewer Bakura is willing to support me, I'm sure I won't treat you poorly either. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open and long hair walked in. Brother Big D. Uncle Skewer explosion. What's wrong with you? So slow. Did you crawl here? Big D squinted at him unkindly. Long hair gulped and lowered his head. No, Brother Big D. It's that there's an errand boy on the road looking for trouble. And brother Big D. That errand boy even told me to pass on a message to you to remember to wear a helmet if you're asked to go fishing. Demented line. Big D snorted and took a drag on his cigar looking at String Blast. Any decent person who fishes wears a helmet? Do you think this poor guy is nuts? Yeah. String Burst laughed cooperatively. Big D looked at Long Hair again and chided. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give the stuff to Uncle Skewer Explosion. Uncle String Bomb, please smile. Long Hair hurriedly pulled out 2 thick document bags from his arms and handed them to String Burst. String Burst instantly eyes bright. Quickly got up, hands received in the arms. Eyebrows open, smile. You have money, you big son. This term I certainly support you. The association in your strongest strength? Of course. You should do the talker. Big D showed a smile of determination. As if everything is in control. To see this term, there are still sides in the club can compete with him. Chapter 17, Reporting for Duty at the Police Station. Life-threatening scissor kick Wong Sir. In the morning, Su Luo woke up from his sleep. The first thing he did was to push Zhou Wenli, who was hugging himself like an octopus, away from his body. Then get up and go wash up. When he went out of the bedroom, he saw Kong Sheng busy in the kitchen, and the rich smell of eggs was appetizing. Brother Luo, you shouted for Sister Wenli to get up. I cooked egg noodles. Hearing the movement in the living room, Hong Kong Sheng twisted her head and smiled at him with a warm and touching smile. Su Luo nodded and replied, all right, just in time to taste your handiwork. Wash your face and go get her. After saying that, he went into the bathroom to wash up, and after washing up, he went back to the bedroom, and slapped Zhou Wenli, and snapped with more red marks. Ah! Zhou Wenli was awakened by the pain and glared at Su Luo in annoyance. What are you hitting me for? Hurry up! Kong Sheng cooked noodles. Ignoring her cannibalistic look, Su Luo had already turned around and started changing into his suit. He had to report to the police station today. Kick you to death. Zhou Wenli's bare little feet kicked him a few times on the waist, then casually put on a pink silk halter nightgown and went out to wash up. When Su Luo appeared in front of Zhou Wenli and Hong Sheng in a straight suit, both of them, who were eating noodles, stared at him with wide eyes. Su Luo is already tall, a natural clothes rack, and his face is fair and handsome. Open black suit with a white shirt, revealing a few dashing and uninhibited in the inchi, so handsome that women cannot close their legs. It's not just men who like uniforms. Women like it too, handsome or not. Do you want us, sir, to accompany you guys to play a game of poor man's trial tonight? Su Luo raised his eyebrows, a faint bad smile at the corner of his mouth. It just so happens that handcuffs are also readily available. Zhou Wenli rolled her eyes. Hurry up and shut up, you. As soon as you open your mouth, you'll be blind for nothing with that face of yours. Quite a man. Too bad he's got a long mouth. Aha. Minatazoa nodded back. Even the Hong Kong governor didn't forbid anyone to talk. Su Luo shrugged his shoulders, walked over and sat down, tasted a mouthful of noodles and quipped, Kong Sheng, your bottom is very tasty. Ah. The flavor is not too salty and not too light. The soup is juicy and translucent, and the texture is tender enough and smooth enough. The cooking skills are very good. He ate the flavor of home. Really? I was afraid that the noodles I cooked would not be to your Hong Kong Islanders' taste. With her cooking skills affirmed by Su Luo, the Hong Kong student looked a bit flustered. The flavor is very good, Zhou Wenli also complimented. Then looked at Hong Kong Sheng and said, I'm on vacation today, so I'll take you to buy 2 clothes after eating. Hong Kong students are much taller than her, so her clothes Hong Kong students don't fit well in and she has to buy new ones. Zhou Wenli finished speaking and then looked at Su Luo. You seized the time to help the Hong Kong student resolve the right of a boat issue. She was afraid that this guy would eat it up and not recognize it. Actually, I was born on Hong Kong Island, so as long as I can find that midwife and get me a birth certificate, I will be able to stay on Hong Kong Island permanently. Hong Kong Sheng put down his chopsticks and lifted his head and said in a soft tone, That's good. Zhou Wenli finished and then asked, Do you know where that midwife lives? I don't know. Kong Sheng shook his head and then changed his words, but my third aunt definitely knows. Then if you're free today, go with her to her third aunt to get the address, then go to the midwife. Tell me if you can't manage it. I'm done eating. Go first. Ah. Su Luo dropped his dishes and wiped his mouth clean to leave. 9 a.m. Saigon Police Station. The moment Su Luo walked into the police station with large strides, he instantly attracted the attention of many people. So handsome, it's hard to think no one will notice. Su Luo walked toward a policewoman holding a file. The policewoman had been staring at Su Luo, and when she saw him walking toward her, she blushed and started to think wildly in her head. Could he be asking me out? Should I be more reserved if you ask me out? Su Luo smiled faintly. Hello, beautiful girl. I'm free tonight. The policewoman couldn't wait to get out. A shy but wanton face. Su Luo froze and coughed. You misunderstood. I was asking how to get to the administrator's office? He was still a very picky eater. And this kind of woman with less than 90% face and figure did not deserve to be favored by him. The policewoman was a little disappointed, but still said in a whiny voice, "The third floor is the first one on the left." "Thanks." Su Luo turned to leave. The policewoman looked at his back with a florid face and muttered to herself, "What a man of decent style. Who can remain unmoved by a beautiful woman like me who is delivered to his door? Hello, miss. My name is Liang Jinbo. May I ask how to get to the administrator's office?" A middle-aged man who was at least 200 or 300 pounds, fat-headed and holding a big belly, walked to the policewoman smilingly and asked. The policewoman took a step back in disgust and rolled her eyes. "Showtime. Can't read signs." After saying that, he turned around with a cold grunt and walked away. Liang Jinbo froze in place for a moment. She was obviously very enthusiastic about that asking for directions just now. How come she is like this to me? Where is the problem? Women are always inexplicable. Shaking her head, she held her own large belly and looked up at the sign. Heading upstairs. Third floor, office of the administrator. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Su Luo pushed the door in and saw a middle-aged superintendent with a chubby build who couldn't see his face was lowering his head and carefully polishing a polished police pistol. He closed the door, snapped it shut, stood up straight, saluted with his head up and chest out, and shouted, "Good day, sir. Police Sergeant Su Luo has come to report for duty, and I ask for your admonishment." HM? Huang Bingyao, who was polishing his gun, instantly raised his head. "You're Su Luo. Not bad, very spirited. You've given our police department a good face this time. The killer's scissors cut your feet?" After the director raised his head, Su Luo finally saw his face clearly. "Isn't this the Huang sir who arranged for Star Chow to go undercover at the school and Runaway Dragon? Then the gun he's holding is the gun of kindness." "What? Keep looking at me. Are you surprised that I'm as handsome as you are?" Huang Bingyao laughed and put down his gun and stood up, walking to Su Luo. Su Luo replied without changing his face. "Reporting, sir? No. I was surprised that you're even more handsome than me." Ah you. This damn mouth can really talk." Huang Bingyao pointed at Su Luo and smiled even more happily. "Alright, put your hand down. Liang highly recommended you to me before he left. You also established a great merit this time, giving me a long face. I hope that after you return to the team, you can establish another new merit in your new position." "Yes sir," said Xu Luo, standing at attention and saluting. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. Huang Bingyao shouted, "Come in." The door had just been pushed open, and he first saw a big belly, followed by Liang Jinbo's fat, round face, who saluted awkwardly with his belly. "Good day, sir. Sergeant Liang Jinbo has been ordered to report for duty. Put it down." Huang Bingyao waved his hand, pointing at him and saying to Su Luo beside him, "Transferred from the Western District. From now on, he'll be a member of your squad." After saying that, he looked at Liang Jinbo again and pointed at Su Luo to introduce. "This Su sir is your immediate superior." "Good day, Su sir." Liang Jinbo saluted again. As a veteran in the police force, he knows that this kind of young to become the management, either a deep background, that is, their own skills are too hard. He couldn't afford to offend either one. Su Luo nodded. "Hello." Huang Bingyao walked to his desk, picked up the phone and said, "Let the head of the Serious Crimes Unit, Wu sir, come here." Su Luo's heart moved. It couldn't be the Wu sir who was offended by him before. Could it be that after Liang left, he took over the position of the head of the Serious Crimes Unit? Wouldn't that be the end of himself? After all, as you can see from the movie, the man not only discriminates against undercover agents, but he's also careful and thinks highly of himself. With his nature he would surely retaliate against himself. In order to avoid personal vendetta, which will affect the feelings of co-workers, why don't we kill him first? Chapter 18, You've lowered the average face value of our team. After a while, the suited Wu sir pushed open the door and walked in. He frowned when he saw Su Luo, then said, "Huang sir, you're looking for me. This is Su Luo. You've met him before. From now on, he'll be acting as the captain of your Serious Crimes Unit A. Take him to recognize him." Huang Bingyao pointed at Su Luo and said. Wu Quan's face changed. After Liang left, he took over the position of the head of the Serious Crimes Unit, and originally left the position of the captain of the A team to his close friendly. As long as Shaoli passes the trainee inspector's examination he will be able to take up the post. But he didn't expect Huang Bingyao to let Su Luo, a Yakuza undercover agent, to be the captain of the A team, and he immediately objected. "Huang sir, this is inappropriate, isn't it? The position of captain of the squad team is usually only available to the inspector level. Su Luo is very good, but he doesn't have a sufficient police rank." He could still remember the previous incident where Su Luo had greeted his old mother in front of Liang and swept away his face. and not to mention his own distaste for Su Luo. Based on the mere fact that Su Luo was Li Ying's man, there was no way he would make him the captain, as he was busy eliminating Li Ying's years of influence in the serious crimes unit. Su Luo's surface was unperturbed, but in his heart he had already cursed away. Blocking someone's future is like killing their parents. He'll take this revenge first. You also said that Su Luo is very outstanding. Well, for outstanding people should be given tolerance in terms of conditions. Huang Bingyao returned to his chair and sat down, continuing to polish his gun. Wu Quan still wants to fight, but Huang Bingyao interrupted with an undeniable tone. Alright, you don't need to say anymore. I've already decided on this matter. That's it. Su Luo, you go with Wu Sir to meet your teammates and co-workers. Then I'll trouble Wu Sir. Su Luo revealed a friendly smile, but it was provocative in Wu Quan's eyes. Come with me. Wu Quan's attitude was cold and salty as he dropped a sentence, turned around and headed out. Su Luo, however, didn't rush to follow, but looked to Huang Bingyao for instructions. Huang Sir, then I'll go down first. Wu Quan, who had already walked to the door on his own, suddenly stopped, his face pitch black as he cursed in his heart. Everything is afraid of a liner. He thought the little Yakuza must have done it on purpose. Huang Bingyao was satisfied. Well, go on, do a good job. You can always come to me if there is anything. Yes sir. Su Luo stood at attention and saluted, lowering his hands before walking towards Wu Quan. Wu Sir, let's go. Wu Quan walked out without a word with a black face. After leaving the administrator's office, he couldn't hold back the anger in his heart, sneering as he twisted his head to look at Su Luo. Kid, playing tricks with me, right? Now that you're under me, I'll accompany you to play slowly. Wu Sir, what do you mean by that? Where did I offend you? Su Luo had an innocent look on his face. Wu Quan snorted coldly, pointing at Su Luo's nose and warning. You think you'll be alright if you pretend to be innocent? A lecherous undercover police officer like you who disrespects his superiors shouldn't return to the police force. So if you're sensible, you should go to the commissioner yourself and resign from your position as acting captain. This is a position he must keep in the hands of his cronies. He wouldn't allow a second voice in major crimes. Wu Sir, if you have a problem with my appointment then go to the administrator, instead of playing up your official position in front of me, Su Luo said with a mocking face. He wouldn't spoil this kind of trash who looked down on undercover agents but wanted to use them to get credit. Wu Quan rushed to him in a few steps, gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. I pounce on your old mother. I heard that you are an orphan. You have to be careful. The work of the Serious Crimes Unit is very dangerous. The criminals are very ferocious. Maybe you will die in the line of duty one day and go down to see your dead mother. He was deliberately provoking Su Luo, and as long as Su Luo dared to hit him with his hands, he would be able to tell Su Luo to just get lost. Wu Sir, I hate it when people curse my mom, Su Luo reminded in a calm tone. The last one to curse his mom was Bold, who had now become a dry corpse. Wu Quan smiled disdainfully and said word for word close to his ear. Listen up, I'll pounce on your old mother. After cursing, he took 2 steps back and reached out to point at Su Luo's chest. I'm your officer. Don't say that I cursed your mother. You have to endure even if I cursed your ancestors. Yes sir. Su Luo's face was expressionless. I will send you down to apologize to my ancestors and mother. It's your own fault for getting yourself killed. The fact that Su Luo didn't even make a move up to this point made Wu Quan feel disappointed while also looking down on him even more. Wu Quan smiled contemptuously. A piece of waste material. Then with a cold grunt he headed downstairs. Su Luo's eyes narrowed slightly into a line as he stared at Wu Quan's back, without a single fluctuation of emotion. After looking at him for a while, he withdrew his gaze and turned his head to Liang Jinbo, who was already sweating profusely behind him, and smiled faintly. Your boss. I have offended my boss. Do you think it's bad luck to follow me? Very regretful. Liang Jinbo gave a dry laugh, wiping his sweat while denying it repeatedly. No, my boss is you, Sir Su. I'm sure I'll go in and out with you. Sir, he felt moldy. Originally, looking at Huang Bingyao's favor towards Su Luo, he thought he had followed a good boss, and was plotting how to hug his thigh. I did not expect Su Luo actually offended Wu Quan. Deeply hostile to Wu Quan, the so-called county officials as well as the present management. Wu Quan against Su Luo. They must also follow the bad luck. The future and the life of both worry. For example, Wu Quan will give all dangerous cases to the A-team to work as cannon fodder. Whether this is true or not, at least I'm comfortable listening to it. Su Luo patted Liang Jinbo's shoulder, then frowned. Are you called Liang Jinbo? Liang Jinbo. Su Sir, you just call me Fat Bo. Liang Jinbo hastily reminded. What are you two puffers dawdling about? Wu Quan's impatient voice came. Su Luo shrugged. Let's go. The two of them caught up with Wu Quan and followed him to the office area of the Serious Crimes Unit, which had just gone to work at this time. so none of them were out on a mission, and all of the people in the serious crimes unit were there. Wu sir. Good morning sir. Seeing Wu Quan enter, the crowd rose to greet him, while looking curiously at Su Luo and Fat Bo. Su Luo saw quite a few familiar faces from it. Wu Quan's face looked a lot better, raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, and pointed at Su Luo and said in a nonchalant manner, "This is Police Sergeant Su Luo. From now on, he will be the captain of the A-team. Everyone welcome." He purposely named the rank of sergeant of the Su Luo police station, omitting the word acting for acting captain. Sure enough, the crowd instantly exploded. How can a police sergeant be a captain? So young. Back door again. Don't move to the back door. Li Sir said Su Sir is the credit for solving the South African diamond robbery. Li Ying had greeted him in advance. So there were people who were speaking up for Su Luo when someone questioned him. Things like circles can't be avoided anywhere. I'm not convinced. Wu Sir. He has made a merit. I have also made a merit. I have the same police rank as him. What right does he have to be the captain? Who is he to lead me? Wu Quan's close associate. Xiao Li directly yelled out loud. There was a reason for this, implied by Wu Quan's eyes, but also his own reasons, as Wu Quan had long ago told him that the position was his, and now it was taken. How could he live with that? Su Luo looked at him with a smile. What's the point of having a hot voice? Then you go find the administrator or you can choose to just resign from the job. Please. He never spoiled this kind of stupid beeps. I was appointed by my boss. Is it my responsibility to explain anything to you? What the are you? You? Xiao Li was furious. He did not expect Su Luo actually cared so much. Not at all to defend. Almost justified to say that he was relying on the back door. Su Luo collected his smile and looked at him coldly and said, You what you? If you're not convinced, you can either resign or transfer. Or you can hold it in. Well, seeing Little Li fall into the wind, Wu Quan timely voiced to stop. Little Li, this is the department's arrangement. In the future Su Sir he is your captain. Yes, Wu Sir, Li said indignantly. Wu Quan looked at the others again. The members of Team A come out and introduce your new captain. Hello Su Sir, my name is He Dingbang. Take care. He Dingbang wore a flower shirt and sat on his desk, smiling and waving with a toothpick in his mouth. A handsome-looking youth in a white shirt saluted. Good day, Su Sir. My name is Song Zijie. Su Sir. My name is Miko. A woman with long, slightly curly hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a black jacket and sky blue jeans smiled sweetly at Su Luo. Sir, I'm Chun Jin. Last but not least was Wu Quan's close confidant, Xiao Li, who reluctantly said, Sir, my name is Li Hong. Actually, it's quite good for you to resign. You alone have pulled down the average face value of our entire team. Su Luo finished sizing up a few people and finally looked at Li Hong and said, Ha 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 ha. Everyone didn't hold back their laughter as Su Luo's words weren't very damaging, but they were extremely insulting. Li Hong's face went green for a while. Su Sir, it's not good to attack a colleague's looks like that. Wu snapped his hat in an unpleasant color. Su Luo laughed. I'm just joking with him. He won't be angry. No, 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 no. There's not really someone so petty, is there? Of course not. I don't mind. Li Hong held back his anger and forced out a smile. Su Luo looked to Wu Quan and spread his hands. Nah. Poof. Wu Quan turned around with a cold snort. Everyone could see that the two were at odds. For a while no one dared to interrupt again. Team A, meet in my office. Su Luo dropped a sentence and headed for his office. He's going to set up the capture of Fu Quang. By the way, let's see if we can do Wu Quan while we're at it. He wouldn't be foolish enough to wait for Wu Quan to make a move on him before thinking of counterattacking. He liked to take the initiative. Because the two are not on equal footing, it would be too easy for Wu Quan to harm him. The longer it dragged on the less safe it was for him. As an insecure man, he likes to nip danger in the bud. Chapter 19, Wu Quan and Su Luo who are running in both directions. The captain's office wasn't very big, and 7 people in there at once made it a bit crowded, especially when there was Fat Wave, a heavyweight who was 1/3. Su Luo walked behind the desk and sat down, crossing his legs and looking at the 7 people with different demeanors in front of him with a faint smile. I hope that we can get along well in the future when we work together. And for the first time, I'll be the head of the A-heads and give you guys a credit as a meet and greet gift. The 7 men looked at each other when they heard this. Su Sir, did you get some information? He Dingbang spat out his toothpick and squeezed to the front of the crowd, propping up the table with both hands, leaning his body forward vigorously, looking at Su Luo with an excited face as he asked. The others also showed their anticipation. Even Li Hong perked up his ears to listen, because who doesn't want a chance to get credit? Su Luo extended 2 fingers and clamped them together. Su Sir, you smoke. Fat Bo was the first to react, and hurriedly took out a cigarette and handed it to him. Chen Jin followed and took out a lighter to help him light his cigarette. Su sir, I'll give you a massage. Budgie smiled cheekily and trotted around behind Su Luo, stretching out a pair of small white hands to squeeze on his shoulders. Nice handiwork. Feeling Boodzy's light and heavy hand, Su Luo gave his praise. The youngest and most indolent Song Zijie couldn't wait to urge, Su sir, you don't sell out. What is the case you hurry to say? He had just joined the Serious Crimes Unit not long ago, and was the most eager to get credit for his work, wanting to make a big story all day long. Young man, don't be in a hurry. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Su Luo's body leaned back. His head cozily leaned on Bud's granary, brightly eating hot tofu. I've received wind that Fu Guang is going to trade a batch of liquid bombs with arms dealers at noon today at the XX advertisement space for Rent Cafe on Union Road. Kowloon Tong. Is this meet and greet gift satisfactory? Satisfied. Too satisfied. Fu Guang, this is a big thief. Before a few times because of insufficient evidence and prosecution failed. If we catch him a stolen goods, that is to make a big achievement. Song Zijie's face was excited, and he waved his fist fiercely a few times in place. Su sir, you quickly give the order. Fat wave heart some drums. I heard that Fu Guang is very fierce. A few of us cannot get it. Should we report to apply for fire support? At his age, he'd long since lost the drive he'd felt when he'd first joined the force, eager to make a mark and rise through the ranks. If it was an ordinary criminal, he was fine, but he was a bit put off by the infamous bandits like Fu Guang. After all, he has a wife and kids at home. Hey, fat man, belly so big, why is the gut so small? Don't grow others' ambition to destroy their own wind. He ding-bang patted the belly of the fat wave. Chen Jin leaned against the wall, playing with the lighter with one hand with a cool smile. He is a thief. We are soldiers. Afraid should also be he is afraid of us. Not we are afraid of him. It's settled. Go down and get ready. We'll leave in 10 minutes. Su Luo looked at the time and said. He had the marksmanship of being an assassin in his previous life coupled with the innate godly strength of this body now. And with a team consisting of a group of protagonist core and Kung Wei as an undercover agent. Are you afraid you can't handle Fu Quan? Just this team configuration. It's enough to assassinate the president of the ugly kingdom, isn't it? The reason for setting aside 10 minutes was to allow Li Hong to notify Wu Quan and give them a time to discuss. He didn't believe that Wu Quan, with the kind of greedy for credit in the movie that he could ignore the fact that the undercover agent's life was in danger, would be able to resist the temptation to pick a peach, as well as to strike out on his own. If Wu Quan doesn't go for the credit, forget it. Go, then don't come back alive. Yes sir. The 7 men saluted and filed out of the office. Li Hong left and used the excuse of making a phone call to separate from Yi Ding Bang and the others and went to Wu Quan's office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Why did you come? That little Yakuza didn't give you guys a lecture? Seeing that it was Li Hong who came in, Wu Quan glanced at his watch and asked with some surprise. Li Hong closed the door, full of excitement. The speed of speech said, Su Luo said he received the wind. Today at 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Fu Guang is going to be in the United Roadside with the arms dealers to deal with a number of liquid bombs. He is ordered to take us to arrest the person. Wu sir, this is for us to clean up his great opportunity. As long as he cleaned up Su Luo, he would be on top. The captain's position should have been his. Oh yeah? He actually didn't exclude you? Wu Quan asked absently. Li Hong hurriedly explained. He just came. Perhaps he doesn't know that I've always been your man. Wu sir, so what do you think? Wu Quan asked again. Li Hong revealed a grim smile and said with a heated laugh. In fact, Wu sir, you have long gotten the information that Fu Guang is going to trade with someone today and have already formulated a perfect arrest plan. But Su Luo acted privately without asking for instructions, which led to alerting the snakes. And Fu Guang was frightened and fled. Fortunately sir, you ignored the dangers and rushed forward, before intercepting Fu Guang to capture him. In this way, when the time comes, not only is the credit for catching Fu Guang yours, but you can also punish Su Luo on the grounds that he acted privately to sabotage the capture. And if it also caused public casualties and large amounts of property damage. He didn't say the latter words, but it was clear that this definitely wouldn't end too well for Su Luo. The right operation could send him straight to jail. Of course, it would have been better if Su Luo had been killed by Fu Guang during the capture, all without having to operate. Isn't this inappropriate? After all, we are colleagues. And it will not have a good impact if it causes public casualties. Wu Quan pretended to sigh. When the watch still want to set up a house of cards, Li Hong heart cursed a sentence. To Wu Quan this virtue, he has long been touched. Know what to say. Wu sir, you are too kind. No poison is not a man. Just have to take advantage of the surname Su has not yet established a firm foothold in order to clean up his. As for the possible casualties of the citizens, what does it have to do with you? All of this was caused by Su Luo and Fu Guang. Instead, it was you who showed up with your men in time to catch Fu Guang, and only then did you protect the citizens' safety. Hey, Wu Quan stood up and hypocritically said, I have no selfishness either. It's also for the purpose of kicking out some of the assholes who have mixed into the police force. Only by having full control of the serious crimes unit can we fight criminals more effectively, and better serve the public. He talked himself out of it anyway. Next the two began to work out the details. On the other hand, while Wu Quan and Li Hong were discussing their plotting and scheming, Su Luo picked up his handheld phone and called Li Yunfei, arranging a small task for him. In this world, currently the only ones he could trust each other the most were with Li Yunfei, because from the first time he went dark at the Yellowstone Pier, the two had been completely tied up, and he held the initiative. Unless Li Yunfei went crazy one day and wanted to turn himself in to the police, but even if he did, it was useless. Hong Kong Island is a place of law. Only witnesses without physical evidence cannot bite Su Luo. Instead, he could still sue Li Yunfei for false accusations. After all, in the absence of evidence, most of the world will only take the word of an aspirant who has made great achievements, rather than believing a black ops molecule. Speaking of physical evidence, that 10 million cash at home still has to be washed in a hurry in order to spend it openly and honestly, and this matter can't be handed over to Li Yunfei to do it. But who should I call? The more Su Luo thought about it, the more depressed he became. And now this was all caused by the fact that he hadn't inherited the original owner's memories. If he had known he was undercover, then we wouldn't have killed Bold to monopolize the diamonds, or blackmailed him in the Yellowstone Pier deal, or all the mess that followed. But all in all he wants to be a good guy now, and whoever won't let him be a good guy, then he'll let them die. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Su Luo's thoughts. Come in, Su Luo said. Bud pushed the door open and poked a head through the crack. Su sir, everyone is ready. Let's get going then. Chapter 20, I don't know Kung Fu. I was born with godly powers. In a cafe on Union Road, Kowloon Tong. It was just 10 o'clock, the time to go to work, so there weren't many customers in the cafe, just people who came to talk about things or full-time wives. Su Luo split his manpower into two groups. He took Bud, Dingbang and Chen Jin to squat on the second floor of the cafe, responsible for catching Fu Guang and the arms dealer leader. Song Zijie, Fat Bo, and Li Hong were in the car outside the cafe, in charge of catching the loot, because according to Kung Wei, the money and the bomb were given separately. Fu Guang brought money into the cafe for the arms dealer. The arms dealer will make sure the money is okay and then have someone hand over the bomb to Fu Guang's men outside on the side of the road. Su sir, do you have a girlfriend? Miko, who was sitting across from Su Luo, asked tentatively as she stirred the coffee in her cup. No, Su Luo shook his head. He only had normal friends that he slept with. No girlfriend. Bud's eyes lit up, pretended to be surprised and said, No, you are so handsome, have no girlfriend. Is it that you are too demanding? What kind do you like? I will introduce you to one. What do you think? Su Luo looked at her with interest, seeing that the woman was salivating at her own beauty. Miko winked playfully and said in a joking tone, So what do you think of me? Su Luo clasped his hands on his chest, one hand propped up on his chin to look left and right, looking at her with a serious expression. Miko sat up a little straighter with some nervousness. After a while, Su Luo nodded and gave a serious evaluation. Your appearance is outstanding, but I'm not a person so shallow that I only look at appearances. I appreciate a woman's inner beauty more, but it's a pity that you're wearing clothes, so I can't tell if you're beautiful on the inside. Su sir, you're bad. Miko spat with a red face in shame. Her eyes were 1,000 times more charming. Su Luo smiled and didn't answer. What do you think they're chatting about? Bootsy's face is flushed, leaning against a table inside. Dingbang bit his toothpick and stared at Su Luo and Bootsy at the stairs with a curious expression, poking Chen Jin next to him. Chen Jin glanced at it and let out a light laugh. A woman blushing. What do you mean chatting? Can't you see it? Bootsy is obviously in the throes of spring. No way. I always thought it was me that Budgie liked in her heart. The toothpick in Dingbang's mouth fell on the tabletop with a look of disbelief. Chen Jin nearly spat out a mouthful of coffee and looked at him with shocked eyes. How did you dare to think that? Don't you guys see it? Dingbang looked at him with even more surprise, then touched his face and muttered, Could it be that her love for me is less obvious? Coffee can get drunk too? Chen Jin picked up the coffee in front of Dingbang and sniffed. No alcohol was added. No, Miko often gives me all the breakfasts people give her. Dingbang was still trying to struggle. The corner of Chen Jin's mouth tugged. That's because all of us don't want it. You alone are shameless. Ho Ting Pong. Is it? Like this? Coming. Chen Jin suddenly whispered. Dingbang glanced toward the doorway, only to see 4 foreigners walking in, standing in the doorway and sweeping the hall, then coming to a location on the second floor. 2 sat down. The other 2 stood. Shiro made small talk with Miko while keeping a condescending eye on every customer that walked into the cafe. Suddenly two familiar faces were spotted. Those two are Superintendent Zhang and Inspector Fong from the Yaotsim Police District. Miko followed Su Luo's gaze and saw the two as well. Lowering her voice to introduce them, Su Luo withdrew his gaze. How do you know? Yaotsim District and Saikang can be far away from each other. And with so many police stations on Hong Kong Island, how would Miko recognize them? I just know it. I also know that the two of them are having an affair. Manhwa has been waiting for the surname Zhang to get a divorce. The surname Zhang is dragging his feet. Look. They have to run so far behind their backs on dates. Buzi whispered to Su Luo, sharing the gossip about Superintendent Zhang and Manhwa. Su Luo's face changed. It's coming. Wearing an overcoat and sunglasses and carrying a suitcase, Fu Guang came alone toward the second floor while waving hello to the two seated gringos. The two gringos got up to shake hands with Fu Guang. After some conversation, the money box was opened and checked to make sure it was okay, and then the gringo called the outside mans. Have the bomb delivered to Fu Guang's men. Hyper. Just then gunshots suddenly rang out outside. Fu Guang and the arms dealer both changed their faces. Action! With a command, Su Luo drew his gun and pointed it at Fu Guang and shouted, Police! All hold your heads and crouch on the ground. Hyper. One of the gringos pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger on Su Luo while cursing loudly under his breath. Fark! Retreat quickly! Su Luo ducked behind a pillar, the bullets hitting it with splinters and splatters, preventing him from risking his head. Hyper. He ding-bang, Chen Jin, and Buzi shot and blocked all four of Fu Guang and the arms dealer on the second floor. Aha! Run for it! Shots fired. The cafe was in chaos, and Manhwa was the first to calm the crowd as she grabbed a chair and smashed the glass, allowing customers to escape through the gap and turn. And Superintendent Zhang was like a waste of space, holding his head in his hands and escaping along with the customers. Gam Liniang, what's with the errant man? Fu Guang cursed angrily. And while the arms dealer was holding the buds and the girls, he carried the money and jumped directly from the second floor to the first floor hall and tried to run out. Since he had to be searched during the transaction, he didn't have a gun on him, but had hidden both the gun and the walkie-talkie under the table ahead of time. But the two arms dealers had just dragged the table to stop the bullets, so he had no choice but to jump and escape first. Seeing this, Su Luo followed suit and jumped, rising with a rolling cushion and lifting his gun to fire. Fu Guang quickly reversed himself and kicked the gun in Su Luo's hand, then turned around with a sneer and crooked his neck, looking askance at Su Luo and said, It's only a few $100s a month, so why are you fighting for your life? With no gun on the other side, he was confident in himself that he could shoot the little white poor guy across the street, so he wasn't going to run. When the words fell, he smashed a box over, and the moment the box came out of his hand, the person also leapt up, and this kick viciously kicked towards Su Luo's face. Su Luo sidestepped the smashing money box, and in the face of the flying kick that arrived moments later, his left hand stretched out like a swimming dragon, probing and grasping, accurately grabbing Fu Guang's ankle. Humph! Fu Guang laughed contemptuously, wanting to make a 360-degree turn in the air to use his strength to reverse Su Luo's fall, but he soon realized that something was wrong. He actually couldn't turn. His left ankle felt as if it was stuck in an iron vise. He couldn't move at all. My turn. Oh! Su Luo's right hand slammed into Fu Guang's calf, and immediately his arm was numbed by the shock. But all that was heard was a click. Fu Guang's calf instantly changed shape. His leg bone was broken, and the broken bone nearly directly propped through the skin to pierce out from the knee, which could be described as excruciatingly painful. Ah! Fu Guang tilted his head and screamed miserably, his body slamming heavily on the ground, struggling to stand but unable to do so, his forehead covered in sweat, holding his broken right calf and looking at Su Luo with a face full of fear and disbelief. How did this little white boy get so strong? Su Luo walked over and stomped on his chest, smiling contemptuously. There's no need to fight for your life to catch you. But, with a pain in his chest, Fu Guang spewed out another mouthful of blood, and a large portion of his chest sash was dampened. What kind of kung fu was this? Fu Guang asked with a pale face and blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, his face full of resentment. I don't know kung fu. I'm a natural-born god, Su Luo said, picking up the gun and sticking it more outwardly at his waist, bending down to handcuff Fu Guang. He hadn't lied to Fu Guang. He really didn't know kung fu. He was just surprisingly strong for having crossed over. Favored Fu Guang was gullible again, so if he's not unlucky, who is? Fu Guang forced himself to endure the pain, and the moment Su Luo bent down, he reached out to grab the gun on him. Want to grab a gun? Su Luo held down his hand. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, and Fu Guang's complexion changed drastically. Hyper! Fu Guang, who tried to grab a gun, was shot down by Su Luo. If it wasn't for the fact that there was surveillance in this cafe and so many other people, he wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble. Meanwhile, the gunfire on the second floor stopped. Bud and the girls had killed 2 and taken the other 2 alive. What just happened to you guys? Su Luo then had time to use the walkie-talkie to ask about the situation outside. Sorry sir, I just went off. Li Hong's voice came. Su Luo sneered. Messing things up? Deliberately spooking Fu Guang to remind him? Did the goods and people hold it down? Su Luo asked again. Press down. Thanks to Su sir, that friend of yours, to help. Fat Bo panted. I think he's talking about Kung Wei. Fang Yitwa took out his ID and walked towards Su Lok. I am Inspector Fang Yitwa of the Serious Crimes Unit of the Yaotsim Police District. Suddenly, a barrage of rifle bullets flew in, and the cafe's floor-to-ceiling glass shattered in an instant. Watch out! Su Luo hugged Fang Yitwa and pressed him to the ground while raising his head to look outside. Only 2 cars stopped. Then 6 gringos got out with rifles and approached the cafe. The men kept strafing as they went. Bullets flew randomly in the cafe, and Su Luo and Chen Jin and the others were suppressed for a while, unable to raise their heads. Only sporadic return fire from time to time. But better than that, they were good shots and quickly took out one, forcing the other 5 forward gunmen to stop their attack and all hide behind cover. Hong Kong Island Police, all of you, drop your guns. A familiar voice reached his ears, and then the sound of gunfire rang out from behind the gringos. A couple of gringos turned around and counterattacked in a hurry. Su Luo glanced over, only to see Wu Quan charging forward with a gun, followed by a group of Serious Crimes Unit members. Shoot to cover Wu Sir and the others. Su Luo cried out, lying on the ground with one hand holding Fang Yitwa, the other hand shooting at the outside. Hyper. Bullets were fired indiscriminately. Debris flew across the room, accompanied by gales of screams and chortles, and every now and then someone fell. Give it to me. Wu Quan hid behind a table and loudly ordered his men to attack. A big success. This time it was definitely a big success. 2 minutes later, the gunfire all but stopped. In a double-sided attack, all 5 gringo gunmen were killed by random gunfire. Inspector Fong, you're not injured. Su Luo glanced down at the valiant Fang Yitwa in his arms. It's inappropriate to be a mistress for a middle-aged boss at such a young age. It's just right for me. Fang Yitwa shook his head. No, just now, thank you. Can you let go of me first? So sorry. Su Luo let go of her, then stood up. Tap. Wu Quan pretended to look furious as he rushed to Su Luo, pushed him, pointed at his nose and cursed. Gan Lin Yang, who gave you permission to act privately? Do you know that just because you, a lecherous color, took matters into your own hands and sabotaged my capture plan, all the losses and responsibilities of today are yours? Hyper. A few consecutive gunshots rang out. Wu was shot several times all over his body, and a small amount of blood splashed directly onto Su Luo's face. Su Luo was filled with astonishment and seemed stunned. Wu Sir, before yelling out and hugging Wu Quan, who was about to fall to the ground. There are still gunmen. The bullets are coming from across the street. Don't go after them yet. The crowd then responded. Come on. Be teams with me. Call the ambulance. The scene was an instant mess. Wu Sir, you hold on. Su Luo lowered his head and held Wu Quan in his arms as he kept shaking, head down for fear of being seen smiling. His smile belonged to Wu Sir alone at the moment. Chapter 21, Thy wife I have raised. Thou must not worry. Because of the perspective, others could not see it, but Wu Quan clearly saw the teasing and laughter in Su Luo's eyes, so how could he not understand that it was Su Luo who was up to no good? You. Wu Quan's eyes widened as he tremblingly raised a finger as if he wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood bubbles gurgled out of his mouth. He didn't expect Su Luo to be even more ruthless than him, and at the moment, he was regretting in his heart for messing with this madman. Totally no rules at all. It's very apolitical. Wu Sir, what did you say? Su Luo put his ear to Wu Quan's mouth, then nodded his head and assured in a firm tone. Don't worry about going. We're all co-workers. I'll raise your wife. Don't worry about it. I swear to take care of my sister-in-law. For sure. The others were moved when they heard this. Everyone can see in the morning that there is a contradiction between Wu Sir and Su Sir. But in the face of Wu Sir dying on the occasion of entrusting his wife to offer his son, Su Sir did not hesitate to make a pledge. What generosity! What broad-mindedness! And what a great deal of love and affection this is. You, put. Wu Quan instantly opened his eyes in anger. His body violently toppled upwards, and then a mouthful of blood sprayed out. His neck lolled to the side, and he completely broke off with his eyes wide open. In fact, Su Luo didn't know if Wu Quan had a wife or girlfriend, but looking at his reaction it was obvious that he did, and as a colleague, he would help him take care of it. What if sister-in-law is bullied by bad guys? What should I do if my sister-in-law is lonely and cheats on me at night? Then he cannot afford to spring to know the woo sir? Even if your sister-in-law cheats on you, then you have to cheat on him. At least this meat has to rot in the pot well. The police force internal digestion. Inherited woo sir legacy at the same time inherited his wife. I believe woo sir will also smile 9 springs. Woo sir! Woo sir! Woo sir! Su Luo hugged Wu Quan and roared several times in a row at the top of his voice, then hammered his fist hard on the ground. I'm going to get that asshole. It's been too long since I've acted and I'm pushing a little too hard. Hey! When did Su Sir and Wu Sir have such deep feelings for each other? He Dingbang lowered his voice and asked. Bud Qiong knows a wrinkle. What do you know? Su Sir and Wu Sir, even if they do not get along with each other, is certainly not a big contradiction. And now Wu Sir was killed by the bandits. Su Sir of course angry. He is also a poor man to come on it. This is called the thing that hurts. What Su Sir is angry about is not the murder of Wu Sir, but the murder of a Hong Kong island police officer. The death is any of his colleagues, he will be angry. Chen Jin analyzed the situation. Su Luo realized after hearing this. Oh, so that's what I thought. I didn't even know if you didn't tell me. I can't believe you saw this coming. Su Sir, let that guy get away. The police officer who went out to chase the murderer came back, and the captain of Team B, Miao Shun, gritted his teeth and said with a resigned face. Su Luo placed Wu Quan's body on the ground and manually helped him close his eyes before he got up and looked at Miao Zishuan and asked, "Did you get a good look at the murderer's face then?" Miao Shun shook his head. That guy was shooting from his car. He had already driven off by the time we chased after him. It's all our fault for being a step slow. The opponent was very professional, clean, and accurate with his shots, leaving nothing to chance from start to finish. It's good that he didn't see it. Su Luo grimaced and gritted his teeth. I don't blame you guys. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on this group of bandits being too heartless. Immediately the few bastards are brought back to the trial. We must find out the murderer of Wu Sir to let him rest in peace. It seems that the person Li Yunfei found is quite professional. In this way, as long as the assassin doesn't fall into the net, then Wu Quan's death can be put on Fu Guang's head. Why did he kill Fu Guang? It was because he wanted to die without proof. Once Fu Guang was dead, who could prove that the gunman who killed Wu Quan wasn't one of his men? Not even the few henchmen that Fu Guang had captured. No evidence is the best evidence. Miao Zishuan waved his hand. Escort the people away. Yes sir. Go. Several members of the Serious Crimes Unit escorted the 2 gringos captured by Bud and the others out. Su Sir, Miao Sir, Li Hong and Song Zijie, who happened to be escorting 2 of Fu Guang's henchmen, came in from outside, carrying boxes containing bombs in their hands. After seeing Wu Quan's body on the ground, Li Hong was instantly struck by lightning, and the whole person was frozen on the spot. What is going on here? Wu Sir, there was a secret sneak attack by a leaky bandit, and Wu Sir was unfortunately killed in the line of duty. Miao Zishan patted Li Hong's shoulder. He was also one of Wu Quan's people and knew that Li Hong, who was Wu Quan's close confidant, must have been deeply shocked at this moment. Li Hong's entire body was about to collapse. Dumbfounded, unable to say a word, Wu Quan died. Then what should he do in the future? He was still under Su Luo. All he could do now was pray that Su Luo didn't know about his relationship with Wu Quan, much less that he had just shot early just to alert Fu Guang to escape. But soon his hopes were dashed. Su Luo walked in front of him, comforting him with a saddened face. Condolences. Wu Sir knows in his grave that he has a subordinate like you. He will also be happy. He heard a deeper meaning in the words. Li Hong sweated like a pig, subconsciously wanting to clear the relationship with Wu Quan, but it was not good to open his mouth. Su Luo, however, had already ignored him and walked towards Gong Wei beside Fat Wave. I'm troubling you today. I should help each other. Li Nan has been arrested. I can go back to my wife and child tomorrow. Gong Wei shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. Su Luo pulled out a cigarette and handed it to him. What time are you leaving tomorrow? I'll go see you off then. Good. Gong Wei smiled faintly. He had already confirmed from his superiors that Su Luo was not someone arranged by the mainland, and was valuable for further contact. Tap tap tap. Right at this moment, Zheng Ren rushed to Su Luo with a furious look on his face, pulling out his ID and shouting sternly. I am Superintendent Zhang Ren of the Yaotsim District Crime Unit. Which police station are you from? And why didn't you clear the scene ahead of time for an operation of that magnitude? What if innocent people were killed or injured? This majestic appearance was a far cry from the earlier him who had fled with his head in the crowd. Su Luo felt that his anger was not because the safety of those citizens was threatened, but more because he was angry that he himself had just been frightened. Su Luo stood at attention and saluted. Sorry sir, we also received the intelligence suddenly. It was too late to evacuate the public in advance to do the scene setup, for fear of spooking the snakes. though he couldn't stand to see the old wall light blowing up in his face. Oh and ah, who let the other man have a high police rank? A big official is a big man. Not to mention the fact that the superintendent of police was many grades older than him. But although he can't suppress Superintendent Chang, he can think of a way to suppress his mistress. Follow in the footsteps of your officers and continue to fight where your officers have fought, and with glorious results. Fear of beating the grass to scare the snake. Zhang Renhard is shocked and angry. Out of a date almost lost his life. Even if he knows that Su Luo said reasonable, he also want to pursue. How else do you vent the fire in your heart? Fa Nihua interrupted. Fortunately, there were no public casualties, so Zhang sir, don't make things difficult for these colleagues. They are also working on the case. Humph. Zhang Ren snorted coldly, putting away his documents and looking at Fa Nihua with concern. You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine. Let's go. Fa Nihua glanced at Su Luo, then shook her head at Zhang Ren, dropping a sentence as she walked out on her own. Today, Yang Yan's performance disappointed her. When encountering bandits, especially when there are other colleagues from the police station, the first thing they actually did was not to draw their guns to help, but to flee after the customers. She can accept being a mistress to Yang Yan because she loves him, but she can't accept that Yang Yan isn't the same Yang Yan he once was, and now he's greedy for life and death. She's in love with the man who used to be the hero of the police force, not a coward in a position of power. Sir, slow down, Su Luo shouted. Only after seeing the two leave did Su Luo put his hand down. Let's go. We'll hit the road back home as well. Saigon Police Station. Commissioner's office. Gu. You're really my blessing. Reporting for duty on the first day. And you've made such a great achievement. Huang Bingyao crossed his waist and circled around Su Luo to size him up, his face smiling out of folds. Reporting, sir? This is not just my credit alone. Su Luo replied with his head held high. Huang Bingyao's body leaned back and interrupted. Of course it's not you alone. There's also me. Without the wise and valiant me sitting at the back, you could have captured Fu Guan? It's just as shameless as the movie. No, it's more nakedly shameless than the movie. Su Luo spat in his heart, but his mouth replied without hesitation. Report, sir? I can't. This arrest is all thanks to your thorough planning and leadership. Ha 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 ha, overpraise. It's not just me alone. It can't be separated from you guys charging into battle either. Huang Bingyao patted Su Luo's shoulder. The corner of Su Luo's mouth twitched violently. Sir, you're saying all my words. Chapter 22, the arms case involving Fu Guang. Su Sir came out. What did the administrator say? Sir, are you getting promoted again? Congratulations, treat yourself to a meal. Seeing Su Luo come out of the administrator's office, the people waiting in the corridor, including Buzi and Chen Jin, hurriedly scrambled to gather around, asking questions. Stop. Su Luo interrupted them, then looked at them and said, I've only just been promoted. How can I be promoted again so quickly? Riding a rocket? On the contrary, it's you guys. I've told the administrator that each of you will be promoted one level. He had only just been promoted 3 times in a row, and it was impossible to promote him again so soon. But Huang Bingyao had promised that he would recommend him for promotion to trainee inspector in 2 months' time. You can be upgraded as soon as you pass the test. Really? Yay! Thank you, Mr. Su, cheered Budgie, directly pouncing over to Su Luo and kissing him. And me. He Dingbang also beamed and pounced, but was pushed away by Su Luo. Forget you. My sexual orientation is still normal for now. Then sir, you don't normal time remember to notify me. Such a great kindness. The only thing I can do is to give my body. He Dingbang made a strange wink. That's disgusting. The crowd got goosebumps and raised a middle finger at him in unison. Now that you guys have collectively upgraded, shouldn't you treat Sir me to dinner? Su Luo wiped the lipstick remaining on the buds on his face and said with a slight smile. Song Zijie nodded his head repeatedly. Please, tonight at 8 o'clock at Have Bones. I'll be the host and treat everyone. Hey, why should you be the only one to treat? It should be all of us treating Su Sir together, and celebrating the collective upgrade in the process. Chen Jin hammered Song Zijie's shoulder with a punch and looked at Bud and the others. What do you guys say? Yes. Everyone please. Fat waved hand and hawed in agreement, wiping away his sweat as he did so. Can't help it. Fat people just like to sweat. Su Luo suddenly looked toward Li Hong, who was standing at the very edge of the crowd. What are you smiling so happily about? Instantly, everyone looked at Li Hong. I am also very happy. Thanks to Su Sir you take care of. If it is not you take me, I will not be promoted so quickly. Li Hong froze, then pretended to look at Su Luo with a grateful face and said, whatever happens later, but he'll be promoted to trainee inspector soon, so at least he's happy for now. Then you're happy too early. I didn't say you had a part in this upgrade. You shot early and surprised Fu Guang and the arms dealers and nearly got us killed. You've got faults but no merits in this operation. And you still want to be upgraded? Su Luo snorted, looking at him with the eyes of a dumb beep. The smile on Li Han's face instantly solidified. His face a burst of green and white, like a clown. In the eyes of the crowd, his heart was angry and embarrassed. We don't need people like you in the serious crimes unit who will get their fellow officers killed. I've already helped you apply to the administrator for a transfer to guard the watering hole, so there's no need to thank me. Su Luo dropped a sentence and turned around to head downstairs. He never held grudges and avenged them on the same day. Budgie, Chen Jin, He Ding Bang, and Song Zijia looked at each other in disbelief before they all hurriedly followed Su Luo. Because Li Hong was one of Wu Quan's men, and he had been presenting himself as the captain before when Su Luo hadn't arrived. He didn't have a good relationship with them. Going downstairs just in time to run into Miao Zhishuan, Su Luo greeted. Miao sir, how's the prisoner's trial going? Didn't interrogate Wu sir's murderer, but there were unexpected gains, Miao Zhishuan said, handing a confession to Su Luo. According to that group of arms traffickers explained that they are from a person called Zuni Wang to take the goods. Said that Zuni Wang mastered a large number of ordnance. At least 60% of the arms on the Hong Kong Island market are from the hands of Zuni Wang. Really did not think that our Hong Kong Island actually hides such a big arms smuggler. Although Miao Zhishuan was one of Wu Quan's people, he didn't know much about what happened between Wu Quan and Su Luo. He only knew that the two were in conflict. But now that Wu Duodu was dead and he had no conflict with Su Luo, he naturally wouldn't offend him. Then the next step is to continue to follow the trail down to the bottom. We don't allow an existence that powerful on Hong Kong Island. Su Luo closed the confession and returned it to Miao Zhishuan. Miao Zhishuan pondered for a moment. I am preparing to meet with the director. This is a big case. We must be prepared for a long period of time to track down the case. It can't be solved in a moment. I'm following another case. Why don't you follow this one? Although he also craved this arms case. But he had a 2-year case in his hand, is about to close the net. Really have no time to distract. So he sold a favor to Su Luo. Wu Quan was killed in the line of duty. That will certainly parachute a serious crimes team leader down. It is not yet clear that this new team leader's temperament. So he has to get on good terms with Su Luo. Only then can the two of us move forward and backward together. Okay, I come to me. And then the cunning mouse. In front of the cat cannot hide for a long time. There will always be the day to be pulled out. Su Luo agreed in one mouthful. Anyway, there is nothing in his hands. Miao Zhishuan nodded. Then I'll have someone send you all the relevant transcripts and confessions in a moment. With that, he headed upstairs. Later on, you guys study the transcripts sent by Miao sir. I have something to do to go home. After seeing Miao Zhishuan leave, Su Luo glanced at his watch, said to Chen Jin and the others, and headed for the first floor. Song Ziji shouted, Su sir, don't forget to meet me tonight at 8 o'clock at the Tsuan Wan Boni restaurant. Su Luo returned the OK sign. Su sir left in such a hurry. He wouldn't be going on a date, would he? He Dingbang clasped his hands on his chest and bit his toothpick. Bud glared at him and retorted without hesitation. No way. Su sir said he doesn't have a girlfriend. He doesn't have a girlfriend, but he might have a wife. Bud, you might want to consider me. It's not even your turn to be the tip of the wheel. Bud made a face at him, grunted softly, and turned away. He Dingbang sighed. Lost love. You're so good at labeling yourself. When have you ever been in love with Bud? Chen Jin shook his head. Song Zijie nodded in agreement. Shuro did go on a date with someone. Only the date is with a man. Mary's West. Lo, this way. Seeing Su Luo, Li Yunfei got up and waved. Su Luo walked over and sat down. Why do you always like to make appointments here? This one tastes just average. I'm used to it. I'm familiar here. Li Yunfei poured Su Luo a glass of wine before sitting down, glancing around and asking, Luo, what's up? Is the person you found reliable? Su Luo raised his wineglass to moisten his mouth and lowered his voice to ask. Li Yunfei blurted out, Luo gu. Xiao Zhuang has never missed a beat or exposed his identity, and keeps his reputation. Not to mention he doesn't know that you hired him. Xiao Zhuang? Wasn't his middleman a guy named Feng Si? There are injuries on his hands. Su Luo raised an eyebrow. Li Yunfei froze. You know him too? It's him, then it's fine. Su Luo let out a breath, dismissing the idea of silencing the assassin. Xiao Zhuang, from the movie Bloodshed, is a very powerful assassin, and his middleman, Feng Si, is also a man of credibility first and very professional. Do you know where there are water trucks for sale? I want to buy one for transportation. It's so inconvenient to take a taxi everywhere you go. You still need to buy one. Go to a regular car dealership to buy, even if Hong Kong comprehensive world of the car is completely expendable, either by the gunshot scrapped, or bomb scrapped. In short, maybe when the scrap. so it is better to buy water car. And the water car is cheaper and goes through the same process of buying a used car, which is more in line with his income level. He can't spend that money lavishly until he's cleaned it up, lest he get in trouble with the ICAC. Li Yunfei looked at him in surprise and put down his glass of wine and asked, Brother Luo, you work as an officer in Saigon. Don't you know that Saigon alone has the largest automobile market in Hong Kong? Of course I know. Just testing you. Su Luo casually dropped a sentence, got up and headed out. Li Yunfei touched his head, frowned in thought, and muttered, it's really inexplicable. Suffer. He suddenly remembered something. The money to find the assassin was advanced by himself. He actually forgot to ask Su Luo to give it to him. Thinking of this, he hurriedly chased out. He ended up just in time to see Su Luo get into a taxi on the side of the road and leave, and could only sigh helplessly. If things go on like this, sooner or later Su Luo will have to spend all of the 5 million he gave him. He had to hurry to spend the money to be safe. Chapter 23, Big Fool. Sir, is it illegal for me to tug? Huey Lo went home first to get the money, then straight to Saigon Auto Market. This is the biggest den of stolen and smuggled cars in Hong Kong, where you can buy your favorite car for half or even a third of what you pay outside, by asking the driver in the car. Su Luo knew that the biggest smuggling car business was a person called Dazhou, and after getting off the car, he inquired all the way to find it. When he came to Big Dummy's car dealership, he only saw 2 of his boys fixing the car, and other than that there was no one around, and the radio set up at the door was broadcasting the news. Hey kid, what are you doing? Seeing Su Luo parked and hovering in front of the store, the 2 juniors who were repairing the car glanced at each other, drilled out from under the car, and walked up with wrenches to interrogate him. Is Big Dummy here? Su Luo stuck one hand in his pants pocket and looked around the room first before looking at the duo. One of the juniors pointed a wrench at Su Luo and cursed, pouncing. Where the hell are you from? You call yourself Big Fool? You need to call Big Dumb Brother. Pop. Su Luo smiled at him and raised his hand to slap him, directly sending him flying. Don't open your mouth if your mouth stinks. I'm happy to call him a big fool. I'm not happy to call him a big stupid beepaw. Let him come out to see me. Gone Lin Yang. Seek death. Another car repair boy saw his colleague being beaten and cursed angrily before swinging a wrench to smash Su Luo, but he aborted his violent behavior in the next second as a gun was pressed against him. Su Luo put the gun on his chin, poked him hard, and said with a cold face, damn, the mechanic doesn't fix cars, but people instead? Pouncing on the street, have the guts to smash down Smash Smashing down is assaulting a police officer. You can bet whether there are bullets in my gun. Dangling. The wrench in the repairman's hand fell to the ground, and his face squeezed out a pleading smile. Sir, never be careful about going off. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. He also looked toward the person who had just been slapped down on the ground by Su Luo and shouted, you froze to engage in what? Still not quick to go and call the boss to come out to see us, sir. The weather is so hot. Don't let us, sir, wait for a long time. Quickly go, The man froze, then reacted, covered his face and ran into the car dealership, where the big fool was playing mahjong in the office. Big brother. Seeing his little brother running in a panic, Big Dummy, who happened to be holding a bad hand, cursed in a bad mood. What the hell? You're in a panic. Is the sky falling? I'm not dead yet. What are you shouting about? Big brother, there are errand boys outside looking for trouble. The little brother covered his face and panted, pointing at the door. Asterisk. Go out and take a look. Big Dummy pushed the cards in front of him, got up and headed out. The other 3 on the mahjong table looked at each other, shook their heads and followed. Big brother has really bad taste in cards, and he took the opportunity to ruin them again. Big Dummy led the way outside and saw a pretty boy holding a police gun to his little brother's chin. When the little brother saw Big Fool, he was close to crying out, shouting, Big brother, save me, big brother. Sir, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are handsome. I don't know what crime this fine man of mine who repairs cars has committed that you want to point a gun at him. Big Fool swaggered up to Su Luo, one foot stepping on the stool, pointing at Su Luo with a face full of provocative questioning. You're a drag. Su Luo looked at him. Ha. Dazhou tilted his head and laughed, spreading his hands and shrugging. Sir, is it against the law to tug? May I ask which law says I can't tug anymore? Bang! Su Luo grabbed the gun and threw his hand to smash it on the big fool's face, then kicked him over with the stool, then stomped on his chest, slightly bending down and looking down on him. You don't break the law by yanking, but you might make others break the law by yanking. Big brother, let go of our boss. Big Dummy's minions jumped at the chance. Nobody move. Damn errand boy. I'm going to file a complaint against you for assaulting a good citizen with knowledge of the law. Big Dummy roared hysterically as his face convulsed in pain. Su Luo's foot once again exerted force, and Big Fool then arched his body upward like a shrimp in pain. Ah, if you were really a good citizen I'd be worried about your complaints. But it's a shame you're not. Believe it or not, I'll drag you into the errand 3 times a day, just to keep an eye on your smuggling business sweep alone. Su Luo gently slapped Biggie's face with his gun, his tone very casual. Now insert a news. At 11 o'clock in the morning today, repeatedly committed horrific crimes Fu Quang gang was eliminated by the royal police. The arrest process encountered fierce bandit resistance. Saigon Police Station Sergeant Hugh Low of the Serious Crimes Unit killed Fu Quang with a single shot. The commissioner of the Department of Hong. Everyone subconsciously looked at the radio. The name Fu Guang rings a bell. This guy is a madman who only does big cases and kills people. My name is Su Luo. I did it, Su Luo said with a slight smile, taking out his ID and slapping it on the big fool's face. The big fool's pupils shrunk violently, throat surging hard to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Fu Guang is a few times to do a big case but can get away with it, bandit. Ah, I can't believe I fell into the hands of this little white boy. Confirmed. This is a tough guy. Sir, what the hell are you up to? I'll definitely cooperate with you. I'm a good citizen. The big fool conceded with a helpless face. His business could not withstand the toss. And others could not withstand the toss even more. Buy a car. Su Luo spat out 2 words. Dumbo's eyes widened. Buy a car? No? Su Luo asked rhetorically. Big Dummy wanted to cry without tears. In his heart 10,000 grass mud horses ran wildly. Ah sir, you want to buy a car, just say it straight. Which will still make these misunderstandings ah. Luckily, he thought it was something, but after all, it was actually to take care of his business. And he was beaten for nothing. That's for you to ask your minions. Better teach them what hospitality is. Su Luo removed his foot from his chest and put his papers away. Big brother, are you okay? The little brother rushed forward to help the big fool up. Asterisk 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 off. Bunch of losers. Why don't you go pour tea for us, sir? After standing firmly, Big Fool pushed away his minions and curtly pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Su Luo. Su sir, I'm really sorry. It's all because the bastards down there don't keep their eyes peeled. Misunderstanding ah. Su Luo took the cigarette and slightly bowed his head to let Dajo light it for him before replying. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's good to talk about it. Brother Dajo, we're all just making a living in Saigon, and we'll have a lot of opportunities to come and go in the future. Brother Dajo, that's what outsiders call him. If Mr. Su has the honor to call me Dajo, it's fine. Hearing that Su Luo was working as an officer in the Saigon police station, Dajo's attitude was polite again for a few minutes. What kind of car does Su sir want to see? What kind of Mercedes-Benz? Crown? You name it, I've got it. Pick. When I am a big hosa, I'm a little errand boy to come. Crown. Mercedes-Benz as I can afford to buy? There is no pro-people point. Su Luo waved his hand in an unfavorable manner, dragging away a chair to sit down. At this time, the little brother just happened to come up with tea. The big fool quickly took the initiative to take it and send it to Su Luo, pondering and asked again, how about that Mazda? Yes, show me the car. Su Luo put down his teacup and got up. Any car was the same to him. This thing is a consumable anyway. Big fool led Su Luo to the parking lot, walked to a silver Mazda sedan in front of the car. This car is 10% new. The market price to more than 200,000. Su sir, you want 50,000 to drive away. The car he did not earn a penny, but also sold at a loss to Su Luo. When a friend. Just this one. Su Luo took a look at the shape and quite liked it, and after sitting in it and feeling it for a while, he directly settled on it, and pulled out 50,000 Hong Kong dollars and threw it over. Dajo took the money and handed it to his little brother, then said to Su Luo with a hefty smile, Su sir, it's time for lunch. Do you want to have a meal before you go? I've gotten 2 good grouper. The flavor is first class. Since brother Big Fool was kind enough to invite me, I'll oblige. Su Luo agreed. Big Fool had given him face so much, he had to reward people's faces as well. The big dumb beeper is still a good guy and an old gangster, so he might be useful someday. Chapter 24, Let Song Zihao go undercover with Zuni Wang. After eating in the big stupid bat, Su Luo drove the car to put the license plate. Buy a car of formalities are very formal. The King of Heaven to come is also a legal used car, so getting a license is not a problem. In the afternoon, he didn't go back to the police station after getting the license plate on the car, but just skipped work and went home to sleep, until a door opening woke him up. Su Luo got up from the sofa and saw Zhou Wenli and Kong Shang walking in with large bags. Ah, what an exhausting day. Just entering the door, Zhou Wenli could not wait to kick off her high heels, and then flopped down on the sofa. The 2 black silk-wrapped small feet hooked upwards, swaying. Kong Shang closed the door and placed the dishes and shopping bags in his hands on the table. then sat down next to Zhou Wenli. Also exhaled a long breath. So tired. The new dress is quite nice. Su Luo surveyed the aqua blue halter dress on Hong Kong Shang, then looked at her feet. It's a pity it shouldn't be paired with a pair of flats. I'll break my foot if I wear high heels. Hong Kong Shang's pretty face was flushed, and she explained with some embarrassment. Zhou Wenli rolled over, lying flat on her back, and kicked Su Luo with her foot. Shouldn't you be at work? It's not like you're just reporting for your first day and skipping work, is it? My boss doesn't even care that I skipped work. You have a problem with that? Su Luo caught her calf and played with it, his hand traveling all the way up the belly of her leg, enjoying the silky smoothness of the indulgence. Zhou Wenli gave him a blank look and put her feet back to curl up. I'm almost exhausted. Leave me alone. When Hong Kong Shang saw Su Luo looking at herself, she hurriedly lifted the dishes on the table and ran towards the kitchen. I'll go cook. Don't do me. My coworkers are treating me tonight. I'm not eating at home, Su Luo reminded, his body arching like a pygmy worm, resting his head on Zhou Wenli's thigh. Then help me press my head. Are you sure you don't want to eat? We just bought abalone. Minato-san asked as she poked her head out of the kitchen. Su Luo said with a smile, save it for when you come back in the evening. It won't run anyway. You guys remember to wash it clean or it will smell fishy. Then I'll wash it a few more times to make sure it's clean and won't smell. The honest harbor student replied seriously. Su Luo pillowed on Zhou Wenli's lap, feeling the delicate smoothness of the black silk and enjoying the massage of her slender jade fingers. Has the birth certificate of Hong Kong Shang arrived yet? That midwife went on a trip. Her neighbor said she wouldn't be back until next week. Zhou Wenli sighed. Su Luo closed his eyes cozily. Then take Hong Shang out less in these 2 days, lest you run into inspections. 8 p.m. Bonehead Tavern. The second floor private room. When Su Luo arrived, he ding-bang. Fat Bo, Bud and the others had already arrived. Su Sir is here. Please take a seat. Seeing Su Luo come in, several people hurriedly got up to greet him sitting in the main seat. Su Luo was not polite. Directly walked over and sat down. The road is a bit jammed. Let everyone wait for a long time. I'll punish myself with 3 cups in a while. I should have known better than to buy a Mazda. It turns out that there will really be traffic jams. It seems that in the future, you have to buy a Mercedes or a Rolls-Royce, which will not get stuck in traffic. Su Sir, you guys sit down first. I'll go call the waiter to serve the food. Song Zijie said and left the private room. Miko poured tea for Su Luo. Sir, drink tea. She was sitting right next to Su Luo, obviously well dressed tonight, with long hair draped over her shoulders and wearing a red strapless dress that looked extraordinarily sexy. Did you guys study the transcripts Meow Sir sent this afternoon? What are all your thoughts? Su Luo asked. He ding-bang bit his toothpick and raised one foot on the chair as he sat. He was the first to speak up. Zuni Wang, this guy made such a big commotion that he wasn't targeted. It shows that it's extremely cunning and cautious. We discussed it and felt that the only way to find his warehouse is to send an undercover agent. Yeah, that's what we all think. Fat Wave nodded his head in agreement, wiping his sweat continuously as he did so. Send undercover. Su Luo mused, playing with the teacup in his hand. But who to send is appropriate. I'll go. Song Zijie just happened to push open the door and walked in, standing at attention and saluting. Sir, I'm willing to go. Come on. It's not work time. Don't make it so serious. Su Luo waved his hand, then vetoed his self-recommendation. You think Zuni Wang is a cutie pie? Won't investigate your background? You can't. Fine. Song Zijie shrugged in disappointment. Chen Jin, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said faintly, you can go to the Huanghaking Police Academy to pick someone. It's too slow to pick someone from the police academy to go undercover. And to gain Zuni Wang's trust, it would be nice if it was someone with a certain jungle status on the road who would be willing to be an undercover police agent. Miko cupped her face with both hands, her red lips slightly pouting as she muttered to herself. He ding-bang rolled his eyes. Where to find such a person? Even if there is one, how can you guarantee that such a person, who is himself a black asteroid, is trustworthy? I'm just saying, why are you so serious? Miko weakly defended. Su Luo ended the conversation. Okay, that's enough. It's off-duty time, let's not talk about official business. The police department doesn't pay overtime. Soon the dishes were coming up. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Su Luo wiped his mouth and stood up. I'm going to the restroom. He looked to Song Zijie. Come along? Good. Song Zijie froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that Su Luo was looking for him for something and followed him. The two of them came to the restroom, with a urinal between them, and Su Luo casually said as he drained the water. Jie, I want to see your big brother Song Ziheo. Bud's words just now had given him a flash of insight to think that he could get Song Ziheo to go undercover. Sung Se-ho used to be the senior leader of the Asian counterfeit banknote syndicate, with Jianghu status, From the fact that he came across him driving a taxi before, it can be deduced that the plot of Hero's Duty has only just begun, and at this point in time, he has just come back from prison in Taiwan Island. And because of Sung Se-ho's relationship with the company and the fact that he can be trusted, he's the most suitable candidate for the job. He's sure Song Zi-hao will agree because Song Zi-hao longs for his brother's forgiveness, so Su Luo is sure to convince him to go undercover with Zuni Wang. Song Zijia's face changed. Sir, I have nothing to do with him anymore. He is him and I am me. After Song Zi-hao's accident on Taiwan Island back then, his enemies came to his door to kill his father. So Song Zijia has always believed that his elder brother killed his father and is ashamed of having an elder brother who used to be in the Black Club. Therefore, he had been secretly investigating the current mastermind of the Asian counterfeit currency syndicate, Tan Chang, wanting to uproot this international crime syndicate that his elder brother had once worked for, only that he hadn't been able to make much progress. I want to ask him a favor. It's important to me. Help me. Ha! Sulo's body shook for a moment. Then he zipped up and headed out the door. Song Zijia's face clouded over, then followed up and washed his hands next to Su Luo, nodding slowly. Su Luo smiled faintly. Thanks. When the time comes, you give him my number and ask him to contact me. Who asked you, sir, to take care of me so well, recommending me for promotion right after I joined? Song Zijia sighed. Debts of favors were the hardest to repay, and for that reason he had to see Song Zi-hao even if he didn't want to see him anymore. At the same time, in the basement of the Hangda Finance Company, Pony ended the day's exhaustion by dragging his limping leg off to a broken chair and sitting down, opening the boxed lunch and eating it, chewing and swallowing in large gulps. Pony! A trembling voice entered his ears. Xiaoma's entire body gave a start and slowly raised his head, only to see Song Zi-hao standing not far away with tears in his eyes looking at himself, and the cheap boxed lunch in his hand instantly fell off. That's not what you said in the letter you wrote to me. Song Zi-hao's lips trembled slightly. He had followed Xiaoma for a day, and what he saw was not the still powerful Xiaoma in the letter, but a cripple who had been wantonly humiliated by the two men's former little brother, Tan Chang. Pony's throat welled up and she slowly stood up, as if she was afraid she was dreaming, and took a step towards Song Zi-hao, then hugged him fiercely. The two brothers embraced each other for a long time without words, and it was a long time before they separated. Song Zi-hao holding Pony's shoulders. Pony, this has long since ceased to be your world with me, so why stay here? I've been waiting for you, Howie. And now that you're back, we can make a comeback. Pony was emotional, regaining the spirit of that year. Song Zi-hao slowly shook his head. The past is in the past. I just want to live a good life now. A few years in prison changed him a lot. The expression on Xiaoma's face instantly froze, knocking off Song Zi-hao's hand that was placed on his shoulder. His body staggered back a few steps. His eyes reddened as he slowly shook his head, raising 3 fingers and gritting his teeth. 3 years? I've been waiting for you for 3 years. Do you know what I've been through these 3 years? And now you're telling me it's over? I'm telling you, it's not over. It's not over. My mark is still alive. I'm not trying to prove how great and awesome I am. I'm trying to compete and show everyone that I will get back what I've lost with my own hands. The pain and disappointment in his heart was known only to him. He had waited for Song Zi-hao for so long, but he didn't expect such a result. Others were about to collapse. He's not willing. He will never be willing. Pony. Song Zi-hao was still trying to persuade him. Xiaoma raised his hand and interrupted. Don't say any more. I don't need you to care about my business. You'd better care more about Jia. He's been secretly investigating Tan Chang lately. Tan Chang won't let him go. After all, you two are the ones who are blood brothers. When he finished, he turned away with a limp. Pony! Song Zi-hao shouted. The pony, however, didn't look back. Chapter 25, Boss and Subordinate Meeting Under the Bed. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the meal broke up. A few people walked out of the restaurant with a smile and a laugh, and when they were blown head-on by the night breeze, their drunkenness dissipated quite a bit. What's the next arrangement? Should we go to the bar together to get high? He Dingbang put his arm around Chen Jin and Song Zi's shoulders respectively and squeezed his eyebrows for a while. Chen Jin was undeniable and took He Dingbang's hand off his shoulder. I have a girlfriend. I'm not going to go to a bar with you to fool around. Go by yourself. Me too. Song Zijia broke off He Dingbang's hand. Don't drag me into this. That person in my house has a very good nose. Do you want me to start a fire in my backyard? What about you? Fatty, you shouldn't have a girlfriend too, right? He Dingbang looked at Fat Bo. Fat Wave smiled nervously and shook his head. I don't have a girlfriend, but I have a wife. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way. You can get a girl with this kind of demeanor? He Dingbang's body leaned back and looked at Fat Bo with an incredulous expression. This fat guy has a woman and he doesn't. Fatty Wave instantly collapsed a face, pointing to himself. Pick. Don't look at me now. I used to be a pretty boy, but I got fat after marriage. Do you guess I believe it or not? He Dingbang waved his hand undeniably, came to Su Luo's front, wrapped his arm around his shoulder playfully. Su sir, I can know that you're single. One of them can't go with their families in tow. You should always go with me. Tonight you and I will combine our swords to directly dry out the whole scene. Bud instantly looked at him with an unfavorable gaze. Su Luo removed He Dingbang's hand and said with a bashful smile, "You go by yourself. I'm not interested in those mediocre girls, so I might as well go back to sleep." "No way, Su sir. Then this life of yours is too boring. We must know that life is short. We must have fun in time." He Dingbang shook his head, sighing at Su Luo's behavior of wasting his great years in such a way. "Nah, you think that people Su sir with you the same with the lower body thinking Su sir looks like a good man who is decent and clean." Budgie snorted lightly and looked at He Dingbang with a look of contempt. "Ahem, too much praise." Su Luo tactically coughed. He wasn't going purely because there were two extremely talented people in his family waiting for him to go back and eat seafood. Budgie smiled with a beaming smile. Her beautiful eyes rippled as she looked at him and said gently, "Su sir, don't be modest. You should just let this asshole learn from your fine style and be a clean person." "Su Luo isn't modest. He's vain. You're putting me on such a high pedestal. So won't I have to pretend to be a gentleman in front of you guys in the future? That's very tiring. Hee, this voice is so sweet that it's sticking to my teeth. I'm getting diabetic. I can't stand it. Let's go first." He Dingbang winced and waved his hand in disgust at Bootsy before stopping a taxi and leaving. Song Zijie and Chen Jing glanced at each other, and Chen Jing spoke. "Su sir, we are also leaving first. We can only trouble you to be responsible for sending Budgie home safely. I'll go back first too, or that one in my house will eat people." Fat Wave also ran after him. "Pick, these guys are too unreliable." Su Luo shook his head at Bud with a helpless face. Miko double carried her small bag and winked at. "What? You don't want to give me a ride? How come? Get in the car." Su Luo smiled faintly and walked over to the car, pulling the door open for her. Arrived at Miko's house 40 minutes later. Snap, Miko went inside first to turn on the lights, then said to Su Luo, "Come in, make yourself at home." Su Luo walked in and smoothly closed the door, then surveyed the living room, which was small but tidy. He walked over to the couch and sat down. "Drink a glass of water first." Miko poured a glass of water and handed it to Su Luo, and the moment he bent over, a white shade of darkness was reflected in Su Luo's eyes, making him a little paralyzed. Noticing Su Luo's gaze, Budgie's pretty face instantly rolled, angrily blanked him, then sat down next to him, not knowing what to say for a while. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a sharp knock on the door. It was followed by a man's continuous shouting, "Miko, open the door, open the door." Su Luo felt that the voice was inexplicably familiar, and noting that Miko looked tense, he subconsciously asked offhandedly, "It can't be your boyfriend out there, can it? This is too exciting." "Of course not. It's my oldest brother, so you should quickly find a place to hide first." Bud stood up with an anxious look on his face, looking around for a place to hide. Su Luo did not think, "Your brother only? What's so scary? I did nothing with you, just to say hello to him. Make a friend." "Oops, you don't understand. Anyway, just hide quickly. Under the bed. Go under my bed." Miko took Su Luo's hand and brought him inside the bedroom. Su Luo put down his glass of water and half pushed and half went in with her. "Not so much, really not so. It's too late to explain. Get in there." Miko was so anxious she was on the verge of tears and kept pushing him. Seeing this, although Su Luo felt that Budgie was a little too afraid of her brother, she could only go ahead and burrow under the bed to hide. "Miko, hurry up and open the door. Miko." The knocking is getting more intense. "Oh, here it comes, here it comes." Miko made sure Su Luo was hidden before she hurriedly jogged off to open the door for her brother. Just as the door opened, Bud's oldest brother circled back and forth twice in the living room, then went straight to the bedroom. "Your sister-in-law's gone crazy. I'm going to go hide under your bed first. Don't you dare tell her I'm here. Don't you dare." "Brother, you can't." Miko saw this scene and tried to stop it, but it was too late, so she could only cover her face in despair. "Ooh, this is the end." At the bottom of the bed, two men looked at each other. Huang sir," snapped Su Luo. The man who came in after was none other than Huang Bingyao. "Why are you here?" Huang Bingyao's eyes widened as well. Then he was furious. "You dare to pick up my sister? I'm going to clip your head with the life-snatching scissors kick today." "Huang sir, you calm. Do not be impulsive. If you do, it will be a big problem. It's useless to be afraid. Suffer death you." There was a crackle under the bed. "Older brother. Su Luo, you guys stop fighting." Looking at the entire bed shaking, Budgie urged the fight in a loud voice. "Bud, is your brother at your house?" A female voice full of anger sounded, accompanied by the kicking sound of slippers hitting the ground, and a woman carrying a baseball bat walked in with a murderous look on her face. The sound of the fight under the bed died down instantly. Miko hurriedly closed the bedroom door and ran out saying, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you in the middle of the night? It's not your brother that dares to hook up with another woman. By the way, did your brother come?" No, I just got back, and believe it or not, I haven't even had a chance to close the door yet." "Well then, this asshole. I'm better off looking for a piece of barbecue pork than him, so get some early rest. Sister-in-law is in a hurry to come and go, and with this thunderous nature, no wonder she can carry a stick and chase after her husband." Miko closed the door, then walked into the bedroom and said to the two, "Sister-in-law is gone, come on out." Su Luo crawled out from under the bed first. "How is it? Are you alright? My brother didn't hurt you." Maisie hurriedly went to help Su Luo, her mouth constantly concerned about the greetings, suddenly realized that Su Luo's left eye was red, suddenly distressed, exasperated, rushed to the bottom of the bed and shouted, "Brother, you just laid down your hand too heavily. See what kind of Su Luo has been beaten into." Suddenly, her voice came to an abrupt halt, only to see her big brother wailing and crawling out, police uniforms in pieces, shoes also fell off one, hair is also completely messed up into a chicken nest, the face is completely disfigured, bruised and swollen, a nostril is still dripping blood to the outside. It can be miserable and wretched. "Ah, brother, are you alright, brother?" Looking at his old brother in this miserable state, Budgie was startled and shrieked in shock, hastily letting go of Su Luo to help him again. Gently, it's broken. The waist is broken." Huang Bingyao let out a cry of pain and carefully sat on the bed with Boozie's assistance. He pointed at Su Luo and gritted his teeth but cursed breathlessly. "Puffer, you dare to assault your superior. I'm going to transfer you to guard the water pond." "Huang sir, you can't blame me. I just told you to calm down. Don't be impulsive. Something will go terribly wrong now." Su Luo stood behind Bud, spreading his hands with an innocent face, indicating that the main blame was the other party. Huang Bingyao was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood. He thought that the one who would have a big problem was Su Luo, but he didn't expect it to be himself. "Asshole, you're still sophomoric." Huang Bingyao pulled the wound at the corner of his mouth because he was too excited. Bud was amused and distressed. "Older brother, cut the crap. I'll get the medicine kit to help you heal your wounds." Chapter 26, Su Luo, I'm showing my cards. No more pretending. Half an hour later, Bud finished treating the wounds for both of them, and Su Luo just reduced the swelling in the corner of his left eye, and Huang Bingyao wrapped like a pig's head, bandages tied in a bow on the head, like rabbit ears. He stared at Su Luo with an unkind death glare in his eyes. "It's like an angry, fat rabbit. Not to mention, it's ugly, ugly, ugly." "Huang sir." Su Luo opened his mouth to break the silence, because one couldn't just stare wide-eyed and remain silent. But just as he opened his mouth, Huang Bingyao, who had not said a word just now, interrupted him excitedly. "No need to say anymore. I must transfer you to guard the water pond. It's useless even if Jesus comes to plead for you. I say so. Older brother, don't be like this." Budgie sat beside Huang Bingyao and grabbed his arm and shook it. Huang Bingyao pointed at Su Luo and then at the injury on his face. "This asshole beat me to this state. I will never allow you to be with him." Before tonight, he had admired Su Luo, but when it came to his sister, it was a different story, not to mention that he had been severely beaten. Seeing Huang Bingyao's attitude was so firm, Su Luo felt that his future was in danger, and now, for the sake of his future, he could only choose to sacrifice his color. Su Luo sighed, stood up and shook his head. "Huang sir, originally I intended to get along with you as a subordinate, but I didn't expect to end up with alienation in return. In that case, I'll stop pretending and show my cards. Bud and I have long since gotten along. What's done is done. We just finished it before you came. There's no protection, so you may have a nephew soon. Huang sir, and don't think I'm coveting your power as administrator. From now on we'll talk about each other. You'll call me brother-in-law and I'll still call you Sir." As he spoke he walked over to the dumbfounded Miko, reached out and swept her into his arms, wrapping his arms around her as he swaggered to sit down across from Huang Bingyao, even crossed his legs. A dead pig in a poke. Is everything he said true? Huang Bingyao looked fiercely at Bud. His current state was like a volcano that was about to explode and could erupt at any time. Miko had already reacted to the fact that Su Luo was talking nonsense for self-preservation, and immediately nodded. Aha! Besides, she fantasized about faking it. Oops, you're this Bud still so young and you won't even put on a condom. I must shoot you. Huang Bingyao was so angry that his eyes turned red and he started looking for a gun left and right. Su Luo hurriedly and enthusiastically came up. Sir, what are you looking for? brother-in-law help you along. Huang Bingyao. Just before today, he had thought for a moment that Su Luo was his blessing, the beginning of a better life for him, only to realize now that it was the root of his misery. Half an hour later, after being pacified by Miko, Huang Bingyao could only be forced to accept the harsh reality, pointing at Su Luo and warning, "Puffer, if you dare to apologize to Miko, don't blame me for being rude to you. The sister is too big for the brother. It's a futile thing." "Yes sir," said Xu Luo, standing at attention and saluting. "It's a bit of a triumph any way you look at it." Huang Bingyao really wanted to slap him to death, pointed at him several times to speak, and finally grunted heavily, grabbed the gun holster and walked away without looking back. "Sir, slow down," Su Luo shouted. Budgie sent his brother all the way out the door, closed the door and walked over to Su Luo, glaring at him in an ungraceful manner and said, "Are you deliberately pissing him off back there?" "In front of me too," Xu Luo corrected. "Bud, thank you for tonight, otherwise I would have had to roll to guard the watering hole." Su Luo did not skin up, and said softly with his hands holding onto Bootsy's white and tender shoulders. Bud sighed quietly, "That's just how my oldest brother is. Now you know why I told you to hide, right? I didn't think I could hide after all. He's also concerned about you, just a little too concerned." Su Luo also comforted her in turn. Miko's beautiful eyes flashed. Her pretty face was slightly red, and she exhaled. "But, the two of us are ultimately fake, eh? What if we reveal ourselves? Then my old brother will be even more angry and more likely to take revenge on you. Then let's fake it." Su Luo took a step forward and looked down at Miko's delicate face. "When you meet a good man, you start a family first, and when you meet a nobleman, you start a business. Meet a rich woman to start a family and a business. Not to mention it's the sister of an administrator. Ever since he was a child, the doctor said he had a bad stomach and would have to eat soft food for the rest of his life. His legs were bad and he would have to take shortcuts." Miko's heart raced, her breath caught, and she stammered, "It's too fast for me. I'm scared." The heavy granary ebbed and flowed. She did have a crush on Su Luo and was going after him, but not to the point where she could give her life to him that quickly. Faced with this situation, Su Luo chose to promptly point out, "Just kidding, I'm not such a casual man. I'll go back first. See you tomorrow. I'll walk you," Miko said in a huff. When he reached the door and was just about to open it, the urgent knocking sounded again, accompanied by Huang Bingyao's panicked voice as usual. Miko opened the door. "Miko, Miko, asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe you have the nerve to disturb Miko's rest. Quickly say, did you get hit on your face when you were caught in bed with someone else's wife?" "Wife? It's not worth it. Just a little time ago. Whose wife can I go hit on? Don't I know you? This little bit of time is enough for you to come several times. I'll beat you to death. Ah, don't fight. Honey, I was wrong." Inside the door, Shuro and Miko exchanged glances. At the same time couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Open the door quickly. Huang Sir sounds like he's been beaten up." Su Luo collected his smile and said. Bud grunted softly, "Not open." Although sister-in-law hit him for the wrong reason this time, it was definitely the right thing to do. He was already very dishonest. Her eyes swept over Su Luo as if unintentionally. "Then it should be beaten. I despise this kind of person who can't control his lower body and goes around dabbling in women. Just scum." Su Luo cursed himself without changing his face. Miko sighed. "Unfortunately, there are too few good men like you, Su Sir, in the world." The corner of Su Luo's mouth twitched slightly. It was only after listening to the voices outside to make sure that Mr. and Mrs. Huang Sir had left that Bud opened the door to send Su Luo out. "Su Sir, drive slowly at night." Same time, Song Zijie was studying the information on Tan Chang, the head of the counterfeit money syndicate, but the thought that he would have to take the initiative to meet his elder brother Song Zihao made him inexplicably irritable. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang. "Who is it?" "Jackie, Song Zijie's girlfriend." Put the mop aside and walked over to open the door before realizing that it was Song Zihao standing outside the door. "Big brother, I want to see Kit. I have a few words to say to him. It's important." Song Zihao's face was grave. "Who is it?" Song Zijie's voice came. Jackie pursed her lips, then twisted her head back. "It's Big brother. He says he has something very important to tell you. Kit, meet him." Originally, she had no hope, but she didn't expect Song Zijie to actually walk out, and looked at Song Zihao faintly and asked, "What is it? What do you want to say?" "Ajay." Song Zihao also did not expect Song Zijie to actually meet him. A smile appeared on his face, and hurriedly said, "Ajay, I heard Xiaoma say that you have been checking on Tan Chang." "Don't check. He is very dangerous. You're a gangster, teaching me what an errand boy does." "Ha? Tan Chang didn't break the law. Then he's not afraid of me investigating." "He broke the law. I'm obligated to investigate as a police officer. If you dare to break the law, I'll arrest you as well? Song Zijie was unappreciative of Song Ziheo's reminder. Song Ziheo was anxious. Jai, why don't you just listen to advice? I'm really doing this for your own good. If you really want to do me a favor, hand over Tan Chang's criminal evidence to me. I know you guys used to work together. Song Zijie cocked his head and snorted. Song Ziheo sighed. I know you don't believe me, but I hope you'll listen to my advice. Jai, you're my fine brother, come to that. I'll never harm you. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait, Song Zijie called out to him. Song Ziheo turned around in confusion. This is my boss's phone number. He wishes to talk to you. Song Zijie stepped forward and shoved a piece of paper into Song Ziheo's hand before entering the house without looking back. The door closed with a clunk. Song Ziheo stared blankly at the note with the phone number in his hand. Then a smile appeared on his face. Either way, it was the first time AJ's attitude towards him had changed, and he felt happy about it. So he decides he's going to meet AJ's boss. Can't let Kit get in trouble with his boss. Chapter 27, Seeing Song Ziheo again, happily reaching cooperation. Just after 8 a.m., Saigon Police Station. Su Luo parked his car and just stepped out of the door. He saw Huang Bingyao coming down from a crowd next to him. Bad luck. Huang Bingyao, who had a band-aid on his face, saw him as well, and with a cold snort put his stepped foot back in, snapping the car door shut before crawling over toward the passenger side and getting out from the other side. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. The co-pilot was just opposite the police station gate, and the police officers who came to work greeted Huang Bingyao when they saw him, oblivious to the injury on his face, or have gotten used to it. The old police officers know that Huang Sir family has a tough life, with injuries to work is a common occurrence. It's just a shame that it was off-duty time that they were beaten up. If they were beaten up during work hours, then they could still file a workplace injury report. Huang Bingyao closed the car door, pointed at them and said, "Don't think I don't know what you assholes are thinking. This time it wasn't my wife who hit them. His wife is still very gentle and considerate. Last night to see his face has been beaten so badly, so did not hit him in the face." Huang Bingyao now remembers still very touched, but last night it was not daring to move at all. Who's that? Someone subconsciously asked. None of your business. So Samba, want to transfer you to the public relations section Huang Bingyao said in a bad humor, then held his belt and walked towards the office building. Just walked a few steps and then stopped, turning back and pointing at Su Luo. You, come to my office. Yes sir, replied Shu Luo loudly as he stood at attention. The two entered the office one after the other. Huang Bingyao took off his hat and sat down in the boss chair, waving his hand at Su Luo. Close the door and make me a cup of coffee. Huang sir, your coffee. Su Luo made him a cup, and in the process made a cup for himself. You're really not polite. Huang Bingyao placed his coffee cup heavily on the table without any good humor. Su Luo sat down opposite Huang Bingyao, crossed his legs and said with a hefty smile, "Family, with you two polite buds will be unhappy. Huang sir, you also do not want to see your dear sister unhappy." Pound sir, the held sister controller Huang Bingyao cursed, then warned, "If you dare to say anything about last night, Bud can't protect you." If people knew that he was actually beaten up so badly, how could he still hang around? Not a word. Shuluai nodded in assurance. Jingle bells, jingle bells. A handheld phone sitting on the table rang, and Shuluai grabbed it and picked it up. Hello, hello, who's calling please? Are you Su sir? I'm Jia's brother, Song Ziheo. I heard him say you wanted to see me. I'm outside the police station. Song Ziheo's low voice rang out. Su Luo's eyes lit up. I'll be right out. Who is it? Huang Bingyao sipped his coffee in a hush-hush manner and asked casually without lifting his head. It's like this. Su Luo told the plan of trying to arrange Song Ziheo to go undercover with Zuni Wang. The more Huang Bingyao listened, the brighter his eyes became. Putting down his coffee cup, he stood up and went around behind Su Luo and patted his shoulder and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I finally know how Bud would look at you. Because not only do you have the same handsome and dashing face as me, but you also have a wisdom that is difficult for normal people to match. Just like me. I'd be screwed if that really happened. Shuluai removed his fat hand, got up and left the office. Hey, what do you mean? Looking at the office door closed, Huang Bingyao forked his waist, holding a big belly cursing, asterisk 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 asterisk. On my sister dared to tug in front of me, said to leave. In the end you are the administrator or I am no big no small. After cursing, he went back to his chair and sat down, taking out his gun of kindness and wiping it down as always. This is the main part of his day. Su Luo took the phone and went out of the police station and saw a red taxi parked across the street. He walked over to it and directly pulled open the passenger door and sat in it. I'm sorry, Song Ziheo said in the middle of his sentence before seeing Su Luo's face, remembering that he had just driven him a few days ago. So it's you sir. but I don't drive passengers today. It's parked here waiting for people. I'm the one you're waiting for. I'm AJ's boss. Su Luo. Su Luo extended a hand. Song Zihao froze for a while before reacting, reaching out his hand to shake Su Luo's. I didn't think it was such a coincidence that you're Su Sir. It's a pleasure to meet you. Enough with the polite words. I'm looking for you to ask you for a favor. Su Luo pulled his hand out. Song Zihao quickly said. Sir, you say. I'm investigating an arms conglomerate. Su Luo said as he spelled out the idea of wanting him to go undercover. Song Zihao's face was cloudy after hearing this, and he sighed after a long time. I'm sorry, sir. I can't do it. He's not going to be a two-bit sellout. He was arrested back then only because he was betrayed on the island of Taiwan, and it is impossible for him to betray others now. Ajay doesn't believe you've reformed, so you should go ahead and show him, don't you think? If this case is solved, Ajay will get credit for it. Using Song Zijie to say things was the only way to convince Song Zihao. Song Zihao held the steering wheel without saying a word. Su Luo pulled out a cigarette and threw it to him, lighting one himself, looking out the car window at the pedestrians coming and going, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Recently, the police force has been severely investigating police officers with a background in the Black Astrological Society. Because of you, Ajay wants to upgrade more difficult than others. If you don't think about it for yourself, you have to think about it for Ajay as well. Song Zihao closed his eyes and took a deep drag on his cigarette before opening his eyes again. Fine. I'll do it, but I have one condition. You order as a superior that Jia is not allowed to investigate Hangda's Tan Cheng anymore. Tan Cheng found him last night after leaving Song Zijia's house and wanted to ask him to go back and help him, as Tan Cheng valued the client Song Zihao had previously accumulated in his hands. Song Zihao rejects Tan Cheng, thus offending him, and Tan Cheng warns Song Zihao to keep Song Zijia away from him before he leaves or he'll be rude. Song Zihao knew that Song Zijia didn't believe him and wouldn't listen to him, and he was afraid that Song Zijia would investigate further and Tan Cheng would lay his hands on him, and then it would be too late to regret. No problem. Su Luo nodded. The best way to keep Song Zijia from investigating Tan Cheng any further was to directly solve Tan Cheng, which was also a pile of merit. If we can take down the Asian counterfeit money syndicate run by Tan Cheng, it wouldn't be too much to put a star on our shoulders, would it? Although there are various rules for promotion in the police force, such as the requirement of years of service, as long as the merit is big enough, then it is still very good to move up in the middle and lower levels of the stage. It's only difficult to upgrade when you have to go up to superintendent. I'll set you up to approach Zuni Wang. There's no need. Even though I've been in jail for 3 years on Taiwan Island, my past connections are still there. Using my own methods is more reliable than your police's. Song Zihao interrupted. He trusted himself more. Su Luo patted his shoulder. Good. Have any news or need any help, directly contact me. After this matter, Ajay will definitely have a change of heart towards you. I also hope that you guys can put aside your old enmity. You guys put things on ice. I get a merit promotion. Zuni Wang goes to jail, and everyone has a bright future. Thanks. Song Zihao smiled faintly. Su Luo got out of the car and left. Walking into the office area of the Serious Crimes Unit, he happened to run into the oncoming Miao Zhishuan. Miao Sir. Good morning. Good morning, Su Sir. By the way, Wu Sir's funeral is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, Miao Zhishuan said with a bashful smile. Su Luo nodded. Miao Sir, do you have the contact information of Wu Sir's family? I promised him to take care of his family and would like to visit them after work. Although he had said this before purely to piss off Wu Quan and make him die in peace, many people had heard him and his persona would crumble if he didn't do it. So it's good to go for a formality. I just hope my sister-in-law looks pretty. Wu Sir's parents died early. No family, only a girlfriend who has been dating for many years. You will be able to see her at the funeral the day after tomorrow, Miao Zhishuan said here inside. Originally they were almost married. I didn't expect Wu Sir to have such a rough life. Su Luo also pretended to sigh. So what if his parents died early? Who wasn't an orphan? So am I. Am I proud? I have things to do. So I'll go first. Miao Zhishuan shook his head inside, staggering away from Su Luo with the documents. After Miao Zhishuan left, Su Luo swept a glance at the office area. Where's Ajay? Ajay didn't come to work? He was going to instruct Song Zijia to give up on investigating Tan Cheng for the time being, lest he be blackballed for going it alone. Especially since Tan Cheng was already thinking of making a move on him. Kit got wind that Tan Cheng was going to meet a group of Thais at the Chan Ki tea house and he rushed over to squat. He ding-bang said as he bit into a pineapple bun. Shulua turned around when he heard this. He ding-bang blinked his eyes and turned back to the crowd. Su Sir is overly nervous, isn't he? Ajay investigating Tan Cheng isn't something that's been going on for a day or two. Others were of the same mind. Chapter 28. When a bad guy catches a thief, there's no need to talk about the morals of the jungle. Chan Ki Tea Restaurant. Tan Chang, wearing a suit and tie and looking like a social elite, was sitting on the sofa talking and laughing with a Thai guy, while a few minions stood behind him. About half an hour later, Tan Chang got up and shook hands with the Thai guy and sent the other away with his hands folded. Big brother, Song Zijie is following them again. This guy is just too arrogant. Why don't we teach him a little lesson? A junior brother came over to Tan Chang's side and pointed at Song Zijie, who was staring at them diagonally across the street. Tan Chang swept a glance at Song Zijie, a touch of hostility escaping between his brows. Don't know how to die. Go. The two minions walked over to Song Zijie. Song Zijie saw the two men come over and just wanted to speak, but one of the juniors just lifted a chair and smashed it directly, causing him to be caught off guard. Song Zijie subconsciously stretched out his hands to block. Clang, but was directly smashed down on the ground. Not waiting for him to climb up, the two rushed up to a burst of punches and kicks. Song Zijie returned the opportunity to fight back or not. He gritted his teeth and shielded his head with one hand while he tried to draw his gun with the other, but his hand was stepped on. Ah! Song Zijie screamed miserably. Tan Chang crossed his legs and propped his hands on the backrest of the sofa, a cigar in his mouth. His eyes contemptuously watching Song Zijie not far away being beaten up by his men. When Su Luo walked into the cafeteria, what he saw was the scene of Song Zijie being beaten by the two men, and he directly rushed over with a quick assisted run, leaping high into the air with a flying kick. Bang! Ah! Put! The little brother with his back to Su Luo was kicked out several meters away on the spot. His body smashed heavily against the wall. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Bloodstains splattered all over the wall, and the man dropped to the ground and fainted. The other junior brother who had beaten Song Zijie looked back at his companion's miserable state, then fell back a step in fear, facing Su Luo with trepidation. Su Luo swung his fist without a word, only to hear a thud. Half of the man's face collapsed with a meaty thud, and in an instant, his nose bled furiously, his teeth flew out several times, and his body collapsed to the side as if he had been hit by a car, and he lay on the ground screaming in agony. Ah-ha! My face! Ah! Tan Chang's face changed at the sight, pinching his cigar and standing up, staring at Su Luo and frowning. Su Luo helped Song Zijie up. Is everything alright? No. Superficial injuries, thanks to Su sir. Song Zijie shook his head, wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring dead at Tan Chang and said, Big brother Chang, I am now going to accuse you of instructing your men to assault the police. Ha 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 ha. Tan Chang's wrinkled brows stretched, tilted his head and laughed a few times, took a step in front of Song Zijie, exhaled a mouthful of smoke into his face and laughed. Song sir, speaking in terms of evidence, what evidence do you have to prove that it was me who instructed the two of them? Saying that, he kicked the henchman on the ground whose half of his face had been caved in. Hey, hurry up and tell us sir whether I ordered you or not. No, it is my own seizure. It has nothing to do with other people. Half of the man's face was bloodless, half of his face was drenched in blood, and his twisted features convulsed as he said in a weak and broken voice. Tan Chang spread his hands and looked at Song Zijie with a teasing face. Nah, Song sir, you hear that? It has nothing to do with me. Ah, charge me. What are you going to charge me with? He laughed softly as he finished taking another drag on his cigar. You, Song Zijie eyes bared, clenched his fists to make a move. Su Luo blocked him, looked at Tan Chang and said, Do you know that he is my cover? What? You poor guys are now also learning from the black sharks to open incense halls. Tan Chang smiled disdainfully, pointing at Su Luo's chest with the hand holding the cigar. What if there's proof that I ordered it? Then hurry up and sue me. If not, shut your mouth. Don't be so arrogant. You'll get a short life. Su Luo looked at the place where Tan Chang's fingers had just touched, and reached out to flick it in disgust, as if it had been stained with dirt. Tan Chang took down his cigar and looked at Su Luo with a smirk. Can I interpret this as a threat? It's advice. Su Luo returned. Then I thank Ah Sir for his advice, but I'm afraid I'll have to let Ah Sir down. The fortune teller said that not only will I live a long life, but I'll also be arrogant all the time. Tan Chang laughed undeniably, then looked at the bruised and swollen Song Zijie. On the contrary, Ah Sir has to care more about your subordinates. This Song Sir is afraid that if he secretly follows someone else again, he will really have a short life. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Just then a phone rang. The little brother who was specialized in helping Tan Chang with the portable phone connected. What? I'll tell big brother right away. What is it? Tan Chang asked with a frown. The little brother glanced at Su Luo, then came over to Tan Chang's ear and whispered, a call from the company, saying that Xiao Ma had just snatched the tapes from the company's computer. Waste. Tan Chang's face instantly changed drastically. If it wasn't in front of Su Luo, he was going to be furious. So many people actually couldn't stop a cripple. Seeing this, Su Luo revealed a smile and said in a conspiratorial manner, "It looks as if you've encountered something unhappy. Why don't you tell us about it so that we can all have fun? It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Of course, if there's really trouble that can't be solved, you can choose to call the police. Sir, I'm happy to help you." He was happy to see Tan Chang unhappy. "I don't have time to fart with you." Tan Chang couldn't care less about his demeanor anymore, dropping a sentence and slamming the cigar hard on the ground before turning around and walking away. "Stop." Su Luo stepped forward to stop him. Tan Chang snapped, "What are you up to? Littering? Pick it up or sir will drag you back to the police station." Su Luo used his toes to point at the half-broken cigar on the ground and looked at him with a smile. The more Tan Chang was in a hurry, the less he was in a hurry. Instead he was trying to mess with his mindset with chicken scratch. "You!" Tan Chang became furious, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Su Luo. Then he dropped his hand and roared in exasperation. "What are you waiting for? Pick it up!" He didn't have time to be catty with Su Luo right now. A junior brother hurriedly bent down to pick it up, but Su Luo kicked it down and looked at Tan Chang in a nonchalant manner, saying, "Do your own thing. Good. You're good." Tan Chang couldn't tell how many times he wanted to get Su Luo killed, but he really didn't have the time to get involved with Su Luo, so he forced himself to hold back his anger and picked up the cigarette butt and threw it into the garbage can, and then finally took another deep look at Su Luo, and with a cold snort, he left with a big stride. Once he'd taken care of the ponies, the first thing he was going to do with his free hand was to take care of this damn white boy errand boy. Immediately have someone inquire. Tan Chang's sudden change in attitude must be something wrong. Seeing Tan Chang leave, Su Luo hurriedly turned back to Song Zijia. Song Zijia nodded and picked up the handheld phone on the table to call his informant. "Immediately help me inquire if Big Brother Chang has encountered something." Every time Tan Chang has a movement he knows, relying on the hand of this paid high price to buy the informant. "This man works for 100th Finance. Let's go. Let's send you to the hospital first and take care of the injuries on your body." Looking at the battered Song Zijie, Su Luo shook his head and walked outside. Song Zijie rubbed the injuries on his face and sucked in cool air from the pain. "No need, Su sir. But it's all just a few superficial injuries. No big deal." Jingle bells, jingle bells. His portable phone rang. "Hey, that fast? What?" Song Zijie's voice violently raised a few decibels, hung up the phone and excitedly said to Su Luo, "Su sir, informants told me that more than 10 minutes ago there was a gunfight in the basement of Hangda Finance Company, and that Mark Lee snatched a computerized tape, and judging by Tan Chang's reaction, this is definitely not an ordinary tape, and there might be evidence of his crime. Quickly, go back to the police station. We must find Pony before Tan Chang does." Song Zijia only suspected that the tape contained evidence of Tan Chang's crime, but Su Luo was certain of it, because inside the tape that Pony snatched in the movie was the internal information of the counterfeit money syndicate. As soon as we get our hands on it, we can arrest Tan Chang. Su Luo walked outside while calling Song Ziheo. By this time, Xiaoma must have already found a place to hide, but Song Ziheo could definitely find him. The brotherhood of these two men was extraordinary. So next he had to convince Song Ziheo back to the police station is to wear bulletproof vests and move help, because a moment may have to break out a large-scale gun battle. The police to catch thieves do not have to talk about what Jianghu moral justice. The more people the better. The stronger the defense the better. Safety is the main. He Dingbang or Song Zijie, the original movie protagonists, who could take nasty shots and not die. Chapter 29, Heartbreaking Words, Guns ringing in the Great Temple. Rewind the clock a few minutes. In a tea house, Song Ziheo was having morning tea with an old friend from the past, an arms dealer nicknamed Old Tiger Boy. "Brother Hao, when did you come back? I didn't hear a single word. You didn't say a word in advance when you came back, so that I can give you a good reception." Old Tiger Boy looked to be in his 20s, medium build, with a head of yellow hair, full of enthusiasm to pour tea for Song Ziheo. "Howie, tea please." "Thank you." Song Ziheo smiled faintly, picked up the cup of tea and took a sip, then gave a thumbs up with a good tea. "After 3 years of imprisonment in Taiwan Island, I haven't had such a flavorful and authentic tea for a long time. I knew you like this. I'll give you some over in a few days." Old Tiger Boy poured Song Ziheo another cup of tea while asking with his mouth, "What are you going to do when you come back this time? Or are you just going back to your old ways?" "No." Song Ziheo shook his head, playing with the teacup after drinking the tea. "Old Tiger Boy, is there any interest in bringing me into the industry? I want to make a living with you." "Brother Hao, don't joke." Old Tiger Boy thought Song Ziheo was joking at first, but after seeing the other party's serious look, he also gradually collected his smile and became serious. "You can't be playing for real, right? What? Refusing to take me to get rich?" Song Ziheo put down his teacup and looked at him with feigned displeasure. "Of course not. If it wasn't for you saving me back then, Brother Hao, I would have died long ago, Old Tiger quickly denied. Since Brother Hao is interested in this path of wealth, then I will introduce my boss to you. If he knows that you're willing to join Brother Hao, he'll be so happy that he'll definitely keep you with him, and I'll have to rely on you to take care of me. Your boss? Who is your boss? Song Zihao pretended not to know and said with a puzzled face, didn't you used to get the goods from Thailand and disperse them yourself? He had actually inquired about the fact that Old Tiger Boy was now taking goods from Zuni Wang, and that was why he had found him. You don't know, Brother Hao. The situation on Hong Kong Island has also changed 3 times a day in the past few years that you have been studying on Taiwan Island. Old Tiger Boy shook his head with some sighs and took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Now the arms market in Hong Kong Island is basically divided by my boss, Zuni Wang, and another one called Uncle Hai, and all of us small retailers have been taken in, and we can only take goods from them. I didn't realize that Hong Kong Island had changed so much. Song Zihao put down his teacup and let out a half-true sigh. There's no need for you to be long-winded, Brother Hao. With a character like you, and with circumstances changing so much, you're still a meat eater. I'll take you to see my boss at night. Beep 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 beep. Song Zihao's caller suddenly rang. He took it out and looked at it. I'll go return a call first. With that he walked to the front desk to borrow a phone. Hello? Is it convenient to talk? Su Luo spoke to Song Zihao while walking out the door, casually tossing the car keys to Song Zijie and seating himself in the passenger side. Song Zihao first looked around and covered the receiver with one hand and said, convenient. Go ahead. Your brother Pony snatched an internal computer tape from Tan Cheng's company 10 minutes ago. What? Before Su Luo could finish, Song Zihao's voice snapped up several decibels. He had sensed Pony's reluctance when he had seen him before, but he hadn't expected Pony to do this. Listen to me first. Su Luo's voice also raised a few points before he suppressed it again. There must be something unfavorable to Tan Cheng on that tape, and now Tan Cheng is looking for him like crazy, so if you don't want him to die, ask for his location and then tell me. I'm sorry Su sir. I don't know where Xiao Ma is, and I can't contact him right now. Song Zihao. Su Luo interrupted and said coldly, you don't think you're helping him by being very righteous, do you? You're trying to get him killed. Did you think that he, a man with a crippled leg, could handle so many of Tan Cheng's men? He's been captured. There's no death penalty on Hong Kong Island. You can still visit him, but if he's found by Tan Cheng first, he'll surely die a horrible death. Song Zihao fell into silence. He knew Su Luo was right, but just couldn't get past that hurdle in his heart. He would rather live and die with Xiao Ma than betray him. Song Zihao, you've gone wrong once and paid for it. I hope you won't go wrong again. It's not easy for you to have a do-over. You, as a big brother, think of Ma as a brother. And think of your own brother. Kit. Su Luo's originally intensely cold and hard tone suddenly eased, sounding sincere and full of emotion. He should be at the Great Temple. Song Zihao was silent for a few moments, then hung up the phone and headed out. The old tiger boy was stunned at the sight of the situation, and after reacting, he got up and shouted in a row. How? 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 On the other side, the car driving to the police station. It was Song Zihao just now. Seeing Su Luo hang up the phone, Song Zijie, who was driving, said in a cold tone. Su Luo nodded. It's your big brother. He isn't. I don't have a big brother of a black club who indirectly killed his own father. Song Zijie gritted his teeth and said in an expressionless tone. Su Luo looked at him, let out a light laugh, and said without any inertia, have you ever thought that the money you grew up with to dress, eat, and go to the police academy was all earned for you by your big brother with his life? Everyone can look down on him, but you, alone, don't have this qualification. He'd seen the movie before and thought there was something wrong with Song Zijie's character, childlike in his thinking, infuriating to watch, and egotistical and paranoid and incompetent. I'm in no position to point out. If I had known that he got his money by breaking the law, I would never have spent a penny of it. I'm a soldier. He's a thief. I have to look up to him in order to nod my way out. Song Zijie became steeply agitated. Su Luo shook his head. Song Zihao, he used to be a thief, but has been tried by the law and has paid the price. So he's not a thief now. Since his release from prison, Sung Se-ho has been driving a cab to make a living, and hasn't broken the law or thought about breaking it again, and Sung Se-ho is completely biased against him. Su sir, you don't have to say anymore. You don't know about our family. Just because he indirectly killed Dad I can't possibly forgive him. Song Zijie took a few violent deep breaths, trying to calm his emotions. Are you unable to accept that your inability to protect your father has caused you to watch him get killed? Or do you really believe that it was your elder brother who killed your father? Su Luo uttered heartbreaking words. Song Zijie's face violently changed several times. He was just about to open his mouth. Su Luo opened his mouth first again. Think about it, you only have your elder brother as a relative. Hate should also hate the enemy who killed your father, not him. In fact, he felt that Song Zijie his father's death was not at all unjust. His father was informed of what Song Zihao did. The family enjoyed the fruits of Song Zihao's illegal gains, and naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. The next road without words, to the police station. Su Luo went straight to the Huang Bingyao office, told him the matter. Huang Bingyao immediately summoned the serious crimes team to a meeting, because the new head of major crimes hasn't arrived yet. That's why Huang Bingyao is personally directing this operation. The Great Temple. Xiaoma propped up the offering table with one hand and smoked a cigarette facing the tall statue of the god, mockingly saying, "What's the use of a god? I don't see blessing me even if I worship you every day." After a cigarette, he casually flicked it out and grabbed the phone next to him to call Tan Chang. He robbed the tape not only to extort a sum of money from Tan Chang, but also to lure him here to kill him and wash away with blood the humiliation Tan Chang had put on him these 3 years. Just then, a footstep sounded. Pony turned around with a sharp grip on his gun and gradually lowered the raised muzzle as he saw who was coming. "I guessed you were here. And in a flash I haven't been here for 3 years." Song Zihao nostalgically and sighingly touched the pillar next to him whose red paint had peeled off. The pony asked, "What are you doing here? You made such a big mess. Can I not come?" Song Zihao looked at Xiao Ma and said in a sincere tone, "Xiao Ma, on your own you won't be able to fight against Ah Chang. With so many of Ah Chang's men, can you run away? How about handing over the tape to the police?" "Oh," Xiao Ma laughed to himself, "I thought you were here to help me. I did not expect to actually come to help the police to persuade the surrender. The brothers who were born into death are ultimately not as good as your own brother who is a messenger boy. I don't want to see you die." Song Zihao's voice steeply rose, pointing at himself. "My own brother has already disowned me, and I don't want to lose a brother like you again. Xiao Ma, listen to my advice, okay? Ho, the tape can be given to the police, but I won't turn myself in. I must kill Tan Chang with my own hands, even if it means death." Xiao Ma's tone was firm. Song Zihao shook his head. "It's too late. I already called an errand boy before I came." "How you?" Pony face changed greatly. Is angry and helpless, can only bite his teeth, stuffed the tape into his arms, took the gun and limped out. Tap tap tap. A rush of footsteps came. Song Zihao and Pony were both stunned. Are the police coming that fast? "Big brother, they're inside. I watched Song Zihao go in with my own eyes. Make sure you get the tape back. It's Ah Chang's men." Song Zihao hurriedly hid behind a pillar and said in chagrin, "I must have been followed on my way here. It's all my fault. Tan Chang is as cunning as ever. After 3 years, it looks like you and I, brothers, will be joining forces again." Xiao Ma, on the contrary, looked relaxed, pulling a pistol from his waist and tossing it to Song Zihao. The two of them looked at each other and tacitly counted 3 silently, then simultaneously leapt out from behind the pillar and rushed in the direction of the doorway and fired several shots. Hyper. Ah! Several blood flowers blossomed on the several juniors who rushed at the front, and they fell down with miserable screams. The people behind them saw this and stopped in their tracks, while blindly several of them fired randomly inside, the gunshots ringing out. Da 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 da. Hyper. The bullets from various guns were fired one after another as if they didn't need money, and the temple was filled with debris for a while, and the idol above the offering table was smashed to pieces. "Charge in! Retrieve the tape and you'll be rewarded $1 million. Seeing that the minions stopped in their tracks, Tan Chang hit at the end with a pistol and shouted, "As the saying goes, there will be a brave man with a heavy reward." And after hearing this, there was instantly someone who took the lead and blasted their way in first. Chapter 30, Offended Su Sir and Still Want to Surrender? "Pony, hand over the tape," Tamsin yelled as he hid behind the door. Hyper. Responding to him were 3 rounds. The bullet hit the doorframe, directly scaring Tan Chang back. The splattered wood shavings cut a tiny wound on his face, and the slightest bit of blood oozed out. "Out and out, damned property. Come in and get it if you dare. You were just a dog behind Ho and me back then, but now you have the guts to whisper to me. You piece of..." Xiao Ma hissed and cursed, as if he wanted to vent all the humiliation of these 3 years in front of Tan Chang, and after cursing, he threw out his hand and fired 2 shots. Hyper. Tan Chang's face twitched, his brows were hostile, and he viciously wiped a handful of blood from his face. Song Zihao, Xiao Ma, since you guys have to seek death, don't blame me for disregarding the friendship of the past. As the words fell, he directly threw the pistol to his men, snatched a microstroke, and violently dashed out. Aiming at the temple was a burst of frantic strafing. Microsurge's fierce firepower pressed Song Zihao and Xiao Ma, who didn't dare to venture out for a while, and Tan Chang led the men to keep compressing inside. Come out. A cripple. Aren't you very arrogant? Come out and fight me if you have the guts. Gon Lin Niang. Xiao Ma was fiery in nature, and a little bit of repressed anger over the years caught up with him as he dodged out and tried to shoot, only to be hit in the shoulder by a stray bullet. Ah! He let out a cry of pain, the gun in his hand dropping to the ground, his body quickly shrinking back behind the pillar. Xiao Ma! Song Zihao exclaimed, wanting to rush over to check on his injuries, but just as he made his move, he was crushed back by a barrage of bullets, and could only lean his back against the pillar, his gun sticking out for a few rounds and retracting. Da 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 da. Hyper. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that he was winning, Tan Chang was no longer flustered and laughed openly with his gun. What are you guys fighting me with? Do you really think I'm still the same person I once was? Now I'm the biggest. Howie, you cover me. Pony covered the wound on his shoulder and shouted at Song Zihao. Song Zihao nodded, and with a clench of his teeth, he probed out and kept pulling the trigger, forcing Tan Chang and the others to dodge, but he was also shot in the hand. Xiao Ma took the opportunity to pounce behind the offering table, opened a black backpack full of guns and ammunition, picked up a shotgun and threw it to Song Zihao. Brother Hao, take the gun. It was natural for him to kill Tan Chang without preparation. Sung Seiho dropped his pistol, caught the shotgun rolling down to the ground and cocked it with one hand. Hyper. Tan Chang fiercely dodged behind a table, and where he had just stood, a hole was directly punched out of that piece of wall, splattering debris and filling the air with smoke. Come on, Tan Chang. With a rifle clutched in one hand and a scowl on his face, Pony kept pulling the trigger as bullets poured out. Da-day. Tan Chang and the others each took cover and shot at the two of them, Pony Song and Zi Hao, and the fierce gunfire echoed through the temple as a statue of the god was shattered. Although Song Zihao and Pony's firepower had been strengthened, there were too few people, so Mighty couldn't afford to fall into a disadvantage for a while, and Pony was shot twice more, but he just miraculously didn't die or pass out, and was able to wah-wah and keep shooting. At the same time, several cars sped up, braking sharply to a stop outside the temple, and a group of police officers with loaded guns and wearing bulletproof vests got out of the cars one after another. Wow! So intense! Firecrackers! Huang Bingyao got out of the car with a big belly, said a cold joke that wasn't funny, and then started to give orders. ABC 3 teams attack. Warnings are ineffective and direct fire. The rest of you follow me outside on guard, ready for support. The big temple is not big. Listen to the sound of gunfire inside at least a dozen or 20 people, and the firepower is very fierce. Going too many people on the contrary, will not be able to exert. Easy to accidentally injured. Yes sir. Su Luo and Miao Jishuan, as well as the C-team leader who didn't deserve to have a name, took the lead and rushed inside with their respective men, all the while shouting, "Police!" After shouting without even waiting for the other party to react, and regardless of whether the other party wanted to surrender or not, Su Luo directly pulled the trigger without hesitation and began to empty his magazine. Hyper. 2 of Tan Chang's minions were killed on the spot. Miao Jishuan was dumbfounded, and the crowd was stunned by Su Luo's ferocity. Are they the bandits? Or are you the bandit? You're killing people to get rid of them, aren't you? Is that what the police academy instructors taught you? Su Luo's practice was definitely against the rules, but they wouldn't report their fellow officers. The big thing was to just file a report afterward, saying that all these people refused to surrender. The more of this crap dies the better anyway. Jail time is a waste of taxpayer money. Big brother, there are errand boys coming. A junior brother ran to Tan Chang's side in panic and shouted, while the other juniors had already turned their guns to exchange fire with Su Luo and the others. How did the errant man find this place so quickly? Tan Chang gritted his teeth and shouted at Song Zihao with a face full of unwillingness. Brother Hao, we'll talk about our grudge later. First solve the errant killers and get out. Otherwise we'll all have to fold here, and everyone will be unclean. Yeah, Song Zihao responded. Tan Chang turned around. Kill me out. Hyper. He had just turned around when a bullet was shot through his shoulder from behind him. Tan Chang covered his shoulder and rolled behind a pillar. Xiao Ma, you're crazy. It's amazing how much infighting there is out there with the difference makers. Aren't you wondering why the errant men got here so fast? It's because I told them to come. Song Zihao stood up and aimed a shot at Tan Chang. Boom! Half of the column was shot by the shotgun, and Tan Chang's shoulder blew up with it. He screamed miserably and stumbled out. Don't shoot. I'll throw. Hyper. Without waiting for him to finish, Su Luo aimed 4 shots at his legs, shattering his knees and splattering blood. Ah! Tan Chang instantly stumbled and fell to the ground. covering his injured knee and screaming heartily. At this time, Tan Cheng's minions have been killed and injured by the police officers who suddenly killed and entered from the rear, and after seeing Tan Cheng's injuries, the rest of them threw away their guns and surrendered. He ding bang. Bud and the girls swarmed the men, kicking away the guns they had dropped and handcuffing them. Tan Cheng wailed and propped his hands on the ground, seemingly still wanting to try and stand up. Su Luo walked over and lifted a foot on his head, and with a plopping sound, he let his face and the ground have a zero-distance intimate contact. Big brother Chang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Did that fortune teller tell you that life is impermanent? Su Luo leaned down slightly to stare at him, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tan Chang's face was pale and wretched, and he gritted his teeth and said, I am going to complain about your violation of law enforcement. I have already surrendered and you are still shooting. You haven't finished your sentence. How do I know you're going to surrender and not drop a bomb? Su Luo smiled contemptuously, stepping on his head a little harder, bending down and whispering another little secret to you. My great-uncle is the administrator. He knows a lot of Ghostbusters, so guess whether your complaint will work? It's really too good to be a relation. You, me, Hatue, scum who mixed into the police force. Tan Chang was angry, anxious and suffocated, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam and expressing his contempt for Su Luo. Su Luo's face sank. Spitting is not a good habit. Ah, sir now orders you to lick it clean. Fat Bo He Ding Bang and others looked at each other. Tan Chang, this is how to offend Su sir. To be so to him. Ahem. I'll go over and take a look. Miao Zhishan directly ignored this side and led his men to search elsewhere. Tan Chang red-eyed, gritted his teeth, and stared at Su Luo dead in the face. Bastard. Don't bully people too much. Guess if I dare to kill you with one shot and say it went off. Big deal. I quit. How about a bet? Su Luo put the gun on Tan Chang's head and viciously poked his brain threateningly. Su sir, don't be impulsive. Bud and the others were startled. Su Luo was unmoved, revealing a slightly nervous smile. Big brother Chang, want to bet? You crazy bastard. Tan Chang cursed, cold sweat coming down, and eventually forced himself to endure the humiliation and anger to lick up the blood foam he had just spit out one bite at a time. No way. You really licked it. Su Luo looked at him with a pompous expression and laughed out loud as he took a few steps back with a shocked face. Of course I don't dare to shoot you, dumbass. How worthless it is to lose your job for a prisoner like you. Ha 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 ha. Crowd, sir you seem like a villain now. You. Poof. Tan Chang's face was suddenly a burst of green and white, emotionally agitated. Chi and blood surged up. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Fainted. Still big brother. So unplayable. Su Luo waved his hand in a slightly bored manner. Take it away. How's it going? All under control? Huang Bingyao walked in with his men, looking left and right. Apart from the few resistors who were killed, the rest of them have all been controlled, including Tan Chang, the bandit leader on the firefighting side. After Su Luo finished speaking, he came back to Huang Bingyao's ear and whispered, You'll definitely get promoted this time. Is it that exaggerated? Huang Bingyao was still a bit unconvinced, but when he saw Su Luo's serious face, he instantly became excited. Where's Tan Chang? Quickly escort him over to take a few pictures for me, and give them to the media later. Group photos are a common favorite of all leaders. Pony and Song Zihao were escorted out. Chen Jin handed the tape to Su Luo, pointing at Pony with an agitated expression. Su sir, he said that inside is the evidence of Tan Chang's printing of counterfeit banknotes. The Asian Counterfeit Group. Interpol has been working on the Asian counterfeiting syndicate case, but there's just been no breakthrough yet. But they've actually solved the case now. What? Asian Counterfeit Group? Huang Bingyao exclaimed, so happy that he was about to faint. The others were overjoyed as well. I didn't expect to solve a big case by mistake. This time it's really thanks to Su sir. Yes, the case of the Asian Counterfeit Money Syndicate was actually solved by us. This is a great achievement. Song Zijie glanced at Song Zihao, the only one who knew that it was all because Song Zihao cooperated to catch Tan Chang. Song Zihao gave him a slight smile. Song Zijie turned his head away again. Sir, send someone to blockade Handa Finance right now. Su Luo reminded Huang Bingyao. Ah yes. Only then did Huang Bingyao react violently from his excitement and hurriedly went out to make the call. Su Luo glanced at Pony and Song Zihao. Finally his gaze landed on Song Zihao and he walked over to him and whispered in his ear. You can't get caught. I'll give you a chance to escape later. After today's incident, Zuni Wang will instead trust you even more. Participating in such a big shootout today, coupled with Song Zihao's previous reputation and jungle status, Zuni Wang surely couldn't have suspected him of being an undercover agent of the police. Song Zihao nodded. Chapter 31, Undercover Delivery. Bud's Work Injury. When Su Luo found Huang Bingyao, The guy was holding Tan Chang in a group photo, posing in various poses. Shoot better ah. To shoot out the image of ah sir I valiantly overcome the enemy's mighty image. This photo screwed up is to be on the police newsletter. All the citizens of Hong Kong can see. Huang Bingyao was enjoying himself, while Tan Chang had a lifeless look on his face, his heart filled with humiliation and anger. I'll definitely file a complaint against you deadbeat cops for violently enforcing the law and insulting my character. Tan Chang bared his eyes and roared hysterically with red eyes. Huang Bingyao's eyes lit up. Yes, it's this expression. It's this hideous expression that can reflect the ferocity of the bandits, but also better set off my bravery. Quick shot! Hurry up! Tan Chang! Huang sir! Su Luo shouted at him. Huang Bingyao was now looking at Su Luo how he already looked at him, and hastily beckoned. Ah Luo! Don't say sir doesn't take care of you. Hurry up and also come to take a few shots with him. I'll arrange for you to be in the newspaper at that time. Tan Chang, are you polite? I'll forget it. Sir, I have something important to tell you. Su Luo waved his hand in refusal. You guys wait for me first. Huang Bingyao waved his hand at the police officers taking pictures, then jogged over to Su Luo and asked, what exactly is more important than me building a valiant and majestic image for the police force? Su Luo mouth corner twitched a bit, really did not have the good sense to say, if you are in the newspaper, on the news, that is completely tarnishing the image of the police force. Huang Bingyao urged, speak quickly. It's like this, Song Zihao. Su Luo whispered to him about the plan to let Song Zihao escape in a while. After hearing this, Huang Bingyao's eyes lit up and said with a nod, wonderful, I'm relieved that you're doing your job. After getting Huang Bingyao's approval, Su Luo went back to Buzi and informed her about Song Zihao being an undercover agent, asking her to cooperate with the plan to let Song Zihao escape. A few minutes later, with a command from Huang Bingyao, who had finished taking pictures, the crowd escorted the suspect and began to close the line. Prisoners who have not been tried can only be called suspects. Bud was put in charge of guarding and escorting Song Zihao by Su Luo, and when no one was looking she slipped a gun to Song Zihao, who hid it in his sleeve. Get in! Miko pushed Song Zihao. Sung Seiho snapped around and put his handcuffed hands around Miko's neck to hold her hostage, his gun just above Miko's face. Back off, all of you. Buzi! Su Luo exclaimed, raising his gun and aiming it at Song Zihao. Song Zihao, let go of Miko. This acting is worth at least 10 cool paychecks. You're crazy. Song Zijie was filled with shock. He had thought that his big brother had really reformed. The other police officers had their guns trained on Song Zihao. Tan Chang and Xiao Ma were also stunned. One of them didn't expect Song Zihao to be able to kill back. One of them felt that something wasn't right and had begun to suspect that it was an act. Song Zihao held Buzi hostage and retreated toward a car behind him, while warning, I've been squatting on Taiwan Island for 3 years. I just don't want to squat in a squad room again. Whoever dares to come up a step, then I'll beat her to death to die with her. Everyone stay put. Su Luo shouted as he opened his hand and pointed his gun at Song Zihao. Don't you hurt her, or I will definitely not let you go. Don't worry sir, I just want to live. When I'm safe, I'll naturally release her. Song Zihao had already retreated to the side of the car and scolded Bud. Uncuff me, hurry up, I only give you a minute. Budgie's pretty face turned white, and she hesitated for a moment before shakily taking out the key to help Song Zihao unlock the handcuffs. Sung Seiho drove off with Bud holding him hostage. Quick, get in the car and chase. Miao Zishuan shouted. Miao sir, I'll go after them alone. You guys escort the other suspects back first. Too many people will irritate Song Zihao instead. You also have to prevent the other suspects from taking this opportunity to create chaos. Make sure to keep a tight guard. Su Luo pulled open the car door and got into the car as he spoke. Huang Bingyao said, Ah Luo is right. The others raised the alert immediately send the suspect back to the police station. I'll go with you. Song Zijie's red eyes, gritted his teeth, and breathed heavily as he ran to Su Luo's car. He could never forgive himself if anything happened to Bud. Song Zihao was his big brother. Don't worry, I'll bring Bud back safely. Su Luo gave him a comforting look, then fired up the car and with a kick of the gas, the car leapt out. The crowd watched worriedly as the two cars disappeared from sight one after the other at top speed. Half an hour later, on some disc road, Song Zihao stopped the car, and so did Su Luo. Su sir. Miko ran over to Su Luo. Su Luo nodded slightly to her, then looked at Song Zihao and said, Zuni Wang is cunning and brutal. You must be careful when you work undercover beside him. Don't worry, he was still eating nine when I came out to mix. Song Zihao smiled and shook his head, then sighed. It's just that Ajai side. When we catch Zuni Wang, he will naturally know everything you've done, and with his nature we can't tell him now. Song Zijie was impulsive and his emotions flowed to the surface. If he let him know that Song Zihao was actually an undercover agent, It might harm Song Ziheo instead. Song Ziheo nodded. I know. So let's part ways here. I'll let you know if I have any clues. Have a safe trip, Su Luo said. Song Ziheo waved his hand without looking back, then got into the car and drove off with a buzzing sound. Su Luo looked to Bud. Get in the car first. Aha. Miko nodded, turned and pulled the door open to get in the passenger side and fastened her seatbelt. She wore a tight, short-sleeved dress today, with the seatbelt angled down the middle of her body, strangling the rounded contours of her heavy granary in an appetizing way. Su Luo closed the car door and asked while starting the car. He didn't hurt you just now, did he? It's just that my neck hurts from the handcuffs. Miko reached out and rubbed her pale, jade-like neck. Su Luo said with concern, I'll help you blow. Don't. Miko shyly pushed him away. Then blow me. Blow where? Su Luo scowled. Miko followed his line of sight and instantly hazed her cheeks. You're bad. Drive properly. Aren't I driving? And I'm still going fast. Su Luo said a terse word that Bud didn't understand, and with a kick of the gas, he sped the car up. Because of the open window, Miko's hair was blown and messy, but she felt excited and cried out with her pretty face reddening. Ah, it's so fast. So good. The voice made Su Luo's heart flutter. He doesn't want to drive anymore. He wants to drive. Do what you want. That's how he is. Do whatever you want with impunity so that it's not a waste to relive your life. There's something more exciting and fun. Do you want to try it? Su Luo asked as he stopped the car and looked at her. Bud leapt to his feet. What's that? Soon she knew. Don't oh. It was only after seeing Su Luo return safely with Boozy that the people from the Serious Crimes Unit all breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a pity that we let Song Ziheo get away. Su Luo sighed, feigning regret and resignation. People run away later can still catch it again. Bud did not accident on the line. Are worried to death we. Yeah, it's good to be back safely. There were words of relief from the crowd. Song Zijia walked up to Miko and said with a face full of self-reproach. Miko, I'm sorry. Geez. Well, he's him and you're you. What are you saying to me about being sorry? Miko interrupted his later words, pursing her lips and guffawing. If you really feel sorry then buy me dinner. Please. What do you want to eat? Song Zijia nodded repeatedly. Even if Bud said she wanted human meat, he could cut himself a piece of meat down on the spot and fry it for her. Bud grinned and shrugged. Say again. Oops. That Song Ziheo is really an animal. Look at the red marks on Boodzy's neck. He strangled her. Right. He ding-bang bit down on his toothpick and came over to look at Boodsy with a look of heartache and anger. Bud took a step back sheepishly, covering her neck with her hand and said, It's okay. It's not serious. Why is your voice muffled? Fat Wave asked. Because she just choked on her cannibalism. Bud Zijia, pretty face scarlet, stammered. I persuade Song Ziheo to surrender. All the way to the voice is too loud. Put throat shouting hurt. This has to be counted as a work injury. Right. Go find Huang Sir for reimbursement in a while. Su Luo looked at her with a smile. Miko gave him a hard, mortified glare. It's hurting my throat. And go to my brother for reimbursement for the medication? Chapter 32. Do you think I'm a soft eater, begging for monthly votes? Begging for bounties? Begging for catch-up reading? After handling the case of Tan Chang, the mood of crooked Rue Gude Huang Bingyao directly to the Serious Crimes Group on vacation for a day, saying that he didn't have to work tomorrow and would attend Wu Quan's funeral as a group the day after tomorrow made the members of the Serious Crimes Unit wonder for a moment if they should cheer or pretend to be sad. None of it seems to fit. After announcing the order for vacation, Huang Bingyao added, Alo and Miko come to my office. Shulua and Bud looked at each other and followed. The people at the police station didn't know about Bud's relationship with Huang Bingyao, or even that her full name was Huang Doma Bud. So in front of outsiders, Huang Bingyao had always treated Boodsy as if she were an ordinary police officer. What's going on? That bastard Song Ziheo. How did he hurt no Boodsy like this? Won't he lighten up a bit? Just entering the office, the expression on Huang Bingyao's face instantly changed, blaming Song Ziheo while looking at the red marks on Miko's neck with eyes full of heartache. There was a huge age difference between the two siblings, and Bud was practically brought up by his own hands, so naturally he was spoiled to the core. Miko was both shy and embarrassed. Older brother. You should be blaming Su Luo, this asshole, for not being gentle. It's like he's trying to swallow me whole. But she didn't dare speak up, or she wouldn't be able to explain to Lao about how her voice had gone hoarse. Why don't you say anything? Older brother knows that you are aggrieved. Don't worry. Older brother will definitely help you clean up Song Ziheo some other day. Huang Bingyao was even more distressed when he saw that Boodsy didn't say a word, and comforted him in a soft voice. Su Luo, the instigator, opened his mouth and said, full of mischief, Sir, this should be considered a workplace injury for Bud. Shouldn't we apply for workplace injury protection? Is this insurance fraud on the part of the two of them? Application. Must apply. Huang Bingyao said without hesitation. Budgie was injured for the sake of maintaining law and order on Hong Kong Island, so naturally he should be reimbursed by the police force. Miko glared at Su Luo with a red face, her sense of shame so great that her toes were already picking out 3 rooms in her shoes, and she had the urge to bury herself. And you were originally going to be recommended for promotion to trainee inspector 2 months later, but now, you can prepare for the interview. Huang Bingyao looked at Su Luo again, although Su Luo was promoted quickly, but this time to crack the Asian counterfeit currency syndicate, so big credit must be promoted. What's more, he has people above him. Su Luo saluted. Thank you for your cultivation, sir. Grass. Suddenly it feels like a party state. Well, when there are no outsiders, just call me old brother, just like Bud. Huang Bingyao waved his hand signaling that there was no need for him to be so outgoing. Su Luo readily accepted good advice. Yes, old brother. He's going to eat this bowl of soft rice. Jesus couldn't stop him. He said it. After chatting about something or other for a while longer, Su Luo left the office with Miko. Luo, how could you do this? Just now it shamed me to death. Just as soon as she left the house, Budgie pounced on Su Luo with a red face and scratched him for a while. Since they had just been tricked in the car by Su Luo's words about only rubbing it in outside, the two had instantly gotten much closer. After all, they were all already at a negative distance. Eileen Chang said, the nearest road to a woman's heart is, fill in the blanks for 5 points. Su Luo grabbed her hand and dragged her into his arms and laughed. I'm also doing this so that you can save money on medication. Isn't it good for the public to reimburse you? You have to learn to economize. Humph. Don't think I don't know, you're just embarrassing me on purpose. Miko beamed and grunted softly, tilting her head as she played with his collar and asked, where do you live now? Where else can I live? Temporarily living in Suwon, a set of broken and old small house. You also know that I am a small sheriff. Very poor. Su Luo goes Wei Yen. He does not answer positively. Otherwise Bud's one day to find him. Crashed him and Zhou Wenli Hong Kong Sheng 2 people how to do. How can he happily eat soft food then? Bud instantly forgot about where he lived and looked at him with eyes full of heartache. Is it really that bad? Really? Su Luo nodded and ruffled the hair in front of her forehead. Could it be that I'm still lying to you? Miko pursed her lips, then took out a bank card from her wallet and handed it to Su Luo. Nah, this is my brother giving me his secondary card. You take it and spend it first. Law. Huang Bingyao, good sister, filial piety died me. What do you mean by that? Su Luo instantly blushed and let go of her, as if he had been greatly humiliated. You're insulting me? Looking down on me? What do you take me for? Think I'm a soft eater? No. Miko instantly panicked when she saw that he was angry, reacting to the fact that she had unintentionally insulted the other man's character, and hurriedly explained, I just want you to live a better life. She was biting her red lips tightly in a pitiful manner. Forget it. Just now, sorry. Su Luo's face eased and he sighed. I believe you know that I'm a person with high self-esteem, and I have my own face. That's why I overreacted. He didn't have it, but he could pretend he did. It's okay. What I did was also inappropriate. Knowing that you surely won't spend a woman's money in logo, I returned your card. Budgie waved her hand repeatedly, feeling in her heart that this is what is called a real man. Su Luo snatched the card from her hand and lectured. What about this time? I'll take it. Don't do it again or I'll flip you off. And there's no later. This card alone is enough for him to swipe for a long time. Unless Huang Bingyao stops the card. Definitely not. Miko joyfully nodded her head back and forth in assurance, then wrapped her arms around him and said, you can go rent a big house. You're teaching me to do things. Ha! Su Luo slipped the card into his pocket and swept her a displeased look. Renting a big house, won't you have to live in it? Then how am I going to teach Zhou Wenli and the girls new poses? Bud's body pampered as if in his arm rubbed, which has it? Well, you want to spend how to spend. I do not care about it. That's more or less it. Su Luo nodded in satisfaction, wrapping his arm around her waist and heading downstairs. Ouch! Miko suddenly exclaimed, her red face trying to break free from Su Luo's big warm hand. Luo, you let go first. This is still in the police station. In case I was Jia and the others saw it, what to do. How humiliating. Seeing is seeing. It's to tell them that you're my woman, so that all those colorful wolves who are craving for you will die before it's too late. Su Luo's overbearing arm around her. Whoever dares to steal the meal ticket from him, he will send whoever to see Wu Sir. Eating has been a big problem since the beginning of time, not to mention being a soft touch. Miko enjoyed Su Luo's dominance, revealing her little girl posture. Luo brother, you're really manly. Su Luo felt that this woman must be more or less a bit masochistic, but he liked it. Unspecified currency omega unspecified currency. The sicker it is, the more he loves it. Everyone was stunned when he walked into the major crimes office area with his arm around Bud brightly. Wow! No way! Su Sir has only been here for a few days. Just picked the flower of our serious cases. Ah! Hateful! Exasperating! Annoying! Is being handsome so unreasonable? Su Sir! Congratulations! Congratulations! Such a great thing! Shouldn't we treat everyone to a meal? Some people wished them well. Some pounded their feet. And some wanted to mingle. Well, the latter was the majority. Please, all please, tonight everyone in heaven has a backbone. I'll pay the bill. Su Luo waved his big hand with a grandiose spirit. There was no way. He had just taken the card. And he was so bold and horizontal. Miko leaned into his arms with a goofy grin on her face. Woohoo Su Sir bully. On the Su Sir this spirit. No wonder you can take Bud so quickly. I am man like what's going on downstairs? Huang Bingyao in the upstairs office all heard the commotion downstairs. And from the doorway Wang Bao probed and asked the people passing by in the corridor. Report sir? A passing inspector stood at attention and saluted before saying enviously. It seems that Su Sir from the Serious Crimes Unit and Miko are together. And they're going to be hosting a banquet for all of their Serious Crimes Unit colleagues this evening. This kid is quite generous, Huang Bingyao muttered to himself, satisfied with Su Luo's behavior. Willing to spend money, indicating that he truly likes his sister Thinking of this he waved his hand. Go. Yes sir. The inspector saluted and left. Huang Bingyao's eyes rolled and he held up his belt and headed downstairs. He was going to dabble in dinner tonight as well. It's not a good idea to take advantage of your brother-in-law. It doesn't cost you any money anyway. Tonight, we'll pick the expensive ones and rip him off. Chapter 33, Huang Banyao orders more food. More is better. Just after 7 p.m. at the Bonehead Tavern, Su Luo and his group of 30 or so people walked in, laughing and joking, and what came out was a cacophony of noise. And at a glance, the store was packed with people. It's peak dining time. The boss was entertaining an acquaintance in the lobby, so he saw them entering the store at a glance, especially Huang Bingyao who was carrying the rank of superintendent, and immediately greeted them with a pleasing smile. This officer, still investigating the case even after work. It's really hard work. Is there anything I can help you with? I absolutely cooperate. Because it was as soon as he got off work and came this way. Huang Bingyao didn't go back to change his clothes and wore his police uniform. Hearing the boss's words, the bodies of the two youths in the hall who were eating shook, looked at each other, and then dropped their chopsticks at the same time, fiercely getting up and pulling their legs out to run. Hey! Stop! Seeing this, Song Zijie chased after him without hesitation, followed closely by Qin Jin. Huang Bingyao snorted. Idiot line. Hearing that it is the bad guys. Do not care what we are here to do and run. This is not a weak heart. This psychological quality also dare to commit crimes? At first glance, it is not a big thief. At most, it is selling ice selling shaking beans powder boy. Shopkeeper cold sweater coming down. You wear a police uniform to bring so many people, not to investigate the case is what to do. Who wouldn't be afraid of a ghost in their heart? You're not here for dinner, are you? He knew the two men who escaped. Minions of Big D with Unison, specializing in bulk cargo in the area. As Huang Bingyao had said, the two guys who had escaped were indeed not great thieves because not only were their mental qualities bad, but even their physical qualities were worrisome. Before he could run a few steps, he was grabbed by Song Zijie and Chen Jin, and then escorted to Huang Bingyao. Search them, Huang Bingyao said. Yes sir, responded Chen Jin and Song Zijie, and then after a moment of groping on the two, they pulled out many small bags and bags of packaged ice. Huang Bingyao held his belt and twisted his head to look at the crowd triumphantly. See, I was right. Huang sir, you really have a fiery eye. You saw through the roots of these two guys with a single glance. I adore you so much. He Ding Bang hurriedly sent a shot of horse's ass. Yes. Huang sir has a wise eye. It's true that ginger is still hot. The others also touted Huang Bingyao with all kinds of compliments without mincing words. Ha. Praise. This is experience. When you reach my position naturally also practiced a pair of good eyesight. Huang Bingyao waved his hand and said modestly, but his face was constantly smiling. A face that says you guys are alright. I, Huang, am just that awesome and brilliant. Su Luo was powerless to spit out. Just arrested two powder boy. Do not think that you are arresting two big drug lords. The other people are also, do not have a little backbone. Alas, throughout the entire Serious Crimes Unit, he is the only one who comes out of the mud and does not attach himself to the crookedness of kissing his superiors' asses, because he has backbone and dignity. Unlike these people who are so shameless. Huang sir, how to deal with these two people? Chen Jin couldn't watch anymore either and interrupted Huang Bingyao from pretending. Huang Bingyao displeased swept him a glance. No wonder until now just rise sergeant, purely a little eye power or not. said with a sullen face, cuffed, after eating to bring back to the police station to let the duty of the people on trial, can take so much volume? Certainly not the general powder boy. The general bulk of the powder boy are only take 3 or 5 sachets, scattered and then take goods. These two guys do not count the already scattered. Searcher searched out more than a dozen sachets. Obviously something is wrong. I didn't realize there were surprises in having a meal. And the restaurant owner heard Huang Bingyao said dinner 2 words have been stupid. After half a day you bring so many people really just come to eat ah. The two captured pinkies looked at each other and cried even more. Had they known that it would have been better to be more stable? Yes sir, said Shinjin and Song Zijie as they took out handcuffs from behind their waists to lock the hands of the two pinkies. Su Luo looked at the owner of the restaurant. Hey, what are you gawking at? Hurry up and arrange a seat for us. Ha, oh. The owner of the restaurant then reacted, and hurriedly flashed to the side, bending down to make a gesture of invitation. All of you sir upstairs please, there is a large private room upstairs, specializing in entertaining team dinners. The crowd followed the boss to a large private room on the 3rd floor with 4 round tables, and 2 sets of sofas. Everyone find your own seat and make yourself at home. Make yourself at home. Hiro and Bud greeted the group. Huang sir, take the seat. Su Luo naturally gave the main seat at their table to Huang Bingyao. Huang Bingyao was not polite. He went over and sat down, then directly picked up the menu and waved to the waiter. Sir, the waiter smiled and stepped forward, slightly bending over and waiting to hear Huang Bingyao's orders. Huang Bingyao pointed to a few very cheap dishes on the menu. This, and this. Sir, come out to eat. It's most important for everyone to eat happily. You don't need to save me money. Su Luo saw his big brother-in-law ordering cheap food, and while he was touched in his heart, he felt it wasn't quite right and opened his mouth to interrupt him. It's not like you're spending your own money anyway. What are you talking about? Huang Bingyao glanced at him in surprise, then closed the menu and casually handed it to the waiter and said, except for these few dishes I just ordered that I don't want, serve all the others again. It's not like you're spending your own money anyway. Sulo, it's inhuman. I'm touched for nothing, but fortunately I am less of a human being than you. The others sucked in a breath of cool air and exchanged glances with each other. Su sir is going to hemorrhage money tonight ah. Huang sir, ordering too much to eat, wouldn't that be a waste? Maisie hurriedly persuaded, knowing that what she would spend in a while could be her oldest brother's money. She could see that her oldest brother was deliberately trying to screw Su Luo, but wasn't he just lifting a rock and hitting his own foot? So trying to stop Lao from self-harming. The others laughed heartily and teased, Boozy, you're helping Su sir save money even before you're over? Huang Bingyao heart also cannot help but taste. Before cannot see you help me save money. Suddenly rebellious hearten up, looked at the waiter and said, open another 4 bottles of your best wine here, to the most expensive ow. Miko held her forehead, a raw look on her face. Su Luo's expression is also very complicated. Brother-in-law, this is a horse I want to save money for you, cannot even save ah. Kill me? It will end up slaughtering me and hurting you. Ah Luo, you won't be heartbroken, right? Looking at Su Luo's ed-up expression, Huang Bingyao's heart suddenly felt very free and asked with a smile, let you my sister without saying a word. I have to teach you a lesson tonight, or else you think I'm a big brother made of clay? How could it be? Huang sir, you're looking down on me too much. Su Luo laughed, looked around the week and said, still the same sentence, come out to eat. Everyone eat happy is the most important. Just pick the expensive points. If not enough, continue to add in a while. To eat well and drink well. You ordered this yourself. Don't blame me. Su sir hoity-toity. In a moment high and low I have to toast Su sir. We're in for a treat tonight. Seeing Su Luo actually did not change his color, the crowd admired but also muttered, could it be the second generation of the rich? He's handsome, he's a rich kid, he's good at catching thieves, and he's not letting us ordinary people live anymore. Soon the dishes came one after another. Bird's nest, shark's fin, lobster and abalone are all available. Everyone eat ah, don't be polite. Today there are only co-workers, no officers. Looking at the wide array of dishes, Huang Bingyao salivated. This is all he usually can't afford to eat. Today altogether ah. Su Luo also greeted the crowd. Eat, eat, eat. Everyone hurry up and move the chopsticks so as not to let the dishes get cold. Everyone join in a toast to Su sir. This meal tonight is a table full of delicacies. We must thank him for his hospitality. Miao Zhishan stood up and looked around the room with his wineglass raised, calling on the crowd to toast Su Luo. Huang Bingyao was the first to respond, dropping the large chicken leg in his hand, wiping off the oil carelessly, and rising with his wineglass. Yes, let's all join in thanking Luo. It's too polite and too much of a favor. It's just a meal. Su Luo humbly followed and raised his glass. Spend other people's money and act like a pussy. What a beautiful word. In the private room, the crowd pushed cups and exchanged drinks. The atmosphere was hot and heavy. At the same time, the Tsuan bearer, Big D, walked into the restaurant with a group of minions in a furious manner. Chapter 34, A Husky Who Trespassed on a Wolf Pack. Ah Don, Flower Dog, get your ass out here. As soon as he entered the door, Big D, who wore a backcomb and a silver suit, crossed his arms and lifted up his jacket, full of hostility and anger, and yelled left and right. Behind him a group of juniors are spread out in the hall. Table after table began to find people, stirring up the customers dare not say, or directly throw the bowl away. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I'll give you guys a free bill this time. Welcome next time. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The boss apologized with a smile while sending these guests out, before running to Big D with a helpless and anxious face. Big D, what are you doing? Driving the guests away. How can I still do business? My protection fee is paid on time. He hated black clubs like Big D, but it was impossible to do business in this world nowadays without black clubs. Suwon is again a clean slate for Big D alone, so he is outraged by it. It can only be committed. I'm asking you, where's Dong and Flower Dog? Big D couldn't care less about his boss's aggravation, grabbing him by the collar and yanking him in front of him, asking with a grim face. Dong and Flower Dog are the two powder boys who were caught upstairs by Su Luo and the others. Both of them are junior under Big D, and are considered pinnacles in the business of selling powder. This time Big D accidentally got a batch of excellent color of the new goods, deliberately handed over to a Dong and Flower Dog out of the test sale. But these two guys to the time of the delivery of the number of people actually disappeared. Big D instantly cannot sit still. After all, out of the road to mix. These days no longer talk about righteousness, only talk about the knife. So he suspected that the two guys swallowed his goods to run away. It was only then that he approached the tavern with a group of his men. The loss of more than 100,000 money is actually nothing, mainly because of the Big D nature of domineering, short-tempered, cannot swallow this breath. He had to find out those two. Big D brother. They were forcefully taken upstairs to the biggest one of the private rooms. The boss had a face of awe and stammered, pointing to the third floor. Gan Lin Niang, how dare you detain my people, causing me to be in such a hurry. Big D cursed and threw away his boss, rushing upstairs with an expressionless face. The boss quickly went to stop Big D. Big D brother, you must not be impulsive. Cannot go. That group of people you cannot afford to mess with. They are all. When he said this, he seemed to stutter because he was a little out of breath from the haste of his tone. Off. Big D pushed his boss away with a look of impatience and pointed to his face in a domineering manner. Suwon is my Big D's territory. Only people can't afford to mess with me. There's no side that I can't afford to mess with. When the words fell, with a wave of his hand, he took 20 to 30 minions and went straight to the third floor with an aggressive spirit. Brother Big D, cannot go. The boss is still shouting below, a flash of play in his eyes, a mouthful of phlegm spit on the ground. Pa, have you a good time? It's clear that he is just purposely messing with the Big D. In the private room on the third floor, by now, the wine had passed 3 rounds, the food had passed 5 flavors, the temperature rose, everyone felt a little hot. Many people took off their jackets, and unholstered their guns and hung them on the backrests of the chairs. Ordinary uniformed police officers are required to turn in their firearms at the end of their shift, but not those in the major crimes unit. But a lost police gun can be a real pain in the ass. Come on, all keep drinking. Cheers. Su Luo's face was red from drinking, so Bud served him, pouring him wine, serving him food, and wiping his mouth. Huang Bingyao looked so angry that he was almost dead. His own brother had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. Add food. He must add food. At this moment, clang sound. The door of the private room was roughly kicked open. Everyone turned their heads to look. Puff you a mother? Dare to deduct my people. Big D just said a sentence. His voice is like being stuck by chicken feathers, and the expression on his face is also instantly frozen. At the moment, the booth was awfully quiet, looking at Huang Bingyao, who was wearing a police uniform, and one of the police guns hanging on the backrest of the crowd's chairs. Big D's throat welled up and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He panicked a little. It's like a husky that broke into a wolf pack. The minions behind Big D also looked at each other. Something's wrong? Huang Bingyao asked with squinted eyes. Big D forced himself to calm down and squeezed a forced smile on his face. I am a waiter. I came to ask you guys if you still want to add more food. And looking at it looks as if you don't need it. So, then I won't bother. With that he reached to close the door to the booth. Pa! Huang Bingyao clapped his hands and pointed at Big D and yelled. You think I'm a demented line? The waiter wears a suit, and he has a little brother? All of you stand on the wall. Miao Zhishan immediately bring someone to check their ID cards. Yes sir, swished Miao Zhishan as he got up and shouted back. B-team's men follow me to carry out the order. Sir, it's just a misunderstanding you don't have to be like this. Big D spread his hands at Huang Bingyao. Su Luo walked over and lifted up the two pink boys squatting in the corner and pushed them in front of Big D. Is it really a misunderstanding, Big D? These two should be your people, right? He wouldn't think that Big D was going the wrong way. Analyzing what Big D had just said, it was to find someone. It's just that he seems to be having some kind of seizure tonight, and he has the audacity to ask for someone who was being held by the police with that kind of attitude. Sir knows me? Big D froze. Long hair behind him glanced at Su Luo and came to Big D's ear. Big brother, he's the one who asked me to remind you last time that someone asked you to go fishing, remember to wear a helmet. Oh, Big D suddenly realized and said with a smile on his face. Thanks for your concern I will definitely wear a helmet when fishing in the future. But these two guys really aren't my people. I don't know them. If you say you don't know, you don't know. Huang Bingyao said coldly. Cuff up and squat in the corner, and bring them back to the police station together for investigation after dinner. With a word from Wang Pingyu, Big D, the Tsuan Wan bearer, was handcuffed and driven to the corner to squat. It turns out that Big D isn't all that grumpy. It's just a matter of who you're dealing with. A comical scene formed in the booth. A group of errant men sat in the middle of the room and pushed a glass of wine. A group of cooks hung their heads and crouched in a circle. Asterisk 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 if you dare to talk nonsense when you get to the police station, don't blame me for being rude. Big D warned Dong and Flower Dog in a low voice while moving his sore legs. What are you talking about? Shut up and no conversation. He ding-bang threw a toothpick over. Big D's face went green for a moment. It wasn't until an hour later, when Big D and the others' legs were so sore that they were losing consciousness, that the meal broke up, and Huang Bingyao arranged for a few people to take them back to the police station. Su Luo, on the other hand, called out for the waiter to settle the bill. As a result, the boss came. Sir, you guys spent a total of $52,800, so just give it $50,000. The main thing is that the drinks are expensive. After all, in this kind of medium-sized restaurant, the food can't be any more expensive. Sir never takes advantage of the public when eating. How much is how much? Su Luo said righteously, casually pulling out his card. Here, swipe it. I really didn't see it. You're actually a rich guy. Huang Bingyao put his arm around Su Luo's shoulder, but just felt how that card looked a bit familiar. Su Luo waved his hand and pretended to say, we errant men should pay more attention to maintaining the image of the police force. Not bad. Awareness is as high as mine. You have the potential to be a first brother. Huang Bingyao pointed at him. Su Luo suspected that he was flattering himself. After checking out, the crowd went their separate ways. Su sir, thanks for the hospitality tonight. Huang sir, Su sir, we'll return first. It's almost 10 o'clock. I've been hit. I have to go back first. Otherwise your sister-in-law should suspect that I'm fooling around outside again. Huang Bingyao looked at his watch. Instantly hit a jolt. The alcohol has subsided quite a bit. Dropping a sentence, he hurriedly got into the car and left. Only Bud and Su Luo were left at the entrance of the restaurant. I really wonder how Lao will react when he realizes it's his money he's spending tonight. Bud shook his head as he looked at the taillights of the yellow Sinjo's car, then wrapped his arm around Su Luo. What are we going to do now? Your brother once said he was going to blow my head off with a life-threatening scissor kick, and I didn't give him that chance. Go buy a pair of black silks. Now I'm giving you this chance. You have to take it. Su Luo swept her into his arms and laughed. Only this head is not the other head. You can't be biased. You have to practice your crafts. And you can't miss out on your footwork. You have to develop morally, intellectually, physically, socially and aesthetically. While Su Luo and Bud were working on the black silk life-snatching scissor kick, Song Zihao met Zuni Wang. Ha 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 Howie. What a long time I've heard of you. My humble self Zuni Wang. It's an honor to meet you. Zuni Wang wore a big back hair, a cigar in his mouth, and a brown suit, and laughed as he walked toward Song Zihao with his hand outstretched from a distance. It's all just some vanity from the past. The world has changed after coming out of jail. Now I have nowhere to go. I still hope that Mr. Wang can reward me with a bite of food. Song Zihao hurriedly got up and shook hands with Zuni Wang. His tone was half helpless and half joking. Zuni Wang let go of his hand, wrapped his arm around his shoulders and sat down on the sofa, shaking his head. How was wrong? What do you mean by rewarding you with a bowl of rice? It's you and I working together. It's only right for everyone to get rich together. This is Song Zihao. Back in the day, one of the Hong Kong Island Road's popular figures. Now come to join him, in the future to bring out to talk about things. That would be how dignified just like that long beside Uncle Hai. He is pretty and capable of fighting. Song Zihao is still one step ahead of him in terms of fame. Let Uncle that old man, take a look at it someday. Then find a way to poach Long as well. And then there will be two great generals around. That's right, Zuni Wolf is still a face party. Then I'll rely on Mr. Wang to take care of it. Song Zihao had a look of gratitude on his face. Much to Zuni Wang's amusement, Zuni Wang patted his shoulder. I heard about what happened during the day. Brother Hao, the police must be looking for you everywhere right now. You should rest for a few days first, and when some time passes, I'll arrange for you to help me with something big. Hong Kong Island is still too small to accommodate two large arms smuggling syndicates after all. And now that he has another fierce general under his command, it's time to take out Uncle Hoi. Good, Song Zihao nodded. Chapter 35, Suffocating Great Uncle. People prying the door in the middle of the night, after 11 o'clock at night. With a click, Huang Bingyao carefully pushed open a crack in the door and instantly sighed in relief after seeing that the lights in the living room were turned off. The shopping hasn't returned yet. As long as he gets home first, he can turn the tables on his wife later and question her properly about what she's doing out there. His originally lewd frame straightened instantly, plunked open the door, and casually flicked down a switch on the wall. The living room lit up like day with a pop. Then Huang Bingyao was scared, screamed in place, jumped up, hands grasping the top of the door, legs clamped to the sides of the door, the fat body directly hanging on the door. From this point can be seen life-saving scissor kicks, by no means a waste of time. Only his wife was sitting on the couch staring at him with an expressionless face and a pile of shopping bags at her feet, and the familiar baseball bat. Suddenly turned on the light to see this scene. Huang Bingyao did not have a myocardial infarction on the spot, or his psychological quality is too hard. Not bad for a veteran cop who's been in the business for years. Old wife, big night you. Why don't you turn on the light? How scary. Huang Bingyao swallowed a mouthful of spit. His legs loosened and fell to the ground. Mrs. Huang crossed her legs, the slippers on her feet wobbling, and said with a leathery smile, Fatty Huang, did you go out to fool around again tonight? How could it be? Absolutely not tonight. Huang Bingyao appeared to be full of energy because he really didn't go out to fool around tonight, much less hook up with someone else's wife. Seeing this guy's stiff upper lip, Mrs. Huang took a deep breath to forcefully suppress her anger and gritted her teeth. Then explain to me what you did tonight. This I really have to tell you. Huang Bingyao excitedly hemmed and hawed, closed the door behind him and ran to sit next to his wife. Tonight our police department's serious crime unit get together. I ruthlessly slaughter. Well, make it up. Go ahead and make it up. Without waiting for Huang Bingyao to finish, Mrs. Huang interrupted him with a cold smile. Huang Bingyao froze, sensing the problem. No, I really didn't make it up this time. Wife, listen to me. I'm really eating tonight. Then tell me what meal can cost $52,800 a meal. Mrs. Huang couldn't help herself, roared angrily, and stood up with a baseball bat in her hand. The experienced Huang Bingyao drew his legs and ran away, circling the sofa and his wife. Honey, I don't understand what you're saying. What 52,800? Still don't admit it. I and my girlfriend shopping tonight to see a new watch. Brush, you have a gold card, actually prompted the balance is insufficient. Go to the ATM a check. The card is missing a whole 52,800. You are really colorful. Mrs. Huang scolded while chasing after her. Turning up the heat and splashing money on those wild women was a clear sign that he didn't give a damn about her. Wait, 52,800. Huang Bingyao suddenly stopped, instantly understood something. The whole person's limbs are weak, pupils lax, finally full of grief and anger. Roar, Su Luo. I pounce on your mother. His heart was dripping blood. This meal tonight actually cost him money. He'd ripped himself off. How happy he was when ordering, then how sad he is now. Husband, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Don't scare me. I don't blame you anymore. Seeing that Huang Bingyao's state was not right, Mrs. Huang hurriedly dropped the baseball bat and asked with a concerned face, Honey, listen to me. It must have been Bud who gave her boyfriend the secondary card of my card. Before he could finish his sentence, Mrs. Huang had already picked up the baseball bat again. Good. Now you're actually starting to push on Miko. Don't I know what kind of person Miko is? Wife, let me explain. Miko is pure and kind, but her boyfriend is shameless. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can you be as shameless as you are? How dare you falsely accuse your own sister's boyfriend? Fatty Huang, you're really getting more and more beat up now. Su Luo, I'm going to kill you. Lo, that just about killed me. The afterglow still lingered on Budgie's face, her winks leaning into Su Luo's arms, her tone soft. Alright, I'm leaving. Su Luo finished a cigarette and threw it into the trash can, getting out of bed and starting to get dressed. He has 2 mouths to feed at home, so the ammunition has to be distributed wisely. Miko climbed up, kneeling on the bed, the whole person from behind to stick up tightly embraced him. Red face to retain, tonight will not go well, okay Luo brother. Eating the marrow. Loosen up. Su Luo frowned and broke away from Bootsy's hand, lifting his pants while righteously educating. How old are you this year? 32C, right? You're indulging in male sexuality at such a young age. How are you going to build a harmonious Hong Kong island in the future like this? Everything in moderation. I want my woman to be an upwardly mobile person like me, not drunk on this kind of cheap fun. Talking with your pants up is tough. Maisie listening to a stunned. Always feel that this is full of grooves. Just entered the door when you are not like this, but Morocco you just not anxious. You don't think that I was impatient just now because I was horny? Su Luo asked rhetorically. Miko blinked, didn't she? Su Luo was dressing while talking some serious bull asterisk. Mr. Lusun said that the sage time after a man and woman's affair is the most calm and rational time. And I just couldn't wait to use that time to think about the future of the Hong Kong Island police force. Did Mr. Lusun say that? Budgie looked skeptical. I don't read much, so don't lie to me. Su Luo sighed. Bootsy, I'm disappointed in your knowledge base. I hope you'll read more books in the future so we can have spiritual empathy. He's a sucker for high-class fun. Bud was certain that the man was snubbing her and rolled his eyes. So did you think it out? Not yet. This problem is not something that can be pondered over in a moment. Next time you prepare a pair of black double garter socks, it will help to speed up my brainstorming. And it is also considered that you are contributing to the future of the Hong Kong Island police force. Su Luo finished, picked up the police gun and walked away without looking back, without dragging his feet. Miko raised her middle finger at his back. At 12 o'clock, Su Luo parked his car downstairs and then took the elevator upstairs. His house was at the end against the end of the corridor, so it was some distance from the elevator. Su Luo walked out of the elevator and saw from afar a dark shadow in front of his house sneaking around not knowing what to do. He held his breath and slowed his pace. Prepare to go up to the silent step knife man. Snake Boy Wei, who bore a scar on his face, hadn't the slightest idea that danger was approaching, and after carefully studying the lock on the door, he casually reached into the black backpack at his feet for tools to pry the door open. There were a lot of things kept in the bag. Knives, pliers and hammers, and even tattoo instruments. So Snake Boy Wei blindly touched it a couple of times without touching what he needed. Are you looking for this? The kind-hearted and helpful Su Luo couldn't stand to watch from the back, and helped him take out the pliers and hand them to him. Thanks man. Snake Boy Wei subconsciously thanked him after catching the pliers, but then only suddenly reacted, his body instantly stiffening in place. Trying to play it cool, he gritted his teeth and turned violently to raise the pincers to slam them on Su Luo's head, but he had only just raised his hand when the muzzle of the gun was pressed against his head. Trying to sneak up on me? Su Luo smiled faintly. Snake Boy Wei's cold sweat came down, forcing a smile on his face. No, I want to let you, buddy, see if my pincers look good. Asterisk. You. Su Luo smashed the handle of his gun hard on his head, then grabbed his collar and dragged it in front of him. You think I'm an idiot? Ah! Snake Boy Wei was smashed open on his forehead by the shot, and blood trickled into his eyes. Just then, the door burst open. Ah! Seeing the bleeding Snake Boy Wei, Zhou Wenli was shocked. What happened to him? She only opened the door when she heard Su Luo's voice. Wait until we go in first. Su Luo casually lifted the backpack that was placed at the door, then roughly pushed Snake Boy Wei towards the house. Elbow. Follow me into the house. Luo brother. The Hong Kong student who was watching TV on the sofa was just about to greet him, but when he saw Snake Boy Wei he suddenly lost his face. How did he get here? Chapter 36, Tattoo on Piggy Peach, Asian Ice Queen. Kong Shang looked at Snake Boy Wei with a shiver. Snake Boy Wei, on the other hand, stared at her with spiteful eyes, the blood running down his face at his forehead, making it look particularly gruesome. Pa! Su Luo raised his hand and slapped it. Staring at your mom, close your eyes. Snake Boy Wei forced his eyes to close in anger. Su Luo looked at Kong Shang. You know him? Aha. Hong Kong student's curled legs sitting on the sofa timidly looked at the Snake Boy Wei, pursed red lips, said, he is the snakehead who brought me to smuggle over. And after that, he wanted to violate me, and I resisted and stabbed his face, and then I escaped. This guy had left a deep psychological shadow on her, which was why she was terrified at the sight of Snake Boy Wei. More of an asshole than Su Luo. Zhou Wenli angrily walked up to Snake Boy Wei, and the pointy fine heels on her feet that hadn't yet been replaced lifted up and kicked him in the middle of his crotch. Snake Boy Wei instantly opened his eyes in anger, his face twisted in pain, his head covered in sweat, covering his gear and rolling around on the ground in agony, letting out loud and mournful screams. Just talk about him, don't involve me. Su Luo also had a cold crotch and raised his leg to kick Snake Boy Wei on the ground. Hey, don't pretend to be dead. Honestly explain how you found this, or else keep kicking you anon. Don't. I said. Snake Boy Wei was so agitated that he spat it all out without hesitation. After Hong Shang scratches his face, he holds a grudge against her and spends his days wandering the streets looking for her. It just so happens that he bumped into Zhou Wenli the day she took Hong Kong Sheng to the midwife to ask for her birth certificate, and he tracked her all the way here. Stepped on the spot for a few days, and when he saw Su Luo not come back so late today, he assumed that he wouldn't be coming back to spend the night, and then he prepared to take his revenge on Hong Kong Sheng, but he didn't expect to be touched by Su Luo. It was so close. Luckily you came back just in time, Zhou Wenli said as she patted her chest. Kong Shang was also in a state of shock. Su Luo kicked Snake Boy Wei again. I didn't expect you to be quite vengeful. Come on, tell me, how were you originally going to retaliate? Let me refer to it as well. I am going to force her and then tattoo my pattern on her back. Snake Boy Wei hesitated to lie, but looking at Zhou Wenli's stupid high heels, he chose to tell the truth. Asterisk. Zhou Wenli kicked him in the crotch again. According to this practice of Snake Boy Wei, the Hong Kong student who had his pattern tattooed on his body still had the face to live? Snake Boy Wei wailed again. Ah! Su Luo lifted Snake Boy Wei and held him down on the coffee table, roughly tearing his clothes again. Snake Boy Wei forced himself to endure the humiliation and fear and turned back to ask, Sir, can you anoint it? Wipe your grandpa. Su Luo was wickedly cold and kicked him in the leg. Bring the tattooing instruments over. Doesn't he like tattoos? I'll give him the whole job. Zhou Wenli hurriedly carried the black bag over. Su Luo took out the tattoo instrument and debugged it, a hideous smile on his face, and viciously poked it. Poking women can be gentle. Poking men is unnecessary. Ah! Snake Boy Wei's pig-killing screams rang out. An hour later the tattoo was over, and both Zhou Wenli and Hong Kong Shang wanted to laugh when they looked at the pattern on Snake Boy Wei's back. 3 pink monstrous cartoon pigs. Well, it's one of those things that is expected to be recklessly mocked and despised by the other inmates when they go to prison. Doesn't do much damage, but is extremely insulting. Su Luo casually threw the tattoo equipment aside and picked up his big brother to report to the police, and half an hour later 2 people from a nearby police station took the half-dead Snake Boy Wei away. Ha, laughing my ass off, he's got a great tattoo, not bad for a mixed-up socialite. Wild enough, as soon as they were out of the door, the 2 errant men, who had held their faces red in the house, jeered uncontrollably. Ah! Snake Boy Wei is so grief-stricken that he attempts to hit the wall, because people can die, but they can never die socially, but ultimately the suicide failed. Alright, it'll all be fine from now on. At home Su Luo wrapped his arm around Hong Shang and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Minato Sang wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned her head into his embrace and nodded. Thank you Morocco, you're also too detrimental, giving him a tattoo of that contraption. Zhou Wenli couldn't help but say. Su Luo's eyes twinkled. These tools are readily available. Should I give you guys a tattoo as well? He was a little ticklish after just getting a tattoo. Tattoo a small one. Tattoo flowers you know? When Zhou Wenli heard this, she was still a bit dumbfounded. Su Luo laughed softly. How easy it is. Didn't see the pig I just tattooed for him didn't have any problems. Tattooing, to put it bluntly, requires a steady hand, and a certain amount of compositional skill. And how can his hand with a gun not be steady? Then I want a flower too. Hong Kong Sheng saw that Zhou Wenli had agreed, so she didn't have the luxury of refusing. Su Luo let out a bad smile. Tattoo as you go. Minato Sang blushed, but didn't object. She had completely taken the shape of Su Luo. Su Luo also do not know what material Snake Boy Wei used. He gave Hong Kong Shang's left shoulder, and Zhou Wenli do right shoulder each tattooed a branch of plum blossom. In the vigorous exercise when the blood accelerated the flow of blood, the 2 plum blossoms are extraordinarily red. Jingle bells. The portable phone sitting on the coffee table rang. Shulua picked it up casually. Speak, Su sir. I'm Kin on duty. That big D who dragged back tonight spit out some big news. What news? Su Luo rambled. What big news could a curmudgeon have? Even if he did, it would be related to the anti-black team. He didn't care. Rico doesn't get as much credit as the case. Big D said he had someone disperse that shipment was from the Asian Ice Queen. The Ice Queen brought 4 tons, worth $2.5 billion, of ice to Hong Kong Island. Ah Kin sounded extraordinarily excited. Su Luo instantly became serious, pushing Zhou Wenli and Hong Shang out of the way and walking over to the window. And who is this Ice Queen? How did you manage to get such a large shipment? 4 tons ah. How many people's homes could be ruined by this damned inflow into the market? Although Su Luo's bottom line is more flexible than his bottom pants, he does have a bottom line after all. Although he is horny, shameless, ruthless, and has done eating black things, but ultimately a good man. He has always been at odds with gambling and drugs. Ice Queen is one of the biggest drug lords in Asia. Interpol has been on the lookout for her, but none of them have been able to catch her. This is a good opportunity to catch her and get credit for it. Although drug seizures were a job that belonged to the Customs and Narcotics Investigation Division, it was natural that the clues they found in the Serious Crimes Unit didn't have the sense to give the credit to others for nothing. The Serious Crimes Unit has always had a wide range of law enforcement. What did Huang Sir say? Su Luo asked. Huang Sir, he didn't answer the phone. So I informed you first. Now the discerning people in the police station knew that Su Luo was the red man in front of Commissioner Huang, and everyone admired his skills. After all, once he joined the team, he caught Fu Quang and destroyed the counterfeit money syndicate. So all trust him. Su Luo pondered for a moment. Continue the trial. Don't leak the news. If there's any more breakthroughs, tell me at the first time. I'll notify him on Huang Sir's side. Yes sir. Even though Su Luo wasn't there, Qin stood at attention and saluted. It was called attitude. After hanging up the phone, Su Luo pulled back the curtains and stood in front of the window looking down at the neighborhood atrium below in a daze. Hey, Wenli shouted from the couch. Su Luo turned his back to her and said, leave me alone. I need to think about something about the meaning of life. But you're not wearing any clothes, hey. Aren't you afraid that the neighbors across the street will complain? Zhou Wenli rolled her eyes. Su Luo looked down, and in order not to scare his possibly giant-phobic neighbor across the street, he hastily pulled the curtains shut and ended his brief contemplation of life. Day 2. Today do not have to go to work, so Su Luo day before getting up, wash up after he did not eat breakfast on the door, driving straight to Huang Bingyao home and go. Huang Bingyao and Maisie live in the same building, one on the 7th floor and one on the 8th floor, which happens to be upstairs and downstairs. Dropping Chapter 37, T-Art with Teacher Su Luo. Someone robbing the case. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang. Huang Bingyao, who was eating lunch, put down his chopsticks and got up to open the door. Who is it? What met his eyes when he opened the door was Su Luo's beaten face. Wow, old brother got beaten again. It is really a case of adding new wounds to old wounds before they are healed. That's an odd pattern for two couples to get along. Or maybe Huang Bingyao has masochistic tendencies like Bud? It looks like he's being beaten by his sister-in-law, but he's actually enjoying it. He spends his time out getting high, comes back and gets to have his sister-in-law beat him up for it, and then continues to get high. Hiss Huang Beyo this wave in the atmosphere? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You still have the face to say that. Huang Bingyao's eyes instantly filled with blood as he yanked Su Luo's collar and pulled him in front of him. Using my money to act like a pussy. You're really a great official, Su sir. When he thought that the price of this guy's scenery in front of people last night was his own suffering behind people's back, Huang Bingyao couldn't wait to clip his head with the life-saving scissors kick. Older brother, I advise you that it's best to let go. Otherwise it's not good for your body. Don't you think so? Su Luo first looked down at the fat hand that was gripping his collar, then raised his head with a face full of sincerity and persuaded. Huang Bingyao remembered the encounter under the bed that day. His throat welled up, loosened his hand, helped him straighten his messy collar, and explained, don't think that I'm afraid of you. I don't want to get into a fight with you for the sake of Maisie. I was worried about affecting your relationship. Well, indeed, if I were to beat you up from time to time, it would indeed affect the relationship between Budgie and I. Older brother has good intentions. Su Luo was on the verge of being moved to tears, looking at Huang Bingyao with a flirtatious expression. Honey, where did you open a door for someone to go? A gentle voice came out from the restaurant. In front of outsiders, she still gave Huang Bingyao face. Oh, coming. Huang Bingyao rushed back into the room, then glared at Su Luo. Come on in. Su Luo subconsciously shivered, because last night, Miko had also said to him, come on in. Only Bud said it while lying on his back. After closing the door, he carried the fruits he bought and followed Huang Bingyao into the living room, and then at a glance, he saw a woman with outstanding temperaments sitting at the dining table. This is? Sister-in-law got up and pointed at Su Luo, looking at Huang Bingyao suspiciously, waiting for him to open his mouth to introduce. Before Huang Bingyao could speak, Su Luo said with a smile on his face, you must be sister-in-law. You're even younger and prettier than what Bud said. Huang Sir is really lucky to have married you. Sister-in-law, my name is Su Luo. I'm Bud's boyfriend, and Huang Sir's subordinate. Huang Bingyao skimmed his mouth. Hypocrisy. His wife is a teacher. Her figure and temperament is good, but her face value is definitely not considered beautiful. Su Luo's words are too false. It made his teeth sour to hear it. Yuck. Stinky watch face. So it's Bud's son boyfriend. Looks really talented. Jade tree. Bud's son's vision is good. In the face of a handsome man's praise, sister-in-law smiled from ear to ear. Knowing that this guy is Bud's son's boyfriend, then it is even more enthusiastic. Look at you come just to come. What else to bring? Next time it is not allowed. That's right. It's the first time you come to the door. Is it a good idea to bring a few broken fruits? Huang Bingyao was conspiratorial. You shut up. My sister-in-law's eyes glared. Then with a twist of her head, she was all smiles again. Don't get on his bad side. He's a person who just doesn't talk in tune. How come? Whether as a junior or a subordinate, it's only right for Huang Sir to criticize me. Su Luo spoke earnestly, explaining. It's mainly because I've heard from Boozy about his sister-in-law's character, and I was afraid that you wouldn't accept it if I brought something too expensive, so I bought some fruits. Look at this young man. Not only is he good-looking, he's also a good talker. Well, put something down. Carry how tired Don't bite a yellow sir. The family only relatives. No boss. The smile on sister-in-law's face has not been broken. Went forward to receive the fruit in Su Luo's hand, then turned her head to reprimand in a bad mood. Huang Bingyao, you are a wood What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go to add a pair of chopsticks and let a Luo sit down to eat together. The reason why Su Luo had come without eating breakfast was because it was already time for lunch, just so he could dabble and get his fruit money back. Wife, don't be fooled by this kid's appearance and sweet words. He's no good. That 50,000 plus last night is what he spent. Seeing that his wife was fooled, Huang Bingyao was about to dismantle Su Luo's true colors and clear his own wrongdoings in the process. Sister-in-law's face changed, put the fruit on the table, and said in a bad mood, Huang Bingyao, what are you talking about? It's the first time that people's Luo came to the house. Sister-in-law, calm down. It wouldn't be good to affect your relationship because of me. Su Luo hurriedly interrupted her and said with a forced smile, actually, Big Brother is right. That 50,000 or so was what I spent last night. Look, he admitted it. Huang Bingyao was excited and suspicious in his heart, feeling that something wasn't right. This guy admits it so easily? Shut up. Sister-in-law glared at him and turned her head to look at Su Luo and softly said, Luo, I know what kind of virtue your big brother has. There's no need for you to take it out on yourself just to help him out. You're so honest and you're working under his hand, so he won't bully you to death. Huang Bingyao was dumbfounded. He finally realized what was wrong. Su Luo the dog did it on purpose. Honest? What's honest about him? Sister-in-law, Big Brother didn't lie to you this time. That money was really for my use. Su Luo emphasized again. Sister-in-law's face sank. I'll be upset if you keep this up. When I don't know what's in my heart? The more Su Luo said this, the more she felt that Su Luo was taking the blame in order to help Huang Bingyao cover up his mistakes. The boy is just too honest and too kind. Big Brother, sister-in-law doesn't believe it's me, so there's nothing I can do. Su Luo spread his hands helplessly at Huang Bingyao. A double entendre. The old green tea table. Asterisk. Shut up. Huang Bingyao instantly was ape-shaped, pounding his feet and chest. Wife, you've been tricked by him. He's faking it. He's doing it on purpose. You have to believe me. I really didn't lie to you. This feeling that only he knew the truth, but no one believed him, made it hard for him to breathe. Do I trust you enough? Huang Bingyao's credit has gone bankrupt with her. Stop talking. Hurry up and get the dishes. Do you have to make Luo look at the joke? Su Luo looked at his great-uncle with a smile. Alas! Huang Bingyao was angry and helpless, and finally looked at the sky speechlessly, then sighed with his head down and walked towards the kitchen in a very depressed manner, feeling that he had really hit an evil. This dog fell asleep his sister, spent his own money, and let himself take the blame, and now he has to serve him. Someday he has to find a master to look at it. Sister-in-law led Su Luo to a seat. Come on, sit down first, taste how my handiwork is in a moment. Boozy told me that sister-in-law's craftsmanship is better than any ordinary chef. I just smelled the aroma as soon as I walked in the door, and I actually craved it a long time ago. Su Luo transformed into a licking dog and licked his sister-in-law into a frenzy. He's always had a pretty nimble tongue. Huang Bingyao came out with the chopsticks, and put them in front of Su Luo without a good face. Eat, hurry up and eat. Thank you, brother. Su Luo looked up with a sincere smile. Huang Bingyao wanted to slap him across the face and rolled his eyes as he sat down. What are you here for? But don't say you're here specifically to see me. I definitely don't believe you. This guy's not that nice. I mainly came to see my sister-in-law. And secondly, there's something else I want to tell you, Su Luo said. Huang Bingyao lifted his chin. Speak. No, he's so fat he barely has a chin, so it should have lifted his head. According to the account of the Big D who was brought back to the police station last night, the goods he let loose were from the Asian Ice Queen, who brought 4 tons of ice to Hong Kong Island. What? Ice Queen? Huang Bingyao shakily stood up. Still eating? Hurry to the police station. Let the Serious Crimes Unit immediately all cancel the vacation. If he caught this female drug lord, The senior superintendent of police he was just running would surely be a sure thing. The next step up to chief superintendent is also simpler. After all, this is a case with as much impact as breaking up a counterfeit money syndicate. And the point is that he has people above him. Su Luo. This person can really make him love and hate? Let him be sometimes happy and sometimes sad. Big brother, today is half over. There's no rush. I'll go to the police station for an extra shift to interrogate Big D. The others let them continue to take their vacation. And wait until tomorrow morning after attending Wu Sir's funeral. Su Luo appeared to be calm. Because there was no use in rushing this moment. If the Ice Queen was that easy to catch, then it wouldn't have been until now that even Interpol couldn't get their hands on her. Huang Bingyao sniffed and sat down again. In the aspect of solving cases he felt that Su Luo was slightly stronger than him, so he decided to listen to him. Then I'll go to the police station with you in a while. While the two were talking about work, her sister-in-law didn't interject a word, and only after the two had finished talking did she say, "Hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold." Halfway through the meal, Su Luo's big brother suddenly rang, and he put down his dishes to answer the phone. "Hey, say, Su Sir, it's not good. Customs somehow got wind of the Big D guys and came to ask us for someone, saying that the Ice Queen is a case they're following. The men can't be given to them. Wait, I'll be right there. And you inquire about the recent movements at the customs. You want to take the credit? You're a piece of... What's wrong?" Huang Bingyao asked. Su Luo briefly explained the matter. With those broken guns of customs, how dare he think of capturing the Ice Queen? He even came to my territory to ask for someone. He thinks I... Huang Bingyao. Am a clay pinch. Huang Bingyao casually put down his chopsticks and cursed and was about to get up. Su Luo hurriedly said, "Big brother, there's no use in killing a chicken. Let my little brother go and meet them." Makes sense. It looks like a drop in the bucket if I personally show up when they've only just arrived. Go ahead. In short, the case has to be our police department's. If they carry someone out, you call me again. I'll step in and set the other side up in a minute. Huang Bingyao sat down again after an unsuccessful attempt to get up, holding his chopsticks as a token and giving instructions to Su Luo. "Yes sir." Su Luo cooperatively faced him and stood at attention and saluted, then took his big brother and walked away. Chapter 38, Customs man is taunted to break his defense, begging for monthly votes. Saigon Police Station. In the reception room, slim, with short hair, wearing a brown jacket and jeans, Customs Inspector Guan Jiawei walked back and forth inside with a few of her subordinates in an agitated manner. After a while, the door was pushed open and Qin, who was on duty at the Serious Crimes Unit, walked in and said, "I've already made the call. If you guys want someone, just wait and communicate with our officer and call me if there's anything else." Before they could reply, Qin closed the door with a clang and turned to leave. What kind of attitude does that kid have? There is not even a cup of water. So many of our brothers died in customs, and they are still on vacation in the Major Crimes Unit. A male customs officer raised his foot and kicked on the sofa, full of anger. That's right, it was our customs that found out about the Ice Queen's return to the harbor. What gives them the right to intervene? They should just hand over the witnesses to us. Needless to say, it must be trying to steal the credit. Guan Jiawei said soothingly, "Well, there's no use complaining. It's better to be quiet and wait for the other side to come. They sure as hell aren't going to give us the guy that easily. They're obviously hanging us out to dry." The male police officer who kicked the couch sneered and kicked the couch again. Guan Jiawei held her forehead. "Yang-chan, you have to pay for kicking someone's sofa. Calm down." About half an hour later, as several people were already getting impatient waiting, a footstep came. Guan Jiawei's few people got up in a hurry. Then they saw the senior police officer who had just been in charge of receiving them walk in with a handsome, high-quality male wearing a silver-gray suit. "This is our Su Sir," Qin introduced. Guan Jiawei stepped forward and extended a hand to Su Luo. "Hello, Customs Inspector Guan Jiawei, Sergeant Su Luo of the Serious Crimes Unit." Su Luo held the other party's small, soft, boneless, slightly calloused hand. Guan Jiawei froze, obviously not expecting Su Luo's police rank to be so low that he was sent to deal with them. She could still tolerate it, but behind her, Yang Chai, who had just kicked the sofa, couldn't tolerate it anymore. "Sergeant? What kind of cats and dogs can come out to communicate with us? Get out of here. Let your police station do the right thing to come." "Hey, what are you talking about?" Qin rolled up his sleeves and was about to get on, but was stopped by Su Luo reaching out. Qin saw the situation and sneered. "What did I say? You do not understand the human language? I trample like you." "Pa!" Su Luo backhanded a slap. Qin screamed miserably, and the man stumbled backward, nearly being jerked straight to the ground. "Qin!" Guan Jiawei exclaimed, then glared at Su Luo. "What are you doing? What gives you the right to hit someone? Let your officer come and talk to me." The rest of the customs were also sharing the same fury as they glared at Su Luo, as if they couldn't wait to eat his flesh alive. I'm sorry, madam. You can only blame him for having a foul mouth. Su Luo shrugged it off, absently stating, as for the person, I'm definitely not going to give it to you. We'll take over this case. We followed this case first. Guan Jiawei stalked her neck, looking angry, but unfortunately her parabets couldn't be seen to rise and fall, and were flat. Then why don't we each investigate our own, without interfering with each other? Su Luo lightly smiled and shrugged his shoulders, then skimmed his lips. But Inspector Guan, I have doubts about your customs ability. I heard that you were beaten up by the Ice Queen's people 2 days ago, and even the SDU entered the scene, so for the sake of your safety, I sincerely advise you to give up this case. It's no secret that Qin inquired about this information, and there's something even more hurtful that Su Luo didn't say, which is that Guan Jiawei rubbed shoulders with the Ice Queen during the arrest but let the other party off the hook because she didn't recognize them. There's a news blackout within customs, because it's so embarrassing to spread the word. That's what Star Chow told him just now when he called Star Chow for news, and on the phone Star Chow spat customs into oblivion. No, rigorously speaking, the Inspector Guan in front of him should look like he was still a virgin, with his legs tightly closed. Shut up, it's none of your business what happens to our customs. Who are you to judge us? That's right, you, a sheriff, are not qualified to talk to us, Guan Sirwhile. Get lost. Not much age, not much breath. You were still memorizing regulations in the police academy when we were working on the case, weren't you? The customs people were like cats whose tails had been stepped on, exploding, getting anxious, and breaking their defenses, because what Su Luo said was true. How are we Su Sir not qualified? Ah Qin suddenly had the opportunity to play. Some time ago, the South African diamond case was solved by our Su Sir. Fu Guan was killed by Su Sir, and Tan Chang, the chief criminal of the counterfeit currency syndicate, was arrested by Su Sir. So he is not qualified to evaluate you? A momentary silence fell over the reception room. Customs people, including Guan Jiawei, were all looking at Su Luo with shocked faces, obviously not expecting that several recent big cases that had stirred up Hong Kong Island were solved by Su Luo. In that case, then, the contempt they had just shown Su Luo would seem somewhat ridiculous and self-defeating. Qin, don't move and hang on to your credits. You're like that. What do you let those who clearly have little to no credits but are tugging at them do? Su Luo twisted his head and pretended to lecture Ah Qin. It's the old yin young man when he opens his mouth. Guan Jiawei's face was green and white, and the people behind her had their heads bowed, angry and helpless in their hearts. However, Su Luo's words had instead inspired them to make sure to capture the Ice Queen and botch the job. I won't give up. Guan Jiawei dropped a sentence, then headed out without looking back. The others rushed to follow. Finally gone. What's the arrogance of the customs people coming to our place? Ah Qin felt a raised eyebrow, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Big D clamored to meet with a high-ranking person before he would spit out more information he knew. It looks like he wants to negotiate terms. Go meet him. Su Luo smiled faintly. The biggest difference between club members and other criminals is that there's territory to run, and there's no way Big D can stand to be out of town for long, especially since he's only just taken Suan Wan, and he's needed to sit on the sidelines at this juncture, so he had to get out quickly. And what was betraying the Ice Queen in order to get out? Guan Sir, what do we do next? Yang Zai, who had been slapped, covered his face and his speech was slurred because of the high swelling of his cheek. Let's get you to the hospital first, Guan Jiawei said. Yang Zai let go of his hand. I'm fine. It's just a slap in the face. The point is this case. We must solve it and hit that guy's face hard. The small physical injury was far less than the mind-blowing blow Su Luo had inflicted on him. I'm afraid it's hard. That Su Sir is really good at solving big cases back to back. A female customs officer named Angie forced a sentence in a small voice. The others nodded in unison with the children. Even if they were no longer upset with Su Luo, they had to admit that the other party's ability was truly hanging on for dear life. Can you steal a case from someone like that? Guan Jiawei inserted her hands into her pockets and exhaled slowly. Her eyes firm. Go find Superintendent Yen. Have her step in and go directly to communicate with Su Luo's superiors. Since she couldn't communicate with Su Luo, it would be better to let her and Su Luo's superiors on both sides communicate. The SDU looked down on them, and the Serious Crimes Unit looked down on them, and she was not steaming buns. Chapter 39, Someone above can't compare to someone above. Where are the people? Is there anyone? Tell your officers to come out and see me. I have important information about the Ice Queen. Big D's agitated hands gripped the iron bars of the detention room and kept shaking them, shouting out of the top of his lungs. At this moment a burst of sound of the door opening. Big D saw Su Luo hastily waved. Sir, I have important information to explain. I am willing to cooperate with the police to catch the Ice Queen. for the social security of Hong Kong Island to contribute to a, see, who says kooks don't have consciousness? Wow, brother Big D is so conscious. If you kill yourself now, it would already be considered as contributing to the social security of Hong Kong Island. Su Luo walked up to Big D with a smile on his face and sized him up with his hands in his pockets. You can't say that. Big D obviously did not recognize this. Sophomoric. If I died then Suan would be in chaos. Must be 3 days a small fight. 5 days a big fight. It is because of me. Suan is calm. I have paid too much for Hong Kong Island. He nearly moved himself. The police force should all pay him another salary. If it wasn't for him keeping order, the police could be busy every day. You're so well-intentioned. So should I give you a good citizen award? Su Luo snorted. Big D waved his hand and hemmed and hawed. That won't be necessary. Sir, you just let me out quickly to continue contributing to the maintenance of social security on Hong Kong Island. Cut the crap. Hurry up if you say you have important information on the Ice Queen. Su Luo pulled back to the point. Big D pressed his face against the iron fence, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, I can continue to contact the Ice Queen's people to get the goods and lure the person out. At that time, when you, sir, bring someone to hold him down, you will be able to ask him about the whereabouts of the Ice Queen and where the warehouse where the goods are kept is. Won't the Ice Queen suspect you when you and your 2 loose juniors are locked up by us for the night? Su Luo pondered the feasibility of Big D's method. Big D didn't think so. Sir, we're just like our own family. We've been dragged back to investigate twice in 3 days. It's normal. Not to mention that the Ice Queen may not know about last night's incident. The Ice Queen is an internationally wanted fugitive who has no fixed abode and is not as well informed as she is on Hong Kong Island. Call your little brother to bail you out and wait to cooperate with the police action. Big D, if you dare to play tricks with me, you'll die a horrible death. Su Luo put his face close to the iron fence, almost face to face with him, revealing a creepy smile and a breezy tone. Even if the law can't you up, but I'm sure I can finish you off. Big D was a bit scared by Su Luo's eyes and tone of voice. This horse in the end is a bad man. Or bandits. He haha, a smile pretending to be calm. Don't worry about it. Sir, we mixed the society. Is to seek wealth and status and scenery? And the Ice Queen of those outlaws is not the same. I'm crazy to play tricks with you. Various associations have more or less cooperated with the police. Whether or not the associations can make a living depends on the police. And the police also rely on the associations to maintain social stability. Big D wouldn't dare go against the police unless he was willing to give up everything he had now to become a lost cause. This is the best. Well, this is the police and the public cooperating as one family to build a harmonious society on Hong Kong Island. Su Luo patted his shoulder, then turned to leave. While walking, he whispered to Kin behind him, have your brother keep an eye on Big D when he goes out? A steady hand, just in case. Understood. Sir, Kin nodded. Sir, slow go. Big D smiled and waved at Su Luo's back for a long time before he withdrew his gaze and wiped the tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not even that stressful to talk to that old thing Dengbo. How can a poor man carry such a heavy banditry on him? Out of the police station. Su Luo got on the car and called Huang Bingyao to report the situation. Big brother just. Luo, listen to me first. Things have changed a little. Huang Bingyao interrupted Su Luo and said sullenly. There is an order from the top. The Ice Queen is of great importance and holds heavy firepower. Ordering you, the Serious Crimes Unit and the Customs and SDU to form a joint arrest team, with the team's headquarters set up at the Customs. No way, big brother. I can understand having the SDU involved. How did Customs get mixed in? Su Luo was feeling pretty ed up right now, like he was in the middle of a bloody battle on the front lines, and as a result, his boss surrendered at the rear. That's not what you said when I set out. Huang Bingyao sighed. It's okay. Superintendent Yen of the Customs contacted me, and I'm still fighting to get our police department involved. Don't you have someone above you, old man? I just have someone above me, but Superintendent Yen really has someone above her. Her husband is the Ghostbusters superintendent to come. People can get Ghostbusters to do it. Can I? Huang Bingyao hated this kind of relationship, especially when his relationship couldn't overpower the other party's relationship. Consider it, I've heard that there are a lot of stirrers in the Ghostbusters. And after screwing too many women, they might want to change their tastes as well. Big brother, I'll support you in greening Superintendent Yen. That, Su Luo smiled. Asterisk 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 you. It's settled. After the funeral tomorrow, you'll take your team to the Customs side. Your team is still missing someone. I've already filled in for you, and I'll be looking for you to report to work tomorrow. Where's the head of the Serious Crimes Unit? Why hasn't someone been sent down from above? Su Luo asked in disbelief. Huang Bingyao cursed. Originally it was going to be sent, but after knowing that you bastard slept with my sister it was blocked back by me. When this case is done and you pass the inspector's examination, let you act as the captain to turn around. And by the way, you will also take the position of the team leader. He has the final say in the Saigon Police Department. And the key is that Su Luo is capable enough to be convinced by the people. And the others in the serious crimes unit will not have a problem with letting him serve as the head of the unit as well. To put it bluntly, the iron still needs its own hard. Otherwise, even if you give you the blowing and playing and singing crystal love, but you can't harden yourself, then it's useless. Big brother, I love you. Su Luo once again experienced the benefits of eating soft food. It smelled too good. The Saigon Police Department's Serious Crimes Unit is usually headed by a senior inspector. And even if Su Luo is promoted to trainee inspector and then successfully transferred to the full rank, he is only an inspector, and is still one level away from being a senior inspector. But this one level gap was directly erased just because he slept with the administrator's sister. Cool. I'll have to inquire if Ichiro has a sister someday. And love me to death? Humph. You're lucky if you pit me less. Huang Bingyao hung up the phone after saying that. Su Luo was about to drive home, but the big brother he had just put in the passenger seat rang again. Hey, big brother it's me. Does Luo have the time to come out and have a drink with me now? Li Ying's voice rang out, sounding a bit sullen. Wanting to get drunk to relieve his sorrows, Su Luo asked, just the two of us? To Li Ying the old leader, Su Luo is still more respect. If not, he transferred before he strongly recommended himself to Huang Bingyao. He would not have today. And Xing, he was given a half-day's vacation up there because he had to participate in an operation with customs recently. Li Ying said and burped. He alone has apparently been drinking. Where is it? I'll be right over. Hearing that Star Chow wanted to cooperate with customs in an operation, Su Luo knew it was to capture the Ice Queen, and he had to go and communicate with them. Communicate with Star Chow in advance. We can take care of each other when we act, to avoid being dragged down by the pig teammate of customs. And it is a good thing that one less person can die. At the bar, Lee Eagle set a place. Su Luo was a bit surprised. This bar is open even on a weekday morning? Are there customers there? I'm not a person. Li Ying didn't have a good temper, and then explained one more sentence. This bar owner used to be a police officer, and he only receives police officers during the daytime when he opens his door. So hurry up and come. I'll introduce him to you when you come. After hanging up the phone, Su Luo rushed towards the bar. Chapter 40, Li Ying's Change. Wu Quan's Funeral. When Su Luo walked into the bar, there was soothing music playing, not many people, and it was empty. Only Li Ying was sitting at the bar drinking, while chatting with the middle-aged man who wiped glasses inside the bar. Li sir. Su Luo walked over. Coming. Li Ying put an arm around Su Luo's shoulders and pointed at the middle-aged man wiping the cup. Who sir? Hello who sir? Su Luo greeted. Who sir smiled slightly. I have left the police force. Forget it, just call it that. I am also used to it. Listen to Li sir said you. Drink something? Whatever. I'll drink whatever who sir you mix up for your specialty. Su Luo sat down next to Li Ying and casually asked. Star Chow hasn't come yet? Badmouthing me behind my back. Ha? Star Chow's familiar voice suddenly rang out. Su Luo turned around to follow the sound and saw Star Chow walking over with a lollipop in his mouth. No, I'm just asking why you haven't come yet. I miss you. Su Luo smiled and walked over to him and put his arm around his shoulder. Come over and sit down. Being attentive to nothing is not adultery. Star Chow shielded his chest with both hands and looked at him vigilantly. You can't be that you're not satisfied after sleeping with my horse and still want to sleep with me. Let me tell you, I'm not good at this. I'm not that heavy-handed. Su Luo released him with a tug at the corner of his mouth. Let me ask you, are you going to participate in this joint operation against the Ice Queen? You're not going to participate too, are you? Star Chow looked Su Luo up and down with wide eyes, then waved his hand in disgust. To work with you. Bad luck. There is still residual anger left over from the hatred of taking his wife. Working with me, that's always more reliable than working with customs. By creating a common enemy for himself and Star Chow, it would help to enhance the relationship. If you want to say so, then I have to admit that it is the truth. Star of the Week instantly opened the box to spit customs. You are not aware of how wasteful that group of people. The gun rang. Actually scared to shoot. The gun stopped, but also appear to be more courageous than anyone else. To say that they have two sentences they are actually still unconvinced. Star Chow is not in tune, but the person is still very powerful. In the movie has the SDU first fast gun called, and later became the SDU captain. Even now he's a squad lieutenant. So it was only normal to look down on that group of wastrels from customs, and it just so happened that Su Luo also looked down on them. That's right, today that group of wastrels even came to our police station to ask for someone, and their attitude is extremely arrogant. I'll spoil him? Joke. A backhanded slap. Well done. Cheers. Star Chow raised his glass and clinked it with Su Luo. Drinking it down, Li Ying rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, you two, I asked you to come drink with me." "Ah yes, Li sir, you were just promoted a while ago. What's up with that? What's so sad?" Su Luo then turned his heads to look at Li Ying. Star Chow also had a curious look on his face as he held his wine glass. Li Ying sighed. "It was only after the transfer that I realized how lucky you two little guys are to have met such a good boss on Hong Kong Island as me." Next he began to pour out his grievances, complaining that the commissioner was an idiot, that his colleagues did not seek advancement, that there was internal competition for power, and, in short, that it did not go well for him in the central police station and that he had accumulated a lot of grievances. It's a complete contrast to the previous spirit when he had just been promoted and learned that he was going to be transferred to the central district police station. Li Ying obviously has a long-standing grudge, complaining to Star Chow and Su Luo until the evening, eating lunch at the bar, and getting drunk from the morning until he wakes up in the evening. "Didn't leave until I took a phone call. It's finally over. I really didn't expect Li Sir to become like a whiny woman." Star Chow sighed in relief. This whole day had been torture for him. This vacation was kind of a waste. Su Luo nodded in agreement. He clearly felt that Li Ying was no longer as easygoing as he used to be. His nature was getting more and more impatient and his temper was getting more and more violent. Hu Sir said with a bashful smile, "The influence of the environment on a person is very large. Li Sir, if you do not adjust the mentality, the road in the police force will not be smooth." "How do you know?" Star Chow asked. Hu Sir gave him a sly look. "Guess why I was expelled from the police force to sell alcohol here?" Sorry." Star Chow dryly laughed to change the topic, casually picked up the cup on the bar and took a sip. "The taste of this cup of wine is good. Hu Sir is really good. It's right not to be an errand boy." "Hussein, but what you served was a glass of water." Star Chow. On this night, Su Luo and Star Chow got drunk at the bar, talking about the chicks in the bar together, spitting customs together, and the relationship between the two sides was much further advanced. In the morning, Wu Quan's funeral was held as scheduled. Su Luo stood in the queue wearing a police uniform that he had never worn since joining the force, sizing up Wu Quan's girlfriend, who was dressed in a long black dress, with a sinking feeling, body tall and shapely. Long black dress cannot cover the curve of the full moon, heavy grain silo with the sobbing when a tremor, keep a head of short hair, clean and gentle face pearly, very let a person pity. The most crucial thing was that this woman he recognized and also got confirmation from Miao Zhishun that her name was He Min. It's He Min, the teacher from truancy, and it's no surprise that she'll be Star Chow's future girlfriend. But there must be an accident if there is no accident. Sing, "I'm sorry again." And Wu Sir, don't blame the brother for not being human. I only blame my sister-in-law for being so charming. From the first moment he saw He Min, Su Luo secretly decided to fulfill the promise he unilaterally made to Wu Sir before his death, "Thy wife I raise," for no other reason than that he is true to his word. Dear compatriots, relatives and friends, it is with sadness that we mourn today the loss of our outstanding compatriot, Mr. Ing Chen, who served in the Serious Crimes Unit for the police force during his lifetime, and who had aspired to maintain a safe, harmonious society for the citizens of Hong Kong Island, and who was born in 1986. The funeral was soon over, and one after another, colleagues from the police department went up to shake hands with He Min and say they were sorry for their loss. It was soon Su Luo's turn. He held He Min's smooth and delicate little hand and said in a pleading tone, "Miss He, I am Wu Sir's colleague Su Luo, although he and I only worked together for one day, but we met like old friends and were as close as brothers. He died in my arms, and before he died, he entrusted me to take care of you on his behalf, and you can always look for me if you have any difficulties in the future." The others moved when they heard this. Su Sir can really be a good person. Obviously and Wu Sir have contradictions, but now in order to not let He Min to his help have a psychological burden, and said in Wu Sir close to the brotherhood of words, "It is really touching." Perhaps Wu Sir is also perceived Su Sir this noble character, so only in the dying clearly and each other have grudges in the case of still to his wife and son. "Thank you." Quan believes that he is also happy with having a colleague like you. He Min choked and said with reddened eyes, looking at Su Luo with a grateful face. But is still there. Su Luo duly loosened He Min's hand. "Give me one of your phone. Since I promised Wu Sir to take care of you, I have to do it. You don't have a psychological burden. The moment Wu Sir died, I decided to carry on his legacy will be a life dedicated to fighting crime. He is my leader. It was necessary to reflect that his relationship with Wu Quan was very good. Otherwise He Min was embarrassed to trouble him when he encountered something. So how could he be in regular contact? Well, thank you. Really thank you. He Min nodded and gave his home phone number. Su Luo gave her a slight smile before looking at Wu Quan's grave again and pretending to shake his head and sigh. Since he inherited Wu Sir's legacy, it would make sense to inherit his widow again, right? Woo sir, you do not say anything, I will take it as your default. Okay, that's a happy consensus. Chapter 41, New Team Members, Depressed Guan Jiawei. It's time to go back to the police station after the funeral, because he still had to go and wait for the new team member to report for duty that Lao said he had yesterday, or else he would have just taken his men to the temporary command of the joint arrest team set up by customs, which was the main focus of this operation. I can only say who let Superintendent Yen have two mouths while brother-in-law only has one. Can't talk about others. Shulawa sat in his car and rambled. Not long afterward, the passenger door pulled open, and with a fragrant breeze, Bud sat up, and his first words were, "Are her hands soft and slippery?" Women are very sensitive. Although Su Luo just faced him in with all righteousness, but Boozy still perceived that he had crooked thoughts, and her heart was angry and annoyed. Where am I no better than her? It's soft and slippery, but what does it have to do with me? Su Luo held Boozy's hand without changing his face, and said in a serious manner, "As an errand boy, I like hands like yours with a bit of callus on the inside, which are naturally used to hold a gun and increase friction. It just hurts a little bit when it chokes occasionally." Ugh, not serious. As soon as Su Luo drove, Boozy was teased to the point of blushing, which still had the heart to pursue what had just happened, and snapped, "Hurry up and drive. This is the first time I've seen you wearing a police uniform. It's so pretty." Su Luo played with her small hand, carefully sizing her up. After putting on the police uniform, Maisie looked valiant and unique. She looked dignified, but the more dignified she was, the more she made people want to get into her head. Maisie sensed Su Luo's mind, and immediately said with her pretty face rolling, "Luo, don't mess around. Let's wait for the night to talk about it, La. Now hurry up and go to the police station." She wasn't surprised by anything Su Luo did, so afraid that Sulo would drive with him in the car. "But I'm on fire right now." At this moment, Su Luo beautiful Koan possessed. 40 minutes later, Saigon police station. Shulawa parked and got out of the car, and Miko took the bottle of water and rinsed her mouth while throwing the paper towel into the trash can. It wasn't until the bottle of water was wasted that she threw the bottle in as well and followed Su Luo towards the office building. Stepping into the serious crimes unit, he found Song Zijie with He Dingbang and the others surrounding a stranger, but the man's back was to the door, so Su Luo couldn't see his face. "Nah, Su Sir is back." He Dingbang patted the stranger's shoulder, looked at Su Luo and said, "Su Sir, this is a new colleague who just graduated from the police academy with first-place honors." The stranger with his back to the door turned and faced Su Luo with a standing salute, his voice booming, "Good day, Su Sir, PC 9637, Ma Jun here to report for duty. Grass, Donnie Yen." Seeing this face, Su Luo knew that it must be some movie character again. Very good. He needed this kind of person who could fight under his hand. His great uncle was reliable. "Well, put your hands down, and the A-team come in for a meeting." Su Luo waved his hand and headed for his office. Miko walked towards Ma Jun. "Hello Miko, Su Sir's girlfriend." He Dingbang smiled and added an introduction by putting his arm around Ma Jun's shoulder. Ma Jun smiled back at Bud. "Hello sir. Wow, why is your face so red in the morning? There are still traces of sweat on your forehead." He Dingbang came over to Boozy and carefully looked at her. Miko sheepishly pushed him away, her eyes fluttering, pretending to fan the wind with her hand and said, "The air conditioning in the car of Luo Go is broken. It's hot. Hurry up and have a meeting." After saying that, she panicked and walked towards Su Luo's office. Song Zijie, Chen Jin, Fat Bo, He Dingbang and the new Ma Jun followed. After watching the crowd come in, Su Luo announced to the crowd, "According to the latest intelligence, one of the biggest drug lords in Asia, Ice Queen, has brought 4 tons of ice into Hong Kong. The higher-ups have ordered us to form a joint arrest team with SDU and Customs to arrest Ice Queen. If you have any questions, hurry up and ask them. If there's no problem then set off now." "Report sir? I'm fine with it. I can't wait." He Dingbang rubbed his hands together. "I don't have one either." After Su Luo finished speaking, all of them said they had no problem with it, and Ma Jun looked very excited. After all, he came across a big case as soon as he joined the company. Could he not be excited? "Go change and set off." Su Luo got up. The serious crimes unit didn't wear uniforms for cases, and no one liked to wear them. The crowd chorused, "Yes sir." Temporary command headquarters of the joint apprehension team. The SDU had arrived and were sitting in the lounge pointing fingers at the female customs officers. After all, the SDU is a relatively closed environment where there is not even a female mosquito, let alone a woman. So it was hard not to get a little hot and excited at the sight of so many female police officers in uniform for a while. "Wow, that chick. What long legs." Staring at someone's legs is vulgar. You should look at their buttocks to show respect. It's so round. All shut up. You guys are a disgrace to our SDU with this look. Scum. Joe, am truly ashamed to be in your company. Star Chow stood up and shouted his contempt for his colleagues. The crowd eyed his crotch oddly. Can't you get rid of the swelling before you pretend? Ha, rhymes with O. Star Chow said calmly, that's what I do to show the greatest respect and recognition for their bodies. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd raised their middle fingers in contempt. Are you all restless? Wang Dong, the leader of the Flying Tigers, asked as he walked in and looked at the crowd. The crowd nodded. Yeah. Aren't they all energetic? Yeah. Then go run the stairs. Run from upstairs to downstairs counts as one trip. Run 20 times. Wang Dong's words fell, and then pointed specifically at Star Chow. You, run 30 times. The other girl complained to me about you. Was it me that scared you? It's my fault for being too big. Star Chow proudly blamed herself. Wang Dong was in a bad mood. People are dizzy with needles. Ha 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 ha. The lounge instantly burst into laughter, laughing at Star Chow while he put on his gear and went to run up the stairs. Don't care. These guys haven't seen a woman for too long. One is a disgrace. Wang Dong walked into the case analysis room and said to Guan Jiawei. Guan Jiawei pursed her lips and smiled. Let's see. Why don't we wait for the end of the operation to organize a blind date? Our customs is the opposite of yours. It happens to have a lot of women. The Ice Queen is dangerous. And with the kind of performance you guys gave last time, the blind date will be discussed when you can survive. Wang Dong was an old straight man when he opened his mouth. He doesn't need a woman. A woman would only reduce the speed at which he could draw his gun. The smile on Guan Jiawei's face instantly stiffened, and for the first time, she doubted her own face value. In just a few days, she'd already met 2 men in a row who didn't take her seriously. Wang Dong clasped his hands on his chest and looked around as he asked with his mouth, have the people from the Serious Crimes Unit not come yet? I'm interested in the guy who killed Fu Guang. He had once fought Fu Guang, and was defeated and slipped away without a gun. So looking forward to the upcoming meeting with Shuluo. Not yet. The corners of Guan Jiawei's mouth tugged. Well, I haven't even had a man more attractive to men. Angie walked in quickly. Guan sir, Captain Wang, Su sir from the Saigon police station. They've arrived. I'll go get it. Wang Dong hurriedly headed out. Guan Jiawei hesitated and followed suit. After all, it is necessary to work together. Yesterday's things can be forgotten. Catatonic is not conducive to solving the case. She doesn't have many boobs though, but the heart is very open. Chapter 42, Serious Crimes, Flying Tigers, Customs Meeting. When Su Luo walked into the temporary command center with his men, those female police officers' eyes went straight. Is there a face value requirement for the Serious Crimes Unit? Why are all the guys in this group handsome? It's over. Don't think about it. This is designated to be without us. The SDU members who ran the stairs instantly shortened their heads when they saw the scene. These women are so shallow. What's the use of a good-looking face? A robust body is important. Do you like chicks with ugly faces? Not like that. Wouldn't that be nice? Su Luo waved a sign to Star Chow. Star Chow grinned in response. Joe sir, you know that little white boy? The others saw the scene and asked curiously. Star Chow ran while breezily saying, my ex-girlfriend is quite familiar with him. He felt that he had already let it go. There was no need to cover it up, or else it would look like he couldn't let it go. How familiar? Your dad and your mom are as close as they can be. Star Chow didn't have the heart to give the person who asked this a look, and it turned out that he hadn't gotten over it yet. The man froze. I don't have a dad. That's still really pathetic. As your boss, I won't allow others to have what you don't have. Star Chow sighed, raised her hand to wipe the non-existent tears, and wrapped her arms intimately around his shoulders. I'll sacrifice myself. Come on, call daddy. Get out. Ha 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 ha. Joe sir, do you know your A? The others were bursting into laughter, so much so that even the exhaustion of running up the stairs dissipated quite a bit. Star Chow shrugged his shoulders and said I am cheap. You guys are not aware of how cheap that mannequin below is. Wang Dong and Guan Jiawei walked out together. Inspector Guan, hello again. Su Luo stuck one hand in his pocket and smiled as he extended his other hand out. Guan Jiawei shook his hand. Sorry about yesterday. I hope we can get along next. It will definitely be enjoyable. As for yesterday's incident, I've long since forgotten about it. I'm a person who has always had an open mind. Su Luo withdrew his hand, his tone brisk. Guan Jiawei rolled her eyes. Her heart 10,000 grass mud horses ran wild. She thought that she first lowered her posture and politely, that Su Luo would take the initiative to admit that he should not have hit someone yesterday, and give each other face and steps. But she did not think that Su Luo would actually accept her apology, making it seem as if it was all her fault. What a! Falling in the eyes of the onlookers, Su Luo is very generous. On the contrary, she cannot be attacked, can only force a smile. Hello, Flying Tigers Captain Wang Dong. I've heard a lot about you, Su sir. Seeing Guan Jiawei, the woman kept blocking the front. Wang Dong impatiently stepped forward and crossed over her, his eyes burning as he stretched out his hand to Su Luo. Quan Ka Wai, who was squeezed by him to take a step back, was speechless. Like this kind of insensitive man, the callus on his right hand must be very thick, right? Su Luo shook his hand. Good day, Captain Wang. Your SDU is an important maneuvering force on our Hong Kong island, and I've known about you for a long time. Su sir, can you tell me about the process of catching Fu Guang? Wang Dong asked with an interested face. Guan Jiawei, who had been left out to dry, said, Captain Wang, should we study the case first? Fine. Wang Dong shrugged his shoulders helplessly and looked at Su Luo. Be sure to tell me about it when you have the chance. Okay. Su Luo nodded, and the group walked into the case analysis room, which was filled with all sorts of known intelligence information about the Ice Queen's past and present. Guan Jiawei propped her hands on the table and said to Su Luo and Wang Dong, ever since the gunfight with the Ice Queen's people over at Guanghua Street 3 days ago, the Ice Queen has lost track of her, but it is certain that the Ice Queen must still be on Hong Kong Island right now, as it is impossible for her to escape without a trace under our tight blockade. Here she paused for a moment and twisted her head to look at Su Luo. Su sir, can you tell us what you got out of those people you arrested the night before last? Just like the information you guys got, Big D did indeed take the goods from where the Ice Queen was, but it wasn't the Ice Queen herself, and he was willing to cooperate with the police to contact the person who shipped the goods again. Su Luo sat on the chair and leaned his body back, his entire body very relaxed. Guan Jiawei's eyes lit up. This is our only breakthrough at the moment. As long as we can hold down the person who shipped the goods, we may get the whereabouts of the Ice Queen. Don't hold too much hope because they were locked up for the night. If the Ice Queen is well informed and learns about it, with her caution she won't fall for it, or she will use the trick to lure us in to carry out an ambush. Wang Dong did not hesitate to pour cold water on Guan Jiawei. Having fought together 2 days ago, he admitted that the woman did have 2 brushes compared to the other officers in customs, but there weren't many bristles on the brush. What does little hair mean? It means it's too tender. Guan Jiawei's complexion darkened, but she pursed her lips and said, we have to try no matter what. Try clucking, even if there's an ambush behind the ice. As long as there are enough of us to enter in 2 waves, then it'll be a counter-ambush. Su Luo, who had relived his life, was more life-thirsty, and if he could crush multiple people together with absolute power, then he was determined not to rush in alone. Otherwise, what's the point of being a leader? Whenever he relies on one person alone, then what is the point of having subordinates? What's the point of seeking promotion? Not everyone is Chan Kakue, and every time he is like Rambo, he is able to fight against the many with the few and still remain unharmed and undead. Guan Jiawei clapped her hands excitedly. Right, when we arrest, we will split into 2 waves, one at the front, and one at the back ready to support. If there is an ambush after ice, it's just right to give her a mantis to catch the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back. Then I'll contact Big D now. Su Luo beckoned, and Song Zijia hurriedly handed him his big brother. Hey, who is it? When the call was answered, Big D's impatient voice came out, and the murmur of mahjong playing could be heard. Su Luo. There was a clang, and the movement of something falling resounded over there, before Big D's voice rang out. So it's Su sir. Su sir. You say, I'll listen. Contact the Ice Queen right away for the goods, and call me back when you've set a time and place for the transaction. That's no problem. But Su sir, there's one thing I have to understand. I'm not going to the scene of the deal. Big D was surely not going to suspect him after what Ice Queen said in the detention room. Maybe not even knowing that he was arrested. But if he really let him go to the scene, he didn't dare to go again. What if the Ice Queen already suspects him and sets up a trap? Then he won't be dead. Su Luo frowned. You weren't like this at the police station. Do you think there's room for negotiation? Damn. These kooks. Their words are as untrustworthy as farts. And all of them are greedy and scared of death. Su sir, I'm willing to cooperate with the police to fish the Ice Queen out of the people who've already taken a big risk. I absolutely will not go to the trading site. Sympathetic understanding. Do not say, I have something on this side. Big D thought that if he went to the trading site, he might as well go to jail. Anyway, he has already arranged everything in the past 2 days. He has money. He can find someone to take the blame. Find the best barrister to fight the lawsuit. Squatting cannot squat for a long time. Gan Lin Niang. Su Luo cursed and looked at Ma Jun. You're a raw face. Go to Suan Wan and talk to Big D face to face. No matter how you go about it. I just want him to fully cooperate. Think about how to impress him. Although Su Luo didn't know which movie Ma Jun was the protagonist of, but since it was played by Donnie Yen, he must have a few tricks up his sleeve to give him a chance to perform. Don't worry Su sir. I will definitely convince him. Ma Jun was confident. This was his first time accepting an assignment. That had to be done right. Su Luo waved his hand. Go. The horse's army couldn't wait to turn away. Nah, just wait now. Su Luo dropped his big brother and spread his hands to Wang Dong and Guan Jiaowei. Chapter 43, Ma Jun's fistful of sincerity impresses Big D. Suiki Mahjong House. Su and Wan. After hanging up the phone, Big D walked back to the mahjong table casually through the portable phone to Long Hair, sat down and then took the cigar in the hands of his little brother and held it in his mouth, urging the others to play cards. Well, play cards? Hurry up and play 30,000. Big D. Just now that poor guy looking for you to screw you do not sleep with his girl, right? Received the phone almost fell down in fear. Fish Head Label played a card. With a flirtatious face looking at Big D said, ha 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 ha. Everyone else at the card table laughed. Big D laughed along with him, but his face grimaced as he laughed, his eyes sweeping over the airplane behind Fish Head Standard. Boy, isn't that funny? The smile on the plane's face gradually solidified. The others at the card table, including the airplane's big brother, Fish Head Label, were all keeping their heads down and constantly coating the cards in their hands, not even daring to breathe a single breath. The entire mahjong hall was instantly quieter, leaving only the whine and whine of the mahjong clashing and the overhead fan spinning, and the atmosphere was slightly stagnant. I'm asking you, is it funny? Big D stared at the airplane with a smile on his face, pointing at the fruits and snacks on the table next to him and cursing. Smile smile smile, horse smile your mother so much food on the table can't plug your mouth, is it not good? Fish Head Label and the others were embarrassed that Big D was clearly pointing the finger at the airplane to greet them, since all that food was for them, the big brothers. Airplane didn't say a word, but it was easy to tell by the expression on his face that he was defiant and holding back. Big D looked out of the airplane and casually fished out 40,000 and threw it on the table. I rewarded you. Eat it. You've gone too far. Big D. Why should a big brother make things difficult for a little one? Fish Head Label finally spoke up. Big D whipped his head around to look at him and smiled a slightly twitchy facial smile. So how about I don't embarrass him? I embarrass you. You help him eat it. Eat it. Big D had just finished talking to Su Luo on the phone. It was the right time to be annoyed. And the Fish Head Label was still making fun of him without any eyes. The fire in his heart instantly rose. Embarrassing the airplane is a slap in the face to the Fish Head marker. Fish Head Label's face was a shade of green and white, and he already regretted opening his mouth rashly. After all, even his boss, String Bomb, was polite to Big D after taking his money. How dare he confront Big D head on? Just then, without a word, the airplane grabbed the mace, stared at Big D, and slowly stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it with a muffled grunt as his throat welled up. Big D froze for a moment, then laughed a few times and raised his hand to point at the airplane. Hey, are you stupid? I let you eat, you really eat mahjong to come. How can you eat it? We'll eat dead people. The airplane laughed and wiped his mouth without speaking. Come, play mahjong. My hand is just right today. Big D let him go and greeted Fish Head Marker and the others as if nothing had happened and continued to play mahjong. After a few more rounds, Big D had a good hand, and the smile on his face didn't stop. Just then Ma Jun pushed open the door and walked in. He first stood in the doorway and looked around, then shouted, side by side it's Big D. The mahjong parlor was suddenly silent. Everyone stopped their movements, first subconsciously turning back to look at Ma Jun, and then twisting their heads in unison to look at Big D. Kid, mixed where Big D, this 2 words are you called? Big D stood up slowly with a cigar in his mouth, straightened his suit and asked with a slight tilt of his head. Ma Jun is not interested in watching him pretend. Directly striding over, you called Big D. Something to talk with you. Follow me out. Hey, Longhair blocked in front of Big D and reached out to grab Ma Jun's shoulder. Ma Jun backhandedly grabbed Longhair's wrist and twisted it. Then Longhair screamed miserably. His body sank down and knelt on the ground. His features twisted in pain. Chop him up. Big D thought he had met someone seeking revenge and shouted as he stepped back. A few other minions who followed Big D on a daily basis glanced at each other, then drew their knives and rushed forward. Ma Jun was agile and ruthless, putting down all these rotten boys in 3 strokes. And when Big D saw what was happening, he himself had run for the back door while his minions were rushing up. Ma Jun shrugged it off, pushing the plane in his way out of the way with one hand, and without a second thought walked towards Big D, grabbing a chair and throwing it hard without looking at it. With a clang, accompanied by a scream, Big D, who was about to touch the back door, was smashed to the ground. Just as Big D was about to get up, Ma Jun had already appeared beside him, lifting his foot and stomping it back to the ground viciously. Then he grabbed the back of his collar, opened the door with his other hand, and dragged him out as if he was dragging a dead dog, and finally closed the door again. Worthy of being the first graduate of the police academy, Ma Jun completely developed the good habit of closing the door with his hand. The crowd in the mahjong parlor soon heard bursts of Big D's screams and pleas for mercy from behind the door. Ah! Don't fight! Don't fight! Big brother, where do you hang out? Ah! The crowd looked at each other. In their hearts, they all felt unrestrained. Big D was too arrogant. They usually dared to be angry. Now don't mention how good they felt. Mahjong hall back alley. Ma June has been tired and sweaty. Kick the dead dog like Big D, I ask you. Match or not? Do not match. I continue to play. Since he still had to get Big D out of the deal, he didn't punch him in the face. It was all directed at Big D. Wait. Big D woefully raised one hand, his face full of suffocation and aggression, his voice trembling as he asked, Big brother, what exactly are you stepping on the horse to make me cooperate with? Ah? You say ah. You instead say ah. Ma June froze. Didn't I say that? Big D. Well then, I'll tell you now. Ma June squatted down and grabbed Big D's collar and yanked it in front of him. I'm Su Sir's subordinate. Su Sir wants you to cooperate with our arrest plan, and you'll be there in person at the time of the transaction. Big D almost collapsed. This guy is actually still a badass. He's obviously more black than me. He didn't even dare to threaten to complain about the other side, for fear of being killed. Asked you. Ma June made a gesture to swing his fist. Big D hurriedly covered his face with his hands and nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice and replied, Cooperate. I absolutely cooperate. If you hadn't been like this earlier. Ma June let go of him and added, in order to prevent you from playing tricks again, I'll follow you during the time of the transaction. Big D subconsciously wanted to refuse. No way, sir. Let the people of the Ice Queen see me around. I've only just joined today. There's no way the people at Ice Queen would recognize me. Ma June interrupted. Big D instantly ran out of words, and could only comfort himself in his heart. Following a poor man who could fight so well by his side, he could count on extra security when he went to trade. Ma June held out his hand. Lend me the phone. Inside, Big D pointed to the door. Ma June opened the door and Big D's minions behind the door were startled and took a step back in unison. Hey, go get your boss's cell phone, Ma June instructed with a lift of his chin. Shaggy looked to Big D. Brother Big D. Big your mom's head. Go on. Big D, who had only just gotten his ass kicked, said in a no-nonsense manner. Bunch of losers. Only then did Shaggy go and pick up the portable phone that had just fallen to the ground during the scuffle and hand it over to Ma June. Ma June closed the door again with a clang, then crossed his arms with one hand and dialed Su Luo's phone number. Hey Su Sir. It's me, Ma June. How's the talk going? Su Luo asked. Ma June glanced back at Big D, who was sitting against the wall and shinning, and said without changing his face, the talk was good. He agreed without even saying two sentences. The corner of Big D's mouth tugged, and he cursed in his heart. Indeed the words didn't come out twice. And you were beating me the whole time. Oh, Su Luo was a bit surprised, sitting up straight and asking curiously, how did you convince him? That's a little too efficient. Ma June scratched his head, pondered for a while and replied, it's by sincerity. With a fist of sincerity to impress him. Big D is very sensible. By the way Su Sir, Big D he was afraid that this period of time may be in danger, so that I have been following around to protect him. Big D, you're the biggest danger when you step on a horse. Big D is so cooperative. This little condition will be promised to him. During this period of time, you follow him and report any situation at any time. Su Luo was really surprised. His impression of Donnie Yen was that he was very capable of fighting, and most of the roles he played were of the particularly explosive-tempered variety. I didn't expect this Ma June to be an eloquent player. Well, it seems that in the future, this kind of moving mouth can be left to him to do. He is more good at doing it. Tell him to contact the Ice Queen as soon as possible, and you'll call me back when you've established the time and place of the transaction. Yes sir. After hanging up the phone, Ma June threw the portable phone back into Big D's arms and smiled kindly at him. Brother Big D. Happy cooperation. Big D grinned a smile that was worse than tears. Chapter 44, International Friends from the United States of America. Temporary Command Center for the Joint Apprehension Team. In the case analysis room, Su Luo put down the handheld phone and said to Guan Jiawei and Wang Dong with a smile, I really didn't expect this guy to be quite eloquent and actually convinced Big D to accompany us on our adventures with just a few words. Su Sir's men are really full of talents. Wang Dong cupped a sentence, then sighed. Unlike this group of reckless men under my hand, one will just rush. Guan Jiawei silently didn't dare to speak, because she didn't have either of these under her hand. It was just a group of chickens. Wang Sir words cannot say so. We focus on the direction is not the same well. SDU did originally as hands-on work, listening to others praise their own hands under the people. Su Luo quite a kind of old father's relief. Just then, a footstep sounded. The crowd subconsciously turned back to look at the doorway. only to see a dignified middle-aged female superintendent walk in with two white youths in black suits. Domain. Wang Dong's eyes lit up as he immediately got up and walked over to the slightly taller white youth. The white youth named Domain smiled and hugged Wang Dong. Dang, long time no see. How are you? Wen is Wang Dong's code name. Good, and you? What wind blew your United States of America Narcotics Control Unit here? Wang Dong inquired. It is ice. A lot of ice. Domain and Wang Dong separated, and then said, ice came to Hong Kong Island, and we are here to assist you in its capture. Very welcome. Wang Dong laughed. The middle-aged female superintendent said, it seems that you are also old acquaintances, so there is no need for me to introduce you. Of course, I trained in the same camp as him back then. Domain patted Wang Dong's shoulder and then pointed at the white companion beside him. By the way, this is my assistant. You can call him Abbott. Hello everyone, Abbott greeted with a smile. Hello, Wang Dong nodded, then pointed to Su Luo and Guan Jiawei and introduced them. These are Sergeant Su Luo from the Saigon Police Department's Serious Crimes Unit and Inspector Guan Jiawei from the Customs Department, both of whom are part of the arrest team. Hello guys, nice to meet you. Domain appeared poised, with a manly smile. Guan Jiawei smiled back. Hello. Su Luo also nodded as a response. He had always disliked foreigners, which was also the reason why he went to the United States of America as an assassin, taking foreigners' money to kill foreigners. Didn't this smell good? The middle-aged female superintendent looked at her watch. Then you guys talk first, I'll leave you alone. Yes, Yen sir. Guan Jiawei saluted. Only then did Su Luo look at the middle-aged female superintendent a little more. So this was Superintendent Yen, who was married to a ghost man. If she hadn't been a little older, then Su Luo high and low would have had to try to cuckold the Ghostbusters superintendent. When Superintendent Yen left, Domain put his arm around Wang Dong's shoulder and asked, have you gotten anything so far? The current situation is like this. Wang Dong set out their plan to prepare for fishing with Big D. Domain applauded as he listened. Gud. Crooked Rue Gud. This is a great opportunity, and it looks like you will be able to capture the Ice Queen without my assistance. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Su Luo's portable phone suddenly rang. Everyone looked up at him. Hey. Good. Su Luo answered the phone and said a few words before looking at the crowd. Big D has already made a deal with the Ice Queen's people to trade at 10 o'clock tomorrow night at the underground garage of the Galaxy Mall on Guanghua Street. Guanghua Street? Guan Jiawei frowned. It was on Guanghua Street that they exchanged fire with the Ice Queen's people earlier. Wang Dong analyzed. Maybe the other party just thought that we wouldn't expect them to still dare to go to Guanghua Street, where they had exchanged fire with the police, and that's why they chose to go there. Good. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Domain nodded in agreement. Su Luo took the phone and said, the first order of business is to set up the arrest plan for tomorrow night. Go and get the drawings of the Galaxy Mall right away and study them properly. I'll get the drawings. Miko volunteered. Su Luo nodded. Go ahead. What a gallant girl. A woman of honor in your Xia dialect. Domain exclaimed as he watched Miko's marvelous back as she left. He ding-bang lifted his chin at him. Don't look. You don't stand a chance. That's our SIR's chick. Yes? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend. Domain apologized before expressing his envy toward Su Luo. Su, you're so lucky. Can you teach me how to chase such a good-looking girl? I don't know. Su Luo shook his head. Domain froze, then laughed. Are you having a go at me for being rude just now? No, I really don't know, because it was she who took the initiative to chase after me, so I can't answer that question for you, and there are too many women chasing after me, and I'm still troubled by it from time to time. Su Luo sighed helplessly and looked enviously at Domain. That's why sometimes I really envy you guys, because at least you won't run into the kind of trouble I have, which is very headache-inducing and helpless. Domain. Crowd. Suddenly I want to beat him to death. Alright, Domain laughed dryly and hastily changed the topic to ease the embarrassment. Dang, while there's time, do you want me to teach those lads under you the new CQB tactics within our United States of America Army now? CQB, which is indoor close quarter fighting. Of course I'm begging for it. Wang Dong hurriedly went out and shouted at the flying tigers running up the stairs. All of you, come down and gather and wait to hear the lesson. Yes sir. While Domain taught the SDUs, Su Luo and the others watched from the sidelines. Mainly because there wasn't much to do. It looks awesome, Chen Jin said. Fatty Bo bristled. What is this? Fancy? We Su sir 3 punches and 2 kicks to flatten him. What exactly does he do? Looking at the Domain with powerful hands, Su Luo came over to Wang Dong's side and asked. He thinks Domains are less like cops and more like soldiers. Wang Dong glanced at him and replied. Domain used to be a soldier in a special force, and now he is a head in charge of drug sweeping in the United States of America. And it seems that he is also the commander of a SEAL team squad. A drug-sweeping commander and an army commander can double as well? Su Luo was surprised, which would explain why Domain had an excellent hand in military fighting techniques. Who knows? That's how it is with him anyway. Wang Dong spoke in a casual tone and put his arm around Su Luo's shoulders. Let's still talk about catching Fu Guang. About an hour or so later, Bud returned with drawings of the Galaxy Mall, and the group detailed a plan of capture around the terrain of the underground garage. The meeting did not end until a little after noon. Quan Ka Wai keeps Domain and Abbott for dinner, but the two refuse, leaving on the grounds that they have other things to do. Su Luo and the others stayed for dinner, although it was only a boxed lunch, but hungry people ate anything. After eating, Su Luo led the people to withdraw, and said to the people at the customs gate, "Tomorrow night's action may go well. Perhaps it is a trap that the Ice Queen will be planning. Don't go out to wave tonight, go back and rest well, and get enough energy to deal with tomorrow night's scene." "Yes sir," replied several people in salute. Su Luo waved his hand. "Go, sir, bye." He ding-bang spat out the toothpick and said playfully, "Bootsy, you should stop squeezing Su Sir's energy tonight, lest he gets weak in the legs tomorrow." Fat Wave and Chen Jin and the others would smile. "Go to hell you." Bud raised his foot to kick the man, but he ding-bang nimbly dodged and ran away. Su Luo wrapped his arm around Miko's waist and whispered into her ear, "Go to the police station and get your uniform." He ding-bang was completely overthinking it. Even Bud's small body could drain him dry? At most, he could drain the previous word, because he had a lot of strength. There is another set of change of clothes at home. Miko's pretty face flushed, her head lowered in a thin, mosquito-like voice. Su Luo gave her a kiss on the cheek. "You go back to get cleaned up and wait for me. I'll find you at night." "So where are you going now?" Budgie had been prepared for a daytime declaration of lust, not realizing that Su Luo actually wanted to go at night. She subconsciously asked. Su Luo raised an eyebrow. "Why are you asking so much about men's affairs?" "Of course I have business." Chapter 45, Su Luo should raise his dog with self-respect. After lulling Bud away, Su Luo turned around and dialed the number of He Min's house, which was his main business. "Hello, Ms. He? It's me, Su Luo." "It's Su Sir. What's the matter with you?" After hearing that it was Su Luo, He Min's low voice gained a bit more vigor. After all, she thought Su Luo was a good person. Su Luo walked towards the car while saying in a gentle tone, "I've just finished my work, and I intend to come over to see you and enlighten you, lest you remain immersed in the grief of Wu Sir's death. I believe Wu Sir knows in his heart that he doesn't want to see you depressed all day. He Min is now the time to ask for company. Of course he has to take advantage of the situation to seize the opportunity to see a needle. What if someone else takes the lead? Then he can afford the dead Wu Sir? No, that's too much trouble. I'll be fine. I'll be alone for a while. Ms. He, you don't have to be polite with me. I'm all on my way here already." Su Luo hung up the phone after saying that and got into his car to go straight to Wu family's house. Listening to Miao Jishun said Wu Sir's new wedding house is also quite big. Very good. Su Luo just like big house. Soak up Wu Sir's bride. Then you can live Wu Sir's new house. And save a sum of money to buy a house. You can be a little thrifty yourself. 40 minutes later, arriving at the neighborhood where Wu Quan's marital home was located, Su Luo stopped by to buy a meal up. Ding dong ding dong. He stood in the doorway and rang the bell. It didn't take long for the door to open, revealing He Min's beautiful but slightly haggard face. She hadn't even changed her clothes. It was still the same long black dress from the morning. "Su Sir, come in." She sidestepped and took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and squatted down to place them in front of Su Luo. This perspective made Su Luo almost subconsciously pull the pants zipper, fortunately in time to hang on. Alas, it was all because of the bad habits cultivated by Zhou Wenli and Hong Shang. Changing into slippers, Su Luo closed the door and walked in carrying the meal. "Miss He, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Looking at the size of the living room, the preliminary estimate was that this house was at least around 110 square feet, which was considered a luxury house in this pigeonhole of a place per capita on Hong Kong Island. There was a wedding dress in the living room by the window. "Not yet." He Min shook her head, then said while pouring water for Su Luo. "Su Sir, don't keep calling me Miss He, call me Min. Then you're the same, call me Al Luo. Guessing that you definitely don't have the heart to fix a meal. I bought it for you. Man is iron and rice is steel. How can you not eat?" Su Luo lifted the meals in his hand and shook it, then took them out one by one and set them on the table, totaling 2 dishes and 1 soup. He Min placed the water in front of Su Luo, sniffing the aroma of the meal. She subconsciously gulped from the morning dripping water, and then ruffled her hair with a bit of a blush. "Al Luo, letting you go through the expense. I'm really sorry. How much is it? I'll take it to you. Would I still have the face to come to your place in the future if I charge you?" Su Luo pretended to be displeased and handed her chopsticks. "Alright, you fill your stomach first." Thanks. Hemin smiled lightly and took the chopsticks and sat down beside Su Luo, her skirt tightening as she sat down, so her rounded peach sank into the sofa. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly. Hemin looked confused. I don't know who it is. You keep eating. I'll open the door. Su Luo got up and walked to the entrance hall to open the door, but unexpectedly found that outside the door was his great-uncle Huang Bingyao, who was carrying a large bag. Huang Bingyao was also stunned when he saw him, and the two said in unison, "Why are you here?" That's pretty much what the color lot sees. Su Luo looked back and then closed the door falsely before saying, Wu Sir funeral has just ended. Of course I came to appease Min lest she do something stupid, but I promised Wu Sir to take care of her. If something happens to her, how can I face Wu Sir after 100 years? What about you, old brother? And what did you come to find her for? I. Huang Bingyao stammered, held his tongue for a while before coming up with an excuse, and said in a serious manner, as Wu Quan's superior, he was unfortunately killed in the line of duty, so of course I have to come and visit his family. Do you guess if I believe it? Su Luo didn't hesitate to hit back first. The subordinate has just gotten off the ground, and you want to come and hook up with his fiancée? Can you stand up to your sister-in-law like this? Do you believe I'll go back and tell my sister-in-law? Don't. Huang Bingyao was startled. If his wife knew, he would have to lose another layer of skin. Su Luo eyes glared, pointing at him to train his son like, hate you this kind of philandering man, toad playing frog, ugly to play with the flowers. Sister-in-law how good people nah. You back her like this, you can afford her? Can you stand her? Can you stand Bootsy? Does Bootsy know that her brother is such a person? Originally I always respected you too, but now, yuck, nasty, get lost. The weak-minded Huang Bingyao was scolded by Su Luo and didn't even dare to raise his head, and after hearing the word roll, he quickly turned around and slipped away. Wait! Su Luo called out to him again, then stepped forward and snatched the pastries and flowers from his hand in Huang Bingyao's puzzled eyes. You can roll now. Huang Bingyao ran away with a gray head, came to hook up with the widow of the subordinate by the brother-in-law, but also too bad luck. Su Luo carried the flowers and pastries into the house. This is, Hemin pointed to the flowers in his arms. Su Luo smiled. The one who just knocked on the door was the delivery guy. The flowers and desserts I ordered for you have arrived. You girls, I think if you look at more flowers and eat more sweet things, your mood will naturally improve. Luckily, Huang Bingyao didn't see the scene. Ah Luo, you, Hemin was touched, said with red eyes. After Aquan's accident, none of his former colleagues came. I think the luckiest thing in Aquan's life may be that he met you before he died. What does this phenomenon mean? The first shows that Wu Quan is poorly liked, and the second shows that the rest of the police department isn't as horny and shameless as Su Luo. There, the tears are falling into the rice. Su Luo put down the flowers and pastries and pulled out tissues to hand them to her. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang again. I'll go take a look. Su Luo thought it was Huang Bingyao coming back again, only to walk over and open the door only to find an unfamiliar youth holding roses. The youth froze for a moment when he saw Su Luo, then his face changed drastically, full of hostility. Who are you? And who are you? Su Luo asked rhetorically. Who is it? Hemin, who heard the argument, walked out and his face sank when he saw the youth. Ah Luo, ignore him. He's just a hooligan who's pestering me. Min, I love you with all my heart. Now that Wu Sir has been killed in the line of duty, you need someone to take care of you too. The youth was agitated and wanted to break into the house. Su Luo pushed him away. Are you still a human being? The fiancé just died and you come to the door to pester. Not afraid to give birth to a son without a fart eyes ah. It turned out to be a lickspittle. As the saying goes, a lickspittle can't have a house. This big house can only be mine. Huang Yang, don't come back. I won't like you. Hemin coldly said and pulled Su Luo inside, closing the door with a clang. Bang bang bang. Huang Yang knocked on the door and shouted from outside. Min, I won't give up. Only after the voices outside stopped did Hemin explain to Su Luo. This man is an inspector from the Central District Police Station's anti-triad unit, and he's been pestering me ever since Aquan was here. Don't worry, don't think he can bully you with Wu Sir gone. There's still me. Call me anytime he pesters you again. Su Luo suddenly gave up on the idea of quickly solving this licking dog. He had to raise his dog to be self-respecting. Huang Yang often went to pester Hemin so that Hemin would also often call him for help. Looking at Su Luo's handsome face, Hemin was much more at ease, pursing her red lips and nodding. Aha! Su Luo stayed with Hemin until dark, telling many jokes to amuse her, and the two got much closer, from a one-sided acquaintance to a friend. However, as the time is getting later and later, Su Luo has not gone. Hemin heart is a little worried. This Su Sir is not going to have other ideas about themselves, right? It's getting late. I'll leave first. Su Luo looked at his watch and picked up the jacket on the sofa and said. He Min lingered. Won't you sit down for a while? No. It's dark. It's not appropriate for a lone man and woman. It's not good for your reputation if it gets out. Another day. Su Luo smiled faintly and turned to leave. He Min got up and kept sending him out the door, feeling guilty in her heart for what she had just thought. Su Sir was such a decent person. It was entirely out of friendship with Aquan that she was so good and attentive to herself. How can one speculate about him maliciously? How could a man like him lack women? Su Luo, who had painstakingly pretended to be a decent person for half a day, raced to Bootsy's house at 100 yards. Upon arriving at Miko's house, Sulo couldn't wait for her to change into her police uniform and put on black silk underneath. Miko reports to the officer. Miko stood in front of Shuluwa with a red face and stomped her foot at him in a salute. Slim police uniform was propped up bulging, pant legs close to the skin, legs long and slender, the whole person valiant. Catching thieves to thieves are a reward. Sulo took out his handcuffs and threw them over to him and said, Sir is now ordering you to handcuff yourself. Ah! Miko blushed red with desire. And handcuffed, that's a shame. Su Luo's face sank. Ah, what ah? Are you going to disobey orders? I just want to test the tightness and wear and tear of the police equipment. Hurry up and put it on. After detailed testing, it's tight, moist, low wear, and he's talking about handcuffs, so don't take it the wrong way. Still not staying over tonight? Watching Shuluwa getting dressed, Miko reclined and propped her face up with her hands. Su Luo replied in a serious manner. I'm a more traditional person. We haven't gotten married yet. It's not a good influence if we just live in your house. It's not appropriate. It's only after 9 o'clock. Can I spend the rest of the day with you? Greedy woman. You're so principled. Lo. Budgie looked at him softly and said in a pasty tone. A real man has to be principled. Su Luo finished without changing his color, grabbed the portable phone and left. Chapter 46, The Team That Killed in Midstream. Working in the morning, accompanying He Min in the afternoon, accompanying Bootsy in the evening, and accompanying Hong Kong student Zhou Wenli late at night. Normal people's heads were spinning, but Su Luo managed his time well, because his teachers in elementary school taught him to learn to allocate his time wisely, and he obviously learned very well. Turning to the evening of the day of action, people come and go in the Galaxy Mall on Kwonghua Street, and many of the key locations are filled with police officers who have changed into security uniforms. They will be responsible for evacuating and protecting the citizens in the mall at any time after the joint team's operation begins. As for the underground garage, no preparations were made, because since the Ice Queen chose this place, then if she already knew that Big D had been captured and suspected that he had betrayed her and was going to pull off an ambush, she would have stepped on the spot and secretly watched the garage ahead of time to make sure that nothing was going to go wrong. In this situation, Su Luo would have spooked the snakes if they still went ahead to set up an ambush in the garage, so it was just a temporary arrangement at the entrance and exit of the garage tonight. And Guan Jiawei with her customs men were responsible for guarding the exit of the parking lot to prevent the other party from escaping. And opposite the entrance to the Galaxy Mall garage parked 2 cars. Inside is Su Luo led by the Serious Crimes Unit and Wang Dong led by a team of SDU. After determining the target, they will be the first time to rush in to arrest people. There were 3 other teams of SDUs less than a kilometer away from the Galaxy Mall. And if the Ice Queen was really going to set up an ambush tonight, then they would move in to support them and surprise the Ice Queen's people from the back, catching them by surprise. What? You're scared? Su Luo asked as he twisted his head to look at Fat Bo, who was constantly wiping away sweat in the back seat of the car. Fat Bo inhaled his nose and raised his head to grin back. Not afraid ah, I am hot. Hot it. And, with Wang Sir's SDU in place, nothing will go wrong. Heating Bong's self-satisfied arm around Wang Dong, who was armed to the teeth by his side, comforted Fat Bo. Wang Dong lifted his hood. Don't put your arms around me. I'm already hot in this bro. Sorry. He Dingbang gave a sarcastic laugh. Zzzzzzz. There was a sudden burst of electric current in the headset, followed by Ma Jun's impatient voice. Su Sir, Big D received a call. The other party claimed to have arrived. Shall we go in now? Stick to the plan. You'll give me the signal once Big D identifies the target. Be careful with everything, Su Luo said in a deep voice. The agreed upon signal for the attack was for Ma Jun to cough twice and they would rush in to arrest someone. Understood. Ma Jun, who was dressed as the junior who followed Big D to carry the money, turned his head to look at the jittery Big D and said, Brother Big D, are you ready? Ma sir, can I not go? When it came down to it, Big D was panicked and swallowed his saliva and pleaded. Ma Jun snorted. Is that all that Suanwan leader has the guts to do? Let me tell you, the more you show fear the easier you'll be exposed and the easier you'll die. So you'd better restrain yourself and cooperate fully. I'm kinda screwed by you guys. Big D took a few deep breaths, then picked up his cigar, his temperament instantly going up again. and said in a deep voice, "Drive." "That's it. No problem." Ma Jun gave a thumbs up, kicked the gas, pounded the steering wheel, and the car instantly pulled out of the parking space, drove forward for a bit, and then turned right and drove into the underground garage of Galaxy Mall. Just as he drove in, he saw two darker-skinned middle-aged men leaning against a car smoking. Big D said quickly, "That's them." Those two men also saw the horse's army's car. After the car stopped, Big D took a deep breath, holding a cigar, pushed open the door and walked down, smiling broadly and opening his hands. "Hello again. You too. The road is a bit congested at this time of the day, so I've kept you waiting. Told you we sell well, didn't we?" One of them, a middle-aged man with long, caped hair, stubbed out his cigarette and hugged Big D. After the hug, the two separated and Big D gave a thumbs up and complimented, "That's very good. Otherwise I wouldn't have come to you guys for yet another pickup." "Alright, cut the crap. One hand pays, one hand delivers." Another short-haired middle-aged man opened the car door and raised a black bag and threw it in front of Big D. "Your reputation is fine. I won't check the goods." Big D twisted his head to look at Ma Jun. "Pay up." Ma Jun threw the bag with the money in it, and while the two of them were counting the money, he coughed twice. Action. In the car outside the garage, Su Luo barked out an order, and the butt in the driver's seat slammed down on the gas, and the car surged toward the underground garage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big D, you this brother should not have a contagious disease, right? Short-haired middle-aged disgusted look at the coughing Ma Jun a glance. Suddenly he heard a burst of engine roar. Subconsciously looked up. He saw two cars, a front and a back, quickly rushed over, after a sharp braking stop, not waiting for him to react. And then the door opened, a group of police officers rushed down. "Police! Hands on your head!" Su Luo shouted. The long-haired middle-aged man snapped his head around to stare at Big D, gritting his teeth. "You're the one who lured the errant man here." As he spoke, he quickly drew his gun. "No, not me." Big D's face went white. "Hyper!" A gunshot rang out, and the right hand of the long-haired middle-aged man holding the gun directly exploded in a cloud of blood, and the gun fell to the ground. "Ah!" Su Luo waved his hand. "Go, arrest them." The other short-haired middle-aged man tried to resist, but as soon as the infrared rays from the SDU's rifle hit him, he dropped his gun instantly and dropped to his knees with his hands up. Apparently he had thought he wasn't afraid of death, but when he was really threatened with death, he realized that he was actually afraid of death and wasn't as brave as he thought he was. After all, where are all the tough guys who aren't afraid to die? Chen Jin and Song Zijia approached the two suspects step by step with their guns aimed at them, then brought them under control. Just like that. Caught? Ice Queen really did not suspect Big D? Bud is still a little unbelievable. After all, before can still be like an enemy. The result did not expect actually so smooth. Ice Queen simply did not ambush. If I had known, I wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble. Fat Wave sighed in relief and said repeatedly, "It's just better if it goes smoothly. It's better if it goes smoothly." Scared me to death. "Su sir, this is not my business anymore." Big D ran to Su Luo in shock. Su Luo put away his gun and laughed. "It's only now that it's your business. If you don't want to die, find a place to hide and don't come out until you learn that the Ice Queen has been captured." "I," said Big D with a dead dad look on his face. Su Luo was about to notify the customs guarding the exit and the three SDU teams acting as a support group to retreat when he suddenly heard a violent roar of engines. Everyone subconsciously looked around at the sound, only to see several cars speeding into the garage, followed by the barrels of several rifles and submachine guns protruding from the windows. "Look out!" Su Luo yelled and held down Bud beside him, carrying her close enough to roll behind a concrete pillar, while intense gunfire rang out. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The bullets instantly seemed to rain down like a torrential downpour, hitting a series of bullet holes in the body of the car. Sparks splashed everywhere. "Take cover! Free fire!" Wang Dong returned fire with the Flying Tigers. Song Zijie and Chen Jin, one of whom was protecting a suspect who had just been captured, hid behind a car and fired shots. "We're being attacked by the Ice Queen's men. Requesting backup." Su Luo fired his gun while contacting another group of SDUs in charge of support through his headset. It was surprising that the Ice Queen's people weren't actually ambushed in the underground garage ahead of time, but it wasn't a big problem. They had originally made plans before. "We just need to wait until the support team arrives, and then we can take out the Ice Queen's main force in one fell swoop." Ah Zhu, the deputy leader of the Flying Tigers, quickly replied. "Su sir, we've been blocked on our side." It was accompanied by gunfire and explosions. Su Luo's mind instantly exploded. Their plan had leaked. There was an internal problem. Who was it? "It's not working. You guys retreat first. The quality of this group of people is no less than a professional army." "No, it's more than a professional army. We won't last long. Wang Dong ran to Su Luo's side, braving the rain of bullets to persuade him to retreat. He was also shocked as to why the Ice Queen had such a professionally militarized squad under her hand. Song Zijie grumpily put his gun on a suspect's head, pouncing. How many people did you ambush? That's not one of ours. The long-haired middle-aged man covered his injured right hand and said shakily. Chapter 47, I'm a commanding talent. Turns out it wasn't the Ice Queen. Su Luo and Wang Dong glanced at each other, and while the two of them were relieved, they were more shocked and puzzled. So what is the identity of this group? However, now was obviously not the time for them to discuss this, as Wang Dong leaned his back against the pillar and replaced the magazine with one hand, saying with his mouth, you guys retreat first. Withdraw? Su Luo swept a glance at the group of bandits, which consisted of a dozen or so people, and had only temporarily gained the upper hand due to their firepower and training, coupled with a surprise attack. So he said, since when do we errant men have to in turn be beaten by thieves holding their heads in their hands? What do you want? Don't be impulsive. These people are all elites. Wang Dong sensed that Su Luo wanted to do it the hard way. His face changed and he reached out to grab him. What, the elite? The old man fights the elite. Su Luo shook him off and shouted at Ma Jun and Chen Jin. Get on me and finish these bastards. What's wrong with elite? His men are full of hangers-on. Looking at Su Luo, who was hiding behind a concrete pillar and directing his subordinates to charge while not moving like a mountain himself, Wang Dong immediately froze. I thought you were going to go on by yourself. I'm the commanding type, Su Luo said without changing his face. What are you looking at? Take cover. Cover them. Wang Dong hurriedly ordered. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The SDU men were armed and firing wildly. Ma Jun, he ding-bang, and Chen Jin instantly rushed out from different directions, their bodies nimbly moving left and right, or tumbling on the ground, using parked cars and concrete pillars as cover, and lifting their guns to shoot when they got close. As the power of the .38 was relatively small, it must be shot at close range to be lethal. Bang, 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 bang. One bandit was shot in the head and killed, while two others were also hit and fell to the ground with injuries. The three Ma Jun did not even have their skins scratched, and after one round of fighting, they quickly looked for cover to hide again. Wang Dong was dumbfounded. This is too fierce. We are fake. They are the real SDU, right? See, I've said it all. I'm a commanding talent. It's only under my command that they can be invincible. I've always been confident in my commanding ability and my subordinates' fighting ability. Su Luo breezily pretended, then looked at Wang Dong and asked, you didn't just think that I was afraid of death, did you? Sorry, Wang Dong believed it, still blushing from the momentary doubt he had just experienced, and led the charge. Flying Tiger's counterattack. Press on. The SDU members, who had been caught off guard earlier and had held their fire, launched a Jedi counterattack. Looking at Wang Dong, who rushed out, Su Luo leaned his back against the pillar to change the bullets, took a deep breath and violently dashed out to fire several shots to kill a bandit. Then his body rolled on the ground and hid behind a car. A barrage of rifle bullets splattered a trail of sparks on the ground behind him. Chen Jin and he Dingbang hid behind a commercial vehicle with their backs to each other. The two of them exchanged glances and then rushed out from different directions to shoot. Ma Jun is even more fierce. No need to cover. Directly on the roof of the car, constantly jumping and rolling. Occupy the high ground shooting. The enemy's bullets will always slow him down a step, only to leave a bullet hole in the roof of the car behind his feet. This wave of charge had completely turned the situation around, and now it became Su Luo and the others who had the upper hand. Su Sir, Wang Sir, Guan Jiawei, who was guarding the exit of the parking lot, ran over with his men for support after hearing the gunfire getting too intense. Fark, damn it, retreat, the bandit leader cursed, clutched his submachine gun and shot a barrage of bullets, and got into the car unperturbed. Some of the gangsters were in charge of driving, others were in charge of patching up their wounded teammates, and others were in charge of firing to stop Shulua and the others from pursuing them. The division of labor was clear and well coordinated, and after the car had driven some distance, 3 grenades flew out of it. Grenade! Su Luo and the others hurriedly leapt forward, and behind them there was a loud explosion. Several cars were blown over, a ball of flames rose up several meters high, and debris was scattered all over the ground. Luo, you're not hurt, are you? Budgie ran up with an eager face and helped Su Luo up. Su Luo stood up and shook his head before waving his hand and saying, "It's fine. I'm fine." He turned back to the others. "What about you guys?" "It's fine. It just hurts a bit from the fall, but it didn't break any bones." Ma Jun, who had leapt down from the roof of the car at the time of the explosion, bared his teeth and rubbed his legs and feet and said, "He Ding Bang and Chen Jin also said they were not injured." Wang Dong lifted his hood and grimaced as he gritted his teeth. "2 of my brothers are dead and 4 are injured. I must catch these bastards. Call the old injury car first, Miko said. Su sir, how's it going on your side? We're coming over. The people blocking us withdrew. The voice of Azu, the deputy leader of the SDU, came from the headset. The bandits on our side have also withdrawn. Su Luo spoke while striding over to the bodies that the bandits had left behind and lifted their hoods. Fat Wave exclaimed. It's all Ghostbusters. The bandits were all foreigners. Take their pictures, go back and pass them to Interpol, and check in the database to see if they are internationally wanted. Su Luo finished speaking and then looked at Song Zijie and asked, are those two suspects alright? Su sir. No, all alive. Song Zijie dragged out the two handcuffed suspects. He was in charge of protecting these two just as soon as the fight started. Su Luo crossed his arms and thought for a moment before he walked over, lifting his foot and stepping on the right hand of the long-haired middle-aged man that had been pierced by the gun. A stream of blood instantly spiking out from the bullet hole, splattering the floor with bloodstains. The long-haired middle-aged man's features twisted in pain, his forehead veins bulging as he screamed miserably. Su Luo stepped on his hand and kept crushing it until the wound was bloody and the bullet was exposed. Then he leaned down and asked, say, where is the Ice Queen? With all the commotion going on here, it was imperative to interrogate these two suspects as soon as possible, or else the Ice Queen would surely move her hiding place again once she got the news. The next step has to be taken immediately, otherwise all the people who died tonight died for nothing. I don't know. The long-haired middle-aged man's face was white, and he squeezed out a few words through his teeth with great difficulty. Su Luo grabbed him by the neck and directly lifted the man up and dragged him to the corner. Then what the hell do you know? Several brothers died in order to catch you. If you're useless, then I'll send you down to accompany them. As the words fell, Su Luo held down his head and slammed it hard against the wall in succession, blood flowing out. The long-haired middle-aged man's face was soon covered in blood. Su sir, you can't do this. Suspects also have human rights. Good cop Quan Ka Wai saw the bloody scene and wanted to go up to stop it, but was stopped by Ho Tingpong. Quan sir, let's go talk about life. I don't know. The long-haired middle-aged man looked scared already, but still clenched his teeth. Su Luo drew his gun and put it on his head. That madam just said that you also have human rights, and the prerequisite for having human rights is a human being. Do you count as a human being? Believe it or not, I'll beat trash like you to death, and it's just writing a report. It's still true that he's not in bed with gambling and drugs. Poison dogs don't count as people with him. Don't! I say! The long-haired middle-aged man closed his eyes and yelled, then gasped violently for a few more moments before whispering. She's in an abandoned garage called Tai Shang in Yuan Long District. Jie! Su Luo shouted. Song Zijie ran over. Su sir, you and Fat Bo keep an eye on the two of them. No one is allowed to approach them. After Su Luo finished speaking, he emphasized, remember, it's no one. Yes sir, said Song, stomping his feet in salute. Su Luo walked to Wang Dong's side and put his arm around his shoulder and said in a low voice, the gang of bandits just now are not the Ice Queen's people. Naturally they would not have attacked us for no reason, and they even did not use grenades when they attacked. So it can be surmised that they are rushing at the two people in our hands and want to catch them alive. So it can be further surmised that their purpose is also the Ice Queen. I feel the same. Wang Dong nodded his head in agreement with Su Luo's speculation as it was obvious. After reaching this consensus, Su Luo continued on. I've just asked about the location of the Ice Queen. That group of bandits know everything about our plans for tonight. We have an internal problem, and if we don't solve that, the next step in capturing the Ice Queen won't go smoothly. Su sir, what are you going to do? As soon as Wang Dong heard Su Luo's words, he knew that he already had a solution. Su Luo said, split the troops in two directions, lure the snake out of the same place, and solve the Ice Queen in this gang of bandits at the same time. But there will not be enough manpower. Wang Dong raised such a question after listening to Su Luo's entire plan. Against ordinary bandits they were more than enough to split up into two teams, but against the group just now it was not enough, especially since it was still unclear how many people there were in that group of bandits and what kind of firepower they were equipped with. Su Luo smiled. This is Hong Kong Island. We errant men will always outnumber the bandits. We can transfer people from the police station, and we can transfer people from the customs side as well. He could shake people. The bandits couldn't, and the stupid beeps were just going to play hardball with them, and just manhandle them. Then do as you say, Wang Dong said. Chapter 48, Su Luo who doesn't speak of martial virtue. After discussing with Wang Dong, Su Luo called out to Guan Jiawei to discuss, and the three of them passed down a fake message after reaching a consensus. The Ice Queen was at the Yellowstone Pier. Su Luo also called Huang Bingyao for assistance, while Huang Bingyao, after hearing the details, said that he would immediately apply to the East Kowloon General Region for the deployment of mobile units to cooperate. The PTU, or Mobile Unit, is a paramilitary riot police trained to conduct daily patrols and respond to emergencies, and has a company of 168 men stationed in each general area, which is no longer the usual humongous banditry, and must be attacked with a heavy hand. Quan Ka-wai also called Superintendent Yen. Dang, are you alright? I heard that you were attacked by bandits. The two had just finished making the call for help when Domain walked in quickly with an anxious look on his face. He was followed by his assistant. But Wang Dong waved his hand. Encountered a group of very professional guys, perhaps a mercenary force. Damn, Domain cursed as he looked at the corpses before looking at Wang Dong again and asked, "It's the Ice Queen's people? Did you find the location of the Ice Queen then?" "Found it. It's at the Yellowstone Pier. We're on our way to capture it." Facing his good brother Domain, Wang Dong also continued to speak as discussed with Su Luo. "Oh, okay, thank God." Domain put a smile on his face and patted him on the shoulder. "Good luck with the operation. I'll take pictures of the damn guys and contact Interpol for you to check it out. We're preparing to do just that." Then, Domain returned a grateful smile. Domain shrugged. I'm supposed to be here to assist you. It's all part of the job. Then we'll set off first." Su Luo smiled at him, then said to Bud and the others, "Those of you from the Serious Crimes Unit, you'll be under the command of Guan Sir for the time being." "Yes sir, let's go." Su Luo nodded to Guan Jiawei. Song Zijie and Fatbo were responsible for returning the two suspects they caught to the police station, so they couldn't take part in the operation. Guan Jiawei takes Bud, Chen Jin, Ma Jun and He Dingbang plus the customs men to capture the Ice Queen. Superintendent Yen will also send a team to assist her. Su Luo and Wang Dong, on the other hand, took all of the SDU to the Yellowstone Pier to wait for the gang of bandits to throw themselves into the net. For the sake of secrecy, until they reached their destination, no one knew the real location they were going to or the mission they were going to perform. Only Su Luo's three knew. "We'll tell them when we get to the place." In the underground garage, Customs had left a few people in charge of processing the scene with the arriving patrolman. The smile on Domain's face disappeared after Su Luo and the others left. "Abbott, you're in charge of taking pictures of these people to contact Interpol. I've got some personal business." With that he was ready to leave. But Abbott grabbed his shoulder. "I want to talk to you." Domain refuses. "I don't have time right now. I want it now." Abbott interrupted. Domain stared at him for a moment, then spread his hands and said, "Okay, let's talk somewhere else then." The two walked forward and backward to an unoccupied dead end of the parking lot. Abbott raised his gun and aimed it at Domain. "Why did you do that? Those are your people. What are you talking about?" Domain was incredulous. Abbott said coldly, "Don't pretend. There's a SEAL team on a mission in Burma, but they were lost a week ago, and you're the commander of this team. From the moment I just saw the faces of those corpses, I knew that they're your people." "Well, Abbott, you can join in on the fun. That's 4 tons of ice and $250 million we'll never spend in our lifetimes. You'll be moved," Domain admitted, and tried to persuade the other to go along with it. He had long been eyeing the Ice Queen and wanted to use the Hong Kong Island police to find out the location of the Ice Queen and then snatch the batch of ice worth $2.5 billion from the Ice Queen. Abbott gritted his teeth. "FARC, the Navy SEALs are the pride of the United States of America, and you want to take them to traffic in ice. I'll have you arrested and brought back for trial." He was so emotional that his hands were shaking as he held the gun. Domain saw this and instantly struck, grabbing Abbott's wrists and folding them so the gun fell to the ground, then cupping his hands around Abbott's head and twisting them to kill him. The whole action was flowing, and the whole thing happened in a flash of lightning, no less. "Stupid. You were still breastfeeding when I sold my life for my country, and my experience has taught me that there is no future in the United States of America as a soldier, only as a rich man." Domain picked up Abbott's gun and dragged his body underneath a car to hide it, then picked up his handheld phone and called out, "Ice Queen is at the Yellowstone Marina. Get over there in full gear, rendezvous on the way, and send the yellow monkeys who are still blinded to the color of their skin to confess their skin color to God. My future tycoons." Yellowstone Marina. Su Luo came to this place for the 3rd time, and it was also nighttime, so he was a little emotional. Crash under the moonlight. Wave after wave of waves struck the rocks beneath Su Luo's feet. Wang Dong walked over. "It's all been ambushed. I just don't know if that group will come." "Wait for it. It will." Surely Su Luo had not finished his words when a voice came out of the headset. "Su Sir Wang Sir, there are a few cars driving toward the pier. This is the nail they planted on the road. Hurry up and fire a few shots indiscriminately to create the illusion of a firefight in progress." Su Luo said to Wang Dong, then called Huang Bingyao again. "PTU is ready to go. Da-day. Bang, 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 bang. Brothers, don't let the Ice Queen escape. Charge with me. Ah, don't mind me. Keep charging. Star Chow. People aren't even here yet. You can't be heard even if you shout. Don't add to the drama. Listening to Star Chow's iconic voice, Su Luo shouted. Star Chow replied, waste my hard-earned feelings. Then when the people are close you call out Ike Row. I've prepared several performances. About half an hour later, several cars of various types turned off their lights and stopped not far from the pier. Listening to the fierce gunfire ahead, Domain smiled and said, the two sides are exchanging fire, so we are just in time to take advantage of the chaos to kill into the. Before he could finish his sentence, bullets crackled toward them like hail. Da 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 da. Chug chug chug. The bullets seemed like a raging storm, punching holes in the car and shattering the windshield with a steady clatter. The people in the car were caught off guard and injured a lot, and the small space inside the car made it impossible to hide. A number of people were shot at one time, only they were wearing body armor and their injuries were not fatal. Damn! We've been duped! Retreat quickly! Domain instantly sized up the situation, raised his gun and fired a barrage of shots at the outside indiscriminately, and decisively ordered a retreat. A few cars made a U-turn braving the gunfire. Just then countless headlights came from behind, making the whole pier as bright as day. We are the Hong Kong Island Police. You are surrounded. Put down your guns and surrender immediately. Over 100 heavily armed PTU arrived. Get out of the car. Kill out. Domain is impossible to surrender. They are not ordinary robbers either. There is no surrender this way to go. They can only grit their teeth and fight. A group of trained SEALs disembarked in an orderly fashion, alternating cover fire as a group. Fire. The PTU commander ordered. Da 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 da. Boom. The sound of gunfire and explosions at the pier continued. A string of bullets like fire dragons cutting through the night sky. Under the absolute suppression of firepower, the Domain's people continued to scream and fall to the ground, but the rest of them still resisted stubbornly. But the circle was shrinking, and eventually the police surrounded Domain and his 3 remaining men. But none of them acted rashly for a moment. Domain? It was only at this time that Wang Dong could see that it was his old friend on the opposite side of the room. He was filled with incredulity and asked offhandedly, why did you do this? None of your business. Domain didn't even bother to pretend. Wang Dong, I thought we were brothers. Brothers? Domain snorted and looked at him with disdain. What is it? That makes you think a white man like me would be a brother to a Chinese man like you? Sensing the undisguised mockery and contempt in Domain's tone, Wang Dong was so angry that his face turned green and white. I heard this guy say that you have a very good kung fu. Why don't you let us settle this last moment in a manly way? Domain pointed at Wang Dong and looked at Su Luo and said. Then without waiting for Su Luo to respond, he dropped his gun and swung his fist up. Maybe no man would say no in his mind. Looking at the imposingly rushing Domain, Su Luo breezily raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Bang bang. Ah! The 2 Domains that were sprinting were shot in the knees and screamed miserably as they knelt on the ground. He lifted his head in pain and looked at Su Luo with a face full of unbelief. Everyone else was also in a daze. They had expected to see a great duel, but he didn't expect Su Luo to actually not speak of martial virtues. Su Luo snorted. Silly beeps. What era is this and you're still competing in martial arts? Do you think you're making a martial arts movie? Now that I have the absolute advantage and you're a prisoner, why should I take any chances? Think he's one of those boring protagonists? Domain face a burst of green and white. The heart is both stifled and angry. Up to the sky a long whistle. Violently pounced on the side of a boulder. Want to hit the death of suicide. Everyone was all shocked, but in that instant, Su Luo rushed over and kicked Domain 10 meters away with a sidekick, slamming him hard on the beach. White trash. I'm going to lose a lot of credit if you die. If not for yourself, then for me. How selfish. The crowd stared at Su Luo in disbelief. A kick that sent a 100-pound man flying over 10 meters away. Was this the kind of power a normal person could have? They suddenly understood why Su Luo didn't duel with Domain. It wasn't that he was afraid of losing. It was that he didn't have to. Someone come and pick up the white trash thrown on the beach and take it away, Su Luo said casually. Yes sir. A PTU inspector saluted. Su Luo blinked and nodded. A few minutes later he received another call from Quan Kawai. They had managed to catch the Ice Queen in Yuan Long. Wrapped up tonight without incident. Chapter 49, the Public Relations Section's Heartwarming Watch. Zhou Huier. Early in the morning, a soft ray of sunlight came into the room through a gap in the curtains. Tiny dust motes flew, and a man wrapped in a quilt on the bed was huffing and puffing. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The phone on the nightstand suddenly rang. A hand reached out from under the covers and fumbled haphazardly for a good half a second before feeling for the portable phone ringing incessantly on the nightstand. Grabbing it and dragging it under the covers. Hey, say, big brother, what time is it? Why don't you come to work? Huang Bingyao asked eagerly. Su Luo yawned, rolled over and lazily replied. I slept too late last night, and I need to catch up on my sleep today, so I'm taking a vacation to rest for a day. Rest my ass. Do you know what those guys you caught last night were? Navy SEALs? Bro, the commissioner knows about you. Hurry up and come to the police station. The public relations section is here. They want to take pictures of you for publicity. Huang Bingyao tone of excitement. Su Luo's inattentive attitude is still a little angry. After the United States of America and the Ghostbusters communicated for a PY deal, the Hong Kong Island side agreed not to publicize the real identity of Domain and others, and would only call it a group of international armed forces employed by the drug lord Ice Queen. But no matter what, Su Luo couldn't get away with taking the credit for making such a big commotion last night. So the police force is ready to take advantage of the situation to publicize. For Su Luo to establish a good image to create a model police force. Su Luo absently lifted the covers and asked while getting out of bed, "Why? Did that director ever say he'd consider marrying his daughter to me?" Still not awake, right you? Huang Bingyao nonchalantly scoffed. Then said, "I'll give you 40 minutes. Hurry over here, dress up a little bit prettier, put on your police uniform. You have to cooperate with the photo shoot." After hanging up the phone, Huang Bingyao turned to a young woman in a black OL uniform dress and said with an apologetic smile, "Inspector Zhou, I'm really sorry. Aloe was too tired last night and just got up. So, it's okay Huang sir. With such a big operation last night, Su sir must have labored as the frontline police officer who commanded and participated in the operation." Senior Inspector Chao Yi, the head of the Public Relations Section's news team, guffawed and looked as if she was very understanding. Huang Bingyao hurriedly invited her to take a seat. "Inspector Zhou, you don't want to stand. Sit down and have a cup of coffee. Take advantage of the fact that Su sir hasn't come yet. Huang sir, tell me about him first. I want to understand him a little bit more before the interview starts." Zhou Huier walked to the sofa and sat down, her slender legs together, the thin black silk clinging to the white skin of her legs disappearing all the way into her high heels. "It's no problem." Huang Bingyao brewed the coffee and served it to her. His eyes swept over the bulging 34C without a trace, and said in a serious manner, "Ah Luo, this person has a strong sense of justice, dares to fight criminals to the death, and also has a high moral character." And on the point about his moral character, it is necessary to mention the Wu sir who was killed in the line of duty some time ago in our police station, and he was on the verge of death. If he hadn't known that Zhou Huier's fiancé was a ghoulish police superintendent, then he would have had to ruffle a few feathers high and low. Unlike the colorful and daring Su Luo, Huang Bingyao was purely timid and horny. While Huang Bingyao was blowing Su Luo's mind, Su Luo took a taxi to the police station, because his Mazda got blown up last night. He was thinking of swiping Huang Bingyao's car to go to Dajo's place to rebuy a new car when he got off work later. "Good morning Su sir. Good morning Su sir." Just entering the police station, people along the way were actively stopping to greet him, and Su Luo responded one by one, straight to Huang Bingyao's office. "Knock, knock, knock, come in." Su Luo pushed his way in. His sidelight swept the woman on the sofa, and before he could speak, Huang Bingyao spoke. "Didn't I tell you to come in your police uniform? I have a set in the department," Xu Luo explained. Only then did Huang Bingyao's face ease up and put on a smile again, pointing at Zhou Huier to introduce, "Ah Luo, this is Inspector Zhou Huier from the Public Relations Section. She's here specifically to interview you, and to arrange for you to be on the police interrogation." "Good day, sir." Su Luo saluted Zhou Huier. Zhou Huier's face was slightly unnatural when she saw the upright and handsome Su Luo, and she smiled as she got up. "Su sir is really a jade tree, a talented man. And when you get on the police blotter, I still don't know how many wonderful young girls you'll have to charm." "Madam, you flatter me." Su Luo smiled modestly. He preferred a wonderful young woman to a young girl. The young woman knows a lot. Her posture is knowledgeable. Zhou Huier stretched out her hand and jokingly said, "Then Su sir, today you can be mine to use as I please. Oh, don't be polite." Su Luo held her hand, and when he separated it, he realized that his palm was hooked, and the way he looked at Zhou Huier instantly became different. The woman was seducing him. Zhou Huier smiled flirtatiously, and when she turned her head to face Huang Bingyao, she resumed her serious look. "We'll just go and take pictures first, and then we'll go and record the program." From the time Huang Bingyao talked about Su Luo helping Wu Quan take care of him, she suspected that this was not a serious person, so she just met him for the first time and hooked his hand to test it. Seeing Su Luo's eyes change indicated that his guess was correct and that he could test him further. "Then I won't bother you anymore." Huang Bingyao enthusiastically sent Zhou Huier and Su Luo out of the office. Zhou Huier and Su Luo walked side by side. Su Luo glanced at the slit in her collar and said jokingly, "Madam, you should have your nails clipped. They just tickled my palm." "Sorry, I should have just used my index or middle finger." Zhou Huier pursed her lips and raised her hand to shake her two fingers that didn't have nails. The corner of Su Luo's mouth pulled. This woman is really wave. More than a wave, but he likes it. Seeing this, Zhou Hui'er faintly smiled. Her tone was full of charm and said, "The sunlight now is very unsuitable for taking pictures. It can't be photographed. Why don't you just go and sit in my car first? My car is still quite big, eh? Then go do it." Xu Luo was invited for a test drive. Coming to the courtyard of the police station, quite a few of Zhou Hui'er's subordinates all walked up. "Madam, will we start filming now? The equipment has already been taken out. The light is not working right now. We want to present the best effect." Zhou Hui'er looked at the son in a serious manner. "You guys take a break first. Take this time for Su Sir and I to go to the car to write the script." "Yes, madam." The car Zhou Hui'er was talking about was an RV, and since it was going to be used to do the interviewee's makeup and so on, there was indeed a lot of space inside, enough to just toss it around. Zhou Hui'er propped her hands back up on the seat and winked at him. "Do you still have to wait for me to take the initiative?" Su Luo walked over and cupped her chin, and was about to kiss her when Zhou Hui'er's knee lifted up against him and said with a smirk, "To actually really dare to mess with even the officer. Su Luo, you're really bold." "Sir, I'm bigger than just my guts." Su Luo's hand landed on her black silk-wrapped thigh. Zhou Hui'er's face abruptly turned cold, reaching out to push Su Luo away. "I was just acting with you just now. I just wanted to test you. I suspected that you didn't have good intentions from the moment Huang Sir said that you were actively taking care of him and that you, a womanizer, didn't deserve to be a model of the police force at all. I must go and expose you and make you lose your reputation. That Inspector Zhou's acting was awesome. I thought it was in character." Su Luo was a bit stunned, then smiled and complimented again. He wasn't flustered in the slightest. This was different from what Zhou Hui'er thought. She froze for a moment and asked back, "Aren't you afraid at all? I have no grievances with you. Is there a need to mess with me like this?" Su Luo asked a serious rhetorical question. Zhou Hui'er shrugged her shoulders, revealing an undisguisedly smug smile. "Recognizing your true colors in time avoids bringing shame to the police force, and although you'll lose your reputation, it's a credit to me. They don't get that many promotions in the public relations section, so they have to learn to create their own credits. So I see. I almost thought you were trying to destroy me on behalf of justice. It really scared me." Su Luo nodded in sudden realization. Zhou Hui'er couldn't see it. "Are you really not afraid at all? Or is it broken? Why should I be afraid? I was chosen as a model to be publicized because I'd made enough achievements and I'm good looking enough. This is set by the police department. You don't have any evidence, and you can make the police department believe your words with empty words?" Su Luo sat down in his seat, leaning his body back and crossing his legs, smiling disdainfully. "A Chinese inspector doesn't carry that weight." Zhou Hui'er also laughed. "Then I'm afraid you don't know that my fiancé is a British senior superintendent at the police headquarters. Do you still think that there's nothing I can do? After all this, the source of your bottom line is your ghost fiancé." Su Luo sized her up. No wonder she had become a senior inspector at such a young age. Zhou Hui'er was arrogant. "So what if he is? William is a Great Britain gentleman. He's much better than you uneducated Chinese police officers. Still a foreign admiring banana. Really? It's that good. But he's going to break up with you soon." "Oh." Su Luo smiled playfully at her and began to tear the clothes from his body. Zhou Hui'er's face changed. Her hands clasped her chest and took a step back. "What do you want to do? The car is full of people outside. Don't mess around. I will shout. But I'll shout before you." Su Luo tore his tie and shirt to pieces and messed up his neatly styled head, then pounced over and hugged and rubbed against Zhou Hui'er messily while shouting, "Madam, don't be like this. Inspector Zhou, what are you doing? Let go of me. Zhou Hui'er, don't blame me for not being polite if you don't let go." He yelled and screamed while forcibly holding down Zhou Hui'er and giving her a few random kisses on his face, leaving a few bright red lipstick prints and a stained perfume scent. "And make me crack. Play dirty, I could be your father. I'll make you crack now." Zhou Hui'er's entire body was blinded at that time. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? At this time, the police station officers and Zhou Hui'er's subordinates who heard the commotion outside the car had already exploded. "What's happening? There's a lot of commotion in there. Inspector Zhou seems to be using force on Su Sir. No way. Madam is so pretty and her fiancé is a ghost senior superintendent at headquarters. How is it impossible? That Guilo is not as good looking as Su Sir. Not as powerful and dignified as him. I am a woman. I can well understand Inspector Zhou's mentality." Just as the crowd was talking, the door of the caravan slammed open, and Su Luo, with lipstick on his face and his tie and shirt in disarray, ran out of the car in a state of disarray. Behind her was Zhou Hui'er, who was in hot pursuit. "Su Luo, you asshole. Stop right there." She had never seen such a shameless person before, and in her heart, she was so angry and furious that she wanted to dismantle Su Luo. However, this scene fell in the eyes of the onlookers. but it became her borrowing position to bully Su Luo failed. But after being stabbed by him in the public, she was infuriated and furious. Chapter 50, from now on, everyone knows that Su Luo is clean and honest. I really didn't expect Inspector Joe to be this kind of person. Yes, people can't look at each other, actually attempting to use their positions to bully Su Sir into submitting to her. Looking at the lip marks on Su Sir's face, and his miserable appearance, he must not have dared to resist at the very beginning. She is a senior inspector, which will think Su Sir a small sergeant dared to resist her but unfortunately Su Sir a proud and how can not be viewed as an idle generation. Listening to the piercing murmurs around her and feeling the various eyes that were either contemptuous, blazing, or gloating, Zhou Huier, who was chasing after Su Luo, stopped. She looked around and subconsciously and anxiously explained at the crowd, "Don't believe him, how could I possibly do that to him? It's all because he's framing me. It's obvious that he wanted to sleep with me. He's shameless." Originally, in her expectation it was Su Luo's defeat that everyone was shouting about, but she didn't expect it to be the other way around now. "Shut up, my Luo brother would like you, a woman several years older than him, if he let me go?" Buzi, who had caught wind of the situation, ran out in a rage and glared at Zhou Huier, then hurriedly went to comfort Su Luo again in a heartbroken manner. "Luo brother, are you alright? Luo brother, you're so pathetic. It's not your fault that you're handsome. It's fine. I'm not willing. What can a woman like her do to me?" Su Luo patted the back of her hand. He ding-bang. Chen Jin, Ma Jun and the others naturally stood on Buzi's side and expressed their contempt for Zhou Huier, while also being furious. "Why didn't you come at us? Face discrimination, huh? Damn women." I didn't." Zhou Huier was angry, anxious and hateful, but she didn't know how to defend herself, and finally looked at Su Luo with a face full of resentment and cursed. "You." She had never seen such brazenness. "Hugh Russell, you'll see it today. What's going on? What's going on?" Huang Bingyao, who was polishing his gun in his office, ran down and looked at the crowd gathered in front of the office building. Bud ran to tell his oldest brother, "This Inspector Joe just did something unseemly." Huang Bingyao after hearing is a rash. "Under the sky there is actually such a good thing. Sure it is not." Su Luo in turn to Zhou Huier with strong, "Damn, are good-looking people that desirable? Huang sir, speak up." Bud huffed, looking at his fuming older brother, waiting for him to make a decision. Only then did Huang Bingyao come back to his senses, and righteously looked at Zhou Huier and rebuked, "Inspector Zhou, how can you do such a thing? If you have the guts, come at me. What kind of skill is it to embarrass my men? You've gone too far." At first glance, it sounds righteous and seems to have no problem with it, but when you think about it, it's full of grooves. "Huang sir, I didn't," Zhou Huier shouted hoarsely, shivering with anger. Even if she had two mouths all over her body combined, she couldn't say any more. It's in full view. Everyone has seen it. What's the point of talking tough now? Huang Bingyao shook his head and looked at Su Luo. "How do you want to handle this?" In an instant everyone looked at Su Luo. "Forget it. I didn't lose my virginity either. Let's forgive where we can." Su Luo sighed and looked at Zhou Huier and persuaded, "Inspector Zhou, I'm thankful that you like me so much, but I hope that you learn to exercise restraint. Not everyone is like me who returns grudges with kindness. Let's get someone else for the interview, otherwise I'll refuse." A teary remark, but to the ignorant onlooker it was a reflection of a big heart. Su Sir is really kind-hearted. If the situation was reversed, Inspector Joe would definitely not let him go. I heard that even Wu Sir, who had a conflict with Su Sir, chose to entrust his wife and son to him before his death, so you can imagine how good his character is. A good person. Su Sir is really open-minded. The crowd expressed their admiration for Su Luo, while some felt resentful that he had been so generous in letting Zhou Huier off the hook. "Su Luo, you're good. I'll remember that." Zhou Huier pointed at Su Luo and said through clenched silver teeth, then turned away with red eyes. She didn't expect that she had actually been pecked by a goose when she hit the goose. She couldn't swallow this breath. "What kind of attitude do you have? Su Sir doesn't bother with you in general. You actually put words to intimidate him." "That's right. You're great just because you're a big official." The female officers of the Saigon police station are furious. Su Luo hurriedly stepped forward to persuade, "Thank you all for your concern. Well, let's not make things difficult for Inspector Zhou. Let's just let today's matter go. It's something that doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Su Sir is just too kind. That's why that woman dared to bully you. Boys should pay attention to safety when they go out. Don't be alone in a room with a woman. From now on, it is estimated that the entire Hong Kong police force will know that Su Sir has always been clean and sit tight." Huang Bingyao waved his hand. "All right, all of them disperse. Hurry back to do your own work." The officers then dispersed with murmurs. "What are you doing? You go back to work too." Huang Bingyao pointed at Buzi, who still had her arm around Su Luo. Budgie beamed, glancing at Su Luo and then glaring at Huang Bingyao before turning to leave. Huang Bingyao walked over to Su Luo and circled around him several times with an expression like he was looking at an alien. What are you doing? Su Luo was made uncomfortable by the look and subconsciously closed her legs and clenched her buttocks. Huang Bingyao reached out and rubbed his chin, patted his shoulder, and gave a thumbs up. I'll believe you when you tell me you can get clean. What kind of iron will is it to be able to refuse even a woman of that flavor who takes the initiative to throw herself at him? I'm just being clean. How can I be as philandering as you? Su Luo's face didn't change as he told a lie. He couldn't even fool a man. How could he fool a woman? Huang Bingyao face confessed. Before I do not believe that there is Lu Xiaohui in the world. Now I believe. Compared to you, I am really a scum of the earth. Not so much. I'm more of a loser than you, but as long as I don't roll over, then my character is noble. Su Luo said silently in his heart. Then Huang Bingyao's face was solemn again. But you rejected her and made it known. Zhou Huier definitely won't let it go. And her boyfriend, who is a ghoulish police superintendent, will also hold a grudge against you. Ghostbusters are all very careful. And even if they would break up with Zhou Huier because of it, they would still hold a grudge against Su Luo, because Su Luo made him lose face as well. If I have to submit to her for fear of retaliation, then why should I resist? Just let the raging storm come as it may. Su Luo dropped a sentence in a breezy manner and walked outside the police station with his hands behind his back, looking at Su Luo's haughty back. Huang Bingyao stood in awe and asked, "Where are you going?" "Buy a car. I really can't mess it up. I can be faster when I run away," Su Luo said without looking back. Huang Bingyao, did you just look like a lady's pantyhose with no fear? Chapter 51, I am not trying to take advantage of the police force. Saigon Auto Market, big dummy car dealership. When Su Luo arrived here, he happened to see Dazhou sitting alone on the edge of the pier, building a table where he was sipping a small drink and eating a steamed grouper. "Big dummy," Su Luo shouted. "Who tread the horse?" Hearing this name, the big fool burst into a rage, violently raised his head, saw that it was Su Luo's face after the anger turned into a smile, and quickly got up to welcome. "So it's Su Sura, today which gust of wind to blow you? Come on, sit down, just to taste this excellent grouper I caught. First class, is it that great? Compared to level 1, I think level 3 is even better." Su Luo casually dragged over a chair and sat down, beckoning, "Bring a set of dishes. Hey, inside, go get a pair of bowls and chopsticks, and bring out a wine glass." Big Dummy shouted at the little brother in the car dealership, then smiled nervously as he sat down opposite Su Luo. "Su Sir, what is it you want to teach me this time?" A moment later a junior brother trotted out with dishes and a wine glass. "Big brother, Su Sir, here to take care of your business again." Su Sir took the chopsticks and caught a piece of fish to eat. Well, it's very tender. He hadn't done much research on fish, but he could still tell if it was good or not, and this fish was good. It's even better with wine. Big D got up and filled Su Luo's glass and poured himself another. Su Luo picked up his wine glass and took a sip before starting to eat his food again, casually saying as he did so, "Find me another suitable car. The one I have is ruined." "Su Sir, you came at the right time. I just happened to be able to get a 90% new MR2. The price is not expensive and very suitable for young people like you to drive. To ensure that the absolute wind this car is." Big D holding chopsticks and even compared to the description of how good this car to Su Luo. Stop. Listening to the clouded Su Luo interrupted him. "I appreciate the good intentions, but I don't want this small sports car. I still want a sedan. Just that Mazda from last time. Find me another one of the same." He has to work on a case, and it's not convenient to drive a sports car, because he often carries his colleagues, so a sedan is more appropriate. And the sports car was too small for exercise, and as a pile driver, he needed a training ground where he could exert himself at all times, in addition to good training equipment like buds. So Su Sir likes to keep a low profile. Last time that Mazda, I still have the current car here. You can drive away anytime." Big Fool stopped his sales pitch at the words and turned his head to shout at his little brother. "Go and personally take the silver Mazda that just arrived yesterday and drive it over to Su Sir. Swipe the card. I won't check the car. I'll find you anytime if there's a problem." Su Luo threw out Huang Bingyao's card and said the password, and then continued to bury his head in his rice, not afraid that Big Dummy would swipe more money from his card. "Hey, pay the bill for Su Sir." Big Fool took the card and shouted for a junior to hand it over to him, then patted his chest to Su Luo and assured him, "Don't worry, Su Sir, the car I sold you is 100% problem-free. The cars with problems he sells to cooks who want to drive and act tough and have little power." "Big brother, this card doesn't have enough money." The little brother who had just gone to swipe Su Luo's card for the bill walked out again with his card and said with a difficult face, Our chatting with the big fool and Su Luo suddenly came to an abrupt end. The big fool was the first to react. His face slightly changed. Shot up and pointed at the little brother, scolded, "You horse is not blind to see the wrong. How can not enough money it? Hurry to help Su Sir invoice." After saying that, he snatched the bank card back with a smile and returned it to Su Luo with both hands. "Su Sir, the person under his hand has no rules, so don't bother with him in general." Dajo felt that he understood what Su Luo meant. After all, the Jianghu was not about fighting and killing, it was about human feelings. "Don't pull that stunt. Bribing me?" Su Luo retrieved his card and glared at him, looking at the uneasy-faced little brother. "Is it really not enough? Tell the truth." He wasn't so bad as to take a bribe from a big fool for that small amount of money. Taking a bribe was against police force regulations. He's a good guy. Being asked by Su Luo, the little brother, however, didn't dare to answer at first, but instead looked at Big Fool with a desire to speak. "What are you still looking at? Su Sir told you to say that, then say ah. Stupid as a pig." Big Dummy scolded. The little brother lowered his head. "Su Sir, it's really not enough. I know. Wait a moment." Su Luo picked up the phone and walked to the side to call Huang Bingyao. "Older brother, how come you don't have any money in this card? Can you spend money economically? What will you do in the future if you are so profligate? You don't need to raise a child in the future. He can't let Wang Pingyu spend his money like that. What's he going to do then? What's he going to spend it on? It's so selfish and not thinking of him." Huang Bingyao was admonished in a daze for a while before he reacted. The fire in his heart switched up. "You still have the face to talk about me? The money in the card was spent by you. The last dinner cost more than 50,000 yuan. How much do you still expect to have inside? The card was supposed to be a petty cash card for daily expenses for the three of them, him, Bud, and his wife, and money would be transferred to it periodically, but it was only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Don't you dare accuse me. The last time you ordered the food, you ordered it yourself." Su Luo turned the tables and then ended the tug of war. "Hey, okay, let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and transfer $50,000 in. What do you want money for?" Huang Bingyao asked. Su Luo answered truthfully, "Buy a car. Are you suffering from some serious illness? Your car was destroyed in the course of a mission. Won't you apply for reimbursement? You even paid for it out of your own pocket. Will you be able to calculate this account?" Huang Bingyao was instantly out of breath. He had thought that Su Luo was just talking off the cuff, but he didn't expect to actually run off and buy a car, making it difficult for him to understand. "Of course I know I can be reimbursed, but I don't want to take advantage of the police force." Su Luo was righteous, and then criticized angrily. "Director Huang Sir, can you be a little bit more aware? A little bit more dedicated? Don't think of the police force reimbursing you for a little bit of loss, okay? Don't always think about what the police force can give you. Think more about what you have done for the police force." It was true that he could be reimbursed, but according to tradition around the globe, it took a long time for the public to go through the process when money was involved, and he wasn't going to wait this long. First, you use your great-uncle's money to buy a car and drive it, then you apply for reimbursement, and when the money comes down, you not only get a new car, but you also get an extra allowance. He's obviously better at math than Huang Bingyao thinks. Huang Bingyao really want to tear this live, gnashing his teeth. "You are marvelous. You noble. So you don't take advantage of the police force. You take advantage of me? Is this a damn thing a human being can do? How his sister likes to play with man-beasts." "Older brother, cut the crap. People are waiting for me to pay the bill." Su Luo didn't want to waste time with him. Wasting a person's time was tantamount to plotting to kill them. Huang Bingyao said stiffly, "No, big brother, you don't want your sister-in-law to know about you hooking up with Min. Do you? Do you believe I'll convince Min to tell sister-in-law? The things you sent last time are still at her house." Su Luo's tone was careless. Huang Bingyao suddenly angry. In the office pressure of the voice roared, "This is not all over? This is too sensitive. After all, Min's status is different. It is the widow of his subordinate. Of course, it is precisely for this reason that he feels irritated and pays the action. But he didn't expect to be bumped into by Su Luo. In fact, he suspected that Su Luo had gone to Min with the same idea as him when he went back that day. But after seeing Su Luo reject Zhou Hui's throwback today, he dismissed the idea again. His brother-in-law Su Luo is a rare, clean and honest man who is not close to women. "You secret. I'll eat you for life." Su Luo finished lightly, hung up the phone with his backhand, then walked over and sat down. "Wait a little longer. Drink first. Drink." Big Fool hurriedly poured Su Luo another drink and ordered his little brother, "Go find a restaurant to pack a few dishes and come back. Hurry up. Hurry up." Chapter 52, William the Angry Gentleman with English. Once the 3 or 5 glasses of wine were downed, and then with the freshly baked small dishes, Su Luo and Dajo chatted very high. And from Dajo, he knew quite a lot of interesting things in the Jianghu. What Dongqing's crow loves to lift the table, Ni Jia Gandhi's wife and his brother Guohua have a leg up, and Lian Shang's horseman Jimmy Boy at all times hold financial books do not lose their hands. The Taoist jokes that he is trying to make the horse bar bigger and stronger to seek an IPO and so on. I didn't expect you to be so well informed. In the future, if I use you in my case, you can take care of me. Su Luo raised his glass in a gesture. Su sir, it's not that I'm bragging, there are no secrets for me on the road. For example, the matter of Gandhi his wife fornicating with Guohua. Apart from me, there really aren't many people who know about it. Big Fool patted his chest and clinked a glass with Su Luo. Just ask if you can use it. After an hour or so, Huang Bingao's phone call came. The money I transferred to you. Do not take him in, that thing threatened me? Take care of, hurry back to the police station to see me. I have something to say to you. Talk to you later. Su Luo hung up the phone and handed the card back to Big Dummy. There's money. Go ahead and swipe it. Su sir. In fact, it's really not necessary. It's not just a car. I'm engaged in this. Which one do you like to drive away directly on the line? Big Dummy looked at the card handed over and spread his hands with a helpless face. Su Luo threw the card on the table and said in a loud voice, I, Su Mao, am a righteous man. I will never do anything that involves corruption and bribery. How much is how much? To take a bribe that also have to take a big one. This area of tens of thousands of dollars cannot prevent him from complying with the law. Su sir, as the road to mix also have to admit that Hong Kong Island has a poor man like you. Really kind of lucky. Big Dummy face admiration. Pick up the bank card on the table and hand it to the little brother. Immediately go to do the right thing. Soon the little brother brought over the bank card, the invoice, and all kinds of ticket paperwork for the purchase of the car. After everything was done, Shuluo got in his car and left. Susur slow go ah. Dajo smiled and stood still until he saw the car merge into the traffic before he retracted his sight. But he happened to see 5 dangling kooks walking towards him, and his intuition told him that they were rushing towards him. Hurry up and go call someone. Regardless of what those 5 brats wanted, it never hurt for him to prepare more people ahead of time. Hong Kong Island Police Headquarters, Narcotics Investigation Division Senior Superintendent William walked towards his office with his coffee in hand, and on the way, he always felt that the people were looking at him strangely, but he wouldn't care what the yellow-skinned Chinese police officers thought, so he didn't take it to heart. After a few hours of fermentation, the big melon that Zhou Hui'er had tried to subvert Su Luo but had been rejected had begun to spread within the Chinese police through various channels. Gossip has always circulated the fastest. That's why these people are looking at William with odd eyes, as all gloat at his jokes. William knew nothing of this and had just sat down back in his office when the phone on his desk rang. Hey, oh Pete, what are you calling me about? It's not a bowling date, is it? Is your political department that idle these days? After casually picking up the phone, William crossed his legs and spoke in a brisk tone. Man, I was going to comfort you, but you sound like you're still in a good mood? William froze. Comfort me? You still don't know? Pete was surprised, then rushed to tell him about Hui'er Zhou. That's it. Are you okay, bro? William's face was green and purple. He now finally realized why those damn Chinese police officers had just looked at him with deep meaning in their eyes. Because he's become a joke. He hung up with a snap, but the next second the phone rang again, and he was just about to pick it up when he realized that this time it was a portable phone. William, I was bullied by a damn guy. I thought for a long time, and I think I have to explain. To you, Zhou Hui'er told William the whole story with a sobbing voice on the phone. William's tone wavered without any fluctuation after hearing this. Don't feel too bad. I'll fix this problem. Really, William? I knew it. I knew you must have a solution. Zhou Hui'er on the other end of the phone was so joyful that her tone was much lighter. William said in a soft tone, Of course. Will you come to my office now, dear? Aha. Zhou Hui'er answered repeatedly. After hanging up the phone, William's face has long been gloomy and terrible. The most simple and direct way to solve the problem that is to solve the people who create the problem. This problem was created by Huile Zhou, so she was addressed first to mitigate the impact on herself. And that damn Chinese sheriff. Maybe he wasn't at fault for this, but he'd have to suffer his own wrath for disgracing himself along with it. 20 minutes later, a loud murmur rang out outside, and William got up and walked out of the office just in time to see Zhou Hui'er walking toward him with one hand covering her face. And upon seeing William, the group of police officers who were still talking about Zhou Hui'er shut their mouths. William, let's go in first. Seeing the tall William, Zhou Hui'er instantly had a backbone and couldn't help but jump into his arms, but William sidestepped and dodged. At the same time, his backhand was a slap in the face, and with a snap, Zhou Hui'er stumbled to the side. Her white face gradually reddened and swollen, and several bright red fingerprints appeared. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It's a hot mess. Ghostbusters are tough. Zhou Huier was directly struck dumb. She covered her face and looked at William in disbelief. William, you! Shut up! William interrupted her with an angry bellow, pointing at her coldly. I didn't think you'd have the face to come to me after doing something like this. I'm officially informing you now that the two of us are broken up. As the words fell, he turned and entered the office, banging the door shut and leaving Zhou Huier out to dry. Zhou Huier, brain buzzing, biting the red lips of the body, cannot stop trembling. By now, she which still do not understand. William deliberately called her over, is to want to break up with her publicly in front of his subordinates. So many people saw it. Then in less than a day the whole police force would know that William had nothing to do with her. He'd be able to clear the air with himself and mitigate the effect he might have on him. And he'd really be as cute as a button, like to run over and cooperate with him as a toolman. She didn't believe Su Luo when she said that William would break up with her, thinking that Su Luo didn't even know William, who was a great British gentleman. And now that she thought about it, she looked like a joke. No, she would have been a joke for a long time. Zhou Huier smiled to herself, covered her face and glanced at the closed door of William's office, and turned to leave. As soon as she had left in front of her, a pot exploded behind her, and there was a heated discussion among the crowd. It is human nature to eat melon. Chapter 53, promoted to trainee inspector. Seeing Chao Wai again. It was just after 2 in the afternoon when Su Luo ate lunch outside before slowly driving his new car back to the police station, then go straight to Wang Bongyu's office. Knock knock. Enter. Su Luo pushed his way in and saw Huang Bingyao with his legs up on his desk, again wiping his gun of kindness that had never been fired while he was huffing and puffing. I thought you said you had something to tell me. What is it? Su Luo closed the door with his backhand, walked to the sofa diagonally across from his desk and sat down, casually picking up the cigarettes on the coffee table and shaking out one. He smoked it. It's so familiar that it's like going back to your own home. Huang Bingyao put away his gun, put down his leg that was resting on the desk, propped himself up on the armrest and got up and walked over to Su Luo and sighed. Originally, I called you back because I wanted to inform you of good news, but now it has turned into a good news and a bad news. Then let's start with the good news. Su Luo rested his legs on the coffee table and lazily exhaled a smoke ring. Huang Bingyao pointed at him and said in a salty tone, the good news is that you've been promoted to trainee inspector and will report to the police academy at the end of the month. Police officers promoted to trainee inspector must go to the police school to participate in a 36-week training and examination. Now is July 20th. That is to say Su Luo still have 10 days to report to the police school, under normal circumstances, then have to next year March and April to return to the police station. What about the bad news? Su Luo asked again. Huang Bingyao pushed him away a bit, then sat down next to him. The bad news is that your chance to double as the head of the serious crimes unit after your training is over is gone. Why? Su Luo instantly sat up straight, wondering what had gone wrong with this internalization. Huang Bingyao raised 2 fingers, then bent another. Firstly, your old brother. I have also been promoted to senior superintendent after unremitting efforts and hard work, and I will be transferred to the Wang Tai Sin Police District as the deputy commander next month at the latest. And the new commissioner is going to leave the position of the serious crimes unit leader to one of his own people. Here he paused and bent a second finger. Secondly, as far as I can tell it's the Ghostbuster Superintendent William at police headquarters who's starting to get back at you. And I've just been told by my backer that a Ghostbuster has expressed his displeasure regarding my overstepping my bounds in using you. After saying that, he spread his hands and summarized with a helpless face. So, to sum up the above 2 reasons, your concurrently serving as the head of the serious crimes unit is out of the question. But fortunately, I know the new director who is about to be transferred, so when you come back from your studies, you can continue to serve as the captain of the A-team while concurrently serving as the deputy head of the serious crimes unit. The main reason is still that the new administrator is bringing his own people into office, and William's meddling is only a secondary factor. Why is this Guilo named William targeting me? Did I his horse? Su Luo didn't care too much about not being able to step up as the leader of the group even though he had some regrets. Being able to be the vice leader was already good enough. After all, just look at the other trainee inspectors. All of them were still working as squad leaders. Which one of them was like him who could double as a deputy team leader? Huang Bingyao revealed a lewd smile. Things are bad because you didn't his horse. If you did, then there wouldn't be so many things. Could it be Zhou Huier's fiancé? Hearing these words, Su Luo instantly recalled that Zhou Huier seemed to have said in the car that her fiancé's name was William. Huang Bingyao nodded. Yes, I heard that he was in the office door. In front of many subordinates gave Zhou Huier a slap and she broke up with him. He absolutely hated you. Revenge is certainly not over. You will be promoted to more than half of the road to a bit of resistance. It's okay to be stuck with a promotion, but the point is that there are other means. And with the Ghostbusters' carefulness and discrimination against Chinese police officers, William will never tolerate Su Lo, who made him lose face. and will retaliate violently against him. Alas, it really didn't occur to me that being clean is also a sin. Su Luo pretended to sigh. Huang Bingyao rather emotionally patted his shoulder and consoled him. Now in this society, people like you who have too much of a bottom line, don't accept subterfuge, and don't bend their backs for the sake of 5 buckets of rice just can't get mixed up in this way. In his opinion, although Su Luo had many shortcomings, he valued love and righteousness, cleanliness, and did not share the same fate as sin, so he was already considered a person of high moral character. I know, so in that case, I'll play along with him, Su Luo said nonchalantly. What? The Ghostbusters? Of course, always playing with women. It's time to play with men. Huang Bingyao face changed. You don't want to mess up You can't play with the ghost man. In a few days I'll help you to set a table wine. You pour tea for him to apologize. I wrote ing head. Su Luo extinguished his cigarette and threw it out, patting Huang Bingyao Dong's shoulder. I won't bother you. I can solve it myself. Hey, how do you want to solve it To solve problems? You can't think about solving people Huang Bingyao got up in a hurry and chased Su Luo all the way to the door to instruct him. He was afraid that if Su Luo went straight to bring a gun to finish William off in a fit of rage, then this would be a big deal. I know, I'm not a cutie. Su Luo waved his hand without looking back. Huang Bingyao then thought of something else, and quickly shouted, tomorrow the public relations section will come back to take pictures of you to record the program. Don't you screw up and forget The matter of establishing Su Luo as a role model for the police force is a policy set by the police department, and no one can influence it. 9 o'clock at night, in a bar, under the dim lights and with the powerful and ear-piercing music, men and women screamed and wiggled their bodies wantonly waving their hormones, while other guys mingled in the crowd holding their own or someone else's horse for staking out the output. The location of the bar is very quiet. Wearing a black suit, white shirt, hip skirt, black stockings, high-heeled shoes, Joe Huier single-handedly propped up on the countertop a cup after a cup of wine. Flushed face, eyes sometimes disoriented and sometimes show a biting hatred. She was now a joke within the police force. She hadn't been at work all afternoon today, but she could hide from the first day, but not the 15th, and unless she left the force in the future, she would always be a joke. But she was not willing to leave just like that. She hated Su Luo that it was all because of him, but she hated William who fell down the well and skinned her even more. After all, Su Luo was just a stranger, while William was a man she loved dearly, and betrayal and hurt from a loved one tends to hurt more, and love hurts. Inspector Zhou, it's not easy to find you. A familiar voice entered her ears. Zhou Huier twisted her head, and what met her eyes was Su Luo's fair and handsome face with a smile at the corner of his mouth at all times. Asterisk. It's all you. Enemies meeting. Zhou Huier raised her hand and slapped. The few youths who saw this scene from afar showed gloating colors. They had just gone to hit on them only to be scolded. But that little white boy was going to be beaten. It seems that being handsome doesn't help. All beings are equal in the eyes of beauty. Su Luo held Zhou Huier's wrist and said with a smile, this is all your own doing. I'm only doing this out of self-preservation. How can you blame me? He didn't feel that he was at fault, and if Zhou Huier didn't fish for law enforcement against him, there wouldn't have been what came after. Well, that's true from his standpoint, and as far as other people's standpoints are concerned, what's that got to do with him? Mimetic baby hot. Zhou Huier angrily scolded. Su Luo let go of her, his hand smoothly reaching over to touch her still unswollen face, revealing a look of pity as he shook his head. TSK. This should have been hit by William. Not really a thing, actually hitting a woman, and still such a beautiful woman. Don't cat cry in fake mercy. Zhou Huier shook off Su Luo's hand, and with her other hand, she tried to whip him again. Pop. Su Luo backhanded a slap, faintly smiled and said blandly, just gave you a chance. Don't force me to do it again. How about it? It shouldn't have been as heavy as William's beating. See, I'm all the more sore than he is. He wasn't going to spoil this woman. A few people watching the show from afar stared in disbelief. Hitting someone even after failing to accost them. Truly the scum of the earth. You asshole. The fiery pain on her face was not as bad as the pain of being stabbed in her heart. Zhou Huier was angry and furious. Su Luo collected the smile on his face. You're not going to forget it if William treats you that way. I have a little suggestion. Do you want to find a place to listen to it? He believed that no one knew William better than Zhou Huier, and he had to start with her if he wanted to screw William. Using me in the name of helping me get revenge? Do you think I'll fall for that? Zhou Huier sneered. Su Luo just looked at her quietly. Zhou Huier pursed her lips. Where to? Follow me. Su Luo pulled out a bill and put it on the bar. I rarely spend money on women. Zhou Huier left after him. The few men in the bar who had just accosted Zhou Huier and were rejected looked at each other in disbelief. All of them already numb. It turns out that picking up this kind of high cool beauty directly go up and do it they feel that they have learned. Chapter 54, Killing people and putting their hearts to death. So broad and fearful. Out of the bar. With the night breeze blowing, Jo Huir's drunkenness dissipated a bit as she clasped her hands to her chest and looked at Su Luo expressionlessly. Let's say it right here. If Su Luo's words hadn't revealed that he was going to work with her to get back at William, she wouldn't even want to bother with him. Hey, big sister. What we're going to discuss is dealing with a Guilo police superintendent. And you're going to do it right here in front of a bar where people come and go? Su Luo pointed at the coming and going crowd and said, then walked over to the car and pulled open the door and sat in. Don't just stand there. Get in. Jo Huir hesitated before walking over to sit in the passenger seat, and Su Luo drove slowly while asking, how long have you and William been together? 2 years. Jo Huir clenched her silver teeth, her heavy conscience heaving with anger. A touch of delicate lavender lace faintly visible at the collar of her white shirt. 2 years? No wonder. He's tired of even the prettiest women, Su Luo said with a sudden realization. Jo Huir looked at him. What do you mean? Obviously, he clearly wanted to break up with you a long time ago. He only wants to do not want to marry you. After all, the ghosts of the arrogant look down on the Chinese. This time the incident is a justified opportunity to get rid of you. He really if you love you. And then how shouldn't be so heartless, right? Su Luo is a good hand at stirring up trouble. Jo Huir said coldly, you don't have to stir up trouble. I won't fall for your tricks. Just hurry up and say what you have planned. Or else stop the car. Anxious. She was anxious. The corner of Su Luo's mouth ticked, saying that he wouldn't fall for it. Why did this emotion suddenly become agitated? After 2 years of talking and spending time together, William can't be a clean person. Right. What has he done that you have black information? Su Luo figure dagger. In the 21st century, there is a term called mistresses against corruption. And many corrupt officials have had their blown out of proportion by women. He does not believe that William is not greedy. Hong Kong Island has been confirmed to return. Now the ghosts which is not trying to find ways to take advantage of the return of a little more money to go. It is never possible to be loyal with two sleeves. To them, it is none of their business what happens to Hong Kong Island after 1997, and they cannot wait for the more chaos the better. Just want to leave a mess for the mainland side. This present situation of the black clubs running amok is not without the factor of their letting it go and pushing it. Jo Huir frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before her red lips slightly opened. He was collecting black money, using his position as a senior superintendent of the Narcotics Investigation Division to provide shelter for a white powder businessman named Akuan. But I have no evidence, and I don't even know Akuan's real name. After all, she and William had been so happy together before that she hadn't even thought about getting to this point. So how could she have thought about leaving something behind that would be detrimental to William? There's no evidence, then you go find evidence. I'll help you if you need it. The car had already driven to the beach. Su Luo stopped the car and looked at Jo Huir and said. Jo Huir froze and blurted out. He's already broken up with me. How am I supposed to find him? Forgive him? Of course. Just on the grounds that you can't let him go. Stalking to stay by his side. Well, at least you're a beautiful woman. He won't refuse. As long as the rest of the police force doesn't know. Su Luo spoke while surveying Jo Huir's plump and delicate body. Other people's women really have a taste for how to look at them. Jo Huir went to beg William for forgiveness. Then, with the ghost man's condescension, William will only think that it is Jo Huir loves him too much to leave him, and will not suspect her. After all, at least it is also the pillow side of the person who slept together for 2 years. He publicly broke up with Jo Huir today. He had already achieved his goal, to once again send the chick to the door for nothing. As long as the rest of the police force did not know, then it would not have any effect on him. In a nutshell, a woman chasing a man is a veil, let alone two people who are more or less emotionally grounded. Faced with the gentle thoughtfulness and deliberate currying favor of an intellectual beauty like Jo Huir, the ghost man couldn't resist. Jo Huir pursed her lips and pondered after hearing this, perhaps analyzing the feasibility of this matter in her mind. Su Luo laughed and continued to goad. Actually, taking the evidence of him receiving black money and reporting him so that he can be dismissed isn't the best revenge for him. It's at best a punishment from the law that he deserves. The real revenge is that after he was dismissed only you are still unfailingly devoted to him. He will be touched beyond belief and trust you beyond measure. But at this time you then hook up with an adulterer and roll up his money, so that he can't even afford a plane ticket back to his hometown. What do you think he'll be struck down to? He'll go straight to Castle Peak Hospital, right? Castle Peak Hospital is a famous psychiatric hospital on Hong Kong Island with a long history, and all the patients who go there say good things. Of course, if you can't find a suitable person to play the role of an adulterer, Then my humble self would be happy to dedicate myself to the art and star in it for zero pay. Su Luo propped one hand on the car window and said in a cheerful tone to Zhou Huir, he was always so helpful. Stop it, Zhou Huir interrupted Su Luo with a shiver. Although I already knew that you're no good. You're shameless beyond my imagination. Su Luo, this is not just to kill, or to kill the heart, to kill William from the spiritual level, going through a succession of career, emotional, financial, and spiritual blows. William would have absolutely collapsed. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. Su Luo was undeniable about this assessment. Blocking his future was like killing his parents. This William had to be finished. Even if Jesus came, he couldn't keep him, he said. Zhou Huir's face was cloudy. Then she responded with a cold smile. Other than the point that the last adulterer was you, everything else will be done as you said. Send me back to the bar just now. My car is still parked there. Although she hated William, she likewise didn't have much of a favorable impression of Su Luo, so she was just going to die. But she would never use her body to cheapen this bastard Su Luo. Absolutely not. Su Luo was a generous person and didn't mind being embarrassed. He smiled bashfully and started the car to turn around. He went back home after dropping off Zhou Huir. As soon as he entered the door, he opened his hands, and the Hong Kong student wearing a pink silk halter dress then hurriedly came up and squatted down to help him change into slippers, while Zhou Wenli helped him take off his jacket. It's like two maids serving a landlord. Luo, wash your hands so you can eat. Today I made those dishes you wanted to eat last time, Kong Sheng said as he got up and came over to Su Luo's face to give him a kiss. Zhou Wenli rolled her eyes. She didn't want to be like this, but Kong Sheng was too curly, making her have to follow suit, or else her presence would be very low. Weird at home, always feeling like she was superfluous. The two men rolled inside, and Su Sir benefited, so he explicitly and implicitly pushed for them to continue to roll. This is the legend, and the Emperor's heart art is equal to the color batch of the heart art. A imperial woman. Do not ask who wrote, ask is Su Sir himself. Isn't anyone going to ask where they can buy them? At the same time, an Ocean View house in the United States of America. A tall, flat-haired youth with an arrogant face and wearing a black overcoat was repeatedly looking at the newspaper in his hand, whose font had been blurred by the twisting of his fingers. It was a newspaper sent from Hong Kong Island. The headline was the news that Su Luo had killed Fu Guang, and the bandit Fu Guang who was killed on the newspaper. He looked very similar to the youth holding the newspaper. Birdie, the youth called out with a cold, habitual craning of his neck as he gathered up his newspaper. A young man who looked like a hybrid with long, messy, slightly curly hair and a burgundy suit walked out of one of the bedrooms. Big brother, put off all the orders and go to Hong Kong Island. My brother died. I want to avenge him. The middle-aged man was called Fu Xing, nicknamed Professor, also a tough guy, mainly active in foreign countries, with no record on Hong Kong Island. The youth nicknamed Birdie froze for a moment, then replied, I'll do it right away. Just in time to go back to see my brother. Haven't seen him for a long time, and I heard that he's selling arms on Hong Kong Island, so it's just in time for him to help us with the firearms. I can envy your brother. At least his brother is still alive. The professor spoke in a calm tone, got up and walked over to the window, looking out over the rough sea, his sight seeming to see Hong Kong Island across half the globe. Saw the errand boy who killed his brother. He must send that errand boy down to be buried with him. Chapter 55, he dingbang on hardwaring. Time turns, 2 days passed, came to July 23rd, the police force against Su Luo to do publicity from last night's police news column has begun. Early this morning the headlines of major newspapers are all related to Su Luo. Alert, rising star of the police force. Saigon Sergeant Su Luo captures Asian drug lord ice after seizing 4 tons of ice. Hong Kong Island Morning Post, the strongest detective on Hong Kong Island, who has solved a series of major cases since joining the organization, breaking the record of the fastest promotion. Oriental Daily News, the rising nemesis of crime, first arresting Pa Kwang, then destroying the counterfeit banknote syndicate, and then eliminating Asia's ice queen, is a direct hit on Sergeant Su Lok's career in the police force. There are many pictures of him in the newspaper, either in a police uniform and handsome, or in a suit and suave. In short, from today onwards, many big girls and little daughters-in-law have a new object of fantasy at night. Whoa, no way. So many big cases are all solved by him alone. This is too gripping. The police force, they like to brag, taking our taxpayers' money and not doing anything. Who believes it? Not this time it is true. You see there are still live photos it. Su Sir look white and clean Sven. Catching thieves is really fierce. Tea restaurants, office buildings, in front of newsstands, bus stops, and all sorts of other places were talking about Su Luo, and in a short period of time, his hotness was probably not going to go down. It's only for a short time, and in a few days maybe some celebrity scandal will top him. Su sir, you're on fire. There are reports of you everywhere now, and your posters can be seen everywhere. In the morning, as soon as Su Luo entered the serious crimes unit, Song Zijie yelled and rushed up with a newspaper. Yes Su sir. It's been a long time since the poor man has been so glamorous. The limelight has overshadowed the stars. Miao Jishan walked over with a face of envy as he carried his coffee. Su Luo took the newspaper and looked at it, pointing to his own picture on it and raising an eyebrow at Miao Jishan. Nah, if you've ever pretty me up, maybe you're the one who's on it. Pretty but you. Who else in our police department can be prettier than you are? Just join the force and pick the flower buds of our police department. You are now happy in love, but also happy in the workplace. Miao Jishan took a sip of coffee. The only thing that could soothe his broken heart was the free coffee of the police force. It's so sour. Su Luo's expression was pompous as he fanned himself with his hand. Hey, do you guys smell a sour odor? It's the scent of lemon. Of course we have. We're all sour. Su sir, please have morning tea. Song Zijie pounced on Su Luo and wrapped his arms around his neck. Otherwise I'll never let go. Others were up in arms. Please please please. Su Luo raised his hands in surrender. Miao Jishan hurriedly put down his coffee. Puffy, you didn't say so earlier. I'm already full of coffee. Loki's treating us to morning tea, so I'll buy us all coffee. Miko smiled and raised her hand. Miao Jishan rolled his eyes. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Budgie has learned to be bad after following Su Sir. The crowd was in fits of laughter. Wow, so lively. You all know that I just got a rich second-generation girlfriend? He Dingbang walked in with a toothpick in his mouth and a big smile. The crowd looked at each other, confused, and Song Zijie walked up to him. Brother Bang, are you alright? Wow, you guessed right. My girlfriend did buy me a new car, Mercedes-Benz. He Ding replied, taking out the Mercedes keys to show off. Song Zijie was confused. I didn't guess. It's not expensive. It's only $500,000 or $600,000. He Ding Bang continued to answer the question, the car keys dangling in his hand. Chen Jin rolled his eyes. Jay, ignore him, that guy just wants to put on a show. Whoa, how did you know that my girlfriend still has a big villa? He Ding Bang looked at Chen Jin with a shocked face, then shrugged. I'm not afraid to laugh at you guys. Last night I got up to go to the bathroom and got lost. Crowd. First time I've seen this kind of just stepping on a hard suit, but really so envious. So angry. This guy went, what kind of luck can pick up rich white? Bang. Almost got it. Su Luo couldn't stand to look at it either, wanting to punch this dead pretender so badly. Su sir. That's right. My girlfriend runs a modeling agency, the kind with lots of beautiful women. He Ding Bang bared his teeth and laughed. Sulo, you're getting on my nerves. Wow. Bong, let's introduce your girlfriend to us, the kind with long legs and big boobs. Yeah Bong, here, you have coffee. I just brewed this. I haven't had it yet. Bong, I've been single for 30 years. The old colorful batch who had just been full of displeasure towards He Ding Bang were all of a sudden swarming around him, serving him tea and asking for warmth, with a pleasing smile on their faces. What are you guys up to? All of you are smiling so lewdly in the morning. Huang Bingyao walked in with his hands on his belt and a big belly. Good day, Huang sir. Good morning, Huang sir. The crowd dispersed and greeted him at the same time. Aha, Huang Bingyao nodded, then repeated the question. What were you guys just talking about? One by one, the crowd bowed their heads in embarrassment. Huang sir, I'll say it for them. When they heard that Bong's girlfriend owns a modeling agency, each of their eyes turned green. Fat Bo said with a hefty smile. No talent. Huang Bingyao reprimanded, then pointed at He Ding Bang. Is the police station a place for you to show off this? What kind of place do you think this is? Come with me. I have to educate you today. After saying that, he turned around with his hands behind his back and walked away, only to walk halfway before he suddenly thought of the right thing to do. Turning back and pointing at Su Luo, he said, there's also you. Come with me as well. Su Luo and He Ding Bang followed him to the director's office. Huang Bingyao told He Ding Bang to wait outside first, and told Su Luo to go in with him. There's an internal gathering of Chinese police officers at the Grand Plaza Hotel tonight. The least senior inspector can only attend. But you're in luck. You're coming with me. I'll introduce a few people you'd like to meet. Since the date for the return of Hong Kong Island was set a few years ago, Chinese police officers have become more and more vocal in the police force, and from time to time, they would organize an internal gathering. But not everyone is eligible to attend. He's about to be promoted to senior superintendent, so he'll have no problem bringing someone with him. Want to bring a female companion? Xu Lua asked. Huang Bingyao nodded and said, Banned. It's just an everyday party with kids. I know. Big brother, you're so good to me. I really don't know what to say. Su Luo was so touched that he was close to tears. The most beautiful great uncle. Don't need you to say anything, just be less envious. Huang Bingyao rolled his eyes, and then seriously instructed, dress formally tonight, and put away that dangling look. When his great-uncle was serious, he still had a bit of majesty. At least he could be a police superintendent. Don't worry, big brother. I'll wear my most expensive clothes tonight, Su Luo promised with conviction. Alright, get lost. I still have to teach Yi Dingbang a lesson and criticize him for his unorthodox ways. Huang Bingyao waved his hand to drive Su Luo out, then shouted to Yi Dingbang expressionlessly, come in. Yi Dingbang went in slightly uneasy, and a few minutes later, he came out again with an odd expression. In the afternoon, Su Luo went back to the office after lunch, and when he passed by the office area, he saw that everyone else was working, except Yi Dingbang, who was reading a copy of The Dragon, Tiger and Leopard in a file. Good. I told you how you've been blushing lately, so it's because you're reading yellow books at work. Su Luo walked over and snatched the magazine from his hand. In an instant everyone looked at Yi Dingbang and righteously verbally attacked him for this behavior. Ouch. It's still the latest issue. Bong, you're so out of line. How can you watch this kind of stuff at work and actually eat it alone? Yi Dingbang scratched the back of his head, glared at those people, and then hemmed and hawed at Su Luo. No need to be like this, Su sir. We're all adults. What's wrong with adults? It's more important for adults to restrain their behavior. It's a disgrace to our police force when it gets out. Confiscated. Su Luo righteously interrupted him, then returned to his office. He never looks at these unreal things because he's all about playing it straight and true in reality. After closing the door and then pulling the blinds, Su Luo then crossed his legs and looked over the Shirbari magazine he had just received in his hand with a critical eye. And after carefully reading it he commented that it wasn't as good as the flowers he had played with. Chapter 56, Chinese Police Internal Gathering. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Huang Bingyao's Cadillac stopped in front of the Juanhao Hotel. And then Mr. and Mrs. Huang Bingyao and Su Luo as well as Boozy walked out from the car. Take care of the car. Su Luo, who was temporarily acting as the driver, threw the car keys to the person in charge of parking the car, and then let Maisie carry her arm, following behind Mr. and Mrs. Huang Bingyao as they calmly walked into the front door of the hotel. Su Luo's face is too tender. In order to make himself look more mature, tonight he deliberately wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a set of low-key introverted gray suit. The whole person is living as Sven Scum. Just entering the elevator, Huang Bingyao, who was holding a big belly, said, tonight are our own people. No need to be too nervous. You can just follow me in a while. Okay. Su Luo nodded. A few moments later, the elevator arrived, and the four of them stepped out to front a ballroom with open doors. At this time there are already a lot of people inside. Flamboyant women gathered in a pile. The men are each in groups of 3 or 5 in a pile of talk and laughter. Brother Yao, you can be considered to arrive. Tonight the road traffic jam. Huang Bingyao just went in. A tall and thin youth wearing glasses and a short and chubby middle-aged man with an easygoing face came over. These two people Su Luo had seen in the movie. What night isn't there a traffic jam? Wang Bangyu gave him a hug, then introduced Su Luo. Luo, this is Superintendent Raymond. He will be transferred to the Saigon police station next month. Your future top boss. Good day, sir. Su Luo stood at attention and saluted. Alright, put it down. Your brother Yao's brother-in-law. There's no need to be polite with me. You've been very popular lately. You're prettier in person than in the newspaper. Lei Meng waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to be too serious, pointing to the middle-aged man beside him. He introduced, Senior Inspector Zhou Huabiao. You'll be partners from now on. Get to know each other in advance. Su sir, I've heard a lot about you. I hope we can work well together in the future. Just call me Uncle Bill. Uncle Bill stepped forward and took the initiative to extend a hand with a smile. Su Luo also returned a faint smile, shaking the other party's hand and said, Uncle Bill, happy cooperation. Next, Huang Bingyao brought Su Luo through the crowd continuously, introducing him to several superintendents and senior superintendents, seeing that he was very well connected. After the introductions, Huang Bingyao went over to chat with those people on his own, leaving Su Luo to the side. Su Luo carried his wine glass towards Li Ying who was drinking alone. Li sir, how have you been lately? That's it. You're in the sky now. I heard that the female inspectors in the public relations section all want to subvert you. Li Ying joked. Su Luo bitterly smiled and shook his head, then jokingly said, Don't mention it. Don't sleep with the Ghostbusters superintendent's girl, but instead offend the Ghostbusters superintendent. If I had known that I would have had a good time. Maybe the Ghostbusters superintendent would have had to buy a bullwhip for me to make up for my body. Then you go now is not too late. Cool or not cool instead of being remembered. More loss said Li Ying himself could not help but laugh first. Su Luo followed suit and laughed a few times, suddenly noticing a group of people walking into the banquet hall before all of them stood up. stopping their conversations to open their mouths in greeting. Hello Lee sir. Hello Kai sir. Alright, we are all our own people. Don't be so polite. Sit down. All sit down. Walking in the front was a middle-aged man in a black suit with a back haircut, looking in his 40s with a calm demeanor. Beside him there is a slightly younger, slightly chubby face and the middle-aged. Come in, this group of people are basically middle-aged. Only a small youth. Liang introduced Su Luo in a low voice. The one walking at the front is our Chinese police officer with the highest position in the police force. Senior Police Assistant Commissioner Li Shudong. Next to him is Assistant Commissioner Kai Yuanqi. And behind him are all the chief superintendents in the current Chinese police force. After saying that he added, the commander of the East Kowloon General Area you are in is Kai sir. What about that young man? He shouldn't be the chief superintendent as well, right? Su Luo nodded and looked again at the serious-looking youth at the end of the crowd and asked. Mixing a youth in his 20s in a group of middle-aged people with a minimum age of 40 was like a sheep in a pack of wolves. It was hard not to notice. Liang glanced at him and let out a light laugh. Not yet, but definitely in the future. He's the only son of Commissioner Li, Trainee Inspector Li Wenbin of the West Kowloon Crime Unit, the crown prince within the Chinese police. Li Shudong and Kai Yuanqi were surrounded by a bunch of superintendents, and Su Luo and the other inspectors didn't dare to move forward. That year 23, the Chinese police internal party, standing as minions, I tearfully vowed that I must. Just as the BGM was ringing in Su Luo's head, it was suddenly interrupted as Huang Bingyao shouted with a face full of excitement. Luo, come over here, Director Li wants to see you. In an instant, everyone's gazes converged on Su Luo. There was envy, and there was also realization. After all, there was no one present who didn't know Su Luo. He has solved many big cases and is a model of the police force, so it is quite reasonable for him to be summoned by the head of the Chinese police force. Trainee Inspector Su Luo greets SIR. Su Luo hurriedly dropped his glass of wine and quickly ran over to salute. He has to salute everyone he meets. Instead, it fueled his competitive spirit. And sooner or later, everyone here would have to salute when they saw him. Alright, put it down. Li Shudong looked at Su Luo with a smile on his face, then nodded his head without hiding his appreciation. Not bad. Not only did you handle the case beautifully, but you're also a very pretty person. You've earned face for our Chinese police officers. I'm going to toast you. Someone next to him hurriedly brought 2 glasses of wine. Cheers. Li Shudong raised his glass in a gesture. Su Luo drank it all in one go, his face twitching slightly with excitement. Which of course he was faking. Big people like to see themselves give a little favor and their subordinates are touched to the core. Acting, if not the occasion is not appropriate. He would like to directly come to the line, Luo floating half-life. I would also like to toast our divine detective, Kai Yuanqi said with a smile. You solved a few big cases in a row this time, making me, the commander of the East Kowloon General District, raise my eyebrows in front of the ghosts from several other districts as well. Do a good job. I'm very fond of you. When he finished, he took the glass and took a sip. Su Luo then took another mouthful and said excitedly after finishing it. Thank you for Sir's affirmation. My humble servant will definitely make further efforts in the future to live up to Sir's high expectations. Cheer up. The young man was born into a good era. Li Shudong patted Su Luo's shoulder before striding towards the private room, and the others followed. Li Wenbin didn't follow him. He walked up to Su Luo and extended his hand. Su sir, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Li Wenbin, a trainee inspector of the West Kowloon Crime Unit. Good day, Li sir. Su Luo shook his hand. Li Wenbin pointed to the sofa not far away and gestured. Sit down and chat? I'm very interested in the process of you solving those cases. I Li Wenbin seldom admire others. You are one of the few. Li sir, since you're interested, I'll tell you. Su Luo smiled and agreed. He could feel a sense of pride in this guy, but it was understandable. If his dad was the #1 Chinese police officer, he could be even more arrogant than him. Looking not far away and Li Wenbin talk happily Su Luo, Liang shook his head. I'm afraid that this will not take 2 years. That kid police rank should exceed their own. Su Luo had been chatting with Li Wenbin throughout the entire party, and halfway through, Li Shudong had come out to speak a few crowning words, and then hadn't shown his face again. At the end of the party, Su Luo and Li Wenbin exchanged phone numbers before bidding each other farewell and leaving. How do you feel about Director Li's only son? In the car on the way home, the drunken Huang Bingyao asked. Su Luo casually replied, there's an air of arrogance, but treating people quite easygoing. Very pleasing to the eye. That's just easygoing to you, because you have the ability to do it, no matter what. With him a good relationship is good for you, Huang Bingyao said and hiccuped, leaned on his wife's shoulder and fell asleep. After arriving home, Su Luo helped Huang Bingyao into the house and then left with Maisie, saying to Maisie after leaving the door, I won't be going back tonight. because it was too late in the evening to bother going back. And there was something else about Bud in a tuxedo. He was going to spend the rest of the evening interchanging ideas with her. The long black bustier dress revealed a large area of smooth white skin. Her feet were on pointed high heels, and only a small section of black silk-wrapped calf was exposed under the hem of her skirt. But it was this small section that made Su Luo want to lift her skirt. See it clearly and distinctly, really and truly. I thought you were going to preach the principle of no sleepovers? Budgie guffawed and stepped forward to come face to face with him, tugging at his collar with both hands and playfully raising her chin slightly. Su Luo said without changing his face, "Then you're the first woman to make me break my own principles." Bud sniffed and was overjoyed. Chapter 57, It's not dog licking, it's wolf licking. The early morning sunlight sprinkled on the surface of Bud's blown skin, covering it with a faint halo, and Su Luo's heart rose in grandeur when he saw this scene. Where the sun doesn't shine, he can. Rounding up the conversions, wasn't this the power of the sun that he, as a human, had overcome? From now on, please call him Backlight Warlord. Jingle bells. The ringing phone interrupted Shulua's unrestrained thoughts. Who is it in the morning? It's annoying. Miko muttered a complaint and rolled over, casually grabbing a pillow to cover her ears as she continued to sleep. Shulua grabbed the portable phone. Hello, Luo. It's me. I didn't want to trouble you, but there's really no way out. Huang Yang comes to bring me breakfast every day, and he'll definitely come again today. And if it's like this again, I won't dare to go out. Hemin's twinkling voice revealed annoyance and helplessness. Su Luo's spirit lifted, and he instantly sat up from the bed in a cart-driven jerk. I'll be right there. Hang up the phone and start getting dressed. What are you doing? Miko asked, confused. Su Luo put on his clothes while replying breezily, received an alarm call for help. A citizen claimed to have been harassed by someone blocking the door. I'm going to go out and rush to the scene to deal with it right away, so you can sleep a little longer. This one is the art of language. Is this kind of thing under the control of the Serious Crimes Unit? And you, a prospective trainee inspector, had to personally attend the police? Miko lay back on the bed and looked at him somewhat blankly. Su Luo frowned, fastened his tie, and turned to criticize Bud's. Sergeant Butterbean Sprouts, this kind of thinking of yours is extremely wrong. No matter what department I'm in, no matter how high or low I am in my position, that's ultimately to serve the public, and wherever I'm needed, there's a place for me to be, and that's the kind of talk I don't wish to hear again. At the moment he was radiating a divine light. Aang. Miko froze and subconsciously nodded weakly. I was wrong. Lo. Shulua picked up his glasses and went to the restroom to wash up. Half an hour later, outside Hemin's house, Su Luo didn't see Huang Yang. That guy shouldn't be here yet. So he knocked on the door, and it took a while for the door to open. Hemin was wearing light makeup and a set of gray uniform dress. Luo, come on in. Short hair, white shirt, gray blazer, gray one-step skirt, flesh-colored stockings, black high heels. Min, is Huang Yang still not here? Su Luo walked in, closed the door with his backhand, and casually asked. Hemin poured water for Su Luo while explaining. He used to come at this time, but maybe something won't come today, so I'll let you make a trip for nothing. She looked a little apologetic. I'm fine in the morning anyway. Su Luo took the glass of water and walked over to the set of wedding dresses and reached out to touch it. The texture was silky smooth, and yes, it was the feel of a banknote. Hemin should look good in a wedding dress. Hemin also walked over, looked at the wedding dress inside, just try on the time to wear through. Originally thought soon to wear, did not think that Aquan. She reddened again as she spoke. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang, followed by Huang Yang's voice. Min, are you up? I bought you breakfast, so open the door for me quickly. Su Luo heard, woof 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 woof. Allo. Hemin looked at Su Luo. Su Luo gave her a faint smile. It's fine, leave it to me, just stay here and don't move. With that he walked to the foyer and opened the door. Amin I buy. Is it you? The moment the door opened, the smile on Huang Yang's face froze. Su Luo swept a glance at the breakfast in his hand, directly snatched it over. Instructed, next time, remember to buy a double meal. I will be very tired after the exercise. The dumplings should be filled with leeks. I have to make up for the body well. You also do not want your goddess to play at night is not enjoyable. Right. Huang Yang's face turned green. Asterisk 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 you. What? This you can't endure Then stop pestering Min, get lost, and don't say anything about true love in the future. Su Luo revealed a smile to interrupt him and was about to close the door after saying that. You can't put Huang Yang on the spot once and for all, or else how else can you raise a dog with self-respect? So you can only walk the dog, not beat it, and let him remain a nuisance to Hemin. Wait. Huang Yang stopped the door with his hand, gritted his teeth and said, leek stuffed right. I will buy it for you tomorrow morning. You, lighten up at night. She still has to go to class in the morning. Don't let her stay up all night. Su Luo, equals. Just outrageous. Straight up shocking him for a whole year. Are you crazy? Su Luo, who had wanted to walk the dog, couldn't help himself. Or do you have a special fetish? As we all know, humans have 1001 XPs. I'm just using facts to prove that I love her more than all of you. Huang Yang's words fell. He turned around and left without looking back. The work of the Serious Crimes Unit was so dangerous. Since he could get through Wu Quan, he could get through Su Luo. He was a firm believer in picking up chicks, especially things like picking up other people's chicks, and that the leftovers would always be king. Looking at Huang Yang's back, Su Luo didn't react for a while. He felt that he was afraid that he would have to go to the shaker in front of the supermarket to shake his head before he could understand. Luo, how did you just say that kind of words? You let me. He Min walked over with a red face, biting her red lips tightly, looking at Su Luo with a slight reproach and shyness. Su Luo helplessly smiled. Sorry, I was trying to be fast and furious to stimulate him to give up, but I didn't expect this guy to really leave me speechless. He's seen dog licking, but not this breed of dog licking. Sun Huan learned it from him, right? Then what should I do? He's really annoying. I feel like he's so perverted. He Min rubbed her forehead. Actually, Huang Yang was not a bad person, but she just didn't like it. Su Luo shrugged. I'll come back tomorrow, then I can only trouble you again. He Min looked embarrassed, then suddenly exclaimed, Ah, I almost forgot the time. I'm going to be late for class. I'll drop you off, Su Luo said. After dropping He Min off at school and watching her walk through the school gates, Su Luo had just gotten into his car and was ready to leave when a familiar voice entered his ears. Ah, Luo. Sister-in-law. Su Luo took a look. It turned out to be Huang Bingyao's wife Bai Li. That's right. Sister-in-law can finally have a name. She also works at this school? Bailey walked over. I told you it looked like your car. And it's really you. Why are you here? I just happened to be passing by and bought a breakfast for you. Sister-in-law. To send over. Su Luo didn't panic in the slightest, and with the help of the surrounding props on the spot, casually handed Bai Li the breakfast Huang Yang had bought. It's all a bit cold. He Min did not eat. He wanted to eat it himself on the principle of not wasting, but he did not expect it to be used in another way. It's cold. Waited for quite a long time. I guess. Bai Li took the breakfast and said with a touched voice. You have a heart. I should. Your Bud's sister-in-law. That means my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you should go to class. Okay, come to the house for dinner someday. Sister-in-law waved her hand and walked into the school while eating dumplings. After she walked away, Su Luo got out of the car and walked over to the janitor's office to pull out his ID. I'm on a case. Everything you just saw can't be passed on. Otherwise you'll be held accountable. And beware of me dragging you back. Women had always been more attentive and sensitive than men, especially married women like his sister-in-law. So Su Luo didn't want her to know about his contact with He Min. Ah, sir, don't worry. I didn't see it. I didn't see anything. The doorman waved his hand repeatedly and said. Su Luo handed him a cigarette. What's it called? Sir, I didn't call. You think you're so humorous, don't you? I'm going to ask you what your name is. Su Luo glared. Sir, they all call me Old Chin. This name matches your position. Concierge Master Chin, right? I'll remember you. Su Luo patted his shoulder before turning around and getting into his car to leave. Just after driving out less than 500 meters, the handheld phone rang, and Su Luo casually picked it up. Hello, Su sir. It's me. Song Ziheo's voice came out from the phone. I need to meet with you. Brother Hao. You set the place. Wherever is convenient for you, you set it. Su Luo said. This was the first time Song Ziheo had contacted him since he went undercover. There must be something to release to him. The credit beckoned to him. He was really feeling a bit idle these days, and couldn't wait to up a few criminals and move his muscles. Let's meet at the Great Temple. Okay, I'll be there now. Chapter 58, Working with and in conjunction with. The Big Temple. Su Luo walked in and saw Song Ziheo leaning against a pillar smoking a cigarette. Through the wind blowing the temple covered with bullet holes curtains hunting, but also blue Song Ziheo dazzling hair. Su sir. Hearing the footsteps, Song Ziheo turned around sharply and was relieved when he realized it was Su Luo. Su Luo nodded and walked over, not rushing to ask if he had information, but first said, how was it this time? Zuni Wang didn't give you a hard time, did he? He's not that deadbeat Wu Quan who doesn't treat undercover agents like human beings. Undercover agents are under a lot of mental pressure. The exception, of course, are those like him who take out their undercover targets in a haphazard manner. No, I've broken the law. I've been in jail, and I just had a gunfight with Differential Man before I went to join him. I'm a black shark who's even more rooted in black than he is. He wouldn't suspect me even if he suspected himself. Song Zihao smiled and shook his head, took out a cigarette and handed one to Su Luo. Then he helped Su Luo to light it again. During this time Zuni Wang has been arranging for me to take shelter from the wind. Until today he arranged for me to do something. He turned Uncle Hai's beloved Along, another arms trafficker, and tomorrow he asked me and Along to lead a team to attack Uncle Hai's warehouse and kill Uncle Hai. Know the location of his warehouse yet? Su Luo slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. To catch Zuni Wang tomorrow when he and Uncle Hai were dogfighting. But there wasn't much point in catching him if he couldn't find the warehouse, because even if he is arrested, as long as his inner circle is not wiped out, as long as his arms warehouse is still there will still be arms flowing into the market. So it has to be people and warehouses uprooted. Song Zihao sighed. No, I've asked around in a roundabout way and he didn't say anything, so I didn't dare to ask more for fear of arousing his suspicions. Did the right thing? This person is very cunning. Tomorrow you act as usual. Just use this incident to deepen his trust in you. Be more careful yourself. Su Luo was not prepared to intervene more in tomorrow's dogfight. Two gangs of arms dealers in a firefight. None of the dead is innocent. He would not want to die a few more. Jingle bells. Song Zihao's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and connected it. Hello, Mr. Wang. Ah, well, fine. After hanging up he said to Su Luo, Zuni Wang called me back. I think it's to discuss the specifics of tomorrow's operation. I'll let you know when there's new information. Be careful with everything, Su Luo instructed. And when Song Zihao left, he finished his cigarette and drove to the police station. There were fewer cars on this stretch of the Saigon police station, so he drove fast all the way until he encountered 4 people stopping his car when he was still 10 minutes away from the police station. Su Luo slowly brought the car to a stop and poked his head out of the window to look at the 4 and asked, Hey, what's up? Routine check. Turn off the engine. Get out of the car. Show your ID and driver's license. The youth at the head of the 4 lifted his leather jacket to reveal the documents inside. Police Sergeant Chan Pak Man of the Narcotics Bureau. Su Luo frowned. You don't recognize me? Su sir, well. The police force model, well. The side will not recognize it? But trouble sir, you also have to cooperate with our work well. Chen Bowen knocked on the roof of the car said. Su Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. This is if you still can't see that there is a problem. Then it is a little cute. He picked up the phone. How do I know if you're posing as a bad guy? I need to confirm your identities. It's normal for someone from the Drug Investigation Division of the headquarters to come to Saigon to handle a case, but to come to Saigon on a routine inspection is outrageous. Really treating him like a little cutie. Are you fooling me? Obviously the dead geezer William set him up. He didn't know what the other side wanted, but just knew he wouldn't fall for it unless he did what they said. As soon as possible. We're very busy. Chen Bowen didn't panic in the slightest, because they were all real bad guys and were really on a mission. And no matter how much Su Luo checked and begged for evidence, there was no problem with the procedure or identity. Su Luo glanced at him, closed the window, and picked up the phone to call Chen Jin. Bring someone with a gun to XX Gold Bank right away. I'm having some trouble over here. Can you let someone bully you on your own turf? Knock knock. Chen Bowen knocked on the car window. Su Luo lowered the window and pointed to the phone. I still need to wait for a reply before I can determine your identities. Otherwise I won't get out of the car. Chen Bowen was obviously a little impatient, but he deliberately chose a place with surveillance, so he couldn't use force on Su Luo, so he could only wait with him. About 12 or 13 minutes later, 2 cars drove over at speed, then with a sharp brake, Chen Jin, Song Zijie, Fat Bo, Ma Jun, and he Ding Bang got out of the car. Su sir. The 5 members of the Ma Jun surrounded the 4 Chen Bowen, their eyes unkind, one hand pressed down on the holster on their waist. Su sir, what do you mean by this? Chen Bowen's face was unsightly and his heart was vaguely uneasy. Su Luo got out of the car and said in a nonchalant manner, I now suspect that you are posing as errand boys, and I'm going to ask you to go back and assist in the investigation, so please cooperate with us. Nah, now it's my turn to make you cooperate. Su sir, I've shown you my credentials. I'm from the Drug Investigation Section of the police headquarters. Chen Bowen removed his police officer's license and handed it to Su Luo. Su Luo took it and looked at his 3 henchmen again and asked, Do you guys have one too? Bring it to me. The 3 men looked at each other pulling out their papers. Su Luo took it and skimmed it, casually handing it to He Ding Bang. Forged documents. Find a place to burn them. Yes sir. What are you doing? Chen Bowen yelled and tried to snatch the documents back, but was pushed back by Ma Jun with a chokehold on his neck. Move again and I'll kill you. Chen Bowen could only glare at Su Luo. Su Luo smilingly reached out and gently patted Chen Bowen's face and asked, Now do you guys still have any? Su Luo, you've got a lot of nerve. I will definitely file a complaint against you. Chen Bowen roared with his eyes bared. Su Luo disdained this. his finger forcefully pointing at his chest. Can't get the documents, then you're posing as a poor man. Bold ah, down their police gun of unknown origin. Search them. Complain about me? You have to have proof too. Chen Bo and 4 people still want to resist. Ma Jun they a few kicks and instantly settled down. Full of indignation looking at Su Luo. In the depths of the eyes there is still some uneasiness. Su sir. Searched this. Song Zijie searched 2 small bags of white powder from Chen Bowen's pants pocket. Su Luo made a tisk sound from his mouth. Nah, and you said you guys weren't posing as errand boys. People and drug dealers to come. And were the Ice Queen's leaky assholes? Wanted to attack me to avenge her? It's a pity that I recognized it After seeing these 2 packets of white powder, he already knew how Chen Bowen wanted to frame him. Fortunately he didn't get off the car. Otherwise there would be trouble next. It was a crude trick, but it worked. And as far as he knew, a lot of the bad guys in the narcotics control unit would often use this tactic to force some unwilling informants to cooperate. After all, this was supposed to be a chaotic time, and technology was not yet advanced enough to see even a few surveillance cameras. We're not. That's what we just seized from the other suspects, Chen Bowen sophistically said. Su Luo directly 5 consecutive questions. When? What time? What place? Where is the suspected culprit? Why don't you use an evidence bag for the seized white powder? I had never even thought about it before that it would turn out like this. How could Chen Bowen answer for a moment? Su Luo snorted coldly. Take them back for interrogation. Let's go. Ma Jun took out handcuffs and cuffed Chen Bowen, holding down his head and stuffing him into the car. Chen Bowen's 3 henchmen were all treated the same way. Su Luo looked at He Dingbang again. There's surveillance at the entrance of that gold store across the street. Go and take care of it. Okay. He Dingbang, of course, knew what to do with it, and hung back, heading for the gold store, returning after a while with a tape of the surveillance. After arriving at the police station, Su Luo said to Ma Jun and Chen Jin, take them to the interrogation room and greet them properly. With that he headed for the administrator's office. This has to be brought to the attention of my great uncle. Chapter 59, Sorry, I don't speak English. Director's office. Huang Bingyao looked at the thick stack of business cards of female models in his hand. His face showed a smile like choosing a princess, thinking about which phone call to make first. Ugh, it's still really difficult. Don't even know exactly who to favor. It's really troublesome. Clang. Office door was pushed open. Huang Bingyao scared hands and feet. A stack of business cards all flew out. Just like the heavenly maiden, scattered flowers fell to the ground. Su Luo froze for a moment and bent down to pick it up. Don't look! Huang Bingyao shouted. Wow! You're too good at this. Su Luo picked up the business card and saw that they were all female models from the same company. So many. Can you afford it? Don't get me wrong. This was brought by He Dingbang to prepare for corrupting the will and body of our police officers. It was just confiscated by me, and I'm preparing to destroy it. Huang Bingyao came around from behind the desk, picking up the business card on the ground while defending himself. Su Luo squatted down and came face to face with Huang Bingyao on the ground, smiling as he lit a business card with his lighter. Then why don't you let me help you destroy it? Good. Good well done. Looking at the burning business card, Huang Bingyao could only scream with tears. When Su Luo burned to the 10th, Huang Bingyao grabbed his hand. Don't do it, good brother-in-law. He hasn't tried any of them yet. I want their contact information out of the goodness of my heart. I want to help them. Huang Bingyao held Su Luo's hand and began to stir up emotion. Don't look at their appearance as models, but in fact, they are also in the cracks of survival, under the stick to beg for a living. Late at night by the heavy burden of life is pressured by the voice of the screams. I just want to help them a little bit in the economy. Alas, according to this, they are also quite difficult. Su Luo looked at the picture printed on the business card, which resembled the small cards in hotels in his previous life. Only this one is more high-end, because they are all real fashion models. So all of them have long legs, good body, and their face value is also very top. Huang Bingyao immediately nodded his head. Right. They work one job during the day and another part-time at night. It's not easy for them at a young age. He didn't have any children yet at his age, so he was inevitably prone to fatherly love. And the reason why he liked to try to help young girls in their 20s was just to get them to call him daddy and fulfill his desire to be a father. Tears in my eyes, ow brothers. Asterisk. Really think I'm a cutie? What? You're talking like you're doing charity work. You're so nasty. Su Luo instantly changed his face, shook the remaining business cards in his hand, and then put them into his pocket. I'm too lazy to burn them. Throw them all in the trash later. I have something serious to tell you. What business? Huang Bingyao's gaze followed the trajectory of the card's movement into Su Luo's pants pocket before he reluctantly retracted it and asked breathlessly. As an old 7-star ladybug, there was nothing more painful than seeing a batch of top resources being destroyed and having to ask He Dingbang for them again. Su Luo got up and spoke about Chen Bowen, then made a conclusion. This guy must have been instructed by William. The best outcome would be for him to accuse William of falsely accusing his fellow officers. But that's unlikely, so let's settle for the next best thing, and ruthlessly punch William in the face. Chen Bowen, this banana can help William to frame Su Luo. It must be the other party's diehard. A dog on a boat. Would rather die to hold on than bite William out. As long as William is around, he can keep him safe. Good. I'm on fire right now, just waiting for the dead Guilo to come and take the fire out of me. Huang Bingyao also stood up from the ground and said with a face full of anger. Su Luo felt that his fire was directed at himself. I'll go down and play with them, Su Luo said and fled. Huang Bingyao reminded. Don't go too far, be careful not to get killed. There was a time when this kind of thing happened, but now is not the past. In the 60s and 70s, there were many cases of prisoners being killed in police stations, which would eventually end up in nothing. But nowadays, how can we say that? After all, times are progressing. After Su Luo left for 2 or 3 minutes, the door to Huang Bingyao's office opened again. He came to the garbage can in the corridor, looked around to see that no one was there. The dog sneakily picked up the garbage can and ran back to the office. How come it's not there? Didn't they say to throw it in the trash? Gee, whoever stepped on it spit. In the office, Huang Bingyao cursed. Every now and then a scream rang out from the interrogation room. Mother Gamlin. Say no. Who told you to frame Su, sir? The hair on Chen Jin's forehead was wet with sweat, and he held a stick in his hand as he shouted sternly. Ma Jun and he Ding Bang drove Chen Bowen left and right, holding thick books to pat his stomach. Chen Bowen gasped violently, forcing the pain to stick to the original statement. There is no one. Dead ducks are tough. Right. So let's change the question. How did you get your guns? Who are you dispersing your powder to? And who is your handler? I'm the difference maker. Put your mom's ass. It's the poor guy. Why can't you get your papers and have the nerve to weasel your way out of it? Chen Jin carried his stick and greeted him again. With a clang, the door was pushed open and Su Luo walked in. How did you guys beat someone up like this? Su, sir. Chen Jin's face changed slightly. Could it be that he had hit too hard? He didn't think so. How did you hit like this? Su Luo shook his head while walking over and grabbing the stick in Chen Jin's hand. Only beaten like this. You are not eating. See, Chen Bowen was beaten into this hanging appearance, did not spit out William. Su Luo does not hope. First in his body to collect some interest, hard to export the bad gas before. Quickly say, are you one of the Ice Queen's people? Are you trying to set up a trap to attack me today to avenge her? No. Wu department, poor man. So you're saying I'm wrong? Su Luo picked up his chin with his stick, his eyes mocking. Just then, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open by a police officer. Su, sir. Superintendent William is here. So fast. It seems like he still cares about you local dirt dogs. Su Luo casually tossed the stick to Chen Jin and strutted out. Fark Squid. Get Yellow to come out and meet me. Just as he arrived at the hall, Su Luo saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Guilo with one hand crossed, angrily spewing all over his mouth in bird language, even spitting out his saliva. Wow. Which asshole crotch did not pull well to expose the guy, but also with golden hair. Hair color special allows you to engage in public exposure? What? Is it want to show off? Not if I dye this thing green, will I be able to wander the streets without pants? Su Luo flung his hand, unhurriedly, his tone of voice contemptuous, his expression pompous, and smiled as he walked over, and the others burst into laughter, taking the initiative to make way for him to snipe with William Nakamoto. Asshole! You dare to insult the officer. Before William could say anything, a uniformed senior Chinese inspector behind him jumped out angrily to bite first. Sorry, there were too many people just now. I could only see ahead. I didn't recognize the officer. Su Luo shrugged his shoulders and staggered over to William and saluted with his head up and his chest in a standardized posture. Good day, sir. Farking Squid. Shat. Su Luo, you go and release my men immediately. William rushed up and pointed at Su Luo's nose and gave a frantic output in English. Su Luo maintained his salute posture and replied in a serious manner. Sorry, sir. I don't understand English. Can you speak Chinese? Asshole. Are you provoking me? William stretched out his finger and nudged Su Luo's chest, saying word for word in Chinese. You are ordered to release my men immediately. Right now. Do you understand me now? Sorry, sir. Still don't quite understand. When did I arrest your people? As an errand boy I would only arrest thieves. How could I possibly arrest a fellow officer? Is sir mistaken? Su Luo asked back with a face of uncertainty. William was already on the verge of an outburst. Just then Huang Bingyao arrived late. Yes, Officer William, you're mistaken. If you really arrested your fellow officers, wouldn't they show their papers? Absolutely not. Huang, sir. Hello, sir. The officers of the police department raised their hands in salute. Put it down. All put it down. Huang Bingyao came down from the stairs and waved his hand, smilingly walking to William. If there's anything you want to say, let's talk about it. Chapter 60, Homicide. Family of 3 buried alive. Huang Bingyao tilted his head and looked at William. The difference in height didn't overwhelm his aura at all. Many fat people also have an aura, such as Han Sam in Infernal Affairs, and now Huang Bingyao. William took a deep breath and held back his anger to try to sound calm. Huang, 4 of my subordinates were ordered to come over here to investigate a white powder case, and were seen being taken by your men. He came here today to ask for someone, not to inflame the conflict. That would not serve his purpose. We did arrest 4 people, but those 4 guys couldn't get their documents. But they were carrying guns and white powder on their bodies and stopped my subordinate's car. So I have reason to suspect that they might be the Ice Queen's people wanting to take revenge on my subordinates, Huang Bingyao said with a smirk. Huang Bingyao's dong attitude made William angry. If it was the 60s and 70s, which damn Chinese police officer dared to talk to the gentlemen of their great sunset empire like this? They are my people. Stopping your subordinates is a routine check. As for why they didn't take out their documents, it doesn't matter now. Their files can be checked in the internal system of the police force. Could it really be a misunderstanding? It can't really be that the water has washed over the Dragon King's temple, right? Huang Bingyao said in shock. William squeezed out a smile. Yes. Quickly, hurry up and bring out those 4 people for Officer William to recognize, Huang Bingyao ordered. Not long after the 4 Chinboan who were beaten and spat out bitterly were brought out, and upon seeing William just weakly shouted, Sir, Fark, what's wrong with them? William, who had just suppressed his anger, erupted again. This wasn't hitting his people. This was clearly hitting him in the face. Su Luo explained unhurriedly. It's like this, sir, after catching this kind of extremely suspicious and dangerous person, of course we have to conduct an interrogation. Only asking questions will be asked like this? William's eyes went red and hissed, interrupting Su Luo's words. Su Luo spread his hands with a helpless face. They wouldn't open their mouths when I asked anything, so I thought they were mute, so I had to use sign language to communicate with them. Even if they are really criminals, you can't use lynching. Huang, I will definitely demand that you be held accountable. William gritted his teeth. Huang Bingyao held up his glasses. Okay, welcome to go to the examination of injuries. I'm always ready to take responsibility, but the same, I will also pursue them as police officers, law enforcement without documents but carry white powder. How do you, the supervisor? You dereliction of duty, where are your papers? William looked like a furious old dog, snapping his head around to stare at the 4 men and ask. Burned by them. Chen Bowen gritted his teeth. Su Luo hurriedly pointed at him and said, you don't want to spit blood. Talk is about evidence. Believe it or not, I'm going to sue you for defamation. Everyone has seen it. He's defaming me, He's defaming me. Su Luo pointed at Chen Bowen while looking around and shouting to call on the crowd to testify for him. Damn. Count yourself lucky this time. We have plenty of time to play slowly. William leaned in close to Su Luo and gritted his teeth in a threatening manner before turning around and heading out. Take them with you and let's go back. Su Luo waved his hand behind him. Gentlemen, sir, take your time. Remember to bring your documents with you next time you go out. Don't make this kind of mess again. I'm very embarrassed. Still plenty of time to take your time with me? I'm afraid you're running out of time. Alright, all disperse. Hurry back to work. Huang Bingyao dispersed the others back to their positions. Xu Luo leaned over. How does it feel? Cool. Huang Bingyao spat out a word, and then poo-pooed it. Embarrassing the ghosts is just too much. Thanks to the date of return, we Chinese police officers are starting to enter the top power. If it was in the years when I first joined the force, I would still have to be a grandson to the ghosts today. Looks like he's never been a grandson before. They're grandchildren in the future. Su Luo patted his shoulder and turned to go upstairs to his office before picking up the phone to call Zhou Huir. How's the progress on your end? Did you obtain his forgiveness? A matter of ticking your fingers, at best, then ticking your toes. Zhou Huir was a bit disdainful. Apparently William's acceptance of her made her despise William even more. Ghostbusters are all horny, Su Luo commented. How often does he probably see that Cohen who gave him protection money? There's always a set period. At the end of the month, that Cohen is coming once at the end of every month. It's almost within these few days. I've already prepared the recorder and camera. Zhou Huir remembered this timeframe quite well. As long as the evidence is photographed, and then Cohen's identity as a drug dealer is proved, and his confession is obtained, even if the Ghostbusters are superior, then William will at least be dismissed from his post. Su Luo let out a light laugh. Solving a drug trafficking and bribery case. He's kind of sacrificing himself to send me a credit. And I'm kinda touched. But he was afraid that his trip to the police academy would be slightly delayed by 2 days, and he would have to clean up William first. Pretentious. Zhou Huier hung up the phone. Damn. Su Luo cursed. He didn't have much goodwill towards banana people. That and men and women were equal in his eyes. What did banana people have to be proud of? Sooner or later, she'll know why the flowers are so red. Because he's too big. The more he thought about it, the more he got angry. Su Luo touched out the stack of modeling business cards in his pocket. This world full of love has never only Huang Bingyao a philanthropist. He is also a paid groping is the height of groping. To stand and earn your money. Su Luo had only just moved to touch the fish, and hadn't even gotten up when there was a knock on the office door. Knock knock, come in. Su Luo immediately sat upright. Bud poked his head in. Lo, someone just called the police, claiming to have witnessed a murder last night, and they have to see you before they'll talk, so why don't you come out and take a look? Su Luo got up and walked out, only to see He Dingbang and the others surrounding a nervous-looking middle-aged man. Nah, man, this is our Su sir. So hurry up and talk to him. He Dingbang patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and pointed at Su Luo. The middle-aged man turned his head and stood up excitedly when he saw Su Luo. Su sir, I've seen you on the police newsletter. My daughter is a fan of yours, come to think of it. I only believe in you. You must catch those bad guys. Dude, calm down. Su Luo gave him a slight smile before beckoning. Pour a glass of water. No, don't bother. Just now they've already poured it. The middle-aged man waved his hand repeatedly, then swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Said in shock, last night I was on my way home from the night shift to collect the car. When I passed Siyun Mountain I was in a hurry to urinate. And when I urinated, I saw a group of people bury a family of 3 alive. And the little children weren't spared. And they're so inhumane. And I haven't slept at home for a whole night. This morning I came to the police. He was scared and wanted to leave things alone. But all he could think about was the little girl's terrified cries as she was buried alive. And he couldn't rest his conscience without reporting the crime. A group of people buried a family of 3 alive. It should be a Black Jersey Club vendetta. This is also too much. Even the Jianghu moral justice is not spoken. He Dingbang cursed. Bud gritted her silver teeth. Any more deaths in the Black Shibuya Club deserve to die. But children are not human to kill them all. Do you remember the exact place? Take us there immediately. Su Luo looked at the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. I'm sure I can find it when I get to the place. That place is easy to find. Depart. Su Luo gave the order. And when he twisted his head, he frowned when he realized that Fatwave was in a bit of a trance. It seemed that Fatwave had been a bit out of sorts these past few days. And I don't know what the cause is. Chapter 61. My name is Chicken. 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 Next to a section of the ring road on Siyun Mountain is a large piece of vacant land that has not yet been developed. And standing here you can overlook half of the Siyun Mountain commercial and residential area. At this point a cordon was drawn around the edge of the clearing, and a dozen uniformed police officers were digging in the blazing sun, wielding shovels on the ground where the earth had obviously been turned over. That's where I was that night. The middle-aged man who reported the incident, called Huang Zhong, pointed to a small grove of trees around the bend upstream of the highway to give a full picture of what he saw. I was peeing, and then I saw a couple of cars driving by with their lights on, and I squatted down in a hurry. And the next thing, take it easy, have a drink of water and talk slowly, Miko whispered soothingly, handing him a bottle of water. Huang Zhong took 2 sips, then wiped his mouth haphazardly and continued. The next thing I saw was a couple of cars parked on the side of the road. 2 drove into the clearing, and a man whose face I couldn't make out in the darkness got out of the car, tall and skinny, and his walking posture looked a little strange. I thought I hit the triad trading scene, just hide a move dare not move. After half an hour or so and drove a car. From the car down a short fat man. They said a few words but I did not hear. The back of the tall skinny man on the short fat man, a family of 3 all buried alive. Luo? Bud recorded everything Huang Zhong said, and when he signed to confirm it and handed it to Su Luo glanced at it and returned it, saying casually, wait until the body is dug up. The body can only be exhumed to confirm the authenticity of this statement and the identity of the deceased and then launch an investigation. Fat Wave, you come with me. Su Luo beckoned to Fat Wave, who was wandering not far away, before walking towards the edge of the clearing, and Fat Wave followed. He Dingbang and the others looked at each other and asked Miko with their eyes, who shook her head to indicate that she was not sure. Fat Wave walked over and stood half a meter behind Su Luo, squeezing a smile on his face. Su sir, is there something you've been up to recently? It feels like you're walking away from work. If there's something you just say it. I'll definitely help if I can. Su Luo looked down at the vaguely visible residential area below and inquired in a calm tone. Fat Wave scratched his face and shook his head with a smile. No. I just haven't rested well lately. Sir, don't worry. I will definitely pay attention to that next. Really? Su Luo twisted his head to stare at him. Fat Wave gulped. No really. That's good. Su Luo smiled and patted him on the shoulder. As long as it hadn't affected his work yet, he wouldn't force the issue when the other party wasn't willing to talk about it. Not everyone likes to be helped. Aha. Fat Wave nodded and walked toward the men digging up the body. Hey, all step up. The pit dug by the murderer was so large and filled with so much earth that a dozen people dug until noon before finally seeing the body. Su Luo crossed his arms and looked at the bodies of a family of 3 lying flat on the ground. The woman and the child were still clean, and the man's face showed signs of a beating. Send it back for further autopsy to immediately determine the identity of the deceased. Su Luo spoke. Even children are not spared. He will pull out this guy and send him to jail to pick up soap. Yes sir. Afternoon. Sai Kung Police Station. Su sir. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed. It's Hung Hing Ho Master Big B, real name Tang Jiong. The other 2 are his wife and daughter, Chen Jin said, handing a copy of Deng Jiong's details to Su Luo. Su Luo raised his eyebrows. Hung Hing Big B, isn't this a character in the movie Go Jiao? The family was buried alive by Liang Kuan, who was as good as his word. He remembered the episode solely because the Grouchy Boy series of movies had so much influence on the kids of his time, having set off a long bad trend in the mainland, that he had seen it several times. The deceased was a member of the Black Shark Club, so it's basically certain that it's a revenge killing, he dingbang concluded. Miko looked at her watch and said, it's already 2 o'clock. Or let's eat first and talk afterward. People are iron and rice is steel. Eat first. This case I already have a clue. It's not difficult to check. Su Luo put down the information in his hand and got up to go outside. The murderer is not Liang Kuan well. The next only need to find evidence. He dingbang immediately said. There's a new restaurant across from the police station, and the chef is very good at his craft. Returning to the police station after dinner, Su Luo was just about to speak when, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a police officer ran in. Su sir, there are a lot of cooks coming from outside, clamoring to pick up Big B's body. These geeks are so well informed. No wonder the police have to rely on them to find information for their cases. Go check it out. Su Luo got up and headed out. Give us back our big brother's body. The police are great. Do you know what it means to be in the ground? You're insulting the dead. Su Luo had just arrived on the first floor when he saw from afar that a black-packed group of people were confronting the police officers outside. Into the ground. So shouldn't I even dig up your big brother and let his family lie neatly and quietly in the dirt forever? Su Luo said loudly as he walked over. Su sir is here. All make way. The police officers who had formed a human wall at the entrance to prevent the kooks from barging in breathed a sigh of relief and greeted Su Luo while making way for him. This time they let. Su Luo saw Chen Haonan at the forefront of the crowd. Chicken, Paopi, Big Sky too. 5 brothers. How is it that there are only 4? And also each body are hung with color. Nose and face swollen. His brain was a bit numb. Hadn't Chan Ho Nam been expelled from the Hung Hing gang when Big B had his whole family killed by Liang Quan in the movie? What's going on now? There's a change in the plot. And now Su Luo isn't even sure if Big B's family was still killed by Liang Kuan. All quiet. Quiet. Chen Haonan turned back and raised his hand and shouted twice. Then looked at Su Luo. Hello Su sir. I know you. Divine detective well. I hope you return my big brother's body to me. We solve our own affairs. We don't need you errant men to intervene. Jianghu people. Jianghu things. Jianghu. No matter from all aspects he must personally avenge his big brother. This is in line with the Jianghu morality, but also in line with his reasonable inheritance of the Big B territory of the Jianghu program. Chen Haonan right. Su Luo walked to a stop less than half a meter away from Chen Haonan and lifted his jacket with his arms crossed. You're teaching me to do things. Ha! Your dad is a division chief. Ha! Now it's a murder. You say I won't intervene just because I won't intervene. What do you think you are? He didn't care if more cooks died, but this was about the authority of the police force. And even more so, the duty of the police force. What a nosy dog with a rat. By the time you guys go to investigate, the yellow flowers and vegetables will be cold off. Chicken stepped forward and held out his chest, pointing at Su Luo and clamoring. Ma Jun also stepped forward. Hey, how are you talking to my head? You are side one again. Don't recognize me? Listen carefully. My name is Mountain Chicken. The chicken of Chicken Ba. Chicken pointed at himself and through his introduction, then pointed at Ma Jun. Whenever you hand over my big brother's family, when will we leave? Right. We won't leave until we hand over the big man's body. Let's see who can afford to wear out who. Hand over the body of our big man. Others behind him responded with a wave of their fists. What do you mean? To the shouting of these juniors Su Luo directly ignored them. He only looked at Chen Haonan. Chan Ho Nam is Big B's top horse. Since the plot has changed and he has not been expelled from Hung Hing, He naturally has to take over Big B's job and all these people listen to him. Chen Haonan shook his head and spread his hands. The Big Brother's family was killed. The brothers are all very sad. I have no right to interfere with them. Not a Su-Suryu idea to solve putting pressure on me. Su Luo stepped forward and came face to face with him, nodded his chest, and said word for word, "Do you know that we, the Hong Kong Island Police Force, will never compromise in the face of terrorists? My brother-in-law is a senior superintendent. I'm on a roll now. Can I be taken by you? You have to be powerful and have a background when you come out." "Sir, we're not a terror sub. Storming the mission and saying otherwise? The definition of a terrorist is up to you." "Ha?" Su Luo interrupted. "I'll give you 3 seconds. Get lost. Big B's body will naturally be ready for you to collect after the inspection." Chen Haonan was silent for a moment, then dropped a sentence. "I'm going to take my big brother's corpse tonight." After saying that, he turned around and left with his hands in his pockets, and Chicken and the others gave Su Luo an unkind look to follow. Chapter 62, Liang Kuan who dedicates a kidney to the movie business. I really don't know what these kooks are thinking. If they cooperate with our police, won't they be able to catch the murderer as soon as possible to avenge their big brother? Watching Chen Haonan retreat with his people like a tidal wave, Bud sighed incomprehensibly. Chen Jin shook his head undeniably. There is a set of internal recognition of the kooks, all linked in their own way of doing things. It is impossible to cooperate with us, especially at this time when Chen Haonan is going to rise to power. He will have to personally avenge Big B to increase the legitimacy of his rise to power. This law refers to the law within the association. Jean and Fat Bo go check out who Big B has been feuding with lately. Jia and Bang go check out Hung Hing's recent situation. And Bud and Ma Jun come with me. Su Luo assigned tasks to a few people. Now that the original movie plot had all gone completely haywire, they couldn't just check on Liang Kuan. "Yes sir." Several people responded at attention. After he ding bang and the others set off, Su Luo casually tossed the car keys to Ma Jun. "You drive. Where are we going, Su sir?" Ma Jun asked. "I'll make a call and talk." Su Luo called Big D on his portable phone. "Big D, it's me, Su sir. I'm no longer selling ice, and I won't cooperate with any action. Everyone rogues don't commit sex crimes." Before Su Luo could finish his sentence, Big D spoke fast and blocked what he might have said first. The main reason is that the last time he worked with Su Luo left too deep a psychological shadow. Bullets flying in the garage. At that time or he drilled into the bottom of the car before he was lucky to escape. The biggest scene he had experienced before that was taking thousands of minions to fight down the territory of Tsuanwan. Nima the gunfire and shelling almost made him shrink back 2 or 3 inches in fear. Never want to go through that again in my life. After this experience, he was sure of 2 things. First, dealing ice is too risky and comes from both the drug dealers and the police to do it in the future. Secondly, the risk of working with Su Luo was greater than even the Tama ice peddling. He was determined not to do it in the future. "I was trying to ask you about something." Seeing Big D scared like this, Su Luo did feel a little embarrassed that he had forgotten about him in the garage that night. Big D was relieved. "Even the tone has become light and arrogant," earlier said Su sir. "You want to inquire about what? To see if I know. Do you know Hung Hing pretty gone?" Su Luo asked. Big D returned. "Is that the guy who spends all day with one hand on his crotch, full of kidneys, and talks like his voice is stuck in chicken feathers?" His tone was tinged with disdain. "That's him. Where is he lumped?" Although the plot has changed, but Liang Kuan's suspicion is still relatively large, so Su Luo intends to capture back first. Let Huang Zhong recognize the person, even if he did not see the face, but by looking at the figure should be able to recognize. If it is determined that it is Liang Kuan, then just target him for investigation. In the Grouchy Boy movie didn't even say where Liang Kuan's turf was, let alone his heap of land. So Su Luo could only ask Big D, who was a peer with Liang Kuan. "Wow. No way Su sir. Liang Kuan territory is in your Saigon ah." Big D was surprised that Su Luo didn't know the leader of his district. XX Movie Company on Saigon Main Street. Liang Kuan is usually there. Liang Kuan's film company specializes in 18-band films and enjoys a certain reputation within the industry. Because each actress he had to audition personally to make sure the other's acting skills wouldn't spoil his reputation. Which is the way a filmmaker should be. "Thanks." Su Luo hung up the phone and said to Ma Jun, "Go to XX Movie Company on Saigon Main Street. Pretty Quinn's office." A woman slumped over her desk, proving with facts that it's not always the haters who will stab you in the back. The woman waited for half a second without feeling anything, and turned back to ask weakly, "Have you started yet, Quinn? It's all over already ah. Give some reaction okay? With the dead fish like no fun." Liang Kuan cursed and lifted up his pants, took money from the cabinet and counted it, and casually threw it to her. "Hurry up and get out." The woman's eyes were a little confused. She did not want to react. Is simply not react ah. picked up the money, pinched the thickness and said, "Brother Cohen, or you come again? This time I don't charge. Although she earns fast money, but this is also too fast. Before and after less than 3 minutes. This money is too easy to earn. Let her conscience is not easy. Take hot ah. Nah, it's called a sense of service. To come out and do business means you have to serve well in order to have repeat customers." "What do you mean?" Liang Kuan, however, felt offended and his face sank, grabbing the woman's hair and pulling her in front of him. "You think I'm fast? Ha, Don Lin Yang, you're the first woman who smacks me for being fast. So it's your problem? Not me. Not me. Ah, Kuan, I was wrong. I didn't mean anything else." The woman begged for mercy in panic. "Incoming!" Liang Kuan shouted externally. 2 minions pushed their way in. "Big brother, Mud, take this to audition for a human beast movie." Liang Kuan pushed the woman over. The woman begged for mercy with a face full of horror. "Kuan, don't ah. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. I was wrong." He was eventually dragged out by force by 2 ponies. Dead. Hair is long and short. Fast is the necessary quality of a successful filmmaker. In improving the efficiency of my audition at the same time more test of the actress's acting skills, Liang Kuan more or less broke defense, picking at his crotch, cursing and muttering to himself. Then added, 3 minutes. An improvement over last time. Because of years of personal audition, his kidneys are getting weaker and weaker. A kidney are dedicated to the movie business. Just then there was a knock on the office door. Knock knock. "What is it?" Liang Kuan asked casually. "Big brother, there are errand boys outside who want to see you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the errand man doing here?" Liang Kuan tilted his head in thought, picking at his crotch to walk out, and smiled when he saw Su Luo. "Wow, wow, wow. Isn't this Su, sir? Who's been very popular lately? I've heard so much about you." He held out a hand as he spoke. Su Luo didn't go to shake it because he saw Liang Kuan just picking his crotch and was afraid that he would catch an STD if he shook it. After all, he had no condom on his hand. "Su, sir, what guidance Truth be told, because you bring up the trend, I recently prepared to shoot a 3rd-grade police film. Want to give you hang an action director title? You come to the scene to command?" Liang Kuan without embarrassment retracted his hand, smiled and issued an invitation. His voice hoarse. "It is difficult to listen to people." A touch of disgust flowed between Budgie's brows as she said coldly, "Liang Kuan, there is now a murder case that requires you to cooperate with the investigation. Come with us." "Wow. Murder? So scary." Liang Kuan showed a scared expression. "Sir, I'm a legitimate businessman here. A movie maker. An artist. How could I possibly be involved with any homicide? If you say it's impossible, it's impossible? Are you sir, or am I?" Su Luo disliked him and pointed at him. "Now, go back with me immediately." "Go to go. So fierce to what? With the police case is the duty of every citizen. I am a good citizen to come well." Liang Kuan shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, turned back to the little brother and said, "To the night I have not come back if you come to pick me up. I'm afraid of the dark alone." "Yes, Biggie." Liang Kuan again turned his head to look at Su Luo with a cheeky shrug. "Let sir look at the joke. I am a person who grew up with very little guts. Do not dare to walk at night. Why? Too many bad things to do. You've been bad as pus since you were a kid." Miko made a snide remark. "This madam you speak." Before Liang Kuan could finish his sentence, Ma Jun pushed him hard. "Shut up and hurry up." Sir, be careful, I'll complain about you." Liang Kuan stumbled as he fell, turned back and pointed playfully at Ma Jun, then hung back and walked out. Every move brings out the image of an old social hooligan, a hobnailed rotten boy. This kind of person is the most difficult to manipulate. If there is no concrete evidence, or if they voluntarily confess to the crime, it is very difficult to find a breakthrough from them to solve the case. Chapter 63, Cunning Liang Kuan, Autopsy Report. Saigon Police Station. Interrogation Room. "Sir, what is it exactly?" "I am very busy and I have a couple of actresses scheduled to audition for the movie." Liang Kuan sat lazily in his chair, his body leaning back, his head bobbing, breathless. Big B's family of 3 was buried alive. "Did you know that?" Su Luo asked, crossing his legs. "Wow, no way. Really? I even ran into him at the bar the day before yesterday." Liang Kuan instantly sat up straight and looked at Su Luo with an incredulous expression. Su Luo just stared at him quietly without saying anything. Liang Kuan's body fell back again, gritted his teeth with a face of anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Is who stepped on the horse so big guts? Do not know AB is my Liang Kuan life and death brother? Su, sir, you are a detective. You must catch the murderer. Do you think there's a possibility that you're the one who took it out? I've heard that you and Big B have never been on good terms." Su Luo knocked on the table, his eyes fixed on Liang Kuan to capture the change in his facial expression. "Su, sir, What are you talking about? Liang Kuan pointed at himself. Don't be ridiculous. Big B and I are in the same club. Killing a brother's entire family. How can I still be in the world if I do this kind of thing? This is the bottom line. You rotten bastards also have a bottom line? Su Luo was undeniable. As if he had heard some kind of joke. Liang Kuan put his head forward, raised his hand and shook his finger to point at Su Luo. Su sir, do you believe me to call the complaints section? Said you personally attack me. There is evidence to say that I did it on the arrest of me. No, don't blindly talk. Spread out will affect my reputation. With an arrogant face, he stretched out his two hands signaling for Su Luo to handcuff him. Catch me. Catch me. Bang! Ma Jun held his head down and slammed it hard on the table, then grabbed his hair again and lifted him up. Now that's what I call a personal attack, okay? Hiss, bleeding. I'm bleeding. Liang Kuan covered his nose in pain, pointing at Ma Jun to look at Su Luo. You saw it. He hit me. I'm going to file a complaint against him. I want it now. I didn't see anything. Su Luo closed the transcript and got up to leave. He did not expect to ask anything from Liang Kuan's mouth. Pulling him back was to let Huang Zhong recognize him. Liang Kuan shouted, "Hey, let me go." Su Luo's footsteps lurched as he glanced back at him and said, "Didn't you ask your little brother to pick you up? Whenever they come, you can leave." "Wait, Su sir. I just thought of a clue." Liang Kuan suddenly shouted at Su Luo and said in a chiseled voice, "It's Big Fool. It must be Big Fool that did it. Recently only he and Big B have had conflicts, and only that little cutie. Only lawlessness cannot talk about the morality of the Jianghu, to do things that kill the whole family. Big dummy." Su Luo frowned and turned around and folded back again, his hands propped up on the table, condescendingly looking down at Liang Kuan. "Big dummy is in Sai Kung. Big B has always been in Causeway Bay, so how could the two of them be in conflict? That's something to talk about. Some time ago Big B as a son raised by the head of the horse Chen Haonan lost his car, brought his brothers to Saigon to find Big Fool to ask for the car. Somehow fight Big Fool on the basis of the number of people to Chen Haonan's brother Nestle skin leg broken one. So brutal." Su Luo heard this suddenly realized. No wonder Chen Haonan's several people face with injuries. And with Siamese twins seemingly not separate from the five brothers only 4 people appeared. He remembered that in the movie plot it was Dumbo who was brutally beaten by the 5 Chan Honam. How come it was reversed here? Liang Kuan continued to colorful said, "Chen Haonan was beaten. Of course, the Big B want ahead. Personally led people to the big stupid car line smashed. Wow, that is a heavy loss. Big stupid not kill people strange. Is not thought that he is so? Whoa, is not as good as his wife and children. Is there more?" Su Luo asked without moving. Liang Kuan spread his hands. "No more. It's already obvious. It's him. You guys go check it out. We'll look into it. So just stay put." Su Luo turned around and left after saying that, with Ma Jun following close behind. The door closed with a clunk. Damn. This surname Su is so dense. His dad is a division chief? Liang Kuan bared his teeth and wiped the blood on his face, rubbed his banged-up nose, then shook his legs and sang a leisurely ditty. Fame and fortune are sent in the wind in the blink of an eye. Fame and fortune should be known to be but a dream, and then turn back to light smoke and scatter. Well, was it him last night? After exiting the interrogation room, Su Luo looked at the informant, Huang Zhong, and asked. The whole process of Liang Kuan was brought into the police station. Have arranged Huang Zhong in the dark to observe his every move. Huang Zhong nodded his head repeatedly. It's him, it's definitely him. The figure, the walking posture, the tone of voice, that somewhat muffled voice, it's definitely him, right? I didn't realize that it was actually still pretty gone. It seems that even though the plot has changed somewhat, Big B can't escape the fate of dying in the hands of Pretty Gone after all. So can we just arrest Liang Kuan now? Bud Ziji was exhilarated. After all, it had only been less than a day and the murderer had already been identified. The folder in Ma Jun's hand gently tapped his trouser leg and shook his head. No, Liang Kuan's lawyer is perfectly capable of claiming that in that kind of darkness Mr. Huang couldn't see his face at all. And the testimony is not credible. Not bad. So Mr. Huang's testimony can only help us determine the direction of the investigation. But more evidence is needed to convict Liang Kuan. Su Luo finished and looked at his watch. Let's wait for the forensic side. See if we can find Liang Kuan's fingerprints on the deceased. After all, Liang Kuan had brutalized Big B, so maybe he will leave traces. Of course, he did not hold much hope for this. Liang Kuan was also imprisoned. It is impossible to leave so obvious evidence. Otherwise he went to the Dragon Field Enlightenment for nothing. Mr. Huang, thank you. Just go back first. If we need your cooperation, we will call you again. Su Luo looked at Huang Zhong in a pleasant manner. Well, then I'll leave first. You guys must bring the bad guys to justice. Huang Zhong nodded his head repeatedly and said, leaving with 3 steps back. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Zijie and Chen Jin and their two groups returned, and everyone summarized the news. We found out that there are only two people who have recently clashed with Big B. One is Saigon Dummy, and the other is Pretty Gone, who has been at odds with him for a long time. Before Chen Jin could finish his sentence, Su Luo interrupted him. We already know about Big Dummy. After Huang Zhong's identification, it has been determined that the murderer is Liang Kuan. He most likely wanted to take the opportunity of Big Dummy's outburst of conflict with Big B to kill him and disrupt the police. Then I have nothing to say. Chen Jin shrugged and looked at Song Zijie. Go ahead. Song Zijie said, I found out through an informant that Zhang Tiansheng, the leader of Hung Hing, went to the Australian island on business, and Liang Kuan has been secretly colluding with the other hall masters of Hung Hing, wanting to overthrow Zhang Tiansheng to take the throne by himself, and this is all that's left. Su Luo synthesized the current situation, as well as the original plot of the movie to roughly deduce the thinking of Liang Kuan. Big B has never gotten along with him and is a die-hard loyalist of Zhang Tiansheng, so if he wants to get to the top, Big B will definitely oppose him. It just so happens that Big B has a grudge against Big Fool because of Chan Honam, so he is taking this opportunity to get rid of this thorn in his side. Big B's whole family died at this time. Everyone will only suspect Big Fool, and won't even think that Liang Kuan, who is a fellow disciple, will do the thing to kill Big B's whole family. Because the murder of the whole family, this kind of thing in the Jianghu is too rare, not to mention or the same door out of the hand. There is no definitive evidence. Who will suspect Liang Kuan? There is no need for Liang Kuan to do much guidance at all. The rest of Hung Hing will only suspect the Big Fool who has this motive. Wow, this guy is so bad. It's rare to see someone so bottomless who mixes with the Black Club. Ma Jun shook his head, and the others agreed. Just then a police officer walked in with a document. Sir, the autopsy report of Big B's family came out. No fingerprints or human residue of Liang Kuan was found on any of them, but Big B's wife was violated before she was born, and many fingerprints remained on her body. Not from Liang Kuan? Su Luo asked. No, the officer shook his head, then added, not Big B's either. Immediately bring Liang Kuan's close minions around him back for comparison. Su Luo's spirit was revitalized. Liang Kuan was cunning and treacherous, but Nay, the little brother he sent to catch Big B's wife, obviously didn't hold back the temptation of banging his sister-in-law. And yes, who doesn't like dumplings? Chapter 64, still being punked by his little brother, Liang Kuan. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, last night's high all-night Pretty Kuan's head horse Stupid Strong just woke up from the hangover, only to find that someone to him paging message, call over his crony's little brother told him that Pretty Kuan was taken away by the police. Silly Chang instantly thought that it might be because of Big B's matter. So he hurriedly got up and packed up his things to prepare to run away, because he didn't hold back to force Big B's wife when he went to catch her yesterday, and that girl resisted with no small amount of strength, and he himself left traces on her body. The police are already on the Pretty Cohen, and then waiting for the autopsy report to come out. Will certainly pull all the close friends around the Pretty Cohen back for fingerprint comparisons. Then he was done for. In fact, he had been regretting that he hadn't controlled his impulses last night, but it was too late to say anything now. And he was scared and cranky inside. He couldn't understand how the police found the body so quickly, and how could they focus on Liang Kuan so quickly? Shouldn't they have investigated Dazhou first? After all, Big Stupid just made a feud with Big B. After hurriedly packing up his things, Silly Chang couldn't care less about washing up and was about to leave. But just as he opened the door, he was right on the two people who were ready to knock on the door. Ma Jun and Chen Jin. Both sides froze. In the next second, Silly Strong turned and ran for the house. Stand still, Ma Jun yelled, like an arrow shooting out of a string. A big flying kick knocked down Silly Chang, and then in the process, he kneed and pressed him to the ground. Let go of me. You guys get off me. Silly Chang was crushed with pain, constantly struggling and hissing, but to no avail. Chen Jin walked over and cuffed him. What are you running for? Weak-minded? There is a case that requires you to go to the police station to assist in the investigation. Half an hour later, the interrogation room of the Saigon police station. Silly John waited apprehensively, handcuffed to a chair. When with a clunk, the door to the interrogation room opened. Su Luo walked in with big strides, and with a snap, threw a minute file bag of information in front of Silly Chang. Inside is the autopsy report of Big B's wife and the results of the comparison of your fingerprints. So tell us. There's not much to tell. It's that I killed Big B's family. Silly Strong held back his fear, trying his best to appear calm, but he couldn't help but tremble in his tone. Su Luo lightly laughed and shook his head. You don't have to tough it out. You're not a righteous person. Do you know that if you really want to carry it off, then you're surely dead. The law can't sentence you to death. The people who want to get to the top in Hung Hing will chase you to the prison and kill you. In the movie it was this guy who backstabbed Leung Kwan at the last minute, testifying to Chan Ho Nam and the others that it was Leung Kwan who killed Big B's family, and how could he possibly be righteous? Say, me all. Silly Chang was instantly knocked back by this, gulped, hung his head and began to explain. All of them are ordered by Leung Kwan. He said the whole process of the crime, and burying people's shovels thrown where, and even in order to self-protection also spit out the Leung Kwan selling white powder. Anyway, Leung Kwan's bottoms were all ripped off by him. After recording the confession, Su Luo slowly and methodically got up and went around behind Silly Chang, holding down his head and slamming it hard on the table, and kicking it up a few more times, beating Silly Chang to the point where he was foaming at the mouth with blood and screaming miserably. Grass Nima, do you know that because of you today? I've worked overtime until now. Su Luo shrugged it off and turned away, going out the door and then to the interrogation room next door where Leung Kwan was locked up. Su sir, it's been a long time. Isn't it my little brothers who came to pick me up? Seeing Su Luo enter, Leung Kwan waved his hand with a smile. I'm afraid you can't leave. Su Luo walked over and looked at him mockingly. You did a clean job. But unfortunately your little brother Silly Chang didn't mind his crotch. He forced Big B's wife when he grabbed her. And now he's right next door to you. And he's already confessed. You're done for Leung Kwan. The smile on Leung Kwan's face faded and he stood up from his chair. You're bluffing me. Su sir? Bring Silly Strong. Su Luo beckoned. Ma Jun turned around and went out to lift the collar of the Stupid Strong dragged over. Stupid Strong in the face of the beautiful Kwan eyes dodged, swallowed and said, I am sorry, Kwan brother. In the original movie, he was the one who betrayed Pretty Gon by revealing to Chan Ho Nam and the others that it was Pretty Gon who killed Big B. Now it's still his backstabbing that allowed Su Luo to nail Pretty Gon. That's probably fate. I go to your mom. Leung Kwan instantly exploded in place as his entire being, eyes bared, and violently rushed towards Silly Chang, but was stopped by Ma Jun. He struggled and pointed at the stupid mighty and cursed. I'm so horny that I didn't be's wife. But you actually killed me because of the crotch thing. He's suffocating. He's angry. He's resentful. Bring it down. Su Luo waved his hand, and Ma Jun let go of Leung Kwan and went to send Silly Chang back to the interrogation room again. Gnashing his teeth and gasping violently, Leung Kwan looked at Su Luo and said, he's framing me. All of this was done behind my back, and I don't know anything about it. He felt he could salvage a little more, and as long as he didn't plead guilty, then there was still room to struggle. Luo, Chen Haonan has brought someone to demand the bodies of Big B's family again. Budgie pushed the door and walked in. Su Luo looked at Leung Kwan. Hear that? Now Chen Haonan with his little brother is waiting outside the police station. Why don't I let you out? And then let Silly Chang go out and tell them a story. See if they believe you are. The witnesses are now available. But in order for this murder case to be closed, we still have to get Leung Kwan to confess. After all, there is only human evidence and no physical evidence. Then Leung Kwan, as long as you hire a good lawyer, there is room for maneuver. You're just asking me to die. Leung Kwan stormed over to Su Luo. It's against the rules for you to do that. Dead people don't complain. Su Luo shrugged undeniably and turned around. Let him go. Gon Lin Yang. Count yourself tough. I'll say it. Looking at Su Luo had already walked to the door. Leung Kwan only opened his mouth in anger, and then sat back on the chair with a disheveled but, I pounce on your mother Stupid Strong. You won't necessarily die if you plead guilty and hire a good lawyer to fight the case, but you'll definitely die if you go out now. So Leung Kwan didn't even have a choice. Outside the police station, there was a huge crowd. Just stand still and put pressure on the police. The officers at the forefront were stressed out, each one holding the holster on their belt with a nervous expression. The whole police station has worked overtime together until now today just because they are afraid that these cooks will come and cause trouble at night. Huang Bingyao watched the scene upstairs but did not panic at all. He believed that the good brother-in-law will be resolved properly. When he thought that he was going to be transferred next month, and that he wouldn't have such a good subordinate as Su Luo in the future, he was still a bit frustrated, and there was no way for him to rub off on the credit. Su Sir is out. Su Sir is here. I don't know who shouted, and the police officers at the forefront, who were originally on the verge of an attack, sighed in relief. Su Luo walked to Chen Haonan. You can take away the bodies of Big B's family. In addition, his murderer is confirmed to be Leung Kwan, and has already been arrested. Boom! The crowd instantly exploded. It's Pretty Quinn. It's not the big dummy, is it? Pretty Gon wasn't supposed to be at odds with Biggie. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Haonan's face was horribly grim as he looked at Chicken. Sweep all his venues. Hey, don't mess around. I don't want to see Saigon in trouble. Su Luo warned. Chen Haonan looked at him expressionlessly. This is our society's internal affairs. It's not Su Sir's turn for you to manage. Right. Leung Kwan's turf is the society's. It's reasonable for us to take over by our society now. We naturally have to fight if someone is resisting. What's wrong with that? Even if Liang Koan was captured, his men might inherit his turf, or the society would be redistributed. So Chen Haonan had to use the name of revenge to make a surprise, and occupy Liang Koan's turf first. Su Luo's face grimaced and pointed at Chen Haonan's chest. I hate people who are more arrogant than me. Listen to me. You Honghing are not allowed to enter Saigon to plant your flag in the future. I said so. Liang Koan is finished. He just introduced a force that can be controlled by him into Saigon. In the future he will be more convenient whether it is a case or what to do. So Chen Haonan or cool where to get out of it. I believe brother-in-law will also agree to this because after he has been transferred to the Wang Tai Sin Police District, Sai Kung is still under his jurisdiction and for the sake of law and order stability, he will also approve of the introduction of a new controlled force to replace Honghing. We, Honghing, have never been threatened either. So we'll just see. Chen Haonan was undeniable and then left with the bodies of Big B's family. Chen Haonan front foot just left. Liang Kuan's little brother back foot arrived. A group of oppressive to pick up Liang Kuan. Chapter 65, Big D. Ha, my father is long gone. Sir, when will you release our boss? A two-pen youth with shawl yellow hair and a dry, thin figure asked as he led the way to Su Luo. Are you a side one? Su Luo looked at him. The yellow-haired youth was arrogant. I'm a fat corpse. You are the fat corpse ah. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully, swept the people behind him and said, So Big Cat, a Biao, are all here? He said 7 or 8 names in one breath. Here it is Su Sir. I'm Big Cat. I'm Ah Biao. Su Sir has heard of me ah? The people whose names he read were all walking to the front of the line on their own accord with rather smug expressions. It's good that they're all here. Lest I send someone to find you and arrest you. Su Luo felt quite surprised, not realizing that the criminals had actually all taken the initiative to come to his door. With his order, Chen Jin and a group of police officers behind him immediately rushed up to hold several people down on the ground and backhanded them with handcuffs. What for? Get off me. Who are you to arrest me? Just on the basis that your big brother has confessed and stated that you are the accomplices who killed Big B's family. Su Luo condescended and stomped on the fat corpse's head. The few people who were still struggling a lot stopped in an instant, mainly because they were all confused. We didn't betray Big Brother when we stepped on him, but we were betrayed by Big Brother? The other minions were even more dumbfounded. A few of the bigwigs had been arrested. So what were they going to do now? What are you guys still doing here? You want to go in and drink tea? Su Luo blared at them and drank. Liang Koan's minions instantly turned into birds and beasts. Phew, finally over and done with. Su Luo didn't go to Miko's place tonight because Miko was tired from running all day today and didn't have much sexual interest. So he went back to his house. Why are you so late today? We've already eaten. Zhou Wenli's long hair was draped over her shoulders, wearing a white dress as she squatted to change Su Luo's slippers. Su Luo replied, I had an extra shift. Heat up the leftovers for me. I'll just eat whatever I want. I'll heat it up now. Hongshang ran towards the kitchen after placing the tea he had made for Su Luo on the coffee table. Changing his shoes, Su Luo swept Zhou Wenli over to the sofa and sat down, his body lying smoothly on her lap. Hong Kong student's permanent residency has been processed. Find her some kind of job. Zhou Wenli pushed Su Luo on her lap. You're so heavy. Don't you think I'm heavy in bed? Su Luo disliked her, then said, looking for a job. When have you ever seen a big brother's outhouse in need of work? Do you count as a bigot? Zhou Wenli bristled. Xu Luo asked rhetorically, am I not big enough? Zhou Wenli really couldn't refute this statement, and could only skip the topic. Then what do you say to arrange her? Aren't you working in a bar? You're familiar with the operation process of a bar, right? Just open a bar with her. I'll pay for it. Su Luo spoke while casually pulling down the shoulder strap of her dress. Infinite scenery in the dangerous peaks, near and far, different heights. Zhou Wenli had long gotten used to it, and even inclined her body to facilitate his control. Do you have money? Everything the family buys has always cost me money. The most outrageous thing is that it costs her money to buy a set as well. Ahem. Soon. Su Luo was referring to the $15 million of hard-earned money that he had earned. And now that the winds of the diamond heist had completely passed, the money could be taken out and laundered. And after it was laundered, it would be turned into his legitimate savings through a variety of means. He is not interested in doing business. Open the bar just to accommodate Hong Kong students in Zhou Wenli, and incidentally earn a little pocket money. Money this kind of thing in his opinion enough to spend on the line. If their own not enough to spend, then go to spend other people's well. Why let yourself so tired? Zhou Wenli widened her beautiful eyes and looked at him in disbelief. You're not going to collect black money, are you? Am I that kind of person? Su Luo instantly felt like his character had been questioned and insulted. Zhou Wenli nodded, then asked uncertainly, you're really going to open a bar for us? So good. How am I going to thank you? Thanks, it is not with the mouth to say, but to rely on the mouth to do. Su Luo touched her delicate red lips. Let Zhou Wenli and Hong Kong Sheng to help him manage the bar is not to pay wages. Bet under the bed are them white whoring to the end. The capitalists see him also to be ashamed. Zhou Wenli lifted her long hair and pulled it behind her head, and just as she was about to lean down, Su Luo did a death roll and pinned her to the couch before the pile-driving chicken went to work. The sofa at a young age has borne the weight that it should not bear at this age. This is life. All have will be stressed. Very heavy, but it cannot say. Zhou Wenli also felt the pressure on her body was heavy, but she couldn't say anything. Su Luo was too big. After finishing, Su Luo smoked a cigarette and thought. At this moment his brain was incomparably rational and calm. He's wondering who to support to take up Pretty Quinn's turf. Should he go with Big D or Big Dumb? Brother Luo, the food is getting cold. Hong Kong Shang, who had watched a battle of words, weakly reminded, and asked, should I go heat it up again? No need. The residual temperature is still on the line. In the past, Mr. Su Luo warmed up his wine and killed Hua Xiong, but now he has warmed up his rice and dried up a pretty girl, so it will be a good story. After drying off he came to a conclusion. He picks the Big D. Big D is more decisive than Big Fool, and behind him is Wu Lianshang, a not-so-weak association, and he himself is strong enough to have the guts to fight Hung Hing. The point was that they'd worked together once, and this time it would be good to make up for the last time they'd almost gotten him killed. Su Luo thought and called Big D. Su sir, what are you up to at night? Big D, who had just taken a booster pill, was very impatient. He felt like he was going to explode at any moment. Su Luo was so damned annoying. Su Luo opened the door. Liang Cohen has been captured by me. Do you want to enter Saigon? If you want, now take your people to sweep the field to occupy his territory. Wow. No way. Play so big. Thanks to Su sir you take care of, but I don't want to die. I can't stand on my feet even if I sweep his field. That's not Liang Cohen's territory. It's Hung Hing's. Big D did not hesitate to refuse. He this basic pussy still have. Su Lok laughed lightly. Big D, Saigon is my great-uncle's district. All the bad guys in Saigon will favor you. Understand? If you can't stand on your feet, then Hung Hing will be even more unstable. I'll back you up. He's going to be the man behind Big D. Big D was instantly heartened. If the police favored him, then he was really sure of himself. What do you want me to do? Su sir, it won't be that selfless. I swore with my own father that I wouldn't work with you again. The last time we cooperated and gave him nothing. We let him almost get shot randomly. And this time, if we give him such a big piece of land, we may have to take what kind of risk? Just in a bunch of kooks to see you more ice just. In the future want you to cooperate with me to handle the case when immediately cooperate on the line. The kooks can't be eliminated at the moment, and it is undoubtedly more favorable for him to support another force that listens to him than Hung Hing's stream. No problem. I, Big D, will absolutely cooperate. I'll do whatever you want me to do from now on. Brother Luo originally swore with his own father that he would never work with Su Luo again in this life. Big D instantly became truly fragrant again. Even Su sir was not called. It sounded too raw. Luo brother looked more intimate. Su Luo laughed. Big D, didn't you say that you swore with your own father not to cooperate with me anymore? Aren't you afraid of breaking your oath and looking back to see your own father gone? Ha ha ha. Su sir, my father is long gone. Sulo, fool me? You're really a filial son. That's it. Do it tonight. I'll call the police department and the rest is up to you. Hanging up the phone, Su Luo called Huang Bingyao. As Shiloh expected, his great-uncle agreed. On the other side, Big D hurriedly put on his pants while calling. Long hair, gather the brothers at once. Where are you going with the pills you just took? His wife asked as she got up from the bed and looked at Big D anxiously. Big D, his face red and extremely aroused, replied without looking back with his head in a tent. The drugs have come up, and I've found a more effective way to get rid of the fire than INGU. That would be to another group of men. Real men are supposed to men. And he's going to get on the props tonight and stab them until they cry and bleed all over the place. It's exciting to think about. Chapter 66, You're just greedy for her body. You're cheap. In the morning, Su Luo opened his eyes to see a head bobbing in front of him. It was Kong Shang. Frowned and asked, what are you doing in the morning? Wasn't it you who told me last night to wake you Han up at 7 o'clock this morning? Hong Kong Shang lifted his head and looked at him with a bewildered and aggrieved face. Sulo, I'm asking you to wake me up, not contain. Chinese culture is so profound. It's fine. You understood it perfectly. Su Luo touched her head in compliment and grabbed the phone on the nightstand to call Big D. Did last night go well? Smooth. Very smooth. Luo, Liangkuan's territory has all been taken by me. Big D's tone was full of excitement and grandeur. He didn't even need to run for the office if he took a few more territories like this. Both could just fly solo and get a new and united win. Su Luo gently stroked Kong Shang's smooth face with one hand while saying breezily, "Get everything done back there as soon as possible. My boss doesn't want to see Saigon fighting and killing all day long. Do you understand? If Saigon has a black club tanning horse every day, then brother-in-law is going to be in for a rude awakening. Brother Luo, don't worry. I have thought about the latter. Hung Ying can't step into Saigon. Maybe they will hit my Suan Wan. First fight with them, after the fight, then we can talk about it." Big D's tone is relaxed and casual. Suan Wan is clear of him, and he is not afraid of any of Hung Ying's halls. Unless Hung Ying wants to go to war with Wu Lianshang, but Wu Lianshang's power isn't small. Not to mention there's an Eastern star eyeing on Hung Ying, so the end result will definitely be a negotiation. And he's ready to talk. "You find a place in Saigon with a good location and leave it to me. I want to open a bar and I'll pay for it as usual." Su Luo played with the strands of Kong Shang's hair. He was sure that the bar he opened would be very profitable. Why? Of course, because of his connections. Hear the applause. Big D hastened to make a big deal out of it. "Brother Luo, aren't you slapping me in the face? Open a bar in my territory and you still have to pay for it yourself. Consider it my filial piety to you." "Shut up, you want to bribe me? Don't even ask around. I, Su Luo, am famous for being clean and not close to women. That's it, hang up." Su Luo interrupted him and hung up the phone directly after saying that. After brushing his teeth for Hong Kong Sheng, he got up and went straight to Yimin's house without breakfast. The reason why he got up so early was to wait for Huang Yang's leaked dumplings. Eating dumplings is not the goal. Playing with your sister-in-law is. Ding dong ding dong. Su Luo rang the doorbell of Yimin's house. Ah Luo, coming so early today. Looking at Su Luo outside the door, Yimin was a little surprised and sidestepped. "Come in. Have you had breakfast?" "No, I specifically came here to wait for Huang Yang to bring me leeked dumplings. Thanks to you, I can save my breakfast money from now on," Su Luo said jokingly as he casually closed the door after entering the house. Yimin glared back and ranted, "If you can help me make Huang Yang completely die, I'll take care of your breakfast from now on, and you can have whatever dumplings you want." She was wearing a white shirt with blue jeans today, looking innocent and sexy, and suddenly smiling back so much. It was quite a heartstring tugger. Really? As tempting as Yimin was, Su Luo, who had just brushed Kong Sheng's teeth in the morning, was able to keep his gaze clear because it was still CD time. Yimin nodded. "It's truer than real gold. That's a deal." After getting this promise from Yimin, then there was no longer a need for Huang Yang. His mission was over and he could make an early curtain call and exit. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Yimin looked at Su Luo. It must be Huang Yang. Speak of the devil. Su Luo laughed and shook his head before going to open the door for the door. And as soon as the door opened, he saw Huang Yang dressed in human style carrying a bunch of breakfast. Huang Yang tiptoed left and right trying to look at Yimin in the house. Su Luo closed the door with a hand, grabbed his collar and pushed him to the wall of the corridor. "You're really thick-skinned enough. I'm warning you that you're not allowed to pester a min in the future, or else I'm going to spread the word that you pestered the fiancé of your fellow officer who died in the line of duty, and tell your superior to let him kick scums like you out of the police force." In the movie, this guy was trying to catch the school's black sharks, and ended up making a mess and breaking up with Yimin, so he should be someone who values his career more. So Su Luo was right on the money. Hitting the snake was the right way to hit it. "I'm just pestering, but you've already gone straight for it, so who are you to talk about me? The big deal is that both of us will lose." Huang Yang went toe-to-toe with it. They were all in the same category. "What gives you the right to call me a hooligan if you're a pervert?" Su Luo looked at him with contempt and scared, shaking his head. "You don't really think I'm like scum like you, do you? Last time, it was Amin who acted with me to get rid of you and tricked you, but I didn't think you'd actually lose your face. It's pure between me and her. I take care of her out of friendship with Wu Sir, not scum like you who just want to sleep with her. I don't just want to her. In the bathroom, in the kitchen, on the balcony, in the car, in the park, I'll do it." Inside the house, leaning on the door listening to Yimin, heart-touched, with the integrity of the enthusiasm of the Luo, then, Huang Yang is an asshole. Even if they want to find a man, but also to find a Luo this kind of, will never be able to look at Huang Yang. Is it wrong for me to like her? Why are you blocking me if you're not chasing after her? Hearing that Su Luo and Yimin were not yet lovers, Huang Yang was a bit excited, but Su Luo preventing himself from chasing after Yimin annoyed him. Su Luo nonchalantly bawled, "You call that liking? I'm too embarrassed to break you down. You're clearly craving her body. Yuck, you're cheap. You don't crave. You eunuch." Huang Yang scolded. Inside the door, Yimin was furious. Huang Yang was full of filth and couldn't understand Arlo's integrity. Su Luo came close to him and whispered, I'm warning you for the last time. If you keep pestering her, prepare to be kicked out of the police force for your loss of reputation. I'm now a model of the police force, so guess if I have that kind of influence? Especially with the cooperation of Min herself. Huang Yang's face was cloudy, gritting his teeth and staring at Su Luo, his fists clenched tightly, daring to speak in anger. You've been an inspector for quite a few years. Do you really want to go back to nothing because of a woman? Or a woman you can't have? You're so shameless, Huang Yang cursed, forcing him hard to give up his love. Despicable. Su Luo rebuked in a righteous manner. The shameless one is you. People's fiance's corpse is not yet cold. You are stalking and sticking up. I promised Wu Sir that I must protect her. I am now just practicing my own promise. I am at least nobler than you. Huang Yang didn't believe a word of this way. Guangzheng Bull *******. There was no way Su Luo didn't want him in. But just as Su Luo said, there was no way he could lose everything he had now for a woman he couldn't have. So with a cold grunt, he turned and walked away. Wait! Su Luo called out to him again. Huang Yang grumpily turned around and cursed. What else do you want to do? I won't pester her from now on. Give me the dumplings. Su Luo stepped forward and grabbed the breakfast from him. Then said, now get lost. Huang Yang, what are you looking at? I deserve it. Just because you said you'd bring me dumplings. I didn't even eat breakfast today. Su Luo said in a slurred but justified voice while biting into the dumplings. Huang Yang wanted to say something, pointed at him, and finally, really farkable, turned around and quickly walked into the elevator. However, although he gave up on Hemin, he would never let Su Luo have a good time, and he decided to quietly deliver a whistleblower letter to Su Luo's supervisor regarding Hemin's case. Su Luo then turned around and knocked on the door of Hemin's house. He's gone? Hemin opened the door and looked around before patting Bo's chest. Su Luo laughed. Don't worry, he won't pester you in the future. Don't forget my breakfast. I want to come and eat dumplings every day, with all kinds of fillings. First, come every day to eat your sister-in-law's dumplings, and then you'll be able to eat your sister-in-law's steamed buns as time goes by. Thank you. Surely I won't forget. Call me in advance if you want to come for breakfast in the future. Hemin revealed a sweet smile, sincerely relieved. Finally got rid of Huang Yang, the big pervert. Chapter 67, maybe you can get down on your knees and beg me. While Su Luo and Hemin were talking and laughing, the other side of Hongxing's hall masters were gathering for a meeting. Although Chen Haonan had not yet officially inherited the position of Big B, he was allowed to participate in the meeting on an exceptional basis. Mad. Big D has too much guts. Does he really think that no one cares about his turf after Liang Kuan died? Dare to pull our Hongxing's flag. He thinks he's old. We must fight back. Otherwise anyone who dares to ride on our heads and in piss, and still have face, don't move to fight back. Saigon's bad guys are obviously pulling the strings, only arresting our guys, not Big D's. What's the F***king point of us just squaring up to Big D? We still can't get Liang Kuan's territory back. The crowd expressed their opinions one by one. Only Chen Haonan kept silent and didn't say anything. But Chicken behind him couldn't help himself. It's obvious that it's that errant guy called Su Luo who's messing things up. I think it'd be better to draw the life and death sign to do it. Wouldn't it be alright? Chicken, shut up. Chen Haonan chided. Do you, the head of the Kuntong district parish, clapped his hands and pointed at Chicken and rebuked. What is your status? Who are you to talk here? You even drew lots to do away with him. 10 of you are no match for him. He is the model of the police force. The face of the police force. Really do him? Let the society run away with you. Please speak through your head. Everyone else was also looking at Chicken with cold eyes. It wasn't as if there was no precedent for doing away with a police officer. But Su Luo wasn't an ordinary police officer, and the cost of doing away with him would be too great. Everyone be quiet. Chen Yao, the white paper fan, stepped out and raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet before saying, I've asked Mr. Jiang for instructions, and he told us not to act rashly and wait for him to return to deal with it. Brother you, I caused the matter. I will come out to carry it. I will fight with Big D. Chen Haonan got up. He originally thought that Su Luo was just making a casual remark last night, but he didn't expect that he was really targeting them. Hong Hing. Chen Yao looked at Chen Haonan. Nan. It's clear that we can't get any advantage by fighting him now. The Saigon's errand boys are pulling the strings. Why don't we wait for Mr. Jiang to come back? I won't fight in Saikang. I'll fight in Suwonwan. The bad guys won't let us Hung Hing go into Saikang to plant the flag. So I'll make sure no one dares to go into Saikang to plant the flag. Let's see what kind of chaos the rotten kids in Saikang will become without restraints. Chen Haonan dropped his words in a domineering manner, got up and walked out. The reason why the Saigon bad guys don't like Hung Hing is counted on him, so he has to take a stand, and he also wants to take this opportunity to establish his authority, being young and vigorous. What's more, In his opinion, he did the opposite of what he wanted to do by not hitting Sai Kung and hitting Tsuanwan, which Big D would definitely not have thought of. That night, the four Chan Honam brothers killed into Tsuanwan with their men in a furious manner, before they were shut down and beaten into silly bees by the well-prepared Big D. The five Groucho brothers are all in the hospital now. The next thing, Hung Hing's people were quiet, cursing Big D angrily while waiting for Zheng Tianqing to come back to deal with it. After all, we all have our own territories. Tsuanwan is not a lot of oil and water, but on the contrary, Big D has many henchmen. Even if we can fight it down, we will still lose a lot of money, and the payoff is not proportional to the gain. So who would be stupid to fight? If Zhang Tianqing came back to do the main fight, then at least it was at the club's expense and he didn't have to pay for it himself. The mouth cries out for righteousness, but the heart is all calculating. Time flew by and came to July 29th. The venue for the bar had already been chosen, and Zhou Wenli and Hong Kong Shang had recently been busy with the renovation. Su Luo's $15 million of unseen money was also handed over to Li Yunfei to find someone to wash clean, in the form of investment into a legitimate income into his account. It just gets siphoned off at 20%. That night after work, Su Luo was catching butterflies at Miko's house when suddenly the portable phone rang. Answer the phone. Miko kicked him gently. Su Luo climbed up and pulled a few sheets of paper to wipe his hands clean before picking up the phone. Hey, who is it? It's me. Tonight Cohen came. I captured the footage of their transaction. I'm outside. You hurry up and come out. Zhou Huir's tone was slightly anxious. Su Luo's eyes instantly lit up as he got out of bed and began to put on his clothes while asking, "Where are you now?" "Juanhao Hotel Room 1808. You quickly come over. I am now a little scared in my heart. I'll be right over." Su Luo hung up the phone. Curious, Miko asked, "What's wrong? What could be more important than catching butterflies? And is there anything more pleasurable for a man than that?" "I received a report from an informant that a senior member of the police force was colluding with drug dealers to conduct grey transactions, and now I'm going to get the evidence in the informant's hands." Every word he said was fine. He just didn't say that the informant was Zhou Huir. Miko hurriedly got up and out of bed and started picking up the clothes and skirts scattered on the floor. "I'll go with you." She just loved Su Luo's attitude of always putting business before personal pleasures. That's what she called having a sense of justice. "No, I'll go by myself. You rest well at home," Su Luo said and quickly left the door. Arriving at room 1808 of the Grand Hotel 40 minutes later, he stood outside and knocked on the door. "It's me." Zhou Huir opened the door, grabbed Su Luo and yanked him inside, slammed the door shut again with a clang, and then leaned against the door and panted violently, beating her chest as she did so. "Is it that much of a stretch?" Su Luo shook his head and walked over to the sofa and sat down, pouring himself a glass of water. Zhou Huir walked over and sat down next to him and rolled her eyes. "If you knew Cohen's identity, you'd understand that my reaction wasn't exaggerated at all. You know who Cohen is?" Su Luo, who was just about to drink his water, put down his glass again when he heard this. Zhou Huir gulped, nodded with some fear and said, "It's Ni Cohen of the Ni family in Sim Sha Sui. Most of the white powder circulating in the Hong Kong island market now comes from the Ni family. Do you think I'm afraid?" If she had known that the one who was in cahoots with William was a big local tumor like Ni Cohen, she wouldn't have used this method of retaliation at all because the risk was too great. It's just that when it comes down to it, it's not good enough to give up. Ni family? Su Luo didn't expect to actually catch a big fish. This was really an unexpected pleasure. No wonder Ni's family can grow so fast. After all, it's the ghosts from the Drug Investigation Division who escorted him. Zhou Huir took out the film and recorder from her bag and handed it to Su Luo. "Don't involve me in this matter again. I can't afford to mess with the Ni family as an errand boy who doesn't carry a gun. So it's best to state in court that the photos were taken by you sneaking in and don't mention me." Even if Ni Cohen was arrested, as long as he alone took all the blame, then the Ni family wouldn't fall and would still have the ability to retaliate against her. So Zhou Huir wimped out. "You're trying to take revenge on William again, but you don't want to show up and take the risk. So you're letting me go to my death alone?" Su Luo took the film and recorder and looked at her with a smile. "Miss, am I on good terms with you? Who am I to help you cover it up? If you don't help me cover it up, then William will know that it was me who betrayed him and won't trust me anymore. So how can you carry out the revenge plan behind it?" Zhou Huir thought she had found a reason that could convince Su Luo. After all, he was the one who came up with that revenge plan in the first place. Su Luo snorted and shrugged disdainfully. "If you can't do it, you can't do it. Anyway, for me, getting William out of the police force is the goal. I'll tell you in court. I've never been one to steal other people's credit." The words fell from his lips and he got up and headed out the door. "You asshole." Zhou Huir was furious and got up to chase after her. "You're trying to get me killed. Perhaps you can kneel down and beg me." Su Luo looked at her with a smirk. Wasn't this banana girl arrogant before opposite him? He was going to crush her arrogance. Jo Huir was so angry that her body trembled and said through clenched silver teeth, "You're too shameless. You." Obviously what he had agreed to in the first place. He could turn around and forget about it like it was a fart, and threatened her in return. Because of too much anger, her 34C under the red halter dress were undulating violently with her breathing, really worried that the slender halter could not bear the weight to break. "Inspector Zhou, I don't think you want to be retaliated against by the Ni family either." In the face of her insults, Su Luo appeared breezy, and this was a reflection of quality. Jo Huir's face was a shade of green and white as she clenched her pink fists and stared at Su Luo, her lips about to be bitten through. "I'll be going then." Su Luo smiled faintly. "Stand still." Jo Huir's voice trembled as she slowly knelt in front of him, hanging her head without a word. She was afraid of death. She was very afraid. She used to think she wasn't afraid. She even despised people who were afraid of death. But maybe it was her turn to realize that she was afraid too. Su Luo squatted down on one knee, pinched her smooth chin and lifted it up. "Nah, actually you don't have as much pride as you show. You're also greedy and afraid of death. You're not as good as me. Who gave you the courage to look down on Chinese police officers and look down on me? Who gave you the courage to look down on Chinese police officers and look down on me? You're superior because you've been ed by a Guilo a few times? It's a pity that your proud Guilo fiancé is merciless. Otherwise why would you be kneeling in front of me and begging for mercy today? Stop saying that." Each of Su Luo's words felt like needles in Jo Huir's heart, and she covered her ears and shook her head in pain. "I beg you not to say any more." Because of her experience of studying abroad and being engaged to the Ghostbusters superintendent, she did look down on the Chinese police officers, so she only felt more humiliated and ashamed now that she was kneeling in front of Su Luo and begging him because she was afraid of dying. The condescension and contempt that he had previously displayed when facing Su Luo seemed like a joke, more like a clown. "Be polite to me in the future. Behave well and obedient in front of me. I'll eat you for life on this Ni family matter." Su Luo recklessly used his hand to gently pat Jo Huir's blowing face. If the Ni family doesn't fall, Jo Huir will have to be toyed with by him, and when the Ni family falls, he will naturally have a new way to hold her by then. The public relations section was the mouthpiece of the police force, with the most contact with the upper echelons and the best information, so holding Jo Huir felt quite good to Su Luo. Of course, that's just the benefit side of things, and psychologically it's nice to know that he's finally out of the woods. He then got up and walked over to the sofa and sat down, waving at Jo Huir. "I heard that all of you in the public relations section have a 3-inch tongue and a powerful mouth. Is that true? I want to meet them." Chapter 68, Making Me Look Like a Bad Guy. After a personal and practical experience, Su Luo could only say that Jo Huir deserved to be a good hand at news and propaganda work, really articulate and clever. "After testing your professional abilities, I realized that the police force was really right to give you the publicity work." Su Luo contentedly stroked Jo Huir's head, recognizing her work ability. Jo Huir shook off Su Luo's hand and reached down to pull down the straps of her dress, saying coldly, "You don't have to humiliate me that much. If you want to do it, come quickly." After saying that, she closed her eyes and lay backward on the sofa, as if she had a look of going to the execution ground. After waiting for a while without feeling anything, she opened her eyes in some confusion, only to see Su Luo sitting still, just sizing her up with his eyes. "What do you mean?" Jo Huir frowned. "What do you take me for? Am I a man that you can just tick your toes and jump on me? Who doesn't know that I, Su Luo, am notorious for not being close to women?" Su Luo righteously rebuked Jo Huir, then lightly said, "So you take the initiative. After all, I'm not as casual as you are. I rarely do this kind of thing when I'm clean. I'm more reserved and can't let go." After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and clenched his hands into fists, following Jo Huir's expression of running to the execution ground, as if what a great humiliation he was going to endure next. He is just messing with Jo Huir's mentality. "You just kneeled in front of me. What kind of chaste girl are you pretending here? Making it seem like I'm the bad guy. You." Jo Huir's pretty face was instantly as wonderful as an overturned pallet, her heart filled with humiliation and anger. You're really shameless and nasty. You're unclothed and trying to seduce me, while I'm strong-willed and unmoved. So who are we really being nasty?" Su Luo opened his eyes and reached out to touch Jo Huir's smooth calves, his mouth accusing the other of being nasty. Jo Huir wanted to kill this asshole, but she could only endure the humiliation and take the initiative to undress Su Luo. An hour later, the clouds stopped raining and Su Luo pushed Jo Huir away. "Now you should be satisfied. You finally got my body, but you can't get my heart even if you get my person. You shameless woman. Emily Chow." That's all she was just about to say. "Have you listened to the recording inside?" Su Luo ignored her murderous stare and picked up the tape recorder. Jo Huir's voice was clear and cold. No, she'd been on edge all the way there, and hadn't had the heart to listen to what was in the tape recorder. Su Luo pressed the play button, followed by a murmur of voices, followed by a conversation between two men. It's easy to tell who's who by their accents. William, Kuan, I hope to raise my dividend a bit next month. You know, Hong Kong Island will eventually return to you Chinese. I need more money to operate a proper position when I return home. Ni Kuan, William. You only just raised it in the first half of the year, and I have a bunch of brothers to feed under me. Not to mention that because of what happened with the Ice Queen a while ago, the police have been checking very closely lately, and I can't even get my goods on shore. William, I know how difficult it is for you, but we can work together all the time, can't we? Ni Kuan, okay. Who made you my best partner? But I have a request. The day after tomorrow I have a batch of goods ready to be disembarked from the West Ring dock. You have to make sure that I don't have any problems with this batch of goods. How about it? William, no. Quinn, that wasn't part of our previous partnership. I was only responsible for helping you combat your opponents or giving you the wind ahead of time. Ni Kuan, then what we agreed before didn't raise the dividend twice a year. William, you can't always think of raking in more benefits without paying more. As you said, we've been working together happily all these years, haven't we? Silence ensued before William's reply rang out. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to go to the West Ring dock and make sure you don't have any problems with your shipment. 3 o'clock in the morning the night after tomorrow. Happy cooperation. The two of them then began to talk wind and snow again, followed by some nonsense, and Su Luo reached over and turned off the recording. This William is really a dog's guts. Actually, for the sake of money he dares to directly send his cronies to help the drug dealers to pick up the goods and escort them. Su Luo sneered. Generally drug dealers dealt at sea and would seldom dock. It was Ni Cohen who dared to do so on the basis of the errant man helping him to clear and escort the ship, because it was safer for him to deal on land than on the sea, where he was likely to run into patrolling marine police, who didn't have any of his men. Since Ni Cohen had suggested that he needed William's help to escort the shipment to shore, it meant that the shipment must be quite a lot, so Ni Cohen would probably be there in person. So just go straight to squatting and arresting people the day after tomorrow. He then turned his head to look at Joe Huier. You wouldn't have jumped back, secretly and anonymously called William to report the news, so that they would ambush us in turn? One has to be careful in the world. Zhang Wuji's mom said the prettier the woman, the better she is at cheating. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Does it do me any good? Joe Huier coldly asked back. Su Luo laughed. Of course I did. You hate me more than William right now, the most poisonous woman's heart. Being suspicious and judging others by yourself. What exactly do you want to do? Just say it. Joe Huier was angry and annoyed. She really didn't think of betraying Su Luo, because she hadn't even thought of that before. Knowingly, Su Luo complimented, then stated his intentions. Take 2 days off to stay at my house. I'll have someone watch you and let you go when the operation is over. It's better for both you and me. You, Joe Huier pointed at him. She did not expect Su Luo actually really so distrustful of her. Her fingers were trembling. Finally put down ruthlessly. Count you ruthless. Clothes on. Let's go. 40 minutes later. Lo, she's. Zhou Wenli and Kong Sheng opened the door and looked at the expressionless Joe Huier behind Su Luo in shock. I already knew that you're no good. And you're still a model of the police force. How ridiculous. Joe Huier swept her gaze over Zhou Wenli and Kong Sheng and sneered. They're just my good sisters. Su Luo lightly defended. Then said to Zhou Wenli and Kong Sheng, don't go out in the next 2 days. Keep a special eye on her. And unplug all the phone lines at home. Aha. Haruo nodded repeatedly. Su Luo pushed Joe Huier into the house and pointed at Zhou Wenli and Kong Sheng. You sleep with them. No, I'm not used to sleeping in the same bed with other women at night. Zhou Huier disdainfully glanced at the two self-absorbed women, Zhou Wenli and Hong Sheng. Su Luo sniffed and snorted. What are you thinking about? It's them who sleep on the bed. You sleep on the floor. You actually want to sleep on the bed. Laugh your ass off. Want to fart eat. Emily Chow. Mr. Su, are you still a human being? In the middle of the night, Zhou Huier slept on the still slightly choked floor with blankets and tossed and turned. She didn't know if Su Luo was asleep or not. She couldn't sleep anyway. Hey, Zhou Huier sat up and lowered her voice to wake up Hong Kong Sheng and Zhou Wenli. I'll tell you guys something. Su Luo, he's got his feet in 3 boats. He has another one girlfriend in the police force, and he's cheating on you guys emotionally. Got it. Go to bed early. Zhou Wenli casually replied back as she hugged Kong Sheng, her eyes not even bothering to open. Zhou Huier froze for a moment. No, didn't you hear me? He's playing with your feelings. Don't wrong him. I don't even have feelings for him. How can he play with my feelings? Zhou Wenli had the need to help Su Luo say a fair word. He's obviously just toying with our bodies. Okay, Emily Chow. In the end, I'm the one who's not normal. Or are they not normal? No, he doesn't even play with your feelings and you guys are okay with that? How can you guys accept it? Zhou Huier felt like she couldn't understand. Zhou Wenli said lightly, getting a boyfriend is also about being played with. While Su Luo is handsome and capable. Capable of protecting us? Not to mention not having to worry about being played with his feelings. So why can't we accept it? And Locke is gentle and funny. And he's willing to spend money on me. So there's always a man to go with. So why not him? Kong Shang added. Zhou Wenli silently rolled her eyes. All the money he used to spend on you. He took it from me. Zhou Huier, who was originally prepared to turn Zhou Wenli and Kong Shang, froze on the spot. And upon careful consideration, she actually felt that the two men's words sounded as if they really did have some truth to them. Chapter 69, Squatting on Anaikuan. Out of plan. July 31st, 2 a.m. The West Circular Quay was surprisingly quiet, with only a few streetlights still on and moths gathering to hover under them. A dozen cars were parked on the side of the road. 7 of them with curtains drawn were filled with police officers. The whole of the major crimes unit moving in to carry out tonight's arrest plan. In addition to this, the sea has the cooperation of the marine police. Suddenly a murmur of engines drowned out the occasional sound of waves, and a green-topped fishing boat with a yellow light appeared on the sea approaching the dock. Don't act rashly. It's not time yet, and there's no sign of Ni Cohen or Williams' men at the pier. This is definitely not a cargo ship. Seeing that Song Zijie, who was in the same car, was getting nervous, Su Luo reminded everyone through his headset. Copy that. The fishing boat then docked, and then 3 men came off the boat carrying bags, their faces unreadable in the darkness. And the 3 men came ashore and looked around for a week before they stepped off the dock and walked off into the distance. He Ding Bang said, Su sir, I feel that those 3 don't look like ordinary people. They must have a case on them. Maybe they are smuggled over to the big circle. That's none of our business either. We'll nail Ni Cohen tonight. Even if those are 3 big circles, how can they compare to the danger of police bandit collusion? Su Luo could also sense the vigilance of those 3. But again, he wasn't sure of their identities, so he didn't want to cause trouble. Time passes by. Su sir, it's already 2:40. How come no one has come yet? The seller, the buyer, the black police, no one from these 3 parties is missing. He Ding Bang looked at the Rolex his white rich girlfriend just bought him. Miao Ji Shun, who was in charge of the other team, also said through the headset, yes, Su sir, it is logical that this kind of transaction black police is to first clear the field at the pier in the name of carrying out the mission, to prevent that there will be a patrol police to check. It's not time yet. Wait at ease. Su Luo also felt that something was wrong, but since he had come, he couldn't retreat before it was time. Ma Jun's voice from the other car was heard in the headset. Ah too. It's been sitting here all night. I'm a bit pissed. I'm going to go and have a quickie. Solve it as soon as possible. Xu Luo Jane said appalled. Ma Jun opened the car door and ran to the beach and started peeing into the ocean. But just as he finished peeing and pulling up his pants chain, 3 cars drove by, their headlights sweeping over him, causing him to freeze in place. The dock was very empty, and since the headlights had caught him, the man in the car must have seen him, so whether he ran or hid at this point, it would be too late. And if the person coming was one of the parties in their squat tonight, he would have spooked the snakes. Don't move. Su Luo's voice sounded in his earpiece, and Ma Jun instantly felt a lot more at ease in his heart. He's not alone. 3 cars stopped behind Ma Jun, and then the door opened. Ni Cohen walked down with his little brother. He looked peaceful, no different from a retired old man. Can only say that you can't tell the difference. It's Ni Cohen. Now you turn around and act a little more naturally as if you're someone sent by William. Su Luo had seen the photos that Zhou Huier had secretly taken and recognized Ni Cohen. Ma Jun turned towards Ni Cohen and said with a bit of respect in his manner, hello Mr. Ni. Superintendent William has asked me to wait here for a long time. You're the only one who came? Ni Cohen frowned. He didn't suspect Ma Jun, as he subconsciously wouldn't have felt that the conversation between him and William could get out. After all, he'd worked with William for years without ever having a problem. And William wasn't someone who would drop the ball. What's more, if it's a fraud, then why would Ma Jun need to stand alone on the pier and wait for him? And just ambush him directly and wait to catch the trading scene? Ma Jun pointed to one of the cars on the side of the road as Su Luo had instructed. My boss and brothers are inside. That's the truth. Trouble you guys. Ni Cohen subconsciously glanced back towards the road. He could understand this behavior of the police. It would be abnormal if they really waltzed in to help him pick up the goods. He pulled out a few large golden calves and handed them to Ma Jun. After it's over, please ask the brothers to relax and unwind. Thanks Mr. Ni. Ma Jun accepted the money with a joyful smile. The man was already close to him. With the brothers tonight, I guarantee nothing will happen. Rush down the cellar. Ni Cohen commanded his men. In the car, Bud said, Brother Luo, what if William's men come later? Then won't Ma Jun be exposed and he'll be in danger? William's people should logically be the first to arrive. But none of them have come yet. There must have been an accident. If they don't come, forget it. It's them who are in danger if they rush now, Su Luo said gently. Miao Zhishuan further explained Su Luo's words to the crowd in his headset. If we come now, without waiting for them to open their mouths, we can backtrack and shoot first to ignite the fire. And Ni Kuan's men will shoot them to death indiscriminately. Finished and lightly hummed, this also rather have to cheat them these garbage to leave a good name. From the black police in one fell swoop into a martyr shot by drug dealers. But most likely they can't come in an accident. Now I'm afraid that they will notify William after the accident. And William will then notify Ni Kuan. In which case Ma Jun will also be exposed. So we have to keep an eye on every phone call Ni Kuan receives next. Sensing that something is wrong, Ma Jun, you'll preemptively hold him hostage, Su Luo instructed Ma Jun. After about 10 minutes or so, when William's people didn't show up and Ni Kuan didn't get any calls, a fishing boat appeared on the sea flashing its lights 3 times. Ni Kuan's little brother also turned on his headlights and flashed them 3 times in response. After which, accompanied by the loud roar of the engine, a small fishing boat came towards the pier. After the fishing boat docked, a dark-skinned middle-aged man with braided hair walked down. Ni Kuan laughed and greeted the other party with a hug. How is General Cha Chai? I haven't seen him for a long time. Thank you Mr. Ni for your concern. Our general is still in good health. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he led Ni Kuan onto the boat and ripped away a raincloth on the boat, revealing a few large boxes. Mr. Ni examined the goods. Then someone brought a crowbar to open the box, which was full of white poisonous bricks in the form of rectangles. Ni Kuan broke off one of the edges and crushed it into powder with a few gentle twists of his hand, while the entire time from the time he boarded the boat until now was filmed by the police in the car on the side of the road. Do it! After fixing the evidence, Su Luo gave an order and Ma Jun, who was standing beside Ni Kuan, immediately took him hostage and shouted, Police! Everyone back off! Hong Kong Island Police! Nobody move! Su Luo and the others also rushed down, while sirens sounded on the sea. And the marine police who cooperated with the operation came in their patrol boats to break the waves and surrounded the cargo-carrying fishing boat. Damn! You have undercover agents around you. The drug dealer leader from the Golden Triangle roared furiously at Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan, who was held hostage by Ma Jun, was also devastated. How could something go wrong tonight? Why did it go wrong? Nobody move. Ma Jun held Ni Kuan hostage as he slowly backpedaled off the ship to join Su Luo and the others. The leader of the Golden Triangle drug dealers grabbed an AK and yelled, Fight the Hong Kong Island Police! Kill out! Bang bang bang! Su Luo opened fire first, directly 3 consecutive accurate shots to kill him. Then the Golden Triangle drug dealers have opened fire to counterattack. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The police and the drug dealers on the boat exchanged fire. While Ni Kuan's men were concerned about Ni Kuan's safety for a moment, some dilemma, hesitated for a moment before following the shooting. Although the drug trafficker had plenty of firepower, he was facing a siege by the Serious Crimes Unit, the Marine Police, and a combined total of 100 or so people on both land and water, and was soon killed and wounded, with a handful of the remaining people dropping their guns and surrendering with their hands up. The police swarmed all the drug dealers and took them under control, while calling ambulances for the injured. Su Luo walked up to Ni Kuan. Is it still puzzling why something went wrong with today's deal? Ni Kuan stared at Su Luo dead in the face. He indeed couldn't figure it out. It couldn't be that William had betrayed him, could it? But I prefer not to tell you. Angry or not, Su Luo laughed and waved his hand. Take it back first. Just then, Shuluan noticed one assault vehicle after another driving by, but not stopping at the docks. He was a little puzzled as to where else something had happened. Go stop a car and ask, Su Luo said. After a while Fat Bo ran back, gasping for breath. The colleague in the assault vehicle said that not long ago there was a shootout over at Shek Pai Wan, and 3 tough guys with AKs killed 4 officers from the drug investigation section and ran away. Su Luo froze. 3 tough guys? Before leaving from the pier those 3 did not go to the direction of Shir Paiwan? And could the 4 Narcotics Investigation Division men have been sent by William to cooperate with Ni Kuan? Otherwise, why would the Narcotics Bureau be hanging around on the streets in the wee hours of the morning? But those 3 tough guys are really vicious and I don't know what they are from. Hong Kong Island is going to be in panic again for a while, but I guess the people of Hong Kong Island should be used to it. Chapter 70, actually trying to buy me off with my money. The night was late, but William was not yet asleep. He was waiting for news from the pier. This was the first time he had sent someone to get involved in Ni Kuan's dealings. He was still a bit worried. After all, since the establishment of the ICAC, no police officer had dared to be so blatant again, so he really couldn't sleep a moment without receiving a call. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door startled him, then slowly got up and asked, Who is it? Sir, the The residents downstairs have complained about water leakage in your home, and we need to make urgent repairs. He ding-bang stood outside the door and said in an apologetic tone, "Shat, there's no leak in my house." William cursed and went to open the door. Just as it opened, he ding-bang pounced on him and held him down on the ground. "Police! William, you are under arrest. You may remain silent, but everything you say will be used against you in a court of law." "What are you doing? Let go of me. Do you know who I am?" William was face down on the ground, his hands twisted painfully behind his back by He Ding-bang's backhanded tackle, and he yelled as he struggled, "I want to see your superior." A pair of scuffed shiny black leather shoes suddenly appeared in his line of sight. William laboriously raised his head to look upwards. Next were straight trouser legs, neat suits, and finally Su Luo's smiling face. His heart gradually sank to the bottom. "Superintendent William, I heard you wanted to see me. Is there anything you want to say?" Su Luo squatted down, reached out and gently patted and hit William's face. "Do you realize that you look like a dog right now? A golden-haired lioness dog. Farking squid. Su Luo, who gave you the guts to dare to do this to me? Do you know what it means to privately arrest a British superintendent?" William shook his head to shake off Su Luo's hand. His eyes bared as he stared at him like a furious poodle wailing. "You're scared." Su Luo laughed and pinched William's cheeks with a death grip. "William, guess who I caught at the West Ring dock? N.I. Kuan, who was picking up a shipment. And guess why I was able to catch him?" William's pupils snapped shut. His mind was already in a panic, but his mouth said, "I don't understand what you're saying. I'm going to call. You don't understand, do you?" Su Luo beckoned without looking back. "Bud, give me the picture." Nico took a few pictures out of the file bag and handed them to Shuluo, who took them and held them one by one for William to see. "So now do you get it? Above is the very image of William and N.I. Kuan talking and laughing as well as counting their money, all captured clearly. How did you get this?" William's mind exploded and went blank, subconsciously suspecting Joe Huier. It's that. But then it didn't seem right. Joe Huier had a grudge against Su Luo, so how could she help him to count herself? What this that? Su Luo smacked his face with the photo and scolded. "Do you know that after I heard the wind? In order to confirm it, I lay under your bed for 2 nights, just for this moment now, to bring police force scum like you to justice." He could not let William suspect Joe Huier, otherwise how to cheat his money, and in the future, spending his money to his woman. That is also much of a beautiful thing. And He Ding-bang and others heard this are on Su Luo respect. They began to wonder how Su Sir get this kind of close-up photos. The original is in order to solve the case at all costs deep into the tiger's den personally risk. What a model for the police force. William sniffed in surprise and fear, and he suddenly felt that he hadn't planted himself wrongly, because he hadn't even realized that a large, living man had been hiding under his bed for 2 nights. Actually, he'll be damned if he'll find out. "You don't think we Anglos are the same as you Chinese police officers? Do you think you can really bring me to justice? At most, I'll be dismissed." William forced himself to calm down and tried to make a deal with Su Luo. "I have money, a lot of money. As long as you and your men leave me alone, I'll give you enough money to spend for the rest of your lives, and I'll even help you get promoted." "Pa!" Su Luo raised his hand and slapped him across the face. "Trying to buy me off? I don't share the same fate as Sin. Your dirty money can't buy justice, much less my conscience. Who cares about your stinking money? Because I have no conscience at all. Your money is all mine sooner or later anyway. Trying to buy me off with my money. Are you in your right mind? Take it away." Su Luo spat out 2 words. Hong Kong Island is destined to be unsettled tonight, and as Su Luo conducts his final wrap-up operation, there are assault vehicles all over the city searching for the 3 tough guys who killed the police, and at that moment the 3 were hiding in a private house, the original owner of which they had killed and thrown into the bathroom. Mud. It's all the fault of those 4 damned errand boys for getting into this mess, driving so fast in the middle of the night in a hurry to go to hell. Leaning against the window, looking at the rushing cars speeding by downstairs, the professor put down the curtains and cursed through gritted teeth, then looked at Bertie. "Immediately call your big brother and ask for his help before it's too late." In order to avenge the death of his brother, Fu Guang, the professor took Bertie and another trusted junior from the United States of America to Hong Kong Island after a lot of effort. After disembarking, he stole a random car to make it easier to move, but when he turned the corner, he collided with another car that was grossly speeding, and not realizing that in that car were 4 errant men, the professor had to kill them before he could do anything else. And then he got into the situation he's in now. How could this make him happy with his revenge? "Yes, boss." Bertie took out his handheld phone and called his big brother. "Big brother, I'm back. I've got a bit of trouble on my side and I need your help." Less than half an hour after the phone hung up, there was a knock on the door of this room they were hiding in, followed by a voice. "I've come to take you home." The alert trio inside the house then lowered their guns as Birdie stepped forward to open the door to find a young man with long hair outside. "Hello, I'm Birdie. I'm Song Ziheo. Your big brother Mr. Wang asked me to come. 3 of you. Get out of here. You've made too big a mess. There are bad guys everywhere out there now." Ever since Sung Se-ho and Long teamed up to help Zuni Wang eliminate his rival, Uncle Hai, he has gained Zuni Wang's trust even further, which is why he was assigned by Zuni Wang to pick up his own brother. Big brother. Birdie turned her head to look at the professor. Song Ziheo looked alone. His heart was shocked for a moment. How is this person so similar to the Fuguan that Susur killed before? It can't be that there is any relationship. The professor nodded, lifted the large bag full of weapons on the floor and said, "Let's go before it's too late." With his familiarity with Hong Kong Island, Song Ziheo took the 3 of them all the way to rendezvous with Zuni Wang without any danger. Walking into the villa's plush living room, Birdie caught sight of Zuni Wolf on the couch at once, a smile on her face as she quickened her pace and walked over. "Biggie, long time no see. Lost weight." Zuni Wolf got up and greeted him with a hug, then separated and asked, "What's with all the commotion?" "Hey, it's all an accident." Birdie shook her head helplessly and pulled Zuni Wolf over to the professor and introduced herself. "Big brother, this is my big brother professor. Takes good care of me. Big brother, this is my pro-big brother, Mr. Wolf. Thank you for tonight." The corner of the professor's mouth tugged slightly, revealing a smile, while he removed his gloves and extended a hand to Zuni Wang. "There's no need to be too polite. We're all brothers in our own family." Zuni Wang shook his hand, then asked again, "I wonder what you guys are trying to do on Hong Kong Island this time. Is there anything I can do to help?" "Wait." Birdie was just about to speak when she was interrupted by the professor. "Tonight is already a lot of trouble for you, Mr. Wang, and we'll take care of the rest on our own." He didn't exactly trust Zuni Wang. He wouldn't have even contacted him tonight if he didn't have no other choice, and it was a fool's errand to pin his own well-being on whether or not someone else was reliable. "Well then, if you need anything, just ask." Hearing the other party's reluctance to speak, Zuni Wang didn't force the issue, but was instead pleased, as he was also a cautious man. The more cautious the other party is, the more it shows that his oldest brother is with this big brother reliable, and he can also feel more at ease. Chapter 71, Older brother, you're so gentle. I'm crying to death. The impact of William's case is very bad because since the establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC, it has been a long time since such blatant and unscrupulous bribery was discovered. What's more, the one involved was also a British senior superintendent of police, so the ghoulish senior management of the police force wanted to suppress the matter on the grounds that word of it would seriously affect the image of the police force, and only deal with William internally instead of prosecuting him. But naturally, the senior management of the Chinese police force, led by Li Shutang, would not agree so easily. What PY deal the bigwigs above have struck Su Luo doesn't know. He only knows that he has gotten a real benefit. That is, from the police academy after the end of the training don't have to wait for the trainee period to expire. You can directly participate in the promotion examination, and if you pass it, you will be promoted to inspector. And what is this? Some sort of hush money for me? Su Luo smiled somewhat undeniably after listening to Huang Bingyao dictate the favors given to him from above. In fact, he was happy in his heart. After all, the apprenticeship period was still quite long, and he couldn't wait to skip the apprenticeship period, except that he had to maintain his own persona. Huang Bingyao walked to his side and put his arm around his shoulder and comforted him. "Ah Luo, I know that you have always been upright and selfless, and you can't tolerate sand in your eyes, but this is the way the society is now. Not only you, but Miao Shun's promotion order for promotion to senior inspector has come down, and as you know, the Ghostbusters are all concerned about their face. Nowadays, all the police officers on Hong Kong Island know that Su Luo has a strong sense of justice, is a man of love and righteousness, and is clean, so the higher-ups are worried that he will expose the matter. So they put Huang Bingyao in charge of convincing Su Luo to take responsibility for anything that goes wrong. As a great uncle, Huang Bingyao knows even better what a decent man his brother-in-law to be is, so it's a lot of pressure to convince him to go along with it. Don't worry, old brother. Even though I'm disgusted by this behavior, I won't screw you over. Su Luo sighed and assured, I won't talk nonsense. That's right. Huang Bingyao was all of a sudden smiling. He had thought that it would take a lot of effort, but once he thought that Su Luo actually gave up his principles for his sake, he was touched in his heart, and took out a card from his wallet and stuffed it to Su Luo. This is your old brother's personal money. Give you 2 days off to relax and unwind yourself, then report to the police academy. Thank you, old brother, but I'm really not in the mood right now. Su Luo shook his head, and while nimbly collecting the card, he asked, what's the password? Nico's birthday. Huang Bingyao was worthy of being an old sister controller, using his sister's birthday for his private money password. Su Luo sighed, for the sake of affection helplessly betraying their principles. I'm in a really low mood right now, old brother. Can I go find a few chicks? Slightly test the bottom line of his great-uncle. After all, it is impossible to hide his true colors for the rest of his life. It is possible for outsiders, but absolutely impossible for those around him. You have to apologize to my sister. Huang Bingyao instantly his face changed, grabbed Su Luo's collar and lifted him up from the sofa. His eyes fierce, word for word threatened. I'm warning you. If you dare to go looking for a girl, then don't let my sister find out, because I don't want to see her sad. Sulo, I thought you were going to fight me. Older brother. I was just joking. I'm a clean and decent person. My brother only recognizes Boozy as his sister-in-law, Su Luo said without changing his face. Huang Bingyao's face eased, loosened his collar and helped him straighten it. If you really want to go looking for chicks, remember to bring me along. I'll teach you how not to be found by your wives. Don't let them find out and they won't be upset. We as men need to be so gentle and considerate to our wives and make them cry less. In this fickle society there are not many good men like him who pay attention to details and love their wives. Older brother, you're so gentle. I'm crying to death. The corner of Su Luo's mouth tugged. Still looking for you to pass on your experience. All you've summarized are failures, right? Every time he fooled around outside, he would be discovered by his sister-in-law and then violently beaten. Right. You just said that you have a younger brother? Huang Bingyao suddenly remembered this. Su Luo nodded. Yeah, Maisie likes him a lot and kisses him every time they meet, so he also likes and respects Maisie as his sister-in-law. Wow. Sounds cute. Your brother isn't too old this year? Huang Bingyao asked curiously. Shuro replied haughtily. Just 18. A tough guy, but Bud often compliments him on his cuteness. Whenever you have time, ask him to come along and play at home. Maybe I'll like your brother too. Huang Bingyao smiled and patted him, squinting a pair of small eyes and said. Su Luo winced. No, you don't. I didn't sleep all night last night. I'll go back and catch up on my sleep. The words fell out of his mouth, turned and ran out of the office, because the image was too beautiful for him to imagine. One cannot, at least not broadly. He returned to his office area and clapped his hands together, waiting for everyone to look over before saying, you all worked hard last night. I'm going to the police academy next for up to 36 weeks, so lunch is on me today, and I'll see you all in 36 weeks. Fellow officers, the police academy is residential. Only Saturday and Sunday vacation can go out. No surprise he will not come back to the police station for the next 8 or 9 months. During his absence, the position of Team A's captain was temporarily held by Qin Jin, who was both courageous and decisive, as well as calm and collected, making him suitable to be a leader. After lunch Shulua drove home. Just as soon as he opened the door, he saw a beautiful scenery. Hong Kong Shang, Zhou Huier, and Zhou Wenli had their long hair pulled back and were doing yoga in the living room along with the TV program, wearing a small tank top and bottoms. The bottoms are the precursor to yoga pants, which look great on fit people, and will come with some kind of toe. Luo, Hong Kong Shang was the first to stop, and without bothering to wipe off his sweat, he hurriedly ran to get slippers for Su Luo. After changing his slippers, Su Luo walked into the living room and said to Zhou Huier, Inspector Zhou, you can go home now. Things have come to pass? Zhou Huier asked. Su Luo nodded and smiled playfully. Now William is exactly the time when he needs comfort, and it's also the best time to cheat. Hurry up and go, Inspector Zhou. I'll find someone to send him to the mental hospital after I get the money. What if he's not crazy? Zhou Huier bent down to pick up a water cup to drink, just angled towards Su Luo, a white career line narrow and deep filled with mystery. Su Luo looked back and pulled out. A hand swept her into his arms, ravishing evil smile. Patients in mental hospitals say they are not sick. Guess the doctor, believe it or not. It's as if I saw Ximen Chang and Pan Jinlian conspiring to harm Wu Dilang. Looking at the two men on the sofa who were discussing the reckoning of William, Zhou Wenli shook her head. Kong Shang corrected. It's not the same. At least Pan Jinlian and Ximen Chang didn't cheat Wu Dilang out of his baklava. Zhou Wenli nodded her head in deep thought. This pair of dogs are even worse than Ximen Chang and Pan Jinlian. Hey, you two, is it appropriate to say bad things in front of me? Su Luo spat with a black face. Zhou Wenli, try to carry you next time. William is not Wu Dilang. He is much worse than Simon Chung, abusing his power, suppressing the Chinese police officers under his command and colluding with drug dealers. Zhou Huier found a seemingly righteous justification for her behavior. People who have never done anything bad are just like that. Simply childish. Like Sulo, he doesn't even bother to argue. There's no excuse. He just doesn't like the Ghostbusters, and it just so happens that William has a vendetta against him, so he's going to drive them out of business. It's about cheating him out of his burrito. Having had her fill of hand-holding, just as Zhou Huier's eyes were mesmerized pulling at his clothes, Su Luo suddenly got up and pushed her away. Now you know who's the nasty one and who's the shameless one between the two of us, don't you? Zhou Huier's brain instantly cleared. Her face a burst of green and white clenched her teeth. You really are a. I can't believe I'm telling her this after I've moisturized her. Ha ha ha. Then you were addition. Su Luo did not for the fact that he laughed a few times and looked at her with interest. Inspector Zhou, please pay attention to your identity and mine. Don't make a move on me. I have a girlfriend. You don't want to be ashamed. I still want it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhou Huier put on her little undershirt and went to her room to change her clothes, and without even taking a shower, she carried her satchel and left cursing, turning back and raising her middle finger as she walked to the door. Su Luo, you're a. Sir, please regulate your behavior and don't use your boyfriend on me. Su Luo smirked. Emily Chow. She was breathing heavily, her chest tight and short of breath, forcibly resisting the urge to strangle him and turn to leave. But Su Luo's faint voice rang in her ears. Did I let you go? Zhou Huier instantly was footsteps, biting her red lips tightly as she slowly turned around and walked back towards Su Luo. Nah, that's being good and obedient. Chapter 72, helping Ni Yongxiao take a few decades off the beaten path. After being released from the Saikang police station, William was very arrogant. Just being dismissed from his post did not have a big impact on him. He had already raked in a lot of money and he had his own connections in the police force. He could still make a living on Hong Kong Island, so he was not panicked in the slightest. On the contrary, he even wanted to taunt Su Luo, but Su Luo wasn't there, so he asked for his phone and called. Su Luo, this is William. I'm roughing it. Oh, congratulations. Su Luo knew that this guy was trying to provoke him, so he was partial to not getting angry. This low-end trick couldn't break his defense at all. Su Luo's calmness annoyed William, mocking further. So what if you went through all the trouble to get me in? I told you a long time ago. We British police officers are different from you Chinese police officers. You are our Great Britain's dog. How can the master be caught by the dog? Don't you think so? Ah yes. You're right about everything. Su Luo really wasn't angry at all. What's the point of bothering with an unlucky guy with a cuckold on his head and about to go bankrupt? William froze. I said you're a dog. Did he just not understand what he was saying? So what? You call me a dog, does that make me a dog? Obviously not. Su Luo let out a light laugh and replied in a casual tone. William was anxious. But I was scolding you. I'm cursing you, calling you a dog, mocking you for catching me for nothing. Why aren't you angry? Why can you be so calm? Why? You curse. I've made you lose your official position, your reputation, and all your struggles have come to naught, and you're still not allowed to curse twice? Su Luo faintly asked back. William didn't break his defense by taunting Su Luo, but he couldn't help but break it himself first. Mom messed with Fark. Shet Behive. Pounce on your mom, Su Luo. Listening to William's angry scolding on the phone, Su Luo shook his head. This child's mental quality is not good. This breaks the defense. If you let you know that just 10 minutes before your call, your fiancé just left with me after a fancy poker game, then it will not be in place to explode. He hung up the phone straight away without a word. On the other side, William cursed one after another for a minute or two before realizing that Su Luo's side had hung up a long time ago, so he definitely didn't hear him cursing, and his heart immediately became even more furious. But there was a fire but nowhere to send it. He suddenly felt cheap. Why did he have to make this call when he was fine? Why? In a bad mood he took a direct taxi towards the police headquarters. He wanted to go to plead for mercy, hoping that the commissioner would look at the fact that they had all served the queen sake to pull a brother a hand, and when the wind is over to give him back to the job. Half an hour later he arrived at police headquarters. Then less than 10 minutes later he walked out again. When William walked out of the police headquarters building, looked up at the sun in the sky. Just 10 minutes. But it made him feel like a lifetime ago. He used to walk out of this door all high and mighty, but today he walked out of this door filled with indignation and despondency inside. Just now he went to see a few of his close friends who were acquainted with him to ask for their help in speaking to the commissioner, but he was not even able to enter those people's offices. And the Chinese subordinates who used to fawn over him and curry favor with him in the old days also actually dared to sneer at him. What a bunch of ungrateful white wolves. In one day he was full of human warmth. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Suddenly his portable phone rang. Hello, William connected breathlessly. William, darling, how are you? I heard you had an accident. It all worried me to death. Zhou Huier's voice rang out with panic in her concern. William's spirits lifted at once, even if everyone had abandoned him, but not Zhou Huile. He pursed his lips. My dear, I'm sorry to have to tell you the unfortunate news. I've been dismissed from my job. It's okay. It's good that people are okay. I have a good salary. I'll support you in the future. Zhou Huier exhaled a long breath. Her voice said with a bit of playfulness. William couldn't help but give a smile. feeling guilty for abandoning her in the past. I'm so sorry for you before. It's only now that I've seen which people around me really do have my best interests at heart. I'm sorry. No, you didn't see it clearly before, and even less so now. Zhou Huier, who had just returned home from Su Luo's place, laughed coldly in her heart, but on her lips, she replied with a gentle and watery voice, "It's okay, I don't blame you. Otherwise I wouldn't have returned to you again, would I? William, come back soon. I'll cook you some sugar water to drink. Honey, I'll be back now. I don't need you to support me, and I have plenty of money." William sniffled. The comparison made him realize what a perfect woman he really had by his side. Fortunately, she loved her deeply enough that her previous abandonment of her hadn't diluted her love for her, and she could never hurt her again. He obviously hadn't read Leaning on Heaven to Slaughter the Dragon, not to mention the cautionary tale that Zhang Wuji's mom had said. Zhou Huier said sweetly, "I'll wait for you." "Honey, why is your voice muffled?" It was only then that William realized that Zhou Huier's speaking voice was not right. Zhou Huier said quietly, "It's not because I heard that you had an accident and was too worried. I didn't sleep all night and got on fire. In fact, it's because Shulua is so rough." And William instantly burst into hot tears when he heard this. The next few days Su Luo took Hong Kong Shang and Zhou Wenli night and day, eating big meals, sleeping in a big bed, a few days to spend the card given to him by his great-uncle brother. On August 3rd, he said goodbye to the four of them, Hong Kong Shang and Zhou Wenli, He Min, and Maisie, and headed to the police academy to report for duty. Unlike ordinary police officers, he reported to a place called the Trainee Inspector Training Section. He will next complete a 36-week training course for trainee inspectors here before he can return to the force. When he was about to arrive at the police academy, he realized that a few cars were parked in front of him, and a young man in a white shirt had his back to him while a group of juniors stood around him. Su Luo immediately felt bad, but this place is not far from the police academy. There is no need to worry too much. The key is not rushed through. He can only turn off the fire and get off. "Su sir, you do not know. Just this morning my father just died. Heart attack, died in prison." Leaning against the front of the car with his hands in his pockets, the white shirt youth turned around. His face was calm and steady, his eyes deep like a lake staring at Su Luo. "Almost forgot to say. My dad's name is Ni Kuan. My name is Ni Yongxiao." "Oh, so what? To kill me near the police academy, ah?" Su Luo smiled unhurriedly, pulling out a cigarette to light himself. "Grass Nima. His surface is as stable as an old dog." In fact, his heart panicked a batch. He did not expect that Ni Kuan would die in prison. And even more so, he did not expect that the one who blocked the way was actually Ni Yongxiao. But he did not have a gun on him today, nor did he wear a bulletproof vest. Ni Yongxiao shook his head without any fluctuation in his face and said in a calm tone, "My father said before he died that all of his children should come back. And I have a younger brother who is in the police academy, and I came here to see him today. It's just that the employees under his command just happened to recognize the license plate of Su Sir's car." Su Luo knows that Ni Yongxiao is talking about his half-brother Chen Yongren. Chen Yongren did not recognize Ni Kuan at all, and later was selected by the West Kowloon Crime Unit Superintendent Huang Jiqing as an undercover agent inserted in the side of Ni Yongxiao. "So what, young master Ni? What did you want to tell me when you stopped me?" Su Luo spread his hands. Ni Yongxiao said seriously, "When my father's funeral is over, I will be the one to play with you from now on." He was a man who valued family feelings, so he would definitely kill Su Luo to avenge his father's death. "Good. When will your dad's funeral be held? Ah, I'm the person who likes to eat the banquet the most. Send a big red packet at that time, ah." Su Luo smiled happily. Ni Yongxiao didn't get angry. Instead he smiled. "It's on the 8th of this month. When that time comes, welcome Su Sir can come to send my father to his last journey. I'll take a step first." Still the same words. "I'll accompany you to take your time to play in the future." When he finished, he waved and got in his car and left. Watching the Ni family's convoy go away, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief, then snorted, "Play with your old mother. And the funeral is over to play with me slowly. You just wait for the funeral with your dad, so that people who go to the banquet can also save a share of money." As someone who loved to strike first, Su Luo wouldn't wait until Ni Yongxiao struck back at him. How normal is it to die these days? People, this life is always going to die. He just wants to help Ni Yongxiao to take a few decades less detours. Chapter 73, Do you think this friend is yourself? Su Luo casually stubbed out his cigarette and flicked it out, then walked to his car and took out his handheld phone to call Big D. After answering the phone, he said directly, "Have you and Lian Shang not always wanted to enter Tsim Sha Sui to plant the flag? I just got the news that Ni Kuan died, and now the hearts of the Ni family are uncertain. So you hang up Ni Yongxiao and fight your way into Tsim Sha Sui." Originally, he didn't consider Ni Yongxiao. After all, Ni's family wasn't in Saigon, but this guy dared to dislike his face and threaten him. and he had just been promoted. So could he be subjected to this aggravation? Luo brother, how to suddenly say this? Not my Big D is afraid of just, is from reason now step on Ni family is very irrational. Big D immediately sat up from the sofa and stammered. Su Luo was furious and felt the need to inject a little energy into him. How can you lose your drive at such a young age? And how can you dare to fight even when you are in a black club? Aren't you envious of the bigwigs who have halls in the Yaots and Hmong area who are raking in a lot of money? What's the use of envying others? We have to take action. We have to become richer than them. Now you're given the chance and you don't dare to take it? This is from the main character of a large-scale youth inspirational entrepreneurial idol drama, Zhang Shihao. In the future, if Brother Hao says this again, Su Luo will have to find him to collect royalties. Luo brother, Ni family Yongxiao once out of the gate. He took care of Han Chen, Negro, Guo Hua, Gandhi and Man Zhang. Not a stupid boy who doesn't know anything. Big D was made hot by this inspirational quote, but still a little hesitant. After all, the Ni family is too strong. Drugs and gambling. These days there is money. That means there are people. He'd only just stepped into Saigon. His territory hadn't even been digested yet, and to mess with the Ni family was too aggressive. Although he had always been radical as well, he felt that he was actually too conservative when compared to Su Luo. Su Luo lightly laughed. Ni Yongxiao can hold Guohua, they are caught their handle. Guohua slept with Gandhi's wife, and the swallowed Gandhi's goods. You can use this point to divide them. In short, Ni Yongxiao must die before 12 o'clock tonight to set him up. And by the way, help me to bring a message to him. There's one thing to be said for Gandhi. He's so miserable. His wife is being played as a technician girl by Kakua, and he himself is being played as a cutie by A. Playing. Both are still considered his brothers. Understood Luo? Don't worry. I can't level him. You can level me at any time. Big D's back is a bit chilly. Su Luo actually knows the Ni family like the back of his hand. Guohua sleeps with Gandhi's wife. The swallows Gandhi's goods, such a secretive thing he knows. It's really unfathomable. However, this will be able to divide the Ni family. He really dared to fight. And Lian Shang has always wanted to enter that Sim Sha Sui. He achieved this goal. This term or even the next term who still dare to fight with him for the speaker? A little more boldly. With Morocco covering them, they might be able to turn Wu Lian Shang from an electoral system to a hereditary system like Shin Qi in the future. With their Lei family being passed down from generation to generation. Well, that's about as far as he'll go. The entire woozing is the biggest on the Jimmy Boy grid. That's it. Get up in the morning. I want a good mood for the new day. Su Luo hung up the phone after saying that, got in his car and fired it up and drove ahead, his wheels running over Tonto Avenue and pulling into the door of the police academy. On the other hand, Big D on the other end is starting to work on targeting Ni Yongxiao. While he told Long Hair to get his men and guys ready, he was going to lead the errand himself tonight. He contacted Gandhi to ignite the honest man's anger. Honest people are scary when they get angry. Not to mention Gandhi was an honest man with a gun in his hand. Hello, brother Gandhi? After asking someone to get Gandhi's contact information, Big D called. Gandhi was getting a pedicure and squinted absently as he asked, "Which one are you? What's up?" Well, Lian Shung Big D. The corner of Big D's mouth couldn't help but rise as he gave his name. Who doesn't know him after stepping on Hung Hing? The only thing you need to do is to seek wealth and prestige. And he's the most powerful person on the road these days. Gandhi opened his eyes. Big D. You've been a big hit lately, so what's the deal with me? I don't seem to have much of a friendship with you guys in United Success. Brother Gandhi, isn't fellowship the kind of thing that comes with socializing? Come out and talk. I'm sure what I have to say will interest you. Name the place. I'm coming over here now, and I hope it's really something that interests me, as you say, and not a wasted trip for me, and that no one will play me. Gandhi. Big D couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Not only does someone dare to play you, but someone else dares to play your wife. But he also admired Kakua. How did he get off on that ghostly look of Gandhi's wife? By the time Big D was about Gandhi, Sulo had already completed his report at the police academy and had been assigned a dormitory. The Hong Kong Island Police Force, starting from the inspector level, is basically a carrot in a hole. So after excluding the serving trainee inspectors, there are not many trainee inspectors attending the training in each session. So they are all in a single dormitory. The environment is so much better than the average police cadet. Since he was the latest to arrive, the instructor gave him a day to familiarize himself with the environment of the police academy and an evening meeting to introduce him to the other police officers attending the training. Su Luo wandered blindly around the police academy, encountering a number of cadets who recognized him, many claiming to have read about his exploits before applying for the police with a passion. It seemed that his role as a model for the police force had been well publicized, and he was pleased about that. Suddenly he saw a familiar face. Chen Yongren took off his hat is sitting on the steps of the playground fuming. Look at this appearance. Apparently has already met Ni Yongxiao. Su Luo walked over and sat down next to him and said, "What is the pretty boy thinking about? Tell me." Chen Yongren quite miserable. Bent on being a police officer. Want to be a good person. The result was Huang Jichen get to Ni Yongxiao's side as an undercover agent. Ni Yongxiao died and then in the side of Han Chen as an undercover agent. Undercover for 10 years. Until the death of the identity of the police officer, only to restore the identity of the police as a day of police uniforms have not been worn. A man with a strong sense of justice. A really good cop. Undercover for 10 years at first. At least Su Luo was ashamed of himself, so he wanted to pull a few strings on him. The Ni family will all be completely finished soon, and the infernal plot won't happen again. So this time Chen Yongren can be the good guy like he wants to be. When Chen Yongren heard the sound of talking, he subconsciously twisted his head to the side and recognized Su Luo at a glance, hurriedly putting on his hat and rising to salute. "Good day, sir. Sit, chat." Su Luo beckoned and said with a smile, "As a handsome man, I only favor chatting with handsome men, and it just so happens that you look only slightly inferior to me." "Yes, sir." Chen Yongren sat down before saying quietly, "Su sir, I have a friend who has never recognized his father, who abandoned his wife and son since he was born. And when he grew up, he enrolled in the police with a heart of righteousness. But later on, he might have been expelled from the police academy because the police academy had learned that his father was a black asteroid. Do you think he was very unlucky? Su Luo barely counts as his idol, and he does need someone to talk to about what's going on in his heart. But he's too embarrassed to say that person is himself, so he replaces it with a friend. Wow, that's more than bad luck. It's simply bad luck. Hey, this friend you're talking about wouldn't be yourself." Su Luo seemed to smile. Chen Yongren suddenly wanted to cry. All his features were wrinkled together. His face full of bitterness. "Su sir, it's good that you know. Why must you prefer to say it? How can I help you if I don't say it?" Su Luo patted his shoulder. "It's just a small matter." Chen Yongren instantly jerked his head up to stare at him. Chapter 74, Contemporaries in Training, Wind Rising in Ni's Family. "Su sir, are you saying that you want to help me?" Chen Yongren stood up with a face full of surprise. "Rules are dead. People are alive. Well, do you really want to be a police officer? Ni Koan is dead. Ni Yongxiao is going to die soon. Even if Chen Yongren's family is not innocent, what effect can it have? As long as someone helps him to say a word, who will still be non-complicated to fire him. After all, his last name is Chen, not Ni. He grew up with his mother. In the identity data is a single-parent family, and it is not written that he is Ni Koan's son." Chen Yongren nodded his head excitedly and said in an urgent tone, "I want to. Of course I want to. My goal in life is to be a police officer, to catch the bad guys, and to send all the bad guys like Ni Koan to jail. Train well and don't worry about the rest." This was nothing more than a show of hands to Su Luo. Chen Yongren saluted. "Thank you sir. Go." Su Luo waved his hand, and when Chen Yongren left, he was also ready to go to lunch, but only just got up when the portable phone placed next to him rang. Su Luo casually picked up. "Hello, who is it?" "Ah Luo, it's me. When are you free to come out and get together these days?" Li Wenbin's cheerful voice rang out. "So it's you, Wenbin," Su Luo sighed and said. "There was still time earlier, but I just reported to the police academy today, so I'll have to wait until this weekend. Then let's make a date for the weekend. I can't get enough after talking to you last time. Next time we can get drunk." Li Wenbin didn't have many friends, or not many that he could genuinely consider as friends. Su Luo is one of them. "Good right, Wenbin, I have something to ask you to do a favor." Su Luo said Chen Yongren's situation. "I also cannot bear to see that if you follow the dead rules, the police force will lose a good seedling. He originally wanted to find Huang Bingyao, but since Li Wenbin just happened to call over, it would be a good idea to trouble him. Making friends should not be afraid to owe favors." "No problem. You asked for the first time. How can I refuse you? Not to mention that you're not doing this for your own selfish reasons. I believe in your vision." Li Wenbin didn't resent Su Luo asking for his help, because instead it showed that it was a sign that Su Luo wanted to have a deep friendship with him. "Don't ask me what position deep sex is. Thanks then. I'll pick up the tab for the weekend. Then you'd better have some extra money ready. I'm not 1,000 drunks and I'm not going to be polite with you. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. I'll go to those big men of the jungle to borrow usury all for you to drink through." The two of them casually chatted a few more times, and eventually ended the call on the grounds that Li Wenbin had to make a trip to the scene. In the evening, Su Luo walked into the classroom where the meeting was taking place under the instructor's guidance, and met the trainee inspectors he had been training at the same time. And with a quick glance there were a few familiar faces. One of them is Star Chow. This guy actually got promoted to trainee inspector too. satisfied with his surprised expression. Star Chow grinned a smile and waved at him. I don't need to introduce this Sergeant Su Luo of Saigon too much. I'm sure you all know him as police officers. So please introduce yourselves in turn so that Sergeant Su Luo can get to know him. The instructor stood at the front of the room and said to the crowd, I come first. Star Chow raised his hand, then got up and said with a smile, my name is Star Chow. I come from Flying Tiger. In the future, please ask Su Sir to take care of me in the future. Definitely. Su Luo was dumbfounded. After Star Chow sat down, a decent-looking youth got up. My name is Chan Kwok Wing. I'm from the Wan Chai Divisional Police Station's Serious Crimes Unit. Su Sir, I've heard a lot about you and I hope to have more exchanges in the future. Overpraise. The training is long. There's time for exchanges. Su Luo smiled haughtily. Then a tall, thin, and handsome-looking youth stood up. Su Sir, I'm Zhang Jihung from the Mongkok Police Department's Serious Crimes Unit. It's an honor to meet you. 11:30 p.m., Ni's house. After talking to Gandhi on the phone, Ni Yongxiao grabbed his jacket and was ready to head out the door to meet him. Siyo. Something shouldn't have happened. His sister called out to him. Somewhat uneasy, Ni Yongxiao stopped his steps, stepped forward and held his sister's shoulder and laughed. Don't worry blindly. What else can happen? I understand what kind of person Gandhi is. Guowat and Negroes can't possibly side with him. He alone wouldn't dare to be a headstrong person. And asking me out might just be a way to talk about business matters after the Ni family. He knew all these people underneath the Ni family pretty well. And Gandhi wouldn't be stupid enough to be treated like a cutie by Kakua and the S if he dared to go after him. Played. So if Gandhi asks him to go, he has to go. Otherwise wouldn't he look weak-minded? And then how can he stabilize people's hearts? What's more, Guowat and Negro were there tonight. And with these two people who would never work with Gandhi, plus Han Chen accompanying him there, what did he have to be afraid of? Mr. Ni, the car is ready. Han Chen walked in and nodded at Ni Yongxiao's sister as a greeting before saying to Ni Yongxiao. Ni Yongxiao patted his shoulder, took off his glasses and wiped them up, and said in a deep voice, I just came back and my head hasn't been straightened out yet, and a lot of places thanks to you, Mr. Ni. This is what I should do. Without Uncle Kuan there would be no Han Chen today. Han Chen said sincerely. He was indeed loyal to the Ni family. Ni Yongxiao smiled slightly. Let's go. Meanwhile, in an ordinary street-side hot pot restaurant in Suanwan, the four of them, Kwa, Man Ching, Gandhi and Negro, have arrived and are all starting to eat. Because there was little defense against Gandhi, the people who came out to bring with them were few, and the trio's minions combined were only 6 or 7, chatting away outside the hot pot restaurant. Gandhi, calling us here in the middle of the night and informing us how. What the hell is going on? Our stomachs are getting full. It's time to tell us what's going on, right? Guowa said as he put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth, looking at Gandhi. Man Zhang and the Black Ghost also echoed, that's right Gandhi. Mysterious to engage in what aircraft, but also the place about in Suanwan. Sim Sha Sui cannot talk about it. There's no rush. Wait for Asio. There's something he has to be present for. Gandhi smiled slightly and continued to eat his hot pot without any fuss, looking calm. Half an hour later, as the two sedans stopped in front of the hot pot restaurant, Ni Yongxiao and Han Chen walked down with 5 minions and walked into the hot pot restaurant together. Wow! Guo, Negro, Gandhi, and Man Zhang are all here the 4 of you are really coming together, Han Chen said jokingly, taking 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks from the table next to him and handing one of them to Ni Yongxiao before going to move the chairs again. Guo in the vacated 2 seats. Asio sit down Don't listen to Sam's nonsense. The 3 of us were all shouted here by Gandhi tonight. We still don't know what he's up to He had to wait for you to come before he said anything. Ni Yongxiao, who had bent over and was about to sit down, paused for a moment when he heard this, and then sat down with a smile on his face as usual. Now that I'm here, Gandhi can say what he has to say, and the family can talk it over. Yes, a family is here, so how good to be peaceful, so as not to make a scene and let outsiders look at the joke. Han Chen moved his chair and squeezed in. Everyone looked to Gandhi waiting for him to speak. Don't even look at me. Look outside first. Gandhi swept the trio away and reached out to point outside the store. The 5 people subconsciously twisted their heads to look outside, then instantly changed their faces, only to see dozens of knife fighters with long knives approaching the hot pot restaurant, led by a youth in a gray suit with a tuggy walk. Big brother, Biggie, things aren't right. The minions outside the door ran in, either taking out knives or casually manipulating stools and bottles as weapons, staring nervously at the approaching crowd outside. Gandhi, what are you up to? Kakua stood up in fear and pointed at Gandhi in question. Han Chen also pulled out his gun and pointed it at Gandhi. Gandhi, you colluded with outsiders and ate from the inside. You're looking for death. Tap tap tap. Accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps, more than a dozen gunmen with guns suddenly rushed out of the hot pot restaurant's kitchen, surrounding Han Chan's men. Chapter 75, Lo says you scared him this morning, begging for monthly votes. Gandhi, what the hell are you up to? Looking at the gunmen rushing out, Kakuo was even more disoriented. His demeanor was out of control as he rushed at Gandhi to ask the same words again, beads of sweat already seeping out of his forehead. Gandhi, what can't we talk about? Why would a brother of our own need to use a sword? The tried to sound as calm as he could, but his voice was trembling. The most powerful, the most glamorous big man, when the gun is pointed at him, then as usual, he must also shiver. Especially with Gandhi moving so many guns, it was a sure sign that this night wasn't going to end easily. The youngest, Man Ching, echoed, yes, brother Gandhi, if there is anything you want to do, let your men put down their guns first, and we can all talk about it. Ni Yongxiao was the only one at a table who managed to maintain his composure on the surface, staring at Gandhi with an expressionless face, but whether he was that calm in his heart was unknown. What am I going to? Gandhi laughed coldly and stood up, then fiercely and angrily grabbed an ashtray and smashed Guowa's head so hard that blood splattered. What am I going to mess with? I'm going to mess with your mother. You stepped on the horse and slept with my wife behind my back. Cool or not? Is it good? She's already been taken care of by me. I'm sending you to be with her now. He cursed as he kept slamming. Gandhi, listen to me. It was your wife who seduced me. Guowa's entire body had fallen to the ground. He was filled with fear as he defended himself. His forehead and face were drenched in blood. They kicked him and pointed at him, cursing. Good. Guahua, you actually slept with your brother's woman. Thanks to Gandhi and I treating you as a life and death brother. You really deserve to die. Gandhi, don't worry. I'm definitely on your side tonight. Whoa. Gandhi lifted the hot bottom of the pot directly into the S face, and the screamed and tumbled to the ground, his skin bubbling up. On my side? You think I don't know that you swallowed my goods? Gandhi looked around the room with hostility and yelled, you're all treating me like a cutie. Gandhi, brother Gandhi, spare your life. It's me who is blinded by lard. I'll return the goods to you. No, I'll double it. But couldn't care about the pain on his body. He climbed up and knelt on the ground kowtowing and begging for mercy. When Zhang sweated like a pig, the corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at Gandhi and said, brother Gandhi, I haven't apologized to you. Tonight has nothing to do with me, right? He feels like he's simply unmitigated. Wow, it's so lively, coming to my place for hot pot without saying hello to me? Big D hung back and walked in with his men, half of whom stayed outside and pulled the hot pot restaurant's roll-up door shut. There were no windows, the only door was closed, and instantly the hot pot restaurant was a closed and separate space with an atmosphere so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Ni Yongxiao finally spoke up, looking at Gandhi and saying, I can make a decision for you if you've been wronged, but it's not right for you to collude with outsiders. Pa! Big D backhanded a slap and snorted, Pouncer, still posing when you're dead? What are you doing? Han Chen turned his gun on Big D and turned back to care for Ni Yongxiao. Mr. Ni. I'm fine. Ni Yongxiao wiped the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth and shook his head calmly. Gandhi looked at Ni Yongxiao and laughed coldly. You're making decisions for me? Gan Lin Yang, didn't you rely on these two handles to threaten Guowa and the S? Until now, you still think I'm a little cutie. Am I that easy to fool? Ni Yongxiao's heart sank at once. He knew that he was afraid of dying today, but he couldn't figure out how on earth Gandhi knew about all these things. How did you know? Ni Yongxiao twisted his head to look at Big D. It was only possible that he had told Gandhi. Big D crossed his arms and laughed. Ni Yongxiao, if you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. He's an old riddler when he opens his mouth, as if he answered, but then he doesn't answer anything. Big D, let Mr. Ni go and I'll give you my turf in Simsha Sui. Han Chen was sweating like a pig, holding his gun on Big D. His hands were already full of sweat. Like Ni Yongxiao, he didn't think there would be any danger tonight, so he only brought a gun. Big D looked at him with a look of stupidity. Are you stupid or am I? Finish you off and your turf is mine. I'm a person who doesn't like to eat food handed out in contempt. I like to take matters into my own hands. Today you all have to die. As the words fell, he laughed and took a step back, letting a few of his minions block in front of him. Shoot, you have one gun. We have a dozen. Let's see who dies first. Han Chen was in a dilemma for a while. Finish him off. Big D suddenly barked. Bang bang bang. Not knowing who shot first, Han Chen was shot in the front chest and back at the same time. His body staggered a few times, then staggered and fell to the ground twitching and dying. When Guowa saw this and tried to pick up Han Chen's gun, Big D snatched the knife in his little brother's hand and stepped forward and chopped it hard. And with a snort of blood wildly, Guowa's hand was chopped off from the wrist in a hard way. Ah! Guowa screamed miserably, his white bone-severed mouth blinking red with blood. Chop them up. Big D laughed, wiped the blood from his face, and headed straight for Ni Yongxiao, who subconsciously tried to dodge, but received a knife in the back first. Gandhi, on the other hand, chased after Guowa with a knife, cursing as he did so. Grass nigga, dare to sleep with my wife. Gandhi, brother Gandhi have mercy. Ah! Guowa panicked and fled, but his back was exposed to Gandhi, and he kept getting stabbed until he fell. After hacking Guowa to death, Gandhi threw the knife to the overwhelmed Manching, kill the, and in the future the business of the Ni family will belong to you and me. Choose for yourself. This is what he discussed with Big D beforehand. He alone can't stabilize the situation after Guowa, Negro, Han Chen, and Ni Yongxiao all hang up, so he has to pull Man in to prevent Guowa and his men from counterattacking. Man caught the knife and twisted his head to look at the Don't! The shook his head as he backed away, then turned violently and pounced on the roll-up door, constantly slamming it furiously, yelling, "Help! Help! Ah!" Once the roll-up door was pulled down, the outside had been cleared by Big D's minions, so it was useless even if he screamed his throat out, let alone called for help. The hot pot restaurant was a mess. The sound of machetes slicing through flesh and blood kept ringing out, plasma splattering, and after a few minutes the sounds inside stopped and calm was restored. Everyone is dead. Only Ni Yongxiao, a person, is still lingering. The body of the white shirt has been soaked with blood, barely hanging breath, one hand on the table like a candle in the wind, shaking constantly. Luo said you scared him this morning. Big D stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Ni Yongxiao's neck, leaning in to whisper in his ear while stabbing the long knife in his hand into the small of his back and twisting it a few times through clenched teeth. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Ni Yongxiao. His eyes collapsed to the ground with unwillingness and shock. Completely broken. Clean up. Big D got up and took out a white wand to wipe the blood stains off his hands and said faintly, "Yes, Biggie. Big D. Man. Gandhi, go through the back door first." The minions stayed behind to clean up the scene. By the time the roll-up door opened again, the bodies inside had disappeared. The blood on the floor had been rinsed away, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. But after tonight the Jianghu was missing 3 Jianghu masters and a Jianghu rookie who should have risen to prominence. The Black Club. Today you kill me. Tomorrow I kill you. This world, every day there are bad boys want to get to the top. Also every day there are big men were hacked to death. Whether it's a long-established big shot or a freshly minted loser, as long as they don't jump out of the cesspool that is the Black Shark Club, they're doomed to a bad end. Those who choose to get out are themselves with 1 foot in the coffin and 1 foot in prison. Chapter 76, Both Men and Women Are Impulsive Because of Su Sir. August 4th. First day at the police academy. In the morning there was no Hong Kong student to wake him up on time. Su Luo was a bit unaccustomed to it. Fortunately the police academy had a wake-up bell. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes was to pick up the portable phone and call Big D. Is it done? It's done. Lo, stabbing a man can be much more enjoyable than stabbing a woman. Big D was so excited that he couldn't stop talking, because at this moment, his feet were stepping on the territory of Tsim Sha Sui. The scenery of Tsim Sha Sui was just better than Suanwan and Saikung, and even the air was sweet-smelling. Nerves, Su Luo spat. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. I've got something on my side. Let's not talk about it. Su Luo hung up the phone and said, "Come in. The door is unlocked." Star Chow, Zhang Zhihong and Chen Guorong pushed their way in and rushed Su Luo. "Su Sir, the first class this morning is a tactical command class. Go to the classroom together." "Okay, I'll wash my face," Su Luo responded. While Su Luo was taking his first tactical command class, the outside of the police academy was unsettled because of him. Yuan Long District. Inside a residence. The professor left Zuniwan's after contacting one of Fu Guan's cronies and moved in with him. This crony is the one who put the black gun to kill Wu Quan and finally sent the newspaper of Su Luo killing Fu Guan to the professor in the United States of America. Nicknamed Greyhound, is the number 2 of Fu Guang's gang, the only one who missed the net. "Big brother, I've asked around. Su Luo has gone to the police academy. I'm afraid the only way to make a move is to wait until he comes out for the weekend vacation." Greyhound pushed his way in and said to the professor after placing several boxed lunches on the table. The professor rubbed his flat head, craned his neck and sneered. "Then we'll set it for this weekend." After saying that he looked up at the picture of Su Luo plastered on the wall, grabbed the AK placed next to him and aimed at the picture with a grim smile. "Bastard, you're dead." Bang. In the photo Su Luo was in a straight police uniform, handsome, and seemed to be staring at the professor. "Eat," the professor said as he put down his AK. At the same time, Senior Inspector Wang Qixing of the West Kowloon Crime Unit meets up with Han Sum's wife Mary. Han Chen, Huang Jicheng, and Mary grew up together, and Huang Jicheng pursued Mary when she was young. Only Mary chose Han Chen in the end. Condolences. Huang Jiqing sighed. Overnight, the Ni family's business was divided by Big D, Wen Jing and Gandhi, while Han Chen and Ni Yongxiao, Black Ghost and Guowo were nowhere to be found, obviously in a bad way. Mary looked up and stared at him, her eyes filled with resentment. I want to avenge Sam's death. You have to help me. She was so in love with Hansam that when Hansam couldn't get along in Tunmun, she was the one who traded sleeping with Ni Kuan for Hansam's chance to get into Tsim Sha Sui, and Han Chen had been ignorant of this, simply assuming that Ni Kuan appreciated his talent, which was why he had remained loyal to the Ni family for several years. So now that Hansam is dead, Mary is bound to avenge him at all costs. How can I help you? The police need evidence to arrest someone. Huang Jiqing also hated Big D because he and Han Chen were still friends even though they were in different camps. But even so, there was nothing he could do without evidence. Although he had always not cared about the means in order to achieve his goals, it was always impossible to just arrest anyone. Mary growled a little out of her mind. If you won't help me then I'll do it myself. Don't mess around. I'll figure it out. Huang Jiqing held Mary's shoulders and stared into her eyes. Trust me, I will definitely avenge him. Now that Big D has entered Tsim Sha Sui, then he will keep an eye on Big D, both in public and in private. Mary pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. Huang Jiqing gently took her into his arms and patted her shoulder to calm her down, while Mary didn't struggle. Su Luo knew nothing about what was going on outside. He had already devoted himself to the training. Every day was just training, eating, sleeping, and Star Chow undermining each other, and sparring with Chen Guorong and Zhang Zhihang. All four of them have real skills, so they kind of sympathize with each other and turn from colleagues to friends. In this way time came to the first weekend after joining the school. On Friday after the end of the day's training, Zhang Zhihang went up and wrapped his arms around Su Luo's neck. Luo, after holding back for a week, let's have a couple of drinks together tonight. Guorong and Xing have both agreed to do so, but you're the only one who's missing. But I have a date tonight. Su Luo was in a bit of a bind because he had a date with Li Wenbin for tonight. Star Chow came over and winked. Male or female? Do you have big breasts? Are your legs long? Male. Su Luo broke Star Chow's fantasies with a single sentence, and shrugged with a sudden sense of boredom. Chen Guorong smiled. The male will call on him to come along. To make a friend. Luo, your friends must be of high quality. Let us get to know them as well. Is that a compliment to himself? I agree with this sentence. Star Chow squeezed in between Su Luo and Zhang Zhihang, put his arm around Su Luo's shoulder and pointed at himself. The quality of Luo's friends has always been high. This can be seen from my humble self. Luo and I are old friends. Cut. Chen Guorong and Zhang Zhihang raised their middle fingers to show their contempt for this shameless behavior of his. I made an appointment with him first, so ask him for his opinion. He's also from the police force. Su Luo picked up the phone and called Li Wenbin. Wenbin, there are 3 other friends that I know from the police academy who also want to ask me out for a drink tonight. So see if it's convenient for all of us to join together. You recognized friends. Must not be idle. Just bring to let me also know to know. More people also more lively. Li Wenbin quickly agreed, set in Wan Chai. After hanging up the phone, Su Luo looked at Chen Guorong and the others and said, he promised, saying that there happens to be a bar opening in Wan Chai tonight, and asked us to meet him at 9. The Wenbin you mentioned. It wouldn't be that Li Wenbin from West Kowloon, would it? Chen Guorong asked. Su Luo nodded. That's him. Luo. This friend of yours is too much. Zhang Zhihang had obviously heard of him as well. The only one who was confused was Star Chow. Hey, you guys say this Li Wenbin sounds like he's pretty dopey? SDU and other departments are relatively more closed. It is normal that he does not know Li Wenbin, the only son of Senior Police Assistant Commissioner Li Shudong. Do you think he's gripping? Zhang Zhihang patted his shoulder. The Crown Prince of the Chinese police. It's really gripping enough. Star Chow subconsciously nodded, then raised her eyebrows. I told you that all of Luo's friends are as high quality as I am. Li Wenbin high quality equals Su Luo's friends are high quality. He's also a friend of Su Luo's equals he's also a quality male. This calculation is fine, right? Forget it, others are high quality, but you're high in urea sugar at best. Zhang Zhihang skimmed his mouth. Chen Guorong interjected. Hey, did he say what that bar is called? I'm afraid I won't be able to find it when I go over there. There's a new bar opening every day. Su Luo replied. I think it's called Dong Man. Okay, then we'll all see you tonight. Chapter 77, William, Dogs and Men return my hard-earned money, begging for monthly votes. After parting ways with Star Chow and a few others, Su Luo was prepared to go home first, but then he received a call from Zhou Huir. William has already given me the money. Zhou Huir's tone revealed a sense of relief that it was finally coming to an end. Guess how much money he's embezzled? No guess. I'm not interested in money. I'm more sexually interested in you. I'm coming over now. Sulo locked the door to his dorm room. You get the rhyme avoidance pills and buy them with William's money so he can have a hand in it. He's just so sweet. A small umbrella won't do? Joe Huier said. There are ready-made ones in this house, so there's no need to go out and buy them. There shouldn't be a barrier between us, even if it's just a thin layer. But as long as there's a barrier it will hurt feelings, Su Luo said in a serious manner. Cho Huier pooh-poohed. We don't have feelings, but we have an adulterous relationship, Su Luo replied. Joe Huier was instantly humiliated. Su Luo, can you respect me in your wording? What do you take me as a senior inspector? A whore for your pleasure? I won't allow you to insult yourself like that. At least you didn't confiscate my money. Su Luo finished and then faintly asked back. What? Madam is hearing that the Ni family is finished, so you dare to speak loudly with me? Joe Huier pursed her lips and didn't answer. She did think so. The Ni family was finished. Even if her betrayal of Ni Koan got out, then no one would look for her to avenge Ni Koan again. So she wasn't afraid of Su Luo anymore, feeling like I can at least talk to him as an equal in the future. But now she was a little hesitant again. Why don't you bet on whether I have any other means? Su Luo said in a meaningful tone. Joe Huier was silent for half a second, and finally gritted her teeth and cursed. Su Luo, count your ruthlessness. She didn't dare to gamble. She couldn't afford to gamble because Su Luo was too shameless. He might be able to do anything. Inspector Zhou, I still like the unruly look you had just now. Su Luo laughed. Joe Huier said coldly, is it fun to be angry at me? I'm going to buy medicine now. Hang up. Inspector Zhou, this is a good boy. Don't always think of getting rid of me. That's too heartless. One day husband and wife. We are more than one day, right? Su Luo's tone revealed playfulness and flirting. Originally wanted to say a few more words, but Joe Huier's side had already hung up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This chick is so rude. Su Luo arrived at Joe Huier's house an hour later. Knock, knock, knock. After a few tens of seconds after knocking the door, Joe Huier opened the door, her long hair cascading, wearing a white suit uniform overskirt, legs are thin black stockings, obviously from work back without changing clothes. But Su Luo was good for it. Haven't seen you for a while. Inspector Zhou is still as charming as ever. Su Luo swept her into his arms, kicked the door shut with his foot, and leaned into her ear. Missed me yet? He clearly has no self-awareness in asking this. Want you to die? Joe Huier grunted. Then the show eyebrow and it subconsciously hold tight. Su Luo, do not hear. Go to the bedroom. You hold on tight. William will come back at any time. If he blocked the words, wouldn't that be just right? Su Luo interrupted Joe Huier's words and pinched her chin. If it's blocked, we'll have a showdown with him today, and I'll arrange for someone to send him to the mental hospital at night, and we'll visit him when we're free in the future. To send warmth to the mentally ill. Send a green hat to keep him warm. Blocked by him on the spot. You are not afraid that he will expose you and me? Joe Huier was worried but also vaguely expectant in her heart. Her face was flushed. The heavier the blow William suffered, then the more pain she felt. When she thought of how she had treated William as her last harbor when she was falsely accused by Su Luo, and ran to see him with great anticipation and emotion, only to be slapped and abandoned by him in full view of the public, she gritted her teeth with hatred. Su Luo carried her towards the bedroom while casually answering her question. Who believes the words of a psychopath? As the words fell, throwing Joe Huier onto the big bed, Joe Huier kicked off her high heels, and her beautiful jade feet climbed a little bit up along Su Luo's pants leg. 2 words, flexible. There is an idiom called knowing enough is always happy. Knowing the wonderful use of a beautiful jade foot, then you can often get happy. Assuming, of course, that the other person doesn't have foot odor. Otherwise you're just giving the doctor a hard time. While Su Luo and Joe Huier were applauding, William, who had been spending last night outside, had only just been woken up by his own friends and walked out of the hotel with them. This friend of his, who was also an Anglo, was doing business on Hong Kong Island, and William wanted to go into partnership with him. It's only when he's rich that he gets a big tan. When he's rich and famous, he'll still be afraid that he can't get rid of Su Luo. A lowly Chinese police officer had actually pushed him to this point. It was a disgrace for him as a Great Britain gentleman. He must make Su Luo's life worse than death. Man, how was yours last night? Was it great? A friend asked as he put his arm around William's shoulder. William laughed. Very good. Hong Kong Island is such a great place. These Chinese women, we hook our fingers and jump on them. Now you know why I don't even want to go back after I've been dismissed? Because staying here he is still I one half. That was a crazy night last night. That inspector fiancé of yours isn't going to be mad at you if you just go back now. My friend yawned and teased. William smiled smugly. No, it won't. She's addicted to me and I love her. and she has indicated that she'll accept some of my necessary social engagements outside the house. Oh, by karma. But what a woman. I envy you. Compared to yours, the one at my house is a tigress. His friend patted him on the shoulder. William shrugged his shoulders pretentiously and said, "Aren't all Chinese women like that? It's an honor for them to be with us. They must be obedient." What he doesn't realize is that while he's blowing awesome with someone, his fiancée is playing poker with Su Luo. The two were dry fire, verbal sparring, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, and the erudition poured out of them. An hour later, silence returned to the room. Zhou Huier lay in Su Luo's arms and said, "I don't know if he gave me all of the money, but the one I received amounted to 17 million Hong Kong dollars, and according to him most of it was from colluding with Ni Kuan's drug trafficking. It's all dirty money stained with blood. Spending it is going to damage Yin virtue." Su Luo gritted his teeth and cursed, looking into her springy eyes. "As a man, you can't be left to bear all this. Transfer all the money to me and let me take it all on." "Emily Chow, you slept with me and you want my money?" "Wrong. It's William's fiancée I'm sleeping with, and it's his money I want," Xu Luo corrected. Huier Zhou said, 2 eighths, 3 or 7 at most. Su Luo retorted. Zhou Huier stared with wide eyes. "I contributed the most to all of this. How can I only take 70%? She had thought that the money was all hers, to Su Luo meaning on the line. 2 eighths is the limit. I didn't expect Su Luo to actually want 30%. 70% is mine. 30% is yours. And you still have to look at my face if you can earn 30%. Su Luo cupped her chin. "Just ask if you want it. He worked so hard to catch Ni Kuan and Zhou Huier. If he doesn't take 70%, can he afford it? Asshole." Zhou Huier cursed powerlessly. "You know me on the first day?" Su Luo hugged and kissed her without a second thought, then wrapped a bath towel around her and got up out of bed. "It's all sweaty. I'm going to go wash up." He had just stepped out of the bedroom when he saw William push open the door with a smile on his face and walk in. And the smile on William's face gradually froze when he saw him as well. The pleasure disappeared with a snap. Outside the house, Xu Luo and William looked at each other. At the moment even the air fell silent. "Aren't you going to take a shower? Why are you staring at the door? Being a door god?" Inside the house, Zhou Huier spat out when she saw Su Luo standing motionless at the doorway. William's blood rushed to his mouth and his eyes bared as he glared at Xu Luo and growled. "Fark, what the hell are you doing here? ING asshole. What have you done?" Haters will be red in the face. Not to mention that it's not just red in the eyes, it's also green in the head right now. "I ed what? Is there any need to ask? It's obvious. I ed your fiancée." Su Luo spread his hands, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. "She's very moist. It doesn't do much damage, but it's extremely insulting. Shat, I'm going to kill you." When William heard this, he immediately lunged at Su Luo, thinking that he could easily take care of Su Luo with his tall stature. But the moment he got close to Su Luo, he was kicked to the ground, covering his belly and rolling around wailing, feeling his internal organs screaming in pain. Su Luo stepped forward and stepped on his head, stomping him on the ground unable to move, full of banter, and patted his face. "In order to let you can also participate in our happiness. Buy medicine, spent your money, alone happy as well as the happiness of all the people. Well, I ask you to feel touched or not." William gritted his teeth. It was no longer a question of daring to move. It was that he couldn't move at all. Zhou Huier walked out wrapped in a towel, the hickey on her neck like a silent taunt to William. William instantly became angry again, his eyes staring viciously at Zhou Huier. "You biker. I love you so much and trust you so much, yet you slept with my enemy behind my back. You are a..." He had a deep grudge against Su Luo, so the pain and anger in his heart right now was super doubled. He, joke, when you slapped me in the office and relentlessly scolded me for abandoning me, did you think about today? Zhou Huier sneered. "I am satisfied, but you will soon not even be as good as me because you can't even afford a plane ticket back to your hometown. My money." It was only when William heard this that he suddenly reacted with shock and fear. "You guys, the two of you have long been colluding together to scheme against me. Give me back my money. Son of a, give me back my money." It was all his hard-earned money that he had worked so hard for so many years to get. "Pa!" Su Luo gave him a slap, then emphasized, "Now that's my money. Your fiancée is also mine, so you're not allowed to scold her." Shrimp and pig's heart. Shrimp and pig's heart. "Ha! Assholes. I will definitely expose you guys. ING scalawags. I swear I'll never let you guys go." William roared hysterically. But anger without strength is useless. Su Luo smiled contemptuously and patted Zhou Huier's full moon. "Go, bring me my portable phone." Okay da." Zhou Huier was very well behaved. Su Luo picked up the phone and called Big D. "Arrange for 2 people to come over and run an errand for me. Be resourceful." Chapter 78, Geizhai, I think you have a better figure. Seeing Su Luo call for someone, William instantly became uneasy. Damn it, what do you want? Not doing anything, just sending you to a place that will lift your spirits. Su Luo smiled slightly. The patients in the mental hospital were all in high spirits. Su Luo's smile made William even more uneasy. His face pale. I'm an Englishman. Pa! Su Luo backhanded him in the face. What's wrong with the English? What's wrong with the English? Are you showing off your mom? Under my slap. Everyone is equal. Understand? Honey, help me. I know we still have feelings. You can't see death. William was terrified and could only put his hopes on Zhou Huir again, pitifully starting to play the emotional card. Zhou Huir's heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge, and she kicked at William. Go to hell you. Don't mention feelings to me. Old lady feels disgusted. Yuck. The more she talked, the angrier she got, and she kicked some more. Inspector Zhou, why are you rewarding him for being nice? Su Luo looked at Zhou Huir and asked. Ha? Zhou Huir froze for a moment, looked down at her feet in sudden reaction, and rolled her eyes. Not everyone is as perverted as you. Ever since she had met Su Luo, she had realized another layer of meaning in the idiom of using her hands and feet. That's because they don't understand, but I know how to be content. Su Luo was so full of idioms that if he wasn't so busy serving the public, he'd have to go to graduate school high and low. Seeing that Zhou Huir was not attached to her old feelings, William tore off his disguise again and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't forget that he was the one who framed you in the first place. In the end, what point is he better than me? You actually colluded with him to count me. Tell him what makes me better than him. Su Luo's tone was playful as he swept Zhou Huir into his arms. Zhou Huir blushed and didn't say anything, but silence is better than sound at this point. William, after a short period of dismay, suddenly is to understand. Face a burst of green and white. Annoyed and angry cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You are a biatch. See, he's anxious and has low self-esteem. Su Luo shook his head and patted William's face down. If it weren't for the fact that the vetting doesn't allow it, I'd have to do a husband before commitment, so you could see my strengths for yourself. William glared angrily and gritted his teeth. Half an hour later Big D's men arrived, but since William had just left the door open, they didn't dare to come in without consent, shouting outside the door. Brother Luo, it's Brother Big D who ordered us to come and work for you. You go inside first. Su Luo looked at Zhou Huir. Zhou Huir skimmed her lips at William and turned around to walk towards the bedroom, leaving him with a marvelous back. Only then did Su Luo call out, all come in. 4 youths then walked in. The first one Su Luo actually recognized, and differed. Jimmy? Lo, Jimmy nodded. Of course he remembered the man who had saved his life in the first place. He also didn't realize that it was Su Luo behind Big D until today. So no wonder it was developing so fast, and it wasn't dealing in ice either. It was starting to use the land for legitimate business. Su Luo asked, what's with you and Big D? Big D opened up a couple new bars, and when he heard I was good at management, he asked my big brother for me to come over and help him out. Jimmy answered truthfully, to be honest, helping Big D run the bars was more in line with what he wanted than being a horseman, because he just wants to do business, and managing a bar for Big D involves getting in touch with all sorts of people, and getting to know a lot of bigwigs, which helps to broaden his horizons. I see. Su Luo nodded, then kicked William. Send this Guilo to Castle Peak Hospital. Give the director a sum of money not to let him out. Oh yeah, remember to give him a certificate of insanity. He's mentally ill? Jimmy exclaimed, but then reacted with a quick admission of guilt. I'm sorry Loco. He does his job just fine and shouldn't talk too much. Nonsense. Of course those who enter a mental hospital are mentally ill. Su Luo shook his head. Take it away. With a wave of Jimmy Boy's hand, 3 minions behind him stepped forward to take control of William before dragging him outside. Let go of me. I'm not psychotic. I'm not. Fark. William yelled as he kept struggling. Jimmy shook his head and snorted. Gag him. Mental illnesses say they're not mental. One of the boys took his undershirt right off and crumpled it into a ball and shoved it into William's mouth, who nearly choked on the strong smell of manhood, his eyes bloodshot. Lo, if there's nothing else, then I'll be on my way, Jimmy said respectfully. Su Luo nodded. Go ahead. I'll tell Big D to keep you from hacking and do good business. Thank you Luo. Jimmy was grateful and a little surprised. How did Su Luo know that he loved doing business? Oh, gagged William looked resentfully at Su Luo, his 2 legs continuously stomping and bouncing. Su Luo waved a hand at him. Take care. I'll bring your fiancé to see you when I have time. William's back teeth gritted. Su Luo went to the bar for an appointment after 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen called to say he'd arrived. The car stopped at the entrance. Su Luo threw the car keys to the parking boy and walked into the bar with big strides. Once inside it was a heat wave. The bar was crowded because it was the opening of a big reward. Su Luo looked left and right, looking for Chen Guorong's figure. Ah Luo. This way. Chen Guorong at the card table saw him first and stood up to wave and greet him loudly. Su Luo followed the sound and waved in response as well, walking over to find that Zhang Zhiheng had also arrived. Sit. Zhang Zhiheng moved in and handed him a wine glass, pointing at the old colorful batch in the crowd with a Thai face wrapped around a woman dancing and said, Xing has also arrived, and now it's all about that prince. Come over to play. You guys won't really come to drink, right? Star Chow twisted his head and shouted at the trio, beckoning, his enchanting dance moves sticking to the women's bodies and twisting recklessly. There are a lot of well-built chicks here. Su Luo's three people's expressions suddenly became odd. Woohoo star of the week while rushing them to squeeze eyebrows, while reaching out to touch the woman's buttocks in front of him. His face revealed an intoxicated look. So warped, even the pants touched so slippery. Wait, he remembered that. The woman who had just danced with him was not wearing a skirt? Star Chow subconsciously turned back to look, only to find that in front of him was a tattooed man who was a head taller than him and was staring at him with bad eyes, while his hands were placed on the tattooed man's buttocks drawing circles. The woman who had just danced with him stood beside the tattooed man and pointed at Star Chow and complained, Hubby, he's the one who just harassed me and kept rubbing up against me. Kid, is my wife in good shape? The tattooed man looked down at Star Chow and crooked his neck with a leathery smile, clenching his fists and clicking them. If it was an ordinary person at this time either to concede and apologize or to be hard. But Star Chow is not ordinary. He grinned and threw a wink, gently pinched the tattooed man's buttocks, clamped his throat and said in a shrill voice, Gay Zhai, compared to my sister-in-law, I think you have a better body. Leave a contact. Tattooed man, equals. Damn. Nuts. He cursed as his asshole tightened, pulled his wife and turned around. Gay Zhai you don't go ah. Star of the week shouted on his tiptoes, and only after watching the tattooed man run away in panic did he return to the card seat to proudly show off. See, witty as I am, I've just used my wits to defuse a conflict. The three could only express their amazement. Su Luo suddenly got up and shouted, Wenbin. Li Wenbin, who was looking around for him, twisted his head and looked over, then walked through the crowd to the card table with a slight smile. It's too hot for this place to open tonight. Introducing, West Kowloon Crime Unit Trainee Inspector Li Wenbin. Su Luo got up and pointed at Li Wenbin and said to a few people, then pointed at Chen Guorong and introduced a few people in turn. Wenbin, this is Chen Guorong, this is Star Chow, and the last one is Zhang Zhiheng. Hello everyone. Wenbin nodded. Star Chow came forward and took his shoulder to sit beside him. Brother Wenbin, truth be told, as soon as I saw you, I felt that we were especially destined to be together. Even your name is 3 characters. Does your father still lack a godson? If he doesn't, do you? Ha? Li Wenbin was confused. This person's brain has always been a little big sick, so don't pay any attention to him. The corner of Su Luo's mouth tugged as he forcefully squeezed himself between the two and sat down, separating Star Chow from him. Star Chow looked displeased. Don't be a third party and forcefully meddle in our relationship. Okay, you're in good humor. Zhou sir. Li Wenbin gave a dry laugh and subconsciously sat down a bit towards Chen Guorong's side. A few glasses of wine. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. The 5 people pushed the cups and talked and laughed. Who's the boss here? Come out. A sudden roar rang out. Chapter 79, encountering the professor and others of the police force Sky Team, begging for monthly votes. Su Luo and the others looked along, only to see the crowd that had originally come together to dance slowly parting to either side. A group of cooks strutted in. At the head of the group were none other than Chen Haonan and Chicken and the others. Puff your mother. Turn the music off. Who's the boss here? Chicken yelled as he looked around the room. Chen Haonan stood at the forefront expressionlessly playing with the lighter without saying a word. The old pretender is guilty. Sorry everyone. It'll be taken care of right away. A middle-aged man with a flat head and a blonde figure apologized to the guests while walking towards Chen Haonan. Ah Nan, what are you doing? This person is nicknamed Blowfish K, who is the head of Hunghing Saiwan Tong and comes from the same sect as Chan Honam. Brother K, you also have a share? Chen Haonan asked as he glanced at the red flower pinned on Brother K's chest. K hemmed and hawed, making a gesture that would have shaken the stick. I took a little share law. I'm the major shareholder. What's the problem? Wu Shiwei, the smiling tiger, one of the 5 tigers of the Eastern Star Gang, walked over with a smile on his face and looked at Chen Haonan provocatively. Chen Haonan pointed at the ground. This is Hunghing's territory. You are bold enough to come here to plant your flag. Chen Haonan. A careless voice rang out, and Crow came dangling over, locking eyes with Chen Haonan across a table, pouring himself a glass of wine and shrugging his shoulders. We, Eastern Star, are just going to come to Wanchai to plant a flag, so what can you do about it? Crow, shut up. You're making it hard for me. Key persuaded with an anxious face. Hard to do? Raven laughed, then looked around the room and spread his hands, turning around and lifting the small round table directly in front of him. Asterisk 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 it. Then don't do it at all. The table crackled with glasses of wine and liquor, and the atmosphere was tense. What are you trying to do? Trying to make a move? Are you? Both sides of the minions began to push and yell. One tit for tat put harsh words. There are people who have been close to pick up the bottle, just waiting for the boss to give the order to start. Hey, what are you guys up to? When making a movie, Li Wenbin frowned, grinning widely as he leaned on the sofa and shouted at both sides. Raven snapped back. Who's farting? Li Wenbin sniffed and grabbed a bottle and threw it straight out, and it exploded on the crow's head with a bang. I'm Li Wenbin from the West Kowloon Crime Unit. You can go and file a complaint against me. Li Wenbin got up and walked over to Crow, cocking his head, his tone careless. Su Luo also walked over and smiled at Chun Haonan, discharged from the hospital so soon, worthy of being Causeway Bay's bearer, just carrying the punch. We want to have a drink here tonight, so you guys mustn't mess up. Fine, give Su Sir your face tonight, we'll come back tomorrow night. Chen Haonan's heart was reluctant, but he could only shrug his shoulders and lead the people away. Let's go. Staying any longer would be nothing more than self-defeating. Crow covered his bleeding forehead, gritted his teeth and glared at Li Wenbin. Differently your big sunshine ah. With Crow's unbridled and unseen character, he really didn't care about ordinary errant men. Crow, Wu Jiwei chided, then hurriedly made amends to Li Wenbin. Li Sir, sorry, he doesn't know you. All of you sir you have fun tonight, all the consumption is all on me. After he finished speaking, he came to Crow's ear and whispered, the son of Chinese director Li Shudong. Ah, Crow pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. The three words Li Shudong. He had still heard of them. Sorry about this big guy, we poor guys are just big tanned. Star Chow ran over and nudged Raven's chest in a summary pretense. The corner of Li Wenbin's mouth tugged. He had seen the robbing force X, but the first time he encountered this kind of robbing force to pretend. Ah Luo, there's a call for you. Chen Guorong walked over with Su Luo's ringing portable phone. Thanks. Xu Luo took the phone. Hello, Su Sir. Fu Guang's own big brother has returned from abroad and is definitely looking for you to take revenge, so be careful yourself. Song Zihao went straight to the point. He had only suspected before that the professor might be related to Fu Guang, but only today did he confirm this from Zuni Wang's mouth, so it was the first time to notify Su Luo. He's already here. Su Luo had already seen a youth who looked a lot like Fu Guang and wore a black leather jacket lead people through the main entrance of the bar. Meanwhile the professor saw him, grinned a grimace, and pulled the AK out of his trench coat. Look out! Everyone lie down! Su Luo yelled as he leapt up with the phone and over the bar to hide behind it, a series of sparks splattering behind him as he clattered. Aha! Murder! Run! The moment the gunshot rang out, the bar was a screaming, chaotic mess, and the crows and others who were mixed with the Black Shark Club were all scrambling for their heads. Woohoo Su Luo! Get out and die! Birdie took a pistol and fired several shots at the bar. Greyhound and another of the professor's men also closed in, each clutching an assault rifle as they swept wildly at the bar. Li Wenbin pretended to be a customer and blended in with the crowd, pulling out his pistol and pulling the trigger on one person while the professor and the others had their full attention on Su Luo behind the bar. Bang! One of the professor's men was shot in the head and fell to the ground. After firing a shot, Li Wenbin got up and ran, lest the bullets the bandits fired at him accidentally injure ordinary customers. He has help! Greyhound shouted, turning his gun to strafe the fast-running Li Wenbin. Da 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 da. Li Wenbin leapt up towards the ground and hid behind a sofa. Greyhound slowly pressed in towards Li Wenbin with his gun. Chen Guorong rolled on the ground and picked up the dead bandit's submachine gun and pulled the trigger at the professor and Birdie. Da 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 da. The bullets forced the professor and Birdie to rush to find cover when they were caught off guard. The greyhound that had been closing in on the sofa where Li Wenbin was hiding also turned around in a hurry to find cover, for fear that Chen Guorong would shoot him if he lost his target. Su Luo rushed out from behind the bar, leaping high into the air with a flying kick that knocked Greyhound down. The gun in his hand flew out. Star Chow saw this and lay down with his legs on the wall, his body silky smooth against the ground, and glided out to grab the pistol that flew off the ground. Aiming at the professor who was probing out was two shots that forced him back. Su Luo slammed his fist on the greyhound's wrist, only to hear a click, and the greyhound's wrist bone was shattered. Ah! He threw back his head and screamed miserably. Ah Luo! Li Wenbin shouted, throwing a pair of handcuffs at him from behind the couch, and Su Luo looked up and reached out to catch them before cuffing the greyhound. Bang! Star Chow shot Greyhound in the knee. Su Luo looked up at him. Star Chow hemmed and hawed, hands cuffed, feet should be insured. It's not easy to catch a live one. What if he runs away, losing two people in a single shot? The professor hiding behind a sofa had a stony face. He didn't expect these poor guys without guns to be so fierce. Didn't you say that the police on Hong Kong Island are all losers? Big brother, Bertie called out to him. The professor said, each find an opportunity to withdraw. It's no longer realistic to try to kill Su Luo tonight. As the words fell from their mouths, the two men simultaneously got up and fired indiscriminately at the front, retreating with the help of the suppression of firepower. Chen Guorong, Star Chow, and Li Wenbin hid behind cover and fired shots to delay the two. Zhang Jihong, who had been holding his head and pretending to be a customer, took advantage of the gunfight to slowly move to the doorway, and as the professor approached he sneaked in from behind, grabbing a single chair and ruthlessly smashing it into the professor's gun-toting hand. Ah! The professor screamed miserably. His body stumbled backward. The AK in his hand fell to the ground. Zhang Jihong fell to the ground in a smooth manner and held his legs in a drag. The professor's entire body lost its center of gravity and fell with him. Big brother, Bertie exclaimed, gritting his teeth and aiming his gun at Zhang Jihong, but the moment he turned his gun around, he was struck by a shot in his right chest by Star Chow. You go first, the professor yelled. Bertie hesitated, turned her head and fired a few random shots before darting out the door of the bar. Professor's hands are very good. Ground entanglement. Zhang Jihong was hanged. No power to fight back. The mouth is already spitting blood. But he is still dead. Holding the professor's legs do not let go, so that he is close to the door but cannot run. Asshole! Hurry up and stop. Chen Guorong quickly rushed up and pressed the muzzle of his gun against the professor's forehead. The professor's flailing fist stalled in midair. Su Luo and Star Chow hurriedly went out to chase the bird that ran away, but when they went out, they only saw a car tail light. Count on him to run fast. Star Chow scolded. Su Luo comforted. He's been shot, and in the chest. If he doesn't want to wait to die, he'll definitely need treatment, and surgery will be necessary to do so. As long as all the hospitals are heavily investigated tonight, he won't be able to escape. Chapter 80, If everyone is well. It's a sunny day. Su Luo and Star Chow turned around and went back to the bar, where the professor had his legs and hands bound with a belt by Chen Guorong. However, despite this, he was still staring at Su Luo with unruly and resentful, gloomy eyes. Pa! Su Luo slapped a slap across his face, then said to Li Wenbin and the others, this guy came at me, thanks to you guys being there tonight, because it was during the training period. He only had a gun on him, and it could still only be used to beat up women. So if he didn't have Star Chow and the others around, if he relied on him alone, then there would designatedly be no good juice to eat tonight. A minor point. In other words, we rubbed off on you tonight. Zhang Jihong joked. Li Wenbin smiled along with him. I've already notified the nearby assault vehicles to rush over. 3 citizens were mistakenly injured. Fortunately, no one was killed. The dead bandit on the ground? Soon an ambulance and a nearby rush car and patrolman arrived, and the professor was escorted away with the Greyhound. After identifying the gang as the tough guys who shot dead the 4 narcotics bureau officers in Shek Pai Wan some time ago, the police immediately launched a search of the territory's hospitals. It's imperative to catch the bird that got shot and escaped. And after the police interrogation, Su Luo also knew that Greyhound was the murderer who hid across the street and shot Wu Quan dead when he led the team to arrest Fu Guang, to help Wu Quan to take revenge. Su Luo just casually said to enhance his personal image, but I did not expect that he would really take revenge on Wu Quan by mistake. Then it will be even more justified to pick up He Min in the future. After all, such a great favor. He Min, as Wu Quan's fiancé, it was only right for her to repay herself, right? The rest of the matter was handled by the Wanchai police station, and Su Luo and Li Wenbin and the others went back to their own homes to find their own mothers. On the other hand, the injured Bertie braced himself for a breath and drove the car to the door of Zuni's house, opened the door and stumbled over to the villa and slammed the door. Clunk! Clunk! Ahow! Go check it out. Zuni Wang, who was deliberating in the living room, frowned at Song Zihao. Song Zihao nodded and got up to open the door. Just as the door opened, Bertie, whose chest was stained red with blood, fell into his arms. Mr. Wang, it's your brother. Little brother, what happened to you? Little brother. Zuni Wang got up and ran over, shocked and furious at the sight of Bertie covered in blood. Who the hell did this? Song Zihao was able to guess that it was Su Luo, but of course he wouldn't say it out loud. Mr. Wang, it's imperative that we hurry and send him to receive treatment first before anything else. Mad dog, you're coming with me. Zuni Wolf turned around and rushed at a young man in a denim jacket who, just by looking at his face, could tell that he was a tough guy who didn't talk much. Song Zihao and Alang spoke in unison. Mr. Wang Zuni, let's go together too. The two looked at each other again when they finished speaking. Follow me. Zuni Wang hesitated but agreed, assisted Bertie and headed out, and when he got in the car he made a phone call. Bring a couple of surgeons proficient in surgical procedures to the usual place and stand by right away. Several people then drove to Bright Heart Hospital. Before getting out of the car, Song Zihao reminded Mr. Wang, the police will definitely check all hospitals. This is my hospital. Don't ask. Just follow me. Zuni Wang interrupted Song Zihao and assisted Birdie out of the car as several doctors ran out of the hospital carrying stretchers over to pick up the patients. After following the doctor into the hospital, Song Zihao realized that they were going to a morgue instead of a ward. What do you mean? Just give up on resuscitation? Song Zihao was shocked but didn't open his mouth. Upon arriving at the morgue, Zuni Wang opens a cabinet where the corpses are kept, and Song Zihao realizes that there is something else inside, an entrance to another place. Get in, Zuni Wang said. Song Zihao first drilled in. Then the whole person was shocked, only to see that inside is a huge arsenal. All kinds of guns, bombs into boxes and cabinets placed like a small mountain. These arms are completely enough to launch a coup on Hong Kong Island. This is my arsenal. My brother was treated here. The police couldn't find him even if they rummaged through the whole Hong Kong Island. Looking at the stunned and dumbfounded Long and Song Zihao, Zuni Wang's face showed a smug look and spun around with his hands open, saying with an open mouth, in the middle of the armory, there were already several shivering doctors and nurses waiting, and the operating table and all kinds of medical instruments had been moved here. After parting ways with Li Wenbin and a few others, Su Luo drove in the direction of his home, but the car's speed involuntarily lowered as it passed by an alley. The alley was ambiguously lit, and a single clothed girl was smiling in the night breeze, soliciting customers, and in the darkness, their smiles were the light. They charge only low prices and warm every sleepless bottom of the society with their bodies. Su Luo suddenly thought of a song, Love You Alone, walking down a dark alley. Love you not expensive look. But he didn't get off the bus in the end, because this is not the same as the past, and there is seafood to eat at home, and he still prefers the high-end private food inside his own home than this kind of roadside stalls where the quality of the food varies, and the family dish thick and more, tasted lubricated and delicious, elastic and not sticky teeth. Bah humbug. The key is clean and hygienic, guys. Su Luo, who hadn't touched a woman for a week, was on fire inside, and with a kick of the gas, he accelerated and raced home. On the way he had already thought of countless new poses in his head, but when he arrived home and looked, grass, Zhou Wenli and Hong Shang, actually none of them were at home. The fire in his heart was like being doused with a pot of cold water. He picked up his portable phone and called Zhou Wenli. Where are you guys? Wan Li, you guys aren't even at home. Where are you hiding? Su Luo's heart was 10,000 grasses running wild, but he came all the way back on a whim. And it turned out that no one was actually there. Ah, Luo brother, you're back. The one who answered the phone was Hong Kong Shang, who said excitedly when she heard Su Luo's voice, we're just eating at a nearby restaurant. Which restaurant? I haven't eaten yet either. Once Su Luo heard this, he also planned to go fill his stomach first. Suji Beef Hot Pot. Su Luo knows this store. After hanging up the phone he rushed over. A door has not yet seen Zhou Wenli and Hong Kong Shang it. I did not expect to see the first brother-in-law. Huang Bingyao was taking a 20-something, sensible-looking woman in a short skirt to dinner, with a lustful expression on his face and his hand on the other's leg to caress her. Slippery? Su Luo walked over and wrapped her arms around her great-uncle's neck from behind, asking with a smile, slip. Huang Bingyao nodded repeatedly before reacting that something was wrong. Turning his head to look, he was shocked. You, why are you here? He deliberately chose to cross districts to commit the crime for safety's sake, and ran from Xeonquan-o, where his home is located, to Tsuanwan, not expecting to be bumped into by an acquaintance even here, or the one he least expected to encounter. Su Luo, my home is nearby. Su Luo let go of him with a cold snort, righteously rebuking, mouthing off that you're definitely reformed. Is this the attitude you're going to correct? Can you stand up to your sister-in-law? Never tell your sister-in-law. There's money. I still have money. Huang Bingyao hurriedly reached out for his card. He had all developed the experience of spending money to buy peace. Su Luo, who had just gotten rich, was dismissive. Can my noble character be bought with money? But I'm willing to give you another chance to reform. The words fell out of his mouth as he snatched the bank card. A mosquito is still meat. Luo, what are you doing? Who is this person? Kong Shang walked over and wrapped his arm around Su Luo, looking at Huang Bingyao with a curious expression. Huang Bingyao's eyes widened as he stood up and pointed at Su Luo, and just as he was about to speak, Su Luo opened his mouth first and said to Hong Kong Shang, I don't know him. I've mistaken him for someone else. Ah, Huang Bingyao froze, then reacted and sat down again. Yes, we don't know each other. The two of them looked at each other and reached a consensus in an instant. If you don't tell your sister-in-law, I won't tell my sister. If everyone is well, it's a sunny day. Chapter 81. Do you think I want this? What are you doing? What's wrong? Did you meet someone you know? Zhou Wenli walked over again and wrapped her arm around Su Luo's other arm to look at Huang Bingyao. Looking at Su Luo's side. One on the left and one on the right. One wearing black silk and the other wearing flesh silk. Two big beauties with a lot of flavor. Huang Bingyao's eyes were almost glazed over. He couldn't even think of this level of beauty. And Su Luo had actually found two at once. You step on my sister asleep. Take my money and play with the very best that I can't even afford to pay to play with. And then come and accuse me of philandering. How did you do it? Please be a human being. Hashtag. Su Luo had already smelled the acidic breath and anger in Huang Bingyao's body. And tactically coughed. Mistaken identity. Let's go. Let's hurry to eat. After saying that, he turned around with his arms around the two girls and was about to leave. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The moment he turned around, the phone suddenly rang. Hello. Su Luo stopped to pick up the phone. Su sir, I've found the armory. On the phone came Song Ziheo's deliberately lowered, but hard to hide his excited voice. Zuni Wang's warehouse is on the ground floor of the Mingxin hospital that he owns, and Cabinet XX in the morgue is the entrance. And he's here right now. Song Ziheo spoke quickly to explain what happened. Good. Take care of yourself. I will immediately report to my superiors and make the net closing tonight. Su Luo was also excited after hearing this, never expecting that because the escaped bird actually found Zuni Wang's warehouse. It's true that a stuffed bird is not a good thing. After hanging up the phone, Su Luo directly turned to Huang Bingyao and said, Older brother, don't touch it. Zuni Wang's warehouse has been found. Hurry up and prepare to close the net. What? Huang Bingyao instantly got up, dropped the dishes and headed out. Hurry up. Go back to the police station. I don't blame him for being excited because next Monday he will be handing over his job to someone to take up his post at the Wang Taisan police station. I didn't think I'd be able to get credit for it before I left. Brother Yao, what am I going to do if you leave? The woman Huang Bingyao brought with him got up and looked at him and shouted. Huang Bingyao didn't look back. Get your husband to cover my shift tonight. I'll cover for him tomorrow. Nice guy, hooking up with a married woman. Nasty. Su Luo expressed contempt for his great-uncle in his heart. Don't those two know each other? Behind them, Kong Shang and Zhou Wenli looked at each other. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Huang Bingyao instantly changed his face and grabbed Su Luo's collar. Brat, give me back my card first. I thought I was the only one who could do such a thing. I didn't realize that you, a thick-browed guy, was actually looking for a woman outside as well. Give me back all the money I gave you, or we'll all end up together. This is not all your fault. Su Luo roared and broke away from Huang Bingyao's hand, hitting him upside down and said with a face full of pain, In the beginning, for the sake of your future, I went against my conscience and principles to be in the same boat with you guys, and didn't expose the truth about William's collusion with N.I. Kuan's drug trafficking. But do you know how torturous this matter is for me? These days I can't sleep at night whenever I think about it. I toss and turn, and when I close my eyes, it's those people who have been victimized by William's drug trafficking who are questioning me, and I'm a police officer. But I haven't been able to give them justice. I don't even deserve to be a cop. On countless cold nights, the only thing that could give me a shred of comfort was my 36D conscience, paralyzing myself with different flesh in order to sleep. Do you think I'm the one who wants this? Do you think I wanted it? Yes, I do, but I won't admit it. Su Luo took a step back, took a deep breath, squeezed 2 tears out of her eyes, bit her lip and covered her face as she squatted on the ground. I also know that I'm sorry for Budgie like this, but I can't help it. I can't help it. Huang Bingyao had never seen Su Luo in such pain and helplessness, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Come to think of it, I think he had said he was going to take his money and get a woman when he told him to keep this William thing a secret. So, is still really to blame? Thinking of this, Huang Bingyao blamed himself a little, squatted down and patted Su Luo's shoulder to comfort. Well, don't be like this. It's my oldest brother's fault. I don't want the money I gave you, and I won't tell Buds about this matter. To think that with the integrity and cleanliness that Su Luo was able to show by refusing Zhou Hui's subterfuge, he was now reduced to needing to rely on a woman's paralysis in order to go to sleep, in bed with different women. His heart is also full of torment and torture. Right, after all, both against the principle of their own cleanliness, but also sorry for their own women. It is I heard him. Su Luo covered his face and refused to get up because he was afraid that Huang Bingyao would see him laughing. After this, when Bud found out that he had cheated on his wife in the future, Huang Bingyao would even take the initiative to jump in to help him take the blame and defend him. Pull yourself together and cheer up. Zuni Wang is still waiting for us to catch. Huang Bingyao forcefully dragged Su Luo up from the ground shouting, Luo, I'll be fine soon. My heart feels much better after I let it out. Su Luo forced a smile and wiped Schrodinger's tears. Let's go. Hard for you. Huang Bingyao patted his shoulder. Everything is in no words, but then said, in fact, This is also considered a good thing for you. Do not break. You such as too much focus on principles in the career not far. Just from playing women to start. Into this reality of dirty society. I'll try. Su Luo nodded and got into the car and asked. Older brother. You're hooking up with married women. Aren't you afraid of being blocked at home by someone's husband? Huang Bingyao, this figure, was blocked at home that even under the bed and closet cannot hide him. Her husband has a cuckold fetish. He likes to let people screw his wife. I'm a long-term strategic partner with her husband, Huang Bingyao said with a squeeze. Su Luo is shocked. Your circle is really messed up. Human XP is really weird. Huang Bingyao hemmed and hawed. If you're interested, I wouldn't mind lending it to you for fun. A big no. Su Luo rejected his great-uncle's kind words, not wanting to be a fellow traveler with him. Huang Bingyao drove while shaking his head inside. Young people don't know how good young women are, wrongly treating young girls as treasures. This kind of 20 or 30-year-old woman is the most playful. You can really try it if you have the chance. Brother, how old is my sister-in-law? She 30. Roll. You don't mess around now. Older brother. I'm just asking. Actually, young women aren't that great, especially the likes of your sister-in-law. Out of shape. Really? I'm really just asking. So take it easy. On the way. Huang Bingyao used the phone to notify the people of the Serious Crimes Unit to gather, and at the same time applied for the deployment of the SDU to go out to help in the arrest and the deployment of the PTU to maintain order. By the time he and Su Luo arrived at the police station, the leaders of the various departments involved in the arrest had also arrived. Su sir. Su sir. Long time no see. Acquaintances greeted Su Luo one after another, and Su Luo responded one by one. He noticed that Fat Bo looked even more haggard, called Chen Jin to one side, pointed at Fat Bo and asked, have you asked him what's wrong with him? Asked. Refused to say. Chen Jin spread his hands. Su Luo frowned. Forget it then. Holding on for dear life means that he is still holding on, and when he can't hold on one day, he will naturally say so. Ah Luo. Wang Dong, the leader of the Flying Tigers, walked over and hugged Su Luo, then glanced at Bud next to him and snickered. I'll let you have it after the hug. When he finished speaking, he took a step back and Miko hastily jumped into Su Luo's arms. Why didn't you look for me on vacation? Preparing to find you tomorrow. Su Luo pinched her cute nose and gave her a kiss on the cheek. The others were inexplicably stuffed with dog food. Let's start setting up the operation below. Everyone keep quiet. Huang Bingyao shouted as he stood at the front in a human-like manner. A far cry from the way he had just groped someone else's wife's thighs in the hot pot restaurant. Chapter 82. Could the undercover agent actually be myself? After the deployment of the entire plan, with the Commander-in-Chief Huang Bingyao's order, all departments will quickly start the action. After a week, Su Luo also once again touched his own gun. Touching it is still as hard as him. Niu Zhishan has been transferred after being promoted to senior inspector. The new leader of Team B is parachuted in from above, called Man Qinyan. He will lead a team each with Su Luo to enter the hospital first and be responsible for evacuating the hospital's patients and doctors. Su sir, I've heard a lot about you, and I didn't expect to work with you on my first operation. Parked in the car in front of the hospital, when Jianran extended a hand to Su Luo, Su Luo remembered that this guy seemed to be a character in a police story played by Chen Long. Not a good thing, but the two of them didn't have much conflict right now. He shook the other party's hand and smiled. Happy cooperation. Police Story 1 is such a classic movie, so the plot and characters in it still ring a bell with him. Action! Came the command over the headset. Su Luo and Wen Jianran got out of the car with their men and entered the hospital and set up 2 men on each floor while the 2 of them personally headed straight for the dean's office. What are you guys? What are you doing? The dean was checking the body of a female nurse and was startled when he saw the 2 men come in, and questioned in a rude manner. The female nurse, on the other hand, stood to the side with her hands clasped over her breasts to cover her springy parts with her head down and didn't say anything. Man Qinyan showed his police card. I am Inspector Man Qinyan of the Sai Kung Crime Unit. Now we suspect that there are explosives hidden in this hospital. Please turn on the alarm and notify all patients and doctors to evacuate immediately. There are so many people in the hospital that it's simply not practical to evacuate them one by one. But only in this way. No way. You guys are only saying what if. What if it doesn't? I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Dean refused without hesitation. If there were explosives, it would be a dereliction of duty on the part of the police. But if there were no explosives and something happened to the patient as a result, it would be a dereliction of duty on his part. When Jianran still wanted to speak, Su Luo directly stepped forward and grabbed the dean and threw him to the side, bending down to ring the alarm under his desk. And the hospital was suddenly alarmed. What's going on? What happened? How the alarm went off? Nurses and patients are confused. Some are running out the door. Others are asking for information. Then Su Luo's voice came out from the loudspeakers on all floors of the hospital. Due to some special circumstances, all people are now requested to evacuate in an orderly manner. Repeat. The 2 police officers assigned to each floor began to guide the doctors and patients on the corresponding floor to evacuate the hospital. In the surveillance room, a junior under Zuni Wang saw this scene and rushed to inform him. Boss, there's a situation. Differential is arranging for people to evacuate the hospital. What? Zuni Wang burst out, then reacted by cursing. Marred. It must be that the warehouse has been exposed. Immediately bring someone to intercept the hostages. It's the boss. The little brother in the monitoring room reacted quickly, and immediately notified all the colleagues hiding in the hospital with the walkie-talkie. Attention everyone. The boss has an order. Immediately take out those police officers and hold all the hostages. Absolutely do not allow them all to run away. Meanwhile, in the underground armory, Birdie's surgery had not yet been completed, and Zuni Wang's face was cloudy after he hung up the phone. Puff your mother. How did the police know the location of my armory? He then snapped his head up, his eyes grimly sweeping one by one over his 3 most capable assistants in front of him. Apparently, there was a traitor among them. How else could it be so coincidental? It's not me. Do the math. I've been with you for 3 years and 5 months, Mad Dog said with a calm face. Zuni Wolf craned his head again to look at Long. Long looked calm. Zuni brother, you were the one who had to make me follow you? Now you suspect me? Besides, even if I don't hang out with you, I'm still an old man in the arms smuggling business. Isn't betraying you the same as blowing yourself up? He was indeed undercover with the police, but he wasn't prepared to risk getting the word out tonight just to be safe. So those cops really hadn't been recruited by him, and he was surprised that there were still undercover agents. Zuni Wang finally looked at Song Zihao. You don't suspect me, do you? I came out earlier than you. I've been in jail, and I just had a firefight with the police before I defected to you. It won't be me. Song Zihao played with the portable phone without changing his face. Damn. 1 and 2 are justified. Could it be that the undercover agent I am myself? Zuni Wang some broken defense pointing at himself. But when you think about it, after excluding the 3 of them, it is he himself who was the most suspicious. Zuni Wang frowned at the thought, thinking hard about whether or not he really had inadvertently let the cat out of the bag. Mad Dog's tone was as calm as ever. It's pointless to talk about this now. It's better to think about how to deal with the police. There's no need to hold those doctors and patients hostage. They're innocent as well. I think it'd be better to let them go, and we'll fight the police ourselves. Lang and Song Zihao were a bit surprised. They all knew how ruthless this guy was, but they didn't expect that there was actually such a side to him. The bad guys weren't purely bad either. Zuni Wang fiercely drew his gun and aimed it at Mad Dog, saying coldly, how come I didn't realize you were so sympathetic before, and now you're saying you're not an undercover agent? One of the 4 of them must be an undercover agent. They have to choose one, and now there is no doubt that Mad Dog is the most suspicious. Hearing this, even Along was stunned. Could it be that Mad Dog was really an undercover agent? Should he save him? If I were undercover I would have betrayed you to the police long ago. Why wait until now? Mad Dog looked at Zuni Wang in dismay, not expecting him to doubt himself. Song Zihao also drew his gun and aimed it at Mad Dog. Who knows if you're trying to catch a big fish with a long line? Thinking about it, the most likely undercover agents here are you and Long. If it's not him, then it must be you. First backpedal and then say, he did not know that Along is also an undercover agent. So now it seems to him, no matter which one of these 2 can be killed that is a big profit. Asterisk 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 you. I said it was you. Mad Dog cursed in annoyance and reached out to grab the gun in Song Zihao's hand. You deserve to point a gun at me even if you step on a horse. Bang bang bang. Zuni Wang pulled the trigger. Mad Dog was shot several times, staggered a bit, and fell to the ground with a face full of incredulity. His chest instantly stained red with blood. Zuni Wang gritted his teeth. Still think I'll believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Gone Lin Yang. I can't believe you've been hiding by my side for 3 years, and yet I trusted you so much. Love is great, hate is great, and the person who seems least likely to betray you has done so. Suspicious by nature and murderous by character. Zuni Wang saw the Mad Dog trying to seize the gun. How could he tolerate him? Meanwhile, gunshots have been heard on all floors of the ground-level hospital as the police and bandits exchange fire. The SDU landed from the roof of the building using ropes and kicked through the windows to kill by surprise. The bandits are no match for the SDU at all. Jingle bells. Zuni Wolf's phone rang and he quickly answered it. Say, what's the situation now? The sound of gunfire came from the other end of the phone, as well as the hissing of a junior. Boss, we can't hold out much longer. There are too many cops, and the SDU's firepower is too strong. 5 more minutes. Zuni Wang hung up the phone and looked at Long and Song Zihao and said, Take the bombs with you and go to the third-floor baby room and hold those babies hostage to force the police to cease fire. Or else you'll blow up those little bastards. Adults can run, but babies can't. Good. Song Zihao and Ah Lang answered without hesitation, drawing their guns and turning around. But just after taking 2 steps, the two of them instantly turned around, with their guns pressed against Zuni Wang's head on the left and the right, before looking at each other in disbelief. Are you undercover too? X2. Me too. X2. Long and Song Zihao spoke in unison. Zuni Wang. His nymphet's entire body was stupid at that time. He himself killed the only loyal little brother, and the remaining 2 are all 2.5. Chapter 83, Crumbling Zuni Wolf, Shadow Emperor on the line. How can you guys be undercover? Both sides of the temple respectively by the muzzle of the gun on the top of the Zuni Wang Heart 10,000 horses grass Nima wildly ran through. Is the day of the dog? Full of crumbling face to the 2 people questioned. How can these 2 guys be undercover when each one of them has black roots? How can they be undercover? Ah Long laughed. I started out undercover object was originally Uncle Hai, but I did not expect to come up with such a guy as you, but also had to dig me over there, so I can only make the best of it and continue to go undercover. After he finished speaking, he looked at Song Zihao. It's you, Brother Hao. I've heard of your great name, and there are legends of you everywhere in the Jianghu. How could you be an undercover agent? I'd like to know too. 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 Zuni Wang was hysterical. He was suffocating. The urge to spit blood. Non-war crime. A crime not of war. Looking at Zuni Wang's expression, Song Zihao also couldn't help himself. I'm Su Luo Su Sir's undercover agent. My brother is someone under him. He asked me to help. It just so happens that I have nothing to do, so I helped him to come to the undercover agent. The world where only Zuni Wolf is heard is reached. Zuni Wolf is in tears and sins. Hurry up and call for all your men to drop their weapons and surrender. Long poked him with the muzzle of his gun. Instead of making a move, Zuni Wang attempts to turn the 2. Long, you killed so many people during your undercover period, think you can still go back to the police force? In the future, you'll definitely be incognito as an ordinary person, but as long as you let me off the hook, I'll give you a lot of money to make you a rich man. Ho, you too. I'll give you 100 million. 100 million. Enough to spend for the rest of your lives. Bang! Song Zihao directly smashed a gash in his head with the handle of his gun, blood slowly flowing down his forehead. Cut the crap and hurry up and make the call. Okay, call. I'll call. Zuni Wang gritted his teeth and picked up the portable phone and pressed the number, waiting for the opposite side to connect and said, put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Ha! The little brother on the other side froze for a moment, then muttered to himself, police persuasion? But how do you know my number? It's so damn weird. Demented line. I'm your boss. Tonight the extremely depressed Zuni Wolf broke into a direct curse. Ah, boss. The little brother was startled and stammered. Sorry boss, I thought the cops were persuading me. Surrender at once. Now. Zunavan roared hysterically. All a bunch of fools. Yes, yes, yes. I'll have someone surrender immediately. The junior brother responded repeatedly, then passed down the surrender order given by Zuni Wang through the internal walkie-talkie. All the bandits laid down their weapons and surrendered. After all, they weren't the leaders. And what was the point of holding out when the boss had surrendered? It's better to die than to live. After watching the bandits who originally resisted with guns one by one put down their weapons, Su Luo guessed that it was mostly Song Zihao who had taken control of Zuni Wang. Immediately handcuff all of them and escort them out. And those who are injured will be rescued and treated immediately. Then he called Song Zihao, who followed his command and held Zuni Wang hostage as he walked out of the hospital, which was filled with heavily armed police outside. Big brother, Song Zijia blurted out with wide eyes upon seeing this scene. Instantly understanding. Song Zihao grinned at him. I told you a long time ago that I've reformed. Now you believe me? Song Zijia pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Control the suspect. With Su Luo's order, 2 officers rushed forward to take Zuni Wang from Song Zihao and Ah Lang and handcuffed him. Su Luo then looked at Long. You are reporting, sir. I am an undercover agent of Superintendent Pang of the Yaotsin District Police Station. Ah Long said as he stood upright and saluted. Good job. Su Luo nodded and said to Bud. Contact Superintendent Pang to confirm. Good job? Ah Long let out a bitter smile and shook his head. I'm afraid Superintendent Pang won't think so. We've been following this case for quite a while. Su Luo stood and talked. It doesn't matter which police station solved the case. What's important is that another tumor that jeopardizes the security of Hong Kong Island has been eradicated. He's always been able to take the high road. Of course, he could greet the other person's ancestors if they tried to steal a case he was following. Close ranks. Wang Bangyu was all smiles. thanking Zuni Wang for dedicating himself to bringing his tenure at the Saigon police station to a close. The next morning, the headlines of all the major newspapers were filled with news related to Su Luo, and it was overwhelming. Hong Kong Island Morning Post, a bar in Wan Chai was attacked by tough criminals last night and the 5 tigers of the police force overpowered them with their bare hands. Oriental Daily News, making a new mark. Su Lot cracked the arms case that shocked Hong Kong and deserved to be a model of the police force. Alert, the police force model HUILOK, who has a strong sense of compassion and righteousness, tackles the enemy with his bare hands and finally catches the criminals who killed his fellow officers. Yaotsun District Police Station. Inspector Yuan Ho, one of the serious crimes unit, threw the newspaper on the table with a grimace. Zuni Wang was obviously the one we were eyeing first, but he robbed us. You have to have it when it's meant to be, but don't force yourself to have it when it's not. Sergeant Pang, head of the serious crimes unit, is open-minded. Of course, he did not sleep at all last night. The other team leader of the crime unit, Fang Yihua, smiled with his hands on his chest and said, "It's the same as whoever is caught. It's just a matter of getting rid of this scourge. So just look on the bright side." She had been saved by Su Luo once back then, so she was more favorable towards him and would naturally speak up for him. Chatting about something, Administrator Zhang Ring came over smilingly. Fang Yuo's face sank. She turned around and went back to her office. She had already decided to break up with this man, but the other party was still pestering her. Zhang Ren was helpless when he saw this, but in order to prevent the crowd from seeing the cat, he couldn't take the initiative to go after them, so he took the newspaper and read it. Then frowned. "Old Pang, Zuni Wang, this case, I remember you told me about it. How was it robbed? Or let Su Luo grab it." He didn't like the guy because Su Luo had been so disrespectful to him when he was at the scene of the capture of Fu Guang that it turned him off. And Fang Yihua had used Su Luo's valor to mock his cowardice at the time, which he resented even more. They were quick. Superintendent Pang spread his hands. Zhang Ren snorted coldly. "No rules." And at this time Zhang Ren's mouth unruly Su Luo with a band-aid on his face, a bandage on his hand, and a limp on one leg came to Yimin's house. The bandages were fake, of course. He wasn't hurt, except that today he needed to act like he was. For this play, not only did he stay up all night last night, but he still hasn't dripped since last night, just so that his lips look dry and white, so that he looks weak, so that he looks like he's in a state of injury. With this face and this professionalism, what kind of woman can't he sleep with? So don't guys who aren't as handsome as he is, or as rich as he is, or as patient as he is deserve to be single? Ding dong ding dong. Su Luo stood at the door and rang the doorbell. After about 10 seconds or so, Yimin opened the door with reddened eyes and lost her face when she saw Su Luo in this state. "Ah Luo, you were injured last night. See the newspaper. I did it. I avenged Wu Sir." A smile appeared on Su Luo's pale face as he took out a newspaper and handed it to Yimin. Yimin took the newspaper and didn't even look at it, casually throwing it on the cabinet next to him with a touched and concerned look. "I read it. All of it. But I didn't expect you to be injured so badly in order to help him avenge his death. It's all minor injuries." Su Luo forced to smile, but his pale, dry, cracked lips showed that this was a major injury. Yimin's eyes were tearful, and she hurriedly went up to assist him. "Come in quickly. If I knew you would be so seriously injured, I might as well not have taken revenge. If Ah Quan knew, he wouldn't want you to be injured for him. He hates me." Su Luo knowingly spat in his heart, but on his lips he said, "Ah Min, I will definitely do what I promised you. I promised you in the first place that I would definitely catch Wu Sir's killer." His voice was weak, but his tone was firm. "Ah Luo." Yimin was so moved that she couldn't hold back her tears any longer, turning around and directly hugging Su Luo. Chapter 84, wearing the wedding dress he bought as my bride. Because he didn't have to go to work on his day off, Yimin only wore a large white shirt for comfort, so it was inevitable that he rubbed softly on Su Luo when he hugged him. It teased Su Luo to the point that he couldn't hold himself a bit. He also stretched out the hand that wasn't hung with bandages and hugged her backhandedly, gently patting her back and softly consoling her. "What's there to cry about? It's all just a flesh wound. If anything happens to you, I'll feel bad for the rest of my life." Yimin sobbed in a low voice and hugged Su Luo tightly so that her heart would be at peace. But only after her emotions calmed down a bit did Yimin feel that it was inappropriate for the two of them to be hugging each other like this. And with a red face she tried to come out of Su Luo's arms, but failed to break free. Her cheeks reddening even more as she subconsciously raised her head to look at Su Luo, but just with the 4 eyes opposite, the two near at hand face to face. Yimin's heartbeat accelerated, subconsciously held his breath, pretending to calm Luo. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Luo lowered his head to kiss her, and the moment his lips touched, Yimin hastily dodged away, saying in a trembling voice, "We can't do this. We're here, can't we do otherwise? I promised Wu Sir that I would take good care of you for him in the future." and Wu Sir wouldn't want to see you alone even if he knew in his grave. Su Luo gave her a kiss on the cheek, endorsing for Wu Quan, then kissed her lips again, and closed the door with his backhand. Arrow, don't do that. He Min wanted to resist, but she was afraid that her movements would be too great and hurt Su Luo. After all, Su Luo was injured, so she tied her hands and eventually half pushed and half obeyed. You can kiss it, nothing else. Don't. We can't apologize to Quan. Please don't be here. Go to the room. He Min's bottom line dropped again and again, and was eventually stripped by the good-natured Su Luo just as much as her bottom pants. I'm injured. My hands and feet are inconvenient. You take the initiative. Su Luo suddenly stopped after Emily and shamelessly looked at Hemin and said, the benefits of faking an injury come through again. After a flurry of clouds and rain, Hemin's eyebrows were still swirling with afterglow, her eyes misty, and she hugged Su Luo tightly. I feel so sorry for Quan, because Su Luo is injured and inconvenient. So just now the whole process is her initiative. Exhausted. Obviously, this is certainly a physical job. As long as you're happy, Wu Sir will also be happy if he knows in his grave. To love someone is to want her to be happy. Su Luo stroked her hair, biting her ear as the conversation turned. So if you want me to be happy, then go put the wedding dress on now. No wonder you like to stare at my wedding dress every time you come. You have thought about it this way earlier. Hemin shyly pinched him a few times, biting her red lips and said quietly, the wedding dress is still bought by Quan. Wearing me I will feel guilty. You don't do this. Okay. I just want to see how beautiful you'll look in your wedding dress. Wear the wedding dress he bought. Be my bride today, and let him witness our happiness. Su Luo held her hand for a while to soften the blow, opening his eyes. I'm sure Wu Sir will be happy for us as well, and he'll bless us in the 9 springs. Wu Quan, hear me say thank you. Really? Hemin asked stupidly. Su Luo whispered softly. Of course, don't you understand what kind of person Wu Sir is? He'll be relieved when he sees that you have something to rely on in down there, not to mention that he'll definitely want to see you in a wedding dress. Wu Quan's coffin lid was about to be crushed. Hemin was coaxed by Su Luo into a state of confusion, and compromised under the beautiful man's scheme, getting up and walking out of the bedroom. Su Luo waited with anticipation in the bedroom. After a while the bedroom door was pushed open, then first appeared a touch of white veil, then Hemin slowly walked in carrying the hem of the draped skirt. After wearing a white wedding dress, her whole person looked dignified and holy, coupled with her hidden face of shyness and refusal under the thin veil. It made people even more impatient to hold her in their arms and ravage her. Su Luo couldn't help but gulp. Heartfelt thanks to Wu Sir for the bridal skin. It wasn't until the evening that Su Luo left Hemin's house. It's no exaggeration to say that your legs are soft when you step on the gas. From now on, please call him 10 times a day. Sitting in the car, looking at himself in the rearview mirror with deep-set eyes and a weak face, Su Luo sighed heavily and said, I've been hurt by alcohol and color for days, and I've even become so emaciated. So since today, quit drinking. He spat out the last 2 words in a decisive manner, then dismantled all the tools for playing the injured man and threw them in the back seat. Starting the car and heading towards Huang Bingyao's house, his sister-in-law called and asked him to come over for dinner. Otherwise he guessed that he was afraid that he would have to stay at Hemin's house until the next day. There was no way. The bride's skin was too tempting. 40 minutes later arrived at Huang Bingyao's house. Knock knock knock. Su Luo knocked on the door. After a while, Huang Bingyao opened the door, and was startled when he saw Su Luo, whose eyes were deep-set and breathless. What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Don't mention it. Su Luo let out a bitter laugh and sighed, lies coming out of his mouth. I felt that relying on sleeping with other women as a way to paralyze myself into sleep is really too sorry for Bud. And last night I wanted to try to sleep alone, but I didn't think that the moment I closed my eyes my mind would be about going against my principles on William's case. So more than not sleeping well, I didn't sleep at all last night. He's more skilled at lying to men than women. Alas, Huang Bingyao sighed, looking at Su Luo in this miserable state, convinced of his words, and whispered, there's no need to torture yourself. I told you that I won't tell Boozy about you hooking up with girls outside. As long as it is a lie will always be dismantled. In case she finds out? Su Luo finished, not waiting for Huang Bingyao to answer, and then smiled miserably to himself. If she finds out in the future and wants to break up with me, old brother, you must not persuade her. In the end, I am sorry for her. What nonsense! Huang Bingyao eyes glared and aggravated his tone. You became like this. I also have a share of responsibility. Buds, if you find out, when the time comes, I will always bear, will never affect your feelings. You're so nice. I'll cry myself to death. Really? Su Luo was so moved that she didn't shed a single tear. Sister-in-law shouted, what are you two chatting about at the door? Hurry up and come in. Dinner will be ready soon. Go in first. Go in. Huang Bingyao said. When they entered the living room, sister-in-law and Budgie were also taken aback when they saw Su Luo's haggard appearance. Lo, what's wrong with you? Bud was full of pain and went up to help him sit down on the sofa. My sister-in-law also asked. Yeah, what's up? He's just under too much mental stress. Budgie, you need to care for him more, Huang Bingyao instructed his sister. Miko nodded repeatedly. Aha. Then I, as a sister-in-law, should also care more about Luo, sister-in-law said with a face full of concern. Huang Bingyao element noticed. You don't need to. He doesn't need you to care. Let's go to cause trouble for him. Older brother. I need it. Su Luo raised his hand. Huang Bi glared. Get the hell out of here. Pa. Sister-in-law slapped Huang Bingyao on the head. How do you talk? Can't you see that a Luo is like this? What's wrong with me caring about him? Su Luo bloated as he looked at Huang Bingyao. Huang Bingyao had a stomach full of anger. But thinking that Su Luo had a factor of his own in becoming like this, he endured it. I wondered if he would tear him alive if he realized one day that he had been being played by Su Luo all along. Chapter 85, Su Luo, let's get a division chief first. What are the plans for a future career? During dinner, Huang Bingyao asked Su Luo. Su Luo opened his mouth to bite into the shrimp that Bud had peeled and handed to him, chewing a few bites and swallowing before casually replying. Let's get a director to do it first. Oh, Huang Bingyao couldn't help but smile and dislike him in a conspiratorial manner. Now that the several directors are all men, I'm afraid you can't do it. And also get a director to do it. Talk as simple as farting. Can be promoted to the chief superintendent of police will burn high incense. You really think it's that easy to get promoted? That's not necessarily true. What if I know the man and go for it? Su Luo analyzed in a serious manner. Sister-in-law knocked on the table. What nonsense are you two talking about? Eat properly. Apparently, the sister-in-law has no humor cells. Ignore him. I'm sure you'll be able to work as a division chief. Budgie glared at Huang Bingyao, then peeled another shrimp for Su Luo and fed it to his mouth. Red-faced. Besides, what if I become the division chief? Then Morocco will be the director of the department. Cough cough cough. Huang Bingyao choked on his rice. Sister-in-law also blushed. Bootsy, girls should be reserved and watch what they say. Bud scowled with his little head and buried his head in dry rice. Childish, childish, childish. And she's only just turned 18 not many years ago. She's still a child. I'm going to take up my post at the Wong Tai Sin police station next Monday. The old commissioner is retiring soon, so I'll transfer you there when I take over the position. Huang Bingyao spoke of his arrangement for Su Luo, which was to let him go through the back door. Su Luo had once abhorred this kind of social phenomenon, but after this kind of good thing came to his turn, he just wanted to say, gee whiz, it smells really good. He loves privilege. After eating, Su Luo and Bud left. After leaving the house, Miko wrapped her arms around him for a while and rubbed her head. Let's go to my place tonight. Okay. No way. Su Luo refused without hesitation. After struggling on Hemin's belly for a day, he really didn't have a single drop left now. Any more would kill him. Miko's pretty face flushed red and she stood on her tiptoes to whisper something juvenile into his ear. All day long, can you engage in some positive energy? Su Luo pushed her away and taught righteously. If you have the heart to engage in these things, you might as well read more books to enrich yourself. Happiness is only transient. Knowledge is eternal. He is now as calm as water. Calm and relaxed. Is a fairy down to earth, that also cannot hook his desire. He is, at least at this moment, a temporary break from the low life. Geez, I promise I won't do anything else. I'll just cuddle you to sleep. With a pout, Miko beamed. We haven't seen each other for a week. I'm content just to be able to talk with you. Su Luo looked at her skeptically. Really? True ta. Miko nodded her head obediently and repeatedly. Su Luo then half-heartedly went to her house. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Su Luo ran out of Bootsy's house with a sweaty head and trembling legs, holding his jacket and muttering, fell for a nasty pussy. He had been asleep, but the young man was not Marshall and came to cheat in the middle of the night, to attack the chick and his old man. No defense, caught off guard, Su Luo directly carried the car and ran away in the night. When he arrived home he shivered and pulled out his key and tried to open the door, inserting it several times but never getting it right. After all, he didn't sleep all night last night, didn't take in a drop of water, played poker with Hemin all day during the day, and was just squeezed by Bud's sneak attack. It's not easy for him to still have the strength to drive back now. Who is it? The sound of Su Luo opening the door woke up Zhou Wenli and Hong Shang, who asked vigilantly. Su Luo hurriedly replied, it's me. Open the door. Only then did Zhou Wenli open the door and looked at Su Luo outside the door and said, I thought you weren't coming back tonight. This is not to give you a surprise. Su Luo casually blurted it out, and then headed straight for the bedroom. When he entered the bedroom and was just about to undress, he realized that Joe Winley had walked in, and he immediately had a bad feeling. It's so late. What do you want? Pickup buddies have to fulfill their obligations too, right? I'd been holding it in for the week you've been training. Joe Winley playfully blinked her eyes and smiled intriguingly. Sulo, if it was before, he would only be excited to see this image, but now he felt like he was seeing the devil. I didn't realize that I had just come out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. The whole person shooed and climbed onto the bed, clasping his hands to his chest in horror and letting out the same growl as Bu Jingyun. Don't you come over you don't come over What are you still pretending? You weren't like this before. You want to play lustful refusal with me? Joe Winley snorted, her slender jade feet hooked onto the door. Su Luo saw this and had a raw look on his face. Tired. Destroy. Due to yesterday's overwork, Su Luo slept until noon of the weekday, and when he woke up he was alive again. The young man's body recovered just as fast. Joe Winley left him a note saying that she and Kong Shang had gone to keep an eye on the progress of the bar's renovation, and told him to heat up the pot of cooked rice and eat it himself. After lunch Su Luo drove back to the police academy. When he parked his car and walked toward the dormitory building, he saw two familiar faces. Huang Ziqing from Infernal Affairs was standing in front of Chen Yongren to say something. Chen Yongren pursed his lips, and Huang Zicheng patted his shoulder and left. How did these two get together again? After Huang Zicheng left, Chen Yongren stood still and fumed. Su Luo walked over. Ren, that person just now was Huang sir. Right. What did he say to you? Because of the influence of this butterfly of his own, the Ni family and Han Shen have been finished, so the plot of Infernal Affairs is also gone. Why would Huang Zicheng still come to find Chen Yongren? Self-correction of the world's will? Su sir. Because Su Luo had helped him solve the matter of his unclean identity background, Chen Yongren trusted him more. Huang sir wants me to go undercover, saying that my identity background is easy to gain people's trust. After all, he's kind of a black kid after all. Tell me what you think. Sulo sat down on the steps and patted them. Sit down. Chen Yongren also followed and sat down. I am a little bit want to go. Huang sir said reasonable. My identity background is very difficult to promote. So, he swallowed a little embarrassed. There's no shame in wanting to be promoted. I want to too. There's no need to be embarrassed. Su Luo smiled faintly, then said, but I advise you to think about it. I come from an undercover background. I'm more lucky, but you may not have my luck. Undercover isn't a human job, and that Huang sir doesn't really look like a police officer in terms of his acting style. In the movie, it's Huang Zicheng who instigates Mary to kill Ni Kuan and then tries to support Han Shen to get to the top, doing whatever it takes to achieve his goal, which is a bit like him in that respect. Thank you Su sir. I've thought about it. Go. Chen Yongren raised his head and exhaled, his tone firm. Su Luo smiled faintly. You make your own decisions in your own life. I can only wish you peace. As the words fell, he heavily patted Chen Yongren's shoulder before getting up and leaving, not realizing that Chen Yongren had actually taken the old path of being an undercover agent. Only this time he chose it of his own accord. Su sir. Thank you. I won't forget that you helped me. Chen Yongren shouted at Su Luo's back. Su Luo waved his hand without looking back. Chapter 86, Returning to the team after training. Pig hunting operations. Time flies, and 8 months pass in a flash. April 22nd, 1987, Saigon Police Station. At the end of the 36-week training, Su Luo took the privilege to directly participate in the examination for promotion to inspector and successfully passed the interview, magnificently rising another level. Today was his first day back to work at the police station after his training. Parking his newly purchased Mercedes, Su Luo got out of the car and took a step toward the office building. Although the car is a consumable, but after the different wealth, the grade of the consumable is naturally different. The deposit of $30 million. He is no longer driving a Mazda. To be honest, so much money, he didn't know how to spend it. Alas, it was really annoying, so it was better to have no money. No such worries. Su sir is back. Hello Su sir, congratulations on the upgrade. Seeing Su Luo, the police officers entering and exiting greeted him with smiles and opened their mouths to greet him. In the face of his colleagues, Su Luo also had no frame of mind to respond one by one. Came to the serious crimes unit but found that there was no one. In his heart he was puzzled. He stopped a civilian police officer and asked, "Man, is the serious crimes unit out on a mission?" "Su sir, you're back," the civilian police officer first said in surprise before answering Su Luo's doubts. "The people from the serious crimes unit have gone to the conference room for a meeting. It seems like there's some kind of action going on." "Alright, thanks bro." Su Luo said his thanks and turned around to head towards the administrator's office. After all, he couldn't go to the conference room and interrupt the leaders' meeting right now. At this time in the conference room, The members of the Serious Crimes Unit stared intently at the projection screen. The current director Raymond pointed to the screen, a big brother in hand. Wearing glasses, middle-aged man introduced, this person is called Zhu Tao. The business under the name of the business involves nightclubs, real estate, imports and exports, etc. But after the investigation of all these are to cover up the years, the real means of his wealth is drug trafficking. The young man next to him is called Danny Chu, his nephew, and the other middle-aged man is called John Gao, his master, and the two are his right-hand men. Then the screen flashed and turned into a young woman with a slim figure and short hair. Looking heroic, Raymond continued to introduce. This woman is called Selena. She appeared by Zhu Tao's side at a late stage of our investigation. Her exact relationship with Zhu Tao is unknown for the time being, but she seems to be deeply trusted by Zhu Tao. After saying that, he put down the baton, turned his head to look at the crowd and said in a deep voice, this case we have been following from last October until now. Only then we learned the specific place and time of this Zhu Tao transaction. Our task this time is to arrest all the people involved in drug trafficking. The operation code name is Operation Pig Hunt. Got it? Understood. The crowd below replied in unison. The head of the Serious Crimes Unit, Senior Inspector Zhou Huabiao, said loudly with his hands behind his back, everyone, open the envelopes on the table and familiarize yourself with the orders. Each person's orders are only allowed to be known by themselves, and destroy them immediately after reading them. After giving the order, Lei Meng walked to his office with Zhou Huabiao behind his back, saying on the way, this is the first big action I've engaged in for the first half year of my tenure. So you, as the Commander-in-Chief, can keep a close eye on me, and don't let me lose face. Because of the repeated solving of major cases when Wang Pingyu was the director, it caused him a lot of pressure. Whether from above or below, there will always be people who compare him to Huang Bingyao when he was in office. So his operation this time only allows success, not failure. Administrator, don't worry. With so many elite soldiers in the Serious Crimes Unit, dealing with a Zhu Tao is still a piece of cake? Zhou Huabiao smiled confidently. Coming to the office door in the middle of a casual conversation, Ramon caught a glimpse of Su Luo and blurted out, a Luo? Good day, Administrator. Inspector Su Luo of the Serious Crimes Unit, requesting to return to duty. Su Luo snapped to attention and saluted. Lei Meng smiled with open eyebrows, quickly stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Okay, I told you earlier, you are Brother Yao's brother-in-law. There is no need to be polite with me. You came back at a really good time. With you there, then today's pig hunting operation I have a bottom in my heart. Operation Pig Hunt? Su Luo raised an eyebrow. Zhou Huabiao smiled and explained. You just came back and are still not clear. Let me introduce you to the situation. Last October we stared at a person called Zhu Tao. Su Luo listened to the end of the sudden realization. This is not the Chen Long starring Police Story 1 plot. Now the plot out. But Chen Long the protagonist? Please rest assured, Director. I am willing to participate in the operation and guarantee the successful arrest of Zhu Tao, Su Luo said. Lei Meng said to Zhou Huabiao, you're still the chief commander of this operation, but you're only responsible for the overall situation in the command headquarters, and a Luo is in charge of the frontline command. Okay, my old arms and legs going to the front line instead of dragging my feet. Zhou Huabiao was happy to see it. Then Ramon returned to the conference room and looked at the crowd that was lining up to destroy the secret orders and said, all eyes to me. I have an announcement to make. The crowd cast puzzled glances. Hadn't the operation been deployed? Were there any omissions? There is a new deputy commander-in-chief for this pig hunt. Everyone applauds the return of Inspector Su Luo. After Ramon finished, he stepped aside and started clapping. Su Luo walked in with a smile on his lips and waved at the crowd. Everyone, it's been a long time. Su Sir training is over. Seeing Su Luo, the crowd was overjoyed and applauded. Not to mention everything else. At least if they followed Su Luo on a mission, that security would be much higher. Bud, Chen Jin, Song Zijie, He Ding Bang, and Su Luo's old subordinates were even on the verge of clapping their hands red. Alright, let's all go down and get ready individually first. Ayakuma stays for a bit. Ramon raised his hand. Chen Jiaju smiled and stepped forward. Administrator, Luo, this is Chen Jiujui, my former right-hand man, now under your team. Lei Meng patted Chen Jiujui's shoulder and smiled as he introduced Su Luo. Good day, Su Sir. Chen Jiaju raised his head and chest and tucked his hips in a salute, and after lowering his hands, he said, Su Sir, I've heard my brother talk about you, and I'm honored to work with you. Your brother is Su Luo, I doubt. Chen Jiaju grinned. Chen Guorong. So Guorong is your brother. I'm a good brother to your brother. In the police academy training these 8 or 9 months, he and Chen Guorong, Zhou Xingxing, Zhang Jiheng, 3 people's relationship is very good. as well as Li Wenbin, because side by side fought the reason. The four people often about drinking and fishing. To say that it is a good brother is not an exaggeration. Zhou Huabiao spread his hands. After all this, they all know each other. They are their own people. That's even more convenient. I'm going to collect my gun first. Talk to you later, Su Luo said as he smiled at Chen Jiaju. The guns were turned in during his training and could only be claimed out now that he had returned to the team. Chen Jiaju nodded. Okay, Su sir. Su Luo arrived at the gunroom to collect his gun, only to find Wen Jianrun here as well. Inspector Wen, long time no see. Su sir, welcome back. Wen Jianrun smiled and shook Su Luo's hand, casually asking, listening to your command today, how was it? How was the operation organized? What more arrangements do we need? Just go straight to the top, Su Luo said jokingly. Of course he knew all the arrangements for everyone, only he wouldn't tell Wen Jianrun. This guy was Zhu Tao's mole in the original plot. Who knows if he is now? When Jianrun laughed, Su sir is still so valiant. Also, with you where there is still a need for any tactical arrangements. It's all just fancy stuff. 10 minutes later, the whole group began to move. Chapter 87, Su Luo, men and women are equal. Understand? The location of Zhu Tao's transaction is in a wooden house area in Yuanlong, which is far away from the downtown area, mixed with fish and dragons, which is a suitable breeding ground for crime. Because of the accurate information, the police arrived at the cabin area in advance to ambush, pretending to be passers-by or local residents to guard the key roads without any trace. The temporary command post was set up in an old residential building across the street from the chalet area, where binoculars could be used to get an accurate view of the situation in the chalet area. Su Luo and Miko pretended to be a couple picking out a drink in front of a stall. No, there was no need to pretend. The two of them were completely in character, so there was no crack. Although most of the year had passed since he had been publicized as a model for the police force, he wore sunglasses to prevent anyone from recognizing him and sabotaging the arrest. Uncle Bill, which position is Inspector Wen in? Su Luo communicated with Uncle Bill through the walkie-talkie. He wasn't sure if Wen Jianrun was still like in the movie where he had already been bribed by Zhu Tao long ago, so he had to guard against him. Uncle Bill returned, took two men on the road up the mountainside to prevent Zhu Tao from escaping. Why? I'm afraid that there aren't enough people on Inspector Wen's side, so I'll send him two more. After Su Luo finished speaking, he closed his mic and then looked at Chen Jin and Ma Jun who were dressed as vendors. You guys go to Wen Jianrun's side. Wen Jianrun asked me about the deployment of the operation before the operation. I suspect that something is not right with him. Yes, Su sir. Chen Jin and Ma Jun exchanged glances when they heard this and turned around to go down the mountain. Bud whispered, Lo, I think Inspector Man is quite good. He won't be bribed. Will he? It's best not to, just in case, Su Luo said lightly. In the original movie it was Wen Jianrun who let Zhu Tao escape from his guarded position. He and Bud then took the place of where Ma Jun and Chen Jin had just been and pretended to be water vendors. 10 minutes later Su Luo saw Zhu Tao leading a group of people up the mountain, and when they arrived at the cabin area, Selena stayed outside to keep a lookout while the rest of the cars continued to drive in. Selena fanned herself with her hand and stepped in front of Shulua and Miko. Get me a bottle of water. Bud got Selena a soda. At the command post, Uncle Bill ordered, action. After he saw Zhu Tao enter the house where the deal was made through his binoculars, in an instant, the officers of the Serious Crimes Unit lifted their disguises and silently converged on the house where Zhu Tao was. Selena, who was on sentry duty, dropped her soda when she realized something was wrong and tried to call Zhu Tao to inform him, but Su Luo in front of her raised her hand and slapped her across the face. Snap! Ah! Selena cried out in pain and was jerked straight to the ground, her handheld phone flying out. Su Luo propped up the stall and leapt over, landing in front of Selena, taking out his handcuffs and sneering, still want to report it? The secretary is a beautiful woman, but she's a thief. With that said, a hand lifted her up and cuffed her. Bah! To actually hit a woman. What kind of hero are you? Selena gritted her teeth. Pop! Su Luo backhanded another slap and said in an unsavory manner, men and women are equal. Got it? An enabler of the suspect was just a suspect. Su Luo wouldn't take pity on her just because she was pretty. After all, it's not like being more beautiful would make him son. Selena clenched her silver teeth and stared angrily. The corners of her mouth were overflowing with blood from Su Luo's two slaps. Bang bang bang. Just then, gunshots suddenly rang out. Su sir, we've been exposed. Chen Jiaju's voice came from the headset, accompanied by gunshots. Su Luo cursed. Grass. In the movie, the report of Selena were all controlled by him in advance. How can the group of Chen Jiajui still be found? Really a bunch of pig teammates. Ah. You watch her. Su Luo casually tossed Selena to Bud, drew his gun and charged upwards while giving the order. Those guarding the intersection do not move. and all others converge on Chen Jiaju's position. The moment the gunshots rang out, Zhu Tao had rushed out of the trading cabin and ran down the hill with Danny Zhu and Zhang Gao under the cover of a few minions. Su Luo rushed upwards just in time to collide with them on the opposite side of the room, lifting his hand and pulling the trigger straight away. Bang bang bang! 3 shots rang out, killing 1 man on the spot. Run! Run back! Zhu Tao panicked and turned around and ran back again. His master, Zhang Gao, followed him and shouted, "Quickly, quickly cover us!" Chen Jiaju and the others also killed, blocking Zhu Tao and the others in the center one after the other with Su Luo, shooting or wounding his minions one by one with their cooperation. Only Chu Tao, Danny Chu and Zhang Gao were left to run into the car and drive across the road, forcing the police officers who blocked the way out of the way and then descending down the mountain through a small road on the side of the cabin area, which was exactly where Wen Jianrun was guarding. "Su sir, get in the car." Chen Jiaju jumped through the window into a car that Zhu Tao's men had just driven up. The corner of Su Luo's mouth tugged. "It's not necessary." He got into another car to chase. Also Zhu Tao's people drove up before. Chen Jiojui driving has always been unusual. Su Luo cannot dare to take life to gamble. But Fatty Bo and He Dingbang obviously didn't know this. After hearing Chen Jiaju shouting to get into the car, the two of them directly pulled open his car door and sat on it. "Quickly chase after him. Sit tight." Chen Jiaju kicked the gas. There is a road not to go. Directly from the mountain rushed down, crushed a large area of wooden houses collapsed. Fat Wave and He Dingbang kill pig-like screams resounded through the clouds. Su Luo, who was chasing Zhu Tao, had a slight facial twitch when he heard the incoming screams, really afraid that these two guys would be martyred because they were riding in Chen Jiaju's car. Chen Jiaju driving reckless is reckless, but takes shortcuts really fast. The car rushed down from the mountain after landing on the highway, blocking the road. Zhu Tao fled. "Stop! Stop the car!" Chen Jiaju limped out of the car, holding his gun in both hands and yelling at Zhu Tao's car that was coming towards him. As for Fatty Bo and He Dingbang, the two of them were stunned in the car, and their bodies were extremely wretched. "Crash through!" Zhu Tao in the car ordered. Driving the car. Danny Zhu dead pedal gas pedal. The car speed is getting faster and faster. Chen Jiojui saw the situation, even shot. Bang! 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 He wanted to hit the tires, but the sedan rushed down too fast. He was not allowed to hit. See, the car is going to rush to the front. He can only roll to the side to avoid. Zhu Tao's car sped past him. Su Luo drove close behind. Deadly bite Zhu Tao. After turning a corner is when Jianrun guarded intersection. He and Shen Jin Majun trio stood in the middle of the road with a gun pointing at Zhu Tao's car yelling, "Stop!" The three then pulled the trigger together. Bang! 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 The left front wheel of Zhu Tao's vehicle was knocked out, and the body instantly lost its balance, eventually hitting the mountain wall. Su Luo braked sharply, and just as the car came to a stop, he jumped down with his gun and joined Chen Jin and the others, one after the other, slowly approaching Zhu Tao's vehicle. "Don't shoot! Don't ever shoot!" In the car, the three judo men held up their hands and begged for mercy. "Get down!" Su Luo chortled. The three men carefully pushed open the car door and got out. Zhu Tao looked at Su Luo and said, "Su sir, I know you. Let me off the hook. I'll give you all the money. A lot of money. You can't spend it all." "Shut up. So much nonsense." When Jianrun scolded and stepped forward to handcuff him, but just then, a sudden change occurred. Zhu Tao easily snatched the gun from his hand and held him hostage, then shouted at Su Luo, "Get out of the way. You guys get out of the way right now, or else I'll shoot and kill him right now." "Nice guy. Just don't even act." Su Luo was now certain that there was something wrong with Wen Jianrun. "You put down your gun first." Chen Jin scolded Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao ignored him and instead stared at Su Luo with his eyes deadpan. "Su Luo, do you let or not let?" "Zhu Tao, you're out of your mind. You're the one who arrested him. Who are you to tell us to get out of the way? If you have the guts, let's see whose gun is faster." Su Luo snorted disdainfully. Tao Zhu. His whole being was nice stupid. Chapter 88, Successful Arrest of Zhu Tao. Chen Jin promoted to a new post. Not to mention Zhu Tao, even Chen Jin, Ma Jun and Wen Jianrun were confused by Su Luo's raw words. "You scare me. I don't believe you dare to shoot." Zhu Tao quickly reacted after a brief moment of dismay. Wen Jianrun also said in a loud voice, "Su sir, don't shoot. Don't shoot. It's against the rules. It's against the rules to kill a fellow colleague. But Wen Jianrun, you are not considered a colleague of mine. You're an accomplice who was bribed by Zhu Tao." Su Luo revealed a mocking smile. Wen Jianrun was shocked in his heart, but on the surface, he did not admit. "Su sir, what are you talking about? Don't accuse me wrongly. Talk is about evidence." "Still not dead in the water?" Su Luo snorted coldly, his tone disdainful. The administrator and the others have been investigating Zhu Tao for so long. Do you think that they haven't grasped your situation? Why do you think I sent Chen Jin and Ma Jun to your side? Am I really worried about you? Indeed, I am worried about you, but it's because I'm worried that you've gone rogue with your thick eyebrows. When Jianrun looked at Chen Jin and Ma Jun, his heart sank to the bottom. How was he exposed? Zhu Tao. Now do you still think I don't dare to shoot? Su Luo raised the muzzle of his gun and sneered. Sweat fell like rain on Zhu Tao's forehead. The hand holding the gun was trembling. Finally he dropped the gun, raised his hands and said, Su sir, it's not worthy of you. I admit defeat. Chen Jin and Ma Jun instantly stepped forward and kicked the gun into the distance, holding Zhu Tao down on the hood and handcuffing him. The disoriented man Jianrun was also handcuffed. Inspector Wen, we fought side by side last year. How did we come to this? Su Luo looked at Wen Jianrun and shook his head and sighed. He could be sure that last year, when Jianrun was still a good person, this year it will really be. When Jianrun let out a bitter smile. Su sir, I work hard for a year to get the salary, but not as much as Zhu Tao gave me once. To whom to sell their lives is not selling He had worked with Su Luo once before, so he was still relatively open in the face of Su Luo after things fell apart. What's going on? Inspector Wan? Chen Jiaju finally limped up, and after seeing that Wen Jianrun was also handcuffed, his entire body was in a daze. Su Luo didn't bother to explain. Bring them all back. After returning to the police station, Su Luo was told that the commissioner had asked him to go to his office. He handed the prisoner over to Chen Jin and the others for the time being and then went to the commissioner's office to see Lei Meng. Report! Su Luo shouted as he stood outside the door. In the office, the eyes of Raymond, who was talking to Uncle Bill, lit up and smiled as he got up and came out to greet him. Ha ha ha, Aloe did a great job. Uncle Bill already told me everything. Thanks to you today. Lei Meng patted Su Luo's shoulder and praised him, then said with hatred, This Wen Jianrun, a good person does not want to be a ghost, nearly spoiled the big event by him. How did you suspect him? For so long I did not find the horse's foot. This guy is too cautious. He truly hated Wen Jianrun, whose first action after he took office was nearly sabotaged. Luckily, Su Luo was there to save the day when it mattered. Before the operation started, Inspector Wen specifically found me to inquire about the deployment of the operation, and that's when I became suspicious. Su Luo finished and paused for a moment before continuing. Afterwards, after intercepting Zhu Tao, he was easily taken hostage by Zhu Tao's gun, which made me even more skeptical, because I had worked with him last year, and his hands are much stronger than the average police officer. Thanks to your keen eyesight, if I mess up this time, I'll be disgraced. Lei Meng finally found the secret to Huang Bingyao's promotion, which was all thanks to Su Luo. It's a pity that he doesn't have a sister. Su Luo asked, How are our casualties? No one was martyred in the line of duty. 3 were shot. In addition, your subordinate Ho Ting Pong and Fat Bo were also injured in the hospital because they were riding in Chan Kakuei's car. Uncle Bill was speechless when he talked about this, then sighed. Kakuei crashed so many houses this time. The police force will have to pay him again. This guy is really giving people a headache. Yes, Jiaju's ability is there. It's just that he's too impulsive. At the mention of this matter, the joy that Raymond had just felt was instantly washed away quite a bit as he looked at Su Luo and said, If only he could be like you. Forget it, don't mention it. Ramon waved his hand and took the initiative to end the topic. When Jianrun is definitely done, do you have a suggestion for the B-team captain? Chen Jin. Right. After this case he should be able to be promoted to trainee inspector. And when he comes back after the training he'll just happen to be the captain of the B team. Knowing that this was a favor that Lei Meng had purposely given himself, Su Luo directly recommended Chen Jin. It's time for Miko to be promoted to trainee inspector, but she's too young and jumpy to be a leader for the time being, so it's better to go by the book. Lei Meng nodded and directly clapped his hands. Then it's settled. Chen Jin will be the captain of the B team, and let Chen Jiajui act as his proxy while he goes for training, to develop his leadership skills and sharpen his temperament. Chan Kakuei had followed him not for a year or two, yet he was still only a police sergeant, and the delay in promotion was because he was complained about every time he worked on a case. Every time the police force has to help him pay a large sum of money. It's a good thing they didn't fire him to stop the damage. His impulsive nature had to be corrected. After leaving from the administrator's office, Su Luo returned to the serious crimes unit. Everyone be quiet for a moment. I have an announcement to make. Inspector Wen Jianrun has been suspended from his duties and investigated for allegedly accepting bribes, and Chen Jin will temporarily take over as the leader of Team B. Chen Jin had an incredulous look on his face. What are you waiting for? Tonight is your treat. Ma Jun hammered Chen Jin, his eyes full of envy. Yes, 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 treats, must treats. Chan sir, from now on you'll be the head of our B team. Shouldn't you buy us a drink tonight? The others were up in arms. Although they were inevitably envious and jealous, they were not unconvinced. After all, Chen Jin's ability was obvious to all, and it was only right that he should be the captain. Please, all please, get drunk tonight at the 0-point bar. It took Chen Jin a while to react. Thrilled, then looked at Su Luo with a face full of gratitude and said, Su sir, thank you. You deserve it. Su Luo smiled faintly. 0-point bar is the bar that he let Zhou Wenli and Hong Kong Sheng run. Opened in the beginning of the year. Because Big D often bring friends to go. Plus Su Luo and Li Wenbin they will often go. So no one dares to go to cause trouble. The bar business is very hot. Making money like water. I'm going to the hospital to check on Fat Bo and Ah Bang, Su Luo said. These two guys were unlucky. They didn't get hurt catching thieves, but they got hurt riding in Chen Jiaju's car. Chen Jin and the others said, we'll go too. Su Luo and others then bought fruits and flowers to the hospital to express their condolences to the injured officers on behalf of the police department. After celebrating Chen Jin's promotion in the evening, Su Luo didn't go to Buzi's house or back to his own house. He was going to go to Zhou Huiyer's place because she had recently been promoted to chief inspector and he wanted to go and congratulate her with applause. After witnessing Bud driving away, Su Luo stood in front of the bar and crossed his arms to dial Zhou Huiyer's number. It's me, Su Luo said when the opposite party picked up. Zhou Huiyer was breathless. I can't tonight. Don't come. I have a fever. 38 degrees. Pretending. Purely because he was too sleepy after a day of meetings during the day and didn't want to toss and turn with Su Luo. Wouldn't your body be warmer then? Su Luo's thoughts were clear and strange. Then said, in addition, my family's ancestral old Chinese doctor specializes in treating colds and flutters. So wait. I'll come right away to give you a dose of antiseptic injection. Zhou Huiyer was speechless. Get lost. Beast. Pretending to be sick doesn't even spare me. She suspected that one day even if she died, Su Luo would have to look at her corpse and surprise her by saying, I haven't played with a cold one yet. Chapter 89, the international case involved by Zhu Tao. An hour later, Zhou Huiyer's house. Knock knock knock. Su Luo knocked on the door of the room. After a while, the door opened and Zhou Huiyer, wearing a nightgown, rolled her eyes. Come in. Didn't you catch a cold? Su Luo took her into his arms. Let me touch it. Is your head hot? With that said, he reached out and probed for her granary. Get lost. Zhou Huiyer laughed at Su Luo's shamelessness and broke away from his arms. Su Luo spread his hands with an innocent face. Wasn't it you who said you had a fever? Can't I care about you? It's good to be angry with you. Zhou Huiyer was not in a good mood. Su Luo turned around and closed the door, saying in a serious manner, well, just hurry up and go put on your police uniform. Tonight I want to listen to the chief inspector's teachings. But her own reasoning was big enough for Su Luo to slowly suck it in and collect it. Zhou Huiyer didn't have to wear a uniform for her office. So the biggest use of her uniform was to dress to please Su Luo. Otherwise it's just sitting in the closet eating dust. Inspector Zhou, your public relations section has always been well informed. Have there been any big moves in the police force recently? After finishing, Su Luo hugged Zhou Huiyer and asked. Zhou Huiyer hadn't slowed down yet. Her eyes were misty as she gasped softly and replied. Recently, it seems that the above wants to demolish the 9 Dragons walled city, but they haven't set a time yet. The public relations section has the most contact with the senior management and is always the first to know what decisions are made by the senior management. This is really a big move, Su Luo said to himself. The Kowloon walled city was a land outside the law, in which countless vicious criminals were gathered. And in the 70s, Hong Kong Island had organized 3,000 police officers to enter it to clear out the gangster forces inside. But treating the symptoms does not address the root cause. After more than a decade of development, inside has long since become a place to hide dirt and grime. It seemed that this time, he was determined to treat the root cause and forcibly dismantle the city fortress. To demolish it, then he would have to first clean up the criminals hiding inside. This was sure to be a big operation, and Su Luo felt that if he could get involved in it, then wouldn't it be a great achievement? Well, I'll discuss it with my great-uncle some other time. Day 2. Su Luo arrived at work at the police station refreshed, and greeted the crowd when he walked into the major crimes unit. Good morning, Lo, the administrator said to meet him in his office as soon as you arrive. Bud said to Su Luo. Su Luo asked, did it say what was going on? No, Nico shrugged. Su Luo turned and headed for the administrator's office. Knock, 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 come in. Su Luo pushed the door and found that there were 2 men and 1 woman in the office in addition to Zhou Huabiao. Arlo is here. Ramon got up and pointed to the short-haired woman in the white jacket and introduced her. This is our Interpol Inspector Yang Liching from Hong Kong Island. Good day, Inspector Yang. Su Luo didn't understand Ramon's intentions, but he still smiled and extended a hand. Yang Liching hurriedly shook hands, her fair and heroic face revealing a smile. Su sir, I've heard a lot about you. These two are from the United States of America's Narcotics Control Unit, Tony and Michael. Ramon also pointed at the other two young Chinese men beside Yang Liqing and introduced them. Su Luo smiled and shook hands with them one by one, wondering in his heart how the United States of America's Narcotics Control Unit was of Chinese descent. The last domain was full of beauty. After the introductions were made, Raymond then told Su Luo about their intentions. They are investigating a drug trafficking case in the United States of America, and recently happened to confirm that one of the buyers is Zhu Tao, and they want to target the source of the shipment in the United States of America through Zhu Tao. After saying that, he sighed again. But at present, Zhu Tao only admitted to attacking the police by shooting, and he died without admitting to drug trafficking, and we were not able to capture the stolen goods, so it is estimated that it is not possible for the three of you to ask anything out of his mouth. The evidence they have in hand now is only enough to prosecute Zhu Tao for assaulting a police officer with a gun and bribing a police officer. It's hard to find out a clue, so we always have to try anyway, Tony said firmly. Okay, if you guys can ask anything it will save us the effort. Ramon spread his hands and turned to Su Luo. You take them to see Zhu Tao. Good, Su Luo nodded. He didn't expect Zhu Tao to be involved in an international drug trafficking case. Turning to the three, he said, "Three of you, please follow me." "Trouble you, Su sir," Michael said with a smile as he made his way out of the office and towards the detention room. Su Luo turned around and replied, "We are all doing this for the sake of the case. It's only right to help each other." The four of them chatted as they made their way to the detention room, allowing the guarding officers to lift Zhu Tao out of it. Interrogation room, Zhu Tao's hands were handcuffed. Sitting opposite the four, "Su sir, I can account for all accounted for. Do not still need to make such a big battle, right?" He was caught red-handed in a gunfight with the police, a crime that could not be cleared in any case. So after discussing with his lawyer, he only admitted to this one, but not to drug trafficking, and when he was sentenced, he would then spend a lot of money to get a serious illness notice, and then he would be directly bailed out of jail for treatment. What can the cops do to him? In the world of capital, if you have enough money, then there are ways to escape the law. I'm not the one looking for you today. Su Luo pointed at Yang Liqing's trio, the people from Interpol and the United States of America's Narcotics Control Unit. Just answer honestly if they ask you anything. Let me ask you, who is your supplier in the United States of America? Yang Liqing asked in a clear and cold voice. Zhu Tao sighed, "Madam, it's very clear on my statement that I didn't deal drugs, let alone any American suppliers. Do you understand? We didn't say it was a drug supplier." Tony smiled peevishly. "How do you know that?" Zhu Tao's face changed slightly, but then he revealed a smile and bared his teeth calmly. "I guessed, can't I? Q. Tony grabbed him directly by the hair and lifted him up, swinging his fist at his stomach. "You say yes or no? I asked you if you'd say yes or no." "Ah." Zhu Tao was beaten to the point of foaming at the mouth. Hello grabbed Tony's hand. Do you think he'd be sitting here if he could ask by beating? Only then did Tony let go of Jutu, who fell to the ground with a pained look on his face. "I'm going to file a complaint against him." "Tony, don't use violence on the prisoners if you can't move. Okay, this is Hong Kong Island, not the United States of America." Yang Liqing frowned and chided. Tony shrugged. "I can't hit anyone." Michael walked over and helped Zhu Tao into a chair asking with concern, "How is it? Are you alright?" While asking the question, he used his body to block the view of the three people behind him, and with a press on his shoe, a thin needle popped out of the tip and stabbed into Zhu Tao's ankle. Zhu Tao just wanted to speak, but his eyes became lax, and he finally fell to the ground with a tilt of his head. Hearing the sound of him collapsing to the ground, Yang Liqing rushed forward to check on Zhu Tao's condition, then stood up with a blackened face and looked at Tony. "He's dead. How can it be? Unbelievable." Tony violently rushed up to test Zhu Tao's nostrils, and then his whole face turned green and white for a while. How could he die? I clearly left my hand. "Tony, your punches are too heavy for a normal person to take." Michael shook his head and sighed. Su Luo also did not expect Zhu Tao will actually be Tony killed. He just saw Tony hands to beat people are not as heavy as he usually hit the prisoner hit. How could Zhu Tao have been killed? But there's no time to go into detail about that now. He looked at Tony and said, "His case is still open and you beat a man to death. According to the procedure, I'll file a complaint with your superiors about your abuse of violence resulting in the death of the suspect." A dead drug offender. Su Luo did not sympathize, but people died in the interrogation room. Then someone has to be responsible. It's not a small thing. "I'm so sorry." Tony's face shifted and finally took a deep breath and held out his hands to cover his face. Michael looked at Su Luo. "Su sir, I'll report to my superiors to transfer him back to Seattle to pursue responsibility." "That would be best." Su Luo turned to leave after saying that. He still had to go and report this matter to Ramon. Ramon is expected to be furious. Testimonials. This is my first time. Please have mercy. Gentlemen. Wednesday morning shelves. That is, tonight 12 o'clock past 5 minutes or so, I will burst 10 chapters. A total of more than 24,000 words. Brothers, see if I hang? The paid catch-up numbers are pretty good at the moment. So if the first booking is over 4,000 in 24 hours, then I'll be covered in liver and keep 5 shifts a day for the rest of the year. And on top of the 4,000 first bookings, for every 500 increase in average bookings, another separate chapter will be added. Rewards plus more words later to see the situation. Because if you keep 5 every day, it is already very difficult. But also to add more will be more difficult. So for the time being, only sure that the Alliance Masters will definitely add more. But I guess there is no Alliance Masters. There is no just right, */omega**. I know the pain of catching up on updates. It's hard to watch with fewer updates, so I'll try to do more. Just please don't ever feed the book, or I'll see the numbers slipping and my mind will explode and it'll feed me to death. Thank you to all my brothers for topping me all the way. And thank you for all the votes and rewards, especially Spring Water Tongue Chicken Brother for the most votes and rewards. Thank you. Because of your support, I was able to pass in PK with 1 life as a newcomer. From the trial push to the 3 rivers on the shelves. I hope the results are getting better and better, right? In addition to asking for a wave of monthly tickets, full of 1,000 monthly tickets author can draw next month, full of 2,000 will be able to draw twice, and so on. I really want to draw the grand prize. I just grew up loving raffles a leak. Finally, I hope you support the genuine version. Readers who read elsewhere can come to the Starting Point Novel app subscription. The better the subscription results, the passion of my words will also be higher. The first time to write on the shelf testimonials is more or less a little excited. In short, 1,000 words into 1 sentence, the new is not easy. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the morning. Chapter 90, you can give yourself when necessary, request for subscription. What? You said Zhu Tao is dead. After hearing Su Luo's words, Lei Mang instantly was standing up. His voice raised several decibels. Yes, dead. Su Luo nodded. Lei Mang cursed under his breath. *********. I should have known that I wouldn't let them touch Zhu Tao no matter what I said. Now that the person is dead. What the hell is this case? His first big operation after taking office. But the suspect Zhu Tao was killed in the interrogation room. And he hadn't even admitted to drug trafficking before he died. So he couldn't close the case at all. This operation is already considered a failure. Luckily, he had just sworn on the phone to tell his superiors that he would definitely pry open Zhu Tao's mouth. Lei Mang is the more he thinks, the more angry. The more he thinks, the more unwilling. Reaching out and constantly smashing the wall. Zhou Huabiao quickly went up to stop him. Don't be like this. Don't be like this, administrator. Administrator. In fact, things haven't reached the point of no return. After watching Ramon calm down a bit, Su Luo then voiced his thoughts. Although Zhu Tao is dead, Selena is still around. With his trust in Selena, Selena definitely knows the details of his drug trafficking. If we can help Interpol solve the drug trafficking case through Selena, it would also be a great honor. And we would likewise be able to confirm the identity of Zhu Tao's drug trafficker at that time. Yesterday through the interrogation, Selena has already told her relationship with Zhu Tao, nominally Zhu Tao's secretary. In fact, she is the niece who is regarded by him as his own. It was because of this favor that was the reason why Selena was trusted and reused by Juta despite her young age and late appearance at his side. Su Luo remembers that in the movie, the evidence of Zhu Tao's crime is hidden in his computer, which may contain records of his dealings with other drug dealers. And the only one who knows the computer password is Selena. So just pry her mouth open. Raymond's eyes first lit up, but then sighed. But now that Zhu Tao is dead, Selena as his niece must hate us to death. So how could she possibly cooperate with us? It's a pipe dream. But Selena has been locked up all this time. She doesn't know that Zhu Tao is dead. And none of Zhu Tao's men outside know either. Su Luo said slowly. Zhou Huabiao let go of Lei Mang and urged. Jiza Luo, you don't have to be so secretive. Hurry up and say it. Fine. I'll talk. Su Luo walked around the office with his hands behind his back. Let's turn Selena to the prosecution witness. Allow the lawyer to bail her out. And put out the word that we'll be charging Zhu Tao in a few days. I get it. Ramon suddenly interrupted Su Luo's words, his eyes glowing with golden light. When Zhu Tao's men get this news, they'll definitely do everything they can to stop Selena from appearing in court. And as long as they doggedly do something to Selena, then Selena will think that it's Zhu Tao who's trying to kill her. So won't we be able to persuade her at that time? Wonderful. Zhou Huabiao high-fived and excitedly went up to rub Su Luo's shoulders. Ah Luo, you're a real talent. As long as Selena is willing to cooperate, no matter whether it can help Interpol solve the case or not, at least it can be determined that Zhu Tao's drug trafficking is a matter of fact. And after the prosecution of Danny Zhu and Zhang Gao, Zhu Tao's case is considered closed. In order to prevent Selena from really being silenced by Zhu Tao's people, someone is needed to protect her closely. Ramon looked at Su Luo as he spoke. You're the most suitable. Me? Su Luo pointed at himself in shock. Zhou Huabia hastily echoed. It's you. Ah Luo, you have to sleep with Selena at all costs. The honor of our police department is born on you. You can dedicate yourself when necessary, and you don't have to feel bad about it. You're dedicating yourself to upholding the rule of law. It's honorable and great. Ah Luo, do a good job. We're behind you. Raymond patted Su Luo's shoulder. Do a good job? Who? Selena? The corner of Su Luo's mouth tugged. Don't mention something as unreliable as the beauty plan. I'll try my best to convince her. As long as the plan succeeds, it won't be difficult. Sleeping with Selena or forget it. Selena, a drug dealer, does not deserve to bear the manna from the legal system. Only worthy of going to jail to step on a sewing machine. What's more, he doesn't use a stick to whip suspects anymore either, because that's violent law enforcement. I'll add that there can be no need to wait for Zhu Tao's minions to make their move. Tonight we'll arrange for someone to pose as Zhu Tao's minions to attack her. After his mind was opened by Su Luo, Zhou Huabiao also came up with a bad idea. Ramon clapped on the spot. It's settled. By the way, let's have the coroner's side do an autopsy on Zhu Tao's body. Su Luo said casually. He always felt that there was no way Tony's fist could have killed Zhu Tao. There may have been another reason for Zhu Tao's death. Maybe there was some kind of disease? Anyway, if it really wasn't killed by Tony, then there's no need for him, a good cop, to take the blame for the death of a drug dealer. Well, yes, he is discriminating against drug dealers. Okay, no problem. It was all about getting Su Luo to sacrifice his color, so he would agree to whatever he asked for Ramon. Zhou Huabiao headed out. I'll have someone notify Zhu Tao's lawyer to bail out Selena now. After a while, a knock sounded on the door, and Lei Meng thought it was Zhou Huabiao coming back. Come straight in. But it was Yang Liqing's trio who pushed the door in. Ramon instantly collapsed into a batch face. I'm sorry about Zhu Tao's death. Lei sir. Yang Liqing was also embarrassed, but still hardened her heart and stated her purpose. We know that your ministry also arrested Zhu Tao's secretary, Selena, yesterday, so we would like to ask Lei sir to ask for your help again, so that we can go and meet her. Still want to see Selena? And then beat her to death too? Raymond disliked in a conspiratorial manner. Yang Liqing couldn't speak with her hands and feet. Michael stepped forward. Administrator Ray. It happened. No one wanted it to. We're seeing Selena to solve the case, so please be accommodating. Humph. Raymond snorted coldly and looked at the three of them and said in a salty manner. No need. We have our own plans and we'll let you know if we have any gains. Selena was his last chance to turn the tide. There was no way he would hand it over to these three unreliable guys again. Lei sir. Michael wanted to fight again, but Ramon impatiently interrupted him. Please make yourself at home. Yang Liqing looked to Su Luo for help, hoping that he could put in a good word for the three of them. Su sir. Su Luo, however, shrugged his shoulders to show that he couldn't help. He didn't want any more trouble. Being good-looking was no privilege with him, and he had no shortage of women, and even less of beautiful ones. Let's go first. Wait until tomorrow when Lei sir is a little calmer. Yang Liqing sighed and said. However, Ramon was deaf to this. Shortly after the three had left, Selena and Zhu Tao's lawyer followed Zhou Huabiao into the administrator's office. Selena still felt a vague pain in her cheeks when she saw Su Luo, and gave a cold snort as she twisted her head away from looking at him. Ramon walked behind the desk and sat down, handing Selena the bail letter and said, You can leave right after you sign. Just appear in court in 3 days. What are you charging me with? Selena asked as she looked up after walking over and sitting down to sign. Zhou Huabiao hemmed and hawed. We didn't charge you. Now your status has changed from suspect to prosecution witness, meaning you're fine for now. But I didn't want to be a witness for the prosecution. Selena was a little confused and finally looked at the lawyer beside her. The lawyer was just about to speak when Ramon spoke up and interrupted. We're not asking for your permission right now. You don't have the right to refuse under the law. The lawyer gave Selena a look without saying anything. Officer Su. Zhou Huabiao shouted. Su Luo stepped forward and stood at attention. Present. From now on, it's up to you to keep close to Ms. Selena's safety 24 hours a day without moving an inch until she appears in court. Zhou Huabiao pointed at Selena. Su Luo saluted and replied. Yes sir. I don't need his protection. Selena refused in a huff. He's violent. He beats women. Ms. Selena, as long as Su sir isn't harassing you, you don't have the right to refuse. Ramon laughed. Su Luo said meaningfully. Kerr will definitely protect you well. Ms. Selena. Selena's pretty face whitened. Panicked a batch. After all, Su Luo was really dare to hit her. And under the vicious hand Su Luo then followed Selena and Zhu Tao's lawyer out of the police station. There were many of Zhu Tao's minions waiting at the entrance. When they saw them come out, they hurriedly gathered around and asked, Lawyer Zhou, how's the boss? Mr. Chu can't make bail, and the police are making excuses to keep me from seeing him. Lawyer Zhou shook his head. Junior pointed at Selena. What about her? Her? Attorney Zhou looked at Selena and said with a snort. She's a witness for the prosecution now. Damn. No wonder you're the only one who can bail out. So you betrayed the boss. A junior brother went forward and pointed at Selena and cursed. Selena was flushed and waved her hands in defense. It wasn't me who wanted to be a witness. And don't worry, I won't say anything in court. Humph, you think I'll believe that? We'll see if we can make it to court. The little brother threatened with a grim look in his eyes. Hey! Su Luo stepped forward and blocked in front of Selena. I advise you not to threaten our police witnesses. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Let's go. The little brother's words fell as he led the men to the car and left, glancing at Selena before he left. Zhu Tao's lawyer also followed along. Su Luo looked at Selena and said, Let's go. I'll take you home and check out my room on the way. I don't want to go home right now. I want to hang out. Selena made it clear that her attitude was not cooperative. Shulua pushed her toward her car with a direct grip on the back of her neck. No, you want to go home. Ah, what are you doing? Help! Selena cried out in pain. But the officers coming and going in front of the police station all turned a deaf ear. Su Luo opened the car door and directly forced her in. From now on, it's not about what you want to do and let me cooperate with you. Instead, it's about what I want to do and you cooperating with me. Is that clear? Letting him accommodate suspects. He wasn't in the habit of doing that. I'm going to file a complaint against you for violent law enforcement. Complaints are welcome, provided that you can escape Zhu Tao killing and exterminating you, Su Luo said with a shrug. Selena rubbed the back of her neck and retorted. Uncle Tao wouldn't kill me. He treats me as his own daughter. Yeah? Well, we'll see then. Chapter 91, Don't you know I know Kung Fu? In the evening, Selena was upstairs taking a bath. Shuro was downstairs on the couch watching TV. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Suddenly his portable phone rang. Su Luo casually picked up. Hello, Uncle Bill. I've arranged for Ma Jun to pose as Zhu Tao's assassin to attack Selena. So watch out for good cooperation. Roger that. Su Luo smiled and hung up. After about 10 minutes or so, Selena's cry for help suddenly rang out from upstairs. Help! Then there was the sound of something breaking, accompanied by hurried and disorganized footsteps. Su Luo sat on the sofa and did not move like a mountain, thinking that Ma Jun is a professional. Actually climbed the balcony directly on the second floor, waiting for Selena to be scared properly before. Knock! 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 There was a knock on the door. Who could it be at this hour? Su Luo went to open the door with suspicion, and upon opening it, he realized that there was a man standing outside holding a dagger and wearing a hood. A very typical image of a bandit. Su Luo immediately froze. Upstairs was Ma Jun. So this was really Zhu Tao's assassin? In a flash of lightning, he directly met his fist with a punch. Ah! The hooded man hastily reached out to block, but was struck with a scream, then lifted the hood with one hand. Su sir, what are you doing? It's me. Underneath the hood, Ma Jun had a resigned look on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Luo suddenly reacted, turning violently and rushing upstairs to see a man, also wearing a hood, holding Selena down on the bed with one hand around her neck and raising a knife to stab her. And Selena was so choked that she could hardly breathe. Only her legs kept stomping and bouncing and her mouth could not make any sound. Let her go! Su Luo yelled, directly leaping up and kicking both legs on the back of the headgear man, kicking him off the bed and spitting blood from his mouth on the spot. How can a man stab a woman with a knife? Su Luo took the opportunity to pull Selena up, and Selena greedily breathed heavily, hiding behind Su Luo in panic and shouting, He wants to kill me. The hooded man was obviously in good hands. A carp tucked up and rolled over to stand up, holding a knife and rushed towards Su Luo. Su sir, let me do it. Ma Jun rushed into the room and kicked the hooded man in the wrist, directly sending his knife flying, then smashed his fist on his head. The hooded man's body stumbled and took a few steps back to stabilize himself, but he still didn't run away, and instead took a stance in place to play physical combat with Ma Jun. Su Luo escorted Selena out of the room and watched from the doorway as the hooded man and Ma Jun fought back and forth. There's still this kind of tough guy under Zhu Tao? Suddenly, the hooded man made a sounding false move, taking advantage of the horse's army to dodge, but he violently rushed towards Su Luo in the doorway, not speaking of Wu Du trying to sneak attack. Bang! Su Luo then raised his hand and fired a shot. The hooded man who was charging towards him was shot in the knee of his right leg, blood dripping, and his entire body lost its balance on the spot, directly snapping to the floor. Su Luo blew out the muzzle of his gun and looked at the killer. Didn't you know I know Kung Fu? Are you usually this brave? Don't think for yourself. The corner of Ma Jun's mouth tugged. What a Kung Fu! The two eyes under the killer's hood revealed a stifled and angry gaze at Su Luo, then uttered a string of broken Chinese. Damn Chinese don't speak martial arts. A gringo? Su Luo stepped forward and directly ripped off his hood, but realized that it was also a yellow skin. Then he turned his head to look at the stunned Selena and said, "See, didn't you say that Zhu Tao wouldn't kill you? International assassins have been sent here." And this tone of voice, it's either a stick or a ghost. I'm from Vietnam. Hearing Su Luo defame him as a stickman and a ghost, the killer didn't hold back in his defense. Anyway, they've been caught, so the nationality can be exposed, but not insulted as a ghost or a stick. Su Luo casually said, "It's all the same, as long as they're from a foreign country, then they're all international killers. Uncle Tao actually really wants to kill me." Selena was incredulous, or rather hard to accept, biting her red lips tightly. "He used to trust me. What's wrong with believing you a little before? Now it's his own life that's involved," Su Luo added. Selena pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. Su Luo continued to put pressure on her. "Even international assassins have been deployed. No, this mission of protecting you is too dangerous. I'm quitting. I'm leaving first." After saying that, he made a gesture to leave. "Ah, you can't leave. You were ordered to protect me." Selena rushed forward to pull him back. Su Luo directly shook off her hand. "Protecting you is to solve the case, but you're not cooperating with us again." "Cooperate. I'll cooperate. I know Zhu Tao's computer password, and his company's office computer contains evidence of his crimes over the years." Selena clutched Su Luo's arm tightly and spoke in a rapid-fire statement. "Zhu Tao in order to kill her to silence. Even the international killers are invited. If she is still secretive then it is not a little cute." "What? She's only safe if Zhu Tao is finished." Su Luo twisted his head to look at her. "Really cooperate? Really?" Selena nodded repeatedly. Su Luo looked at Ma Jun again. "You send this guy back to be locked up first, then ask a few people to wait for me downstairs at Zhu Tao's company. I'll rush over right away." "Okay, sir," Ma Jun responded before dragging the assassin outside. "You're coming with me." An hour later, Zhu Tao Inc. When Su Luo arrived with Selena, Chen Jin was waiting downstairs with the people from Team B of the Heavy Crimes Unit. Su sir, hand out the leaky rice." Su Luo spoke fluent construction site bulk English and led the crowd toward the front door of Zhu Tao's company, which was already 10 o'clock at night and empty except for the security guards on patrol. Seeing so many of them, the security guard called to his colleagues while blocking them. "What are you doing? Leave someone to fix him." Su Luo dropped a sentence and led Selena into the company straight to Zhu Tao's office, breaking the office's lock with a gun to break the door and then asking Selena to unlock the computer. Selena went around behind the desk, opened the computer and entered the password. Unlocking it instantly, Xu Luo looked at the contents, all of which were accounts of transactions. In addition, the computer also recorded the identity and contact information of several suppliers, as well as the contact information of the underlings, who mastered this computer. That can be connected to a tight drug trading network. What really surprised Su Luo was that the identity of one of the suppliers was actually a congressman named Robinson in the United States of America, and that guy was using the CIA to deal drugs. This is the person Yang Liqing and the others are checking out. The United States of America has a problem with drugs, doesn't it? The SEALs deal drugs, so does the CIA. To be on the safe side, Su Luo first used the floppy disk he had taken from Selena's house to make a copy of the computer's contents, and then had the computer moved directly back. "Go," Su Luo said to Selena. Selena trotted to catch up with him. "Will these convict Jutu? Can it condemn him to death? In the daytime, you still talk about Uncle Tao, but at night, you call him by his first name. Ha, woman." Su Luo stopped and shook his head, looking at Selena. "I have good news and bad news for you." "What news?" Selena said, confused. Su Luo smiled faintly. "The bad news is that Zhu Tao died early, and the good news is also that Zhu Tao died early. You played me." Selena suddenly reacted to the fact that she had been tricked and looked at Su Luo with wide eyes. Su Luo stated haughtily, "Here, isn't that not very nice? Or do you like to reveal it? You're an asshole." Selena cursed. Su Luo laughed and said, "Thank you. Truth be told, there are many women who have complimented me like that." Chapter 92, So You'd Better Not Go Back, Request for Subscription. The next morning, Shuluwa took Selena to the police station to report to Ramon about last night's haul. Selena has no choice but to become a witness for the prosecution and testify against Danny Chu and John Ko a few days later in exchange for a reduced sentence for herself. Good. Well done. Raymond received the floppy disk and ecstatically patted Su Luo's shoulder before saying to Zhou Huabiao, "Notify Yang Liqing and the girls immediately." Now that the case had come to a head, it was time to hand over the evidence to Interpol to bring back. He naturally takes credit for solving this case. Good. Zhou Huabiao was just about to go make a call when there was a knock on the office door. Knock knock knock. Come in. Ramon's tone was light. People are happy when they are happy. The office door was then pushed open, and a police officer walked in with a report. Administrator. Zhu Tao's autopsy results show that he died from poisoning. What? Several people in the room were shocked. Selena glared at Su Luo. You didn't say he was killed. Lying to me again? Bastard. Su Luo paid no attention to Selena, instead just focusing on looking at each other face to face with Zhou Huabiao and Lei Meng, who were the only ones who understood what this autopsy report meant. Check the surveillance, the three said in unison. Every interrogation room was equipped with surveillance. It was only turned off under certain circumstances. The three immediately went to the surveillance room to retrieve the contents of the surveillance of Zhu Tao's arraignment yesterday morning, and each stared at the screen with wide eyes, not letting go of any images. Slow down. Watching the action of Michael bending down to touch his shoes in the picture, Su Luo shouted, and as the picture slowed down, several people could see that it was Michael who had poisoned Zhu Tao using a needle sticking out of the tip of his shoe. Zhou Huabiao cursed. The Navy SEALs drug trafficking. CIA drug trafficking. Even the Narcotics Control Unit is involved in drug trafficking. The United States of America is black to the roots. I have a plan. Su Luo beckoned to the two men to come closer, and then said it all. Zhou Huabiao and Raymond agreed after listening. Half an hour later, the administrator's office. Lei sir, is there any breakthrough on Selena? Yang Liqing, who had rushed over after receiving the call, couldn't wait to ask as soon as the three of them entered the door. Ramon nodded. It's a major breakthrough. What breakthrough? Michael asked in a rush. Come on man. I'll show you a big baby. Su Luo walked up to him and wrapped his arms around his neck. One hand clenched into a fist. What's this? A fist, Michael replied in surprise. Bang! Su Luo slammed his fist on his face, directly causing all 5 of his features to become deformed, blood soaring wildly as he carried him by the hair. Wrong. It's a punch to your face. Su sir, what are you doing? Yang Liqing and Tony were both stunned by the sudden scene and immediately tried to stop it, but Lei Meng shouted, Someone come! Clang! The door of the office was pushed open. A group of armed police rushed in to surround Yang Liqing and the others. Yang Liqing was even more perplexed and sharply questioned Lei Meng. Lei sir, what the hell are you doing? Lei Meng, however, directly ignored her. I will definitely complain about you. Michael, who was dumbfounded by the punch, pointed at Su Luo and screamed. Su Luo grabbed Michael's fur and dragged him to the computer on his desk. Complain about me? You'd better think about which lawyer to go back and hire for a lawsuit. Yang Liqing and Tony were also rushed over, waiting to see the content of the surveillance. Michael was just bursting. He knew that there was a surveillance, but he also had to seize the opportunity to kill yesterday, so that he did not expect that Su Luo and the others would find him so quickly, as he had originally envisioned. By the time Su Luo and the others found themselves, he would have already found a way to take out the last of the threats to Selena and head back to the United States of America. As the footage continued to play, it soon reached the part where Michael used his perspective blind spot to kill Zhu Tao. What? Tony and Yang Liqing stared at Michael with faces full of incredulity after reading this. Tony rushed forward and grabbed his collar. Why did you do that? Seeing this scene, basically able to determine that the three were not in cahoots, Su Luo said, because the mastermind behind your investigation this time is a person called Robinson. He is a supervisor of the CIA. If I'm not wrong, Michael is also Robinson's person. After saying that, he waved his hand to signal the officers to all go out. That's right, I'm also CIA. Hearing that even Robinson had been found out, Michael knew it was all over. Drug trafficking is just a means for us to gather funds. We support many anti-government forces around the world, and we need funds to maintain them. And I don't deal drugs for my own personal desires. It's for the United States of America. It's for the United States of America. But do you realize how many people you're going to kill this way? Tony questioned with a hysterical finger. Michael's bloody mouth quirked up in a mocking smile and said, We sell mostly to Asia, and all the people we kill are yellow monkeys. Pa! Su Luo raised his hand for a slap, holding down his head and smashing it hard on the desk, splattering plasma in all directions. Gan Lin Niang, aren't you yellow? The second ghosts were more hateful than the ghosts. Ramon looked at his desk in pain. You're right. So am I. Michael shook himself, his eyes smiling to himself. This skin is my greatest shame. Because of it, I couldn't get promoted even after all those years in the police department. But fortunately my heart is not. My heart belongs only to the United States of America. That's why I was chosen to join the CIA. I'm not like you yellow trash. I'm not like you yellow trash. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Su Luo scolded nonchalantly. while lifting his knee upwards to hit his crotch hard. Ah! Michael let out a mournful scream and fell straight to the ground with his legs clenched. Su Luo pulled out a few sheets of paper to disgustingly wipe the upper blood of his hand, then threw it at his face. A guy like you doesn't come with a basket. I'll waste you. I'm sorry this happened. He'll get what he deserves when we get back to the United States of America, Tony said as he stepped forward to help Michael up and looked at Su Luo. Punishment? Michael forced himself to endure the pain and provoked Su Luo with a mocking look. I'm working for the state. Where's the punishment? Believe it or not, when I go back, I'll just change my identity and still live freely. Maybe I'll just go full-time to Hong Kong Island to sell drugs, then I'll see how you can still catch me? Ha 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 ha. Are you angry? But what can you do with Kerr? What are you staring at me for? Lowly yellow trash. Do you dare to kill me? Can you kill me? Let me guess. You can't kill me. Ha ha ha. He couldn't inflict physical damage on Su Luo, so he could only taunt him as a retaliation for him hitting himself. He just wanted to see Su Luo angry but unable to him over. That would be too much. I won't allow it. Tony gritted his teeth. Michael shrugged hard, baring his teeth in pain. But it's not like you can do anything about it. Man, you're kind of right. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully and spun around in place with his arms crossed as if thinking about something, then drew his gun and pointed it at Michael. So bastard, you better not go back. Getting rid of evil. As the words fell, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! Michael was directly shot in the head on the spot. Blood was splattered all over Tony's face. Michael's eyes were thick with dismay and unwillingness as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. He relied hard on his own strength and vividly portrayed what it meant to not die without making a mistake. Everyone was dumbfounded by Su Luo. He seized the gun to make an arrest and was killed by me. Su Luo looked around the week, his expressionless tone light and breezy. Old me was reborn once, and I can still be subjected to this? Tony glanced at Michael's corpse before snarling at Su Luo. You're breaking the rules. He assaulted a police officer. Su Luo, one word, point of his chest. Have evidence to charge me. Everything is about evidence. He has evidence that Michael committed a crime. He can say that Michael grabbed the gun and arrested it, but Tony doesn't have the evidence that he intentionally shot down the suspect. Tony looked at the other three people in the office. Yang Liqing glanced at Su Luo, pursed her red lips and nodded to testify for him. He was trying to take the gun. She was, after all, an Interpol officer from Hong Kong Island, and Michael had just managed to enrage her with his map gun. I saw it too. Zhou Huabiao raised his hand, and then he turned his head to look silently at Ramon beside him. What are you looking at? Lei Meng glared at him with his hands behind his back and said with his head held high, I'm also yellow-skinned. He was annoyed at Su Luo's wanton behavior, but after all, he was his subordinate, and there was still that Huang Bingyao relationship, so of course he had to be on Su Luo's side. Seeing this, all Tony could do was slam his fist helplessly on the ground and acquiesce to this, except for the fact that there was nothing he could do because of one man's bounding hands. There's another reason, he's also yellow. Chapter 93, I am indeed sick. Very sick. Soon, Yang Liqing and Tony left with Michael's body to be burned to ashes to bring back to the United States of America, almost a total of 5 pounds with the man in the box. Lei Meng, on the other hand, called out to the police officers to clean up the bloodstains. Professional people, doing professional things, not leaving a trace. In this process he has been cold-faced, did not speak, obviously angry with Su Luo. Zhou Huabiao is with Su Luo scowling, with facial expressions to communicate. You two have face cramps. After the officers left after dealing with the blood, Ramon said coldly, yes, a little. Zhou Huabiao rubbed his face furiously before rushing over to Su Luo and pointing at him angrily. How dare you? Even if Michael deserves to die, it's not for you to kill him. You dared to pull out a gun and kill someone in full view of everyone. And in the end, you still have to ask the director to cover you. You are simply reckless and lawless. Dismissed. You must be dismissed. Alright, stop pretending. Uncle Bill, are you playing a bitter trick on me? Lei Meng interrupted Zhou Huabiao in a bad mood, then walked over to Su Luo, reached out and pointed at him. Do you know what kind of behavior you're displaying today? We are a disciplinary force. Do you have any discipline left? What? Do you think I'll protect you? So you're being reckless? Aang. Su Luo nodded his head in a harmless manner. Otherwise, he would definitely be sneaking around at night to kill. Lei Meng was furious, pestling Su Luo's chest and nodding a few times. If it wasn't for Brother Yao's sake, I damn well want to shoot you right now. He was rarely one to swear. Su Luo's audacity really scared him. Administrator. Not so much. Not so much. That guy should have deserved to die in the first place. I don't believe that you don't have any pleasure in your heart. Zhou Huabiao stepped forward to round up the situation. So what if there is? Lei Meng turned back to his terse neck and questioned. But this matter is not right after all. Zhou Huabiao wiped the saliva that had splashed onto his face. Ramon turned his head to Su Luo again. It just so happens that I made an appointment for you with a psychiatrist. She's already here. You're going to the counseling group right now for a psychological evaluation. A psychiatrist? For me? Su Luo was surprised and pointed at herself with a bewildered look. I'm not sick. You shot 2 people during the captured Jutu operation. You must see a psychiatrist. Ramon turned around and said lightly with his hands behind his back. Su Luo spread his hands. Administrator. It's not normal to kill bandits. I've done it all before. That's the problem. Ramon snapped, turning to stare at him, taking 2 steps forward. I read your file. You kill people every time you act. And you acted without the slightest discomfort after killing so many people. Isn't that horrible? You have psychological problems. After saying that, he paused for a moment before bringing up what had just happened. Also, just now, your sudden act of shooting Michael to death made me even more determined to send you to see a doctor. Uncle Bill, you take him. He just felt that Su Luo was sick, so he had to treat him early, lest he be hopeless when he was terminally ill. Su Luo was helpless, but I'm mentally healthy. Let's go. There's no harm in going to see. You can't find out about psychological problems on your own. Only a doctor can. Uncle Bill wrapped his arm around Su Luo and walked outside. There's really nothing wrong with me psychologically. I'm not sick. Su Luo defended himself while being dragged forcefully to the door of the psychological counseling group by Uncle Bill. Uncle Bill reached out and knocked on the door, his mouth still persuading Su Luo. Cooperate well with the doctor. Be careful of getting addicted to killing in the future. The administrator and I are doing this for your own good. But I'm mentally healthy. Su Luo hadn't finished speaking when the door to the counseling room opened, and a glasses lady with short hair, a slim and sexy figure, wearing a tight black dress and black stockings with black high-colored heels walked out guffawing. Hello Su sir. The moment he saw the doctor, Su Luo suddenly felt that he was indeed sick. Very sick. There is an urgent need to have a good communication with your doctor. They could channel each other a bit. Su Luo twisted his head to look at Zhou Huabiao. I didn't expect my condition to be hidden so deeply. But it was actually still discovered by you and the administrator as well, so I'll accept the arrangement. Admitting it, he really did have a problem with his psyche. Quickly go inside. Uncle Bill directly pushed Su Luo inside. Dr. Pan. I'll leave it to you all. Dr. Pan clasped his hands to his chest and raised one hand in an okay gesture before closing the door. Su sir, please have a seat. After closing the door, Dr. Pan turned to Su Luo with a faint smile and pointed to the sofa. After Su Luo sat down, Dr. Pan sat down on the chair opposite him and crossed her legs. Her black silk-wrapped calves under the hem of her skirt were long and slender, her high heels wobbling as she stretched out her slender hand. Get to know each other. Pan Ling, just call me Dr. Pan. Dr. Pan. Hello. Su Luo held her hand. Then he said in a low tone as his face darkened. I've known for a long time that I have a disease in my heart, and it's also very serious. I hope you can help me. Pan Ling's small face immediately serious, knit his eyebrows and said, Su sir. First of all, let's talk about your symptoms. The general police shoot to kill people after more or less will be uncomfortable. You killed so many people that the problem in your heart must be even more serious. Be psychologically prepared. Let's start with your impression of me. Su Luo did not answer, but instead asked Pan Ling a question instead. Pan Ling replied ponderously. Ker's impression of you, Su sir, is all hearsay, and in general you're a good man who is clean, upright, and valiant. That's right. I used to be like this. Su Luo nodded. Then his expression gradually twisted. But as the more people I shot and killed, the mental pressure I endured became greater and greater, and I needed to rely on women to indulge myself in order to keep my cool, causing me to become more and more horny. But this has already gone against my principles. I can see that. Pan Ling nodded as she glanced at Su Luo's hand in her own hand that she hadn't let go of. She had said that with Su Luo's character, how could he take advantage of her? It turned out to be a psychological reason. How pathetic. Su Luo looked up at her hopefully. Am I still saved? I don't want to be a womanizer. This, Pan Ling was also torn. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation, but she found it very interesting to study. That is to say, you started off by relying on sex to relieve your mental stress, but it progressed to the point where your urge for the urge grew stronger. Didn't it? Yes, especially a beautiful woman like you, Dr. Pan, who matches my aesthetic. I totally can't help but want to take offense. Su Luo's eyes were filled with pain as he lowered his head and let go of Pan Ling's hand. Sorry. It's alright, Su sir. You don't have to deliberately suppress yourself in front of me. It's only more convenient for me to understand your condition. Pan Ling looked at him with a gentle tone. Dr. Pan, you are truly a healer. Su Luo was touched and placed his hand on her thigh, enjoying the silky smoothness of the indulgence. Dr. Pan, this you don't mind, right? Su sir. Pan Lingling suddenly looked at Su Luo suspiciously. You wouldn't be pretending to be sick to try to pick me up. Would you? This was actually all discovered by you. But Su Luo had no heart, and even managed to justify a backhanded attack. You doubt me? The expression on Su Luo's face gradually solidified, and he stood up with a brush. Go out and ask around. When the chief inspector of the public relations section threw herself at me, I didn't even bother. Now you actually suspect me of salivating over your beauty? Claiming to help me heal but then questioning my condition. If you don't have this professionalism, don't come to play me and discriminate against me for being sick. Ha! You can discriminate against my illness, but you can't insult my character. Goodbye. A few words thrown down. Su Luo, as if he was greatly offended, coldly turned around and walked away. Chapter 94, You've successfully captured my soft underbelly. Pan Ling was confused, not realizing that Su Luo's reaction to her unintentional remark was so great, but then quickly came back to her senses. Her words just now were indeed inappropriate, questioning a moral model, and even rubbing salt in the patient's wounds. It is unbecoming and unprofessional for a highly principled model of the police force to have to do something against his own principles because he is suffering from a mental illness, which is a pain in itself. And yet he himself suspects the other person's condition. Seeing Su Luo open the door to leave, Pan Ling hurriedly got up and went forward to pull his arm. Su sir, I just said the wrong thing. I apologize. I know you probably won't accept it, but your condition is already very serious, so I hope you'll accept the treatment. Su Luo stopped in his tracks, his cold face silent. Seeing that he was clearly moved, Pan Ling hastened to strike while the iron was hot. Even if it's not for your own sake, think about the citizens of Hong Kong Island. They need a physically and mentally healthy Su Sir to protect their safety. One could only say that Su Sir's people were set up well, and Chief Inspector Zhou Huier had indelibly contributed to this, convincing me with serving the public. Dr. Pan, you've managed to catch my soft underbelly. Su Luo sighed and said as he looked at her and shook his head helplessly. The corner of Pan Ling's mouth hooked, and she said, Of course, I'm a psychologist. Of course I know what you care about in your heart. Su Luo wanted to laugh. Serving the public and serving the queen. I don't even believe in such words. This expert title of yours was bought, right? After determining that this woman didn't have a few brushes, Su Luo was relieved, because this kind of chick who thought she was a professional but actually didn't know was the best to fool. He likes women with big boobs. It's easy to cheat. Su Luo walked back to the sofa and sat down. Pan Lingling also sat across from him again, pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment, red-faced, and took the initiative to stretch her slender calves in front of Su Luo. Su sir, you continue to touch it. Ah no, you continue to say it. This action looks like seducing Su Luo. But the healer is kind. The healer is kind. He or she is also in order to be able to understand Su Sir's condition as soon as possible. Not to mention that Su Sir is still being publicized as a hero and handsome. Pan Lingling comforted herself in her heart. My dependence on women has increased, and the symptom of the offense is a manic mood. Su Luo gently stroked her black silk-trimmed calves, but on the surface, he was serious, and his eyes were not slanted as he recounted the condition. Pan Lingling listened patiently. Sometimes she would slightly frown, sometimes her eyes were pensive, but soon her cheeks flushed as she reminded. Su sir, your hand, she also has a bottom line of, sorry for offending. I didn't even notice myself. Su Luo looked down and hastily removed his hand, apologizing. See, my condition is like this. Subconscious behavior is out of control. It's nothing to do with me. I'm noble. I'm sitting on my hands. It's all because my illness is messing with me. It's okay. It's not that you want to. It's just that you're sick. Pan Lingling was very understanding, then mused. For the time being, it sounds like it's all because you've been killing too many people that you're overburdened psychologically. Why don't you take a break from your duties for a while? No, I also want to rest, but there are a lot of accumulated cases in my hands that I can't leave. Su Luo shook his head, then looked at her and said, but on the contrary, I feel very relaxed when I chat with you. Dr. Pan. Pan Lingling spat in her heart. Good lord, you're relaxed, but I've always been all taught. Then it seems that my psychological counseling of you is still effective. I'll go back and look for information to carefully study your condition. And in the future I'll help you do psychological counseling once a week. Pan Lingling blushed as she put her somewhat numb long legs down from Su Luo's body, handing him a business card. This is my phone number. Come directly to the hospital to look for curcuma when you have time, but make an appointment in advance. Su Luo got up, and with a grateful face, he held her hand and said, then please, Dr. Pan, I have another request. I hope that your report can alleviate the positioning of my disease. I don't want to quit the front line. He didn't want to mess up and get suspended. Pan Lingling was instantly a little embarrassed, but looking at Su Luo's eyes that were full of eagerness to serve the public she couldn't bear to refuse. Then, that's fine. Anyway, Su Luo can control his condition. The big deal is to sleep with a few more women, and it's not like he'll be completely out of control. Thank you. Then I'll have to trouble Dr. Pan more in the future. Su Luo was grateful. This is supposed to be my job, and it's also an honor to serve you. Su sir. Pan Lingling guffawed and opened the door for Su Luo. Please take your time. I'll see you next week then. Su Luo smiled and waved at her, turning to leave with a brisk pace. Pan Lingling looked at Su Luo's pleasant back and her heart was filled with pride. It was clear that this was the result of her own work, successfully alleviating his condition. Well, it is just 2 wasteful stockings to cure him. Pan Lingling looked down at the drawn black silk and shook her head, then closed the door and turned to write the report. On the other side, Su Luo returned to the serious crime unit. How is it? Look at you with a smile on your brow. The treatment effect is good, right? Zhou Huabiao came up and asked. Su Luo laughed. Quite good. Dr. Pan is really professional and still a healer. That's for sure. This is a high achiever who just came back from abroad and has cooperation with our police department. If you privately go to her for counseling, the price will scare you to death, Zhou Huabiao said in an exaggerated tone. Su Luo sighed. Police force welfare is so good, it actually helped him get the bill for picking up girls. So, do a good job. Where can I find such good benefits? Zhou Huabiao patted his shoulder and Su Luo assured him. I will do a good job. Who wouldn't want to work for a chick like Dr. Pan? Zhou Huabiao turned around and went back to his office. The others hurriedly came up. Su sir, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with the psyche? Isn't that shrink pretty? Thank you all for your concern. My condition isn't serious. It's just that I'm a little stressed out. Well, all hurry up and disperse. Su Luo waved his hand and said. Not taking this opportunity to exaggerate his condition to trick them into giving him gifts was the last of Su Luo's conscience. After the crowd dispersed, Su Luo whispered to Buzi, go to your brother's house for dinner tonight. He was going to talk to his great-uncle about something. My brother said that? Or did your sister-in-law say it? Bud looked puzzled as to how she hadn't been called. Su Luo replied blandly. I said so, Miko. Man, you're so crazy. Su Luo has just returned to the office soon. The face with band-aid Fatwave pushed open the door and walked in. He ding-banged the day before yesterday to catch Xu Tao when sitting in Chen Jiajui's car knocked out. But the injury is not serious. Are superficial injuries? So stayed a day on the hospital. Su Luo pointed to the chair. Sit. Su sir, I have something I want to ask for your help. Fat Bo stammered and opened his mouth, looking embarrassed. Chapter 95, Fatwave's Trouble. Relief for brother-in-law. What's the matter? Can't hold out anymore? Su Luo relaxed in his chair, both hands crossed in front of him, his demeanor smiling but not laughing. I could tell from last year that something was wrong with Fatwave, but after asking a few times, I didn't say anything, but this time I'm taking the initiative to give an explanation. I was thinking I could fix it myself. Fatwave smiled sarcastically, fidgeting in the chair across from him. Sulo lifted his chin. Come on. Last year, my son was sick. I borrowed 50,000 loan sharks emergency. When it was said that 3 months after the capital with interest to pay back all, said here Fatwave paused. The tone of voice began to gnash his teeth, but it is not yet do they force I pay back the money, or else report to the police force I owe loan sharks. I have no choice but to pay back a part of it first. Off and on has been paying. By this month I've scraped together the money to pay them back $80,000, but I didn't realize that the guys were saying that I was only paying back the interest generated by the extension, and that I had to pay back the principal. They are clearly playing with me. I really have no choice. Fat Bo hung his head after he finished speaking, rubbing his hands over his face with a pained and tangled expression. Su Luo shook his head after hearing this. It's obvious that he's using you as a fat sheep. What's the name of the lender? This is the same as the later generations of loans. Is not want you to pay back the money as scheduled. Has been rising your interest. It's just that these days by all accounts moneylenders are only doing more heartless work than in later times. The word law is not binding. Otherwise Su Luo wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Chan Yu Hong, in Simsha Sui opened a Yuki finance company specializing in lending. Fatwave heard Su Luo want to help him mean even off. Then said, Su sir, as long as you lend me money to pay back the debt, you're obsessed with lines. Su Luo interrupted with a frown, crumpling a form on his desk into a ball and smashing it in his face. And lending you money to pay off the loan? Fat Bo lowered his head and listened, not saying a word. Dumbass, you are the errand boy coming. Stepping on the horse is the fight against loan sharks. You with the ability to borrow Geely. Why should you return? Su Luo waved his hand in a bad mood. Hurry up and disappear in front of me. I will solve this matter for you. You don't have to care. Thank you Su sir. Thank you. Fat Bo got up and thanked him repeatedly, so excited that he was on the verge of crying. Su Luo pointed at him. If you had asked me for a loan back then, would you still have all this? Wasn't it only a short time ago that I was transferred here? And I wasn't familiar with everyone, Fat Bo weakly replied. He also dared to tell Su Luo about this because he trusted him now. Otherwise he wouldn't have said it. After all, it would be troublesome for an incumbent police officer to owe the Black Shark Club loan sharks. Black Shark Club to police loan sharks. Really, rats licking cat pussy? Tired of living. Waiting for the fat wave to leave, Su Luo coldly snorted. Picked up the portable phone to call the Big D. Instructed, Simsha Sui, there is a Yaoqi finance company. Smashed, the boss to teach a lesson. The lightness of the weight of their own grasp, so that he is not allowed to lend money in the future. A lending small yakuza. Not worthy of Su Luo, take time out to personally deal with. Meet with him is a waste of time. Directly let the Big D to get it done on the line. Su Luo didn't bother to engage in any negotiation. Was it possible for a small, rotten loan shark to sit down and negotiate with a police inspector with an unlimited future? On the other hand, Big D hung up the phone and yelled casually while coding mahjong. Ah, run. Brother Big D. Chen Yongran ran over. Half a year ago, he was picked by Huang Jiqing as an undercover agent to be placed here at Big D. Because of his boldness and efficiency, he was favored by Big D to be brought around to run errands. Big D said carelessly, take a few people to smash that Simsha Suiyuki finance company and tell the owner, Chen Yaoxiong, to settle down and not to lend any more money. Chen Yongren froze at the words. This is doing a good deed, right? Is this what the black sharks are supposed to do? Ever since he joined Big D's gang, he had always suspected that it wasn't the black sharks, because Big D didn't deal drugs or lend money and had set up a company. Currently, the main businesses are valet parking, bars, security, nightclubs as well as casinos, selling pirated CDs to the mainland, and movie studios, among other businesses. I heard that most of them were run by Jimmy, Big D's right-hand man, so hell knows what's going on in the heads of these black clubbers. Not a bit of business. Huang Jiqing asked him to go undercover to get hold of evidence of Big D's felonies of murder or drug trafficking, but he felt afraid that it was hopeless for the rest of his life. What are you waiting for? Go. Big D frowned when he saw Chen Yongren standing around in a daze. Only then did Chen Yongren respond. Good. Chen Yaoxiong's matter was left behind by Su Luo. After work he and Bud went to Huang Bingyao's house. Why are you guys here? Because he didn't greet them in advance. Huang Bingyao was surprised when he opened the door. Budgie smiled and said, why? My own old brother's house. Can't I come? Yes, come in. Huang Bingyao stepped aside, then shouted to Bai Li in the kitchen. Wife, hurry up and cook more rice. Those two dabblers are here again. Bud and Arlo are here? My sister-in-law's bright voice came out of the kitchen. Okay, no problem. Sister-in-law, let me help you. Bootsy let go of Su Luo's arm and bounced into the kitchen. Huang Bingyao and Su Luo went to sit in the living room and casually asked, you don't have anything to do. Tell us something. Brother, I've recently heard that the top wants to demolish the 9 Dragons walled city. Su Luo took an orange and peeled it. Huang Bingyao froze, 2 small eyes blinking on his fat face. I haven't even heard of this. Who did you listen to? Actually better informed than me? His own position is higher than him, right? Cough. So now that you've heard about it, what are your thoughts? Su Luo coughed tactically. Of course there was no way he could tell him that it was Zhou Huier who told him. Huang Bingyao's body lay back. If the news is true, then there must be an idea. I will inquire about it, and take you with me when I have the chance. I knew it. You are my own big brother. Come eat an orange first. Brother Kerr's filial honor to you. Su Luo's eyes showed gratitude as he handed over the orange in his hand. Huang Bingyao gave him a blank look. This orange is still taken at my house. Are you good enough for you? Family, don't talk about 2 families. When Huang Bingyao reached out to take it, Su Luo took the orange back and stuffed the whole thing into his mouth. If you don't eat it then I'll eat it myself. Huang Bingyao's hand froze in the air, tactically picking up the cup of water on the table to hide his embarrassment. Then let's talk about a family. Huang Bingyao moved to Su Luo's side, wrapped his arms around his neck and lowered his voice. Your bar is very profitable. The car has been replaced with a Mercedes-Benz. Have you ever thought of succoring me? He knew Zhou Wenli and Hong Kong Shang, knew that these two are Su Luo raised outside the house, so also know that the Zero Bar is Su Luo's, so make money. His eyes read alas, don't mention it. I've been bothered by this recently. Su Luo shook his head with a sad face. Huang Bingyao froze. Something happened at the bar? No, there's too much money. I don't even know how to spend it. Spending it doesn't make it as fast as earning it. It's annoying. Su Luo looked helpless, then looked at Huang Bingyao with a fervent look. Right. The money won't expire. Right? The bank card won't be burst. Right? Huang Bingyao was shown a face. You this forced to pretend. Very good. Next time not allowed to pretend again. Good brother-in-law. There is an old saying that dogs kneel to each other and woof to each other. Huang Bingyao held Su Luo's hand and shook it. Just reward me with 3 melons and 2 dates. Take it to the whore. Su Luo casually pulled out a card and tossed it to him, lightly pretending, I don't know how much money is in there. I have too many cards. Thank you, brother Luo. Huang Bingyao was thrilled. He experienced the joy of successful investment. Chapter 96, It's basic common sense to wear a helmet when fishing. The next night Sulo had an appointment with Big D. It's in the booth at Ground Zero. They were the only 2 people in the large private room. Big D, I've heard that you've been mixing it up quite a bit lately. Su Luo looked at Big D and said quietly. Big D hurriedly poured Su Luo a glass of wine and said with a sarcastic smile, Isn't it all thanks to you taking care of brother Luo? He had been doing okay before, but he wouldn't have gotten to where he was now if it wasn't for Su Luo. Long Hair and Jimmy are a literary and a military force. Making his Big D brother's signature in the jungle is getting louder and louder. Especially Jimmy. It's really great. Go and do something for me. Find a few reliable people to blend into the 9 Dragons walled city, and try to find out the dens of those big circles. Killers, drug dealers, wanted criminals and the like inside. Su Luo was going to make preparations for his participation in the demolition of the Kowloon walled city. These were the evil elements that definitely needed to be eliminated before the demolition. Otherwise the demolition couldn't be carried out, and the elimination naturally belonged to the police. When the order to finalize the demolition work of the Kowloon walled city came down, he handed this over directly. Grasping their movements, was it not simple to pack up? And as the provision of important information Su Luo, with the help of his great-uncle brother again how to mix a position in the band, right, with the opportunity to lead the team can be meritorious. After hearing this, Big D still adhered to his usual style of not asking for the cause, but just doing things. Don't worry Locke, I'm sure I'll get this done. I've heard that you and United Success are going to start the election soon. How about it? Are you sure about it? After talking about himself Su Luo asked about Big D again. The fact that the Black Shark Club also naturally conducts democratic elections is a vivid visualization of what it means to say that the times are calling. Big D was annoyed at the mention of this and picked up his glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Damn. Originally, with my strength I would definitely have no problem. But that old thing Uncle Tang let the cat out of the bag saying something about the society having to be balanced. And that just because I'm too strong I can't be allowed to have a monopoly on my own. So now a lot of uncles are supporting Locke in his fight against me. In his opinion the position of sitting in the pavilion should be the strongest person sitting. What bull ****** balance. That group of old things is not afraid of losing the right to speak in the future. Ever thought about what to do if you lose? In the movie it's Big D who is strong. So Dumpster supports Lin Whaler's rise to power for balance and Big D loses the election. In the end, Big D, who is all limbs and simple-minded, lets Lin Huilo fool around and limp, and gets smashed to death while fishing. Without hesitation, Big D replied, If I lose the election I'll get myself a new and united victory. Want me to be overpowered by Locke? Never. His strength now. And the movie is not the same as in the movie. In the movie just call out to screw the new and the united victory, but ultimately did not dare to do that. Now he is really dare. Have this bottom dang bow to tear his face? He didn't believe that Uncle Tang dared to lose both ways with him, so he was still relatively confident of winning the election. Lin Huilo looks like he treats people kindly, but he's actually treacherous and ruthless, a wolf with a wild heart. So be careful, Su Luo joked after reminding him, especially if he asks you to go fishing. You must remember to wear a helmet. I'm afraid this famous scene is not going to happen. Thanks for the reminder, brother Luo. Big D had originally felt that Locke was not much of a threat, but as soon as Su Luo said that Locke was treacherous and ruthless he was immediately on guard, because Su Luo's judgment and information had never been wrong yet. It's as if the underworld is omniscient. It also kept him in awe of it at all times. Su Luo clinked glasses with him. The sitting elections are coming up, so I won't keep you. Make yourself at home. Then Morocco. I'll leave first. Big D put down his wineglass and got up, then turned around and walked out of the private room. Big D had just left when Zhou Wenli and Hong Kong Shang pushed their way in, one in a moonlight white cheongsam and the other in a black cheongsam. Black silk and white silk, each with their own flavor. Su Luo wrapped the two into his arms, squeezing their thighs with impunity. The two boss ladies of the 0 Point Bar are as beautiful as heavenly fairies. This phrase has made my ears calloused, and I think it's just average. This kind of beauty that others could only observe from afar, but he could desecrate it with impunity. Felt very nice. Getting a bargain is still a good thing. Zhou Wenli pouted, picking up a full grape and feeding it to him. Minato Sang, on the other hand, was clinging to his arms and feeding him wine. This kind of life will make people degenerate. Can't put these two goblin-like chicks out to wreak havoc on others. So in the end, he's the one who resisted it all. This is called the courage to assume social responsibility. The lights were red. The table was set with a luxurious fruit plate and open fine wines. The three of them on the sofa were flirting cheekily, and people were coming and going in the aisle outside. That night, Big D was sleeping when he was suddenly awakened by the ringing of the phone. He picked up the portable phone in annoyance. Who is it at night? Is sick. He's got a lot of get up and go. Big D. It's me. Sorry. A rambling, gentle voice came from the other end. It sounds like a breath of fresh air. Big D slowed down a bit and sat on the bed and lit himself a cigarette. So it's Alu. What's the matter? Call me back at the election juncture. On the other end of the spectrum is his competitor, Lin Whaler. It's like this. Yesterday your subordinate Ian smashed the company of Dapu's blackhead Ma Dongguan Chai's younger brother Chen Yaxiong. People also beat up. We are all our own people anymore. I would like to ask you to come out to talk tomorrow. And by the way, also talk about the election. Alok's tone was still unenthusiastic, as if he was discussing with Big D. Big D exhaled smoke and snorted. What's there to talk about? There's absolutely no way I'm going to back down. I'll take the sitting position. You'll see. He didn't expect Chen Yaoxiong, whom Luo told him to teach him a lesson, to actually be able to get involved with Lin Huailo, barely counting in Lian Shang's people, but it didn't matter to him, so he didn't even mention this person directly in his words to Alu. I'll back off, Alok suddenly said in a deep voice. Big D froze. What did you say? He wondered if he'd heard wrong. I said I'll back off. Alu sighed and slowly explained. Your strength is here. What can I do to compete with you? It's not that Uncle Ting forced me. He is afraid that you are too strong. And when you get to the top, uncles like him won't have any say, but I don't want to be his pawn. So I decided to give up. Let's come out and fish tomorrow, and the two of us will open up the door and have a good chat. It sounds very eloquent and convincing. Since you've admitted defeat, what else do I have to say? I'll see you tomorrow. Big D finished his sentence and then added, but I'll decide on the place. Now he's thriving because he's got Su Lo on his back, and he's even more cocky than he was in the original movie. In his opinion, Alok has self-awareness, since he has already admitted defeat, and we are all from the same school. Do you still dare to do anything to him? It's just a matter of catching a fish. After all, Alok had opened his mouth to withdraw. Wouldn't he look like a wimp if he still didn't dare to go to the appointment? However, because of Su Luo's reminder, it made him still alert to Alu in his heart, so he proposed that he would set the location, and then bring his little brother to search him before fishing, so there would not be any problem. And of course, there's the helmet for sure, not for any other reason than he does what Shulua tells him to do. I don't know what the operation of fishing with a helmet is, but if Morocco says so then it must make sense. It's just that I'm not gifted enough to comprehend it. Chapter 97, The Furious Big D, and the United Winning Wins. In 1987, Monday, April 27th, the sky was high and windy, just right for a fishing outing. Kowloon Reservoir. Big D sits on the bank, sunglasses on, fishing rod in both hands staring silently out over the water, and a scuffed motorcycle helmet between his legs. Two cars were parked on the main road a kilometer or so away from the watering hole, and Big D's minions were getting together in twos and threes to talk about juvenile matters. What punches? What whips? What bondage? Chen Yongren stood aside and smoked, always looking out of place with them because he wasn't perverted enough. Brother long hair, there's a car coming over, Chen Yongren said as he looked up at a Mercedes that was driving over. The minions instantly followed the sound. A white Mercedes gradually decelerated, then stopped 3 meters away from several people, and Lu, wearing a gray jacket, walked down, looked at them, smiled and said, I made an appointment with your boss, Brother Lu. Sorry, but you have to be searched before you're allowed to pass. Longhair stepped forward and said blandly. Aelan cooperated by raising their hands. Search. Chen Yongren stepped forward and touched all over his body to make sure there was no problem before nodding at Longhair. Lu please. Longhair stepped aside. Lu opened the trunk, and with his tackle bag on his back he strutted toward the edge of the pond. Lok is here. Damn. I don't know what's going on with the fishing. After 10 minutes or so, Big D heard footsteps coming from behind him and waved back to Alok. Come on, you come and try fishing. Big D, you bring so many minions with you when you go out to catch a fish now. You still have to be searched if you want to see you, Allah said casually while fiddling with his fishing gear. Big D laughed. It can't be helped. You also know that I've been developing very quickly this year, but I've also made a lot of enemies, so there's always nothing wrong with being careful. Arako smiled slightly. Also, soon he handled his gear as well, sat down next to Big D, hooked up a worm and threw out a shot. What's the idea? Big D suddenly asked something clueless, but Alok understood and twisted his head to look at him with a smile. I'll give up this term. I'll take the lead and vote for you. How about you back me up next term? He came to see Big D today to beg for peace, because Big D is really too strong. and even if he barely wins the election, he definitely won't be able to crush Big D. It's not a good idea to mess with Woozing in tatters. He wants to be a sitter, but he doesn't want a divided Woozing, so he wants to deal with Big D. It just so happens that Big D has been on a roll lately, and he also wants to take advantage of these 2 years to ride on Big D's express train, so that Big D can come out ahead and he can hide behind him to build up his strength and wait for the next election. Winning first is not winning. Laughing last is laughing. Not how. Big D shook his head slowly. Araku froze and looked at him in surprise. The corners of Big D's mouth rose as he looked at the water in a spirited manner and said, "Ah, Locke, don't you think there's a problem with the talker election system like Lianshang? Every time there is an election, there will be infighting, which is too depleting to the strength of the society." The advantage was in him. He didn't even bother to tell lies to deceive Locke. The position of the talker. He was not only going to sit in this term, but also in the next term, and the next. Locke's face changed several times before he finally said with a light laugh, "Hasn't it been like this for so many years? This is outdated." Big D dismissively bristled, lowered his head and started hanging up the bait, his mouth chattering, every 2 years, we need a civil unrest. We in Lianshang have developed for so many years than Hung Hing for this reason." Filled with Big D's words of wanting to monopolize and unite the winners, Locke looked at the rambling man and his eyes couldn't help but fall on top of a large rock nearby. He really didn't think about killing Big D before he came, because killing him before the election would be a pain in the ass, but now he wanted to, and had the chance. "I'm afraid there won't be a next time if I miss this one, so it's time to just keep passing it on like the new record." Big D's tone suddenly trailed off as, from the reflection of his scuffed and glowing helmet, he caught sight of Locke, who was grimacing behind him as he lifted a large stone. The whole person instantly rolled to the side. Wow! Lee's stone was empty, and his body suddenly stumbled forward even with it, directly flopping into the pond, splashing a huge wave of water. "Don Lin Yang, you're going to kill me." Stunned, Big D rolled to his feet, grabbed the phone and dialed out, "Bring someone here immediately." Seeing the bad situation, Locke fought to swim to the other end of the pond, and when Long Hair and the others arrived, Locke, driven by the desire to survive, had swum to the middle of the pond. Big D furiously roared, "This wants to kill me. Shoot him for me. Quick!" He was shocked and scared, never expecting that Locke would actually dare to kill him in this situation. "Luckily, I listened to Lowe's about wearing a helmet for fishing. From now on he shall honor Morocco as a god." "Ha!" Longhair froze at his words for a moment before reacting, then pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger on Locke. Bang bang bang! You can't ask for much in the way of kooky gunplay. It's okay to let them jerk off, but if you really let them jerk off then forget it. Completely human tracers. Locke was also scared to dive into the underwater swimming. By the time the long hair bullets hit empty, Locke has climbed ashore, stumbled and ran away. Shot. Big D cursed and dialed Uncle Tang's phone with a face full of anger, hysterically growling, "Uncle Tang, Locke tried to kill me. I was lucky to pick up a life. How should murdering a fellow disciple be handled? If the society doesn't deal with it, I'll deal with it myself." "Big D, you don't mess around. Lo, what kind of person we all know. How can? You. A bunch of old bastards who were coaxed around by his phony ass." Big D cursed in anger when he heard this, then directly hung up the phone and turned his head to look at Long Hair. "Go gather the brothers to prepare to do something." Big D is a man of nature, and after nearly losing his life today, it doesn't matter what the sitters are, it doesn't matter what the rules are, he has to get back at Lin Huailu. On the other hand, Uncle Tang contacted Locke immediately after talking to Big D on the phone, but the call didn't go through. For falling in a pool of water, Uncle Deng knew that something must have happened and hurriedly called for another meeting with the uncles in the society. While waiting for the others to arrive, his home phone suddenly rang. Uncle Dun went to answer it with his cane. "Hello, Uncle Tang. I'm Locke." Big D, he's going to kill me," Lin Huila said in panic. Uncle Duncan asked quickly, "What's going on?" "Big D called me half an hour ago and said you were going to kill him. He actually went back on his words," Lin Huilo angrily accuses. "He asked me to go fishing. I didn't bring anyone. He brought someone, even a gun. I'm crazy and still dare to kill him? It was he who wanted to force me to voluntarily withdraw from the election. I did not agree that he wanted to kill me. Fortunately I picked up a life by luck. Otherwise I would be dead." This, Uncle Tung gritted his teeth. The words of the two men. He obviously trusted Lin Huila more, because Lin Huila usually showed the image of an honest man with a gentle character, united with his juniors, and respected his uncles. Big D, on the other hand, acted as if he had no one in his sight, and he was brutal and ruthless and did not care about his uncles. And Unison's internal storm clouds are on the verge of flaring up. Big D returned to Sai Kung at the first opportunity. Since being covered by Su Lo, he moved his lump from Tsuanwan to Sai Kung, and it was safer to be next to Lo. Uncle Tang calls Big D to confront Locke at the hall, but Big D, who has only just come back from the dead, doesn't dare to risk his life and is angered by the fact that Uncle Tang and the others believe in Locke but not him, so he refused directly and said that if the society does not deal with Locke, it means that the society is unfair to him, and if that society is unfair, he will have to quit the society and start a new one. Deng Bo's side also angry. In his opinion, Big D dare not confrontation is weak. Plotting to kill fellow disciples cannot but also split the society. This is he can never tolerate. So directly on the phone, he said to start a fight, to kill into Saigon to bring Big D back to the incense hall to execute the family law. For a while both sides kept gathering people. The police were naturally alarmed. Chapter 98, occasionally helping out with anti-black jobs. Saigon Police Station. Commissioner's office. Raymond was sitting behind his desk looking at Su Luo's psychological evaluation report, sipping his water and frowning as he muttered, "It shouldn't be. Shooting so many people to death is actually only slightly mentally stressful." He was all ready to give Su Luo a vacation. Clang! Office door was pushed open. Zhou Huabiao walked in quickly, spoke in a hurry to explain the reason. "Lei sir, and Lian Shang's Dang Wei and the Big D are set up at any time to start a fight, and now the streets of Saikung are in chaos. The public alarm calls a non-stop. How do you come to Saigon from a fight with Lian Shang?" Raymond froze when he heard this and subconsciously asked back. Zhou Huabiao turned around and closed the door while explaining to Raymond with his mouth. Last year, Big D had already moved the lump to Saigon. This time in Lian Shang's civil unrest Dang Wei sent word to fight his way into Saigon and execute Big D to the family law. Pouncing. A bunch of psychopaths. Lei Mang cursed and got up, and said to Zhou Huabiao, "Anti-black team. Serious crimes team. As long as there's no case in hand, I'll go out to the scene. Make sure to stop the bloodshed from happening." The Black Club firefights were usually at night, and to make such a big commotion in broad daylight, if he couldn't control the situation, then his superiors would definitely hold him accountable. It would be worse if the citizens were injured by mistake. Apply for a PTU transfer. Both sides have gathered several hundred people now, Zhou Huabiao suggested. After all, relying only on the serious crimes unit and the anti-triad unit was too little manpower. So many cooks get together. The slightest spark is a big mess. The police are too few to form a deterrent. Cannot control the scene. Ramon waved his hand. "I'll apply to my superiors. You can start by asking Arlo to take someone to stabilize the situation." "Yes sir," said Zhou Huabiao, standing at attention and saluting. "Wait." Ramon suddenly shouted at him and raised a finger. "Tell Arlo that the mission of the serious crimes unit this time is to help the anti-triad unit contain the conflict, not to catch thieves. You can shoot, but no one can die. Seung Quan O. Sai Kung. The street where Big D Tuadi is located is already crowded with people. Hong Kong Island citizens have a wealth of experience in dealing with the firefights of the Black Hui. The stores on both sides of the street are already closed, and only the residents on the upper floors are watching the spectacle below through the windows." Longhair led Big D's men in a distant confrontation with Lin Huailu on the opposite side of the room, with heads of people behind them, parked next to a BMW sedan. Sitting in the car is in Lian Sheng. Incumbent talkers blow chicken with Deng Wei. "Brother Big D. Hello brother Big D. Big D is here." Suddenly Big D's minions clamored and made way. Big D swaggered to the forefront and casually snatched the knife in the hand of one of his minions and pointed it at Lin Huailu. "Gone Lin Yang you can't kill me but you still beat me up. You're dead today. Big D. In the end, who wants to lay hands on fellow disciples? We all have our own opinions in our hearts. You don't have to throw dirty water on me again. I can understand you wanting to kill me, but I can't tolerate you splitting the society." The moment Lin Huailu opened his mouth, he was speaking in grandiose words. This was the persona he had been operating for years. That's why Deng Wei believed him. Just then, the door of the BMW opened, and the fat, rolling, backpacking pants wearing Dunwell slowly walked down with his cane, walking step by step towards Big D. "Uncle Deng," Lin Huaila reminded. Deng Wei waved his hand to indicate that it is fine, so he walked to the front of the Big D. His hands mortar and pestle cane propped on the ground, tilted his head and said, "The two parties are almost here. I'm going to ask you one last thing. I heard that you want to engage in the new in Lian Shang. Is it true Deng Wei was short, fat, and old, but the aura radiating from him at this moment was strong. "Dang Bo. You guys don't believe me, come on." After the emotions of the upper head receded, Big D was still a little weak. Deng Wei took a deep breath and repeated absently, "Are you talking about messing with Xin He Lian Shang? So what if it is?" Big D was also enraged by the other party's contemptuous attitude, pointing at him and yelling, "I'm the strongest with united victory, and I'm the one who rushes to the front if anything happens. And if you guys are unfair, then I'll quit. Then there's nothing more to say. Start the fight. Uncle Tang dropped a sentence and turned around to leave without any panic. Mighty mighty mighty. Accompanied by the ringing of the police bell, more than a dozen cars drove over from both ends of the street. And Lian Shang's juniors are turning back to follow the sound of the sound. But they are not afraid of the slightest. But instead, one of them hangs on to show a mocking color. After all, they were usually the ones who were gripped by the errand boys. And today there were so many of them who certainly dared to fling their faces at the errand boys. "Su sir, what should we do?" Seeing that those people had no intention of giving way, Ma Jun, who was acting as the driver, slowed down and asked Su Luo. "Crash through." Su Luo yawned. Ma Jun's eyes widened. "Ha?" Miko and Chan Kakue in the backseat were also startled. "Step on the gas and crash through, won't you?" Su Luo twisted his head to look at Ma Jun and asked with a frown. Miko blossomed. "Loco, shut up." Su Luo directly interrupted her. After Bud's interruption, Ma Jun also came back to God. Su Sir is trying to let himself scare away this group of road-blocking bad boys, not really want to run them over themselves. He instantly stepped on the gas. Buzz! The ear-shattering roar of the engine rang out, and the silver Mercedes gradually picked up speed and rushed towards the grouch. Lin Huailua behind the little brothers were originally a dangling ready to provoke those differences, but after seeing the other side of the car did not mean to slow down. Suddenly is the smile frozen, panic to the sides of the Dodge. Asterisk 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 and dead errand boy wants to commit murder. Gone Lin Yang. I must go and complain. A cook's life is not a life. These people panicked to the sides of the Dodge, causing a lot of trampling, can be described as a mess. The scene is chaotic, from the center to make a road. And Ma Jun had already started to hit the brakes as early as when he was approaching the crowd, slowly passing through the crowd and eventually braking sharply to stop in the middle of the road where the two sides were facing each other. A few cars followed behind. Su Luo was the first to open the car door and get off. Still holding half a cup of coffee in his hand as he sucked on it, smiled at Deng Wei and said, "Why, you're a big old man, also ought to chop people off." Senior citizen grouch. Quite inspirational. Dunwell just stared at him with an expressionless face. "Hey, you better show some respect." Lin Huaila rushed to Deng Wei and pointed at Su Luo in warning. "Respect?" Su Luo raised his eyebrows, pulled out his coffee cup with the straw in his mouth and blew at Lin Huaili's face. Zip! A stream of coffee shot out of the tube soaring into his face. "Is buying you coffee considered respect? What are you doing? You're a big shot." "That's right, I can insult people." A few of Lin Huaili's cronies instantly rushed up to point at Su Luo and cursed, and a few of Ma Jun's men separated them from Su Luo, so that they couldn't touch Su Luo at all. "Head, this seems to be our job," the member of the anti-black team next to him said to his team leader, saying that the serious crimes unit had been said to assist them, so why was it reversed? The team leader gave him a blank look. "Can you get on?" The RICO officer stopped talking at once. The team leader sighed again and explained, "I'm the one who asked him to help. I heard that Big D gave him a lot of face. This kind of big scene with thousands of sunburned horses hasn't been encountered for many years, and he was afraid that he couldn't suppress it, or a bad one would intensify the conflict. That's why he asked Su Luo to step in and lead today's action, and their anti-triad group came to hold down the fort. After all, Su Luo was now renowned. Black and white have to give him face." Chapter 99, Brother-in-law's Gun of Kindness lost, 10 more requests for subscriptions. Request for monthly tickets. Su Luo casually pushed Lin Huailao away, looked at Deng Wei, and said, "Show some face and let the people disperse." The old man was a typical jungle man, chained to a Lian Shang his whole life, and in the movie ended up being killed by Lin Huailu, whom he had single-handedly supported to the top. "It can't be dispersed." Deng Wei shook his head and glanced at Big D and said in a calm tone, "Big D wants to split and unite the victories. Then we must fight. We can only fight. In any case, he would not let Was Sing split over this. Otherwise what face would he have left? It's the kind of thing that would be a disgrace if word got out. Being in the Black Club is all about face, and besides the face, the bottom line is that if Big D goes out, it's going to hurt Wojensen." Su Luo took a step forward and looked down on him condescendingly. "If you don't give me face, don't blame me for not giving you food. Believe it or not, our anti-triad colleagues can go and sweep your and Lian Shang's venues 10 times a day." "Young man, don't scare me." Dunwell shook his head disdainfully and held out a hand. "Then you might as well see what happens when we don't have food to eat, and what happens when there's no valet parking on the streets. Hong Kong Island will be in chaos." The usual blackguard threats against the police now. It is nothing more than trying to say how much the existence of the society has contributed to the maintenance of order on Hong Kong Island. "You're scaring me?" Su Luo snorted. Deng Wei laughed and replied, "We have 100,000 men with Lian Shang. Do you think I'm bluffing? 100,000 people. Ha! I'm so scared. Su Luo gave a pompous and mocking expression and patted his chest. If Wu Lianshang really had 100,000 people, why would he need to mix with the black sharks? Anyone who can pull out a few hundred people who aren't afraid to die can run off to become a warlord in a small neighboring country. So that's something he totally heard as a fart. After mocking, he tightened his smile and said in a cold tone, "Old thing. Hong Kong Island is not the only place where Wu Lianshang. You don't valet park. Then there are societies that are willing to take your place. And when my little brother has no food to eat after you, he will naturally overshift to other societies. Don't the gangsters join with Sing just to make a living? If the police sweep the scene every day, Sing can't make any money, and the boys can't work, then how many people will follow Sing? Righteousness is no match for hunger." Su Luo no longer paid attention to Deng Wei after he finished speaking and turned his head to look at Big D. He was just about to open his mouth to speak, but then he spotted a familiar face behind him. "Chen Yongren, Wang Qixing asked Chan Wingyan to go undercover with Big D? We'll have to remind Big D of that when we get down here. Big D, this old thing doesn't give me face. You won't give me face as well," Su Luo said. Big D returned the knife to his sidekick and said with a laugh, "Of course I have to give Su Sir your face. I still have to make a living in Saigon." Finished. He turned to look at a crowd of juniors, waved his hand and shouted, "Police and people cooperate as a family." Everyone listened to Su Sir. Scattered. "Today I pay out money to please eat shark's fins." Gluttony across the street pouncing Now he has money is a big tan. But even richer and no pattern. Actually ready to personally carry a knife to cut people. After all, just a reckless man. Well, got rich too fast and haven't had time to catch up in the temperament department. Thank you, brother Big D. Long live Big D. Big D's minions cheered, and one by one, they turned around and gave middle fingers to Makat Alak and the others. After Big D led the retreat, the PTU arrived, and one by one, dressed in green uniforms and blue hats, jumped out of the car and formed a square with shields and rubber bats. "Tell your people to disperse. If they don't, fight the police if you have the guts." Su Luo looked at Deng Wei and said. Deng Wei took a deep breath. "Su Sir, we and Lian Shang will give you this face today. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** face? Did you? If you have the guts, try not giving me face now. If you have the guts, don't let people disperse. If the cooks dare to use their knives with the police, they are engaging in riots, and the PTU is specialized in suppressing riots. Nowadays, unlike in the future, they really dare to shoot, even if it will cause public opinion afterward. These cooks are paying with their own lives, though their lives have always been cheap. Old thing, I'm warning you, don't make trouble in Saigon or I'll mess with you. If you want to die, you guys also die far away. Su Luo gave a final warning. A large age, by a brat pointed at the nose scolding. Deng Wei's face green and white, twisted his head to look at already ready to enter the field of armed suppression of the motorized forces. From the teeth to squeeze out a word, withdraw. When he finished speaking, he got into the car with his head on his crutches, closed his eyes and said, drive. He felt that times were changing too fast. Tell the brothers to disperse. Lin Whaler wiped a handful of coffee from his face and said to his head horse, break it up, all of you. Brother Locke has ordered that it be dispersed. Unlike Big D and the others who had just dispersed with high spirits, Lin Huaili's side was dead calm. After all, they didn't even get to eat fish eggs, not to mention shark's fins, so it would be strange for them to be happy. There's no harm in comparison. Su Luo walked up to the head of the anti-triad unit and pulled out a cigarette. Handing it to him, Liao sir, it's all taken care of. Thanks, I owe you a favor. I'm treating my fellow officers in the serious crimes unit to shark's fin tonight. Even the kooks have something to eat. It makes no sense that we errand boys don't. Liao Zizong, who was not older than Su Luo by a few years, smiled and took the cigarette, then took out a lighter from his pocket to help Su Luo light it. Su Luo took a drag and turned back to pointed Ma Jun and said, tonight, you're going to help me out with an extra bowl. Su sir, you don't go not so disrespectful. Liao Zizong's face pretended to be unhappy said, I have something to do tonight. I'll treat you some other time. Su Luo patted him on the shoulder and turned to the PTU commander with a smile. Senior, thank you. It's important to maintain a good relationship with the maneuvering force. After all, you might have to request support from the other side at some point. At night, still at the Zero Bar, Shiro was sitting alone in the booth drinking. Su sir, today is not my. Big D pushed the door in and was about to explain to Su Luo about tanning horses during the day. After all, ever since his life was saved by the helmet, he had honored Su Luo like a god and couldn't wait to offer it up. Su Luo raised his hand to interrupt him and patted the sofa. Did you know that there are undercover agents around you? There's an undercover agent, Big D, who had walked over and was just about to sit down, instantly got up as if he had been stabbed by a needle. Su Luo nodded. Chen Yongren, don't say he's an undercover agent. Even if he's not, he's still Anikuan's son. How dare you keep him around? Even if Chen Yongren doesn't recognize Anikuan, then Anikuan is still his father. If he knows that Big D killed Anikuan, then he will want to bring Big D to justice no matter what, right? He told me that I also investigated that he hadn't even seen Anikuan's, so I also thought he was quite honest. I didn't realize that he was actually an undercover agent. Big D had the anger of being fooled. I'll have someone do him. Big D is so refreshingly stupid sometimes. Do ahead Su Luo put down his glass of wine and said lightly, transfer him to Jimmy. Let him participate in serious business. He is very talented. When he becomes the general manager and marries a rich white woman, let's see if he still remembers that he is an undercover agent. No matter what, Chen Yongren was also a police officer, and Su Luo would not allow Big D to lay hands on a police officer. Good. Although he felt that doing so was too cheap for Chen Yongren, Big D still chose to listen to Su Luo. Also, don't forget about the Kowloon walled city. Lo, I'm already looking for someone. The clock is ticking down to May. The matter of the civil unrest with Unison was eventually negotiated and settled after a couple of delayed battles and a small fight. Big D doesn't mess with the new YU, but it won't be handing over numbers to YU in the future either. So in effect YU has split. Just to save face, Lin Huila still became a sitter, but it was the split and the meta-victimized Wu Liansheng sitter. And there were many of his peers down there who didn't like him, and he can only rely on these uncles and uncles of Dengwei to be able to suppress those who do not obey him, and is considered half a puppet. Chen Jin and Miko are promoted to trainee inspectors and head off to the police academy for training. The ghost commissioner of Wang Taisan Police District retires and Wang Pingyu goes one step further by taking up the post of commissioner as a senior superintendent of police. Friday, May 15th. Sunrise. Shuro is doing morning exercises with Hemin. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The portable phone on the nightstand rang, but Shulua has 2 ears and is only interested in being a pile driver. Concentrate when you do something. Pick up first. Hemin pushed him. After all, Su Luo had a special occupation and was afraid that he would delay business. Su Luo then casually picked up the phone. Hello. In what? Huang Bingyao asked first. Su Luo glanced down at Hemin, then nodded and replied. In the dry. What's up? Luo. There's one thing that I have to ask you to do before I can do it, Huang Bingyao said with a sigh. Without waiting for Su Luo to reply, Huang Bingyao continued on his own. I lost that gun of kindness. Then you'll have someone go find it. And you're going to trouble me with this kind of thing? Su Luo asked breathlessly. I let it also deliberately chose the SDU to go. But it turns out that guy named Star Chow is an idiot. Huang Bingyao was full of resentment. Spitting out one after another. Chasing female teachers at school. Fighting with students. Just not looking for my gun. How dare you call this the best of the SDU? He felt the SDU was finished. Hopeless. Su Luo elementally noticed that the plot of Truant Willow. He pinched Hemin's chin. Is there a student named Star Chow chasing after you recently? No. I'm just helping him with his lessons. He's so naughty. Hemin replied with a soft gasp. Star Chow. Huang Bingyao asked. Who are you talking to? Star Chow chased that female teacher. Wow. You're even faster than him. You're already in bed. It's true that you're much more reliable than him. Help me a good brother-in-law, Huang Bingyao complimented. Su Luo said. Then call Ramon first and tell him to transfer me to a secret mission. Okay, when you help me get my gun back. Old brother. I'll transfer you to Wang Tai-sin as the head of the Serious Crimes Unit. Brother Big Uncle casually drew him a pie, and Su Luo could only hope that the pie he drew was truly filling. Off topic. 10 shifts delivered. Ask for subscriptions. Please ask for monthly tickets. If the first booking exceeds 4,000, we'll have 5 more every day from now on. I'm going to bed now. Good night, guys. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. Chapter 100, Star Chow stole my first girlfriend in the first place, begs for subscription. Why are you suddenly asking about Star Chow? How do you know about him? Whose call was it just now? After swallowing, Hemin, who was full of elixir, sweating profusely as she lay in Su Luo's arms, issued a trio of questions. I've known Star Chow for a long time. Don't help him out. He's trying to pick you up. Su Luo wrapped one hand around her waist and played with her hair with the other. Hemin frowned. How can that be? I said I have a boyfriend. How can he not? I was, in the beginning, Su Luo blurted out wanting to say that he had robbed Star Chow's girlfriend in the beginning, but suddenly reacted in the middle of his words, hastily swallowed back the latter words. Hemin looked at him suspiciously, her slender jade finger pointing at his chin. Say, what did you do at first? In the beginning. Su Luo's CPU was running at a rapid pace. then sighed and said with a sad and helpless face, "It's all been said here. Simply tell you, I'm not afraid to lose face in front of you. Back then, my first girlfriend was snatched by that shameless guy. Star Chow. He likes other people's girlfriends the most. Morally corrupt. Not a person." "Ah," Heemin exclaimed, angry and skeptical. "How could Star Chow be this kind of person?" "It's more than that." In order to prevent Star Chow's dog Bei from suing in front of Heemin, Su Luo was ready to roll swap after he stole my girlfriend. He even turned the tables on me and said to everyone that it was me who stole his girlfriend in order to gain sympathy from other girls. He and Star Chow can drink together and fight side by side, but they have no problem hurting each other. The two belong to the category of being the best of bad friends, so Su Luo wanted to take advantage of the fact that Star Chow still didn't know about Heemin's relationship with himself. So he first completely blocked the possibility of him using the matter of Zhou Wenli to pin down himself. How can he be like this? It's also too unlike him. Heemin shared the same hatred, sympathetically backhanded Su Luo's head into his arms. "I'll give him super homework today to avenge you. Math. Assign him math." Su Luo, who was nearly choking, lifted his face up and suggested to Heemin, "There's an old saying. This man can do anything when he's pushed, but except for math problems." Su Luo didn't mean anything else. He just wanted Star Chow to take this opportunity to learn more. After all, he wasn't some kind of devil? What's that? Unspecified currency? Omega unspecified currency? Heemin nodded. "Then I'll have the math teacher assign it to him, and I'll assign him English." "Wife, you're so nice." Su Luo arched in her arms for a while, a cry of wife causing Heemin to blush. "That's not right." Then Heemin suddenly wrinkled her agitated nose in confusion. "Star Chow is only 18 years old, and he's a student. How did he get to know you?" "I said I'm 18. That was measured by your hand measurements and mouth measurements. But he said he's 18. Is there any evidence for that?" Su Luo rolled his eyes and bit her ear. "He's also a police officer. He's on a mission at the school. I'm going to work with him soon. Don't tell anyone else or you'll be doing me a disservice." "I told you he's also too juvenile," Heemin muttered to herself, then nodded with a small, serious face. "I promise not to say anything." Then she exclaimed with joy, "Then wouldn't that mean we can be together every day for the rest of our lives?" Su Luo was good at everything, but he was just too busy. "Can you not be busy? He's got several women. Of course it has to rain on his parade. Fair, fair, fair. No, I'm on a mission. I can't let people know about our relationship. This is also for your safety, lest any of my enemies retaliate against you." Su Luo had a fervent look on his face. In fact, it was because his sister-in-law was a colleague with her. He couldn't let his sister-in-law know about it. His sister-in-law wouldn't help him hide his buds from his brother-in-law like he did. Heemin exhaled. "That's good blah. But when no one's around, I'll also accompany you at school," Su Luo said gently and watery again. He hadn't tried warming up his knowledge in the office yet. Heemin was instantly happy again and kissed Su Luo with a smile like a flower. "I'll get up and go make breakfast." Monday morning, Su Luo reported to Edinburgh Middle School. His identity is a police department and the school cooperation temporary legal safety class teacher. The ostensible purpose was to publicize the rule of law. The actual purpose is to find the lost police gun. The movie Runaway Dragon Su Luo has seen, but he just remembers Star Chow, Heemin, and the tiger of serious crimes Chow Dahua. These three people are too eye-catching, so the rest of the plot is ambiguous. I only know that Wang Bangyu's gun was taken by a bad student and given to a gangster, but I can't remember the rest. Has the plot changed? And how much has it changed? So it's still a bit of a struggle to get the gun back. Senior Class 2. Star Chow walked into the classroom with his jacket and realized that many people were gathered at the door. Casually patting his deskmate Huang Xiaoto's head. "What are you all looking at? Brother Star, you're here." Huang Xiao Turtle turned her head and saw Star Chow's eyes lit up as she wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Changing to a new class schedule. 3 legal education classes were added this week. I don't know what the hell is going on. You guys, you do need legal education." As Star Chow said this, he glanced at Johnny Boy, who usually liked to bully his classmates. Johnny, do people name pronounced as Johnny. Johnny Boy glared at Star Chow and drank without any good manners. "What are you looking at? Oh, you a flat eye you." Star Chow disdained. If he didn't want to bully the underage, he could have hung this guy. Soon, as the bell rang, everyone returned to their seats and sat upright. Tap tap. A footsteps came. Training Director Lin Zhuodong thundered into the classroom. His eyes swept through the crowd below and said, "I believe that all of you have already seen the class schedule. The next, please applaud to welcome this period of time to give you the legal education class of Mr. Su." Pa 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 pa. Lin Zhuodong was very authoritative in the school, and as his words fell, the classroom resounded with fierce applause. Then Su Luo, a gentlemanly young man wearing a silver suit and gold-rimmed glasses, walked in with a smile. "No way. Star Chow's eyes widened as his entire stool tipped over and he sat on his butt. Su Luo smiled at him. This student. It seems like you're excited to see me. Hurry up and get up. The corner of Star Chow's mouth tugged as he climbed up. Wow. Is actually Su Sir. The real person is more handsome than the newspaper. I didn't realize it was him who came to teach the currents. Alas. It's a shame that my collection of last year's promotional posters for Su Sir were confiscated by my mom. Su Sir. You're my idol. I want to be a cop in the future too. Specializing in catching thieves just like you. The classroom exploded. The students all looked excited. Only Johnny Boy. The group of school bullies didn't look too good. After all, Su Luo was known to be fierce. They'll have to tighten up next. I'm afraid. Thank you all for your enjoyment. It's an honor to come to Edinburgh High School to promote legal education, and I hope that you'll all get along well over the next week. Su Luo smiled slightly, his tone sounding like a spring breeze. Star Chow's heart panicked a batch. Miss he already had a boyfriend, and now there is another wall-prying expert Su Luo. So is not his own hope as slim? No. One must set Su Luo straight and pay any price to keep him away from Mr. E. Lin Zhuodong smiled at Su Luo. Su Sir, I'll leave you to teach. Please find me if you need anything. Director Lin takes his time. Su Luo nodded. Chapter 101, First Meeting with Chao Dehua, the Tiger of Serious Crimes. After class, Su Luo got rid of a bunch of fanboys and fangirls and went upstairs to the rooftop with Star Chow. After all, the fangirls are all underage. It won't work. It was very windy on the rooftop today, blowing Star Chow's hair dazzling. Also blew Star Chow's heart. Waiting for a while without seeing Su Luo speak, he couldn't help but speak first. Aren't you curious as to why I'm here? Not curious. Because I know you're here to help Administrator Huang find the lost gun. Su Luo had a smile on his lips. Star of the Week froze, then looked at Su Luo in disbelief. You shouldn't also be. That's right. Fellow Star Chow. Administrator Huang was disappointed in you and decided to send me and have you follow my orders. Su Luo nodded and replied. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Star Chow cursed, then spun around in place, holding Su Luo's shoulders with both hands and asked, Are the two of us good brothers? Yes. Su Luo nodded without hesitation. That's good. Star Chow breathed a sigh of relief. Then continued. I've got my eye on a female teacher with a boyfriend. But given the deep educational significance that you had on me with your actions in the first place, I've decided to know the man and pry the corner. And you swore that you wouldn't compete with me. Su Luo never expected that Star Chow's behavior of hooking up with a married woman was actually inspired by himself. You can see how much influence fathers have on their children. It's possible not to compete with you? But what's in it for me? Su Luo looked at him with a smirk. I don't even have to compete with you. She was originally mine. Star Chow forced himself to endure the flesh pain and said, Then I'll treat you to a big meal. 10 meals. In addition, I'll wash all your dirty clothes, smelly socks, and even underwear for you from now on. And I'll collect it at your door and deliver it at your door. After saying that he was afraid of not being able to impress Su Luo, he added, If I have to add a deadline before this agreement, I would like it to be 1 month. Min was really too flirtatious and seductive. So for her, Star Chow was really not willing to put in the blood. Forget about the panties. I'm afraid you'll do something unseemly with my panties. Su Luo shrugged and said, Good boy. Don't try to cheat me out of my original flavor. Star Chow extended a hand. Deal. Deal. Su Luo took his hand. Star Chow let go of his hand. You take an oath. I swear, I'll never compete with Star Chow for that female teacher he likes. Break the oath. 10,000 arrows through my heart. Su Luo held up 4 fingers to send for. Star Chow was really relieved and smiled as he patted Su Luo's shoulder. Good brother. Righteousness. Alright, let's get down to business. It's impossible to go undercover for so long without any gains, Su Luo asked. Star Chow's face was solemn, and he blurted out without any hesitation. After my subtle observation during this period of time in the school, Johnny is the most suspected. But I don't have any evidence, and I don't know where he hid the gun. Looks like I still have to step in. Su Luo was sure that Johnny was the one who stole the gun in the movie. Date or no date, all first 2 shots before saying, after all, for the time being, there is only this one direction of investigation. Isn't it easy to handle a bad student? Star Chow said, Go down first, wait for me at the door at night. I'll introduce Uncle D to you. He's also an undercover police officer. He'll cooperate with both of us. After Star Chow left, Su Luo also went downstairs. He went back to his temporary office and actually found his sister-in-law and Min in this office as well. Hermione pretended that he didn't recognize Su Luo, but my sister-in-law stood up. Arlo, why are you here? Did you come to see me? Min sniffed and instantly raised his head. Sister-in-law, what a coincidence. I was temporarily sent here to publicize legal education. Su Luo walked in. After hearing him call out to his sister-in-law, Heemin smiled and got up. So you're the new teacher Sue that the director said was here. And your desk is right next to mine. That's quite a coincidence. Bailey also laughed along with her. At this time the class bell rang. She hurriedly walked outside. I'll go to class first. We'll talk later. Only Su Luo and Heemin were left in the office. Why are you calling Mr. Bai's sister-in-law? Heemin asked casually while helping him organize the table. He's my boss's wife. Su Luo turned around and closed the office door behind him, going over and hugging Heemin. Heemin today wears a set of beige uniform set of skirt, thin flesh silk wrapped legs, demure and reveals the charm, especially coupled with her identity and office this place. Very exciting a tribute to the island blockbusters. Teacher's foot seduction. But still have to listen to Jo Dong. Never let the Japanese and Korean streams too arrogant. We Hualu is the most hanging. Support domestic Ao brothers. In the evening, the school was gone. Star Chow leaned against the gate with a sad face. What's wrong? Hanging your head? Su Luo walked over and patted Star Chow's shoulder knowingly. Star Chow jumped into his arms. I don't know what's going on. Teacher, he suddenly changed his attitude towards me, and assigned me a lot of homework, and the math teacher targeted me. I'm so bitter. I'm so bitter. I'm afraid he won't have to sleep tonight. This is for your own good, after all, and do not know your identity as an undercover agent. Must be hoping that you study well. As long as you complete your homework carefully, you will definitely impress Mr. He. Su Luo patted Star Chow's shoulder, gloating and comforting him. Cough, a cough rang out. Uncle Da walked over with a trembling hand and gave a dry laugh. Did I come at a bad time? You guys, continue? This is the future tiger of serious crimes. So Tadwa. No, you're just in time. Star Chow sobbed as she turned and pulled him into her arms in a hug. Joe sir, I can't I'm a pure man. Uncle Da panicked and tried to push him away, then looked at Su Luo and said, Su sir help Su Luo pulled Star Chow away as he pointed at Uncle Da's hand. Why does your hand keep shaking? You mean this? Uncle Da raised his trembling hand to reveal a smug smile. I've been undercover in this school for many years. This is pretend. As long as I pretend to be Parkinson's I can work less. You see I can stop anytime I want to stop. Mama, can't stop. Uncle Dotton panicked. It's over. I've gotten used to pretending for too many years. I really can't stop. Good lord, this is so Parkinson's. Sulo, take gauze and wrap it around and hang it to keep it from shaking. It'll be fine in a few days. Star Chow made a suggestion. Uncle Da's eyes lit up when he heard this. You're so smart, Joe sir, but I admire you so much. Go home now, Star Chow chirped. Su Luo pulled him back. Go back, my ass. We'll do Johnny tonight and get this over with. What to do? Star Chow asked, twisting his head. Come with me. Su Luo pulled him into the car. Uncle Da jogged over and touched the bodywork with glowing eyes. Wow, Mercedes, it's got to be a few thousand. Buzz. Su Luo dragged Star Chow into the car and took off with a kick of the gas, spraying Uncle Da with exhaust fumes. Uncle Tat stood still with a confused look on his face, then spread his hands and muttered to himself, I haven't gotten in the car yet. Then he hurriedly spread his legs and chased after them, shouting, I didn't get on the bus. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Su Luo saw the scene in the rearview mirror before stopping with a kick of the brakes and poking his head out. Hurry up. Good. Uncle Da smiled joyfully, wiped the sweat from his face, pulled open the car door and sat in. The car whistled and disappeared into the night. Chapter 102, Students touched to the point of weeping. Su Luo's car stopped in front of a villa. What kind of place is this? Looking at the single house outside through the car window, Star Chow was puzzled. Uncle Da casually replied, the villa area clucked. Johnny's home. Su Luo turned off the engine, while saying, I had someone check. Johnny, his dad went on business. He's the only one at home. Where's his mom? Star Chow subconsciously asked. Shu Luo blurted out. He doesn't have a mom. Oh, Uncle Da suddenly realized. No wonder he's so bad. So he doesn't have a mother. That makes sense. Hey, wait. After getting out of the car, Star Chow suddenly thought of something and tugged on Su Luo to remind him. You're not thinking of torturing him for a confession, are you? He's an underage student, and his old bean is still damn rich. Play whatever you want with the black members, but torturing underage students, that's a big problem. Su Luo turned around and took out the work permit the school had issued him in a serious manner and hung it up. A teacher. As a teacher who takes time out of her spare time to come to a student's house to visit him at home and tutor him on his homework, how touching and weepy it is to get the word out. If he doesn't talk, then do the questions. And if he doesn't do the questions, it's only right for the teacher to punish him. Su Luo opened the trunk of the car and raised 2 bags of practice problems he had prepared during the day and threw them to Star Chow. Wow, you're a real beast. Star Chow let out an exclamation as she hugged a thick stack of exercises from various subjects. But when I think of the pile of homework I still have in my book bag that I haven't done, I suddenly empathize with Johnny. We're all in the same boat. Cut the crap and get going. Su Luo slapped Star Chow, then went up and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door to the room opened, and Johnny in his pajamas looked at the three Su Luo outside the door with a confused face. Su, Teacher Su, Star Chow? What are they doing in their house at night? Student Johnny, my teacher heard that you bully your classmates all day at school. Do you know that this is an illegal behavior? And I've also heard that you never take your studies seriously. How can that be? I can't tolerate you burying your future. So I've come to tutor you in your coursework tonight. Su Luo patted the pile of exercises in Star Chow's arms. Just finish these first to warm up. Ah, no way. Johnny looked at the thick stack of exercises in shock, crying and howling at Su Luo. But it's break time now. Yes, teacher, I purposely took out my own rest time to come and tutor you. You must be very touched as well. Look at how you're so excited that you're close to tears. Su Luo's smile was gentle, and the words he uttered were like demonic murmurs. The corners of Johnny's mouth twitched. Am I so excited that I'm going to cry? It's the pain that's making me cry. Su Luo comforted him again. Star Chow has a lot of exercises to do tonight as well, so it just so happens that you'll have more fun learning as a pair. Johnny suddenly felt better inside. Half an hour later, in the living room, Johnny and Star of the Week lying on the table to write hard. Who dares to be lazy to stop? Su Luo was a stick to whip down. Star Chow could only endure for the sake of the mission. 3 hours later, the two men were trembling in their hands, sweating like rain, their lips were trembling, and they were dizzy. Ah, I can't! Johnny frantically yelled and tore up the exercises, turned his head and hugged Su Luo's legs and prayed in a trembling voice, Teacher Su, I'll give you money, or I'll call a few chicks to give it to you. Please don't bother with me, okay? I don't want to study. I like to degrade myself. I just love being a lousy person. No way. Su Luo smiled and shook his head. Mind your own business. It's none of your business whether I learn or not. My old beans do not care about me. Seeing that the soft one didn't work, Johnny wanted to do it the hard way, furiously shooting up and grabbing the ashtray on the table. Su Luo pulled out his pistol and wiped it, looking at Johnny breezily. Classmate, what are you trying to do? Johnny's face twitched and he held up the ashtray with a good-natured smile. Mr. Su, look at my home ashtray. Does it look good? Crystal with a pattern. Do the question. Su Luo coldly chided. Teacher Su. Johnny flopped to his knees and hugged Su Luo's leg. I beg you to let me go. I'll do whatever you want me to do, even if you want to me. I don't want to do the questions. He was literally falling apart, and he couldn't help but feel like throwing up when he looked at all the weird math problems. He'll kill himself if he keeps this up. He'll go crazy. Asterisk 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 you? You think beautifully. Su Luo skimmed his mouth, then squatted down and pinched Johnny Boy's cheeks and said, then tell me now, where is that police gun you took from the Wong Tai Sin police station? Johnny instantly reacted and looked at Su Luo with wide eyes. You came to school to find a gun. It's really you. Say it. If you don't say it, then continue with the questions. If you dare to make the first move, then I'll designate to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Su Luo heavily slapped his face. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was underage and a student, he would have long ago communicated directly with sign language. Johnny instantly blushed in amazement. Right at this moment, next to Star Chow suddenly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and when he climbed up again he was already in tears. Teacher Su, I can't take it anymore. Keep doing it. Su Luo shouted angrily. Star Chow was crying loudly while doing the questions. His mouth was still drooling and his body was shivering one after another. The acting is slightly pompous. In the middle of the night, the unscrupulous teacher even let 2 male students even do 3 hours. One straight cannot kneel and beg for forgiveness. One foaming at the mouth. Behind all this is the distortion of human nature or moral degeneration? When Johnny saw this scene, his entire body was jolted. It was too scary. If he continued like this he would definitely be crazier than Star Chow. He hurriedly turned his head and rushed to Su Luo and said, Teacher Su, that gun was not stolen by Kerr. It was picked up. I gave it to Daffy. Daffy, I know. Without waiting for Su Luo to ask a question, Uncle De hastily raised his hand to grab an answer. Getting up and pulling Su Luo to the side, a colleague of mine who died in the line of duty said that Daffy has been drumming up arms sales lately, and that catching him with evidence of his arms sales will force him to hand over his guns. Don't bother. I'll just call him and ask him to give it back to me, Johnny said weakly. Yeah, Daffy must have listened to him a lot to a certain extent in order to be able to cheat this little fat goat out of his money. Star Chow was ecstatic, wiped dry his saliva and got up. A Luo. I use not pretend. Do not need to do the question. If you don't want to pick up Miss He, then you indeed don't have to finish the homework she assigned. Su Luo shrugged. Star Chow's face darkened as he continued to work on the questions. It was only then that Johnny reacted to the fact that Star Chow was in league with Su Luo, but it was too late. Su Luo looked to Johnny. Make the call, Teacher Su. Then will I go to jail? Johnny worriedly asked. In the school flaunted. Everywhere pretending to be an adult. In fact, the root is just a lack of discipline 17-year-old teenager. Mentally, it's so bad. It's starting to scare me. Scared now? What did you do earlier? Su Luo slapped him. Stealing a police gun is supposed to be a jail sentence. But I see that your kid is on the right track and is willing to help you talk. So you'll be fine if the gun is recovered. The matter of the lost gun was not to be spread, or his great-uncle would not have secretly sent him to find it. The loss of a police officer's gun is a gross negligence. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you. I will call Daffy now. Johnny was relieved while also thanking him. Then ran to the side and grabbed the phone and dialed Daffy's number. Brother Fei, you now send that gun I gave you to my house. Oops, don't ask so many questions. Always useful to me. By the way, come over and take that BMW car in my old man's garage and sell it for some money to spend. I'm out of money again. This guy is a full band of filial son. While his father is not at home on a business trip, he teamed up with Daffy to smuggle his old man's car to the mainland to buy, belonging to the routine operation. So Daffy heard this and immediately became interested, promising to immediately send the gun back to him. The police gun was already hot. He just did not want to keep it. It was Johnny who had to throw it at him in the first place. Chapter 103, Hong Kong Island's Most Wanted Criminal Yip Kwa Kwan. Teacher Su, please have some tea. Brother Star, Uncle Day, you guys drink too. This is the top quality tea my old bean brought back from the mainland. Johnny made a cup of tea for each of the three. Well-behaved and understanding. Which still looks like a school bully who bullies his classmates. That's why people like that just owe it to themselves. No drink. You don't disturb my study. Star Chow was sweating profusely as he stroked his pen without slanting his eyes. Uncle De shook his head with his teacup. The power of love is really great. Xing, you've managed to infect me. I have to study hard too. After saying that, he pulled out the Shirbari magazine from his pocket. Uncle De, you have all the last installments. I have the latest, Johnny said as he came up to the table. Ha! Uncle De Elements noticed. Staring at a serious lesson, young age should be focused on learning. Go, bring all your Shirbari magazines. I confiscated. Destroyed. Oh, well, don't look at it. I'll never look at it again. Johnny turned and ran upstairs and carried a box down, full of color magazines. Chow Dawa's eyes glowed and rubbed his hands together with a lewd face. Wow, there are so many. I can't wait to swim in the sea of knowledge. Su Luo shook his head when he saw this scene, inwardly disdainful. He never looked at these things. Poor pussies only look at this. Why? Rich guys like him play for real. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Su Luo, who was drinking tea, Uncle Day, who was reading a book, and Star Chow, who was writing his homework, all raised their heads toward the door. Johnny rushed forward to open the door. Faye, come on in. By the way, do you have that gun with you? Brought. This is the police gun. I hold it all hot. You do not take out to shake. Daffy pulled out the greaseproof paper wrapped .38 from his arms, while instructing Johnny, but then he saw Su Luo. The expression on his face stiffened, and he jerked back to stare at Johnny in shocked anger. You stepped on me. Faye, I want to be a good person. Good people don't have to do homework, Johnny said as he closed the door. Little. Daffy, facial twitching, pointed at him, then turned to look at Su Luo, pretending to be relaxed, spread his hands. Su sir, I guess you are rushing to this police gun. The gun is this little bastard took it. It has nothing to do with me. I return it to you. Everyone is not related to each other. When he finished speaking, he tossed the gun, which was wrapped into a ball with a thick layer of greaseproof paper, with one hand. Su Luo reached out to catch it and opened it to check that it was indeed Huang Bingyao's gun and that it was fully loaded. Su sir, there's no problem with the gun. Can I go now? Daffy raised both hands to his chest in a gesture that signaled he was harmless, and turned around to leave. But the moment he turned around, he heard a click, the crisp sound of the gun's safety. The entire body suddenly froze in place. The foot that had stepped out retracted again. Raising his hands and slowly turning around, he saw Su Luo pointing a gun at him. Su sir, there's no need to be like this. I really didn't take the gun. Daffy defended with a helpless face. He knew this stuff was hot. Johnny, this little really screwed him up. Daffy! Uncle De suddenly shouted, got up fiercely and rushed over to give Daffy a royal punch, tucking him to the ground and beating him. Bastard! Did you kill Old Wang? I'm going to avenge him today. Old Wang was the same group of people who came out to work undercover with him in the first place. Everyone else died and it was supposed to be just the two of them. Old Wang had been checking on Daffy, But recently old Wang also died, so it could only have been Daffy who did it. Daffy sold arms, or Lao Wang told him. Ah, you hit me again, I hit back. Ah. Daffy curled up on the ground with his hands on his head. Sir, he hit me. Ah. I want to call the police. I'm a good citizen. I told you to call the police. Uncle Tat kicked some more. Su Luo got up and walked over, waved his hand to signal Uncle De to back off, and stepped forward with one foot on his head with gradual force. I ask you to answer. Don't blame me for being merciless with my foot if you don't speak, or if you tell a lie. Do you understand? Understand. Sir, be careful. Don't step on my eyes. DeFei nodded with a panicked face. Next to the Johnny boy saw the scene is the eyes glowing. In his cognition, mixing black jerseys is a very hanging thing. Daffy is also a very hanging big brother. But now that he saw Daffy begging for mercy at Su Luo's feet like a dog, he suddenly felt that it was still the police who were formidable. What's so why about mixing with the black sharks? It's only good to beat up the black clubs. Turn your head away. Kids, don't look. Star Chow reached out and pushed Johnny's head to the side. Su Luo said carelessly, I've heard that you've been selling arms lately. Who are the buyers? Where are the warehouses? Give an honest account, or I'll use your theft of police guns as a reason to drag you back for a good time. And the prisoners who have passed through my hands are more dead than alive. There was an upside to his fierce reputation, and that was that no one would dare to take him for a liar when he put out harsh words. Sir, what are you saying? Ah, I don't understand a word. I am just collecting protection money from students. Ah, DeFei subconsciously weaseled out, but then he felt the foot on his head getting harder and harder, and he was in pain so much that his facial features were almost twisted. Don't, I say, only sold out a batch. The rest can't be sold. Ah. Daffei furious dumping pot. Sir, this is not my fault. Are my men, said what the recent war in the Middle East. The sale of arms can get rich, but into the goods back to smash in the hands of the sale cannot be sold. Ah. He's lost a lot of money this time. After collecting protection money from students for so many years, it's all gone down the drain on this investment. Where's the gun? Su Luo asked indifferently. Daffy hung his head and replied, in a van in a parking lot on XX Street XX in Yuan Long. License plate. Hey. You take people to Yuan Long to find the license plate number of the truck to open it and see. Well, be careful. Su Luo called Ma Jun on the spot, then continued to ask Daffy. You said the arms were sold in one batch, and to what people? Buying weapons and ammunition. That's definitely going to be a crime. Sir, this is a big shot. Does speaking up count as a merit? DeFei's eyes rolled. Oops. I'll fight. Star Chow let out a strangled cry and jumped up to stomp on Daffy's hand. Aha. Ouch. Daffy's body arched like a shrimp, veins rippling on his forehead. It's all in the fingers. Star Chow crushed hard. You're not qualified to negotiate with us, sir. Cut the crap and talk. Yi Guohuan. It's Yi Guohuan. Daffy roared hysterically, his face twisting in pain, tears coming out of his eyes. Sir, please let go. Yi Guohuan. Star Chow shifted his feet and turned his head to look at Su Luo with a grave expression. Ruthless people come around. More than a ruthless man. Simply more ruthless than a ruthless man. Ah. With an AK, how many cases in Hong Kong Island? Was listed as the #1 most wanted, disappeared for a period of time, and now actually started to buy a weapon again. Must be to commit crimes. Something big is going to happen this time. Uncle De patted his chest with a horrified face. Su Luo begged again. Is it really Yi Guohuan? He'd seen this man on the police force's internal wanted list, daring to rob gold banks, money trucks, and the like in broad daylight, and getting away with it every time he did it. You are the knife and chopping board. I am the fish meat. How am I bold enough to lie to you, sir? I just begged myself to squat for a few years less. Well. DeFei shook his hand that had just been stepped on by Star Chow to the point of blood and flesh, sucking in cool air, and replied. Su Luo bent down and grabbed his collar, lifting him up with one hand. Come back to the police station with me. You. The mission is over? Then won't I not have to go undercover? Star Chow was still a bit frustrated. That's too soon. He hasn't even chased Ms. Ho yet. However, he decided that he should still finish the homework assigned by Ms. He to express his true feelings for her, and even if he went back to the police force, he would still continue to pursue love. Poor Tom. Ah no, it's poor Star Chow, being played by Su Luo. Chapter 104, Wind of the Three Thief Kings wanting to work together. Please subscribe. Request for monthly tickets. When Su Luo escorted Daffei back to the police station, Ma Jun and he Ding Bang happened to drive a van in. Sir. All of them are arms inside. Ma Jun jumped out of the car and jogged forward to report to Su Luo. Su Luo tossed the Daffy in his hand to him. Now interrogate, and pull out as much as you can. Sir, believe me, I really have explained everything, Daffei hurriedly complained. Su Luo pressed on ignoring it and stepped aside to dial Ramon's phone. Administrator, Big news. Ah Luo. What's the big news at night when you're not sleeping? Ramon's tone was not friendly as he had managed to fall asleep only to be woken up by Su Luo. Su Luo propped up the car body with one hand, the other hand holding a portable phone. Caught an arms dealer. According to his account, Hong Kong Island's most wanted criminal Yi Guohuan had purchased a batch of arms from him 2 days ago. Are you talking about Yi Guohuan? Lei Meng violently interrupted Su Luo's words. Even his voice changed tone. Then without waiting for Su Luo to reply, Lei Meng said in an urgent tone, continue the interrogation and see if you can get more clues. I'll report to my superiors now. Isn't your superior my great uncle? I'll just give him a word, Su Luo said quietly. Saikung Police Station is under the Wong Tai Sin Police District. Life needs rituals. You unromantic man, Ramon said and hung up. Su Luo was sickened. He put away the phone and headed for the interrogation room. Pushing the door open, he saw Daffy lying half dead and twitching on the floor, and the surveillance in the corner had been turned off. Well, Su Luo looked to Ma Jun. Ma Jun shook his head. Tough talking, denying anything except selling arms and collecting protection money. Finished and added a sentence, by the way. Also interrogated and do not know the truth of the news. He said on the recent rumors that Yi Guohuan, Chua Ziqiang, Ji Jingxiong 3 big king of thieves to cooperate together to do a big job. Not very credible. All three have completely different styles. Su Luo shook his head. Chua Ziqiang and Ji Jingxiong also belonged to one of the 10 most wanted criminals. He had read the file. The three had completely different styles of committing crimes. Chuk Tsc Kung specializes in kidnapping for ransom. Yip Kwa Ken likes to rob hard in the street. Ji Jingxiong, on the other hand, is ghostly in his movements. Ma Jun also nodded in agreement. That's why I think the news is false. Not to mention that if these three really want to work together, how could they possibly still leak the news? I'd better find someone to confirm it. Su Luo for security reasons, turned around and walked out of the interrogation room, dialed Big D's phone. Big D. Recently there are winds on the road that say Ji Jingxiong, Chua Ziqiang, Yi Guohuan 3 big king of thieves want to work together. Do you know about this news? You inquire about it on the road, and give me a reply as soon as possible. Even if this news is only 1 in 10,000 may be true, then the police also have to pay attention. After all, these 3 big king of thieves alone can shake the whole Hong Kong, not to mention the 3 people cooperate together to commit a crime. Big D was still relatively reliable, and so far he had been able to go and do the things Su Luo had explained to him the fastest, such as the matter of the 9 Dragons walled city, which he had taken care of in half a month. Having just finished talking to Big D on the phone, Su Luo called his great uncle again, and as soon as the phone was connected, his great uncle opened his mouth first and said, Ah Luo, Yi Guohuan's matter, Raymond, has just told me. It's not about that. I wanted to tell you that the gun was recovered. Su Luo interrupted his great uncle. He also heard the faint sound of music and women's giggles coming from across the street. His great uncle was obviously spending time again, and his wife hadn't hit him in 3 days. So fast. Brother-in-law was surprised, then laughed out loud. Ah Luo, I knew you were the blessing. Send me the gun tomorrow. I don't need to go over to the school side. Right. You help me make arrangements. I'm going to commit to this Yi Guohuan case, Su Luo said as he walked outside. Of course you don't need to go to school. Yi Guohuan, this clue was found by your police department. The case is definitely yours. When we catch Yi Guohuan, I'll recommend you for promotion and transfer you to Wong Tai Sin. Older brother. You clearly said that you transfer me over once you got the gun back. Su Luo's tone was grudging, like a deserted daughter-in-law, as her great-uncle actually drew an empty cake. What? What did you say? That my side suddenly signal is not good. I hang up first. Huang Bingyao fed a few times, and hung up the phone directly after that. The corner of Su Luo's mouth tugged as he cursed and stared at the phone, saying, Puff, you. Too bad Miko was training at the police academy, or he'd have to go and club her hard all night. And while she was smoking, she made her cry and call Huang Bingyao to complain. A brother's debt is paid by a sister. It's the law of the land. After 11 o'clock at night, Su Luo, who had returned home, was just about to go to bed when he received a call from Huang Bingyao. Ah Luo, you asshole, there's no money in that card you gave me. Huang Bingyao cursed furiously, relying on the card Su Luo gave him last time. He purposely invited a group of friends out to get high tonight, eating and drinking painfully, only to end up with a low balance. Su Luo's mood suddenly became pleasant, and he said with a smile, Older brother, I said when I gave it to you that I didn't know how much money was in it either. Ah Luo, don't play with me, hurry up and send me the money, or else I won't be able to leave tonight. Of course he could leave if he revealed his superintendent identity, but he couldn't do that, or else all his colleagues in the entire police force would know about his dignified senior superintendent eating bully chicken tomorrow. Hello? Hello? What did you say, old brother? Maybe the phone just got infected by you, and the signal is bad on my side. Su Luo hung up the phone after saying that. This one is called wind and water. After less than 10 seconds, Huang Bingyao called again, Luo. I was wrong. I admit that before you speak louder. Not that I do not want to give you a promotion. Is to find the gun. This thing cannot be taken out as a credit such as to deal with Yi Guohuan certainly give you a promotion. Wait, I'll have someone send you money. Who made me soft-hearted? Su Luo sighed and said. Huang Bingyao smile, Luo. I know you have a good heart. Certainly will not care about my old brother. 30,000. You hurry to let people send. Must find a trustworthy. Will not go out to spread the kind of. If it is, I also know it is better. He's afraid it'll reach his wife's ears. No problem. There just so happens to be a person who fits your requirements well, who you know and is still reliable, and guarantees that he won't go out and spread rumors, Su Luo said with confidence. Tuesday morning. Su Luo sat dumbfounded on the bed. Lo, what are you doing? Kong Shang waved his hand up and down in front of his eyes with a puzzled expression. Su Luo opened her hand. Leave me alone. I'm following the teachings of the ancients and self-reflecting. As the old saying goes, you should think about yourself 3 times a day. After each day it is important to take advantage of sage time to reflect at least 3 times so that you can improve yourself. After the introspection, Su Luo got up for breakfast and then drove to the Wong Tai Sin police station to deliver a gun to his great-uncle. He made his way to the administrator's office. Knock knock. Come in. Great-uncle's voice shriveled. Su Luo pushed the door and saw Huang Bingyao with 2 black circles under his eyes. Wow. Old brother. You went to steal a cow last night and made it look like this. Asterisk. You still have the face to say it. Huang Bingyao instantly red-eyed, dragging his obese body out from behind the desk, gritting his teeth. Do you know how I spent last night? Actually let my wife come to deliver the money. Harming me, I knelt on the rubbing board all night. He wanted to knife Su Luo countless times last night. Weren't you the one who said it had to be reliable and preferably known to you? Sister-in-law fits the bill the best. She definitely won't go out and talk nonsense. Su Luo had a harmless human face. Huang Bingyao's back teeth were about to be gritted. How about you guess why I'm afraid of people going out and talking nonsense? Isn't it because you're afraid your sister-in-law will find out? I'm angry now, you know that. Huang Bingyao's face turned red as he growled angrily at Su Luo. No tricks, all emotion. Su Luo wasn't the least bit flustered and asked with a smile. Then, old brother, what would it take to keep you from getting angry? Luo, I see that you really don't understand at all. Huang Bingyao rubbed his fingertips. Do I have to make it so obvious to imply that it's cheesy? Su Luo pulled out a card and handed it to him. There's definitely money in this card. And the password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Alas, moving to take out a card. I really can't do anything about you. Huang Bingyao revealed a smile, took off his glasses, took the card and tucked it away explaining. I'm not asking for your money, just an attitude. You're the one who taught those women in the afterlife, aren't you? Alright, let's not mention this. Su Luo took out a gun and handed it to him. Your gun. Seeing as you helped me get my gun back, I won't bother with you. Or else I'll clip your head with the life-snatching scissors kick in a minute. Huang Bingyao snatched the gun and wiped it with a huff before storing it in his holster. Su Luo shrugged undeniably. Just your life-sapping scissor kick. It's not as powerful as Bud's. Bud used it on you? You 2 youngsters have fought? Huang Bingyao's eyes instantly turned sour. Su Luo laughed and explained. It's not me. It's my oldest brother. She used the life-snatching scissor kick when she was playing with my oldest brother and pinned him to the point where he was foaming at the mouth. This girl? I didn't think that without saying a word I had mastered my mastery. It's really better than blue. Huang Bingyao showed a proud face, then warned again. You tell her. Playfulness is not allowed to use this trick. If you are not careful, it is easy to get killed. I think so. Su Luo nodded. It was indeed easy to get killed playing like this. Maybe Bud would get pregnant one day. Older brother. It's getting late. I'll go back to work if there's nothing else. You wait. Huang Bingyao called out to stop him. Then said, just by your interruption have forgotten. Friday night in the Jundu Hotel to display 3 pieces of valuable Russian royal jewels. The organizers named you to be in charge of security, because you're famous outside well. The organizer contacted the general area directly, and the general area side called him and asked him to arrange for Su Luo to go. An exhibition of royal jewelry? Valuable? Su Luo instantly elemental perception. His face gradually serious. Older brother, you say Yi Guohuan will. Yes, Yi Guohuan most likely has his eyes on this jewelry exhibition. Huang Bingyao was able to understand it at one point, and then spun around in place, muttering to himself. Yi Guohuan disappeared for so long and suddenly appeared. It's definitely not a coincidence. And at his level, Ordinary gold stores and money carriers are already out of sight, and it's highly likely that this Russian royal jewelry exhibition is his target. Su Luo went on to voice out that news he had gotten last night. Now there are rumors in the Jianghu that the three great thieves are going to join forces to commit a crime. I originally thought that this might just be a rumor, but if the target is those 3 pieces of royal jewels, then I'm afraid that this rumor is true. These 3 jewels were worth joining forces with, and only joining forces with. One person couldn't rob them. How did this news get out though? It's hard to tell what's true from what's false. Asterisk. Tricky. Huang Bingyao was both nervous and excited, holding Su Luo's shoulders. If it's really the 3 thief kings joining forces, it's a shocking case. If we can catch them, it'll be even more of a big feat, and you and I can each be promoted a level. This is a case of opportunity and risk. Then I'll immediately go back and launch an investigation, try to ascertain the authenticity of this rumor, and simultaneously lay out a security plan for the day of the jewelry exhibition. Su Luo was also in a stirring mood. His great-uncle said that he would be promoted by 1 level. He felt that he was being conservative, and that it was possible for him to be promoted by 2 levels. After all, he's only an inspector now, but this is a superb case that comes along once in a decade. If their speculation is true, the number of people involved and the amount of money involved in this case is beyond what has been seen before. Off topic. 5 more. 12,000 words. There are 2,000 words are free. In addition to say update time, can write ahead of time on the early morning update every day? Can't. Then before that every day before 9 o'clock update. Anyway, in order to read everyone is also a one-time more complete. Will not be a chapter by chapter hair, begging for a monthly ticket. Update enough effort. Don't feed. Chapter 105, Zhuazicheng, life is like climbing a mountain. Su Luo returns to the Saigon police station and informs Lei Meng and Zhou Huabiao of his and Hong Binyao's speculations. It would be troublesome if the 3 thief kings' target is really the Russian royal jewelry. Zhou Huabiao's face was gloomy, walking around with his hands behind his back. Then his eyes lit up and looked at Su Luo. There's a way. Since the organizers appointed you to be in charge of the security, can you let them change all the jewels into fakes in advance? Uncle Bill, this is never possible. Without the need for Su Luo to open his mouth, Lei Meng interrupted Zhou Huabiao and explained. This exhibition is a big commotion, and those who are heading there are all industry experts and wealthy celebrities, so recognizing them as fakes could be fun. Not to mention the fact that we're not at all sure that they'll attack the jewelry exhibition at the moment. Yeah, it's not even clear if the news of the 3 thief kings joining forces is true or false. The organizers won't cooperate with us. Su Luo followed suit and added. The organizer of the exhibition is to save face. How can people cooperate if you make fake goods to lose face? Zhou Huabiao sighed. His right hand made a fist and slammed it on his left hand. If something happens to the jewelry exhibition and the jewelry is robbed, we can't afford to take the responsibility. The whole territory will be disgraced internationally. At the moment it seems that the only way is to try to set up security at the exhibition site first, and then secretly investigate the 3 thief kings on one side. Su Luo thought about it before he came back and looked at the 2 of them and said, I'm planning to have one bright and one dark side. Set up some manpower on the bright side. Then have a group of people disguised as guests or attendants to enter the site. And in addition have the SDU and the mobile force on standby on the day of the exhibition. Do as you say, and I'll apply for the SDU and mobile unit side. Ramon nodded. Shulua stood at attention. Yes, SIR. Afterward he returned to the heavy eucalyptus unit and casually dropped the words. Anyone with a flower on his shoulder, come to my office. Security is definitely set up ahead of time. After getting off work in the afternoon, Su Luo drove to Edinburgh Middle School to pick up Hemin because tonight was her birthday. He parked in front of the school without going down. Why did he come to school too? In the car behind Su Luo, Star Chow recognized Su Luo's car. He purposely brought along the homework he had finished overnight last night to wait for Hemin, intending to confess his identity as a police officer to her and then ask her out for dinner in the meantime. I didn't expect to see Su Luo's car. Star Chow was ready to go and say hello to Su Luo, just in time to see Hemin walking out of the school with a smile. He immediately threw Su Luo out of his mind, revealing a smile that he thought was suave, holding a thick stack of homework and getting out of the car, but only just got out of the car when he saw Hemin getting into Su Luo's car. The silver Mercedes-Benz sped away. Wow! Star Chow dropped the exercises in his hand and scattered them all over the place, and his smile froze on his face, staring blankly at the taillights that lit up when the Mercedes turned the corner. His chi and blood were surging up sharply, and his eyes were redder than the taillights. Didn't we agree not to compete with me for Mr. Ho? Men are paper cheats. Even men lie. Bang! Star Chow trembled as he slammed his fist on the tree next to him. He could already imagine the picture of Teacher He underneath Su Luo's body as she was politely pleasuring herself, and the whole person threw himself up to the heavens and shouted, No! No. No. BGM, a cut of plum. Second time ah. Su Luo, my lifelong enemy on the emotional road. Bai Li, who had just walked off work and out of the school gate, happened to see the scene and asked with concern, "Isn't this senior class 2 Star Chow? What's wrong with you? This question is too hard. I can't do it. I can't do it." Star Chow's tone was tinged with tears as he plopped down on his knees and repeated, "It's too hard." He can't say he's been robbed of his girl again. This is the attitude that learning should have. Bailey shook her head with emotion, then turned and walked away. "What are you looking at?" As more and more people came out of the school, Star Chow climbed up and got into the car, then gritted his teeth and took the portable phone to call Su Luo. "Hey, go ahead. I speak your honor." Puff the street. "Didn't you swear not to compete with me for Ms. He? I just saw her get into your car with my own eyes." Star Chow was furious. Su Luo held the steering wheel with one hand and answered the phone with the other, which was practiced over a long period of time by driving with one hand and touching the co-pilot's thigh with the other. "I did say I wouldn't fight with you, but do you think there's a possibility that Amin's boyfriend is me?" He didn't expect to let Star Chow find out so soon, and hadn't let him wash his smelly socks yet. Ugh, what a bargain for this guy. No profit. It's a loss for Shiluo. Good. You actually have your feet in two boats. Just you wait. I'll definitely tell Missy so she can abandon you, scum. Star Chow, who had just been furious, couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. He felt that his chance had come again. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and he walked again. Su Luo couldn't help but smile at his words. Fortunately he was prepared. Well, not to mention these trivial matters of children's love. Talk about the great matter of national prosperity. There is an action on Friday that requires your SDU to cooperate. Reading network. It doesn't matter to me anymore. I've already applied for a transfer out of the SDU, and I'm going to report to my new unit with Uncle De tomorrow. Star Chow interrupted Su Luo with excitement in his tone. This was an idea he had long had. After all, the Flying Tigers, whereas the heavy eucalyptus unit was formidable. This time he helped Huang Bingyao to find guns. No credit but hard work, plus broke the eucalyptus of Daffy's arms trafficking. Huang Bingyao helped him to transfer out of the SDU. Uncle Tat also returned to the force from undercover work as a result, and he and Uncle Tat were also assigned to work in the same police station. Listening to the excitement in Star Chow's tone, Su Luo shook his head inside. Applied for a transfer out of the SDU? You surely don't know what you're missing out on. What a great credit to miss out on. Opportunities come at you like rain and you always avoid them with precision, even with an umbrella. Su Luo skimmed the phone and hung up directly. Was that Star Chow just now? He Min asked. Su Luo nodded, placing his hand on her fair thighs and gently caressing them after tossing the big brother to the side. That guy is still not dead to you. He might stir up trouble in front of you to falsely accuse me. One more precaution. After all, women are fickle. Then I definitely won't believe him. He Min said with a beaming smile and grabbed Su Luo's strange hand. What birthday present are you giving me tonight? Seeing as you're too tired from work, how about I send you a 10-month vacation to get some rest? Su Luo broke away from her hand and pinched her cheeks. I've heard that you smiling women don't have bad pregnancies. Ugh, I don't want it. You're bad. While Su Luo was flirting with He Min, an efficient blackmail team with outstanding performance was meeting. Leading the meeting is Zhuo Ziqiang, who has kidnapped several tycoons on Hong Kong Island but has not been caught by the police for evidence. This is the floor plan of the ballroom on the 75th floor of the Jundu Hotel, where the jewelry show will be held. Zhuo Ziqiang turned his head to look at his accomplices in the middle of his sentence. Is there any news about those two guys Yi Guohuan and Ji Jingxiong? Not yet. The accomplice shrugged and sighed. They won't cooperate. Robbing those 3 pieces of jewelry is too risky. Can't we just kidnap a few rich people? A large amount of money will be in our hands. The news of the 3 thief kings joining forces was put out by none other than Zhuo Ziqiang, who was eager to work with the other 2. You don't understand. Making money is secondary. Life is like climbing a mountain. Climb a mountain. You have to climb down a higher mountain. Zhuo Ziqiang demeanor gradually excited and even some crazy. Close the god-intoxicated murmur. Our 3 big thieves king join hands to do the amazing eucalyptus. Think about it all, let a person feel stimulated. He had already made a lot of money, so simply robbing money could no longer satisfy him. What he enjoyed was the feeling of making eucalyptus, to make one eucalyptus bigger than the other. Keep putting the word out that those 2 guys will contact me, because we're all the same kind of people. Chapter 106, Star Chow who lost in love and career. Late at night at the West Circular Quay, there were 3 figures in the dim light. Take this money and split it, and take the boat back to the mainland in a while. Ji Jingxiong, dressed in a tracksuit, took out an envelope from the satchel in front of him and handed it to the 2 men. This time he got 2 helpers from the mainland to come over to rob a gold shop, but because of the recent news of the 3 major thieves suddenly joining hands on the road, He chose to cancel the plan of robbing the gold shop because of his vigilant nature, and now he is trying to send these two helpers back to the mainland, because there was a chance that they might expose themselves if they stayed over here. Ji Jingxiong didn't want to take that risk. The two youths looked at each other. One of them reached out to catch the envelope. The other spread his hands and said to Ji Jingxiong, "Brother Xiong, take me with you. Now it is rumored outside that your three great kings of thieves are joining forces." Before he finished speaking, Ji Jingxiong stared at him with cold eyes. The youth gulped and raised his hand. "Okay, if you say you're not Ji Jingxiong, then you're not. I believe you, but Dalao, if you really have any big moves, count us in as well." "Yeah, big old man, we're very tight-lipped. Surely we won't go out and talk nonsense. We came over here just to make a name for ourselves." The other man with the envelope concurred. "Can't be a wasted trip." The two of them were chattering away. Although this person in front of them claimed to be called Brother Chow, they were all certain that this person was the invisible king of thieves, Ji Jingxiong. So want to follow him around. Looking at the two people who couldn't stop talking, Ji Jingxiong looked around and touched his nose with his hand, then menacingly stepped forward and deadlocked one of the youth's head and wrenched it back, while the other hand grabbed the knife and stabbed into his neck, forcefully stabbing him several times in a row. Ho, ho, ho. The youth who was stabbed through the neck by the knife had difficulty breathing and tried to say something, but his mouth could only emit ho 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 sound. The body fell to the ground. The other youth holding the envelope was directly stunned, then looked at Ji Jingxiong in horror and turned to run, but because of the intense fear that made his legs soft, the moment he took a step, he fell to the ground. Ji Jingxiong rushed up in 3 or 2 steps and rode on his back with an expressionless face. One hand grasped his hair and raised his neck up, and the other bloody hand held a knife and then quickly stabbed directly into the youth's neck. Pust! A stream of warm blood soared a meter away, splattering on the floor of the dock. Blood spots everywhere. The youth struggled for 10 seconds or so before breaking completely. "What's the point of favoring so much nonsense?" Ji Jingxiong got up and spoke in a calm tone, wiping the blood from his face before pushing the two bodies into the sea. 2 platters splashed a half-meter high wave, and the ripples on the sea quickly dissipated again, restoring calm. Ji Jingxiong turned away with his bag, took out his big brother and dialed out. "Give me Zhuo Zichan's contact information. Isn't he looking for me? Invisible king of thieves. So many years. Everyone knows him, but everyone does not know him." Ji Jingxiong suddenly feel boring. Then do something interesting. The three thieves join forces in a gimmicky way. Meanwhile, a rental house in Suanwan. Yi Guohuan and 2 of his boys are smoking. He had quit the jungle and went over to the mainland to do business, but he couldn't make it over there. So he came back and was ready to pick up AK and get back into the business. However, the recent rumors of the 3 thief kings joining forces had prevented him from making an easy move for a while. "Brother Huan, I've asked around. The news was released by Zhuo Zichang. I don't know what this asshole wants," a junior brother cursed and said. Another slightly older middle-aged man grunted lightly with his hands clasped over his chest. "It's obvious. He's trying to turn the rumors into reality. That's just crazy. Contact him." Yi Guohuan exhaled, stood up and grabbed the AK. "I'm going to tell everyone on Hong Kong Island that old man Yi Guohuan is back." His short business trip on the mainland had left him battered and haggard, and he was just about to let off some steam. He picked up his AK and made a sweeping motion with one hand pressing down on the gun, a da-da-da-da sound coming out of his mouth. It's like reminiscing about the great days of yesteryear. Wednesday morning in front of Edinburgh High School. Mr. Ho. He-min was just about to enter the school when he heard someone calling out to him, and when he turned around he saw Star Chow leaning against an old-fashioned sedan waving at him. "Star Chow, what's the matter with you?" He-min walked over, her attitude cold because of Su Luo. Star Chow looked in his eyes, pained in his heart, and said with a face full of sincerity, "Teacher I already know that your boyfriend is Su Luo, and next I have to tell you something about Su Luo. 2K. Are you trying to say that he has a woman outside behind my back?" He-min interrupted him with a wry smile. Star Chow froze and subconsciously nodded. Then incredulously, "You already know all this?" "Humph." He-min snorted coldly, angrily reprimanding. Luo had long guessed that you couldn't pursue me and would use this trick to sow discord and defame him. "I didn't believe it, but I didn't realize that you're really this kind of person." Star Chow. "Damn Su Luo for anticipating my maneuvers. Teacher you're too simple. That dog Su Luo is completely setting up a trap. He really has his feet in 2 boats." Star Chow couldn't wait to pull out his heart to prove that what he said was the truth. He-min's pretty face chilled. "Star Chow, I'm warning you not to slander my boyfriend. I know better than you what kind of person he is. Don't come to me in the future." As the words fell, He-min turned around and walked away with a refreshing fragrant breeze, her white high heels hitting the ground and emitting a series of crisp sounds. Behind her, Star Chow is in the wind. "Su Lo, absolutely. You're so absolute. So absolute." Jingle bells, jingle bells. Big Brother rang. Star Chow mechanically got to his ear to connect and said breathlessly, "Hello. Ah Xing, where are you? Hurry up and come to Tsuan police station. Our file eucalyptus are moved over. The commissioner wants to see us immediately." Uncle Tat said excitedly. Star Chow is instantly a spirit. Love is lost. The workplace is happy. Work hard on your own career. I'll be right over. Half an hour later. Suwon police station. Office of the administrator. Dong dong dong. Star Chow and Chow Dehua knocked on the door. "Come in." A female voice came from inside. The two of them pushed their way in, only to see a middle-aged female superintendent sitting behind the desk. And Chow Dehua felt like he was in love at the first moment he laid eyes on her. Yusuchio also had inexplicable fluctuations in her heart the moment she saw Chow Dehua. Love at first sight, yes. It's springtime for two middle-aged and older people. The king's bastard looks at the green beans and sees eye to eye. Administrator. Star Chow just wanted to speak. Chow Dehua stood up his chest and came forward. Directly tantalizingly, Yusuchio sat down opposite. Breezily lifted his chin at Yusu. "What's the matter? You just say it." Star Chow's eyes widened. "Wow. Is this still the usual timid and lewd Uncle D? How dare you talk to the officer like that?" Looking at the manly Chow Dehua, Yusuchio almost hooked yawns on the spot. The tone cannot help but gentle. "Chow sir. Dafe that arms eucalyptus, you have done a very good job. Your file eucalyptus has been handed over. I do not know which department you want to go." "Which department is the most dangerous?" Chow Dehua asked with an expressionless face as his body leaned back. "Fake it now so you can fake it later." Yusuchio pursed her lips and smiled. "The heavy eucalyptus unit." "Then go to the heavy eucalyptus unit," Chow Dehua said lightly, pulling out a cigarette and smiling at her. "Sir, do you mind if I have a cigarette?" "Oh, of course." Yusuchio subconsciously picked up the lighter on the table to help him light it. "Chow sir, the heavy eucalyptus unit is really dangerous. Do you think you should change? You're teaching me how to do things." "Ha?" Chow Dehua leaned his body back and shook his cigarette ash to squint at her. Star Chow's jaw dropped in shock. "No, of course not. You are so brave. Worthy of being a veteran police officer who has been undercover for so many years." Yusuchio was killed by the eyes and complimented. Then turned her head to look at Star Chow. "Inspector Chow, what about you? He can even go to the heavy eucalyptus unit with this demeanor?" Star Chow pointed at Uncle D and scoffed a few times before jokingly saying, "Then I might as well go to the traffic unit." "Ha!" Yusuchio smiled at him before nodding. "Then you'll go to the transportation team." "Hey! No! I'm kidding." The smile on Star Chow's face disappeared. Instantly panicking, Yusu said tantalizingly, "But I took it seriously." Star Chow wants to cry. Why am I being cheap? Chapter 107. Two groups target Jeondu Hotel at the same time. Wednesday afternoon. In Zhuo Zichang's villa. For the first time, Ji Jingxiong, Yi Guohuan, and Zhuo Zichang, three thieves who had heard of each other, gathered together. "I'm really excited. The three of us teaming up. What can't we do?" Ji Jingxiong and Yi Guohuan were both calm. Zhuo Zichang as the host appeared exuberant, puffing on his cigar. Yi Guohuan glanced at Ji Jingxiong, then turned his head to Zhuo Zichang. "Cut the crap. You got us both here. But did you find the target?" "Of course." Zhuo Zichang laughed and pointed a cigar-wielding finger at an accomplice. "Go, bring the maps and information related to the Jeondu Hotel." Taking advantage of the time waiting for the map, Zhuo Zichang introduced his plan to the two men. "There's a jewelry exhibition at the Jeondu Hotel this Friday night. There will be 3 pieces of valuable Russian royal jewels on display. We're going to target them, and each of us will have one of them when we get to them. The following talk about the specific plan I have designed according to the characteristics of the 3 of us. Showing you this invisible king of thieves in Hong Kong Island police. There is no photo, so you will be before sneaking into the hotel. Feel inside the security situation that night, and wait inside with me inside and outside. Of course, before this you have to take out the security guards in the monitoring room to facilitate our actions." Zhuo Zichang finished speaking to Ji Jingxiong and then looked at Yi Guohuan and said, "As for you, Brother Huan, you're notoriously tough and brave, and you can't get away with anything when you have an AK, so you're responsible for leading the men to settle the hotel garage's security personnel before the operation and posing as them to guard the parking garage's entrances and exits, and wait outside to receive us." Finally he got up, holding a cigar and pointing to himself with a haha laugh. "As for the hands-on thing, just leave it to my little brother to lead the people in charge of it. Not only do we want to rob those 3 pieces of jewelry, so many rich people on the scene also have to rob them all over again. And this kind of thing, I'm the best at it. One sword. Kung, the map is here. Brother Xiong, Brother Huan, look at the picture. The basement underneath the underground parking lot of the Jeondu Hotel is where the surveillance room is located, and the entire hotel except for the main door only has access to the outside world from the door of the underground garage. while the King of Thieves trio was discussing their plans. There's another group of people who have their sights set on the Cointreau Hotel as well. A gangster nicknamed Doc. Gathered in the shadowy warehouse were more than 20 gun-toting bruisers, and sitting under their asses were boxes of ammunition. All of these people were at that moment looking intently at a young man in a suit and tie in the center. This youth is the doctor. The doctor looked around the room and opened his hands to fan the crowd with his body language. There's going to be 3 valuable pieces of Russian royal jewelry on display at the Cointreau Hotel this Friday night. And after this job everyone gets a big cut of the money and we're golden. Yeah, the others cheered. Listen up. The doctor raised his hand to signal everyone to shut up, and aggravated his tone. From now on everyone is not allowed to act alone. They have to keep an eye on each other. Because I have received an accurate intelligence, there is an undercover agent of the police who has infiltrated into our organization. And to be honest, I don't know if he still has any more accomplices, but I will kill the one I find. And when I kill them in the end, naturally, I will have killed all of them. As the words fell, he turned menacingly and pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger on a youth. Bang bang bang. The youth, whose muscles had long been tense, died at gunpoint before he had time to react in any way. Drag it out. The doctor waved his hand, put away his gun and looked at Fifi, the only female on the team and his lover. You're in charge of sneaking into the hotel early that night and killing the security guards in the surveillance room. Aha. Fifi smiled and answered daintily, winking and looking like a sweeper. The doctor then continued with the plan. Fifi is in charge of taking care of the people in the surveillance room. Bunny and Bone of Morning, you guys drive into the hotel from the underground garage and take care of the security guards at the entrance and exit of the garage, leaving 2 of you behind to pretend to be them. And me, I'll be entering the scene as a guest to improvise, so we'll all be in touch by phone. Bunny nodded as he and Morning Bone looked at each other. Did you hear everything? The doctor asked. Got it. It was past 7 in the evening, and Su Luo, who rarely cooked, was busy in the kitchen of Joe Hueyer's house with his apron tied on. He been there recently a little tired. After all, the mountain delicacies are delicious. Eat every day cannot stand awe. So Su Luo came to Joe Hueyer's house. Joe Hueyer hadn't gotten off work yet, and he was starving so he cooked first. Around 7:30, the door opened and Su Luo poked her head out of the kitchen. Why are you back so late? Meeting cluck. Joe Hueyer closed the door, casually threw her bag on the cabinet, kicked off her high heels, and walked outside the kitchen with bare feet. You're not. You actually know how to cook. I thought you only knew how to stake a claim. That's what she does every time she comes to her. She felt like a prostitute worker. The key was that she couldn't get any money, and she had to pour money to Su Luo often. Nonsense. Su Luo blared at her, seriously defending herself. I can still tongue-tie. Not tonight. I'm here for that one. Of course. I don't care if you're not afraid of my bloody mouth, Joe Hueyer said with a shrug. Su Luo mouth corner hook, holding a frying spoon smilingly said, it's okay, as a new era of young people cannot be dead brains. We open up another strange path. Well, there are always more ways than there are difficulties. You go to hell. Joe Hueyer understood in seconds. Her small face first turned white, then red, glared at him and turned to leave. Don't even think about it there. Sulo is playing more and more inappropriately. Inspector Zhou, what are you afraid of? Mr. Lu Sun said that there is no road in the world, but the more people who walk on it, the more it becomes a road. Su Luo tried to convince her with famous quotes. Scram! Joe Hueyer stormed out, sitting in the living room and shouting at him, Mr. Lu Sun wants to whip you to death. Su Luo said, I'm applying what I've learned. 10 minutes later, the dishes all came out. Why don't you get a vegetarian one? I still have cucumbers in the refrigerator. Looking at the table of meat dishes, Joe Hueyer frowned and instantly had little appetite. Su Luo glanced at her and said, I was afraid that your cucumber wasn't for eating, so I didn't dare to use it. What if that's Chao Weiyi's temporary boyfriend? Doesn't that make him a murderer? I have even less appetite now. Joe Hueyer gave him a blank look and threw the bowl quickly. By the way, tonight's meeting is about the pre-publicity of the Nine Dragons Walled City's invitation to demolish the work, which is now confirmed to be demolished. When? Shulua instantly came to life. Joe Hueyer shook her head and scrunched her legs into the couch and plopped them down. That hasn't been said yet, but it's coming. The words fell out of her mouth and she got up and walked to the bedroom. My back hurts from sitting in meetings, so I'm going to go ahead and lie down on the bed. So take your time eating. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Su Luo just wanted to skin a line, but the portable phone on the table rang. He put down the bowl to quickly connect. Luo, I've inquired. Someone claimed to have seen Yi Guohuan go to Zhuo Zichan's house. As for Ji Jingxiong, he's not sure. Big D's voice came into his ears. After all, too few people knew Ji Jingxiong. Su Luo asked in a deep voice, is the information reliable? Lo, I would never tell you if it wasn't reliable. Big D gave a firm assurance. Okay, thanks. Although there was no news from Ji Zhengxiong. Just based on the fact that Yi Guohuan and Zhuo Ziqiang had met, the rumor that the three thieves had joined forces was basically certain to be true. There are not three big thieves, then there are two big ones. Chapter 108, the beginning of the jewelry exhibition. Meeting Li Jie for the first time, the time rolled around to Friday night. Su Luo drove to the Zhendu Hotel, and the security over at the banquet hall had long been arranged in advance. Team A mingled and dressed as guests, while Team C and D were in charge of security and order on the bright side. These are just the small dishes. The real big dish is in the first floor lobby, because whoever wants to enter the 75th floor ballroom needs to take the elevator from the lobby. That was why Su Luo had arranged for two heavily armed SDUs to hide in the restroom on the first floor, so that they would be the first to kill out once there was any breeze. In addition, at the entrance of the first floor there are also 4 plainclothes with the hotel security guards to perform security checks on the guests, which can be said to have laid a dragnet. As long as Yi Guohuan and the others dared to come, then at least their large force would be directly wiped out on the first floor if they couldn't even get into the banquet hall. Even if there were small fishes and shrimps that had blended into the banquet hall, there was still Chen Jiaju and the others. Suddenly Su Luo saw a traffic cop looking familiar. Isn't this Star Chow? Star Chow also saw Su Luo, immediately felt bad luck, and quickly turned around to pretend that he didn't see him, silently reciting in his heart, "Can't see me, can't see me." Su Luo slowed down his car and stopped beside Star Chow, greeting him with a smile. Yo yo yo, isn't this Star Chow? A few days gone, so pulled? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Star Chow cursed in a low voice, then turned around and sighed pretentiously. It's not that the higher-ups held a meeting and said that there was a lack of a traffic police officer, and after thinking about it, I think I'm the only one who is qualified for this position, so there's no way I can't do it, so I'll come here. And that's the way it is with good people like me. They're needed everywhere. He was propped up on his motorcycle, legs crossed, baton in hand, and looking relaxed. Yes? LOL. I thought you got screwed for offending your bosses and wanted to pull a few strings for the sake of brotherhood. Looks like I'm shallow. Su Luo words have not finished. Star of the Week hastily pounced on his car window, a snot and a tear to him, said, No, Luo brother, you are not shallow. You are too great. I am just mouth cheap pretending to say that I want to come to the traffic group. I did not think that the dead actually really agreed. Please give a helping hand. Then you're really. I'm so miserable, aren't I? Then you really deserve it. Su Luo said and took off with a kick of the gas, waiting to help him later. Arlo. Luo. Don't go away. Luo. Star Chow hurriedly climbed onto his motorcycle and advanced with his feet propped up on the ground, trying to chase after Su Luo's car. People were coming and going in front of the Zhendu Hotel, and there were also a lot of journalists and media gathered to photograph the guests who came. Brother Lung is here. It's Lung's car. All the reporters got excited as a black Mercedes slowly came to a stop in front of the hotel, because this is now the whole Hong Kong island blazing hot martial arts star Long Wei. Legend has it that he never uses a stunt double, whether he is shooting a fight scene or a jumping shot. All the reporters all flocked to the driver's seat with short hair. Wearing a white suit, driver first step out of the car to pull open the door of the passenger side. Wearing a black suit, Long Wei walked down to wave at the reporters. Hi, good evening everyone. For a while the flashbulbs lit up, and Long Wei enjoyed it, cooperating with the shooting from where he was. Just then a silver Mercedes-Benz drove up and stopped beside it. Then Su Luo opened the door and got out of the car. Su sir, you're free to come tonight too. Upon seeing Su Luo, the group of reporters who were still surrounding Long Wei immediately shifted their target, as Long Wei was too high profile for reporters to interview him at any time. But it was different with Su Luo, who never gave any interviews without a request from the police force. Su Luo closed the car door. Everyone, I'm just here to have a good time today, so please spare me. The fact that he was in charge of the security of the fair on behalf of the police was not publicized to the public, lest the bandits should be alerted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Steal my thunder. Why don't you just debut in a movie? Long Wei looked at Su Luo and spat out a sentence, after saying that he patted his double-cum driver and bodyguard beside him. Hey, Dare, I heard that guy is very powerful. Do you think you can beat him? People have guns. Boldly glancing at Su Luo, who was surrounded by reporters, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Longwell scowled. So have you. Asterisk 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 you. Bold hammered him. We're going in first, so come pick us up when the show breaks up. Long Wei said with a smile and walked into the hotel with his dad and agent. Su Luo finished dealing with the reporter, ready to walk towards the hotel when the sidelight but swept the bold, Gong Wei? Su sir, you've recognized the wrong person. I'm not Gong Wei. My name is Li Jie. Bold walked up to Su Luo and smiled slightly. However, Gong Wei is my own brother. You're Gong Wei's brother? Su Luo carefully sized up the man and realized that there was indeed a difference between the two, mainly in temperament. Gong Wei didn't know if it was a result of being an undercover agent for a long time, but he had a small hooligan vibe about him, and this Li Jie was obviously more refreshing, standing and walking cleanly in a military style. Li Jie nodded. Twins, don't say you can't tell the difference. Many people can't tell the difference. Before I came to Hong Kong, my brother also let me encounter trouble can look for you, but I'm lucky, there has been no trouble. But I didn't expect to meet Su Suryu here tonight. Go in and chat. Su Luo pointed to the sofa at the corner inside the hall. Just based on Li Jie's face, which was carved out of the same mold as Gong Wei, Su Luo believed it. Li Jie followed Su Luo inside while answering his unasked query. One of our two brothers is in the military and the other is in the police. And my brother has been on undercover missions for years, so he needs a fake identity. After all that, he didn't even tell me his real name until he left. Su Luo shook his head. Li Jie exhaled. Su sir, this is wronging him. He was going to tell you when he left, but you said you'd go see him off, and he never waited. Right. Blame me. Su Luo fiercely slapped his forehead and remembered that he had said that he would go to see Gong Wei off when he left, but as a result, he was busy and forgot about it later. He let Gong Wei off the hook. Li Jie sat down on the sofa, smiled faintly at Su Luo and said, but that's okay, it's the same if I tell you for him. His name is Li Wei. What are you doing on Hong Kong Island again? You're not on some mission like your brother. Do you need my help? Su Luo twisted his head to look at Li Jie and asked. Li Jie pursed his lips and shook his head, then sighed heavily. I just encountered something and retired out for a break. It was my brother who said Hong Kong Island was good. He's a captain in the special forces and was devastated when his wife and child were killed by a bandit with a bomb. So he wanted to come over here to relax and unwind. Want to stay? Su Luo asked with a smile. Li Jie cannot be denied, Hong Kong Island is indeed more prosperous than the mainland. But this prosperity does not belong to me. This place is good, but not my hometown. Or to go back. How is your brother? I heard that your sister-in-law has been sick. Su Luo asked about Gong Wei. Li Jie shook his head. My brother has returned to the army to restore his identity. But unfortunately my sister-in-law left last year. Condolences. Su Luo patted his shoulder. Then said, leave my number. And look for me anytime you have trouble over here. I'm still on good terms with your brother. So there's no need to be too polite with me. He then gave his number and looked at his watch. The fair was about to start. I still have some things to do tonight, so I won't be accompanying you for a while. Remember to call me if anything comes up. I'll help you set things right. With that, he got up and headed for the elevator. Li Jie also got up and headed out of the hotel, ready to go for a drive and come back to pick up Long Wei in a little while. Chapter 109, can't say it's completely similar, only exactly the same, begging for monthly votes. Li Jie drove away. 20 minutes later arrived at a traffic light intersection. At this time is a red light. He stopped and waited for the light. In the lane next to it is a racy convertible sports car. So he looked at a few more eyes. In the convertible is the very same doctor who was on his way to the Jundo Hotel and the enemy who blew up Jay Li's wife and child. But Li Jie didn't know this because he had only heard the doctor's voice, not seen him. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Suddenly a phone rang. Li Jie thought it was his own at first, only to realize it was the owner of the convertible next to him. The doctor had one hand on the steering wheel and the other leaning against the window to answer the phone. Hey, go ahead. I just found out that police model Su Lo is there tonight. Will he cause us any trouble? On the other end of the line was his lover. Fifi. He is only one person even if he is powerful. It is hard to beat four hands with two fists. Use your brain when things happen. Don't ask me about everything. People, you must rely on yourself. The stoplight jumped when the doctor finished speaking, and he hung up the phone and drove toward the Cointreau Hotel with one foot on the gas. And at this moment, Li Jie's mind was filled with the words that the doctor had just said. People, you must rely on yourself. The gangster who blew up his wife and kids in the first place said that on the phone, all in the exact same tone. He hastily turned the car around where it was and drove off after the sports car whose taillights were vaguely visible only. On the other side of the hotel, Su Luo went up to the 75th floor ballroom to have a look before going downstairs to the surveillance room. Because of the arrangements made upstairs and downstairs, one more him is no more, one less him is no less, and he can see every corner of the hotel from the monitoring room, and can command the scene through the intercom at any time, and have a general overview of the whole situation. That's a perfect command center. Su sir, you're here. There was only He Dingbang staring at the surveillance room with a hotel security guard, and when he saw Su Luo come in, He Dingbang got up and greeted him. Su Luo threw him a cigarette and looked toward the surveillance screen. How's it going? Any movement yet? All is safe. He Dingbang shrugged. The monitoring room is very large. because the Jeondu Hotel, not counting the underground, there are still more than 70 floors. As a high-grade hotel installed, how much monitoring can be imagined? The two chatted as they walked to the lower left corner of the surveillance room against the door to smoke before they disturbed the little security guard. At this moment, the door of the monitoring room was gently pushed open from the outside of a gap. It is the early infiltration into the Ji Jingxiong. And he saw through the gap inside. Only one security guards carefully pushed open the door. Holding a kitchen knife gently walked in. He couldn't bring his gun in because he had to go through security to enter the hotel. And he still got all his knives in the back kitchen. Ji Jingxiong held his breath and stared with dead eyes at the security guard directly in front of him, approaching him step by step, trying to surprise the silent step knife man, and concentrate on him. Did not notice in the lower left corner of the monitoring room, Su Luo and He Dingbang is holding a cigarette to watch the whole process, like an internet cafe to play CF is ready to go up to the knife. People of the schoolchildren did not notice that his old man has been holding a stick in the side of the stand like, cut. A crisp sound rang out. Ji Jingxiong's body then stiffened in place. He knew very well that this was the sound of the police gun on safety. Slowly twisted his head to look. The whole brain was buzzing at the time. Why are there still two of them in this nook and cranny? Su Luo held a cigarette in his mouth and pointed his gun at him. Can you show us some basic respect? Damn. You can't see two people alive. It was only when he heard the sound of talking that the small security guard, who was staring intently at the surveillance screen, turned around curiously before he saw a man holding up a knife behind him. Holy! At that moment, he was so scared that he fell on his butt on the ground, rolling and crawling to Su Luo and He Dingbang's side. Drop the knife, He Dingbang chided. Ji Jingxiong stood still for a moment. He suddenly felt ridiculous. He hadn't been caught by the police for so many years, but this time he actually planted so dramatically. Is this fate? They're the three kings of thieves who've been running around Hong Kong Island committing bloody eucalyptus without being caught, but they're going to be taken out in one fell swoop tonight? Su sir, this time you're in luck. I'm Ji Jingxiong. Ji Jingxiong smiled at Su Luo. A big thief like him wasn't afraid of being caught. Not to mention he wouldn't die. Instead, he was very open, because people like him had lived long enough. From the time they committed the first eucalyptus, every extra day they lived, it was all earned. With an open mind, He Dingbang looked at him suspiciously. Is Ji Jingxiong that much of a dish? Don't you put gold on your face? Ji Jingxiong, puffing. How the hell was I supposed to know that you two psychopaths were hiding in a dead corner to smoke? Ji Jingxiong was made to break his defenses a bit, and was instantly unable to maintain his subdued composure. He was suffocating himself. He fantasized that he would be surrounded by the SDU, or that he would be killed by some police elite, but he never dreamed that he would be the one who sent himself to the door to commit suicide. He Dingbang's eyes lit up in surprise as he looked at Su Luo and said, Su sir. This tone that reveals stifling from the depths of his soul might really be Ji Jingxiong. I'm trampling the horse, that is. Ji Jingxiong roared. Su Luo handed the gun to He Dingbang, took out the handcuffs and went up and cuffed Ji Jingxiong's hands, and then pulled his belt down and tied his legs and threw him in the corner. He Dingbang walked over and closed the surveillance room door. Tell us about your plans. Su Luo looked condescendingly at Ji Jingxiong as he began his live interrogation. Ji Jingxiong squinted at him. Su sir, I'm dead. Do you think it's possible for me to say anything? Other than my own eucalyptus? I won't say anything else. At this moment, the door to the surveillance room, which had just been closed, was pushed open again, and a beautiful woman with long hair and a shapely figure walked in with a machete. It was the doctor's lover, Fifi. Several people in the room looked toward the door at the same time. Fifi was in the wind when she saw what was going on in the monitor room. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. The words fell out of her mouth and she turned to run. Still want to run? Come back to me you. Su Luo rushed forward and grabbed a handful of her long hair, ripping her back and dropping her to the ground amidst her screams. Fei Fei rolled around on the ground and got up, her body sticking to the wall, both hands holding the knife with a wary face looking at Su Luo, then biting her red lips and snapped. Su sir, you're really rude. Why do you have to fight and kill? Why don't you change the place for me to try out that gun of yours? See, the news said that you're shooting very accurately with your gun. She wanted to use her womanly advantage to seduce Su Luo. But I just like shooting women with guns in crowded places, Su Luo said meaningfully. Fei Fei took the knife and smiled flirtatiously. Su sir, you're so bad. I like it. The deeper you shoot the better. Bang bang. Su Luo raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Fifi's voice came to an abrupt end. A look of dismay and resignation in her eyes as her body slowly slid down the wall and onto the floor. A trail of blood trailing from the wall. She wasn't dead yet. Sitting on the ground and leaning against the wall, intermittently gasping for air, staring at Su Luo in death. How was it? Did I shoot accurately and deeply? Was it good? Call daddy. Su Luo stepped forward and slapped her cheeks. Snickering. Still want to seduce me? Who doesn't know that I, Su Luo, am clean? He actually really wanted to get into Fifi, but the conditions didn't allow it, or else High and Low would have to cheat a gun before killing her. Fifi couldn't help but want to curse, but only just as she opened her mouth a rush of blood gushed out, and then her head drooped to the side and she lost her breath completely. Su Luo twisted his head to look at Ji Jingxiong. This chick is also with you guys? And split up into two groups? No, Ji Jingxiong shook his head. He didn't realize that there were actually other people staring at this tonight. Su Luo frowned. There's still two ING groups. Su sir, come over and look. Suddenly, he ding-bang pointed at a piece of surveillance screen and exclaimed. Su Luo walked over and found 3 cars parked at the entrance and exit of the underground garage. The 2 security guards had been killed. The 3 bandits wearing security uniforms stuffed the bodies of the security guards into the cars and then sat inside the security booth with the AK, while the 3 cars drove into the underground garage. The group was none other than Chuk Zukong and Yip Kwak Hin, who posed as a security guard to guard the entrance and exit of the garage to receive them. Shua Zichang, on the other hand, led people from the underground garage elevator directly into the hotel lobby on the first floor, kill those security personnel on the first floor as surprise, and then take the elevator from the first floor to the 75th floor ballroom robbery jewelry. Because the elevator in the garage today had a restriction that it could only ride up to the first floor, everyone had to go through the security screening process on the first floor before they could continue up the stairs in the elevator. Don't worry about it. Let them in and notify your colleagues on the first floor to close the door and beat the dog. Su Luo sneered and twisted his head to look at Ji Jingxiong. Seeing that his expression changed, he guessed that this group of people were in league with him. You guys acted individually according to the agreed upon time, right? It's a pity that your side swooped in and they don't know about it yet. Police and troops often use this method, each matching their watches and then launching their operations at the agreed time. I didn't expect the bandits to use this kind of tactic, the 3 main thieves joining forces. So they really think they're the elite? Ji Jingxiong grimaced and said nothing. He was responsible for coming in first to spy on the security situation, but never thought that the hotel security was taken over by the police, and all of those security guards on the surface were just fronts. Suddenly, the surveillance footage showed 2 more SUVs driving up to the garage entrance/exit location. Yi Guohuan, who was disguised as a security guard in the security booth, pretended to get out of the car with a book. What are you doing? He still learned this work routine from the security guard he had just killed, and while the guard was questioning him, he used his pistol to kill the guard unawares. The SUV door opened and a handsome-looking youth got out holding a gift box. Man, we're here to deliver a gift. Please lift the pole. What's the delivery? Yi Guohuan asked again. The youth smiled slightly. Bullets. The trigger was pulled the instant the words fell, and 3 rounds were fired from the silencer-mounted muzzle under the gift box. Hew hew hew. Yi Guohuan was shot in the chest and looked at the youth with a face full of incredulity, then fell to the ground with an expression on his face that looked like he was crying. Not crying, not laughing. He didn't think he'd die so suffocatingly. Huan! The 2 juniors in the security booth yelled out when they saw this scene, and then bent down to get the AK hidden under the table. But the moment they bent down, the windows of the SUV stretched out 2 gun barrels. Hew hew hew, a few shots. The 2 people were killed inside the security booth. Quick! Clean up the bodies. This group of people were none other than the doctor's men. The one who killed Yi Guohuan was the doctor's younger brother, Rabbit, who commanded the men to drag the bodies of Yi Guohuan's 3 men to the car. Then he himself took off his jacket to reveal the security uniform inside, and took another junior disguised as a security guard to sit inside the security booth, and turned on the garage's lifting lever. The 2 SUVs slowly pulled into the garage and Bunny smiled as he pressed the control button and the roll-up door above the garage door slowly fell, shutting the garage. In the surveillance room, Su Luo and the others had been dumbfounded. Obviously, the plans of these 2 groups of bandits couldn't be said to be completely similar, but they could only be said to be exactly the same. What the hell are you doing in a movie? Ji Jingxiong was even more dumbfounded. His heart suddenly balanced. Yi Guohuan planted more suffocating than him. Chapter 110, shutting the door and focusing on the walled city, requesting subscriptions and monthly tickets. Why do I feel that you 3 great thief kings are just here to be funny? Su Luo looked towards Ji Jingxiong. The 3 kings of thieves are each powerful in their own way, but together they are a pit stop for each other. Ji Jingxiong has been arrested by the police. Yi Guohuan has been killed by his peers, and only a still unknown Zhuo Zichang is heading to the enclosure of the Flying Tigers with his men. The corner of Ji Jingxiong's mouth twitched a bit without saying anything, because he couldn't gram to say. The love that could not be responded to made Su Luo feel uninterested. No longer paying attention to Ji Jingxiong, turning his head towards He Dingbang and said, "Notify Ma Jun upstairs to bring a few people to hold down those 2 bandits at the entrance and exit of the garage." "Yes, Su sir." Just after informing his colleagues in the ambush in the first floor lobby, he ding-bang called Ma June again. Old Ma. Su sir asked you to take someone to control the people in the security booth at the entrance and exit of the garage. That's a Hummer impersonator with heavy weapons. Be careful. Roger. Moving immediately. Su Luo continued to stare at the surveillance screen. Zhuo Ziqiang had already entered the elevator with his men, and the elevator was slowly ascending. But what they didn't know was that there was a group of SDU members surrounding them outside the elevator doors at that moment. When the elevator doors open, it's surprise. In the elevator, Zhuo Ziqiang looked exuberant, holding a big black star in his hand and constantly shaking his leg, rushing to the left and right of his accomplices. When the elevator door opens, I guarantee that those security guards on the first floor will be shocked. Ha 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 ha. The others couldn't help but laugh. Just listening to Zhuo Ziqiang's description, they could almost imagine the dumbfounded expressions of those security guards. Ding. The elevator arrived. The elevator door slowly opened. The smile on Zhuo Ziqiang's face gradually solidified, and the others also had a big change in their complexion. They were startled first. As far as the eye could see, there were all blackened muzzles, behind which were heavily armed members of the SDU. In an instant, Zhuo Ziqiang and the others were confused. Don't move, all of you. Throw out your guns. The leading SDU captain, Wang Dong, shouted. What's with the SDU? Damn, there's a traitor among us. I'll throw your mother. Fight with them. Zhuo Ziqiang instantly made a choice after recognizing the current situation, and with a face full of hostility, he raised his hand to shoot. Wang Dong saw this and waved with one hand. Fire! Da 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 da. The flying tigers were the first to fire, and bullets swept through the elevator like gusts of wind sweeping through fallen leaves, spattering the elevator with blood. Zhuo Ziqiang, because he stood at the front and took the most bullets, he was nearly shot into a sieve, and he collapsed in the elevator doorway with blood bubbling out of his mouth with a gurgle. How much you just tugged? How much you're dying now? And it's dead on arrival. Don't shoot. I surrender. I surrender. The narrow elevator gave the men no room to even duck, and even less room to fight back. Some dropped their guns in an attempt to surrender, but were also hit by stray bullets. Cease fire. Only after seeing the bandits all fall to the ground did Wang Dong order a ceasefire. Team A will be responsible for cleaning up the corpses, and Team B will be responsible for treating the injured. Both sides exchanged fire for a total of 20 seconds or so, and at this time the doctor's car just arrived at the hotel door. Saw inside is dragging the body of the SDU members after he suddenly changed face. Fada was sent to all people have been completely wiped out, just ready to park his obedient foot gas pedal and ran. Behind the Li Jie driving wildly chase, the doctor through the rearview mirror to see that the Mercedes-Benz has been following their own, and then combined with the picture inside the hotel, he again thought it was his own has also been the police on the watch. So directly stepped on the gas to death in the direction of Kowloon City. Walled city sped away. Damn, there really is more than one undercover agent. The doctor gritted his teeth and cursed. Otherwise there was no way to explain how his plan had been exposed. Li Jie drove and clenched. His mind was now full of killing the doctor to avenge his wife and child. And at that moment, in the underground garage, the doctor's men, the funeral bongs, arrived at the elevator with a group of loaded toughs, pressed the elevator, and then began to wait. But the elevator was late. The acute morning state could not help but curse. What's the matter with this broken elevator? Also 5-star, how come it has not been coming? Of course it was because the SDU upstairs was clearing the bodies from the elevator, and the elevator door had been stuck open. How about taking the stairs? A junior suggested. Morning Bang glared at him. Stupid. You think I wouldn't have thought of the stairs if they were accessible? According to Fifi's intel, all the doors to the stairs are closed tonight. He then made his own excuse. There must be too many guests tonight, and the floor is so high. It's normal for the elevator to be slow, so let's wait a little longer. The little brother scratched the back of his head and stopped talking, fiddling with the semi-automatic rifle in his arms and waiting patiently. Underground garage entrance and exit. The security booth disguised as a security guard rabbit is sitting upright, while the other little brother is looking east and west. Bending down the moment suddenly saw the AK hidden under the table. Holy, no way. These days security guards are bringing AKs to work. What AK? The rabbit asked casually. The little brother yanked out the 2 AKs. Brother Bunny, look, the oil is smooth and shiny. Or new goods. The security guards of 5-star hotels. The way is so wild? Asterisk 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 Q. What kind of security guard would bring an AK to work? Something must be wrong somewhere. Bunny got up in a huff and took out his phone to notify Morning Bong. The little brother suddenly said, "There's a car coming." Bunny whipped his head around to see a car with an unreadable tag driving slowly by with a few people in it. "Hey, why is the garage closed? Hurry up and open it for us." Ma Jun poked his head out and shouted. Bunny whispered to his little brother, hide those two AKs, I'll go get rid of them. As the words fell out of his mouth, he put down the phone and grabbed the register of the security guard he had just killed on the table in his hand and walked out of the security booth towards the Ma Jun guys. What are you here for? Of course I'm here. Ma Jun got out of the car and walked slowly over to him, then drew his gun menacingly and pointed it at the rabbit and yelled, of course I'm here to get you. Hands up. Police. Step out with your hands up. The other 3 cops were holding their guns on the people in the security booth. Don't shoot. Don't ever shoot. The junior in the security booth who was preparing to hide the AK shouted with a feigned panic on his face, but his hand was hidden underneath was quietly loading the AK, wanting to fight a sudden attack. Old Ma, be careful. That guy at the security booth is loading his gun. He ding-bang in the surveillance room hurriedly informed Ma Jun through his headset after seeing this scene. Ma Jun's eyes instantly looked toward the monitoring room inside the exposed panic bandit, directly turned the muzzle of the gun to pull the trigger. Bang bang bang. The bullet shattered the glass of the security pavilion, pierced the bandit's neck. Will be killed. Rabbit saw this, and hastily dropped the register in his hand, wanting to draw his gun. The other 3 police officers saw him this action after the next intention to shoot. Bang 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 with a series of firecracker-like gunshots. Rabbit was killed by indiscriminate gunfire. The plasma stained the cover of the register directly. That register is too bad luck. Whoever takes it will die. In the surveillance room, he ding-bang shook his head when he saw this scene, and Su Luo also thought deeply. The first security guard with the register was killed by Yip Kwak Hin. Yip Kwak Hin was killed by the rabbit with the register, and the rabbit with the register was killed by the police. It's a condom. The garage was only separated from the outside by a roll-up door, so Morning Bong and the others heard the faint sound of gunfire. However, because the entrance and exit were still a long distance from the elevator entrance, so for a moment they didn't dare to confirm whether it was a gunshot or not. So Morning Bang said, give Rabbit a call and ask about the situation outside. Yes, a junior pulled out his handheld phone. At this moment, the elevator display begins to descend. Brother Morning Bang, look, the elevator is here. The little brother who suggested taking the stairs said with a face full of surprise. Morning Bong crooked his neck. Finally, ding, the elevator door slowly opened. But Morning Bong and the others who were just about to enter were instantly dumbfounded, because inside was actually a group of loaded SDU members. The SDU opened fire without saying a word. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Morning Bong and the others were gathered right in front of the elevator door, and were taken directly by surprise. Half of them fell to the ground on the spot, while the other half began to flee for cover. The SDU people quickly rushed out of the elevator. 2 for a group shooting while looking for cover to occupy the favorable terrain and exchange fire with the remaining 10 or so bandits. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How could there be a poor old man, Morning Bang, who had been shot in the shoulder, hid behind the car that had just driven in and returned fire against it while cursing at the top of his lungs? Brother Morning Bang, what to do now? What to do, of course, is to get rid of these poor old kill out. Morning Bong said and pulled out a grenade with one hand and threw it out. Blow up, you bunch of puffers. Look out. Lie down. Wang Dong shouted. Boom. The grenade landed and exploded, and 2 SDU members jumped out of the way to either side, but were stunned by the fallout. They're at the end of their rope. Team A attack from the left. Team B go up from the right. Outflank them on both ends to reduce their space for resistance. 321. Move. Wang Dong skillfully commanded his team members to launch a siege on Morning Bong and the others, with the group members alternately covering and advancing, constantly compressing Morning Bong's and the others' range of movement. Gunshots were heard all over the underground garage, interspersed with the occasional scream from someone who had been shot. In the surveillance room, Su Luo looked at the screen and knew that the fate of Morning Bong and the others, either dead or captured, had been finalized. Jingle bells, jingle bells. His portable phone rang. Hello, go ahead. Shu Luo picked up the connection. The slightly nervous voice of the person in charge of the jewelry exhibition organizer came from the phone. Su, sir, my driver said that your police exchanged fire with the bandits downstairs? It's just a little bit of trouble that our police have solved for now. Su Luo breezed on. The person in charge of the organizer could be heard on the phone clearly sighing with relief, and his voice became brisk. Su, sir, I have to say that asking you to be in charge of tonight's security was really the right decision, and when the exhibition is over, I'll be sure to personally come to the door to say thank you. He was really grateful to Su Luo. If he hadn't asked Su Luo to be in charge of security, tonight would have been a very bad night. You are so polite. It is the duty of our royal police to protect the tranquility and peace of every inch of Hong Kong Island. Su Luo replied with great righteousness. While he didn't identify with the bull royal police name, it didn't matter that he brought it up to a high profile. He is on Hong Kong Island, but his heart goes out to the mainland. Shouting royalty against royalty says it all. The battle in the underground garage had also ended when Su Luo ended his call with the organizer, and Morning Bong and the other 20-odd people were all killed, with only 3 survivors. Originally it was like a big enemy. I didn't expect the 3 big thieves to be that much of a dish, but it was the other group of unknown bandits that caused some casualties to the flying tigers. He Dingbang stretched his back and looked at Ji Jinxiong and shook his head. Ji Jinxiong's face instantly turned into a pig liver color. He Dingbang's behavior of bringing him up for flogging from time to time made him unable to bear it any longer, and he shouted at Su Luo. Su Sir, your subordinates are insulting me. Don't you care? According to the laws of Hong Kong Island, we prisoners also have human rights. How did he insult you? Su Luo asked. Ji Jinxiong suddenly held his tongue. Did he say, he told me everything I did? In addition, before the law, you do have human rights. Su Luo walked toward him slowly and methodically, stepping on his head with one foot, but in my case, you are not even considered human. Where are your human rights? Ji Jinxiong's head was pressed against the wall by Su Luo's foot, his face rubbing against the wall. He was filled with humiliation and anger. The poor old man wantonly beat and humiliated the suspect. Is there any law left in this Hong Kong Island? Su Luo didn't know what was going on in his head, or else he would have definitely smiled and replied to him with the sentence, you being arrested means that there is still a law, and I am the law. Su Luo let go of Ji Jinxiong and walked over to the chair to sit down. He had to wait for the exhibition to end before he left. Otherwise hell knows if there would still be bandits coming to rob the place. After all, there were 2 sets at the same time tonight. The Russian royal jewels are worth a lot of money, and money moves people, so there are those who are willing to take the risk. About 40 to 50 minutes later, Su Luo's handheld phone rang again, an unfamiliar number. Hey, this is Su Luo. Who is this? Su Sir, it's me, Li Jia. I lost my target after tracking a humongous bandit to the Kowloon walled city. This is the enemy who blew up my wife and child. I hope you can help me. Standing outside the city fortress, staring at the dark and narrow alleyway entrance, Li Jia said in a deep voice. He had just gone in after the doctor, but the situation inside was too complicated and confusing, so he quickly lost his target and was also attacked and robbed. So he can only quickly leave and come out to ask Su Luo for help. Then he suddenly thought of a point, and hastily added again. Right. I also saw his car stop for a split second in front of the Jundu Hotel, and the gunfight inside the hotel is likely to have nothing to do with him. He also saw the SDU inside cleaning up the shootout scene when he passed by the hotel. That's why he analyzed it that way. After all, the doctor is a tough guy himself, and it's quite possible that he has his eye on tonight's jewelry show at the Cointreau Hotel. You wait a moment, Su Luo said as he turned around and walked over to the surveillance screen, saying to the security guard, pull up the surveillance at the entrance of the hotel. Li Jia, about how long ago did he pass by the entrance? An hour ago? Good. The security guard followed Su Luo's instructions and pulled up the surveillance from an hour or so ago, eventually finding a clip of the doctor as he passed by the entrance to the hotel. Pulling the image closer to be able to make out that he glanced at the entrance to the hotel before his face changed drastically and he instantly increased the speed of his car to leave. Hey, invisible king of thieves, is this guy one of yours? Su Luo twisted his head to look at Ji Jinxiong. Ji Jinxiong shook his head. No. Have someone come and make a copy of the surveillance and go interrogate the captives taken in the underground garage. Su Luo instructed He Dingbang, then asked Li Jia, you said that guy blew up your wife and child? Not bad. This person is an extremely dangerous bandit with professional military training. The mainland police suspect that there are several bomb eucalyptus related to him. Last time this bastard blew up a school bus full of children including my wife and children, Li Jia said through gritted teeth. Su Luo pondered for a moment. I can't get away on my side tonight. This way, I'll first have a few entrances and exits of the city fortress to keep an eye on them to prevent him from running away in the night, and as soon as the jewelry exhibition is over, I'll bring someone over. Inside the Kowloon walled city, fish and dragons were mixed together. It was a real place outside the law, and it was extremely difficult for the police to enforce the law inside, so he had to bring more people in to make it work, but he obviously couldn't get away now, in case he pumped out all his men and another bandit attacked. Aha! Although Li Jia was in a hurry, he could understand Su Luo's difficulties, so he could only agree. After hanging up the phone, Su Luo turned his head and dialed his great-uncle's phone. Older brother, I'll fax an image over to you in a moment. So send someone to guard the entrances and exits of the 9 Dragons walled city to prevent that person from escaping. That's a credit to growing legs. And he also has other ideas. If the fortress can successfully bring people out, everything will be fine. And if not, it may be able to use this to promote the advance clearance work for the demolition and relocation of the fortress in advance. Although according to Zhou Huier said that now the above has been determined to demolish the city fortress, But if the delay in ordering the police to take action, then the information in his hand about the various evil elements nest in the city fortress may be out of date. After all, intelligence is time sensitive, and those sinister elements can run or change their hiding places at any time. So if the top doesn't do it, then he'll just push it, and he'll go to great lengths to get credit for it. So if he doesn't get promoted, who will? Hey, no, there are more than 80 entrances and exits in Kowloon Walled City, one person per exit. That's still more than 80 police officers, Huang Bingyao exclaimed. He certainly wasn't short of 80 or so people under his hand, but the point was that the scene was just a little too big. Su Luo explained. That person was involved in several explosions of eucalyptus, and is also suspected of planning tonight's attack on the jewelry show at the Jundu Hotel, so he can't be taken seriously enough. Attacking a jewelry show? The three thieves? No, the three major thief kings are already dead and captured. It's another group, Su Luo replied. 2 sets of people? Okay, I'll send someone right away. Huang Bingyao had always trusted Su Luo's decisions. After hanging up the phone after about an hour or so, the results of the interrogation on the police station side came out, and according to the identification of one of the suspects caught in the garage, the person who stayed in front of the hotel on the surveillance was their leader, named David Wong, nicknamed Doc. He was a former soldier who went on to a life of crime. Su Luo called Yang Liqing again, asking her to help investigate if there were any files on the doctor on the Interpol side, and he didn't realize that not only were there, but there were a bunch of them. The doctor is cautious by nature and the police do not have his photo or know his real name at this time, but with at least 5 recorded bombing eucalypts linked to his gang involving over 100 lives, it is not too much of a stretch for him and his gang to be defined as terrorists. Yang Liqing said in a heavy tone. Many of the people killed by the humans were child's play compared to the doctor. Killing even small children can be brutal and unkind. Alright, thanks Inspector Yang. I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Su Luo casually made a polite remark. I didn't expect Yang Liqing to reply. When? I'm free tonight. Su Luo heard Yang Liqing's intention of wanting to learn from each other and complement each other's strengths and weaknesses with himself, and to communicate in depth. But alas, the planter didn't want to work late tonight. Sorry, I'm not available tonight. So another time. Su Luo hung up the phone after saying that, fist pumping and preparing for a big day when the exhibition was over. Any woman, get the hell away from me first. Don't delay me from getting promoted and getting rich. Wrong. It is don't delay me from punishing the evil and guarding the peace of Hong Kong Island. Then he called his uncle again and discussed his plans with him. I have an idea.